In the 54th year of Konoha, within the corner of the classroom occupied by the 9 young heroes, Asakawa Kori, as was his custom, endeavored to meditate during Iruka-sensei's theoretical lesson, which was, in truth, merely dozing off. The drone of Iruka-sensei's voice, discussing the fundamentals of chakra refinement, resonated like a lullaby. His eyelids grew heavier, and his consciousness began to blur. Chakra, spiritual energy, merging perfectly with physical energy at the very moment his awareness was on the brink of sinking into a deeper slumber. Iruka-sensei's phrase perfectly merging acted as an invisible key, gently unlocking a shackled deep within his consciousness. Buzz. It was as if a dim oil lamp had suddenly ignited, or like dust-laden glass being unexpectedly wiped clean. Countless vague, long-forgotten fragments of dreams instantly crystallized into striking clarity and coherence. Those peculiar dreams he had occasionally experienced over the past 6 years, which he would forget upon waking, were no longer disjointed absurdities but surged forth into his mind with astonishing completeness and logic. Kori jolted, as though an invisible needle had pricked his temple, abruptly awakening him from his stupor. He instinctively pressed his palm to his forehead, where a dull, throbbing pain emerged. Blinking in confusion, his vision still somewhat unfocused, he noticed that Iruka-sensei's voice had become exceptionally clear. Was that the sound of birds? This fellow seemed somewhat familiar. He instinctively glanced around the classroom, his gaze sweeping across the room. Diagonally in front of him, a boy with a hedgehog-like hairstyle and yellow hair was frowning at the blackboard, fingers stealthily twirling a pen beneath the desk. Naruto Uzumaki. Next to him, a boy with black hair and black eyes exuded an aura of aloofness even with his head bowed. Sasuke Uchiha. Beside him, a pink-haired girl, her cheeks slightly flushed, cast furtive glances at Sasuke. Sakura Haruno. What the hell? Is this really the world of Naruto? Am I truly in this infinite nested realm of the Naruto universe? Hey, Asakawa Kori, what are you daydreaming about? A hand, speckled with crumbs from chips, suddenly landed on his shoulder, bringing forth a tangible sensation. Kori whirled around to find a freckled, round-faced boy munching on chips. Choji Akimichi. Next to him, a boy with a pineapple-like hairstyle rested his chin on one hand, gazing out the window with an expression of exasperation. Shikamaru Nara. Nothing at all, Kori replied, his voice carrying a barely detectable rasp. I've just been having trouble sleeping lately, Choji. Everything in the classroom, the 9 young heroes, along with several background figures, precisely overlapped with the images in his memory. These characters were no longer mere projections on a screen, but were vividly alive, bustling, and existing within arm's reach. A profound sense of absurdity and a chilling fear gripped him. Kori inhaled deeply, the cold air flooding his lungs, as he sought to quell the tumultuous chaos within. With the complete awakening of his memories, the familiar narratives and the inescapable destinies of these characters loomed before him. Sasuke's defection, Niji's demise, Jiraiya's sacrifice, and the inevitable bloodshed and life-and-death struggles that these vibrant faces would endure in the future weighed heavily upon his heart. He instinctively lowered his head. Gazing at his outstretched hands, delicate and tender, they bore the frail helplessness characteristic of a 6-year-old child that a clear memory from the depths of his mind reminded him. He was merely an ordinary orphan, bereaved of his parents at a tender age. Raised in an orphanage, he was subsequently returned to his residence, destined to live alone. An inconspicuous figure, shrouded in silence. In ninja school, his performance was unremarkable, devoid of any exceptional talent. He struggled even with the most fundamental techniques, relegated to the status of a standard underachiever. Dinkling. The bell rang, and Iruka closed his book. Today's theory class is over. This afternoon, we will have physical training, so everyone, stay alert. The classroom was instantly engulfed by a cacophony of noise. Naruto waved his arms exuberantly, shouting, I, Uzumaki Naruto, will definitely become Hokage. However, the only responses he received were scattered boos, disdainful glances, and impatient shooing. He stood alone atop the desk, like a peculiar outcast. Who could have imagined that this boy, overlooked and ridiculed by all, would one day emerge as the savior of the entire ninja world? Sasuke, expressionless, gathered his belongings, while Sakura, blushing, hurried after him. Funya remained seated in the corner, akin to a forgotten observer in the annals of fate. He was not the chosen one. Lacking bloodline limits, family secrets, summoning beasts, or tailed beasts. He was merely a common orphan, cast upon the bustling streets of Konoha, easily lost in the throng. The world of Hokage, he murmured, his voice parched. During the lunch break, the classroom was filled with the aroma of bento and the lively chatter of youth. Some played with dogs, others slept or frolicked. Girls chattered excitedly, surrounding the seat offered by Sasuke, their pink aura almost palpable. Not far off, a certain blonde boy stared intently at the idolized Sasuke. His fists clenched, a mixture of unwillingness and barely perceptible envy etched on his face, as he silently cursed, "Damn you, Sasuke, why?" Funya nibbled on his rice ball, savoring the warmth and satisfaction it brought. He pondered deeply, contemplating the survival strategy of accept where you are, bide your time, and prioritize being an onlooker. No bloodline limit. A trifling matter. Hard work can create miracles. Recalling a certain youth brimming with passion. No family secrets. No hurry. Forbidden techniques. That blonde boy's charm technique is still a technique. Practicality is what matters. As for the cataclysmic events yet to unfold, Funya clenched his small fist, his gaze resolute, straightforward and dedicated. What a farce. He immediately deflated, murmuring under his breath, audible only to himself. Survive. Stay low-key. Avoid the spotlight. The ultimate dream. Live until the war ends. Sunlight bathed his composed face. In his eyes, the naivete of a 6-year-old had long faded, replaced by a resigned understanding of the future, a reservoir of sarcastic energy, alongside a very, very simple wish. To live, to run a small shop, and to witness the unfolding drama. Alas, this utterly disappointing script seems to leave me no choice but to rely on my cunning and tenacity, braving the challenges that lie ahead. Chapter 2. The battle with Hinata in the training ground. Iruka stood at the front of the line, clapping his hands. This afternoon's physical training involves combat practice. Organized by student number. Uchiha Sasuke, you will face Nara Shikamaru. As soon as he finished speaking, Shikamaru yawned and raised his hand without even lifting his eyelids. I concede. Iruka felt a vain twitch on his forehead as he gazed at this genius who seemed eager to lie down on the spot. The class was filled with troublesome children, making Iruka's job quite exasperating. Sasuke glanced at his opponent, who had so readily surrendered, and scoffed lightly, boring. Hey, arrogant Sasuke. Naruto erupted beside him, hands on his hips, shouting, I, Naruto, want to fight you. Sasuke shot him a sidelong glance, his tone icy. Fool, what a waste of time. With that, he turned and walked to the shade of a tree, closing his eyes as if to doze off. You jerk. Naruto's face flushed crimson, veins popping on his forehead. I aspire to be Hokage. Sasuke, I challenge you to a duel. Akasawa Kid stood by, amused, watching these two, who were still so young, already squabbling like cat and mouse. Bang! Iruka delivered a punch to Naruto's head, causing him to hop in place, cradling his head. Idiot! Stop causing a ruckus. He then cleared his throat, announcing, next group, Haruno Sakura versus Yamanaka Ino. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sakura and Ino ignited like firecrackers. They exchanged cold glares and sarcastic remarks, with the name Sasuke slipping into their conversation every few sentences. Before long, they were grappling with each other, nails scratching at arms. While their hands tugged at each other's hair, their cries of Sasuke-kun is mine, nearly drowning out their shrieks. Kid crossed his arms, engrossed in the spectacle. Indeed, the battleground of girls was never devoid of its smoky intensity. The next match was Kid against Hyuga Hinata. Kid thought to himself, me? Who am I fighting? Not far away, Hinata anxiously clutched the hem of her clothing, her fair cheeks flushed. Yet, the white eyes hidden beneath her bangs glimmered with a hint of the sharpness characteristic of the Hyuga clan. Hinata? Am I really seeking a fight? Kid swallowed hard. Although Hinata had always appeared timid at the ninja academy and her physical skills were not the most outstanding, everyone knew that the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan was a nightmare in close combat, expert in chakra control, defense, and pressure point strikes. What could a commoner like him, who stumbled through the basics of body techniques, possibly do? Rely on love and courage? Kid-kun, please be gentle with me. Hinata's voice was soft, yet she formed a fighting stance. Ding! The system detected that the host was engaged in a real battle against Hinata Hyuga, and thus the duel system has awakened. Kid felt a jolt of excitement within. System. There really is a system. But this system seems a bit absurd. A divine battle. Are you kidding me? Would you like to activate the novice gift package? System, open it for me. Congratulations. Host has obtained beginner sage body. Congratulations. Host has obtained intermediate physical skills. Congratulations. Host has obtained mastery in throwing. Congratulations. Host has received 10,000 Rio. The system is amazing. Survival? Not a chance. In an instant, he felt his waist no longer ached, his legs no longer hurt, and even Hinata's white eyes appeared endearing. A few muffled chuckles echoed around, likely stemming from the belief that this battle held no suspense. Naruto, beside them, shouted with enthusiasm, "Hinata, go for it," only to be met with a sharp glare from Sakura, prompting him to sulkily close his mouth. Funya inhaled deeply, feeling the enhancement brought by Sage Mode and the newfound techniques swirling in his mind. He assumed a combat stance, his gaze fixed upon the bashful Hinata Hyuga across from him. "Begin," Iruka commanded. Hinata did not initiate an attack, merely bending her knees slightly to maintain a defensive posture, evidently waiting for him to make the first move. This was indeed in line with her reserved nature. With a surge of energy, Funya propelled himself forward, buoyed by the lightness of Sage Mode. As the intermediate techniques materialized in his mind, his body instinctively reacted, sidestepping Hinata's reflexive arm block and grazing her sleeve with his fist. Hinata gasped in surprise at the sudden proximity, instinctively retreating half a step, her fair cheeks flushing a deeper shade of crimson, yet she steadfastly maintained her defensive stance. Their fists and feet clashed under the sunlight, the sound of their strikes reverberating, and Hinata's face grew increasingly flushed. Whenever Funya forced her back a step, she would unconsciously bite her lip. Funya's body gradually acclimated to the strength granted by the system, meeting her palm with blocks and counterattacks, his movements becoming swifter and more precise. Hinata found it increasingly challenging to withstand Funya's burgeoning strength, watching as he continued to improve, thinking to herself, is this truly the same Funya-kun who was so unassuming in class? During one exchange, Funya intentionally left an opening, and as Hinata's palm approached, he suddenly crouched, slipping his right hand under her armpit and gently pressing against her back. This gesture lacked force, resembling more of an indication of capture. Hinata's actions froze abruptly. The warmth radiating from his touch made her tense up instantly, causing her chakra to momentarily falter. She spun around, her fist nearly colliding with Funya's chest, only to halt at the last moment, her fingertips mere inches from his attire. The two were exceedingly close, able to discern the fine beads of sweat adorning each other's noses. Hinata's Byakugan suddenly constricted, her cheeks glowing like ripe apples. With a startled gasp, she stumbled back a few steps, crouching down and covering her face with her hands. "I concede," a timid voice escaped through her fingers, laced with profound embarrassment. Funya stood still, observing her head buried in her knees, suddenly perceiving their earlier contest as a gentle game. He stepped closer, smiling down at her petite figure on the ground, extending his hand. "Thank you for the match, Hinata-san. Are you all right?" Hinata, her head flushed with embarrassment, looked up at Funya's cheerful smile. With the aid of his hand, she rose, softly murmuring, "Funya-kun, I'm fine. You're really impressive." Iruka watched from the sidelines, nodding in satisfaction, finally witnessing a commendable bout. Shallow River Funya wins. Both parties seal the reconciliation sign. As they completed the reconciliation sign with their fingers, Hinata nearly fled to the sidelines, turning her back to the crowd and crouching down, hands covering her face. Funya remained where he was, watching her trembling hair ends, and suddenly found the 10,000 Rio in his pocket less appealing. Congratulations to the host on concluding the battle with Hinata Hyuga and acquiring the Byakugan, which can evolve. Before he could even examine it, the exuberant Naruto approached, playfully patting his shoulder. "Hey, Asakawa Kia, you are quite impressive, but you still fall a bit short compared to me, Naruto." Kia, hesitant to engage too closely with Naruto, responded with a few perfunctory remarks. The astonished gazes from those around him reflected their surprise at the once inconspicuous classmate's newfound prowess. As Kia stepped aside, he reveled in the exhilaration of receiving the evolvable Byakugan from the system. He mused about the potential of confronting a member of the Uchiha clan, his gaze fervently drifting toward Sasuke in the distance. Their eyes locked momentarily. Sasuke, with his dark eyes, expressed a flicker of subtle curiosity. The cacophony at the training ground persisted, yet Kia's fingers brushed over the marks of the reconciliation seal he had just performed. Suddenly, he felt that this world of ninjas was far more intriguing and perilous than he had ever anticipated. As the school bell rang to signal the end of the day, a lively buzz erupted at the entrance. Most children were joyfully led away by their parents, their backpacks skillfully taken, and the warmth of home resonated in their animated chatter. In stark contrast, a few orphaned children observed this scene, their forlorn expressions akin to elongated shadows, silently lingering at the periphery of the crowd. Casting a glance at his despondent companions and the small blonde on the swing in the corner, Kia sighed in resignation, uttering nothing as he turned away and exited the school gates. Upon reaching the entrance, his gaze fell upon the aloof Sasuke, who was playfully nestled in Itachi's embrace. Even softening Itachi's typically cold demeanor, Kia couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, reflecting on the deeply ingrained sibling dynamics that were evident. The evening breeze carried the distinctive scents of the foliage of Konoha as Kia made his way to a secluded training area in the park. Clenching his fists, he felt the chakra within him surge like a rushing stream, growing steadily with each passing moment, his vitality flourishing with the vibrancy of his cells. Sparashi, he chuckled softly, relishing in the exhilarating power he had attained. Woohoo, time to take flight. As darkness enveloped the sky, sweat from his physical training soaked through his garments. Kia steadied himself, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Having ventured into this world of Hokages, he couldn't miss the delightful taste of Ichiraku ramen. Exiting the park, the evening wind tousled his hair, revealing the illuminated Konoha village, where the sounds of vendors and the aroma of distant taverns intertwined, creating an atmosphere that was palpable with life. What he remained unaware of was a small figure, similarly wandering the streets behind him. While he marveled at the prosperity of Konoha, the foremost of the 5 great ninja villages, little did he know that behind this splendor, in a year or two, Itachi would be compelled to annihilate his clan, solidifying the dark reputation of the Akatsuki. Arriving at the renowned Ichiraku Ramen, he sensed a faint presence behind him. Turning to behold a delicate figure. Hinata, is that you? Would you care to join me for some ramen? He inquired, puzzled. Hinata, blushing and shy, nodded her head quietly in response. The two individuals settled onto a bench in front of Ichiraku Ramen, with Asakawa Kori addressing the elderly proprietor. Uncle, 2 bowls of tonkatsu ramen, please. Turning to Hinata, he inquired lightly. Hinata, why haven't you returned home for dinner? Hinata, her gaze lowered, responded softly, I didn't want to go home. I was wandering the streets and happened to see you, Kori-kun. Kaori recalled that in the original narrative, Hinata endured her father's cold glances and expressions of disappointment, often hearing that she was unfit to be a ninja. Steam wafted from the bowls of ramen placed before them, obscuring the emotions swirling in his eyes. He chose not to press further, adopting a gentler tone. That's perfect then. Uncle Ichiraku's ramen is a culinary treasure of Konohagakure. You should eat up before it cools down. Hinata stole a quick glance at him before hastily averting her gaze, murmuring in agreement. She stirred her chopsticks in the bowl and took delicate slurps of the noodles. The rich aroma of the tonkatsu broth mingled with the fragrance of green onions, enveloping her slightly flushed cheeks in warmth, lending her an unexpected vivacity. Kaori observed her bashful demeanor, reminiscent of the girl from the original tale who quietly watched Naruto from the shadows, suffocated by familial pressures, and sighed inwardly. He deliberately shifted the conversation, his tone light. Speaking of which, during our practice this afternoon, your gentle fist technique was quite standard in form. You just hesitated when exerting force. Next time, try focusing your chakra at your fingertips before releasing it. Hinata's head shot up, her eyes wide with astonishment. Kaori-kun, you understand the gentle fist? Kaori chuckled, picking up a slice of chashu, but honestly, you are more formidable than you realize. Sometimes, the expectations of one's family can be shackles, but ultimately, it is your own fist that you wield. These words resonated within Hinata, sending ripples through her heart. She lowered her head, her voice soft yet clear, reaching Kaori's ears. Thank you, Kaori-kun. Uncle Ichiraku, tidying the bowls nearby, glanced at the two youngsters with a gentle smile and discreetly added an extra spoonful of chashu to Hinata's bowl. As the night deepened, Kaori settled the bill and walked out of the shop alongside Hinata. The evening breeze carried a chill, prompting Hinata to instinctively huddle her shoulders. Hinata, may I accompany you home? Kaori suggested. Hinata hesitated for a moment before gently nodding. They walked side by side along the quiet street. As they neared the Hyuga district, Hinata paused, summoning her courage to look up at him. Kaori-kun, can we eat ramen together again next time? Kaori raised an eyebrow, his laughter bright and sincere. Of course. As long as you wish to come. Watching Hinata dash away, disappearing into the alley, Kori pondered, stroking his chin. It seemed that this world of shinobi was not solely defined by cold calculations and warfare. He turned towards his residence, the moonlight bathing him, while the chakra within him pulsed gently with each step, enveloping him in a sense of calm warmth. Chapter 3. Skipping class upon returning to his modest home. He washed up and lay on his bed, gazing at the system panel visible only to him. Personal panel shallow river maple night age, 6 bloodline limit. Byakugan, upgradable, physique, basic sage body chakra attributes. Earth, water, yang skills, mastery in throwing. Intermediate taijutsu. Gazing at the monotonous data on the panel, it was indeed a promising start. My interactions with Hinata have awakened the system, gradually immersing me in a sense of relief from the looming anxieties of the future. The dual system allows for rewards through combat with others. It seems I must find someone to exploit for resources in the upcoming taijutsu classes. Naruto, my brother, I must reluctantly burden you to prevent Boruto from causing you misfortune, for I shall graciously accept such a delightful girl like Hinata. Lost in my thoughts, I soon drifted into slumber. The following day, as dawn broke, I opened my eyes to a ceiling that was both strange and familiar. The events of yesterday replayed vividly in my mind. A new life, perhaps? I chuckled softly to myself while completing my morning routine. Looking into the mirror at my childlike reflection, I could scarcely believe that I, a mere cog in the relentless machine of my previous life, had transcended into this realm and awakened a system. I patted my face, encouraging myself, come on. A new life awaits. The path has been laid out for you by your elder brother. Do not succumb to the cowardice of your former existence. Upon arriving at the Ninja Academy, I stepped into the classroom and immediately noticed several children of common birth gathered in a corner, taunting Hinata, calling her a Byakugan monster. How could I, shallow river maple knight, tolerate such indignity? Channeling chakra beneath my feet, I swiftly appeared before Hinata, calmly addressing the children before me. Do not go too far. We are all classmates, so why mock one another? The children were startled by my sudden arrival. The stout leader puffed out his chest defiantly and shouted, Who are you? Are you with this Byakugan monster? My gaze turned icy as I concentrated a faint trace of chakra at my fingertips. The influence of the sage body allowed me to sense and control chakra more adeptly. Without uttering a word, I raised my hand and flicked my fingertip near the stout boy's ear. A soft buzzing sound echoed, and the boy felt as though a bee had stung his ear, causing him to jump back in alarm. The other children were taken aback but still attempted to maintain their bravado. Do you dare to lay a hand on us? We'll tell the teacher. Go ahead, I replied. Stepping protectively in front of Hinata, my voice calm yet firm. I witnessed you bullying a classmate. Do you truly believe the Ninja Academy teaches you to mock others? I straightened my small frame deliberately. Hinata, with her head bowed, clutched my garment tightly, her tuft of hair quivering gently. The stout boy, observing the sincerity in my eyes and glancing at the downcast Hinata, suddenly felt a flush of heat rise to his face. He spat and pulled his companions towards the back of the classroom, mumbling, Who bullied her? We were just joking. Once they departed, I turned to find Hinata looking up at me with reddened eyes, her small hand still gripping my clothing. I spoke gently, Do not mind them. If anyone bullies you again, come to me, and I shall make them pay. Hinata blinked her large eyes and softly murmured, Thank you. I took her hand and led her to an empty seat by the window. Just as we settled down, I felt a gentle touch on my palm. Turning his head, he noticed Hinata quietly placing a delicately wrapped red bean cake on his desk, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples. Here, for you. A faint smile graced his lips as he regarded the confection. It seemed that the days ahead would not be devoid of interest. The absence of burdensome expectations was indeed another matter altogether. Irika entered, clutching his textbooks, and rapped on the podium. All right, children, return to your seats and prepare for class. Choji, with his mouth full of chips, mumbled as he poked Shikamaru, who was yawning beside him. Hey, Shikamaru, why is Keed sitting next to Hinata? It's kind of odd. Shikamaru rubbed his eyes and lazily glanced back at Keed, responding, Who knows? Such matters between boys and girls are always troublesome. But he does seem a bit different. I can't quite place how. Never mind, pondering it is too bothersome. I'd rather sleep. With a non-committal grunt, Choji ceased his inquiries, crunching on his snacks while following Irika's textbook with his gaze. He'd listened to Irika expound on foundational theories, his eyelids growing heavy as if laden with lead. He propped his chin up, swaying slightly, but ultimately succumbed to drowsiness, his head lolling onto the textbook. Beside him, Hinata cautiously lifted her gaze, observing him soundly asleep. Her brow furrowed slightly. Today, not only had Keed assisted her, but he also dared to slumber during Irika's class. He was indeed a far cry from the shy boy who always kept his head down, more outgoing, more self-assured. Before long, Irika's booming voice echoed through the classroom. Asakawa Keed. Nara Shikamaru. What do you think you're doing, sleeping in class? His gaze swept across the room. Naruto Uzumaki. Stop causing trouble down there. Choji Akimichi. Put away those snacks. Kiba Inazuka. No playing with dogs during class. All of you go stand outside. Thus, the 5 youngsters, under the scrutiny of their classmates, rose with downcast expressions. Naruto and Kiba exchanged mischievous glances. Choji hastily shoved the last chip into his mouth, and Shikamaru wore an expression of vexation. Keed, befuddled, followed suit. Pondering to himself, it's only the second day, and I'm already standing with the main cast in punishment. The pull of the narrative is too strong. After standing for a brief moment, Naruto suddenly flashed them a signal. Seizing the opportunity while Irika turned to write on the board, he led the charge toward the back of the playground. Kiba whistled and followed suit, while Choji hesitated for half a second before joining the fray. Shikamaru clicked his tongue, clearly annoyed, yet he too began to move. Caught up in the commotion, Keed found himself unwittingly swept into the escapade. The 5 of them lay in a grassy mound on the back mountain, basking in the warm sunlight. Perhaps sensing the different looks from his companions compared to others, Naruto hummed a leisurely tune. Kiba teased Akamaru, Choji rested his head on his arm with a burp, and Shikamaru had already begun to snore. Gazing at the clouds above, Keed suddenly felt that the scene was both absurd and somewhat enchanting. The audacity of skipping class, something he had never dared to envision in his past life, was unfolding in this manner. He nudged Naruto beside him. Hey, aren't you afraid Irika-sensei will find out? Naruto grinned widely. What is there to fear? We've already been punished. So we might as well enjoy the sunshine here. Funya, you truly showcased your prowess today by daring to confront those individuals. In his heart, Akatsukawa Funya murmured, forgive me, Naruto, but the allure of that little lady is simply irresistible, especially since she hails from wealth. Externally, he scoffed at others, believing it inherently wrong. He merely could not stand by idly. He resolved to seek an opportunity for a friendly spar with them later in the afternoon. Hey Funya, do you have a crush on Hinata, the heiress of the Hyuga clan? Kiba nudged him with his elbow, while Akamaru barked in agreement. Just as Akatsukawa Funya was about to refute the notion, Naruto leaned in closer, exclaiming, Oh? So, Funya has someone he fancies? Is it Hinata? She is indeed quite adorable, albeit always looking down. It's not what you think. Akatsukawa Funya hastily waved his hands, catching a glimpse of CHG discreetly pulling out a packet of dried fish from his pocket. He seized the opportunity to change the subject. CHG, are you seriously hiding food? CHG retracted his hand, chuckling sheepishly. This is a limited edition of dried fish. Want to try some? Count me in. Naruto immediately raised his hand, with Kiba joining in as well, causing the prior topic to vanish from their minds. Shikamaru, turning over, muttered about the noise but remained fast asleep. Akatsukawa Funya accepted a piece of the fish, savoring its salty flavor as it burst on his tongue. Observing the lively group before him, he unexpectedly found the atmosphere quite pleasant. Just then, sensing the chakra emanating from a sage, he felt a sudden chill at the nape of his neck, as if someone were watching them. He abruptly looked up to see a gray figure darting behind a tree at the edge of the playground. It resembled Irika. Oh no, it's Irika-sensei. Akatsukawa Funya whispered urgently. Instantly, Naruto and the others fell silent, while CHG, frightened, stuffed the fish into his mouth, cheeks bulging. Shikamaru sat up straight, furrowing his brow. Have we been discovered? This is troublesome. Kiba, reacting swiftly, grabbed Akamaru and dove into the bushes. Quick hide. The 5 of them scrambled behind a mound of grass, exposing only half of their heads. Irika's footsteps grew increasingly audible, and Akatsukawa Funya could even sense the gentle yet undeniable pulse of his chakra. These little rascals. Irika's voice carried a tone of exasperation, yet there was no real anger. Skipping class without finding a more discreet hiding place. His footsteps paused not far from them, followed by a resigned sigh. Oh well, let them bask in the sun a little longer. As his footsteps receded, the 5 of them collectively exhaled in relief, exchanging glances before bursting into laughter. Naruto clapped his thighs, declaring, Irika-sensei is indeed the best. Akatsukawa Funya joined in the mirth, realizing that Iruka had officially accepted Naruto. The third Hokage's teachings had evidently borne fruit. The 5 companions and 1 dog reveled in a delightful morning. Upon arriving at the classroom, they observed their peers enjoying their packed lunches, only to remember that he had forgotten his own. Akatsukawa Funya noticed Hinata sitting at her desk, eating her bento. Upon meeting his gaze, the young girl blushed, hastily lowering her head to dig into her rice, her ears turning a vibrant shade of red. Akatsukawa Funya suggested to his companions that they venture outside for a more substantial meal. Naruto exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Yes, let's go eat outside." Shikamaru observed Naruto, who was brimming with joy, and, not wishing to dampen his spirits, concurred, "Then let us dine at the barbecue restaurant." Barbecue? Inogen's eyes immediately sparkled, and he hastily swallowed the last remnants of his fish jerky. Naruto tugged at Asakawa Kaori's arm, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he exclaimed, "What are we waiting for? Lead the way. I've longed to taste barbecue." Kiba whistled and patted Naruto on the back, saying, "Consider yourself fortunate, kid. Thanks to Kaori's suggestion, we'd otherwise be stuck eating bento." Shikamaru leisurely trailed behind, his hands resting behind his head. "Honestly, I intended to return home for a nap, but barbecue doesn't seem too troublesome." The 5 of them strolled shoulder to shoulder towards the school gate, with Akamaru bouncing joyfully on Kiba's head, his tail wagging like a flower. Upon arriving at the barbecue restaurant, a rich aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. Naruto, with eyes wide, eagerly settled into his seat, exclaiming, "It smells amazing." The restaurant owner, seeing a group of young diners, presented them with several skewers of perfectly grilled meat, saying, "Take your time, there's plenty." Asakawa Kaori took a bite of the barbecue, the sweet and salty sauce mingling with the savory meat, 100 times more delectable than the convenience store meals of his previous life. Just as he reached for another skewer, he saw Naruto already clutching 3 in one hand. His cheeks puffed out like a hamster, incoherently declaring, "Barbecue is so delicious. We must come here every day?" Inogen, with his mouth full, nodded earnestly. "Why yeah, that could work." Kaori teasingly quipped, "Naruto, if you have the money to eat here, remember to take me along. I 1T eat much and 1T drain your wallet." Naruto recalled his deflated wallet, depleted for pranks, and smiled awkwardly as he devoured his barbecue. Shikamaru leaned against a pillar, leisurely savoring a skewer of grilled mushrooms, occasionally remarking, "Naruto, slow down, no one is competing with you." Kiba tore the meat into small pieces to feed Akamaru, and the two enjoyed their meal in harmony. The sunlight poured through the windows, infusing the dining hall with warmth, mingling the aroma of barbecue with the laughter of children. In the midst of this, Naruto suddenly lifted a skewer and shouted, "Kaori, hurry up and eat. If you don't, Inogen will snatch it all." Inogen immediately shot him a glare. "I would not." Laughter erupted once more. Kaori, munching on her barbecue, looked at her boisterous companions, realizing this was the essence of camaraderie. After they had their fill, Kaori paid the bill, and the owner, smiling at the group of children, generously offered a 60% discount. The group sprawled on the grass in the park to digest their meal. Naruto rubbed his round belly, savoring a day unlike any other, his eyes gradually glistening with unshed tears. Kaori, noticing Naruto's expression, couldn't help but tease, "Oh, our great Naruto is getting teary-eyed, what's this about?" Kiba chimed in, egging him on. Naruto wiped his eyes, feigning nonchalance. "It's nothing. Just got some sand in my eyes. That pesky Kaori is teasing me." Kaori chuckled softly, while Inogen and Shikamaru, aware of the underlying sentiments, remained silent, content to rest quietly. Chapter 4. A unique Hinata. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffed on his pipe. The light and shadow within the crystal ball reflected in the creases of his aged face, causing the wrinkles to form a smile. "Oh, little Naruto has made new friends at school," he mused, tapping the edge of the crystal ball with his fingertip, observing the 5 companions and their dog. Among them was Asakawa Kaori, the orphan of the Nine-Tails Knight, whose foundation in physical techniques was quite solid. Today, when he stood up for the Hyuga girl, his spirit resembled that of his father, Asakawa Kaifuku, in his prime. The 5 companions and their dog returned to the classroom, basking in the afternoon sunlight. Asakawa Kaori gently tapped the desk, his gaze drawn to Hinata's slightly flushed ears. In a relaxed tone, he inquired, "Hinata, they haven't caused you any trouble, have they?" Hinata glanced at him shyly, her voice soft. "No, Korikuen, they haven't. He casually pulled a Sakura-patterned pencil from his pencil case and placed it in Hinata's hand. You see, the pencil's tip should be directed towards the paper. It shouldn't be clenched so tightly. Some things, when held too tightly, may end up hurting oneself. Just relax a bit and dare to be brave. Noticing Hinata bowing her head, her long hair obscuring half her face, he added, moreover, with the Hyuga family's gentle fist being so formidable, if you were to take it seriously, you might end up protecting me. As soon as he finished speaking, Hinata's head shot up, her eyes wide in disbelief as she softly retorted, no, that's not true. Korikuen is very strong. Asakawa Kori couldn't help but laugh, gently ruffling her hair. Indeed, our Hinata is also quite impressive. During the afternoon's physical training class, he suggested, shall we practice basic techniques together? I can partner with you. Hinata nodded her head gently and murmured in agreement. Kaori glanced at Naruto, who was looking around the classroom, then back at the bashful Hinata. Naruto, it appears that I am the one by Hinata's side now. My apologies, Naruto. Just then, the class bell rang, and the teacher entered, commencing a lecture on ninjutsu theory. As Kaori's gaze drifted to the textbook, he felt drowsy, but noticed Hinata attentively taking notes beside him. Succumbing to fatigue, he rested his head on the desk. During physical training, the two moved to a corner of the playground. Kaori assumed a standard stance. Hinata, relax, let's begin. Hinata took a deep breath and mirrored his stance. At first, she was somewhat hesitant, her movements constrained. Kaori patiently guided her, correcting her form. Gradually, Hinata found her rhythm, her movements becoming increasingly fluid. Seizing the moment, she threw a punch forward. Kaori easily sidestepped, grasping her wrist and gently pulling her towards him, causing Hinata to stumble into his embrace. Her face turned crimson, and the surrounding air felt almost scorching. Noticing her discomfort, Kaori quickly released her and casually remarked, Hinata, you have made significant progress. With her head bowed, her cheeks flushed and on the verge of fainting, Hinata softly replied, thank you, Korikuen. Seeing her distress, Kaori urged, Hinata, take a deep breath and relax. The system detected that the host had concluded the battle with Hinata Hyuga, rewarding the host with a 3 evolution of the Byakugan, bringing the current progress to 3. Noticing Hinata's complexion and heartbeat returning to normal, the host disregarded the system's notification. Akasawa Kaori cleared his throat, turned, and picked up the training kunai from the ground, nonchalantly tossing it. Since you've found your rhythm in taijutsu, how about we try some basic throwing? Just aim for the target over there. He placed the kunai into Hinata's hand, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against her palm. Turning his gaze towards the target range, Akasawa calmly instructed, look, your wrist should exert force like this. He demonstrated a standard posture in the air, reassuring her, don't worry about missing. Everyone starts that way. Hinata's fingers trembled slightly around the kunai, yet she followed his guidance, raising her hand. The wind swept across the training ground, lifting the stray strands of hair from her forehead, revealing her eyes that usually concealed uncertainty, now reflecting a newfound glimmer as they focused on the target. With a swift motion, the kunai flew and grazed the edge of the target, embedding itself into the wooden board. Much better than my first attempt, Akasawa exclaimed, clapping his hands while catching a glimpse of the subtle smile forming at the corner of Hinata's lips. Want to try again? This time aim for the very center of the red circle. I believe you can do it. Hinata bit her lip, lifting her hand once more, her wrist steadier this time. The kunai landed firmly at the edge of the red circle, just shy of the center. She turned to Akasawa, her eyes sparkling with joy as she exclaimed, Korikuen, I did it. Akasawa gazed into her brightened eyes, feeling that the afternoon sun paled in comparison to her radiance. I told you, you're already impressive. It's just a matter of your self-belief. Within your small frame lies immense potential, Hinata. As Hinata absorbed Akasawa's words, her cheeks flushed as if kissed by sunlight, unable to resist replaying his encouragement in her mind. She glanced at her palm, still tinged with the sensation of the kunai, suddenly realizing that the tremor had vanished without her noticing. I used to think that if I didn't perform well, everyone would laugh at me. Her voice was soft, as if wary of disturbing something fragile. My brother and father always said I was too weak to be a ninja, that I couldn't even master the basics of gentle fist. At this, she lifted her gaze, her initial timidity replaced by an unfamiliar radiance. But just now, when I threw the kunai, I felt less afraid. The wind blew again, and this time she did not instinctively lower her head, allowing the tendrils of hair to brush against her cheeks. Akasawa observed her slightly raised chin and praised, That's because you are not weak at all. From now on, try to worry less about what hasn't happened yet, all right? Hinata nodded vigorously, this time meeting his gaze without shying away. Her voice imbued with a newfound determination. She noticed herself. Yes. Kaori-kun, thank you. In the distance, the sounds of classmates laughing echoed as the bell signaling the end of taijutsu class approached. Akasawa retrieved the kunai from the ground and handed it back to her. Let us go back to the classroom. Next time, you must train even harder, Hinata. I've heard that the Hyuga clan's gentle fist technique is quite unique. I would love to learn from you. Why you want to learn from me? Hinata's eyes widened, and she nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. Observing her briskly catching up. Her steps noticeably lighter than before. The corners of Akikawa Furu's mouth curved upward, finally restoring a semblance of confidence to Hinata. Chapter 5. The Important Ones After School. Akikawa Furu turned to Hinata, who had always felt a lack of security. Hinata, are you heading straight home? Hinata's eyelashes fluttered, and after a considerable pause, she shook her head, her voice as delicate as a whisper. No, I do not wish to return. A hint of unrecognized grievance lingered in her tone. Understanding her sentiment, Akikawa Furu smiled gently and suggested, would you accompany me to the park for some training? Hinata gazed at Furu's sunlit smile and nodded. The two of them left the school gates together, observing the bustling surroundings without questioning why no one had come to fetch the heiress of the Hyuga family. Upon reaching the training grounds within the park, Akikawa Furu addressed Hinata. Let us try some practical sparring with the techniques I taught you this afternoon. He stepped back a couple of paces, assuming a defensive stance, his tone deliberately lighthearted. Do not be anxious. I will hold back my strength. Just attack as you see fit. Hinata bit her lip and nodded, her hands forming the basic defensive seal, though her steps hesitated. Taking a deep breath, she recalled the combat techniques from earlier and launched an attack towards Furu. However, before her fist could connect, he effortlessly sidestepped. Increase your speed a little. Akikawa Furu's voice floated from the side. Remember to use your legs to pivot your body, not solely rely on your arms. Hinata gritted her teeth and advanced again. This time, her punch carried a bit of force, yet was still easily evaded by Furu. He hardly moved, merely tilting his head to avoid her strike, as if guiding her to adjust her angle. After several missed attempts, Hinata's breath became erratic, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Growing anxious, her footwork faltered, and she stumbled forward. Akikawa Furu instinctively reached out to steady her arm, intending to advise her not to rush, when he noticed Hinata suddenly raise her hand, attempting to strike his arm's pressure point with a gentle fist technique. Yet, her wrist was gently captured before she could execute the move. To unleash the true potential of the gentle fist, it must be complemented by the Byakugan. For now, let's focus on solidifying your foundation in martial arts, Hinata. Akikawa Furu released her wrist and lightly tapped her forearm. See, this area is too rigid during your attack. The gentle fist requires a balance of softness and strength. Akin to water colliding with rocks, it may appear soft, yet it can carve through barriers. He stepped back, resuming a defensive posture, this time deliberately slowing his movements. Once more, try to let your shoulder guide your arm, synchronizing your footwork with your breath. Step forward while inhaling, and strike while exhaling. Hinata inhaled deeply, adjusting her breathing to match his rhythm. The moment her fist swung out, it flowed more smoothly than before. Akikawa Furu did not evade immediately. Instead, he gently deflected her punch with his forearm. Yes, precisely, a smile blossomed in his eyes. Now, quicken your pace. Imagine there is a lake before you. Your fist should be like a stone, possessing both speed and weight. Hinata bit her lip and intensified her assault, the shadows of her punches becoming increasingly dense. Yet, she unconsciously restrained her strength just before making contact with Furu, causing her footwork to spiral into chaos. As she propelled herself forward due to inertia, she was on the verge of colliding with his chest and hurriedly extended her hand to push him away. Her palm landed squarely against his chest, and through the thin fabric of his shirt, she could feel the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Hinata recoiled as if scalded, her cheeks instantly flushed with crimson, and her breath became erratic. I am sorry. Akasawa Kaori, with a casual demeanor, chuckled reassuringly. It's all right, it's all right. He glanced at the sky, where the sunset had painted the clouds in hues of orange and red. It's nearly time to rest. I'll go buy us some water. Would you mind waiting here? Hinata lowered her gaze, her fingers twisting the hem of her shirt, and replied softly, watching him dash towards the park entrance. She quietly clenched her fist, Kaori's smile was so gentle and comforting, providing a sense of safety. Strangely, a wave of relief washed over her. At least for this moment, she didn't have to think about how to return home or face her father's disappointed gaze. Akasawa Kaori jogged back, handing Hinata the freshly purchased water, presenting it with the iconic smile of the fourth Hokage. Let us take a break and grab a bite. Is there anything you'd like to eat? Ramen from yesterday would be great. Hinata looked at Kaori, who radiated warmth like the sun, and nodded shyly. Okay. Kaori nodded in agreement. The two of them sat on a park bench, gazing at the evening glow, the sunset casting a warm light upon their small figures, creating a picturesque scene that felt exceptionally cozy. Water droplets glistened on the bottle, trickling down her fingers as Hinata sipped delicately, unable to resist stealing glances at him. Kaori tilted his head back to drink, his cheeks kissed by the golden sunlight. She quickly averted her gaze, her heart racing like leaves rustled by the wind, making a soft rustling sound. During practice just now, you've made noticeable progress compared to school, Kaori suddenly remarked, turning to her, droplets of water glistening on his eyelashes. You've been more assertive. Have you found your rhythm? Hinata traced circles on the bottle with her fingertips, murmuring, yes, it's all thanks to you, Kaori-kun. Just as the words left her lips, a low growl erupted from her stomach. She immediately buried her head lower, her ears burning with embarrassment. Kaori pretended not to hear, standing up to brush off the grass from his pants. Let us go eat. He reached out to help her with the water bottle. But as his fingers grazed the bottle, Hinata, startled like a frightened rabbit, withdrew her hand and stood up clutching the bottle herself. They walked side by side towards the park exit. As they passed a candy stand at the corner of the street, Kaori suddenly halted, pointing at the confections displayed in the glass case. Those look delightful. Shall we try some? Before Hinata could respond, he had already purchased 2 bags and handed one to her, his fingers brushing against her palm. They're sweet. Eating them will lift your spirits. Hinata clutched the bag of pink and white candies, the wrappers shimmering in the sunset. Stealing a glance, she noticed Kaori gazing ahead, as if savoring an invisible treat, making the air around them feel sweetened. How wonderful it felt to be cared for and cherished in such a manner. Come on, let us hurry. Kaori called back to her. If we wait too long, the ramen will be sold out. Hinata tightened her grip on the candy bag and quickened her pace, her steps lighter than before. Together, they arrived at Ichiraku Ramen, where Naruto was seated, enthusiastically slurping his noodles. As Akatsuki Kia approached, he playfully patted Naruto on the shoulder and teased, well, if it isn't the esteemed Naruto. What a coincidence. With that, he settled down next to Hinata. Turning to his dear friends, who regarded him with familiar warmth, Naruto exclaimed with delight, Kia, Hinata, come on. I'm treating you to my favorite tonkatsu char-siu ramen. It's absolutely amazing. All right, I shan't hold back. Kia replied with a grin. 2 bowls of ramen, just like Naruto's. The steam from Ichiraku Ramen wafted upwards as Naruto stuffed his mouth full, mumbling indistinctly, so, are you two together? You've been inseparable these past few days. And the class is buzzing with gossip about you. Startled, Hinata quickly waved her hands, her cheeks flushing once more. No way. Kia picked up a piece of ramen and teased. We're only 6 years old, Naruto-kun. Hinata and I have just been training, all right? He leaned closer to Naruto, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Now tell me, who is that person who has been daydreaming about Sakura during class? Not me. Naruto's face turned crimson as he nearly slammed his chopsticks on the table, eliciting a kind-hearted chuckle from Ichiraku. The owner observed the new friendships blossoming around Naruto and smiled with pride, realizing that Naruto had found companions. Hinata, sitting beside them, watched the playful banter with a gentle smile, her heart warmed by Naruto's vibrant energy and Kia's teasing demeanor. Suddenly, she felt that this bowl of ramen was sweeter than any candy she had tasted before. Noticing her secret smile, Kia, feeling a sense of ease, deliberately offered her a piece of char-siu. Here, this is for you. Make sure to nourish yourself. Hinata hesitated, quickly shaking her head, but Naruto chimed in, Hinata, don't be shy. Kia here devoured his barbecue at noon, so if he asks sharing meat with you, it means you're special. Naruto, be quiet. Did I say something wrong? Watching their playful exchange, Hinata lowered her gaze and gently bit into the char-siu, feeling a warm glow in her heart. It dawned on her that sharing ramen with friends could be such a lively and comforting experience. As dusk fell, Naruto glanced at his deflated green frog wallet and, after settling the bill, waved goodbye to the two. Kia, I'm heading home now. so I won't intrude on your peaceful time. See you tomorrow. Goodbye, Naruto-kun. See you tomorrow. Kia and Hinata waved back as Naruto departed. Walking side by side down the path towards the Hyuga clan, Kia turned to Hinata and said, "Thank you for training and dining with me today." His voice was lower than it had been in the ramen shop, carrying a hint of sincerity. Hinata paused for a moment, her ears flushing with a familiar warmth. I'm really happy to." Her words were soft, yet clear to Kia's ears. Observing her downcast eyes, Kia suddenly laughed lightly. "Don't take Naruto's words to heart." Hinata looked up abruptly, meeting his smiling gaze, and quickly lowered her head again. Naruto-kun was just joking, right? It was a joke, but not entirely. As Funya slowed his pace, the distance between them lessened. At least the words "you are truly important" ring true. The air seemed to momentarily hush, with only the gentle rustling of leaves stirred by the evening breeze. Hinata felt her heart racing, on the verge of bursting from her chest, and even her breaths turned cautious. Her fingers, gripping the hem of her clothing, turned slightly pale, yet she heard Funya softly say, "Your home should be just ahead." Yes. Funya paused, turning to face her. The glow of the street lamp illuminated half of his face as he spoke tenderly. "Then, I shall escort you to this point." Hinata nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling as if they were sprinkled with stars. All right. Funya-kun. Good night, Hinata. Good night, Funya-kun. She turned, nearly running into the Hyuga family home. Standing in place, Akagawa Funya smiled until that fleeting white figure vanished behind the door, before he leapt onto the rooftop. With the tips of his toes barely touching the tiles, his chakra enveloped his feet, emitting no sound nor shattering a single tile. In the next instant, he had leapt several meters, landing on the roof ahead, hurrying home. The night wind swept past, carrying the distant clamor of Konoha village. Yet the tranquility of the earlier path resonated with remarkable clarity. Chapter 6. Multiple shadow clones. Upon returning home, Akagawa Funya stood before his parents' belongings. He opened the box, gazing at the remnants of wealth, clothing, some notes, and albums from his parents' lives. Indeed, there were some ninja techniques left behind. He needed to strengthen himself promptly. There were certainly individuals lurking in the shadows of the Hyuga clan protecting Hinata, and my information must be laid out on Hinata Hayashi's desk. Funya's fingertips brushed against the yellowed pages of the album, where a couple smiled radiantly against the backdrop of Konoha's familiar Hokage rock silhouette. A Jonin vest? His father was a Jonin. He recalled that Jonin in Konoha wielded considerable authority and could partake in significant village meetings. He inhaled deeply, hoping his father belonged to the Sarutobi faction, which would allow for a slight reveal of strength, sparing him much trouble. He placed the album back at the bottom of the box and picked up several worn notebooks. He discovered notes detailing water release techniques: water release, water barrier, water release, water dragon bullet, water release, water clone. Observing these techniques, his fingertips traced over a hand-drawn seal chart, from the signs of the snake, horse, and monkey to the rat, ox, and tiger. Each seal was marked with chakra flow points, with tiny arrows indicating direction. So that is how it is. Funya murmured to himself, realizing that with precise control over chakra and its adept application, he could wield it with ease. As he closed the notebook, his palms were already damp with sweat. Fortunately, his friend Byakugan would eventually evolve into the Rinnegan, eliminating the need for hand seals. What true ninja employs seals? The Hyuga clan? Who knows if this dual system will reward any peculiar items, limited to once a day. Having practiced with Hinata in the evening without triggering anything was unsurprising. At this rate, wouldn't he become invincible in a few years? The next day, light rain began to fall as he made his way to school, as usual. Observing the lively classroom, Sasuke still attracted the attention of most girls. Truly, the world of ninjas is remarkably precocious. As I folded up the umbrella and took my seat, I gazed at little Hinata, marveling at yet another splendid day. "Good morning, Kid-kun," she said, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothing, while her eyes furtively glanced in my direction before hastily lowering her gaze. With a smile, I nodded back. "Good morning, Hinata. The rain is coming down quite briskly today. I hope you didn't get drenched?" "No," she replied softly, retrieving a handkerchief from her bag to gently wipe the water stains from the edge of her desk. "This is for you," I said, pulling a colorful candy wrapped in shiny paper from my pocket and placing it on her desk. "It's lemon-flavored. It should feel refreshing." The sound of raindrops tapping against the classroom windows mingled with the hushed whispers of girls discussing Sasuke and Naruto's boisterous antics, creating an unexpectedly lively tranquility. I watched as Hinata gingerly placed the candy into her pencil case, a smile unconsciously spreading across my lips. From the podium, Irika tirelessly lectured on the fundamentals and applications of chakra. As drowsiness began to overtake me, I observed Hinata listening attentively and quietly remarked, "Hinata, you're so focused. If I didn't know better, I'd think you weren't paying attention at all." Her face flushed as she softly replied, "Kid-kun, it wouldn't be proper to not pay attention in class." Seeing her earnest demeanor, I decided to let her be and rested my head on the desk, surrendering to sleep. In the corridor, 5 individuals and a dog exchanged wide-eyed glances, their exaggerated expressions of surprise comically amusing. Indeed, we had once again been punished with a standing detention, and with the rain pouring outside, we were confined to the entrance. I admired Shikamaru, who could even doze off while standing. What a remarkable brother, I thought, munching on snacks that Shuji had brought, while lamenting my unfortunate habit of forgetting to pack lunch. "Hey, Naruto, Hinata mentioned that you once met her at night when you were kids and helped her home," I ventured tentatively. Naruto, ever unperturbed, recounted that he indeed had encountered her once, seeing her crying alone outside and escorting her home. The others, even Shikamaru, who was half asleep, perked up to listen to the gossip. It seemed that the snowy scene from winter had yet to unfold, which also explained how Naruto had managed to use the shadow clone technique to create 2 tiny versions of himself back then. With a carefree laugh, Naruto gave a thumbs up, declaring, "I, Naruto, shall become Hokage one day. Protecting my friends is only right." "Ah, thanks, Naruto," I responded casually, prompting a few others to exchange curious glances, wondering if something significant had occurred. After school, I returned to my seat and noticed the lunchbox on my desk, casting a puzzled glance at Hinata beside me. "Hinata, is this for me?" With her head lowered, she murmured, "I saw that you didn't prepare lunch yesterday, so I thought I would bring you some today." As I lifted the lunchbox, I caught sight of Hinata's face trembling slightly, her ears flushed with crimson. Gently opening the lid, I found neatly arranged slices of meat, perfectly browned at the edges. The rice was molded into plump little balls, sprinkled with a few white sesame seeds. "Thank you, Hinata," I said softly, my voice barely above a whisper, as I looked at her with a warm smile. The meal appearing utterly delightful. Hinata suddenly lifted her head, only to hurriedly lower it again, her fingers twisting the hem of her clothing. "It's no trouble at all. If it doesn't suit your taste, I won't mind." Akiko Fuya picked up a slice of meat, remarking that it was far superior to the lunch he would have casually bought for himself. He paused for a moment, catching a glimpse of Hinata stealing a glance at him, and suddenly chuckled. "Actually, I forgot to bring my own lunch yesterday, and I didn't expect you to notice. Though, I haven't brought anything today either, huh?" Hinata's voice was soft and sweet. "Because Fuya-kun is always alone." She trailed off, her cheeks flushing deeper. Akiko Fuya did not press further, quietly enjoying his bento. Naruto approached, eyeing Fuya's prepared lunch, and exclaimed, "Hey, where did you get that food? You clearly brought only an umbrella this morning. I wanted to invite you to eat outside with me, you jerk." Akiko Fuya pretended to cough a few times. "Hinata brought it for me. Maybe next time, Naruto." Naruto's eyes widened, his gaze darting between Fuya and Hinata. "Damn it, why is it that no woman ever brings me food? Dear sir, you should hurry and eat your own lunch. Do not disturb my meal with Hinata." Akiko Fuya remarked disdainfully at Naruto. Irritated, Naruto muttered a curse and turned away to enjoy his ramen. Fuya then glanced over to find Hinata with her head bowed, her shoulders gently shaking, as if she were trying to suppress laughter. He couldn't help but tease her. "What, do you find Naruto foolish?" Hinata abruptly raised her head and waved her hands in denial. "No, not at all. Naruto-kun is just very energetic." Her voice dwindled, though she stole a glance at him, noticing the smile gracing his lips, which elicited a small smile of her own. The silence of the lunch break did not last long, as the school bell rang with an energy reminiscent of Naruto's exuberance. Irika entered the classroom, clutching his lesson plan, and had just written the basics of the shadow clone technique on the blackboard when Naruto burst in, his face smeared with noodle soup, shouting, "Irika-sensei, I'm not late." He was promptly met with a piece of chalk landing squarely on his forehead. Akiko Fuya nudged Hinata, who was subtly adjusting her bangs, and mouthed, "See, too much energy." Hinata stifled a giggle, quickly lowering her head to feign interest in her textbook. though her ears betrayed her, turning a delicate shade of crimson. During the practice of the shadow clone technique, Naruto, flushed and struggling, managed to create a crooked, inferior clone. As the class erupted in laughter, Hinata's clone stood firm and steady. "Well done, Hinata," Akikawa Fuya's voice drifted from beside her, having just produced 3 distinct clones himself, winking at her. "Much better than certain fools." Hinata's head shot up, colliding with his smiling gaze, and she quickly averted her eyes, causing her clone to disperse. Frustration bubbled within her as she clenched her fists, but the sound of Fuya's soft laughter transformed her minor vexation into sweet bubbles of joy. "Congratulations, host. You have won first place in the shadow clone competition and have acquired the multiple shadow clone technique." Is that even possible? Akikawa Fuya was left bewildered, his head filled with question marks. When the dismissal bell rang, Hinata paused in her task of packing her bag and softly inquired, "Fuya-kun, do you need me to bring a bento tomorrow?" As Akikawa Fuya retrieved his umbrella, he raised an eyebrow at her words. "If you make it, then of course I shall." Hinata lowered her head, yet her lips involuntarily curved upward as she nodded softly. Stepping out of the teaching building, she observed the persistent drizzle of the day. Shanchuan Fengya unfurled his umbrella, its dark canopy resembling a cloud that had suddenly blossomed, perfectly sheltering both him and the adjacent Hinata. Fortunately, the umbrella was not overly small. He turned his head to glance at her. As raindrops cascaded down the ribs of the umbrella, "It's really coming down," she murmured, inching closer to him. Shanchuan Fengya discreetly tilted the umbrella toward her, allowing one side of his shoulder to soon be soaked by the rain. As they passed a dumpling shop around the corner, a few drenched stray cats huddled beneath the eaves, curled into fluffy balls. Hinata paused momentarily, rummaging through her bag to retrieve a piece of uneaten fish jerky. Squatting down to gently offer it, the wary feline sniffed cautiously before finally nudging her fingertips to snatch the food away. "You really adore small animals," Shanchuan Fengya remarked, standing behind her, observing her lashes, glistening with raindrops. Hinata rose, her hand lingering in the air as if afraid to disturb the now relaxed cats. "They're so pitiful." Before she could finish, a gust of wind swept the rain sideways, causing her to instinctively shrink under the umbrella, inadvertently colliding into his embrace. The umbrella's ribs swayed gently. As Shanchuan Fengya looked down, he noticed her ears blushing like ripe cherries. The sound of the rain intensified, drumming against the umbrella and accentuating the silence that hung between them. "Let us proceed," he suggested, shifting his gaze first, stepping toward her home. "If you stay in the wind much longer, you might catch a cold." Hinata nodded in acknowledgement, hastily matching her steps to his, deliberately treading in his footprints, not minding the splashes that dampened the edges of her shoes. As they neared the entrance of the Hugo residence, the rain had lessened, turning into a fine mist. Shanchuan Fengya folded the umbrella. "Well then, see you tomorrow, Fengya-kun," Hinata said, gripping her bag strap, gazing up at him from the porch. Raindrops trickled from her hair, gliding down her cheek, leaving her uncertain if they were rain or something else. "See you tomorrow," Shanchuan Fengya replied with a smile, waving as he turned to step into the rain. After a few paces, a gentle call echoed behind him. He turned to find Hinata running toward him, holding out a handkerchief. "Wipe your face," she urged, the fabric carrying a faint scent of cherry blossoms. Once he had walked away, Hinata turned to enter her home, and at the moment she closed the door, a thought struck her regarding his shoulder, which had been half soaked. Leaning against the doorframe, she touched her flushed cheeks. Turning, she found her father, Hyuga Hisashi, standing under the eaves with his Byakugan activated, hands clasped behind his back, observing her with an expressionless demeanor. They exchanged a silent gaze for a moment, and as Hinata gradually succumbed to the weight of his stare, Hisashi spoke softly, "You should change into dry clothes." Hinata hurriedly greeted him, her cheeks flushed, and dashed indoors. Hisashi, eyes still penetrating, murmured under his breath, "Shanchuan Fengya, at merely 6 years of age, possesses chakra that rivals that of a genius Jonin, or perhaps a prodigy." Chapter 7. Chakra. Meanwhile, Shanchuan Fengya, under his umbrella, savored a bowl of ramen upon returning home. He resumed his studies, focusing on the water-style ninjutsu inscribed in his notes, practicing the delicate control of chakra within the confines of his room. The following morning, Shanchuan Fengya visited the sweet dumpling shop, purchasing several skewers of 3-colored dumplings. "As I stroll along the path to school, I find myself increasingly immersed in this new life. Upon arriving in the classroom, I notice that everyone is already there, Even Naruto showed up earlier than I did. How absurd. Hinata is diligently organizing her textbooks when she suddenly feels a gaze from beside her. Raising her eyes, she encounters the warm, smiling gaze of Kid Asakawa. She gazes at the tricolor dumplings in her hand, her cheeks flushing a delicate pink. What is this, Kid-kun? I spotted these at the dessert shop and thought you might enjoy them. Kid replies, extending the dumplings towards her. Do give them a try. Let me know how they taste. At the nearby table, Naruto's nose twitches as he leans in excitedly. Wow, tricolor dumplings. Kid, how could you only give them to Hinata? He reaches out eagerly, only to be playfully swatted away by Kid. Don't worry, I saved you a bunch. Kid retrieves a string of dumplings from the packaging and hands them over. Naruto cheers as he receives them, devouring them in a few bites and mumbling through a mouthful that they are delicious. Hinata takes a small bite of the dumpling. The soft, sticky rice melds with the sweet sauce, melting on her tongue and warming her heart. Stealing a glance at Kid-kun, she notices him turning to share the remaining dumplings with other classmates. Choji, enticed by the sweet aroma, can no longer sit still. He grabs a string and quickly shoves it into his mouth, mumbling, it has a touch more sweetness than grilled meat. Delicious. Just as he places his dumpling on the table, Kid offers him 2 more strings. He raises an eyebrow and smiles. Hey, thanks, Kid. He shares 1 string with Akamaru, who happily wags his tail and nudges Kid's arm in gratitude. When it comes to Shikamaru's turn, he is lost in thought, resting his chin on his hand while gazing out the window. Receiving the dumplings, he glances at them and sighs. What a hassle. Thanks, Kid. After distributing the last string, Kid is about to return to his seat when Naruto grabs his arm. Kid, where did you buy these dumplings? Take me there after school. I want 10 strings. Why don't you go yourself? I have plans after school, Kid replies casually. Suddenly realizing he spoke too hastily, he sees Naruto's head droop. How about we grab ramen after school, Naruto? Who has seen Kid indulging in sweets at night? Kid quickly suggests, and Naruto's expression brightens. Sighing in relief, Kid catches a glimpse of Hinata still savoring her dumpling. When she notices his gaze, she quickly drops her head, her ears turning as red as ripe cherries. She truly is an easily flustered girl. As long as she doesn't faint, the blush of youth surpasses all else in this world. During class, Irika stands at the podium, beginning his lecture on the elements of chakra refinement. Kid is still lost in thought, reminiscing about Hinata's bashful, rosy demeanor. Suddenly, a piece of chalk strikes his forehead, jolting him back to reality as he meets Irika's exasperated gaze. Kid, would you care to explain the 3 key points of chakra refinement? Rising, he sheepishly mutters, refining chakra? It's something that grows on its own. Grows on its own. Irika's chalk snaps in 2, and the veins on his forehead throb more prominently than Naruto's goggles. Kid Asakawa, do you think chakra is like the wild grass by the roadside, sprouting up just by watering it? The classroom erupts into laughter, with Naruto pounding the table. Huh? Kid, have you lost your mind? If only Chakadora could grow on its own, I would have surpassed even the Hokage by now. CHG nearly spat out the chips in his mouth, while Kiba held back laughter with Akamaru, and even the usually quiet Hinata bowed her head, her shoulders shaking as if she were hiding a little rabbit. Akatsukawa, Funya noticed Irika was crushing a piece of chalk so tightly it was about to turn to dust, and quickly attempted to salvage the situation. This chakra, is it about concentrating one's thoughts to extract it from the body's cells? Honestly, I have no idea about that. I only know how to control the flow of chakra, akin to knowing how to eat but not how to cook. Irika, furious, grabbed a book from the lectern as if to throw it. Remembering Akatsukawa Funya's proficiency in taijutsu and the shadow clone technique, he took a deep breath and commanded, You, stand in the corner. Akatsukawa Funya sulkily moved to the corner, only to hear Naruto behind him teasing, Funya, stand in the corner and concentrate. See if you can extract Chakadora. Irika slammed his hand on the lectern. Uzumaki Naruto. That is chakra. You go stand in the back too. Instantly, 2 students were relegated to the corner, and Akatsukawa Funya glanced at Hinata, discovering she was stifling a laugh at her textbook. He lowered his head to look at Naruto beside him and whispered, Can you extract chakra? Naruto furrowed his brow, deep in thought, growing increasingly anxious as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Humph, as if you could do it. Akatsukawa Funya shot a disdainful look at Naruto. Irika bellowed, What are you 2 whispering about back there? Baka, go stand outside. Don't disrupt your classmates. Once again, The duo proudly basked in the gaze of the entire class as they trudged out of the classroom. The moment they stood in the corridor, Naruto doubled over. Clutching his stomach, his face scrunched up like a steamed bun. It's over, it's over. I laughed too hard. And the ramen in my belly is about to turn into chakra? No, wait. The chakra is going to be digested by the ramen. Akatsukawa leaned against the wall, rolling his eyes. Is there anything in your head besides ramen? You dared to laugh at me just now. Can you extract it? Who says I can't? Naruto suddenly leaped up, pointing at his temple in a pondering pose. Is extracting chakra just turning food into energy? The more he spoke, the less confident he sounded, his voice dwindling to a whisper like a buzzing fly. Regardless, when I transform, chakra just bursts forth automatically. Just as Akatsukawa was about to mock him, they suddenly heard Irika's voice from the classroom. The first key point of chakra extraction is to sense the flow of bodily energy and spiritual energy. The two exchanged glances and quickly pressed their ears against the wall like two eavesdropping groundhogs. Naruto even pulled out a piece of chalk and began drawing little figures on the wall, muttering to himself. Is bodily energy just the energy CHG gets from eating chips? And spiritual energy is the energy I use to want to become Hokage? Idiot shill. Akatsukawa swatted the chalk from his hand. Irika-sensei is about to explain the second point. But no sooner had he spoken than a commotion erupted in the classroom, followed by Ino's shriek, CHG. You spilled chip crumbs all over my notebook again. Then came Kiba's laughter. Akamaru says CHG's chakra has all turned into fat. The two outside couldn't help but chuckle at this. And just as Naruto was about to retort, they saw Irika approaching from the stairwell, clutching his notes, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Naruto hurriedly stood upright, resembling a thief caught in the act, while Ashikawa Keo observed him leisurely with a smirk. You seem quite earnest, Irika remarked with a knowing smile as he glanced at the chalk figure on the wall. It appears your comprehension of chakra refinement has reached a level where you can illustrate it on a wall. Naruto quickly waved his hands in protest. No, Irika-sensei. This is Keo's drawing. He said it's a diagram of chakra flow. Ashikawa Keo nearly choked on his own saliva. You're talking nonsense. It was clearly you. Enough. Irika suddenly raised his hand, and both fell silent. He pulled out 2 sheets of paper from his notes and handed them to the pair. These are the key points on chakra refinement. You have 10 minutes to memorize them in the hallway before you come back in. If you can't memorize them, don't even think about touching today's lunch. With that, he turned to leave, but paused to deliver a final warning. Make sure to remember, or else you'll be scrubbing the classroom windows for a month. Once Irika was gone, Naruto immediately leaned closer to Keo. Quick. What is the second point? My eyes are a bit blurry. Keo pushed his hand away. Look for yourself. It's written there. Coordinate the 2 energies through meditation. Naruto leaned in to read and suddenly slapped his thigh. So that means when I space out while dreaming of becoming Hokage, I'm actually refining chakra? Ashikawa Keo stared at Naruto in disbelief, marveling at such a peculiar individual. Gazing into his sparkling eyes, Keo found an odd sense of logic in his silliness. Wait a moment, do Naruto and I even need to refine chakra? Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Hinata emerged from the classroom, clutching her homework. Upon spotting the two in the hallway, her face flushed crimson. She lowered her head and hurried past them, her hair brushing against Keo's hand like a gentle feather. Keo froze for a moment, nearly dropping his notes. Naruto, grinning beside him, teased, Hey, has your chakra suddenly increased? Shut up. Keo kicked him lightly, but couldn't help but glance back at Hinata's retreating figure, a subtle smile forming on his lips. 10 minutes later, the two stumbled back into the classroom, stumbling over their words as they recited their memorized notes. Irika listened with a furrowed brow, but ultimately waved them back to their seats. Chapter 8. Naruto's first group photo days passed in an orderly fashion, and soon autumn yielded to winter. A few months later, the year-end exams approached. Irika's voice echoed across the training ground. Ashikawa Keo, full marks in kunai throwing. Next, Uzumaki Naruto. Keo approached Hinata, who was wrapped in a white scarf, dressed in a white top and black cropped pants. Hinata, you can do it. Hinata rotated the kunai in her hand, her fingertips grazing the cold metal. When she looked up, warmth filled her eyes. Keo-kun, your kunai throws are still so casual. She paused, catching sight of Naruto grinning fiercely at the target not far away, unable to suppress a smile. But compared to Naruto-kun, we certainly have it easier. Having spent several months together, sharing meals, training, and walking her home, Hinata had transformed from the shy girl she once was into someone with a touch of grace befitting a lady. Ko followed her gaze, watching as Naruto swung the kunai like a windmill. The sigh of Iruka could be heard from afar. He couldn't help but chuckle. That guy probably thinks throwing a kunai should be as casual as tossing a bowl of ramen. At that moment, Iruka shouted loudly, "Uzumaki Naruto. Kunai throw, 0 points." Next, Hyuga Hinata. Dejected, Naruto walked to the side, mumbling, "Next time, I'll definitely do better." Hinata took a deep breath and slowly approached the throwing line. Holding the kunai, she recalled the training sessions with Kagaya-kun, her gaze focused. And with a gentle flick of her wrist, the kunai soared like a shooting star, landing squarely in the bullseye. "Hyuga Hinata, kunai throw, full marks." Iruka's voice rang out once more. Kagaya smiled and gave Hinata a thumbs up, saying, "Hinata, you were so impressive just now." Hearing Kagaya's straightforward compliment, Hinata's cheeks flushed, and she shyly walked back. Next was the taijutsu test. When it was Kagaya's turn, he warmed up, his joints cracking lightly, and then entered a combat stance. Facing an unfamiliar classmate, he swiftly closed the distance, delivering punches that were both rapid and powerful, overwhelming the opponent and pinning them to the ground. Congratulations, host. The battle with Meichuan Niku has concluded. Reward, 10,000 Rio. Kagaya, taijutsu test, excellent. Iruka announced. Kagaya returned to Hinata's side and said with a smile, "It's your turn soon. Don't let the months of training go to waste." Soon, Hinata stepped onto the field. Although she appeared somewhat flustered at first, she gradually found her rhythm during the fight and ultimately dispatched her opponent with finesse, passing the taijutsu test. As she descended from the arena, she flashed a bright smile at Kagaya. "I did it." Kagaya affectionately ruffled Hinata's hair, saying, "Do you remember that green-skinned monster we encountered at the training ground on our day off?" Shouting, "This is youth, and hard work will never betray those who strive." Hinata paused at the mention of the green-skinned monster, then burst into laughter, her white scarf fluttering. "That must be Mato Gai-sensei. He always yells 'Burn your youth,' loudly enough to rouse all of Konoha." But he was right. Kagaya observed the blush on her nose, placing his hands on her shoulders, his tone turning serious. "You see, for the past few months, you've practiced taijutsu every day after school, even when your arms were too sore to lift. Now that you've defeated your opponent, isn't that proof that your hard work has not betrayed you?" Hinata lowered her head, gently twisting the edge of her scarf, her lips curving upwards. "It's because Kagaya-kun has always practiced with me and taught me some fighting techniques." "That's because you were willing to learn," Kagaya interjected. Just then, Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, and Naruto finished their tests and approached. Kiba boisterously remarked, "You two are really flaunting your relationship in front of everyone. Haven't you been lovey-dovey enough for a few months now?" His dog barked in agreement. Hearing Kiba say that she and Kagaya were showing off their affection, Hinata's face turned crimson as she shyly moved behind Kagaya, clutching the hem of his shirt. Kagaya coughed lightly. "Kiba, you just focus on your life with your dog. Do not speak foolishly if you do not understand. What sort of romance can a mere 6-year-old engage in?" Shikamaru remarked with an expression of exasperation. "Relationships between boys and girls are such a hassle." In agreement, Choji munched on his potato chips beside him. Naruto, his gaze fixated on Asakawa Kia and Hinata, lamented, "Why does Sakura not like me? Why is it that she prefers that jerk Sasuke?" Asakawa Kia swiftly sought to divert the conversation from the immoral subject of 6-year-olds in love. "All right, enough of that. After our theoretical exam this afternoon, shall we find a place to celebrate?" "Celebrate. Count me in." Naruto's earlier melancholy was instantly forgotten, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Ramen. We must go to Ichiraku Ramen." In response, Kiba scrunched his lips but could not resist adding, "What is so exciting about ramen? Why not have a spar at the training ground in the back mountain? The victor gets to decide." He patted Akamaru beside him. "Right, Akamaru?" Akamaru barked happily, wagging his tail. "Sparring sounds like too much trouble," Shikamaru muttered, digging in his ear, looking as if he might yawn at any moment. "I would rather find a sunny spot to lounge." "I'm fine with anything, as long as there's food," Choji said, his mouth full of chips, mumbling indistinctly as his bag of snacks neared its end. Asakawa Kia glanced at Hinata, who was hiding behind him, her fingers still clutching the hem of his shirt. He gently inquired, "Hinata, where would you like to go?" Feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon her, Hinata lowered her head and softly replied, "Anywhere is fine. I'll follow everyone." "Then let us go with Naruto's suggestion. Ramen it is." Asakawa Kia chuckled. Naruto erupted in cheers. "Yay? It's settled." After the theoretical assessment concluded, Asakawa Kia, having understood little of the theory, hastily filled in a few answers before carelessly finishing. The final question regarding the will of fire was the only one he approached with any sincerity. The six of them, accompanied by a dog, walked towards the school gate, filled with laughter and chatter. Naruto rambled on about the delicious broth at Ichiraku Ramen, occasionally eliciting responses from Choji. Shikamaru lingered at the back, kicking small pebbles along the path, muttering about how bothersome it all was. Hinata quietly walked beside Asakawa Kia, her small hand clasped in his, feeling the warmth of his palm. As they passed a shop with a wooden sign bearing the name of Mikami Camera, Asakawa Kia suddenly halted, his eyes drawn to a vintage silver camera displayed in the window. "Wait a moment," he said, pulling Hinata to the window and softly pointing at the camera. "Look, if we could capture joyful moments, we could cherish them forever." Hinata followed his gesture, her cheeks slightly flushed as she caught their reflections in the glass, offering a gentle in response. Kiba leaned in, casting a glance at the camera. "What is so special about a camera? Akamaru looks better on film." Akamaru barked in agreement, as if to affirm his companion's words. Asakawa Kia chose not to respond, instead entering the shop and negotiating with the owner for a while before successfully acquiring the camera at a reasonable price. Upon exiting, he took Hinata's hand and rejoined the group as they arrived at Ichiraku Ramen. The owner, recognizing the familiar faces, greeted them with a warm smile. Naruto could hardly contain himself, shouting, "Ichiraku uncle, 5 bowls of extra-rich tonkatsu ramen, and mine needs double servings of chashu and egg." As steaming bowls of ramen were placed before them, the tantalizing aroma instantly filled the small eatery. Hinata took small bites, occasionally glancing up to see Akashira Faye transferring the char siu from her ramen bowl to his own. Naruto slurped his noodles, mumbling, "I'll definitely ace the next exam. We should come back here to celebrate." "You should first throw your kunai at the target," Shikamaru retorted. Yet he still passed a piece of bamboo shoot from his bowl to Naruto. Halfway through their meal, Akashira Faye suddenly turned to Uncle Ichiraku behind the counter and asked, "Uncle, could you take a photo of us in a bit?" As she produced her newly purchased camera, Uncle Ichiraku paused for a moment before smiling. "Of course." The children quickly huddled together, with Naruto squeezing into the center, flashing a large peace sign. CHG still had a piece of char siu hanging from his mouth, while Shikamaru frowned but remained still, and Kiba tilted his head, grinning while holding Akamaru. Hinata leaned closer to Akashira Faye, a gentle smile gracing her lips. With a click, the flash illuminated the scene. Uncle Ichiraku shook the photo, waiting for the image to develop before handing it over. "Here you go, it's ready." In the photograph, the golden rays of the setting sun bathed their faces, each smile radiating a dazzling brightness. Akashira Faye tucked the photo into her pocket and printed 5 more from her camera, glancing at Hinata beside her and then at the lively group. Suddenly, she felt that this noisy moment might be the most vibrant expression of youth. Just as Mike Guy had said, those moments filled with shared sweat and joy, captured in photographs, would transform into warm memories in the future. Naruto's fingers trembled slightly as he held the photo, creating tiny creases at the edges. He stared intently at the image, his eyes seemingly brimming with tears as they danced across each familiar face. Kiba and Akamaru squeezed on the far left, the latter's tail standing high. CHG's cheeks were puffed out, clearly having indulged in some char siu, while Shikamaru frowned but still dutifully stood between CHG and Naruto, not truly hiding at the back. Hinata stood beside Faye on her right, the fluff of her scarf catching the golden hues of the sunset. As for himself, he was squeezed between Shikamaru and Faye, goofily making a peace sign, his mouth still glistening with a bit of ramen broth. He suddenly pressed the photograph to his chest, holding it tightly as if to imprint this lively moment into his heart. Earlier that morning, he had been disheartened over Sakura, but now it felt as though those worries had evaporated in the steam of the ramen. Even if no one noticed him for the moment, it didn't matter. At least this photograph could attest that he was no longer alone. "Hey, Naruto, why are you holding it so tightly?" Kiba waved the photo in his hand. "You'll ruin it." Naruto abruptly lifted his head, breaking into a wide grin, and exclaimed, "I'm going to stick it on my bedside. I want to see it every morning when I wake up. And when I become Hokage, I'll enlarge it and hang it on the village bulletin board." Shikamaru sighed again, but still carefully placed the photo into his pocket. CHG slipped the photo between a bag of chips, patting it down. "This way it won't get lost." Hinata gently placed the photograph into the pocket of her scarf, her fingertips brushing against the silhouette of Kagaya, causing her cheeks to warm slightly. Akatsukawa Kagaya observed the careful manner in which everyone was tucking away their photos and chuckled, saying, "Naruto, we are not gone forever. In future gatherings and feasts, we shall ensure to capture your foolish expressions in photographs." "Who looks foolish?" Naruto retorted, puffing out his neck, yet clutching the photo even tighter. Akatsukawa Kagaya shook his head with a smile, choosing not to tease him further. Hinata quietly tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Kagaya-kun, will we really be able to gather like this often in the future?" "Of course," he replied, turning to face her, the setting sun casting a golden glow upon her lashes. "As long as everyone is in Konoha and wishes to share a bowl of ramen together, we can gather anytime." Shikamaru, holding on to Akamaru, stood up and said, "Let us go, or it will be dark soon." Akamaru barked eagerly, pawing at his arm, as if anxious to frolic elsewhere. Choji stuffed the last chip into his mouth and patted his belly. "For the next gathering, I crave barbecue." "Barbecue is too greasy," Naruto immediately protested, declaring ramen the superior choice. "How troublesome," Shikamaru muttered as he quickened his pace, ensuring he did not fall behind. A lively group exited the ramen shop. Akatsukawa Kagaya holding Hinata's hand, listening to the commotion ahead. Is this the power of bonds? The fervor surged within him. Hinata covertly glanced at him before quickly lowering her gaze, her fingers clutching the photograph nestled in her scarf, secretly wishing, if only it could always be like this. Chapter 9. The Will of Fire. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was once again peering into the crystal ball to observe Naruto's progress this semester. The sphere reflected the warm scene of Naruto at Ichiraku Ramen. Sarutobi stroked his beard, a sense of warmth and satisfaction washing over him. He sighed softly, his voice tinged with emotion. At last, this boy is not alone. The smoke from his pipe curled upwards, obscuring the complex emotions in his eyes. To form such a circle of friends is far more significant than any exam results. He smiled at the illuminated group photograph captured within the crystal ball. Isn't this the essence of the will of fire? Passed down through generations, much like these children, who joyfully grasp warmth in their hands and hold their bonds close to their hearts. He raised his hand to turn off the crystal ball, tapping his pipe against the desk's edge. Outside the window, Konoha gradually lit up against the encroaching darkness of night. It seems that from this day forth, Naruto's journey as Hokage truly begins with companions by his side. The old monkey gazed out the window, reminiscing about the moments he had once protected. Now, these children were continuing that legacy in their own way. This, perhaps, embodies the most reassuring aspect of Konoha. As he pulled out Akatsukawa Kagaya's theoretical exam paper, he read the final line on the understanding of the will of fire. To burn is not to destroy, but to illuminate the path for those who follow. Sacrifice is not an end, but a means for unexpressed beliefs to continue growing in the hearts of the living. Sarutobi lightly tapped his fingertip on the paper where the words regarding burning and sacrifice were inscribed. The embers in his pipe flickered uncertainly. This child's insight surpasses even that of his father in years gone by. He recalled the image of a Kikawa Kid, who selflessly protected civilians on the night of the Nine Tails, at a time when Kid was merely an infant. Now, however, she was capable of penning words that illuminate the path for future generations. Such extraordinary talent is not to be feared, he mused, taking a drag from his cigarette and exhaling slowly, the sound barely a sigh. What is truly daunting is the profound understanding one possesses at such a tender age, knowing the reason for their fervor. The breeze outside swirled in, carrying the scent of fallen leaves, as he neatly folded the test paper and placed it in the file marked with the Kikawa Kid's name. Within the folder lay several previous test records, detailing her progress from physical skills to theory, her training, and her interactions with Hinata Hyuga, all prominently noted. Addressing the empty office, he spoke softly, as if conversing with a departed soul. "Kid, your flame has not extinguished. This child bears your legacy, yet treads a steadier path." Had a Kikawa Kid been privy to the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's reflections, she might have retorted, "Old man, you think too much. This is merely to appease you." After the crowd dispersed, a Kikawa Kid took Hinata's small hand and led her to the entrance of the Hyuga clan. "You should hurry inside. If you don't, your father might come wielding a blade to my home." Hinata's cheeks flushed, and she could not discern whether it was from the cold night air or her embarrassment. "Surely not. Uncle Hizashi's authority is something I cannot withstand." His stoic demeanor rivals even that of the Uchiha. He'd chuckled at her response. At that moment, a cough sounded nearby, and they turned to see Hyuga Hisashi stepping out from the shadows, his expression gradually becoming impassive. "Father!" Hinata exclaimed in surprise. With a playful grin, he'd greeted, "Good evening, Uncle Hisashi." "You boy, get out of here. I do not wish to see you," Hisashi barked through gritted teeth. "I told you so, Hinata. Your father truly cares for you. Look, someone's jealousy has spilled over. Good night, Hinata, take care." He'd quickly finished his words and leaped onto the roof. Disappearing into the night, Hinata felt a warm sweetness from Kiid's earlier remark. Indeed, her father still cared for her. "What are you still pondering? Everyone has left. You should hurry home," Hisashi admonished, pointing at his daughter with a tone of disappointment, drawn back to reality by her father's reprimand. Hinata's blush lingered as she lowered her head and replied softly, "Yes, father." She followed Hisashi deeper into the clan's grounds, clutching the hem of her garment, still savoring Kiid's words about jealousy. Suddenly, Hisashi halted, turning to look at her with his usual sternness. "You performed well in the physical assessment. Achieved full marks in shuriken throwing, and Irika mentioned you did well on the last theoretical question." Hinata's eyes widened in astonishment. Her father had actually taken note of her test results? Yet Hisashi had already turned away, his voice gruff. "Do not assume this means you can grow complacent. Members of the Hyuga clan, regardless of gender, must uphold their dignity." He paused before adding, "And stay away from that Akikawa Kiid. He has not yet reached maturity. Always so glib. He clearly lacks the composure one should possess." However, Hinata subconsciously attempted to defend herself, but upon seeing her father's serious gaze as he turned around, she swallowed her words and murmured softly, "He treats me well and is very dedicated during training, all right?" Hisashi scoffed coldly. "Well enough to dare to take my daughter by the hand at the doorstep of the Hyuga household? If I catch him doing that again, I shall dislocate his arm." Though his words sounded fierce, Hinata could discern a subtle awkwardness in her father's taut jawline, and a sweet feeling began to bloom quietly in her heart. "I understand, father," she replied gently, walking alongside him. Hisashi's voice grew heavier, "And from now on, you are not to stay out with that boy until such late hours." "Yes." Upon reaching the entrance of the courtyard, Hinata turned to bow. "Good night, father." Hisashi grunted in acknowledgement, watching her retreating figure into the house before slowly exhaling. He raised his gaze to the pitch-black night sky beyond the walls, recalling the agile movements of that boy as he leapt onto the rooftop earlier. And the sight of his daughter blushing just moments ago tightened his brow further. "Akanishi, do not presume that your extraordinary talents grant you any leeway," he muttered under his breath as he turned toward his study, his clenched fist gradually relaxing. Seated at his desk, Hisashi's fingertips unconsciously tapped against the surface. He reflected on the past months, remembering how Hinata always prepared 2 bento boxes each morning before departing. When she returned at night, her hair was often dusted with the remnants of training, but unlike before, she no longer kept her head down. Occasionally, she would be lost in thought, smiling to herself. He picked up a mirror, illuminated by the moonlight, and examined his face, his brows furrowed, indeed resembling the poker face that boy had accused him of possessing. "No way. How dare he liken me to the Uchiha clan with their perpetual scowls? What an insolent brat." Hisashi slammed the mirror onto the table, the wooden frame striking the surface with a resounding thud, startling the night birds outside. "Those Uchiha fellows always wear expressions as if the world owes them something. How could I possibly be like them?" He gritted his teeth, muttering angrily, feeling a tightness in his chest, a chill from his beloved cotton-padded jacket seeping through. Chapter 10. The holiday. The next day, Asakura Furu strolled leisurely into the classroom, carefully timing his arrival. The thought of the upcoming holiday after this morning lingered in his mind. Indeed, the hours before a break seemed to stretch endlessly, no matter where one was. As he settled into his seat, he glanced at Hinata beside him, remarking, "The holidays are upon us. Do you have any places in mind to visit?" Hinata, her delicate fingers brushing against her cheek, lowered her gaze and softly replied, "As long as it's with you, Furukun, I would be happy anywhere." Fura chuckled. "How I wish to grow up quickly, so we could travel the ninja world together, don't you think?" Hinata, hearing his candid words, felt her cheeks flush a light crimson as she nodded in agreement. Irika entered, tapping the podium to capture attention. "Quiet down, everyone. The results of yesterday's year-end exam have been released." The classroom fell silent instantly. Even Naruto, who was usually quite boisterous, perked up his ears. Irika picked up the report card, scanning the class. Overall, the results are commendable, but certain students need to strengthen their foundational techniques in ninjutsu and taijutsu. He nearly named Naruto directly. The top score goes to Uchiha Sasuke. Let us give him a round of applause. Iruka surveyed the students below and, clapping his hands, exclaimed, Sasuke, how adorable you are. Truly magnificent. Hearing the praises from those around him, Sasuke proudly lifted his chin. Iruka's gaze shifted to Naruto, and his tone softened. Naruto Uzumaki, you are at the bottom of the class. He encouraged, do your best next time. The contrasting sounds of admiration and derision echoed around Naruto, causing his cheeks to flush. He sprang to his feet, shouting, I won't let that bastard Sasuke surpass me next time. Funya glanced at Naruto's dejected demeanor, unable to suppress a smirk. However, Hinata gently tugged at his sleeve and whispered, Funya, wouldn't it be wise to review the theory? Huh, theory? Is that even useful? Funya shook his head. Considering class a mere form of hypnotic slumber rather than a serious endeavor. Isn't ninja combat all about direct ninjutsu firepower? Just then, the bell rang, signaling the official start of the holiday. Naruto instantly revived, bouncing over to Funya. The break is here. Let us call Shikamaru and the others to go eat ramen. Iruka shook his head in resignation, observing the students packing their belongings. Safety first during the holidays, everyone. Rest well, but do not neglect your training. You're still full of energy, ramen again? Don't you ever tire of it? Funya lamented, watching Naruto's exuberance with incredulity. Naruto seized Funya's arm, pulling him along as he called for Shikamaru, Kiba, and CHG. Hey, Hinata, why are you just standing there? Naruto beckoned, nearly sending the ramen coupon flying from his hand. Funya stumbled slightly as Naruto dragged him, and noticing Hinata standing still with a faint blush on her cheeks, he grasped her wrist. Let us go, or Naruto will be in a frenzy, honestly. Hinata's heart skipped a beat, yet her feet moved of their own accord to follow. Shikamaru sighed beside them. What a hassle. Why must we crowd the first day of the holiday? There will definitely be a line. His words were cut short as CHG shoved a chip into his mouth. The Ichiraku ramen shop soon swelled with patrons. Naruto, cradling a large bowl, slurped the broth and mumbled, Funya, I'm certain I can eat 10 bowls today. You could manage 20 bowls, Funya nonchalantly replied. Beside him, Naruto, with noodles dangling from his mouth, exclaimed, What should we do this afternoon? Shikamaru rolled his eyes. What a bother. After eating, I'm going home to sleep. Naruto, why don't you finish your 10 bowls of ramen before discussing anything else? Kiba teased. The winter in Konoha wasn't particularly harsh. The afternoon sun shone brightly, wafting the aromas of various shops through the streets. With snacks still in his mouth, Naruto animatedly gestured. How about we go to the training ground to spar? I'm sure I can defeat that guy Sasuke. Before he could finish, Shikamaru tapped him on the head. Quiet down. Besides, Sasuke isn't even here, Shikamaru remarked leisurely, his hands in his pockets. We might as well bask in the sun by the river, now that's relaxation. Dingxi held the recently purchased red bean bun, mumbling. I think a visit to the dessert shop would be delightful. I've heard that the newly opened one serves exquisite treats. He kicked a small stone by the roadside, and Akamaru poked his head out from his embrace, barking at a passing black cat. Rather than this, wouldn't it be better to venture into the forest and hunt a wild rabbit? Akashira Kaori was being pulled forward by Naruto, but upon noticing Hinata lagging behind, gazing down at her toes, he slowed his pace to wait for her. Brother, do take care of the girls in our team. Hinata is falling behind. Naruto, obliviously dense, failed to read the situation and reassured, Don't mind it, Hinata. Hinata smiled softly. It's all right, Kaori-kun, Naruto-kun, it's quite amusing. Ultimately, Naruto emerged victorious, as he could not be swayed otherwise. In the training ground, Naruto insisted on challenging Kaori to a taijutsu match, only to be effortlessly thrown onto the sandy ground. Yet he promptly got back up, clamoring for another round. Shikamaru leaned against a tree, lost in thought, occasionally remarking, What a waste of effort. Dingxi sat on the steps, stuffing the last red bean bun into his mouth. In playful pursuit, Inuzuka and Akamaru dashed about, both panting heavily. Hinata, witnessing Kaori being continually dragged into training by Naruto, could only sit helplessly on a bench and watch. Kaori, can't you give in a little? At least let me last a few rounds, Naruto lamented. No, brother. This is to train you, to motivate you to shed that tail-end title, Kaori replied with a dismissive expression. Brother, if I were to use ninjutsu, wouldn't you just blow up the tank? Kaori, resigned, created a shadow clone to play along. The original Kaori then lay down on the bench where Hinata sat, resting his head on her lap. Naruto truly is like an indomitable cockroach. If he is not tired, I certainly am. Although Hinata had grown accustomed to having Kaori around, she still felt a blush creeping to her cheeks as she looked down at him. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? What is inappropriate? Do you wish for me to return and accompany Naruto in his taijutsu training? Hinata chuckled softly, choosing not to respond further. In the distance, Naruto's voice could be heard, likely having been defeated by his clone once more, mixed with Kiba's teasing. Naruto, you can't even defeat your clone. Damn it. Naruto's furious shout pierced through the clamor. The next moment, the sound of hand seals being formed by the clone echoed, followed by the dull thud of a heavy object hitting the ground. Kiba's laughter intensified, accompanied by Akamaru's excited barks. Congratulations, host, for battling Naruto and earning 1 card of chakra. Chapter 11, Birthday, Part 1. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Akashira Kaori's face as he rubbed his eyes and yawned, gradually waking up. Glancing at the calendar on the wall, he noted it was December 27th. How swiftly time passes. Little Hinata's birthday had arrived. As he brushed his teeth, he reflected on the few months since arriving in the village of the Hokage. The bonds and youth that had already woven themselves into his heart. Determined to organize an unforgettable birthday celebration for Hinata, Kaori resolved to seek out his canine strategist. Dressed in a crisp black outfit, he made his way to the entrance of the Nara clan's courtyard. Kaori raised his hand and knocked on the wooden door of the Nara household. After a brief pause, a member of the Nara clan opened the door and looked at Kaori, asking, "Young one, whom are you here to see?" Asakura Furu greeted with a smile. "I am Asakura Furu, a friend of Nara Shikamaru, here to see him." Upon hearing his name, the clan sister promptly led him inside. Nara Shikaku was seated beside a low table, gently tapping his fingers on a scroll, seemingly lost in thought. His wife was pouring freshly brewed tea into 2 cups. Upon hearing footsteps, the couple raised their eyes in unison. "Oh, it's Furu," Shikaku said, setting the scroll down, a gentle smile gracing his face. "What a rare visitor. Here to see Shikamaru, I presume?" Asakura Furu quickly bowed respectfully. "Good morning, Uncle Shikaku Annie." "Yes, I have a matter to discuss with Shikamaru." Shikamaru's mother smiled as she pushed a teacup toward him. "Please, take a seat. It's chilly outside. That boy is still lazing in bed. I'll go wake him. Please, there's no need to trouble yourself, Annie." Asakura Furu quickly waved his hand. "I can wake him myself and let him experience the agony of rising early." This remark elicited laughter from the couple. Furu tiptoed to Shikamaru's room, opened the wooden door, and found him cocooned in his blankets, with only half of his face visible, soundly asleep. Approaching quietly, he pinched Shikamaru's nose. Instantly, Shikamaru furrowed his brows, instinctively opening his mouth to breathe, only to have Furu gently cover it with his other hand. He mumbled, his eyelashes fluttering as he was roused from slumber. As his eyes cracked open slightly, he was startled to find Furu's south face alarmingly close, causing him to recoil abruptly, nearly dislodging his blanket. "What are you doing?" Shikamaru groaned, rubbing his eyes, his voice thick with sleepiness. His hair was tousled, sticking up haphazardly, and he complained, "It's rather bothersome to be disturbed so early in the morning." Furu stood upright, patting his blanket. "Young Master Shikamaru, it's time to rise. There's an important matter at hand. If you don't get up soon, the sun will be shining on your backside. What could possibly be more important than sleep?" Shikamaru flipped over, burying his face in his pillow. In this weather, one ought to remain cozily wrapped in blankets. Even the thought of moving feels exhausting. "It's Hinata's birthday today. I thought I'd come to discuss it with you," Furu explained. Shikamaru suddenly lifted his head from the pillow, his usually half-closed eyes widening slightly from beneath his messy hair. "Hinata's birthday? So soon?" Asakura Furu sat at the edge of his bed. "Indeed. I only realized it upon checking the calendar yesterday. I want to throw her a birthday party, and since you're clever, I thought to consult you." "A party, huh?" Shikamaru yawned, unconsciously twirling his hair with his fingers. The thought of preparing the venue, buying a cake, and notifying everyone felt overwhelming. Yet, despite his words, he slowly sat up, grabbing his jacket to put on. "But I suppose Hinata would be very happy. That is precisely why I'm seeking your help," Furu smiled. "Where do you think would be suitable for the gathering? The park seems too desolate. Perhaps my house? It's just me there, so we can be free." "Such a hassle. Let us just go to your place. I can't be bothered to think of other locations." "Does that childhood friend of yours, Ino, know how to cook. It might be nice to have her decorate the room. Girls are often quite meticulous. Shikamaru paused in his movements as he donned his coat, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. Ino should be capable in the kitchen, but when it comes to decorating a room, she's the perfect choice. That girl is meticulous about flowers and color coordination. She could transform your home into a veritable flower shop. How splendid. Hinata will surely adore it. Akatsukawa Funya's eyes sparkled with excitement. I'll leave it to you, handle Ino. Let's go. After finishing his grooming, Shikamaru was hastily pulled away by Akatsukawa Funya, who urged him to quickly greet his family before they set off. Upon arriving at Ino's house, he explained the situation to her. Hinata's birthday? How wonderful. Ino's eyes lit up instantly, her hands clapping together, causing her golden hair to sway. The trio called upon Choji and Kiba, and together they made their way to Naruto's home. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Naruto yawned widely and asked, "Why is everyone here so early?" Before he could finish his sentence, Akatsukawa Funya seized his arm, declaring, "Naruto, it's Hinata's birthday. We must throw a grand party." Hinata's birthday? Naruto jolted awake, his eyes widening in surprise. What are we waiting for? Let's get to it. He dashed into the house to change clothes. Once they were all gathered, they quickly divided tasks. Ino took Shikamaru to select party decorations. Before leaving, she specifically reminded Choji and Kiba the cake should be vanilla cream with strawberries on top. Hinata will surely blush upon seeing it. Choji, swallowing hard, confidently replied, "Don't worry, I know the shop with the sweetest strawberries." Akatsukawa, Funya, and Naruto were responsible for procuring the ingredients. Before shopping, Funya had given Naruto a striking makeover. After completing their purchases, the group headed towards Akatsukawa, Funya's home in high spirits. Upon entering, Ino immediately took charge. Choji, put the cake in the fridge. Naruto, blow up the balloons, make sure they're light pink. Kiba, you and Akamaru clean the room. Meanwhile, she herself carried a large bouquet of lily of the valley and baby's breath. Hanging streamers on the wall, her golden ponytail fluttering like a butterfly as she busied herself. Shikamaru was washing vegetables, while Kiba and Akamaru polished the floor to a shine. Akamaru amusingly dragging a cloth around the corners. As evening approached, the group admired the warm and elegant atmosphere Ino had created. Soft purple drapes fluttered by the windows. Light pink balloons adorned the ceiling, and a pile of gifts from the street lay in the corner, filling the air with the fragrant aroma of lilies of the valley and baby's breath. "Wow, Ino, you're incredible," Naruto exclaimed, his mouth agape as he pointed to the happy birthday sign crafted from streamers on the wall. Shikamaru leaned against the doorframe, observing the vibrant decor, unusually refraining from complaining, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Not bad. At least it doesn't resemble a flower shop." Just as he finished speaking, Ino shot him a glare. "You're quite the talker. If you have the energy to stand there idly, why not help out? I'll leave the cooking to you, Ino. I'm off to fetch Hinata," Akatsukawa Funya said with a smile. Ino cheerfully replied, "No problem at all." Chapter 12, Birthday, Part 2. Akatsukawa Funya arrived at the Hyuga residence, leaping atop the wall. Observing Hinata playing with her sister in the courtyard. "Hinata, come along. Let's go eat." Hinata looked up, her eyes sparkling with delight as she exclaimed, "Kagaya-kun, wait for me a moment." After embracing her sister, she hurried to the room to hand her over to their father. Hyuga Hayashi, observing Asakura Kagaya outside, understood that Hinata was about to accompany that troublesome boy again. With a stern expression, he admonished, "Be back early, Hinata." Hinata nodded in acknowledgement and approached Asakura Kagaya, saying, "Kagaya-kun, let us go." Just as they reached the threshold of the house, the door was flung open with great force. Naruto burst out, brandishing a sign that read "Happy Birthday." His heavy makeup had long since smeared with perspiration, resembling a painted cat, yet his smile was exceptionally radiant. "Hinata," he called out. Startled by the commotion, Hinata instinctively shrank back behind Kagaya, only to find herself enveloped in a gentle pink hue. Soft pink balloons swayed above her. Ribbons on the walls shimmered softly, and the fragrance of lilies mingled with the sweetness of cake wafted through the air. She swiftly covered her mouth, her eyes widening slowly, reflecting the warmth of the room in her light purple irises. "Hinata, look over here," Choji announced, holding a cake just retrieved from the refrigerator. Strawberries gleaming brightly atop the light cream. Shikamaru peeked out from behind the sofa, while Akamaru wagged his tail, clutching a small firecracker. Leaning against the dining table, Shikamaru, with a rare seriousness, uttered, "Happy birthday, Ino." donning an apron, emerged with freshly prepared dishes, her golden hair tips dusted with flour. What are you standing there for? Come inside. Hinata's gaze swept over the pile of gifts in the corner, and upon seeing Kagaya-kun standing nearby, winking at her, her cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Clutching the hem of Kagaya-kun's shirt, she whispered, You all haven't finished speaking. Tears like scattered pearls fell, not from sorrow, but rather her lips curved into a shy yet blissful smile. Oh dear, why are you crying? Ino quickly offered a tissue. Is it Naruto's frightening makeup? I told him to wash it off. That is not it. Hinata sniffed, raising her glistening eyes to the bustling figures around her. Her voice tinged with emotion, yet remarkably clear. Thank you, everyone. Asakura Kagaya gently ruffled her hair and guided her into the room. Hurry and blow out the candles. If we wait for Choji, he might not resist sneaking a piece of cake. Choji immediately clutched his stomach, protesting, I did not. This elicited laughter from everyone. While Hinata observed the lively scene before her, her cheeks aglow. It turned out he had planned all of this meticulously. The table was adorned with Ino's delightful dishes and the cake brought by Choji, with 6 slender candles already set, their flames dancing softly in the warm light. Asakura Kagaya gently nudged Hinata's shoulder, leading her to the cake. Make a wish, Naruto urged, his nose still smeared with unwashed red paint. Birthday wishes are incredibly powerful. Hinata sniffed, placing her hands together before her heart. Her light purple eyes gently closed, long lashes casting a delicate shadow beneath her eyelids. Stealing a glance at Kagaya-kun, who was smiling at her, her heart skipped a beat. Close your eyes and make a heartfelt wish, hoping for the safety and well-being of those around you. Meanwhile, Funyejun discreetly clenched her fingers, feeling warmth rise to her cheeks. She gently blew out the candle, and the room was immediately filled with Akamaru's barking and the soft pop of fireworks, as golden confetti fell like stars into her hair. Let us indulge in the cake. Dingsi eagerly seized a plastic knife, only to be reprimanded by Ino with a tap on his hand. What is the rush? Let the birthday star take the first slice. Hinata received the knife, her fingers trembling slightly, just as she was about to cut, when Funyejun grasped her hand. His palm was warm and dry, exuding a familiar comfort, and together they sliced the cake into small pieces. This is for you. Funyejun suddenly presented a small velvet box. Hinata opened it to find a delicate silver chain inside, adorned with a petite lily of the valley pendant, the petals sparkling with a tiny diamond, resembling dew-kissed blossoms. I really like it, she murmured, her head lowered, yet her voice resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Shallow River Funya took out the necklace, observing Hinata's flushed cheeks, and slowly placed it around her neck, whispering sweetly in her ear, It looks beautiful. Shikamaru yawned suddenly. What a bother. Someone has come to my house this early, disturbing my sweet dreams. Ino teased Hinata. Come on, try my cooking. Hinata nodded, taking a bite of the tempura Ino had prepared. The crispy exterior enveloped succulent shrimp, and with her mouth full, she mumbled, Ino, it's delicious. Of course. Eat more. Look how thin you are, Ino boasted, lifting her chin in pride. Dingsi, with cream smeared across his face from the strawberry cake, quickly nodded in agreement. Yes. Hinata should eat more, so she has the strength to train with us. Kiba playfully kicked him, chuckling, all you think about is eating. Be careful not to turn into a ball. Akamaru barked in agreement, stealthily snatching a leftover piece of cake from the plate while the others were distracted. The group huddled around a not-so-large table, enjoying their meal in joyous harmony. Shallow River Funya took out a camera from his clothing, splitting off a shadow clone to hand it to himself. Come on, everyone, let us strike a pose for a keepsake. Amidst the cheerful commotion, Akamaru quickly leaped onto Kiba's head, while Shallow River Funya wrapped an arm around Hinata's shoulder, and she leaned closer into him. 3, 2, 1. With a click, the flash illuminated the scene. The photo developed quickly, and before the clone could react, Ino snatched it up, exclaiming, Look at Dingsi's silly face. And Naruto's painted cheeks. Ha ha ha. Dingsi, cheeks puffed, retorted, I'm not silly. This is called enjoying your food. Ino continued to develop the photos, handing each person a copy while joyfully shouting, We've eaten cake. We've had our meal. Isn't it time for Hinata to open her gifts? Hinata's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at the eager faces around her, accepting the presents Funyejun had handed out, methodically unwrapping them one by one. The crimson scarf, hand cream, limited edition chips, limited edition bucket noodles, and the tactical manual for ninjas. As Hinata gazed at the gifts from everyone, she never imagined that one day so many people would hold her in such regard. Her eyes grew warm, and she hastily lowered her head, pretending to organize the presents, only to be gently pinched on the cheek by Keed. "Why are you about to cry again?" he teased, his fingertips exuding warmth that made her heart flutter. She quietly retorted, but couldn't suppress the smile tugging at her lips. By the time everyone had tidied up, it was nearly midnight. The Inuzuka trio and the Foxdog duo made their way home, each in companionship. At the familiar entrance of the Hyuga residence, Keed waved goodbye to Hinata. "Hurry inside, Hinata." Reluctantly, she turned back 3 times before mustering the courage to set down her gift bag and embrace Keed. With earnest eyes, she gazed into his. "You won't leave me, will you, Keed?" Keed chuckled. "My dear lady, I plan to live off your kindness for a lifetime." Hinata, hearing his words, let out a soft laugh, murmuring, "Good night, Keed." In the courtyard, Hyuga Hayashi observed his daughter returning home so late. Were it not for the reports from the ninja regarding her whereabouts, he would have been quite concerned. He had long reported that scoundrel to the Uchiha police force for child trafficking. With a stern expression, he addressed Hinata as she entered the house. "Did I not say to return home early? At just 6 years old, you dare to celebrate a birthday with others?" Hinata, clutching her gift bag, noted her father's inexplicable tone. Since she had begun spending late nights with Keed, her father had changed. No longer was he the stern figure who merely lectured her. Instead, he resembled a protective old fox, often hiding his concerns behind a rigid demeanor, which she had to navigate delicately. She mumbled, "Keed said today is a special day." Hyuga Hayashi raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over the sparkling necklace around her neck and catching a glimpse of the colorful wrapping paper peeking from the bag. With a grunt, he softened his tone slightly. "What special day warrants being out until midnight? Bring the gifts inside. Don't linger at the door." Hinata responded with a quick okay, and dashed into her bedroom. "That rascal. Baka. That scoundrel Keed. Child trafficking. If it weren't for that old monkey, the third Hokage, keeping an eye on you, I would have long wanted to give you a good beating. It's just because you excel in ninjutsu, possess a bit more talent, and are somewhat handsome. You think you can get away with it." The more he thought about it, the angrier Hyuga Hayashi became, until he remembered he had another little daughter, which calmed his irritation. Chapter 13. 5 years later, 5 years glided by like the streams of Konoha, leisurely traversing through the seasons and subtly transforming many aspects. In the year 60 of Konoha, in a classroom, Keed had long shed his youthful naivety, dressed in a white shirt and black cropped pants, adorned with a black ring on his finger and his ninja headband stylishly wrapped around his waist, a quintessential fashion statement of Konoha. Resting his head on Hinata's arm, he yawned in boredom. "Irika-sensei, where is he? We're still waiting to be assigned to classes." Hinata smiled as she replied, "I wonder if we'll be placed in the same class as Keed." With a sense of resignation, Akashiro Fubuki lazily lifted her eyelids, her fingertips idly spinning a black ring. A flicker of disappointment crossed Hinata's eyes as Fubuki noticed the melancholy in her gaze. "Konoha village is not that vast. We will see each other again soon. Missions do not last indefinitely. Cheer up," she reassured. Just then, a commotion erupted ahead, prompting her to glance forward. Could it be? Has it truly happened? She mused, marveling at the deep bond between Ashura and Indra. Seizing the moment, Fubuki retrieved her camera and moved closer to capture the two in various angles, the sound of clicking and flashing filling the air. A true photography enthusiast. She had waited for this moment, and it had finally arrived. Naruto and Sasuke, regaining their composure, were met with a wave of nausea as they returned to their seats. Presenting the developed photo to Hinata, "Behold, this is true love." Hinata stared blankly at Fubuki's actions, clutching the photograph with trembling fingers. In the image, Naruto and Sasuke were boldly displaying their affections before the entire class, an act that left Fubuki and Hinata bewildered. "Have we ever engaged in such antics? Is this class truly so eccentric?" Echoed Naruto and Sasuke's furious shouts throughout the room, with Sasuke casting a menacing glare at Fubuki. "There's danger afoot," Fubuki thought, feeling the tension. Without finishing her words to Hinata, she swiftly opened the window and slipped away. Meanwhile, Naruto, buoyed by the company of friends, found his infatuation with Sakura waning. His attire had transformed from the iconic orange to a fresh orange and black ensemble, complemented by casual capri pants, a reflection of the camaraderie that had blossomed during their gatherings, alleviating any signs of malnourishment. Sasuke observed Naruto, now surrounded by a throng of girls, and gradually felt his anger dissipate. In another part of the village, within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage Sarutobi, along with a group of seasoned Jonin, watched the unfolding scenes in a crystal ball. Naruto, this boy truly has a knack for attracting attention, Sarutobi remarked, exchanging glances with Asuma and the silver-haired masked ninja, Kakashi. Asuma jested, Kakashi, can you handle this? Kakashi scratched his head, a resigned smile creeping beneath his mask. Perhaps the one assigned to my class will be that peculiar Fubuki. Asuma exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze fixated on Naruto, who was being pursued by girls. With these two together, who will suffer more? The third Hokage chuckled, releasing another smoke ring. Well, the roster is nearly finalized. Fubuki will manage herself. Kakashi shrugged and turned to leave, intending to buy a new manga before facing the youngsters. Upon returning to the classroom, Fubuki listened attentively as Irika-sensei announced the class divisions, Class 7, Class 8, Class 10. After calling out the names, he turned to Fubuki, saying, Fubuki, please visit the Hokage's office shortly. Naruto, visibly disgruntled, shouted, why must I be placed with Uchiha Sasuke when I am so exceptionally talented? I want to team up with Fubuki. Irika retorted, Baka. You ranked last, while Sasuke is first. To maintain balance among the classes, this is necessary. Hinata gazed at Fubuki with a look of confusion. Fubuki-kun? A gentle hand caressed Hinata's head as Kid Ishikawa smiled. It's all right. Perhaps my strength is too formidable, rendering my presence here somewhat redundant. Kid-kun, you are truly remarkable. Hinata responded with a warm smile, reminiscing about his prowess. Wait for me to return for lunch. With that, she waved goodbye to Naruto and Sasuke, affectionately bidding farewell to her two beloved companions. You rascal! Sasuke exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief, while Naruto leaped up, eager to pounce, only to be restrained by Irika. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, contemplated a scroll when Kid Ishikawa entered. He set down his pipe, exclaiming, Kid, it has been a while. Your abilities are so unique that we shall not assign you to a class. With a cheerful greeting, Kid replied, It has indeed been a while, third Hokage. I thought you would place me in the same class as Hinata. What a pity. Previously, during Naruto's birthday celebration, the third Hokage had visited him, and they had formally met, discussing the will of fire and the importance of camaraderie. Observing the playful interactions among the younger generation, the third Hokage felt it was time to depart. He handed Naruto a few months' worth of pocket money, wishing him a happy birthday before hastily leaving. He then explained to Kid that his parents had once been under his command and expressed his sorrow over their passing. Kid, feeling the weight of the moment, squeezed out a few tears. You little rascal, the third Hokage chided playfully, gesturing towards the Umbu standing nearby. From this day forth, you shall be incorporated into a special operations team, directly under the Hokage's jurisdiction. Pausing, his demeanor grew grave. Your body flicker technique, taijutsu, and ninjutsu have surpassed the average Jonin. Therefore, to facilitate your acclimatization to the tumultuous ninja world and to hasten your growth. He lifted his pipe, the embers flickering in the dim light, his tone heavy as if burdened by the weight of history resting upon Hokage Rock. A ninja is one who can endure all, who can withstand suffering beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. A ninja's true talent lies not in the number of techniques mastered, but in the unwavering perseverance to never yield, steadfastly pursuing one's vows, and maintaining an indomitable resolve. Listening intently to the third Hokage's solemn words, Kid set aside his usual jovial demeanor and responded earnestly. I comprehend your message, third Hokage. No matter how powerful one's ninjutsu may be, if one cannot endure loneliness and temptation, they will ultimately fail to become a pillar supporting Konoha. He gazed out the window, sunlight cascading upon the training field's railing, momentarily envisioning Hinata blushing as she offered him a bento box, quickly followed by the image of Naruto exuberantly declaring his aspiration to become Hokage. As Kid Ishikawa was ushered out of the Hokage's office, he muttered to himself, honestly, wasn't Naruto's charm technique meant to be entertaining? I merely inquired if he desired a super clear, intimate photograph of him and Sasuke. Was it necessary to expel me for that? Chapter 14. Codename Lily. During the lunch break, seated on a bench in the ninja school's training field, Kid Ishikawa, having just finished his meal, pondered for a moment before addressing Hinata beside him. A new chapter in the life of a ninja is about to begin. The third Hokage intends to transfer me to a unit directly under his command. Hinata was momentarily taken aback, her lips trembling as she spoke. Funya-kun, are you implying that you wish to leave? For the first time in 6 years, a sense of fear and unease welled up within her. What are you thinking, Hinata? Surely, you will seek him out, haha. A faint smile flickered across Akikawa Funya's face as he observed her reaction. Hinata gazed intently into Funya-kun's eyes, hesitating for a moment. Please be safe while you are on your mission, and do come to find me whenever you have free time. Akikawa Funya embraced Hinata for a brief moment, admiring her beauty as she blossomed into a charming young lady. Yet she was still too young, only 12 years old. He suppressed the fluttering emotions within his heart. He was to partake in the Umbu assessment. He wondered who would evaluate his strength, hoping they would not be too weak so that he could truly relish the experience. With a wave, he bid farewell to Hinata and, amidst her reluctant gaze, utilized the body flicker technique to head toward the Hokage office located at the center of Konoha. Upon knocking, he entered the office and was taken aback by the grandiose setup. You have arrived? Yes, I have. Then let us commence. Akikawa Funya nodded and followed the third Hokage to the spacious training ground at the back mountain. A languid figure emerged, silver hair glinting coldly under the sun. A black mask obscuring much of his face, with one eye hidden beneath his forehead protector. None other than the elite Jonin, Kakashi Hatake. Hey kid. Kakashi greeted with a wave, his tone devoid of emotion. Training alone in the field is insufficient. Noting that Kakashi was among the few elite ninjas left in Konoha, Akikawa Funya swiftly drew his kunai. Then I humbly request your guidance, Kakashi-senpai. No sooner had he spoken than dozens of kunai, slicing through the air, hurtled toward Kakashi, each angle meticulously designed to eliminate any escape routes. Yet, at the moment the shuriken were about to strike, Kakashi's form dissipated into a cloud of smoke, a substitution technique. With a clean and decisive move, Kakashi descended with speed, his kunai gleaming sharply as it aimed for Funya's shoulder. Reacting quickly, Funya sidestepped while channeling chakra into his right hand, delivering a powerful punch toward Kakashi's chest. Kakashi skillfully intercepted the blow with his left hand. But before he could register the surprise, he was sent flying several meters away by a single strike. This kid possesses remarkable strength. I underestimated him, Kakashi thought as he steadied himself upon landing. As his pupils dilated, he saw a water dragon bullet approaching. With swift hand seals, he slammed his hands onto the ground, summoning the earth-style wall. With a thunderous roar, dust erupted into the air. Believing in the principle of where there is smoke, there is no harm, Akikawa Funya formed hand seals and unleashed water release, water break wave. The torrent sliced through the haze like a razor, accurately targeting Kakashi's direction and cleaving the trees into neat fissures. Utilizing the cover of the smoke, Funya's chakra surged beneath his feet as he launched himself forward like an arrow, his kunai gleaming once more. Not bad at all, kid. Kakashi's voice resonated from ahead. Fire release, great fireball technique. He tapped the ground lightly with his toes and leaped over the blazing fireball. His reaction was swift, yet not swift enough. Kakashi, utilizing the body flicker technique, appeared behind him, a kunai gliding toward his neck. With the keen perception of the observation haki, he easily sensed the approaching figure, prompting the use of the substitution technique. Observing from the sidelines were Yuhi Kurenai, Sarutobi Asuma, and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kurenai covered her mouth in astonishment and exclaimed, "What? Is this a newly graduated genin from this year?" Asuma replied gravely, "Yes, it's Asakawa Fyoru, someone the old man has been watching for a long time. A prodigy in ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu. This was a secret known only to elite Jonin of Konoha and a select few." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement, stating, "Since he was 6, except for specific holidays, he has trained daily with the Hinata clan's girl." Watching the duel unfold before them, the newly promoted Jonin Kurenai swallowed hard. A genius, even more dazzling than Kakashi was back in the day. Kakashi's fingertips twitched, and the Sharingan beneath his forehead protector began to whirl, the crimson tomo swirling rapidly within his dark pupils. It seemed he needed to take this seriously. Kakashi muttered to himself as he suddenly vanished from sight. Asakawa Fyoru, with the keen perception of haki, instantly locked onto 3 directions, 3 meters to his left front, 5 meters to his right rear, and directly above. It was the shadow clone technique. He slammed his hand to the ground, and the earth release. Earth wall erupted beside him while simultaneously sweeping his kunai, accurately deflecting the kunai descending from above. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was piercing. The shadow clone to his left front closed in, its fist imbued with lightning chakra aimed at him. Furu did not flinch or evade. Instead, he countered with a punch of his own. At the moment their fists collided, the shadow clone dissipated into a surge of electricity, and he used the recoil to pivot, evading the kunai thrust from the real body positioned to his right rear. Impressive perception. Kakashi's voice carried a hint of approval as both the real body and the remaining shadow clone simultaneously formed hand signs. Lightning release. Lightning transmission. 2 bolts of blue electricity surged forth like serpents, intertwining in midair to form an electrifying net directed at Asakawa Furu. His pupils constricted as chakra exploded beneath his feet, propelling him backward like a cannonball. At the same time, he formed hand seals, water release, water barrier. The arc of the water wall blocked the electric net at that moment, and he shouted, Senior, haven't you passed the assessment yet? Not utilizing any trump cards. The sensation of stalemate was indeed uncomfortable. Kakashi paused momentarily, slowly turning around, the Sharingan beneath his forehead protector regaining its calmness. Congratulations. Just as he intended to advise him on the importance of emotional and psychological aspects in the ANBU, he recalled the file indicating that this child had begun charming girls at the age of 6. How comical it was that I was the fool. This little brat is truly extraordinary. If this continues, my chakra will run low. My reputation is intact. I should make my exit and head to the Ninja Academy. Congratulations to the host for battling Kakashi. Reward. Transformation of lightning attribute. In the distance, the onlookers, Kurenai covered her mouth in shock, while Asuma dropped the cigarette from his mouth, oblivious to it. Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his beard, his eyes flashing with a mix of pride and complexity. Has this child grown to such a level? Asakura Kaori was escorted by members of the Umbu to their base, where he was introduced to some of the operations and protocols of the organization. In the Umbu, we refer to one another by code names. Mine is Tenzu, your squad leader. After a moment's contemplation, Asakura Kaori replied, Then call me Suzuran. I look forward to your guidance, Senior. Tenzu, intrigued by the boy's demeanor, thought, interesting. A rather amiable person. However, Tenzu remarked, Take care of yourself. As long as you don't cause me trouble, that will suffice. He continued to explain to Asakura Kaori, now dubbed Suzuran, the tasks at hand. Assassination of rival ninjas, espionage, and intelligence gathering and transmission, all of which necessitated discretion and secrecy. Asakura Kaori donned a form-fitting black bodysuit and silver ninja armor, completing his ensemble with black leggings and a white fox mask. Ah, yet another trend from Konoha, he mused. Tenzu suggested that Asakura Kaori get a tattoo on his right shoulder for identification purposes, but the boy declined, asserting that the black ring on his right hand would suffice. Trends are one thing, but tattoos are absolutely out of the question. Chapter 15. A dark and windy night of murder after attending to Umbu matters. Night had already fallen. Having hastily consumed a meal, he returned home. Dual system personal panel Asakura Kaori age, 12 bloodline limit, rebirth I physique, advanced sage body chakra attributes, wind, fire, earth, water, lightning, Een, yang ninjutsu, water dragon bullet, water formation pillar, shuriken shadow clone, spiral sphere, spiral shuriken, fire dragon flame bullet, great fire annihilation skills, master of throwing, martial arts grandmaster, observation hockey, intermediate swordsmanship, perfect body flicker technique items, black blade shio shui, 999 explosive tags, black ring, Cola 97, game console, black silk 38. Silver coins. As he surveyed the eclectic assortment of items amassed over the past 6 years, he marveled at the peculiarities he had collected. Fortunately, he had received a ring. Otherwise, there would have been no place to store the bounty of rewards. The Een attribute leaned towards the manipulation of spirit and form, while the Yang attribute focused on the shaping of body and life. As Uchiha Madara once articulated, the fusion of both could yield the power to annihilate all existence. Senju Hashirama's would release, a blend of water and earth attributes, fundamentally relied on the life energy of the Yang attribute and the form-shaping essence of the Een attribute, ultimately giving rise to living trees. Lying in bed, he pondered the implications of the Yin-Yang attributes. The more he deliberated, the more his head throbbed. It was too intricate. The repercussions of failing to grasp the theory were manifesting. He gazed at the sense of security bestowed by the rebirth eye and gradually succumbed to slumber. The following morning at the Umbu base, Asakura Kaori had donned the Konoha Umbu attire. A ninja blade secured at his back. A slender figure approached him. and his gaze settled upon her. She wore the standard Umbu uniform, her violet hair cascading down, and a distinctive Umbu tattoo visible on her right shoulder. This is Yuyake. Skilled in swordsmanship and tracking, Tenzu introduced. Suzuran, Asakura Kaori raised his hand in a gesture of Umbu etiquette, his voice muffled by the mask. Yuyake nodded slightly. Her tone cool as she replied, Yuyake. In that fleeting moment when their fingertips brushed, Asakura Kaori keenly sensed the calluses on her fingers, evidence of years spent wielding a sword. Far more refined than those of a typical Umbu member, clearly indicating her prowess with the blade. Dark circles under the eyes, a hunched back. A cough escaping from his lips, resembling a skeletal warrior. Could this be the formidable power of Yuzuki Yuin? Ah, Jifeng, your fortune is indeed bountiful. A paragon for our kind. Tianzong pointed to a scroll, stating, in the southeastern region of Kikyo village, there are signs of espionage by Sunagakure. The granary within the village has been looted for 3 consecutive weeks, leaving traces of wind-type chakra at the scene. He turned his gaze to Fengye and Yuin, informing them that their mission was to infiltrate the village, investigate, and discreetly eliminate the spies to prevent panic among the villagers. Oh, could the debut be upon us? Asakawa Fengye suppressed his restless heart, declaring to the ninja world, here I come. The trio dashed through the woods, reaching Kikyo village by noon, where they changed into the attire of ordinary villagers. Fengye gazed at the transformed Yuzuki Yuin, exclaiming in admiration, truly beautiful. Can Jifeng handle such a figure? His thoughts wandered to his inept husband. Under the giant tree at the village entrance, a few villagers were enjoying the shade. Upon seeing the 3 unfamiliar faces, their eyes flickered with suspicion. Fengye feigned to survey the surroundings, as his sensory perception quietly expanded. The chakra fluctuations in the village were chaotic. Yet within a grocery shop in the northwest corner, he sensed a deliberately restrained wind-type chakra, faint yet sharp. They split up to investigate, agreeing to regroup by the ancient well to the west of the village before sunset. Tianzong, after speaking in a hushed tone, led the way toward the warehouse in the east. Fengye leisurely strolled to the front of the grocery shop, just as he was about to push the door open. He heard Yuin's mature voice from behind. Little brother, are you here to buy some needles and thread? Turning around, he saw her carrying a basket of vegetables. Resembling a village maiden on market day, Fengye responded with a playful smile. Beautiful lady, I'm not here to buy. I came to ask for a bowl of water. Yuin lifted the door curtain. Shopkeeper, 2 bowls of water, please. The shop was dimly lit, and the proprietor was a burly man with a scruffy beard. As he handed over the water, Fengye caught sight of a faint light blue Sunagakure headband mark on his wrist, deliberately concealed with foundation. Moreover, the hand that delivered the water bore the thick calluses of one who had wielded kunai for years. Thank you, Fengye said, taking the water bowl and stepping out of the shop. Yuin whispered, he is the target. There are 3 accomplices inside the shop, all in the back room. Taking advantage of her pretense to choose needles and thread, she had glanced through the fabric curtain and glimpsed the corner of a Sunagakure uniform. At dusk, by the ancient well, Tianzang's expression turned grave. There is a tunnel beneath the warehouse floor leading to the woods outside the village. It must be the route for transporting stolen goods. Fengye added, there are 4 Sunagakure ninjas in the grocery shop, with the shopkeeper as the leader. His chakra intensity nearing that of AJ Mean. Tonight, we act, Tianzong decisively declared. Yuin will be responsible for perimeter vigilance, while Lianlan and I will infiltrate. At the stroke of midnight, the lights in the grocery shop still burned brightly. Fengye and Tianzong utilized the shadows to leap onto the rooftop. Lifting a tile to peer inside, the 4 individuals within were gathered around a map, the shopkeeper pointing at Kikyo village. Tomorrow, we will transport the last batch of grain and then withdraw. Konoha Zumbu will likely catch wind of our activities soon. No sooner had he spoken than Tianzong crashed through the window, employing Earth Release, Earth-style wall to seal the doors and windows instantly. The shopkeeper, reacting swiftly to the ambush, formed hand seals rapidly and shouted, everyone, stand guard. A wind release, vacuous wave erupted from his mouth, causing debris to rain down from the walls. Indeed, they were of Sunagakure. Fengye swiftly followed, thrusting a kunai toward the shopkeeper's back. Yet, the adversary seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, sidestepping while hurling 3 wind-infused shurikens. The shurikens, propelled by whirling air currents, approached rapidly, prompting Fengye to draw the ninja blade from his back, imbuing it with lightning chakra. He deftly struck down 2 of the projectiles, but the third suddenly erupted, transforming into a tempest of fine sand, a disguise for the sand technique. You foolish child, you've fallen for my trap. The shopkeeper cackled maliciously, swiftly forming hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. Perish. A fierce gale, laden with fine sand, surged forth. In the moment that Fengye was blinded by the sand particles, the shopkeeper's kunai was already upon him. Fengye had intended to feign a weakness for a decisive strike, but unexpectedly, a flash of blades sliced through the air, neatly deflecting the shopkeeper's kunai. Your opponent is me. Damn it, Yuin. Just because you're attractive doesn't mean you can claim my kill. The shopkeeper, pressured by Yuin's swordsmanship, staggered back in fury, summoning 3 accomplices. Alas, they were too weak. Tenkai swiftly dispatched 2 of them. Fengye closed in, denying the remaining foe any chance to react, plunging the kunai directly into his heart, resulting in immediate demise, then turned to assist Yuin. Sensing the tide turning unfavorably, the shopkeeper hurled a smoke bomb to the ground, crashing against the back wall in a desperate bid for escape. Observing this, Fengye scoffed. How foolish to think you could flee. Chakra erupted beneath his feet as he pursued, honing in on the opponent with his heightened senses. The ninja blade pierced the shopkeeper's back, and with a swift slash, blood sprayed forth. The shopkeeper cried out, staggering to the ground, disbelief clouding his eyes as Yuin's short blade rested against his throat. How did you know? Even the swiftest wind techniques of Sunagakure could not outpace the blades of Konoha. Yuin's voice, emanating through her mask, was as chilling as the winds of a winter's night. Fengye could not suppress a shiver. Her melodious tone belied the dread her words instilled. A thorny rose indeed. Congratulations, host, on defeating the Sand Ninja. You have obtained a piece of the white cloth from the Sand Ninja's head, Fengye. While clearing the scene, Tenkai unearthed an encrypted scroll, a defensive map from Sunagakure, indicating their intent to relay information via Kikyo village. Fengye pondered, are they laying the groundwork for Konoha's downfall? How swiftly the main storyline is unfolding. As the sun rose on a new day, the 3 had vanished from the village's entrance. When the villagers of Kikyo awakened, they found the general store empty, oblivious to the clash that had transpired, a one-sided onslaught, to be precise. Chapter 16, Swift Resolution? On the road, Yuin suddenly addressed Fengye. Suzuran, your sensory abilities and chakra control are impressive. Fengye casually touched his nose, self-taught, just practicing randomly. Tenkai glanced back at him, remaining silent, though a flicker of astonishment passed through his eyes. This young lad had taken a life for the first time, yet his heart remained unperturbed. Indeed, secrets ran deeper than the records indicated. Yuin had sheathed her short blade. During her skirmish with the shopkeeper, his wind technique had grazed the back of her hand. Though merely a surface wound, the morning breeze rendered it somewhat painful. Are you injured? Fengye's voice came from behind, laced with a deliberate concern. Yuin continued her stride undeterred, just a minor injury. Tianzong abruptly halted, casting his gaze towards the dense forest on his left. We are being followed. Not merely 1, but at least 5, all of Jonin caliber, he noted. Akizawa Fuyaka remarked coolly. They are pursuers, Tianzong replied gravely. It appears they are quite invested in the scrolls we retrieved from the shopkeeper. Before his words could fully dissipate, 5 shadowy figures descended from the treetops, clad in ordinary stealth attire, their faces obscured by the distinctive wind goggles of Sunagakure. The short blades in their hands glimmered with a bluish-gray sheen, indicating they were laced with poison. Swift resolution is paramount, Tianzong declared, initiating the confrontation as he summoned the earth to rise, creating a barrier that separated 2 of them from their pursuers. Yueying drew her short blade anew, its blade slicing through the morning mist, deftly parrying the incoming poisoned daggers. Hearing Tianzong's command for rapid engagement, Akizawa Fuyaka responded with enthusiasm. Then let us seize the moment. Chakra surged within him like a tsunami, fracturing the ground beneath his feet as he shouted to the 2 combatants ahead, fall back. Upon hearing the voice of Suzuran from behind, Tianzong and Yueying instantly retreated from the fray. With a swift series of hand seals, his movements blurred, and he called out, fire release, great fire annihilation. A torrent of flames erupted from his mouth, the searing wave distorting the morning fog and transforming into a sea of fire spanning dozens of meters. The crimson flames, akin to molten lava, surged forth with an insatiable hunger, engulfing the 5 Sunagakure Jonin. The air crackled as it was scorched, nearby trees melting under the intense heat. The leading Sunagakure Nin's pupils constricted as he frantically shouted to his comrades, "The area of effect is too vast. Quickly, wind release." Great breakthrough. 5 gusts of wind rushed forth to counter the inferno, attempting to dissipate the flames. Yet, the fire was too formidable. Instead, it became more ferocious, consuming the 5 figures entirely as sparks erupted into the air. But the onslaught was not yet complete. Fuyaka, his expression focused, ascended into the air to execute the shadow clone technique. 5 shadow clones mirrored his every move as they formed seals in unison. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. 6 robust fire dragons surged towards the fiery expanse. Sensing that the 5 adversaries had perished, the clones dissipated into wisps of smoke, gracefully landing beside him. Tianzong regarded Fuyaka with a gaze tinged with complexity. Such a scale of fire release was not easily executed even by the elite Jonin of Konoha, let alone by a fledgling fresh from the academy. Yueying sheathed her blade, her wounded hand throbbing with pain from the heat. The newcomer's prowess is formidable. Such a scale of fire release has never been reported in Konoha. Who could he possibly be? She gazed at the scorched earth and murmured, "Sunagakure has evidently invested significantly. It seems the contents of the scroll are of greater importance than we anticipated." Tianzong advanced, pressing his fingertips against the charred soil, silently probing with his earth chakra. After a moment, he lifted his gaze. All life signs have ceased. There are no survivors. This was the Wind Falcon squad of Sunagakure, tasked specifically with eliminating traitors and erasing traces. Tianzong frowned as Yueying suddenly pointed to the soles of the pursuer's boots. "Look at this." A minuscule map was sewn into the boot, marked with cinnabar at 3 points. In addition to Kaiki village, there were 2 neighboring settlements. They intend to establish an intelligence network in this vicinity, Tianzong observed, tracing the map with his fingertip. The locations of these 2 villages are perfectly positioned to monitor Konoha's border patrol routes. Tianzong carefully folded the map and tucked it into his pocket. First, return to the village to report, and have the Hokage send someone to reinforce the defenses of these 2 villages. Shiyuan cast a glance at the wound on the back of her hand, now adorned with a clean strip of cloth, which Shanchuan had wrapped around it while she was momentarily distracted. The knot was loose but perfectly covered the injury. "Thank you," she murmured, her voice softer than usual. Sunlight fell across Shanchuan's profile, his mask long removed. The youthful visage appeared particularly vivid in the light. "Oh, it is only right to care for a lady, especially one as beautiful as you," he replied with a grin. Shiyuan's expression darkened. "I didn't expect you to be so young. Your prowess truly matches your tongue. With such a silver tongue at such a tender age, you must have caused quite a bit of trouble for others." "Not at all. How could that be? I am merely a fledgling who has just graduated from the Ninja Academy," Shanchuan chuckled. In her heart, Shiyuan mused, "Recently graduated from the Ninja Academy? Another prodigy rivaling Kakashi-senpai, who became a Jonin at the age of 12, surely did not possess the strength of this lad." Tianzong walked ahead, listening to the murmurs of the 2 behind him, shaking his head in resignation. Yet, observing their figures walking side by side, he ultimately refrained from admonishing them. Some matters, perhaps, hold more significance than rigid regulations. As the trio stepped through the gates of Konoha, Tianzong promptly made his way to the Hokage's office with the scroll. Before departing, he glanced back at Fengya and Shiyuan, simply advising them to rest, before hastily turning away. The cloth strip on Shiyuan's hand was now damp with sweat. She glanced at the seemingly relaxed Fengya beside her and couldn't help but remark, "You've expended quite a bit of chakra. You should hurry back and catch up on some sleep." Yes, I know, Sister Shiyuan," Fengya replied in a teasing tone. Yet his eyes bore no trace of fatigue. "My chakra is still in peak condition." The 2 parted ways at the street corner. Fengya returned to his modest abode. And as he pushed open the door, he sensed someone seated in the living room. Hinata was perched on the sofa, holding an unfinished handkerchief, and upon hearing the noise, she looked up abruptly. A flicker of alarm passed through her watery eyes, quickly replaced by a profound concern. "Fengya-kun," her gaze fell upon the charred marks on his clothing, her nose slightly twitching. "You smell of blood." Shanchuan Fengya closed the door behind him, intending to fabricate an excuse regarding the inevitable bloodshed from missions. But he found Hinata already standing, taking small steps toward him. The girl rose on her tiptoes to check for any injuries. "Are you hurt? I can help treat it." As he looked down, he noticed her bangs were slightly disheveled, clearly indicating she had been waiting for quite some time. The faint aura of menace surrounding him seemed to dissipate under her innocent gaze, like morning dew extinguishing a spark. "It's nothing," he said gently, reaching out to tenderly stroke Hinata's hair. "It's just the blood of my enemies." Hinata's eyelashes fluttered, and she refrained from pressing further, simply turning to retrieve the medical kit from the low cabinet, her movements somewhat clumsy as she opened it. "We still need to apply some disinfectant. What if you get infected with bacteria?" She knelt down, and Shanchuan Fingye observed her earnest profile as she diligently handled the bandages. "Suddenly, I find that the fiery inferno that consumed everything pales in comparison to the serene figure before me. Fear not, my lady, for she is unharmed." He bent down to grasp her hand, stating, "I shall merely freshen up," before making his way to the washroom. After completing his ablutions, Asakura Kaori emerged, towel in hand, to find Hinata folding the garments he had changed out of. "Did the mission proceed smoothly?" he inquired. Hinata, having neatly arranged the clothes, replied, "It was merely a few simple tasks, finding a cat and weeding." Asakura Kaori approached, taking Hinata's hand as they walked toward the bedroom. "Indeed, it is wise to accumulate experience. With your team leader, Hong, I feel quite reassured." Hinata, blushing at the sight of Kaori guiding her to the bedroom, nodded shyly. Sitting at the bedside, he gently removed her shoes, glancing at her delicate feet while hastily suppressing his inner turmoil. "I must not be a beast. She is but 12. He placed her upon the bed, observing her flushed cheeks and tightly closed eyes, and smiled softly. "You should rest, for you appear weary and in need of recuperation," he remarked. She sensed his presence beside her as he lay down. The masculine aroma mingled with the scent of his shower gel, gradually easing her tensed body, prompting a soft hum of acknowledgement. He maintained a respectful distance, merely an arm's length apart, while listening to the rhythm of her steady breathing. As Hinata drowsily shifted toward the warmth, her forehead inadvertently brushed against his arm, causing her to recoil as if shocked, yet he gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder. "Sleep now." His voice carried a hint of afternoon languor. Hinata slowly relaxed, discreetly opening a narrow eye to glimpse the proximity of Kaori. "Kaori-kun," she murmured. "Be cautious on your missions from now on." Asakura Kaori met her worried gaze, which was unmistakably filled with unmasked concern. "Understood," he said, running his fingers through her hair. "I am quite capable and shall be fine." Hinata pressed her lips together, remaining silent as she edged closer to him, now within an intimate distance where she could distinctly hear the steady beat of his heart, softly murmuring, "Yet I cannot help but worry." Asakura Kaori suddenly felt that his earlier claim of being strong had been uttered too lightly. In a hushed tone, he replied, "Then upon my next return, I shall assure you of my safety." Hinata nodded vigorously. The room enveloped in tranquility, punctuated only by the occasional chirping of birds outside and the synchronized rhythm of their breathing. Initially, Hinata remained tense, but the steady presence beside her lulled her into a gentle slumber. Her eyelids grew heavier, and her breaths elongated. Chapter 17. Unable to part from you. When Asakura Kaori opened his eyes once more, the space beside him was empty, the bed still bearing the imprint of her form and a faint trace of her scent. Rising, he heard faint sounds emanating from the kitchen, and donned his slippers before wandering over, leaning against the wall. Observing the diligent figure in the kitchen, he mused, what more could one desire than a devoted wife? Approaching Hinata from behind, he wrapped his arms around her gently, resting his head on her shoulder, inhaling the fragrance of her hair. "Hinata, do not turn around. It is I." Hinata, feeling Kaori's playful movements against her, blushed and scolded. "Ah, Kaori-kun, I am cooking. Do not be a nuisance." As Akashira Kaori playfully nudged her chin against Hinata's collarbone, his warm breath brushed against her delicate skin, causing her shoulders to tremble slightly. "What delectable dish shall we prepare?" he mused lazily. "Miso soup and fried rice," Hinata responded, her knife faltering as it met the radish. "Kaori-kun, please let go. The vegetables will be unevenly chopped." "Even if they are uneven, they will still taste delightful," he replied with a low chuckle, his fingers lightly teasing her waist. "After all, it is you who is making them." "Ah." Hinata shrank forward, the knife clattering against the cutting board, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. "If you keep this up, I shall glare at you with my byakugan." "Oh, I am quite eager to witness how you wield your byakugan," Kaori teased, tightening his embrace instead of releasing her. He deliberately slowed his breathing, observing the way her ears and neck transitioned from a soft pink to a vivid red. "Kaori-kun," Hinata's voice trembled. her grip on the knife wavering as she felt the heat rising. The water is about to boil. Only then did Kaori relinquish his hold, but not before pinching her cheek gently as she turned away. All right, I shall cease my antics. I cannot help but notice how flushed you are. Hinata recoiled from his touch, causing the pot lid to clang against the pot, steam billowing from its edges and tousling her bangs. She glared at Kaori, yet her eyes sparkled with a mixture of annoyance and shyness, resembling glistening marbles, stirring a playful itch within him. Hurry and ladle the soup, she insisted, stamping her foot before turning to fetch the soup bowls, her ears still radiating warmth. Do you require assistance, my lady? He drawled, sauntering over at a leisurely pace. Without lifting her gaze, Hinata filled the bowl with soup, her voice muffled. No, Before she could finish her sentence, he gently grasped her wrist. The warmth of his touch sending a shiver through her fingers, nearly spilling half a ladle of miso soup. Allow me, he interjected smoothly, taking the spoon from her hand and deftly pouring 2 bowls of soup. He then turned to serve the fried rice from the pot. The golden grains enveloped in egg and adorned with vibrant green scallions exuded an irresistible aroma. Indeed, Hinata's cooking is the finest, Kaori praised. And as Hinata basked in his compliments, she sweetly smiled while carrying the bowls and chopsticks into the living room. At the dining table, the occasional clinking of their utensils filled the air. As was her custom, Hinata picked up a small mouthful of rice with her chopsticks and savored it slowly. Yet, her focus was entirely elsewhere. Her peripheral vision was irresistibly drawn to the figure across from her. Kaori rested his chin on one hand, casually wielding his chopsticks as he leisurely tasted the meal. Hinata found herself entranced by him, so much so that she was oblivious to the fact her chopsticks had hovered in midair. Suddenly, sensing her gaze, Kaori looked up, their eyes locking in an unspoken moment. What are you staring at? He asked, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Caught off guard, Hinata quickly averted her gaze, murmuring, Kaori-kun, it's nothing. Kaori, clearly unconvinced, raised an eyebrow and pressed further, is that so? Then why were you staring at me just now? Hinata's heart raced increasingly faster. She took a deep breath, striving to calm herself, then lifted her gaze and feigned composure as she spoke. Kaido-kun, I was just thinking how wonderful it would be if we could sit together in serene silence and share meals like this every day. Akasawa Kaido, upon hearing Hinata's words, was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. He looked at her and responded, Hinata, I've only been gone for a few days. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Hinata, feeling a wave of melancholy, lowered her head and murmured, I'm not exaggerating at all. Noticing her demeanor, Akasawa Kaido sensed something was amiss. He quickly clarified, Hinata, that's not what I meant. I understand you miss me, and I miss you too. But this shinobi world does not allow me to remain complacent. Seeing Hinata still absorbed in her meal, Kaido felt a pang of anxiety. Acting swiftly, he stood up and moved beside her, gently lifting her chin to meet her gaze. Silly girl, you must understand that I, Akasawa Kaido, want to enjoy a lifetime of your companionship. How could I ever leave you? With tears glistening in her eyes, Hinata looked up at the boy who towered over her, gripping his clothing tightly and saying, I feel as if I cannot be without you. The days you have been away have passed so slowly. Every moment filled with thoughts of you, Kaido-kun. Kaido internally lamented, realizing that 6 years of companionship had rendered her utterly dependent on him. With no other option, he decided to employ his ultimate move. Without further ado, he embraced Hinata, gazing into her distressed eyes, and gently pressed his lips against hers. Hinata was momentarily stunned. Gazing blankly at Kaido-kun, her cheeks flushed as if blood were about to spill forth. Although she had anticipated this moment, she was momentarily at a loss for what to do. Feeling Hinata's body stiffen, Kaido felt a twinge of nervousness but did not release her. He softly closed his eyes, savoring the sweetness of her lips, reminiscent of the fried rice she had prepared. After what felt like an eternity, he slowly let go. Hinata's eyes were filled with shyness and confusion, her hands still clutching his clothing tightly. Her breath was rapid, and her cheeks burned as if aflame. With a trembling voice, she whispered, Kaido-kun, is this what a kiss feels like? I feel a bit dizzy. Kaido chuckled, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead. There will be many more moments like this in the future. Chapter 18. The Hyuga clan that evening, at the entrance of the Hyuga clan. The atmosphere was as it always had been. Hyuga Hayashi, his expression dark, looked at Akasawa Kaido and questioned, Are you saying you want to move into my home? Kaido, with his clear eyes, nodded innocently. Yes, Uncle Hayashi, is there a problem? Are you joking with me, kid? Hayashi's stern expression faltered as he regarded the boy before him. As Akashura Funya gazed at Hinata Hizashi, he declared, I have decided to reside in the Hyuga household from now on. He spread his arms wide, wearing an expression that suggested indifference. Hinata cannot stay at my home, and the Hyuga family lacks shame. Hinata, on the other hand, still has her dignity. Surely, you wouldn't want rumors circulating in Konoha about your esteemed lady living with a man at such a young age. Hizashi gritted his teeth, wishing he could strike this insolent boy down. What do you mean my family lacks shame? Meanwhile, Hinata watched the two bickering like children. And after years of their incessant squabbling, she could hardly bear to witness it. Covering her face, she implored, Funyekuin, could you both discuss this at home? Inside, the argument intensified, with cheeks flushed red. Outside, the 7-year-old Hanabi looked at her elder sister with a sweet smile, asking, Sister, do you think father and my brother-in-law will come to blows? Hinata glanced at the two inside and reassured her, You'll get used to it. It's not the first time. Tomorrow, it will be as if nothing happened. Within the room, Funya asserted, I am now a member of the Umbu. I can go wherever I please. You little brat, you're only 12 and already wish to cohabit with my daughter? What does cohabitation even mean? I haven't done anything inappropriate with her. How dare you say that? You've been scheming to abduct my daughter since she was 6. I've tolerated you for too long, you little rascal. What nonsense are you spouting? I didn't abduct her. It was Hinata who clung to me. I couldn't bear to see her sad. I merely comforted her. If you didn't provoke her, would she cling to you? You fool. How dare you insult me? I provoked her? Have you forgotten how you treated her when she was little? Check your conscience. How did you treat her? And now you blame me? It's laughable. A clown. You insolent brat. How I treated her is irrelevant. She is the heiress of the clan and must bear the responsibilities that come with that title. But she is your daughter. Have you ever asked her what she likes or what her dreams are? Reflect upon yourself. You've placed the weight of the world upon the shoulders of a mere child. Can your conscience bear that? Outside, Hinata listened to Funya's passionate arguments, which echoed her own troubled experiences, yet she could not help but smile sweetly. Hanabi shook her sister's arm, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Sister, how far have you and brother-in-law progressed? Inside, the debate continued. Umbu, do you even know what Umbu means? Should I enlighten you? I possess the authority to monitor all registered ninjas in Konoha for any violations of village regulations or potential defection risks. I can conduct secret investigations, apprehend, or even execute suspicious individuals. Do you comprehend what Umbu entails? I now suspect you of having abused a child, and I have the right to investigate you. Thus, I shall take residence in the Hyuga household for the convenience of my future endeavors. Hizashi gazed at the incessantly chattering Akashura Funya, covering his head in despair. Looking up at the ceiling, praying to the goddess of the moon for rescue, who will take him off my hands. Observing Hizashi's rising frustration, Funya felt it was time to conclude. He cleared his throat and said nonchalantly, In any case, this is the situation. If you have any objections, take it up with my esteemed Hokage. Seeing him in silence, Asakawa Furu decided to relent. Is that all you've got? You're not so impressive, my dear brother. Stepping outside, he noticed the two sisters staring at him in astonishment. Clearing his throat, he playfully remarked, Hinata, why not find me a room? Coming back to her senses, Hinata gazed at Furu before sighing. The two seemed to bicker upon every encounter, leaving her uncertain whom to console. Nevertheless, she inquired about her father's condition. Furu, my father is not in any trouble, is he? Oh, you girls just don't understand. This is the romance of men. Furu replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. Hinata and Hanabi exchanged glances, noting his bashful demeanor. You weren't acting like this earlier. Hinata exclaimed, last time, you left Naruto with a swollen face, claiming that was also romance among men. Well, it's all quite similar, he retorted. If it comes to that, I might as well consider marrying into your family. Observing their astonished expressions, he quickly added, marrying in. Hanabi's voice escalated, her eyes widening as she tugged at her sister's sleeve. Did you hear that, sister? Brother-in-law wants to join our family. Does that mean we can see him every day? Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson. Hanabi, don't say such things. Her heart raced as the earlier tension from their arguments still lingered, now disrupted by Hanabi's outrageous statement. Furu remained calm, stroking his chin. In any case, I'm without parents, and perhaps this way, Uncle Nisaka might calm down a bit. After all, I would become part of your family, making it only natural for him to treat his daughter well. Just then, a loud thud resonated from within the house. as if someone had slammed their fist onto the table in frustration. Hanabi stuck out her tongue and pulled Hinata down the hallway. Sister, find a room quickly. Otherwise, father will explode. Hinata was dragged along, catching a glimpse of Furu leisurely following behind with a smile on his face. Next to Hinata's bedroom, observing the tatami mats beneath her, she thought, how wonderful it is to belong to a large family. My friend will soon be sleeping on the floor. As for furniture and daily necessities, those were unnecessary. A seasoned umbu should learn to endure life's hardships, laying the foundation for future outdoor living. He arranged the frame, photos, Hinata's scarf, and necklace from his spatial ring neatly on the bedside cabinet and in the corner. Pleased with the meticulous arrangement, he reclined on the soft tatami and drifted off to sleep comfortably. Meanwhile, Hinata, gazing at the shadow of Furu cast by the moonlight through the shoji, recalled his calm demeanor when he mentioned being without parents, a gentle pang of something stirring within her. Furu was always like this. One moment he could be embroiled in a fierce argument with her father, and the next he would be making outrageous remarks with a playful grin, only to fall into a peaceful slumber without a care. In the stillness of the night, Hinata listened to the rhythmic sound of Furu's breathing just beyond the shoji. Unbeknownst to herself, a subtle smile graced her lips as she realized he had done something so absurd just to care for her feelings. Chapter 19. Hanabi. The following morning, Asakawa Furu was gently awakened by Hinata at his side. He opened his slightly dazed eyes and gazed at Hinata before him, his lips involuntarily curling into a languid smile. With a great stretch, Asakawa Kaori flexed his somewhat stiff body and remarked contentedly, "How delightful. This is my first time sleeping on such a thing. It feels rather pleasant." Hinata, observing Kaori's lazy demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle softly. She gently urged, "Kaori-kun, it's time to rise. Breakfast awaits." Kaori acknowledged her with a nod. Sitting up from the bed, under Hinata's guidance, he made his way to the washroom. After a brief freshening up, he tidied himself and proceeded with Hinata to the dining area. The four of them exchanged no words, merely staring at each other in silence as they quietly partook of their breakfast, the atmosphere tinged with tension. A glance was shared between Kaori and Hinata, and aside from the occasional clinking of utensils, the silence persisted. At last, breakfast concluded. With a subtle glance from Hyuga Hisashi, Kaori rose and, under the watchful eyes of Hinata and Hanabi, followed Hisashi out of the dining room to a tea house. The two sat opposite each other at the tea table, and after a moment of silence, Hisashi slowly inquired, "Are you managing well in the umbu?" Kaori pondered briefly before candidly responding, "Do you not know me? It hardly matters where I am. It's merely a test of one's psychological endurance." Hisashi regarded the impudent youth before him and continued in a subdued tone, "You must still pay heed to safety. That girl Hinata, after completing her missions, runs to your home to see if you are there, lingering in the yard at night, gazing at your shared photographs." Kaori replied with a smile, "Isn't that the purpose of moving in? So she can be aware of my whereabouts?" Hisashi paused, his grip on the teacup momentarily faltering, the gravity of his voice deepening. "You have a knack for going with the flow." With a casual tap of his fingers on his knee, Kaori remarked, "After all, it wouldn't do to keep her in constant worry. Besides, Lord Hisashi permitting me to reside here is a tacit approval, is it not?" "Enough of your banter," Hisashi interjected, setting down his teacup. "Hinata's disposition is gentle. The teachings of the Ninja Academy cannot protect her. While you are in the umbu, keep a closer watch on her. Rest assured, even without your admonition." "I would do so," Kaori replied, his smile fading as he spoke with conviction. "A few years ago, she gifted me that talisman, and I still carry it with me." Hisashi raised an eyebrow slightly. "You are aware my concerns extend beyond that. Though Konoha appears tranquil on the surface, there are numerous eyes lurking in the shadows. The position of the clan has never been secure." Kaori raised an eyebrow, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "The Elder Council? Or perhaps the darkness of the ninja world? Or do you wish for me to marry her sooner to alleviate your worries?" "Impudent brat." Hisashi feigned a strike at his head, pausing midway, ultimately releasing a soft snort. "Wait until you can withstand 30 moves against me before you ponder such matters." Kaori laughed heartily. "Then you must practice diligently, lest you bring shame to the Hyuga clan." From outside the tea house, laughter from Hinata and Hanabi echoed. "Sister, the world of adults is so complex. Just yesterday they were at odds, and today they sit together discussing matters." Hinata gazed tenderly at her sister. As Funyekuin puts it, when men engage in a brawl or a quarrel, they can come to understand each other's sentiments. Xiao Huahua looked at her sister with curiosity. Have you and my brother-in-law ever argued? Hinata softly recounted. Fengye has always been considerate of my feelings, never allowing me to endure even the slightest grievance. Whenever father and Fengye have a disagreement, it often leads to Fengye recounting my past experiences with father in a heated exchange. Xiao Huahua's eyes sparkled as she tugged at Hinata's arm, bouncing with excitement. Brother-in-law is so handsome. He dares to stand up to father even at such a young age. Emerging from the tea room, Fengye observed the two sisters engaged in hushed whispers. Hinata, what is Xiao Huahua so gleefully discussing? Upon hearing her brother-in-law's voice, Huahua immediately bounded over to him, clinging to his arm in admiration. Brother-in-law, I was just talking about you with my sister. Fengye chuckled at the quirky girl. What is there to discuss about me? You have seen me before. As he affectionately ruffled Huahua's hair, she exclaimed, You don't know? Sister said you always stood up for her, even daring to confront father. Huahua tilted her small face upwards, her eyes gleaming as if they contained stars. Last time, I overheard an uncle from our clan say that when a distant cousin mocked sister for her poor gentle fist technique, it was you who gave him a black eye. Fengye raised an eyebrow at this revelation, turning to Hinata and unable to suppress a laugh. Even if the elders of the Hyuga clan speak ill of Hinata, I would still dare to strike. Huahua gazed at her brother-in-law with envy. Brother-in-law is the best. Sister told me that Fengye is a very gentle person who cannot bear to see her suffer. Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson at her sister's words, and she looked at her with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Huahua, please stop. Even Hinata's father, Hyuga Hayashi, who had just exited the tea room, could not help but cough lightly and turn his face away. Fengye glanced at Hayashi's retreating figure, then lowered his gaze to meet Hinata's bashful eyes, the smile on his lips deepening. At that moment, a chorus of birdsong filled the air. Fengye looked up to see a bird soaring high, heading straight towards him. It circled above his head several times, as if conveying a certain message. Realizing that the bird might be a signal from the umbu, Fengye turned to those beside him and said, It seems a mission is upon us. I must gather. With that, he swiftly entered the room, donning his umbu attire. Retrieving his black blade, Xiao Shui, from the dark ring, and holding a fox mask in his hand. Once fully prepared, Fengye stepped into the courtyard and found Hinata standing there, her expression filled with concern. He approached her gently and said, Hinata, I must leave now. Do not worry. Hinata clasped her hands tightly, her eyes brimming with reluctance as she looked at Fengye. Please return soon, Fengye-kun. Fengye smiled at Hinata, gesturing a sign of reassurance to calm her worries. With her affectionate gaze upon him, he donned his mask and vanished in an instant, like a specter, from that place. Hanabi stood to the side, observing her sister's worried expression, and couldn't help but chuckle. Sister, what is there to fret about? Brother-in-law is incredibly capable. Besides, don't you think he looked quite dashing just now? Fengye-kun, the decor of the umbu is indeed impressive. Hinata approached with a stern face and said, Hanabi, stop daydreaming. Let's train with your sister for a while. Hanabi sighed in disappointment and then followed Hinata to practice in the courtyard. Chapter 20. Yuzuki Yuka at the umbu base. Yuka and Tenku awaited at the assembly point. Upon seeing the figure of Suzuran land, Tenku raised his hand to greet her. He spoke seriously to Suzuran. At the border with the Land of Wind, several villages have reported a significant presence of suspicious sand shinobi. We need to provide support. This will be a tough battle. Asakura Fengye nodded, recognizing that these suspicious individuals were no ordinary bandits. It was perplexing how the typically honest Kazekage could collaborate with Orochimaru. Just seeing Orochimaru's face is enough to instill unease. In the end, he was even killed by him. Orochimaru, one of the most pivotal figures in the shinobi world, brought to mind the grotesque image of himself transformed into something neither male nor female, extending his tongue to lick his own face. Asakura Fengye shivered at the thought, deciding it was best not to dwell on it. The more he thought about it, the more disturbing it became, and one could only conclude that Orochimaru was indeed a ruthless individual. The three prepared their provisions and set off. Exiting Konoha, they dashed through the woods, three shadows weaving through the trees. Asakura Fengye glanced at Yuka beside him and asked, How is the injury on your hand? While on the move, Yuka heard Suzuran's voice unexpectedly emerge from her mask. Much better. Asakura Fengye casually remarked, I had intended to create an opening to take him down swiftly, but I didn't expect you to rush in, which led to your injury. Yuka's cool and melodic voice replied, So, it's my fault for trying to help? Asakura Funya laughed lightly. No, Yuka, it's my error. If I had been able to eliminate him efficiently, you wouldn't have been hurt. Yuka, still masked, glanced at Suzuran and said, it's just a minor injury. I'm not that delicate. The team leader, Tenku, who had been listening to their whispered conversation, shook his head, not particularly concerned. He had always held a disdain for the theory of ninja tools. Sometimes, a touch of humanity was preferable. Kakashi-senpai, do you think I'm right? Tenku mused as he pushed aside the last obstructive branch, the evening breeze carrying the coolness of the mountains against his face. We'll rest here tonight. He signaled to stop, surveying the elevated terrain around them, which offered a good view for vigilance. The three removed their masks, and Tenku began to set up a sensory barrier nearby, while Yuka unpacked her backpack, retrieving compressed biscuits and a water pouch. After a full day of running, their chakra had been significantly depleted. She handed a piece of biscuit to Funya, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against the back of his hand. Both paused, quickly averting their gazes. Funya took a bite of the biscuit, noticing her using a cloth to wipe her short blade. You seem troubled, Yuka suddenly remarked, the moonlight reflecting off the blade, illuminating her face. Asakura Funya gazed into the distant, shadowy mountains. I was merely contemplating the sudden influx of people in the village near the border. It seemed rather contrived. A brief investigation would clarify matters. Shiyuin sheathed her meticulously cleaned blade, and Ayakawa Funya nodded, unexpectedly interjecting, what about you? Prior to joining the Umbu, did you spend time in the Jonin class? Shiyuin paused, seemingly taken aback by his inquiry. No, she replied. Funya, observing the ethereal beauty before him, expressed his surprise. Ah? Your swordsmanship was specially recruited by the Umbu? Shiyuin affirmed with a soft sound, and the campfire fell into silence for a few seconds, save for the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. Shiyuin offered a gentle smile. You are unlike the other Umbu. She added another log to the fire, remarking, they are either silent like Captain Tenzang or as unyielding as stone. Ayakawa Funya jested, and Shiyuin's eyes crinkled in amusement, the moonlight illuminating her face beautifully. After a moment, she leaned in closer, lowering her voice. Linglong, do you know something? Her breath carried a refreshing scent, and Funya could perceive the fragrance of lavender wafting from her purple hair. He turned and met her gaze, her eyes sparkling under the moonlight, reminiscent of a night sky adorned with stars. He almost divulged the plan for Konoha's collapse, but ultimately shook his head. I don't know. It's merely an instinct. The enchantress seeks to disrupt my resolve. Cursed be it. I nearly succumbed to her allure. Zhang's mother was correct. The more beautiful the woman, the more deceitful she tends to be. Instinct, Funya murmured. Shiyuin sensed that this new companion, who had suddenly joined the Umbu, concealed many secrets. Nearby, Tenzang, who was setting up a barrier, observed the pair of striking individuals, thinking, am I superfluous? Am I not human? As the night deepened, Tenzang leaned against a tree trunk, closing his eyes to rest after establishing the barrier. Ayakawa Funya rested against another tree, his sensory abilities unfurling like an invisible net, enveloping the surrounding area for 100 meters. I will keep watch for the first half of the night, he announced, glancing at the two. You and Captain Tenzang should rest. Shiyuin looked up at him, her beauty accentuated by the moonlight. The Umbu's schedule does not require special accommodation. Even so, Shiyuin covered her upper body with her clothing, adding, if anything arises, wake us. Funya nodded, his celestial physique rendered deep slumber nearly unnecessary, allowing him to take this opportunity to gather his thoughts. Uncle Snake's plan, the impending Chunin exams, the death of Moonlight Gale, was her future also cloaked within the tragedies yet to unfold? As the latter half of the night grew cooler, Ayakawa Funya sensed unusual activity 3 kilometers to the northwest, noting a disturbance of chakra, over a dozen fluctuations, chaotic yet imbued with a suppressed murderous intent. Suddenly, he heard Shiyuin's voice. He turned to see her brow furrowed, her hand instinctively resting on the hilt of her blade, as if haunted by a nightmare. After a moment's hesitation, he merely added another log to the fire. As dawn approached, the trio shared a simple breakfast before continuing their stealthy advance toward the border village. The closer they drew to their destination, the more pungent the scent of blood became. The chakra in the village ahead was in disarray. Tenzang lowered his voice, signaling for a pause. There is the presence of Sunagakure ninja. Ayakawa Funya mused. Indeed, it is connected to Sunagakure. He gazed at Xiang, discovering that she had tightly grasped her short blade, her violet strands of hair gently swaying in the morning breeze. The plan was swiftly devised. I shall take the left route, Xiang will traverse the middle, and Swearin will take the right. Our objective is to uncover the reason for their gathering while remaining inconspicuous. The trio swiftly dispersed. As Akikawa Kaori moved quickly through the shadows of the forest, he heightened his observation, attuning his senses to capture every subtle sound around him. The guards from Sunagakure on the right were more lax than anticipated. He effortlessly dispatched 2 of the sentinels and was preparing to approach the village center when he suddenly sensed a sharp clash of weapons emanating from the middle route. It was Xiang. Kaori's expression faltered. She, a special Jonin, was in peril. The power of his sage body surged through him instantaneously, causing the ground beneath him to silently yield as he tore through the air towards Xiang with unparalleled speed. Inside the dilapidated temple, Xiang was besieged by 5 Sunagakure ninjas. Her mask was shattered, and her short blade was wedged between the weapons of one adversary. Another ninja from Sunagakure, grinning maliciously, completed his hand seals, earth release, earth flow wall. A robust earthen wall erupted from the ground, instantly sealing off Xiang's escape route. Simultaneously, 3 kunai, thrown at awkward angles, whistled through the air towards her vulnerable position. Xiang, Kaori's voice resonated. Without a moment's pause, he dashed towards her as the earthen wall took form. His chakra-infused fist collided with the wall with casual, yet ferocious force. Boom! The wall disintegrated into a cloud of dust. Kaori's figure surged through the swirling debris, moving so swiftly that only an afterimage remained. Too slow, he murmured, his hands weaving seals with blurring speed. Water release. Water, severing wave. Condensed to perfection. A high-pressure jet of water surged forth, emitting a piercing shriek. With pinpoint accuracy, the waterline severed the kunai aimed at Xiang and the 3 Sunagakure ninjas intent on attacking her. Their menacing grins had yet to transform into shock when their bodies went rigid and collapsed. The remaining 2 Sunagakure ninjas, including one who had just drawn a smoke bomb, were paralyzed with fear by this sudden onslaught. Damn it! The ninja with the smoke bomb instinctively hurled it towards Kaori and Xiang's direction. A nuisance. With a flash, Kaori outpaced the projectile, appearing before the ninja just as the smoke bomb was about to detonate. The ninja blinked, feeling an iron grip around his throat. All his actions and chakra were instantly suppressed by this terrifying force. Kaori did not even glance at him. With lightning speed, his other hand precisely seized the smoke bomb, flicking his wrist to toss it at the feet of another ninja. Bang! The smoke bomb exploded at his feet, enveloping him in a thick, purple haze. The ninja could only emit a brief, pained cry before collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, the ninja whose throat Kaori had seized heard a sickening crack, and his vision plunged into darkness. From the moment Kaori breached the wall until all 5 Sunagakure ninjas lay dead, the entire sequence transpired in the span of a single breath. As the dust settled, only Kaori and Xiang remained within the crumbling temple. Xian maintained her defensive stance, gazing at the fallen adversary before her, then shifting her focus to shallow river Fenya, who stood in the center, exuding a calm demeanor. With even the hem of his garment unmarred by dust, a flicker of disbelief passed through her eyes. The suffocating pressure of the recent assault seemed to be merely an illusion. Fenya turned, regarding Xian with a slight furrow in his brow. The particularly formidable Jonin Xian was still pushing herself too hard. Approaching her, he observed the lingering tension and residual shock upon her face, his tone imbued with undeniable seriousness. Did we not agree to avoid alarming the snake? You have acted recklessly. Xian was momentarily taken aback. She found herself close to Fenya. His eyes steady yet intensely focused, the palpable pressure emanating from him not yet dissipated. Her lips moved as if to retort, but ultimately, she awkwardly sheathed her short blade, turning her gaze aside and muttering, annoying. Yet in her voice, there seemed to be a subtle wavering, a departure from her usual coldness. Fenya responded, Sister, consider what you were saying, you were nearly lost. Chapter 21. The cruelty of the ninja world. The noxious smoke had yet to dissipate when 2 shadowy figures suddenly emerged from the corner of the dilapidated temple. It was the previously concealed Jonin from Sunagakure, clearly intent on seizing the opportunity. Their kunai glimmered with a ghostly blue poison, aimed directly at Xian's back. Be careful, Fenya cautioned, his body already in motion. He swiftly grasped Xian's arm, pulling her behind him. The 2 kunai brushed past the hem of her garment, embedding themselves deeply into a nearby wooden pillar. Carelessness, a result of inexperience, Fengya muttered under his breath, pressing his left hand firmly on Xian's shoulder to urge her back. His right hand drew his blade, Choshui, in a flash, its edge slicing through the air, forcing back the two Jonin's assault. This kid is somewhat troublesome. The Jonin on the left growled, rapidly forming hand seals. Wind release. Vacuum bullets. The compressed wind blades, accompanied by a sharp whistle, shot toward shallow river Fengya. He deftly pivoted, evading the wind blades, while his heightened senses detected the movements of the Jonin on his right, who was forming earth release seals, intending to seal off their escape once more. Xian, the left flank is yours. Fengya called, not glancing back, as he infused his blade with lightning chakra. The weapon crackling with electricity, strike. His speed was such that he appeared to leave an afterimage. The Jonin on the right had just completed his hand seals when Fengya's blade severed his wrist, interrupting the earth release. With a pained cry, the Jonin could scarcely retreat before Fengya's foot connected with his chest, propelling him through the earthen wall of the temple, rendering him unconscious. Having dealt with the adversary on the right, Fengya quickly turned to aid Xian, who was being pressed hard by the remaining Jonin. Her short blade was forced back under the relentless barrage of attacks, a deep wound now marring her arm, blood dripping from her fingertips onto the ground. With his perceptive prowess, Fengya locked onto the trajectory of the opponent's movements, predicting the point of the next strike. In the instant the Jonin's kunai was about to pierce Xian's throat, Fengya's blade intercepted the attack. Clang! The kunai was shattered by the force of the black blade Choshui, sending a shock through the opponent's arm. The sand-hidden Jonin stared in disbelief at Akikawa Fyoru, as in that fleeting moment, his speed and strength surged to unprecedented levels. His gaze imbued with an intensity foreign to the shadows. You, brat. Your adversary is me. Akikawa Fyoru's icy words emerged from beneath his mask. The chakra of the sage body coursed wildly within him. With a deft twist of his wrist, the back of his autumn water blade struck forcefully against the opponent's elbow. A sharp, cracking sound echoed as the Jonin's arm bent at an unnatural angle. Sagan seized the opportunity, enduring the searing pain as she lunged forward, her dagger piercing accurately into his heart. Silence enveloped the two until the Jonin collapsed, leaving only Sagan's labored breaths reverberating in the dilapidated temple. He approached her. Your arm. Let me tend to it. Sagan was momentarily taken aback by his sudden closeness and the steadfastness in his gaze, murmuring softly in response. Akikawa Fyoru retrieved a clean cloth, antiseptic, and a bandage from his ninja tool pouch, gently lifting her injured arm. His movements were delicate as he meticulously cleaned the blood surrounding the wound. Sagan, captivated by his focused expression, felt an inexplicable flutter within her heart and turned her head away. Sister Sagan, bear with me. I must staunch the bleeding. As he applied the antiseptic, her body involuntarily shuddered, a stifled groan escaping her lips. Realizing her reaction, Sagan's face flushed crimson. After tending to her wound, Fyoru wrapped her arm carefully in the cloth, finishing with a neat knot. He raised his gaze, and their eyes met. The blush on Sagan's face lingered, her eyes reflecting a subtle mixture of fluster and warmth. Both found themselves momentarily captivated by the moment. In the stillness of the crumbling temple, the sound of their heartbeats resonated. Thank you, Sagan whispered, her voice softer than usual. Fyoru smiled gently, squeezing her small hand. Sister Sagan, we are comrades. With that, he stood and gazed out at the sky beyond the temple. Sagan paused at the word comrades, realizing it was the first time she had heard such a term within the ranks of the Umbu. Congratulations, host, for defeating the sand-hidden ninja. Reward, 1 ton of sand gold. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps accompanied by the sound of dragging chains erupted from outside the temple. Tenkai's urgent voice rang out from a distance. Be careful. It's the sand-hidden puppet master squad. Before he could finish, over a dozen bandaged puppets burst through the window, their joints glinting with metallic sheen, chains aimed directly at Sagan and Fyoru. Don't move. Akikawa Fyoru shouted urgently, swiftly pulling Sagan's waist back, while his right hand traced an arc with the autumn water blade. Clang, clang, clang. The chains clashed against the blade with precision, yet ensnared the weapon, violently yanking it back. The puppet master, hidden in the shadows outside the temple, manipulated the chains to drag Fyoru towards the window, as several other puppets seized the moment to launch poison needles directly at him. Fyoru released the autumn water blade and raised his right hand, swiftly gathering chakra. A pale blue spiral of energy spun rapidly in his palm, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, and in an instant unleashed. Wind release. spiraling shuriken. As the twilight deepened, the pupils of Xian contracted. Never before had she witnessed such a ferocious wind-based ninjutsu. Without a moment's hesitation, Shallow River Fengya hurled his spiral shuriken towards the poisonous needles and the throng of puppets. The wind blades tore through the air with a fierce intensity, disintegrating the puppets in their wake as the poison needles were crushed as if by immense force, their joints and chains shattering into fragments. Along with them, the strings controlling the puppets and the puppeteer outside were obliterated. "Let us go," Shallow River Fengya urged, pulling Xian as they leapt behind the temple. As they landed, his senses heightened, and he caught a glimpse of a puppet slipping past the wind blades, its arm launching a piercing short blade silently towards Xian's temple. In an instant, Fengya seized Xian's arm with force, spinning her behind him. Simultaneously, his free hand darted out like lightning, expertly clasping the puppet's wrist as it lunged. A grating metallic sound echoed as Fengya exerted his grip, unleashing the terrifying power bestowed upon him. He crushed the puppet's metallic arm along with its internal mechanisms, twisting them into a mangled mess. The short blade clattered to the ground. Following this, Fengya executed a swift side kick, propelled by a howling gust, delivering a crushing blow to the puppet's core. With a resounding crash, the puppet shattered into countless pieces, its components scattering, rendered utterly useless. "Linglan," Xian gasped, still trembling in the aftermath, as she was shielded behind him. The earlier threat of the piercing blade had cast a shadow of death over her heart. She observed the frightening strength with which Fengya had obliterated the puppet and his unscathed figure standing before her, a chill of intense fear coursing through her. Upon realizing the danger had passed, Xian clung tightly to Fengya's arm, her nails nearly digging into his flesh. She lifted her gaze to his calm profile, then glanced at the gleaming broken blade on the ground. The thought that if not for Fengya's quick reflexes and formidable strength, the blade could have easily penetrated someone's skull sent waves of terror through her. Suddenly, she pressed her hand against the back of his head, urging him to lean towards her forehead. With her eyes shut, tears streamed from the corners of her eyes, her voice trembling uncontrollably. "Linglan, you scared me to death." Just now, it was so close she could not finish her sentence, instead pressing her forehead firmly against his, her body still slightly quaking. Shallow River Fengya felt the chill of her forehead and the tremors of her body, understanding that she was genuinely frightened. He softened his tone, a hint of reassuring warmth in his smile. "Sister Xian, see? I'm perfectly fine." Xian opened her eyes to meet his face, so close, and beneath the mask, his eyes radiated gentle mirth, as if the earlier peril had not fazed him at all. A tumult of embarrassment and lingering fear surged within her, flushing her cheeks crimson. "Linglan, what time is it? You're still grinning. That was a deadly blade." "If you had," Shallow River Fengya chuckled, observing her reddened eyes and flustered expression. "Sister Xian, are you concerned for me?" Meanwhile, Tens pondered internally. "Am I in the wrong place? We are on a mission after all, big brother Shallow River Fengya. Should I be documenting this? Kakashi-senpai, you never taught me this." As Xian heard his teasing remarks, she felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice to hide herself in. "Am I truly being flirted with by a child?" And so calmly, she abruptly turned her face away, attempting to break free, yet Fengya effortlessly grasped her wrist. With an air of nonchalance, Qianchuan Fengya inquired, his gaze lingering on her slightly flushed profile. "Sister Xian, with such gentleness and beauty, I wonder whom you will favor in the future?" Upon hearing his compliment, Xian's heart became a tumultuous mess. Lowering her head, she fiddled with her hair near her ear, trying to conceal her fluster, but could not help but retort softly. "Humph, favor whom? I certainly want to favor you, you little rascal." At that moment, Tenzang, who had been observing, could no longer hold back and coughed heavily twice. Both Qianchuan Fengya and Xian snapped back to reality. Suddenly aware of the living presence of their captain nearby, they instinctively pulled apart, casting awkward glances at Tenzang. Xian, feeling utterly embarrassed, wished she could bury her face in her collar, while Fengya also felt an uncharacteristic shyness, awkwardly uttering, "Ahem, Captain." Chapter 22. Pursuit. Tenzang scrutinized the two with a furrowed brow, realizing that the situation was worse than anticipated. Sunagakure was indeed serious this time. He approached the remnants of the Sunagakure ninja, suddenly extracting a scroll from the remains of one of them. Upon breaking the seal and unfurling the scroll, the expressions of the three turned grave. The scroll depicted a map inscribed with Sunagakure's secret script, marking several key locations within the Land of Fire. from border fortresses to supply stations near Konoha. Even clandestine transport routes were meticulously noted. At the bottom, in bold red ink, a line read, "On the night of the full moon, coordinate from within and infiltrate the strongholds." They were not merely gathering at the border. Fengye traced the red dots on the map with his fingertip, realizing their intent was to dismantle the defenses surrounding Konoha before the Chunin exams. Fengye pondered. Orochimaru and the Kazekage's plans were indeed intricately linked. They sought not only to obliterate Konoha, but also to seize the fertile lands of the Land of Fire. No, it should be the Kazekage who desires the land, while Orochimaru aims to destroy Konoha. A glimmer of cold resolve flickered in Shien's eyes. The scroll must be returned to Konoha to alert the higher-ups in advance. No sooner had she spoken than the rustling of leaves reached their ears. Fengye's sensory abilities flared, his expression shifting. This is bad. At least 50 people are surrounding us. The main force of Sunagakure. Tenzang acted swiftly. Shien, you take the scroll and leave first. I will hold them off with swearing. No, I cannot allow that. Shien immediately protested. This is an order. Tenzang's voice rose sharply as he formed the seals for wood release. The scroll is more important than our lives. Go now. Fengye swiftly stuffed the scroll into Shien's arms, pressing down on her shoulders. Head east through the canyon. There's a counter-tracking barrier we set up previously. They want to catch you. He picked up his blade, the reflection revealing his determined gaze. Sister Shien, don't look back. Hurry and go. Shien gazed at him, then at Tenzang's grave profile. Gritting her teeth, she ultimately cast one last deep look at Fengye before vanishing in a few leaps. They're coming, Tenzang shouted, slamming his hands against the ground. Wood release, striking rod technique. Dozens of sharp wooden spikes erupted from the ground, piercing the foremost sand ninja. Fengye's figure flickered, and the blade of Chiu Shui illuminated the air like daylight, swiftly slaying 3 adversaries. Sand ninja, you have crossed the line. The leader of the sand ninjas, his demeanor fierce, commanded Qianchuan Fengye and Tianzong, hand over the scroll, and I can grant you a swift demise. Fengye retorted mockingly, is Sand seeking to provoke war? The weakest hidden village, what gives you such confidence? Incensed by the derision, the leader gestured for his subordinates to engage without further ado. A barrage of ninjutsu and kunai ensued, weaving a dense net of attacks toward Fengye and Tianzong. Tianzong's would release continuously created obstacles, yet he was overwhelmed by sheer numbers, quickly forced to retreat. Linglan, use that, Tianzong suddenly exclaimed, as he blocked a wind release attack with his wood release. Moving toward Fengye, understanding his intent, Fengye swiftly formed hand seals, gathering chakra in his chest for a fire release, great fire extinguishment. A vast sea of flames surged toward the sand ninjas, the scorching waves nearly igniting the air itself. The sand ninjas were caught off guard. The front lines were instantaneously engulfed in flames, their screams mingling with the crackling of their burning garments. The rear ranks of sand ninjas shouted in panic, quick! The fire is too overwhelming. Wind release 1T suffice, use earth release. Earth release, earth flow wall. Thick walls of earth erupted from the ground, barely containing the spreading inferno. Seizing the moment amid the chaos of the sand formation, Tianzong grasped Fengye's hand. Retreat. The sand ninjas behind them maneuvered around the flames. Hot on their heels, Fengye glanced back to see the sand ninjas splitting their forces. One group pursued them, while another headed toward Shien, who was making her escape. They realized the scroll was in her possession. A pang of anxiety gripped Fengye. His observation haki firmly locked onto Shien's chakra fluctuations. To evade her pursuers, she was recklessly expending chakra to accelerate, her breath beginning to falter. This mission had exceeded all expectations. Indeed, the Jonin in the Hokage office were mere fodder. Had my arrival triggered a butterfly effect? Or was the third Hokage testing my capacity and strength? Damn it, I wish I could unleash a rebirth of the golden wheel upon the heads of the Wind Shadow and Orochimaru. I will pursue Shien, Fengye declared abruptly, pivoting sharply as branches crumbled beneath his feet. Urgently, he called to Tianzong, Captain Tianzong, divert them in the opposite direction. Be careful. Tianzong understood that arguing was futile at this moment. He immediately changed course, creating a significant commotion with wood release, successfully drawing away the majority of their pursuers. Fengye sprinted with all his might, the only sounds being the rush of wind and the pounding of his heart. He could hear Shien's breathing grow increasingly frantic and saw 3 sand Jonin closing in on her. One even hurled a chain with barbs, aimed directly at her ankle. Xian, jump! Fengye shouted, accelerating fiercely. He released Xiao Shui, which flew like a silver flash, precisely severing the chain. Xian, hearing his voice, leapt up just in time to see Fengye rushing toward her, while the Sand Jonin behind her had already completed the hand seals for a wind release. Wind release, wind blade. The scythe-like blade of wind sliced through the air with a piercing sound, aimed at Xiang's back. In midair, she found herself unable to gain leverage, helplessly watching as the wind blade drew closer. At the critical moment, a flash of crimson light ignited in Fengye's eyes. His observation haki captured the trajectory of the wind blade with exquisite precision. Like a phantom, he materialized beside Xiang, harnessing the momentum without a hint of hesitation. With a firm grip on her wrist, he propelled her higher, shouting, "Do not stop. Return to Konoha." They narrowly evaded the deadly cut, the wind blade whistling past, leaving deep gashes on the nearby tree trunk. As Xiang witnessed him narrowly escape the wind blade, her heart nearly leapt from her chest, tears brimming in her eyes. Instead of fleeing, she performed a mid-air somersault, drawing her short blade, and turned to hurl several shuriken at the pursuing Sunagakure Jonin, forcing them back momentarily. Linglan. Her voice trembled slightly. As she fell from above, she landed precisely behind Fengye, standing back to back, her short blade poised defensively before her. The mission is not yet complete. The words of her companions echoed in her mind. Fengye felt a tightening in his chest and swiftly turned, his autumn water blade flashing with cold light to repel the assailants. He saw Xiang stubbornly standing in front of him. Understood, he replied in a deep voice, ready to confront the encroaching Sunagakure ninjas together. The circle of Sunagakure ninjas tightened, and the leading Jonin sneered as he formed hand seals. Wind release. Great sandstorm. A tempest of wind and sand roared forth, instantly obscuring their vision. Xiang swung her blade to block, yet several grains of chakra-infused sand grazed her back, tearing a searing wound across her skin. The mocking laughter of the Sunagakure Jonin mingled with the howling wind. Is this all the little mouse from Konoha can do? Caught in my sandstorm, you won't even find your way back. Fengye's observation haki shone like a beacon amid the swirling sand, allowing him to precisely track each enemy's movements. With a cold snort, he remarked, "Do the Sunagakure ninjas only know how to hide in the sand and shoot arrows from the shadows? 3 to the left, 2 to the right, trying to sneak up." He warned Xiang while deftly evading several cunning wind blades. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed her falter as she had been struck by a chain shuriken tossed by the Sunagakure ninja, leaving a wound on her thigh, her black pants rapidly soaking with blood. Such bravado. The Sunagakure ninja taunted, "Soon, I shall strip you bare and hang you atop Sunagakure," letting Konoha witness how their elite flounder. This was not a sustainable situation. Xiang gasped, her short blade dancing in her hand, the pain from her back and thigh wounds intensifying, making it difficult for her to stand. They were merely stalling for time, waiting for reinforcements. These mice have a clever plan, Fengye thought, glancing at her pale, tense profile and the trembling of her leg from the pain. Gripping the hilt of his blade firmly, he stated with unwavering conviction, "Sister Xiang, do not overexert yourself. I will pave the way, follow me." Xiang bit her lip, recognizing her condition had become a liability. Relinquishing her insistence, she surged chakra into her short blade, which shimmered with a pale blue aura. Secret technique, moon shadow slash. The intense glimmer of blades resembled moonlight cascading down, momentarily repelling the front line of sand-hidden ninjas and granting Feng Yi some much-needed space. A sand-hidden Jonin spat disdainfully. What a flashy display. In that fleeting instant, Feng Yi's chakra began to whirl rapidly within him, forming a sharply humming energy sphere in his right hand. Such terrifying energy fluctuations. Xian's pupils constricted, even from a distance. She could sense a density and intensity far surpassing before. Spiral shuriken. Feng Yi hurled the condensed blue energy sphere with great force. The shuriken spun wildly through the air, producing a piercing sound as it tore through the winds and sands, creating a vacuum vortex in its wake. Utilizing his observation haki, he accurately pinpointed the most densely clustered location of the sand-hidden ninjas, the very core of their command. This is bad. An ultra-high-density wind release. Scatter quickly. The sand-hidden Jonin's face turned pale, his previous arrogance evaporating. This boy was a monster. Curse you, Konoha. The spiral shuriken exploded amidst the crowd. The violent wind chakra instantly transformed into countless invisible wind blades, finer than grains of sand. Not only did it shred the bodies of the ninjas within range, but it also directly obliterated their internal chakra pathways. The chilling screams were swallowed by the storm, and the once tightly knit encirclement was violently breached, leaving a gory chasm in its wake, smoke and blood mist swirling around. Go, Feng Yi urged, gripping Xian's wrist, feeling her frailty, and without hesitation. He wrapped his arm around her waist, half carrying her. Taking advantage of the chaos and smoke from the explosion, he charged towards the eastern breach. Behind them, the terrified and desperate shouts of the sand-hidden ninjas rang out. Stop them. My chakra pathways are severed. What kind of ninjutsu is that? A monster. A monster from Konoha. My leg. Ah. They ran far until the sounds of their pursuers faded into silence, finally pausing at the entrance of a concealed cave. Feng Yi carefully lowered Xian, allowing her to lean against the rocky wall. As soon as she steadied herself, the wounds on her back and thigh flared with excruciating pain, and she couldn't suppress a muffled groan, cold sweat instantly beading on her forehead. Your technique, she gasped, looking at Feng Yi with eyes wide in shock and fear. Its power is terrifying and perilous. She noticed that his right hand, which had executed the ninjutsu, bore no marks of wear. Feng Yi flexed his unscathed right hand, as if the terrifying strike just unleashed had not been his doing at all. He turned his back to Xian, his gaze fixed on the distance. The vast life force of the sage body coursed silently within him. Maintaining his peak condition, this secret was not yet meant to be revealed. Chapter 23. The Cave. Feng Yi grinned, a hint of satisfaction lighting his features, as long as it works. The disarray of those sand ninjas will be etched into their memories for a lifetime. Xian silently rummaged through her backpack, producing the last military ration pill and handing it to him, gently pressing down on his hand as he took the pill. Her voice trembled ever so slightly. Next time, please don't do that. I no longer wish to. Her words faltered, as if she were at a loss for how to articulate the feelings that arose from witnessing his repeated acts of bravery. Feng Yi grasped her icy hand, transferring a reassuring warmth through his palm. Sister Xian, trust me. My physique is rather unique. What we should be concerned about now is your health. Xian leaned weakly against the cold stone wall, the tremors of having survived still fresh within her. Yet another, more unfamiliar warmth quietly blossomed in her heart. Gazing at the figure who had repeatedly shielded her, an unprecedented sensation surged within her. Beneath this cold facade, within the mission-driven shadows, there existed such fervent bonds. There were individuals who cherished the lives of their companions so dearly. Tears welled up uncontrollably in her eyes. Feng Yi carefully unfastened her damaged dark attire and set it aside. Without the support of the hardened armor, Xian's already weakened body swayed precariously. With agile reflexes, Feng Yi reached out to steady her waist. His palm, separated only by the sweat-soaked black undergarment, distinctly felt the contours of her trembling form. The wound on your back. Feng Yi's voice dropped, laced with a barely perceptible tension. He retrieved medicinal powder and bandages from his spatial ring, his movements strikingly focused as he began to tend to her injuries. The powder touched the wound, and the sharp sting elicited a muffled groan from Xian, her fingers instinctively curling in response. She hastily turned her face away, attempting to mask the physiological reaction to the pain, yet her ears flushed crimson, betraying her embarrassment. Feng Yi's gaze fell upon her pained expression, a strange tightness gripping his heart. He attempted to lighten the heavy atmosphere with a casual remark, cough. If your boyfriend finds out I'm bandaging you like this, won't he come after me with a knife, will he? Xian, beads of cold sweat dotting her forehead from the pain, froze at his words, bewildered as she retorted. Boyfriend? Whom are you speaking of? Feng Yi, momentarily taken aback, instinctively exclaimed, ah? Then, immediately retracting all inquiries, he apologized. Sorry, I misspoke. Don't move. It will be over soon. He shifted his gaze downward, landing on her inner thigh, where the black leggings were already saturated with blood. The placement of the wound was particularly precarious. He would need to tear open that section of fabric to treat it. He crouched, his movements hesitating slightly, infused with a hint of reluctance. I'm fine. Xian's voice was barely above a whisper, imbued with a sense of finality. She closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling with tension, revealing her inner shyness. Feng Yi, no longer hesitating, took a deep breath. With a decisive rip, he tore open the fabric. The wound was not deep, but had been aggravated by friction, blood still seeping slowly. Fenya's gaze swiftly skimmed over the exposed skin and the faint outline of the black fabric. He forced himself to avert his eyes, mentally chanting, "Do not gaze upon what is inappropriate. Do not gaze upon what is inappropriate." He concentrated fully, meticulously cleaning the wound. Xian tensed suddenly, stifling a gasp. Fengye remained as impassive as a machine. As he sprinkled the powder, he exerted great effort to control the range, avoiding any unnecessary contact. However, the occasional brush against her warm skin sent a slight shiver through both of them. While wrapping the bandage, he had to lean in close, his nose almost touching her knee, as a mixture of sweat, the metallic scent of blood, and her faint, unique fragrance filled his nostrils. Shiyuan bit her lip and, unbeknownst to her, opened her eyes. The gaze, usually sharp or teasing, now brimmed with focused tenderness. Observing the youth who repeatedly shielded her in moments of peril, she watched his clumsy yet earnest demeanor. An overwhelming sense of safety coupled with an inexplicable flutter gripped her heart tightly. All done, Fengye abruptly straightened, his voice hoarse from tension, almost yearning to escape the overly intimate proximity. Yet, a cool little hand gently clasped his wrist. Shiyuan's palm was slick with cold sweat, her fingertips trembling slightly. She raised her eyes to him, her gaze almost pleading, "Please don't leave, just for a moment." Fengye's movements froze instantly. He intended to let her manage herself, but was unexpectedly encircled by her delicate arms from behind. Shiyuan's cheek pressed against his broad, yet slightly frail back, her voice imbued with an unfamiliar dependency. "Don't go, stay with me, please." The tone was that of a survivor instinctively seeking solace from her soul anchor. Fengye could distinctly feel her softness and warmth, along with the damp heat on his back where her tears had soaked. After a brief internal struggle, the trembling arms around his waist overcame all reason. He slowly turned, gently enveloping her in his embrace. Shiyuan nestled her head into the nook of his neck, drawing comfort from his warmth and reassuring scent. "Are you cold?" Fengye's voice was as soft as a sigh, his arms instinctively tightening around her. She shook her head, pressing closer to his warm chest, as if wanting to meld into him completely. In the cave, only the clear sound of their heartbeats and intertwined breaths remained, an indescribable, heart-stirring warmth silently flowing and fermenting in the stillness. Moonlight cascaded through the cave entrance, illuminating her purple hair scattered over her shoulders and casting a soft glow on her slightly flushed cheeks, rendering her exceptionally captivating. "Sister Shiyuan, does it still hurt?" Fengye cautiously lifted his hand, gently caressing her back while deliberately avoiding all the injured spots. Shiyuan lifted her head, her eyes glistening with a layer of mist, softly responding, "Much better, it doesn't hurt as much now." Only then did Fengye let out a long sigh of relief, the tension that had been lingering finally finding release. He carefully distanced himself from Shiyuan, retrieving clean bedding and blankets from his storage ring, laying them on the relatively flat ground. "Let's rest for a while, Sister Shiyuan. You need to regain your strength." Shiyuan softly acknowledged him with a gentle hum, as Fengye supported her slender waist, cautiously helping her lie down on the soft bedding. Gently, he helped her remove the shoes stained with dust and blood, washing away the grime from her body with water and enveloping her in a warm blanket. After completing these tasks, Fengye was about to rise and keep watch at the cave entrance when a small hand once again tugged at the hem of his garment. "Don't go," Xian's voice, tinged with a hint of panic, resonated with clarity in the stillness of the night. Her violet eyes, bathed in moonlight, expressed a plea, "Lily of the valley." Fengye paused, momentarily taken aback. Was the age-old adage of a hero rescuing a damsel truly so effective? Internally, he wrestled with his emotions. She was gravely injured, having just faced death, and the vulnerability she now exhibited was so fragile. How could he possibly abandon her? How could I entertain such thoughts? In the deep of night, within the cave, only the moonlight and the chirping of insects accompanied them. Lying on his side beneath the blanket, Fengye gazed at Xian, who appeared particularly enchanting in the moonlight, and whispered, "Sister Xian, I believe I saw you crying today." Xian immediately buried her face deeper into the blanket, a hint of embarrassment evident in her tone. "I did not. You must have misseen." Fengye chuckled softly. "In truth, I rather miss your usual aloof and regal demeanor. This," he deliberately elongated his tone, "is quite a contrast." Before he could finish, a small hand playfully pinched at the soft flesh around his waist through the fabric, causing him to gasp in surprise. With a smile, he reached for the mischievous hand. The moment their palms met, A subtle current seemed to flow between them, causing both to freeze momentarily. She feebly struggled a couple of times, but found herself held even tighter. The blanket now held an unspoken tension. Chien could distinctly feel him gently caressing the smooth back of her hand, sending shivers of sweet trepidation coursing up her arm. "Let go." Her voice emerged muffled from beneath the blanket, soft and somewhat reproachful, as if she were both commanding and yet coyly inviting him to persist. Not only did Feng Yi refuse to release her, but he also used the grip to slightly shift closer, narrowing the space between them. His warm breath brushed against her sensitive ear, his voice low and almost seductive. "I won't let go." With a hint of triumph, he remarked, "Sister Chien, your ears have turned red." "I have not." Chien suddenly emerged from the blanket, her gaze filled with indignation as she attempted to reclaim a semblance of her usual commanding presence. This rare display of fluster ignited the long-suppressed heat within him. Applying gentle yet irresistible pressure to her hand, he drew her closer into his embrace. Chien was taken by surprise as she collided with his warm, solid frame. She could distinctly perceive the rise and fall of his chest and the rapid thumping of his heart. Thud, 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 syncing with her own heartbeat. A faint voice within her struggled. "Chien, what are you doing? He is younger than you." Yet her body craved this sturdy support. The hand he held pressed firmly against his chest, the heat radiating from beneath his palm, nearly overwhelming her senses. Lowering his head, his nose nearly brushed against her smooth forehead. The cave was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of their synchronized breaths. Indeed, his voice, imbued with an unprecedented seriousness due to some emotion, struck me as entirely unawkward. "You were quite endearing just now." Chien's body stiffened momentarily, as if this phrase had pierced the softest part of her heart. Slowly, she lifted her gaze to meet the depths of his eyes. Feng Yi tilted his head slightly. His warm lips, tentative as a feather, gently pressed against her forehead. Chien instinctively held her breath, her mind blank, utterly captivated. Then, that warm sensation glided along her brow bone and eyelids, gradually descending, ultimately tenderly enveloping her cool lips with a near-reverent softness. Her mouth was exceptionally supple, imbued with a hint of herbal bitterness, instantly obliterating all his rationality. Initially, it was a gentle touch, filled with cautious exploration. Yet, moments later, Feng Yi distinctly sensed her body relax slightly in his embrace, her lips clumsily and shyly responding to him. This subtle, yet vividly clear response was akin to sparks igniting dry kindling, instantly igniting the restrained flames within him. No longer hesitating, he deepened the kiss with an irresistible yet exquisitely tender force, drawing her breath, her whimpers, and all her senses into this sudden tempest. Chien's hands instinctively clutched the fabric at his waist, her body feeling as though all its strength had been sapped, softly leaning into him. She could only passively endure this unfamiliar, surging tide. She felt the tremors coursing through her body and distinctly heard the thunderous beat of her heart, nearly leaping from her chest. Amidst the haze, a flicker of clarity returned to Chien, where was Linglan's hand. Overwhelmed by immense embarrassment and unfamiliar emotions, she found herself utterly at a loss, instinctively responding to him in a clumsy and awkward manner. It was only when she sensed something that Chien struggled to escape the suffocating dizziness, her hands weakly pressing against his chest, gently pushing him away. Upon sensing her resistance, Feng Yi withdrew slightly, yet his forehead remained pressed against hers, their heated breaths intertwining. He could see the redness at the corners of her eyes and her slightly swollen lips, her glistening gaze holding a breathtaking allure. "Linglan," she uttered, her voice tinged with a pitiful whimper, resembling an unconscious murmur. "Sister Chien." Feng Yi's voice was hoarse as he gazed into her dazed eyes. "You have no idea how dangerously alluring you look right now." He took several deep breaths, striving to suppress the tumultuous impulses within him. Who could withstand such a test? Chapter 24. Bonds. The following morning, as dawn broke, Feng Yi opened his eyes to find her still peacefully asleep in his embrace, her breathing steady. He carefully lifted the blanket, rising to don his gear, the metallic armor clinking softly. The shadow clone stationed outside transformed into wisps of white smoke as he emerged. The observation haki unfurled silently, like an invisible net enveloping the surroundings, swiftly capturing the chakra of Tianzong. Only a few traces of the sand-hidden ninjas lingered in the vicinity, their presence evidently diminished after a recent skirmish. Xiang had awakened earlier, yet pressed against his chest, captivated by the rhythm of his heartbeat. She found herself at a loss for words. It was only upon hearing the rustle of him dressing that she buried her face deeper into his embrace. Sister Yin? Fengye returned, gently tapping her shoulder with his fingertips. There's movement at Captain Tiansong's side. It seems reinforcements have arrived, and we must regroup. Beneath the covers, Xiang feigned slumber, her voice thick with the remnants of sleep and a hint of shyness. Turn around. I need to get dressed. Observing her in this state, Fengye couldn't help but chuckle, recalling how she had appeared just days prior, an aloof beauty. He retrieved his own clothes from his storage ring and offered them to her, saying, Your attire is no longer wearable. Try mine instead. It's a black and white design, suitable for all. As Xiang accepted the garments, her fingertips warmed slightly. Once he turned to leave, she gazed at the outfit, faintly scented, and a smile crept onto her lips. The little rascal certainly knows how to take care of others. Once she was dressed, she brushed her fingers against the sealed scroll at her waist. Are they from Konoha? Perfect, let us proceed. Fengye stored away the items from the previous day, and the two hastened forward, following the fluctuations of chakra. Soon, they heard muffled sounds ahead, followed by the soft thud of ninja tools hitting the ground. Upon rounding a ridge, the scene at the canyon's entrance came into view. Captain Tiansong leaned against a rock, panting, with several sand-hidden ninjas sprawled at his feet. While 3 Konoha ninjas in Umbu uniforms stood nearby, their eyes sharp as hawks beneath their masks. Captain Tiansong, Fengye called out. Tiansong turned abruptly, his tense shoulders visibly relaxing upon seeing them. You've arrived, he said, gesturing to the Umbu beside him. They are here to assist us. The leading Umbu ninja nodded at the two. Linglan, Xiang, we've eliminated the pursuing enemies in the vicinity. The area is safe for 3 kilometers ahead. Xiang quickly approached Tiansong, frowning at the scrapes on his arm. Are your injuries severe? Just minor wounds. Tiansong waved dismissively, his gaze shifting to the pair. Noting Xiang's casual attire without concern, he turned to the Umbu. Have you scouted the subsequent routes? Yes, the mountain path has been confirmed safe. We will split into 2 teams to clear the way, while you carry the scrolls in the center. The Umbu ninja handed over a hand-drawn map, marked in red to indicate concealed routes. The sand-hidden troops are likely still gathering at the border. We must exit their search radius before noon. Fengye took the map, tracing a treacherous canyon fork with his fingertip. This terrain is precarious and prone to ambush. Let the forward team investigate it thoroughly. The Umbu nodded in agreement and immediately dispatched 2 members to scout ahead. Tiansong patted Fengye's arm, inquiring, Did you encounter any trouble last night? I've heard from the reinforcements that the Sand Hidden has mobilized quite a number of Jonin. Fortunately not, Xiang interjected, omitting any mention of their prior escapades. Linglan utilized ninjutsu to break through the encirclement. I sustained a few injuries and found a place to recover for a while. Tiansong nodded, having already surveyed the battlefield from the previous day, and he did not dwell on how they had escaped, content that they had survived. Folding the map neatly and stowing it away, the shadow and the darkness vanished at the end of the mountain path. Let us proceed. Aiming to reach the outskirts of Konoha before nightfall. The night enveloped the land like ink, and at the entrance of Konoha, the supporting ninjas departed, leaving only Tens, keyed. And Yuin, I shall first meet with the 3rd Hokage, Tens announced, halting to rub his aching shoulders, his gaze sweeping over the two. You both should return and rest. At this moment, the Hokage residence was unusually tranquil, with the guard ninjas concealed in the shadows. Tens skillfully navigated through the backyard and knocked on the door of the 3rd Hokage's chamber. Come in, came the aged yet steady voice from within. Pushing the door open, Tens found the 3rd Hokage seated at a low table, reviewing documents, the oil lamp casting a soft glow upon the surface. Upon seeing Tens enter, he set down his pen and gestured to the cushion across from him. You have returned? What is the situation? Lord 3rd, the mission has been accomplished, Tens replied, his voice hoarse from the long journey. We encountered an ambush by Sunagakure, eliminating a total of 20 ninjas, 10 puppeteers, and 10 elite Jonin. The 3rd Hokage placed his pipe down, his frail fingers pressing against the ends of a scroll. As the sealing symbol was undone, the map inscribed with Sunagakure's secrets unfurled under the dim light, revealing a multitude of red dots marking border fortresses, supply stations, and 3 clandestine transport routes. Most striking was the inscription, on the night of the full moon, infiltrate from within and without. The 3rd Hokage tapped the edge of the map with his fingertips, his expression darkening. They intend to sever Konoha's support. Tens raised his head to add, The objective of Sunagakure extends beyond the borders. They seek to dismantle Konoha's outer defenses before the Chunin exams. Heed's perceptive abilities proved crucial during this mission, as he had saved Yuin multiple times from peril, eliminating hostile ninjas. The boy's growth surpasses my expectations, the third Hokage mused, meticulously examining the map. Suddenly, a light chuckle escaped him. To retrieve this from the clutches of Sunagakure while ensuring Yuin's safety, he has performed admirably. He rolled the map and secured it in a hidden compartment. Convey to him that his achievements have been duly noted by the Hokage office. As the gentle click of the door closing behind Ten's echoed, the third Hokage picked up his pipe, yet did not light it. Gazing out into the night sky lost in thought, his aged voice resonated softly, as if confiding to himself or the stillness of the room. Unbeknownst to him, he has already taken root in Konoha. He lightly tapped the table, his gaze seemingly penetrating the walls, resting on a corner of the village. 6 years have passed. Inseparable from Hinata, and now they are lovers. That bond cannot be severed. Then there was Naruto, always dragging him to Ichiraku Ramen, clamoring joyfully. Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, Kiba. Shino, he suddenly smiled. These connections are stronger than any chain. Once, he had worried about the boy's impulsive nature, but now it seemed he had been overly concerned. With the desire to protect someone and comrades to stand by his side, he had come to understand the weight of Konoha more profoundly. Bringing the pipe to his lips, he ignited the embers, and smoke billowed gently. This is good, very good. With these bonds in place, he will strive harder than anyone to safeguard this village. As for Sunagakure, an invasion of Konoha, the Raikage and Tsuchikage dismissed him, and the land of water had its own troubles to contend with. Who bestowed courage upon Shine? And has the young wind shadow lost his senses? It appears that we must fortify our defenses and take precautions against unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 25. The suppressed resentment of many years on the other side. Shien and Funya walked side by side through the tranquil streets of Konoha. Funya turned to the enchanting figure beside him and said, "Sister Yin, allow me to escort you home." Shien gazed at him with a complex expression and replied, "There's no need. I can return on my own." Yet, her feet remained rooted in place. She beheld the youth's smile illuminated by the moonlight, her fingers unconsciously tightening. Memories of him rescuing her flashed vividly in her mind, alongside moments shared in the cave, each memory searing her heart like a burning brand. She ought to express her gratitude, yet the words that escaped her lips were, "You are quite strong." Well, if I weren't strong, how could I have been summoned to the Umbu by the Hokage? Funya chuckled lightly. Yet you, this morning, wore my clothes, and now you're putting on a brave face. Shien turned her face away, her cheeks flushed with stubbornness as she retorted, "I didn't wear your clothes. You thrust them upon me." Indeed, Funya acquiesced, following her lead as they walked towards her home. "But surely you will let me see you to your doorstep?" Their conversation fell silent until they reached the entrance of Shien's home. As she turned to push the door open, he gently grasped her wrist. "Sister Yin," Funya's voice softened in the night, imbued with a youthful clarity yet tinged with an unarticulated insistence. "Next time, do not exert yourself so fiercely." Shien lifted her gaze to meet his, her reflection shimmering in his eyes. "I understand. Linglan, you are unlike my former colleagues in the Umbu. You possess a warmth they lack." Lowering her head to observe their intertwined shadows, she seemed to reminisce, her voice barely above a whisper, "The Umbu's duty has always prioritized missions above all else. The lives of comrades often reduced to mere lines in a report." She looked at Funya, recalling a teammate from her previous squad who frequently uttered the phrase, "Don't mind me." During missions, their focus remained solely on objectives, never pausing for anyone. "Last time, at the border of Kusagakure, I was ensnared by a trap with pursuers behind me. He could have effortlessly saved me, yet he chose to turn away with the scroll." Upon hearing her recount, Funya found the Umbu's indifference towards colleagues rather absurd, attributing it to only a few individuals. "But you are different," Shien suddenly smiled, a radiant expression that left Funya momentarily entranced. "Yesterday, when you and the captain handed me the scroll to cover my retreat, and when you rushed forward to protect me, your eyes seemed to see only my well-being." Her voice dwindled, the final words nearly swept away by the night breeze. Funya observed the tears pooling in the corners of her eyes and stepped closer, yearning to wipe them away. "Because you are not merely a line in a mission report," he whispered, his breath brushing against her ear. "You are my sister Yin." Shien clasped her small hands over her mouth, taking a sudden step back. her back colliding with the cold door. Realizing she had reached her doorstep, her eyes, already red from crying, widened in surprise. The door creaked softly upon impact, while Fenya's hand lingered suspended in the air, his gaze fixed on her tear-streaked face. Ultimately, he could not resist the urge to follow her inside. As the door closed, an enveloping silence surged into the room like a tidal wave, leaving only the sound of their breaths. Shiyuan leaned against the wall, her hand covering her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks. Fenya felt a pang of heartache. What a wonderful girl she was, and he resolved to cherish her deeply. Indeed, the age-old tale of a hero rescuing a damsel never loses its charm. She had never anticipated losing her composure before him, yet his words, "You are not merely a line in a mission report," pierced her heart like a dagger, exposing the vulnerabilities she had concealed beneath the facade of the Dark Order. The grievances from years of suppression, the resolute departures of comrades, and the lonely nights spent nursing her wounds all transformed into scalding tears in that moment. Fenya stood silently beside her, watching as she wept without uttering a single word. Shiyuan longed to articulate something, but her voice caught in her throat. Suddenly, Fenya stepped closer, gently wiping away the tears on her cheeks, causing her to shiver. His touch sent a tremor through her as he caressed her face, whispering, "Do not cry. If you continue, I might think I have spoken out of turn." Shiyuan seized his wrist, trembling. She looked up at him, her tear-filled eyes illuminating his features in the moonlight, his prominent nose and slightly curved lips igniting a tumultuous stir within her, nearly making her forget the ironclad rules of the Dark Order, the indifference of her colleagues, and the solitude she had long since learned to bear. He observed the remnants of tears at the corners of her reddened eyes, and as he swallowed hard, he leaned in closer. Shiyuan's breath hitched as she watched his face magnify before her. Despite her previous experience, the youthful visage before her unsettled her heart. His kiss was fervent as it brushed against her lips, freezing her in place. Her eyelashes trembled violently, and the warmth of his unexpected touch rendered her momentarily breathless. Memories of the previous night's events in the cave flooded her mind, leaving her momentarily stunned. It was that line, "You are not a mere entry in the mission report," that echoed in her thoughts. Shiyuan's fingers clutched the fabric of his shirt, feeling the rapid beat of his heart beneath. She suddenly raised her hand, her arm grazing the side of his face, her fingers lightly resting on the back of his neck, a gesture that felt like both a response and a plea for him to stay. With years of suppressed grievances and the exhilaration of life and death hanging in the balance, they continued until they were both breathless. Fenya gently withdrew, resting his forehead against her nose, rubbing his cheek against hers, his voice hoarse as he murmured, "Sister Yin." Shiyuan remained silent, her hand caressing the corner of his lips. Then, lifting herself onto her toes, she leaned in closer. In the bathroom and later in the bedroom, emotions ran deep, leading to a natural blossoming of intimacy. Afterward, Fenya lit a cigarette, courtesy of the system, he would later explain. Shiyuan, still flushed from the moment, watched him smoke and asked, "Is this when you start smoking?" Fenya met her gaze with a nonchalant expression. "After such an encounter, one cigarette is in order, but I indulge in more than just smoking. I also enjoy a drink." Shiyuan playfully punched his chest and tilted her head back, casting a disdainful glance at him. "You and your chatter. Where did you learn such nonsense? This isn't your first time." At that moment, Fenya found himself at a loss for words, flustered, and, with a mock wipe of non-existent sweat from his brow, he replied, "I'm self-taught. It's simply a man's instinct." "Oh, is that so? I find it hard to believe," Shiyuan said, casting a skeptical glance at Fenya. Observing the woman's persistence in her inquiries, Fenya let out a soft grunt, his resolve strengthening, pleading for mercy in a manner that suggested surrender. Chapter 26. Companionship in the dead of night. Gazing at the peacefully slumbering Shiyuan beside him, he cautiously pulled back the covers and made his way to the living room to dress. He quietly closed the door, stealthily avoiding the patrolling ninjas, and swiftly darted in the direction of the Hyuga household. Upon entering the courtyard, he signaled to the guards concealed in the shadows before proceeding to the room. Removing his shoes, he approached the doorway, sensing Hinata asleep in his room. He then entered the adjacent bedroom, Hinata's room, covered himself with a blanket, and promptly fell asleep, reveling in the vigor of youth. The following morning, he awoke to the sight of a delighted Hinata, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Sleepily, he greeted her, "Good morning, Hinata." With joy radiating from her, Hinata embraced Fenya, exclaiming, "Fenya-kun, you came. Why didn't you wake me? He gently patted her back, signaling her to rise so he could dress properly. As Hinata observed Funya donning his attire, she stepped forward to embrace him again, playfully asking, Funya-kun, did you miss me? Funya cheerfully replied, how could I not miss you? I hurried to finish my tasks to return home. Hinata, inhaling the scent emanating from Funya, wrinkled her brow and curiously remarked, what is that strange smell on you? Feeling a twinge of guilt at Hinata's innocent inquiry, Funya awkwardly explained, there was a female ninja in my squad who got injured on a mission. I took care of her and brought her back to Konoha for treatment. Hinata nodded. Concern etched on her face. Is she going to be okay? Yes, it's nothing serious. The Umbu are accustomed to injuries. They'll be fine in a day or so. He recalled that Shiyin seemed to have fared well, despite the lingering pain in her voice. Shaking his head to dismiss the thoughts, he took Hinata's hand and led her to breakfast, refusing to dwell on the matter any longer. Upon entering the living room, he greeted Uncle Hisashi, and the four of them enjoyed their meal together. Hisashi inquired, you're not too busy these days, are you? Funya nodded while chewing, yes. I think I'll have a few days of rest. Hinata, overhearing Funya's response, exclaimed with delight, really? So you'll have time? Funya smiled at her, indeed. I'll accompany you on some missions over the next few days. That is wonderful. Hinata beamed, her satisfaction evident. Hanabi, watching her father's interaction with Funya, could only observe with a frown, displeased at the prospect of more training. Hisashi, noticing his daughter's transformation upon seeing Funya, could only chuckle in resignation. The boy's chakra was increasing at an astonishing rate each year, rendering the Ninetales almost a novice in comparison. He found it incomprehensible. Thankfully, he was his son-in-law, and one could only say that Hinata possessed an extraordinary eye for talent. If Akatsukawa Kaori were to learn of it, with a chuckle, the transformative prowess granted by the reincarnation eye and advanced sage body would lead one to realize that they could indeed become the second sage of six paths. Hinata, with a heart full of joy, held Kaori's hand as they strolled through the vibrant streets of Konoha, making their way to the abode of their beloved teacher, Yuhi Kurenai. Observing Hinata's blissful expression, Kaori felt a twinge of guilt, silently imploring the divine, oh, goddess of the moon, may Hinata remain oblivious to the truth. Upon reaching the threshold of Kurenai's residence, Kaori inquired, is the assembly meant to meet the leading instructor? Is there not a designated rendezvous point? Perhaps it was the presence of Kaori that elevated Hinata's spirits today. With a bright smile, Hinata replied, indeed, I brought you here to meet my teacher. As you are to accompany me on a mission, I thought it wise to introduce you. Kaori nodded, contemplating how gentle Kurenai must be, and how well-suited Hinata was in her company. Hinata approached and knocked on the door, which was opened by a rugged man with stubble, Asuma. Kaori stepped forward first, greeting him with a curious expression, Asuma-senpai, what brings you to Kurenai's home so early in the day? Asuma chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. It's you too. Come on in. With a knowing smile, Kaori glanced at Asuma, as if attempting to peer into his very soul, and introduced him to Hinata. Allow me to present our dashing and composed elite Jonin of Konoha, the one whose name strikes fear into the hearts of foes, Asuma Sarutobi. Worth 35 million ryo. Hinata listened, wide-eyed in awe, exclaiming, how impressive. Asuma, feeling somewhat bashful from the flattery, quickly interjected, oh, come on now, Hinata. Don't listen to his exaggerations, but the 35 million ryo part is indeed true. Kaori chuckled softly, leading Hinata into the living room, where Kurenai sat gracefully on the sofa. Truly, she was the flower of Konoha, and Asuma was fortunate indeed. Kaori exchanged a playful glance with Asuma. Hinata greeted Kurenai warmly. Good morning, sensei. Kurenai, observing the young couple before her, recalled that Asuma had already briefed her on Akatsukawa Kaori's circumstances. Good morning, Hinata, and Kaori, what brings you here? Kurenai asked with curiosity. Hinata explained Kaori's presence as her mission partner, and upon receiving her approval, the four of them proceeded to the designated meeting point outside the mission hall. While Asuma went off to locate his three young charges, Kaori greeted the already waiting Kiba and Shino. Long time no see, Kiba, Shino. Kiba approached with a grin, throwing an arm around Kaori's shoulder. Hey, where have you been? We haven't heard from you, and Hinata hasn't said a word. Shino nodded in acknowledgement. It's been quite a while, Kaori. Kaori replied nonchalantly. What else could I do, Kiba? You know, aside from being with Hinata, I have nowhere else to go. Kiba looked skeptical. Oh really? Hinata seems distracted during missions every day. and yet you claim you two are inseparable. Hinata watched Cory engage in cheerful banter with his comrades, feeling a nostalgic warmth, as if they had returned to the carefree days of laughter and playful antics together. Unable to endure the scene any longer, Hong urged the two men engaged in lively conversation to proceed with their task. Beside them, Shino remarked, "Am I being ignored again?" The four of them arrived at the mission hall, where they greeted the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in unison. The Hokage, observing Akatsuki Kiid's puzzled expression, inquired, "Aren't you supposed to be resting at home?" Kiid replied with a smile, "I would love to sleep in, but Hinata woke me up. I decided to accompany her on this mission instead." Sarutobi noted the boy's calm demeanor, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding tension, and pondered if it was Hinata's presence that contributed to his composure. He then glanced at Hinata, who radiated sweetness and happiness, affirming his belief in the boy's potential. Turning to Yuhi Kurenai, the Hokage asked, "Kurenai, what mission do you intend to undertake today?" Kurenai pointed to the mission board and suggested, "Lord Hokage, let us choose the task of clearing out the bandits in Wolf Valley. They are merely ordinary outlaws without any ninja background, making it an excellent opportunity for the children to gain practical experience." The third Hokage glanced at Kiid again and then at Team 8's members. "All right, it is indeed time for some field training." Upon hearing they were to confront bandits, Hinata glanced at Kiid, who reassured her with a gesture to remain calm. As Team 8 led Kiid to the vicinity of Wolf Valley, they stumbled upon a scene where over 20 bandits surrounded a cart, brandishing knives and clubs in an attempt to seize its cargo. The leader, a scarred man, brandished a machete, threatening the villagers, "Hand over your money and goods. Otherwise, we will break your arms." The villagers huddled together in fear, with an elderly man clutching a cloth bag tightly, clearly containing life-saving funds. Kurenai remained still, instructing the three children, "You go ahead, and be cautious." Kiid leaned against a tree, arms crossed, watching the unfolding scene with anticipation for Hinata. Kiba, leading Akamaru, charged forward first. Akamaru lunged at a bandit's wrist, while Kiba followed up with a sweeping kick that sent the bandit tumbling to the ground. Akamaru, bite his leg. The duo worked seamlessly together, swiftly incapacitating two bandits. Shino released a swarm of insects from his sleeve, commanding, "Go forth, my little ones, and annoy them to no end." The black bugs surged like a tide, crawling up the bandits' necks, sleeves, and pant legs. The bandits emitted cries not of pain, but of relentless itching, dropping their iron clubs as they frantically clawed at their bodies. Kiid observed this spectacle with a shiver, realizing the horror would be overwhelming for anyone with a fear of such dense swarms. At that moment, a corpulent bandit swung an iron club at Hinata, cursing, "You little girl, how dare you meddle?" His aggressive and wild movements, though fierce, lacked the finesse of a ninja as he aimed the club toward Hinata's head. Taking a deep breath, Hinata's veins slightly bulged, and with her Byakugan activated, she perceived every flaw in her opponent's form. She deftly sidestepped, executing the Bagua step to evade the iron club while gathering chakra at her fingertips. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 32 palms. The first strike landed on the wrist, and the mountain bandit felt a tingling in his tiger's mouth, nearly losing grip on the iron rod. The 5th strike struck the outer side of his knee, rendering him rigid. The 10th strike impacted his side, causing his breath to falter. Hinata's movements grew increasingly fluid, her Byakugan pinpointing every node on her opponent's body with precision, striking expertly at vital points. 21, 22, 30, 31, 32. The final blow landed on the chest's Zhongyu point, and the bandit seemed to have all his strength siphoned away, letting out a muffled groan as he collapsed to the ground, his limbs limp and powerless, lacking even the strength to lift his head, commonly referred to as being incapacitated. Kazuya observed the expression of the bandit, cursing inwardly, feeling a surge of satisfaction for his Hinata-chan. He resolved to try this technique for himself later. The arena fell silent as the remaining bandits watched this scene, their hands frozen, still gripping their blades. The scarred-faced bandit shouted in anger, "What are you afraid of? Let's go together." He charged at Hinata with his machete, only to be knocked over by Tsubaki, who collided with him from the side, sending him sprawling. Meanwhile, Shino's insects crawled over his back, causing him to shriek in discomfort. Hinata stood her ground, her chest gently rising and falling as she regarded the remaining bandits, her gaze imbued with newfound resolve. Taking a step forward, her Byakugan scanned the area. "You stand no chance." The bandits exchanged glances, The fate of the corpulent man still fresh in their minds, and none dared to advance. At that moment, Kazuya leaped down from the tree, dispatching the hesitant bandits with swift kicks, grinning as he turned to Tsubaki and Shino. Find some rope and bind them securely. Tsubaki nodded with a grin. Locating a bundle of coarse hemp rope by the cart, and together with Shino, they bound the bandits effectively. Kazuya marveled at their handiwork, thinking it a pity they weren't filming a movie. The scarred bandit continued to struggle. Do you even know who I am? But before he could finish, Tsubaki silenced him with a piece of cloth. Only then did the villagers dare to approach, the elderly man who had been robbed hastily stepping forward to Hinata, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed ninja of Konoha. Without you, our goods and life-saving funds would be lost. Hinata quickly shook her head. No need for thanks. It is our duty. She looked to Yuhi Kurenai, her eyes inquiring. Kurenai nodded. Let you handle these bandits. The villagers hurriedly gathered poles and ropes, stringing the bound bandits together, the old man excitedly declaring, we shall take them to town and have them imprisoned for their crimes. As the villagers led the bandits away, Tsubaki praised, well done, Hinata. That set of techniques was impressive. Shino adjusted his sunglasses coolly, affirming, indeed. Hinata stole a glance at Kazuya, who gave her a thumbs up. Hinata, you are the best. Clenching her fist, her heart swelled with sweetness. After dealing with the bandits, Kurenai observed the fading light. The bandit hideout should be deep within the valley. We should investigate at dawn to ensure no one escapes. Hinata activated her Byakugan to survey the surroundings, quickly nodding. 300 meters to the northwest, there are several wooden houses with the presence of 7 individuals. Their chakra is faint, likely more bandits. Tsubaki could hardly contain his excitement, patting Akamaru's head. All right, Akamaru, let us prepare for a grand showdown. 4 individuals and a dog trekked deeper into the valley, where the trees grew denser, and the air was thick with the scent of alcohol and sweat. A few dilapidated wooden shacks emerged before them, with stained garments hanging at the entrance and strings of dried game dangling from the eaves. Suddenly, Akamaru let out a low bark, baring his teeth at the shack. A voice from within shouted, "Who is that outside barking?" A bald man peered out, and, upon seeing Hinata and the others, hesitated for a moment before bellowing, "Boss, we've got intruders." Chaos erupted inside the shack as 6 bandits armed with knives and clubs surged out. Leading them was a one-eyed man, his face marred by a scar that would make any child weep. "Where's my brother who went out? Who are you lot?" Kurenai remained composed, while Kiya perched in a tree, grinning and gesturing toward Hinata. Taking a deep breath, Hinata resolved not to disappoint Kiya and stepped forward, declaring, "Your accomplices have been subdued. You oppressed the innocent and deserve to be punished." The one-eyed man laughed heartily. "What a bold little girl. Boys, take care of them." 2 bandits charged, and Kiba exchanged a glance with Shino before springing into action. Kiba, accompanied by Akamaru, confronted the man on the left, while Shino's insects ensnared the bandit on the right, swiftly ending the skirmish. The one-eyed man's expression shifted as he lunged at Hinata with a dagger, exclaiming, "You seek death." His movements were more agile than those of the scarred man, indicating some martial prowess. Hinata activated her Byakugan, rendering him visible to her. As she dodged the blade, her fingertips struck his arm repeatedly. Gentle fist, chakra point strike. The one-eyed man felt a numbing sensation in his arm, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. Shocked and enraged, he swung a fist at Hinata. She sidestepped gracefully, delivering a palm strike to his chest that sent him staggering back into the doorframe. "Why are you all just standing there? Attack!" he roared. The remaining bandits exchanged uncertain glances, but before they could advance, Kiya hurled a few small stones, striking their wrists and causing their weapons to drop. "That's settled," Hinata proclaimed, standing tall as she regarded the incapacitated one-eyed man, confidence gleaming in her eyes. Kiba and Shino began to search the shack, soon dragging out several bound villagers and a few crates of stolen goods. These ruffians were not only thieves, but also kidnappers. Kiba kicked the one-eyed man, muttering, "You got what you deserved." Kurenai looked at the 3 children, nodding in satisfaction. "Well done, you performed excellently on this mission." Chapter 28. The overachieving 8th Squad. In the evening, after submitting their mission report, Hinata joyfully linked arms with Kiya as they strolled through the streets of Konoha. Kiba, observing the affectionate duo ahead, turned to Shino and asked, "Shino, what do you think Kiya was up to during his disappearance?" Shino adjusted his sunglasses and replied slowly, "I don't know. but my insects have informed me that Kiba carries a heavy scent of blood and a palpable aura of killing intent. Considering Kiba's boisterous nature, he refrained from voicing his suspicion regarding Hinata's feelings. Had she misplaced her affections? If Akamaru caught wind of this, Kiba would be in for it. Nanny? Killing intent? Could it be that Kiba was involved in something sinister? With an incredulous gaze, Kiba stared at Shino. Noticing Shino's silence, he exchanged a few words with Akamaru perched on his shoulder. Akamaru scampered forward and climbed onto the shoulder of Kagaya, sniffing curiously. Kagaya was engrossed in a whispered conversation with Hinata when suddenly, a dog clambered onto his shoulder, sniffing him back and forth. What on earth was Akamaru doing? Puzzled, Kagaya paid little mind and absent-mindedly ruffled the dog's fur. Sensing a metallic scent of blood, Akamaru shrank back in fear, swiftly retreating to Kiba. The two of them shared a brief exchange, followed by Kiba's startled exclamation, "What?" Kagaya turned to look at Kiba, who was now looking rather deflated with Akamaru resting atop his head. "Oh no, this is bad. My head might explode." He hurried over to cover Kiba's mouth. Glancing at Shino beside him, he swallowed hard and said uncertainly, "Shino, you." Shino nodded affirmatively. "This is troubling. Class 8 is quite the handful, with one playing with dogs and the other with insects. It's truly unpredictable." He quickly wrapped his arms around the shoulders of both individuals and called out to Hinata, who was glancing back at them. "Hinata, let the boys have a chat for a bit. You go ahead and keep Teacher Kurenai company." Hinata, looking puzzled, nodded and made her way to Kurenai. Kagaya's expression darkened as he glanced between the two, as well as at Akamaru's watchful gaze. "So what do you both know?" Shino replied with unwavering confidence, "I know everything." Kiba looked at Kagaya with exaggerated disbelief. "I never imagined you were this kind of person, Kagaya. Speak up. Whose sin of a woman is on you?" Kagaya stammered. "Well, how should I put this?" He hesitated. "No, you two are my good brothers. It's a secret. Hinata must not know. I'll come clean to her later." Having known Kagaya for 6 years, Shino and Kiba understood his character well. Yet, under the keen senses of the insects and the dog, Kagaya found himself with nowhere to hide, his secrets laid bare. The two nodded with difficulty, their eyes inexplicably fixed on Kagaya. Embarrassed by their scrutiny, Kagaya chuckled awkwardly. "These two are something else. I could devour them." The group followed Kurenai and Hinata to the entrance of a barbecue restaurant. Sure enough, Team 10 was inside enjoying a meal, making them easy to find. As they entered the establishment, they joined Team 10 at their table, prompting the owner to bring out additional servings of grilled meat and utensils. Kagaya spread his arms wide towards Team 10, who were relishing their barbecue. "Long time no see, everyone. Did you miss me?" Shikamaru greeted Kagaya with a casual nod. "Oh, look who it is. Kagaya, the busy man, finally has some free time." CHG, chewing on his meat, mumbled, "Ah, Kagaya, it's been a while." Before returning to his meal, Ino exclaimed, "Finally, a handsome guy has arrived. Staring at these greasy boys every day is driving me insane." "Not at all. Shikamaru, CHG, and Asuma-sensei all have their own charm," Kagaya modestly replied. "Hey, how have you been?" Shikamaru inquired, as if sensing something amiss. "Of course. Do I not look well?" Kagaya raised an eyebrow, chuckling softly. "What a hassle." Shikamaru observed his relaxed demeanor and muttered a remark, choosing not to inquire further. Ino gazed at the table where Asuma and Kurenai were paired, and Effie with Hinata were another couple. She dreamily exclaimed, "I envy you all. Where's my Prince Charming?" Asuma, having just handed a piece of grilled meat to Kurenai, chuckled at her words. "What's the rush? Perhaps your Prince Charming is somewhere in a corner munching on grass." "Asuma-sensei." Ino shot him an annoyed glance, then turned to Effie with a glimmer in her eyes, asking, "Effie, where have you been lately? Have you encountered any interesting people?" This question struck a nerve with Effie, who was about to deflect when he noticed Kiba winking at him, clearly hinting at the topic of romantic interests. Feeling a sense of impending doom, Effie hastily stuffed his mouth with meat, stammering, "And not much, just wandering around aimlessly, really." Hinata added a piece of beef tongue to Effie's bowl, encouraging him. "Effie-kun, eat more." When she looked up, she caught a glimpse of Effie's flustered expression and smiled. "Let us see how you explain this to the Umbu." CHG, with a mouthful of meat, mumbled, "Boss, 10 more plates of pork belly." Shikamaru rolled his eyes. "Honestly, you never seem to have enough." Despite his words, he pushed the lettuce in front of him towards CHG. Kiba and Shino continued to silently scrutinize Effie with their eyes, while Akamaru rested on Kiba's shoulder. occasionally barking at Effia as if urging him to confess. Effia felt increasingly uncomfortable under their gaze, only able to lower his head and eat the grilled meat, internally cursing his two mischievous friends. Ino, noticing Effia's stammering and the strange looks from the others, suddenly leaned closer, sniffing gently. Effia, you have a rather unique scent, not like Hinata's. At this, Kiba burst into laughter, and Shino quietly adjusted his sunglasses, his gaze now filled with intrigue. Effia stared at Ino in disbelief, thinking, I did wash this morning. Are you part dog or something? While Kiba and Shino were somewhat understandable, how could she detect it? Was a woman's fragrance truly so indelible? Resigned, he explained, all right, I went out on a mission yesterday, and a female companion got injured. I treated her wounds and carried her back to Konoha for treatment. Just as Effia finished his explanation, Kiba suddenly coughed a couple of times, his eyes scanning Effia while his cheeks turned crimson. He winked at Effia, the implication clear. If you're going to fabricate a story, at least make it believable. Shino remained silent, merely releasing a small insect from his sleeve, which fluttered in front of Effia before returning to his sleeve. He adjusted his sunglasses, his intense gaze fixed on Effia, the unspoken scrutiny more potent than any words. With one person winking and the other applying silent pressure, it was evident they did not believe his words. Effia felt a pang of anxiety. The presence of Inuzuka dogs and shinobi insects was overwhelming. Ino, sensing the tension, crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. What is going on with you three? Why the lively exchange of glances? Are you hiding something from us? CHG, munching on grilled meat, mumbled, hiding tasty food? It's not about food. In the dimly lit atmosphere of the barbecue restaurant, Ino tugged at Kaguya's arm, urging him to speak. Come on, did you spend a long time with that female companion? Shikamaru, with a laid-back demeanor, chimed in, looking at Kiba and Shino's expressions. It seems there's quite a story there. Asuma chuckled and tapped the table. Ah, the affairs of youth. Don't keep them hidden. We're all eager to see you squirm after making me raise my eyebrows this morning. A wave of expectant gazes swept over the group, all fixed on Kaguya. Feeling the intensity of their stares, he was about to protest when he felt a gentle touch on his sleeve. Looking down, he saw Hinata quietly pulling at it, softly saying, if Kaguya-kun doesn't want to share, he doesn't have to. She turned to the others, her tone light yet firm. After all, Kaguya-kun is not someone to be trifled with. A warmth spread through Kaguya's heart as he grasped Hinata's hand in return, shooting a glare at Kiba and Shino, and offering a dry laugh to the group. It's really nothing, just a regular mission partner. Please, no wild guesses. Now, the barbecue is getting cold, let us eat. With that, he hurriedly served everyone a piece of meat, attempting to divert the conversation. Yet, the knowing glances from Kiba and Shino, along with Ino's relentless curiosity, made this meal feel more exhausting than a high-level mission. Chapter 29. The first embarrassment with Old Mare. Halfway through the barbecue, Kaguya excused himself to the restroom. As he passed by Kiba and Shino, he draped an arm over their shoulders, wearing a congenial smile. Kiba, Shino, come out with me for a moment. It's been ages since we've had a proper spar. Let's stretch our legs outside. Kiba felt a pang of dread, realizing he was about to be pummeled, and he protested. Hey, what's the rush? We haven't finished the barbecue yet. Before he could finish, Kaguya was dragging him out. Shino, however, remained unfazed, rising silently, fully aware of the impending turn of events. Once they reached the alley behind the barbecue restaurant, Kaguya swiftly pulled the curtain across the entrance. His smile vanished in an instant, his joints cracking ominously as he spoke. Now, tell me, what was that look about earlier? Do you need to strip me of my dignity to feel satisfied? Kiba, with a defiant tilt of his neck, retorted, it's clearly you who's acting strange. That scent is unmistakably coming from you. Silence. Kaguya charged forward, his fist slicing through the air toward Kiba's eye. Quick to react, Kiba sidestepped just in time, shouting, Akamaru. We fight together. Akamaru barked in response, leaping into the fray, only to have Kaguya deftly evade him while delivering a swift slap to Kiba's nape. You're so loyal. Calling your Akamaru to join in the beating. Meanwhile, Shino had silently released a swarm of insects, which began to converge upon Kaguya. Anticipating the attack, Kaguya unleashed a surge of chakra, causing the insects to wither instantly. With a firm elbow, he pinned Shino against the wall. Shino, you're too honest. Kiba has led you astray. Shino let out a muffled grunt, attempting to summon more insects, only to have Kaguya tightly grip his wrist. Seizing the moment, Kiba lunged at Kaguya, but was met with a well-placed kick, sending him sprawling to the ground, with Akamaru tumbling alongside him. A surprise attack? Kagaya raised an eyebrow, turning to the now erect Kiba for another round of amiable engagement. The sound of fists meeting flesh echoed as Kagaya delivered a couple of friendly punches, resulting in a pair of panda-like eyes emerging on Kiba's face. Taking advantage of the moment, Shino broke free and was about to retaliate when Keed swiftly pressed him against the wall. The three engaged in a spirited exchange, the alley resounding with the sounds of their collisions. Moments later, the curtain was lifted and Ino peeked out, exclaiming, "What on earth are you doing? The barbecue is getting cold." There stood Kiba, shielding his eyes, while Shino adjusted his sunglasses, bearing faint scratches on his face, marks of a scuffle, though it was unclear whether they were inflicted by Keed or his own insects. Keed clapped his hands, feigning innocence, yet the smile at the corner of his mouth betrayed him. Ah, what a relief. Ding. Congratulations to the host for engaging in a friendly spar with Kiba and Shino. The host is rewarded with a pair of sunglasses identical to Shino's. It was merely a spar, Keed thought, as he threw an arm around the shoulders of both Kiba and Shino, ushering them out of the alley. Let us go back and eat some barbecue. Those plates we had earlier are probably all devoured by Choji. Kiba grumbled. Is this how you conduct a spar? It always ends up with my eyes. Shino silently adjusted his sunglasses, acknowledging defeat. He simply could not win after years of being outmatched. Upon their return to the barbecue restaurant, the panda eyes on their faces elicited hearty laughter from the crowd. Hinata quickly produced some ointment to offer to the two, but Keed playfully pressed down her hand, saying, "It's nothing serious, just a minor injury, a badge of honor for men." Ino pointed at Kiba's panda eyes and remarked, "Why does Keed always target the eyes?" Shikamaru, with a lazy glance at the trio, drawled, "It's definitely Kiba's fault for running his mouth. He had it coming." Choji, with a mouth full of barbecue, mumbled, "Fighting is no match for eating barbecue." Keed shoved pieces of grilled meat into Kiba's and Shino's bowls, glaring at them fiercely. "If you talk back again, next time it won't just be your eyes. I'll drag Akamaru into it too." Kiba and Shino exchanged glances and silently bowed their heads to eat. "Fine. This time you win, but just wait. 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west," they thought. Keed focused intently on grilling beef tongue for Hinata, reminding her, "Hinata, be sure to eat more. It'll help you grow." Hinata accepted the grilled meat, replying, "You should eat too, Keed-kun." Ino observed this scene and sighed. Some people, under the guise of friendly sparring, are merely venting their frustrations, afraid their secrets might be unveiled. Keed turned to glare at her. "Mind your words, young lady. Who are you calling a child?" Ino retorted defiantly. "I see you're feeling guilty. You just went out with Kiba, conspiring to keep secrets from Hinata?" Shikamaru yawned. "What a hassle. Can't even enjoy barbecue in peace." He accurately tossed a grilled chicken wing into Ino's bowl. "Focus on your own food and leave others alone." Asuma chuckled at the scene, pouring a drink for Kurenai. "Ah, youth is delightful, with all this playful banter. Back in my day." "Asuma." Kurenai interrupted with a blush. "Don't speak of such things in front of the kids." Laughter echoed throughout the restaurant, and Keed, seizing the moment while everyone was distracted, leaned in close to Kiba and Shino, whispering conspiratorially, "You two are wise. I'll treat you to double the barbecue later." Kiba's eyes lit up, and he almost nodded in agreement, but then he remembered the injuries on his face and indignantly turned away. "Who needs it? At least make it triple." Shino quietly interjected. "Make it 5 times." Hinata observed Keed whispering to Kiba and Shino, pondering what secrets Keed might be hiding from her. Keed recalled how Asuma had joined in earlier, clearly seeking revenge for the teasing he endured that morning. "Perfectly. I shall give it my all, even at the cost of some embarrassment, to see this matter through." Approaching Asuma, I reverently exclaimed, "Asuma-senpai, ever since I left the village of the leaves, I have come to know of your glorious deeds within the land of fire. Your name resounds like thunder. My admiration for you is akin to the relentless flow of a mighty river, unstoppable and boundless." Asuma, noticing the young man's boastful demeanor, perceived no good would come of this encounter. "Here he comes again. Hasn't he had enough praise this morning?" he thought. With that, Fanya picked up an empty cup nearby and filled it to the brim. "Senpai, I raise this cup to honor your bounty of 35 million ryo." Upon hearing his own bounty mentioned, Asuma's expression darkened, yet he silently lifted his cup, resolved to outdrink the young man. The two clinked their glasses together and downed their drinks. The sharpness of the sake slid down their throats, warming their hearts. Another. Funya filled his cup once more, declaring, "To be honest, senpai, you are undoubtedly the finest elite Jonin of Konoha. Those like Kakashi and Might Guy must take a back seat to you." Asuma, already warmed by the earlier drinks, felt his cheeks flush at Funya's flattery. Well said, he replied. As the evening progressed, the number of empty bottles on the table grew. Funya's cheeks turned crimson, his tongue slightly slurred as he patted Asuma's shoulder, exclaiming, "Old man, I must say, you are truly to my liking. Far more reliable than some who toy with dogs and insects." In dissatisfaction, Kiba interjected, "Hey, don't drag me into your drunken antics." Shino remarked, while Asuma, buoyed by Funya's praise, replied, "I find you quite agreeable too. Unlike that troublesome Shikamaru, who always complains. From now on, if you need anything, don't hesitate to ask." "Absolutely." Funya slammed his cup onto the table, nearly spilling the contents. "From this day forth, you are my brother. My true brother. A good mate." Asuma, feeling invigorated, embraced Funya, saying, "If you ever need assistance, I shall do my utmost." This sentiment prompted a resigned shake of the head from the nearby Kurenai, who pulled Asuma back gently, warning, "Don't speak nonsense when you're intoxicated. Beware of a headache tomorrow." "I am not speaking nonsense," Asuma retorted defiantly, pouring more sake for Funya. "Come, brother, let us have another." Funya, already nearly unable to keep his eyes open, insisted, "Let us have another. Whoever doesn't drink is a coward." The onlookers found the spectacle highly amusing. While Shikamaru rubbed his temples in exasperation, honestly, who will carry them back in this state? Hinata observed the drunken Funya with a mix of exasperation and concern. Yet she gently pushed a hangover remedy toward him, saying, "Funya-kun, perhaps you should drink this." In a daze, Funya accepted it, still calling out to Asuma, "Brother, look how wonderful Hinata is." Asuma waved dismissively, "No doubt. A fine girl." Hinata smiled wryly as she watched Funya and Asuma revel in their merriment. As the two became increasingly inebriated, amusing situations unfolded. Kiba laughed heartily. "Funya, it seems you've lost your senses. You usually carry yourself so well. But now your true self is revealed." Shino quietly took out a notebook, perhaps recording Funya's mortifying antics. As Funya heard Ya's words, his eyes widened in surprise, drunkenly pointing at him. "What do you know? This is called liberating oneself. Asuma, don't you agree?" Asuma, draping an arm around his shoulder, slurred his words. "No doubt about it. Back in the day, during my first date with your teacher, we were also at this barbecue joint. And I performed a pig-eating trick for her." "Asuma," Hinata blurted out, both exasperated and amused, as she pinched his ear. "You're rambling nonsense because you're drunk." "Ouch, ouch, okay. I beg for mercy." Asuma quickly pleaded, turning to Funya with a wink. "Brother, I can only help you this far." Funya, still somewhat disoriented, suddenly slammed the table and stood up, declaring loudly, "I've made up my mind. I will pay for everyone's meal today. Boss, bring me 10 more skewers of grilled kidneys. My brother needs a boost." "No, who needs a boost? I don't need it." Asuma, in a haze, shoved him slightly, and they nearly tumbled to the ground together. Shikamaru sighed, covering his forehead. "What a hassle. If I had known, I wouldn't have come for this barbecue." In the meantime, Ino was snapping pictures nonstop. "This is too splendid, too marvelous. This material will keep me laughing for a month." Hinata observed the playful Funya, noting how this normally composed young man appeared so endearing while intoxicated. Chapter 30. Hinata's tenderness. After the gathering concluded, the sky had darkened. "Yeah, carrying Funya on his back," muttered incessantly. "Why do I have to carry him? He turned my eyes into panda eyes, and I still have to be the free labor. Akamaru is more sensible than him." Akamaru, understanding, barked twice from the side. Shino led the way, while Hinata walked beside Ya, occasionally reaching out to support Funya, whispering, "Ya, you've worked hard. Once we get home, I'll help you with some anti-swelling ointment." "You really are kind, Hinata." He sighed, suddenly feeling a weight on his back as Funya's head drooped onto his shoulder, mumbling, "Hinata, don't listen to Ya's nonsense. I'm not drunk. Those grilled kidneys really should be for Asuma." He rolled his eyes. "Come on, you're this drunk and still thinking about kidneys? Be careful not to wake up tomorrow with Asuma chasing you." "Who, him?" Funya mumbled incoherently, his hands suddenly roaming behind him, inadvertently grasping Ya's hair and giving it a rough tussle. "Yeah, your hair needs a trim. It's all frizzy like Akamaru's." "Hey, don't get handsy." Ya, irritated. contemplated tossing him to the ground, but was stopped by Hinata. Yeah, he's drunk. Don't hold it against him. As they spoke, the grand entrance of the Hokage residence came into view. He paused, halting his steps. Hinata, we've arrived at your house. What will happen to this guy? Should Shino and I take him home to care for him? Shino also stopped, turning to Hinata, his eyes behind the sunglasses reflecting a hint of confusion. Hinata's cheeks flushed slightly as she softly replied, Fengye is temporarily staying at my house. What? Ya's voice suddenly rose, nearly tossing the slumbering Fengye off his back. He is staying at your house. When did this happen? How come we didn't know? Akamaru barked in agreement. Shino adjusted his sunglasses, his gaze flickering behind the lenses. Maple Knight had taken residence in Hinata's home, and there lingered a peculiar scent about him. Disturbed by Kiba's loud voice, Maple Knight stirred, murmuring sleepily, What's all the noise? Hinata's house is my home too. Kiba's eyes widened in surprise as he glanced at Hinata's flushed cheeks, and then at the dazed Maple Knight, who was completely oblivious to his surroundings. Suddenly, Kiba felt even more aggrieved by his own dark circles. It seemed that while he was suffering, others were already nestled comfortably in their girlfriend's abode, indulging in their romance. All right then, Kiba sighed, taking a deep breath as he hoisted Maple Knight onto his back. This is what I get for worrying too much. Let us get this ancestor inside. I need to return home and sleep with Akamaru. Upon entering the courtyard, Kiba laid Maple Knight on the tatami mat in his room, panting from exhaustion. Just as he contemplated sitting down to catch his breath, he noticed Maple Knight roll over, suddenly uttering, Hinata. Both Kiba and Shino perked up at the sound. However, Maple Knight merely smacked his lips and fell back into a gentle slumber, snoring softly. TCH. What a letdown at such a critical moment, Kiba muttered, rolling his eyes. Shino moved to the window, gazing at the cherry blossom tree in the yard. He wants to speak if he doesn't want to. Even when awake, he remarked. Hinata came over with tea, her voice soft as she suggested, Kiba, Shino, it's quite late. Why not stay in my guest room tonight? No, thank you. Shino was the first to shake his head. My home is nearby. Kiba followed suit, waving his hand dismissively. I'll head back too. It feels strange to linger here. He cast a glance at the slumbering Maple Knight, thinking to himself, this guy really knows how to keep things under wraps. The two bid their farewells and departed. Hinata remained seated, her gaze fixed on Maple Knight's face illuminated by the moonlight. Usually composed yet slightly mischievous, he appeared almost childlike in his drunken state, evoking a sense of endearment. What secrets could he possibly be hiding from her? At the barbecue restaurant, Kiba and Shino's glances exchanged amidst the flustered Maple Knight, who was eager to drag them into a sparring match. Meanwhile, Ino had spoken so casually to her earlier in the morning, yet struggled to explain things clearly in their presence. Was it related to a mission, or was there something more unspeakable? Hinata sighed softly, her attention drawn to the disheveled collar of his shirt caused by Kiba. She reached out to smooth it, her fingertips just grazing the fabric, when Maple Knight suddenly shifted again, rolling over and murmuring her name. Stunned, Hinata felt her initial confusion diminish slightly. Regardless of what he was hiding, at least in this moment, he was here, trusting her enough to stay in her home. Maple Knight, she whispered to herself, as if reassuring her own heart. Whatever secret you hold, if you choose not to share, I shall not pry. Yet, I can't help but feel a flicker of curiosity. Quietly, she rose, adjusting his clothing before tiptoeing to the door and closing it gently behind her. As she turned to return to her own room, the tender warmth in her heart gradually overshadowed her lingering questions. The following morning, Maple Knight awoke to the cool sensation against his forehead. Blinking sleepily, he found Hinata standing beside him, gently wiping his face with a damp cloth. Hinata, he croaked, his throat parched. You're awake? She replied, retracting her hand and offering him a warm glass of honey water. Have some water first. You drank quite a bit last night, as did Asuma-sensei. He accepted the glass and gulped it down, fragments of last night as hazy memories flooding back into his mind. He embraced Asuma, shouting bro, holding skewers of grilled meat while singing off-key and banging on the table, insisting on treating everyone. Finished. Fengye covered his face, asking Hinata, I didn't say anything outrageous last night, did I? Unable to contain her laughter, Hinata's eyes curved into beautiful crescents. Not really. Just mentioned treating Asuma-senpai to 10 skewers of grilled kidneys to replenish him. Fengye sighed, feeling utterly embarrassed. However, it was fortunate that the conversation had shifted from yesterday's topic, albeit at a considerable cost. The events at the barbecue restaurant would likely become the talk of the town. Hinata added, Funya-kun. Ino took a few pictures of you and Asuma-senpai last night with her camera. What? Funya stared blankly at Hinata, swallowing hard. Hinata, are you sure? He nodded vigorously in response to her affirmation, exclaiming, oh no, I must go find her. If she spreads this around, how will I ever face anyone again? That girl. Without waiting for Hinata's reply, he hurriedly washed his face and changed out of his alcohol-scented clothes. Hinata watched the flustered Funya, stifling her laughter as she took out the photos Ino had given her, capturing the moment when Funya passionately sang to her while holding a skewer. The fragrance of flowers lingered in Ino's garden, but Funya had no time to appreciate it. He instantly dashed to the second floor, heading towards the bedroom. Internally lamenting his misfortune, he activated his Sharingan, his blue starry eyes focusing on the internal mechanism's gravity. He drew back the curtains, revealing Ino soundly asleep on her bed. Her golden hair tousled across the pillow, a slight smile gracing her lips. She must be dreaming of something delightful. On the bedside table, there was indeed a camera, alongside several photos from when they celebrated Hinata and Ino's birthdays, including Naruto's. While Naruto enjoyed lively festivities, the other boys had no custom of celebrating birthdays. One found it troublesome, another lived for food, one played with dogs daily, and another was engrossed in insects. Why celebrate at all? Funya tiptoed closer, reaching for the camera when Ino suddenly rolled over, mumbling, so great. His hand froze mid-air as he gazed at her shoulder peeking from her nightgown and her half-covered profile. His heart skipped a beat. This girl, usually so boisterous, appeared surprisingly docile in her slumber. Still asleep, Funya gritted his teeth and lightly pinched her arm. Wake up. Hand over the photos. Ino winced in pain, jolting awake. And upon seeing him, she was momentarily bewildered. Funya? What are you doing barging into my room so early? Rubbing her eyes, she sat up, her nightgown slipping down slightly to reveal her delicate collarbone, her voice laced with the languor of sleep. You scared me. I thought it was a burglary. Funya, with a dark expression, muttered, stop the nonsense, you little brat. Quickly hand over the photos. Only then did Ino grasp the situation, clutching the camera protectively to her chest. Eyeing him warily. Why should I? This is precious material I painstakingly captured. It's a keepsake. A keepsake? Funya chuckled in exasperation. You want to commemorate the foolishness of me calling Asuma bro? Hurry and delete it, or do not blame me for being rude. I won't delete it. Ino recoiled, inadvertently bumping her head against the headboard, letting out a sharp gasp of pain. Funya instinctively reached out to support her, but she swatted his hand away. What? Trying to snatch it from me? Are you going to delete it or not? With a quick flick of her eyes, Ino suddenly threw off the covers and padded barefoot to her desk. She rummaged through a drawer, retrieved a photo frame, printed out a picture from her camera, and placed it in the frame, positioning it prominently. Look, she clapped her hands, beaming at Funya. I've displayed it as decoration. It looks quite nice. In the photograph, he and Asuma were shoulder to shoulder, both blushing and engaged in a spirited dance. Funya's eyelids twitched, and his mouth twitched as he rushed forward to seize the frame. Ino, having anticipated this, nimbly dodged and circled around the desk. Funya, don't be reckless. This is my room. Who told you to take such pictures? As they continued their playful chase, Ino slipped, teetering on the brink of falling. Quick as lightning, Funya grasped her arm, but his pull was too forceful, and they collided against the wall, his hands instinctively bracing either side of her head, encircling her in his embrace. The distance between them closed in an instant, the air thick with tension for a few seconds. Ino was the first to recover, her face flushed as she pushed him away. What are you doing? Trying to take advantage of me? Only then did Funya come to his senses, abruptly releasing her. Taking advantage of you? It was you who couldn't keep your balance. Outside, Ino's mother's voice drifted in, laced with amusement. Ino, what is going on? Are you arguing with someone? A wave of panic washed over Funya as he looked at Ino, frantically signaling with his eyes. Ino smirked. Mom, it's nothing. It's Funya-kun. He came early to steal my things. Then her mother's voice floated back in leisurely. Oh, Funya, then keep it down. By the way, have you eaten breakfast? Should I make you something? No, thank you, Auntie. Funya's head spun. Observing Ino's smug demeanor, he could only sigh in resignation. Fine, you win this round. But if even one of those photos gets out, I'll steal the one on your nightstand. Ino's expression stiffened, and she angrily shoved him. No way. You can't do that. Why can't I? Funya raised an eyebrow, deliberately tapping on the group photo on her nightstand. You use my embarrassing history as decoration. Yet I can't use your precious photo as leverage? Ino was left speechless, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Dare to touch my photo and see what happens. That's our first birthday celebration photo together. If you even lay a finger on it, I'll play the recording of you singing with a suma for the whole village. You little brat, you actually have a recording? Fengye nearly jumped in shock, rolling up his sleeves and pointing at her. Just then, Ino's mother called from downstairs. Ino, be nice to Fengye and stop arguing. Ino shouted back, got it, Mom. Taking advantage of the moment, Fengye swiftly grabbed the camera, his fingers flipping through the album. Ino finally realized, glaring at him, you're being unfair. Fair is fair. Fengye lifted the camera. Delete that recording quickly, or I'll take this camera with me. In a fit of frustration, Ino stamped her foot and retrieved a small voice recorder from beneath her pillow, pressing the delete button in front of him. Deleted. Now can you return my camera? Fengye meticulously reviewed the photographs on the camera, ensuring that all traces of the previous night's indiscretions had been thoroughly erased before tossing the camera back to her. To his surprise, Ino flipped through the camera and suddenly burst into laughter. Fool, you've only deleted the digital copies. I've already printed them out and pasted them in my diary. As she spoke, she pulled out a pink-covered diary from her desk drawer and opened it to reveal several photographs. Among them were snapshots of their brotherly bond and a silly image of him serenading Hinata while holding a skewer of grilled meat. Fengye's expression darkened instantly. Ino, shoo. Ino quickly covered his mouth, lowering her voice. Do you want my mom to come up here and watch us? She pointed at the photos in the diary. Don't worry. This is my secret diary, and I won't show it to anyone else. I just find it amusing. The last few words were spoken softly, her gaze lingering on the photo of him singing to Hinata, the smile fading slightly as a hint of melancholy flickered in her eyes. Amusing? Who writes a diary if they're serious? Fengye retorted impatiently. You'd better keep a close watch on your diary. Don't let your family see it. Ino paused at his tone, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her voice took on a note of hurt. Do you think I took those photos just to ridicule you? She pointed an accusing finger at Fengye. Yesterday, when I asked if you encountered anyone interesting, your flustered expression and the way you exchanged glances with Shino and Kiba were like a secret ninja code. Did you think I was blind? Suddenly raising her voice, she continued, at that moment, I found it odd. You pretended to deceive me, yet there was a sin on you that didn't belong to Hinata. And then Kiba outright laughed. Fengye's impatience froze on his face, as if doused with cold water. What do you mean, you? Ino, her neck taut with indignation, felt her eyes welling up. You are hiding your contact with another woman from Hinata, yet you dare to snatch my photos? I kept those photos to remind you not to get too carried away. Her frustration escalated as she grabbed an object from the desk and hurled it at him. Do you think everyone is like you, hiding everything? Hinata trusts you so much, and yet you... Fengye instinctively rushed over to cover her mouth again, whispering urgently. Do you want your mom to hear? I've temporarily moved into Hinata's house after graduation. Ino stared at Fengye in disbelief, her expression one of shock. You, a grown man, moved into Hinata's house. Aren't you ashamed? What choice do I have? I can't have Hinata, a young girl, running to my house all the time, can I? We'll move out when we grow up, Fengye explained helplessly, sensing that continuing this topic would only complicate matters further. Forget it, I'm leaving. You little brat, if you dare show it to others, I'll make sure you regret it. With that, he turned toward the window, eager to make his escape. Ino blinked, momentarily stunned, before exclaiming, what are you doing? Use the door. The door? What proper ninja uses the door? Fengye propped himself against the windowsill, glancing back to lift his chin at her. Keep an eye on that tattered diary of yours. No sooner had the words left his lips than he had already flipped himself out of the window. A faint sound of landing echoed from below, prompting Jing Yi to rush to the window and peer down. Her fingers unconsciously dug into the window frame, and the fleeting sense of grievance dissipated, replaced by a hint of amusement. Fool, she muttered softly. It was only when Fengye's silhouette vanished from sight that she closed the window and leaned against the sill, her gaze falling upon the diary's resting place, a smile gradually curling at the corners of her mouth. Meanwhile, Fengye skillfully navigated through the sparse pedestrians on the street and the potential sentinels lurking in the shadows, utilizing his observation haki. A few agile leaps brought him silently to the residence of Yuzuki Shien, ensuring that no one was paying him heed. He took a deep breath and gently rapped on Shien's door. Shien scoffed, her discontent palpable. Why are you here bothering me instead of keeping your little girlfriend company this early in the morning? Feng Yi cleared his throat twice, responding, "Ah? So you already knew." Xian seized the collar of Shallow River Feng Yi's shirt, her eyes blazing with fury as she shouted, "You scoundrel! Leaving without a word in the early hours, devouring what you wanted, and running off to see your little girlfriend?" Feng Yi, caught by her grip, hastily replied, "Keep your voice down. Why should I lower my voice?" Xian tightened her grip, her nails nearly digging into his collar. She suddenly leaned closer, her voice low and icy. "Who was it that held me in their arms last night, saying they only had eyes for me? Who gasped and promised I wouldn't be wronged?" Feng Yi reached out to grasp her wrist, but she forcefully shook him off. It was then he noticed that Xian still wore the silk robe, its collar loosely open, revealing the marks he had left that day. "Before dawn, you turned and ran to find your little girlfriend, Shallow River Feng Yi. What do you take me for?" Her words grew increasingly heated, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her voice quivering with a hint of self-mockery. Feng Yi was rendered speechless, gazing into the depths of her eyes, which brimmed with grievance and anger. He stepped forward, wishing to explain, but Xian turned away, avoiding him. "Don't touch me. Either leave now or be silent and listen. Don't try to sweet-talk me with your pretty words," she said, her back turned. Observing her shoulders tremble slightly, Feng Yi moved in closer, wrapping his arms around her from behind, resting his chin on her hair. "All right, I won't sweet-talk you." Xian's body tensed instantly, yet she ceased to struggle. After a considerable pause, she murmured, "Let go. You're suffocating me." Feng Yi loosened his embrace, fearful of being pushed away. Xian's fingers dug into his arm, the pressure fierce yet betraying a subtle tremor. "I thought that after facing life and death together, some things would change. But what happened? You tossed me aside on the bed, and when dawn broke, you vanished. Are you so willing to squander my feelings? I've seen betrayal in the dark underbelly, and I thought you were different, yet you turned out to be just another scoundrel." With every word, tears streamed down Xian's cheeks, her voice choked as she added, "Do you have any idea what it feels like to wake up and see an empty bed? Just as in those days at the hidden grass border. It felt as though you, like them, had truly abandoned me." Chapter 32. Serendipity. Feng Yi placed his hands on Shiyuan's shoulders, turning her to face him. His gaze drawn to the tears at the corners of her eyes, tears that held anger, disappointment, and the heartache of a love betrayed. He opened his mouth, intending to say something, but instead enveloped her tightly in his embrace, murmuring soft words of comfort. "Shiyuan." Shiyuan, pressed against him, felt her shoulders tremble slightly. She sniffed, suddenly pushing him away and stepping back, her eyes filled with disappointment. "Don't hold me anymore, Chinchuan Feng Yi." She wiped her face, her voice hoarse as she continued. "Hinata is a good girl, unlike us in the Umbu, whose hands are stained with blood and hearts burdened with shadows." Her words, devoid of emotion, fell coldly from her lips. "Choose. Will it be the sunlit Hinata, or me, your comrade who has clawed her way out of hell?" Feng Yi's complexion paled in an instant. How could this question reach me through the Hokage? And that step back, was she serious? Images of Hinata's gentle smile flooded his mind. She always waited quietly at the training grounds, tenderly wiping his sweat, calling him Feng Yi-kun. The recent memories of Shiyuan crying out, calling herself a fool, fighting alongside him, and tending to his wounds came rushing back. His hand instinctively clenched, cold sweat beading at his brow. Shiyuan observed his reaction, a soft laugh escaping her lips. The sound, though delicate, pierced Feng Yi's heart like a needle. "Enough," she declared, turning away from him to adjust the collar of her robe, her voice betraying no emotion. "No need to choose." Feng Yi insisted. "No, Shiyuan, listen to me. I can't live without either of you. Just go," she replied, her tone flat as she gazed out at the sky. "Don't keep Hinata waiting." It was then that Feng Yi realized she meant it. She was really leaving. Had he become such a fool? With resolve, he acted decisively, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, not waiting for her to turn back. His palm, slick with sweat, cradled her neck, compelling her to lift her face. In that moment of entwined breaths, Shiyuan's pupils dilated. Her struggles within his embrace felt feeble. Her nails dug into his back, yet he held her tighter. A muffled whimper caught in her throat, her eyes suddenly brimming with tears. He, who could not even voice a choice, how could he now resort to such tactics? The sash of her robe had long been undone. "You shameless fool," she stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Listening to the sound of Qianchuan Feng Yi dressing nearby, she clutched the bedclothes with fervor. "I'll be leaving first," he said, his voice tinged with awkwardness, pausing by the bed. "Shiyuan Jia." Before he could finish, Shiyuan, eyes shut in frustration, gritted her teeth, and snapped, "Get lost." As the bedroom door gently closed, Shiyuan opened her eyes, sat up, and hastily donned the robe beside her pillow. As the blanket slipped away, the red marks on her neck became a mockery of her situation. "Go find your Hinata," she muttered. She scoffed at the empty room. "So you come and go. Akashira Furu, you truly are something, you scoundrel." He held her so tightly, whispering sweet nothings, only to turn around and don his clothes to seek another girl. The frenzy they had just experienced resembled an uncontrollable downpour. Now, with the storm past, the concealed shyness and confusion crept out through the cracks. She dared not recall how she had cried and cursed him, nor how he had coaxed the air out of her anger. "Scoundrel!" Shiyuan shouted, kicking off her slippers and stepping barefoot onto the cold floor as she moved to the window to draw back the curtains. "Next time you dare to come looking for me, I shall not hesitate to leave a few scars on that scoundrel's back. I will make you regret it." At this moment, within Naruto's abode, a dazed Naruto called out to Furu in the bathroom, "Furu, did you come to my house to bathe this early? Am I still asleep?" "Shut up, Naruto, go back to sleep. What happened today must not leave this house," Furu replied, desperately using up the shower gel and shampoo. Feigning indifference, the naive Naruto, oblivious to the tension, continued to doze off, likely exhausted from recent missions. "Beast," he muttered under his breath, his voice swallowed by the sound of the water. A dull ache spread across his back. Shiyuan's gaze felt as if it could peel his skin and draw out his tendons. Those few grabs on his back, was she trying to tattoo scoundrel on him? This maneuver would earn applause even from a dog, Akashira Furu. Both of them desired the same thing, didn't they? Why not just occupy the Hokage's office and embrace a harem? Lost in thought, Furu slapped himself. "Damn it. Shiyuan's words have led me astray. Am I blushing? Impossible. I have the resilience to remain unscathed." As Furu arrived on the main road to the Hyuga residence, he spotted Hinata waiting at the gate, clutching 2 mission slips. "Furukuin, you're back," she said, handing him the mission slips. "Kurenai-sensei said we could undertake a dual mission today, helping the old lady at the foot of the northern mountain to pick tea leaves. She mentioned that the new tea must be picked before the dew dries to retain its fragrance." Furu glanced at the words dual cooperation on the mission slip. "Sounds good. Just what I need to stretch my legs." At the tea garden at the foot of the mountain, the old lady provided them with bamboo baskets and instructed them to pick the tenderest buds. Hinata's Byakugan activated, expertly avoiding the old leaves. Her fingers pinched the tea buds with a rapid and steady precision. "Hinata, your technique surpasses that of the old lady," Furu remarked, imitating her actions, only to either snap the stems or uproot a clump of soil, causing Hinata to giggle while covering her mouth. "I used to come here to help my father when I was little," she softly said, squatting down to assist him in removing the broken leaves from his basket. "Furukuin, look, you must pinch the top 2 leaves like this." As she held his hand to demonstrate, the fragrance of her hair mingled with the subtle bitterness of the tea leaves, creating a delightful aroma. By midday, both bamboo baskets were filled to the brim. The old lady invited them to savor some fresh tea, the emerald liquid swirling in a celadone bowl, the steam blurring Hinata's profile. Just as Furu was lost in the moment, a shout echoed from the mountain below. "Furu, Hinata, have you finished picking?" Shino has nearly turned over the entire hillside in search of a large insect to serve as a specimen. The two exchanged knowing smiles as they made their way down the mountain with an empty basket in hand. Upon reaching the village entrance, Hinata suddenly halted, retrieving a small cloth pouch from her ninja tool bag. "This is for you," she said, presenting him with a tea cake made from fresh tea leaves, imbued with a delicate fragrance that invigorates when brewed. Funya accepted the pouch, feeling an unexpected sense of contentment in this simple day. He gazed at Hinata's figure as she turned to head home, realizing this was the life of one's dreams. Later, he would coax Yuin, for temperamental girls could be quite daunting. How wonderful Hinata was. Chapter 33, The Ultimate Tug-of-War. In the afternoon, Funya and Hinata strolled hand in hand through the commercial street. They purchased a white yukata that caught her eye, along with 2 skewers of dango. Passing by a flower shop, Funya bought her several bouquets of lily of the valley. Side by side, they ambled along, holding various trinkets, exchanging occasional words filled with laughter, resembling an ordinary couple amidst the streets of Konoha. As the sun set, Hinata linked her arm through his until they arrived at the Hyuga residence. That night, at the entrance of Yuin's home, Funya knocked lightly, intending to appease her. Upon opening the door, Yuin regarded him with an expressionless gaze, awaiting his words. Yuin, I have come to a profound realization regarding my mistakes. I shouldn't have left you alone that day. I am truly sorry, Fengye said, mustering his courage. Come in, Yuin replied coldly, turning to walk into the house. Fengye closed the door and stepped behind her, wrapping his arms gently around her waist. Yuin's body tensed momentarily, yet she did not pull away, her voice rigid. What tricks are you up to now? I missed you. Of course, I had to come find you, Fengye continued, unabashed. Yuin, unamused, retorted, aren't all your thoughts with Hinata? Akashira Fengye, you are becoming increasingly adept at charming both sides. It's different. He tightened his embrace, holding her closer. With her, it's about stability. With you, it's about someone irreplaceable, someone I cannot bear to leave unattended. He felt her stiffen slightly in his arms, followed by her muffled response. Smooth talker, who would believe you? Whether you believe me or not is inconsequential. I will earn your trust gradually. I was a jerk last time, leaving you waiting on an empty bed, causing you tears. That will never happen again. Yuin turned to face him, tilting her head up, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Are you deceiving me again, just like before? I swear I am not lying. Fengye cupped her face, speaking earnestly. You are so beautiful, and we have fought side by side. How could I bear to let you suffer? His gaze was sincere and fervent, causing Yuin to blush and turn her face away, only to be gently turned back by him, their foreheads touching. Look at me, Yuin. You have never been someone I could carelessly abandon. If you dare run away again. Her voice was soft, laced with a barely perceptible tremor. I will carve the words jerk onto your back with a kunai. Fengye, sensing the moment was right, chuckled softly and embraced her. All right, as long as you calm down, you may carve whatever you wish, even your name, Yuin. The person in his embrace finally ceased to struggle, burying their face in his chest and muttering, fool. After a brief moment of holding each other, Fengye excused himself to use the restroom. Once inside, he closed the door and let out a long sigh. What had he just said? How utterly sentimental, truly pathetic, you shallow Akashira Fengye. He felt a shiver run down his spine from his own words, and though they were indeed corny, they seemed effective. Shien held a kunai against Fengye's chest, her eyes glinting with a cold light as she taunted, you won't leave again, will you? After emerging, he felt numb. How could a woman's mood change so swiftly? His scalp prickled. Observing Shien in such a state, Fengye swallowed hard. No, I want tea. I mentioned I was going to sort through the old files of the dark department. I might be up all night. Suddenly, the kunai was pressed against his throat, and Shien whispered, you really are a good liar, Fengye. The cold blade against his skin sent chills through him, an exhilarating sensation. He grasped her hand forcefully, eliciting a muffled sound from her. Stop messing around. I lied just to come and keep you company. For me? You deceived Hinata for me? What kind of twisted logic is that, Akashira Fengye? Fengye attempted to clarify. I didn't lie to her, at least not entirely. I know it's despicable, but I can't let go of you, nor can I abandon her. Shien turned her face away. So you plan to just drag this out? Enjoying her stability while sneaking warmth from me? It's not sneaking. How could it be? Fengye tightened his grip on her wrist and whispered softly in her ear, with you. I have always been forthright. Shien found herself at a loss for words, her chest heaving, a warm flush spreading across her face. Fengye gazed at her, equally speechless. I say, sister, who started it first back in that cave. Shut up, Shien interrupted, suddenly rising onto her toes and pressing herself against him. This woman actually bit me. Stay tonight, please? She murmured against his chin, her voice as light as a sigh. Fengye's heart finally settled. It was done. He was utterly exhausted. As the night deepened in Shien's bedroom, she rested her head on his arm, her fingers unconsciously tracing the scar on his shoulder, the one he had received while shielding her from a blade. Though faint now, it was still there. Hinata is a good girl, she suddenly spoke, her voice piercing through the darkness. Fengye replied. You shouldn't have deceived her. Shien lifted her gaze to meet his eyes. Fengye, you will eventually have to choose one. Fengye felt as though he might go mad. How long would this continue? Women were so troublesome. He slammed his hand down with a loud clap. Enough. No more talking. It's time for bed. Doesn't this get tiring day after day? Shien's cheeks flushed slightly as she softly murmured, okay, and fell silent. As dawn approached, he woke to her voice. Is this how you intend to rouse me? While cultivating and molding a raisin gan, Fengye replied, that is not important. What matters is that I didn't leave today. Scoundrel. Akashira Fengye. I'll go wash up. You get some good rest. Fengye gathered his clothes, glanced back at her, and headed straight for the washroom. As Xian observed Fengya heading to freshen up, she let out a dissatisfied huff, akin to a thief, glancing at the time before returning to her slumber for a while longer. After completing his cleansing ritual, Fengya skillfully evaded the patrolling ninjas of Konoha and made his way to the Yumbu base, where he requested the Knight's archival records from the on-duty Yumbu. He discreetly brushed a bit of dust onto his cuffs and intentionally allowed the corridor's breeze to tousle his hair, gazing into the mirror at his exhausted visage. A result of a night filled with labor, Fengya nodded in approval. It certainly conveyed the appearance of having been on an all-night shift. Upon reaching the entrance, he was greeted by Hinata, who stood in the yard awaiting his return, a hint of pale green gracing her cheeks. "Fengya-kun, you're back," she said, stepping forward to naturally take the items from his hands. "Have you finished organizing the files? I've warmed some porridge for you." Fengya looked at the diligent Hinata, who had been waiting for him since dawn, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt wash over him. "Fengya-kun, you look rather worn out. Shouldn't you take a day to rest?" she inquired gently, offering him a damp towel. He accepted the towel, wiping his face, the coolness awakening his senses slightly. "I'm fine. It's not that tiring," he replied, avoiding her gaze for fear she might discern his true feelings. Hinata, however, did not press further, merely placing the neatly folded clean jacket beside him. "I'll go prepare the bento," she stated before turning to enter the kitchen, leaving Fengya with a sense of something lodged within him. Once Hinata emerged with the prepared bento, before she could utter a word, Fengya stepped forward and embraced her, inhaling her fragrant hair as he softly uttered, "I am truly grateful for you, Hinata." Had Hinata been a woman of modern times, she might have questioned whether he harbored any guilty secrets, but alas, she was not privy to such thoughts. "Fengya-kun, you big fool, why are you saying such things?" she murmured, her face flushed as she nestled into his embrace. The words fool and idiot ricocheted in Fengya's mind, leaving him bewildered. Was he truly akin to Karabi? At the training ground, Hong was guiding Ya and Shino through their sparring. Upon seeing Fengya and Hinata approach, Ya shouted from afar, "Fengya, what were you up to last night? Even Akamaru seems more spirited than you." Fengya managed a weak smile, but refrained from responding, thinking to himself that Akamaru was indeed more vibrant than he. "Hinata, why don't you join them in training? I need to catch some sleep," he suggested. Hinata nodded and jogged off to join the training session, while Fengya settled onto a nearby recliner, observing Hong as she trained the trio of novices. He couldn't help but marvel at their skills. Indeed, they were exceptional trackers. Hinata's Byakugan provided a 360-degree field of vision, capable of penetrating obstacles to unveil enemy positions and chakra flow. Ya and Akamaru's tracking techniques could lock onto a target's presence, swiftly locating and pursuing them, no matter how deeply the enemy concealed themselves or how far they fled. Shino's insects are capable of devouring the enemy's chakra and toxins, forming defensive barriers, and can also launch area attacks or ambushes through swarms. Coupled with Hinata's gentle fist acupuncture technique and Kiba's assault, Shino's abilities are formidable. Moreover, the audacity of Shino's insects to possess such extraordinary olfactory senses is astonishing. Remembering this, Fengya hastily activated his observation haki to sense the surrounding area for Shino's pesky insects, relieved to find none in close proximity. In future encounters with Shino, I must first conduct a radar scan. Lost in thought, he eventually dozed off in his chair. It was Hinata who roused him from slumber as the insects approached during his sleep. Hinata, Sakura, and Kiba watched in bewilderment as Shino and Fengya exchanged intense glances. They were utterly perplexed by the exchange, with only Kiba daring to speculate, but he refrained from voicing his thoughts under Fengya's menacing gaze. "I still wish to spend my life with my dog," he thought. Fengya pulled the aloof Shino aside, glancing back at the others, and whispered, "Shino, you have gone too far. This is unethical. Cease placing your insects on me." After a moment of silence, Shino, under Fengya's impatient gaze, slowly responded, "Fengya, you cannot hide the fire with paper. Are you not concerned about the day Hinata discovers this and how heartbroken she would be? Why did you place insects on me in the first place?" Fengya asked, exasperated. "Initially, I simply wanted to know what you were up to." During those days, Hinata was distracted and uncommunicative about her daily missions. Fengya grimaced, "Brother, could you refrain from pausing mid-sentence? And why must you always mention the sunglasses?" To explain, Shino adjusted his sunglasses, pausing for a moment before stating, "Because the sunglasses are my true form." Fengya nearly choked, exclaiming, "Hey, do you find this humorous at such a time?" Taking a deep breath, He placed both hands on Shino's shoulders, an unprecedented seriousness etched on his face. Shino, I swear. I, Akashira Funya, will never betray Hinata. If I ever wrong her in any way, may lightning strike me. A glint reflected off Shino's sunglasses, as a few insects crawled from his sleeve, forming a question mark in front of Funya. What do these insects mean? Funya, infuriated by Shino's antics, exclaimed. I just made that grave oath. Shino replied nonchalantly, I hope you can uphold it. Funya, frustrated, scratched his head, overwhelmed by the situation. I detest insects. Sakura, perceptive to the tension, approached and swiftly changed the subject. All right, break time is over. Next, we will proceed to combat training. As night fell, the streets of Konoha's night market sparkled with the glow of 1,000 lanterns. Funya held Hinata's hand while allowing Hanabi to grasp the hem of his garment as the trio navigated through the bustling crowd. Various stalls emitted enticing aromas. Hanabi, likely weary from daily training with her father, flitted through the throngs like a jubilant butterfly. Takoyaki, Hanabi exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a stall exuding steam. With a smile, Funya reached for his wallet. Boss, 3 servings, please. Hinata softly reminded. Hanabi, eating too much occasionally is fine. Come, give it a try. Funya reassured her. It's just how girls should be pampered. He observed as Hinata took small bites of the takoyaki, puffing out her cheeks from the heat, and quickly offered her some chilled fruit tea, saying, take your time. Silly sister, Hanabi has already finished her share, she teased. Oh, you're so clever, Hanabi. Funya gently tapped her on the head and whispered. Hanabi stuck out her tongue at Funya. Humph, brother-in-law, you're just favoring your sister. Humph, I think you need more training. Go back and tell your father to increase your training regimen. Funya pretended to threaten her with the most vicious words he could muster towards a little girl. No, brother-in-law, Hanabi pleaded, shaking Funya's arm in a playful manner. Hinata watched with a faint smile, reminiscing about how long it had been since she and Funya had strolled through the night market together. What a life to yearn for. Funya-kun. If Funya knew what Hinata was thinking, he would have said, Hinata, I assure you that bringing you to the night market is not driven by guilt. The trio's gaze fell upon the vibrant goldfish scooping booth. Hanabi immediately raised her hand. I want to play. Hinata looked at her confidently, worried. This is quite difficult. Just watch me. Funya paid for the game, but as soon as the first paper net touched the water, it tore apart. Hanabi burst into laughter. Hinata stifled a giggle, took the second paper net, and skillfully enveloped its edges with chakra, effortlessly scooping up 3 goldfish in one go. As expected of Hinata, Funya clapped in praise. The booth owner wiped his sweat and said, Little girl, you must be a ninja. Funya stared at the booth owner in disbelief. Can't you see the obvious? Hanabi suddenly tugged at Funya's sleeve. Brother-in-law, there's a shooting game over there. The grand prize is a rabbit plushie. Hanabi, you haven't even played the goldfish scooping yet, and you're already thinking about the next one, Funya said, feeling a bit exasperated. He quickly paid for the 3 goldfish to avoid dampening Hinata's excitement and urged the vendor to pack them up. As Funya approached the shooting booth on their way home, Hanabi skipped ahead, clutching the rabbit plushie and a plastic bag full of goldfish. Funya walked alongside Hinata. Funya-kun, will it always be like this? Hinata tilted her head, smiling sweetly at him. Funya looked up at the fireworks blooming in the night sky and replied, Absolutely. As long as I see you and Hanabi happy, I will make time. Hinata's face flickered in the light of the fireworks. You don't need to hide anything from me regarding Kiba and Shino. Funya froze in place, realizing that the inevitable had arrived. How could a girl so enamored with him not notice the subtle changes in him? How foolish of him. He should have understood it long ago. Yet, Hinata's unwavering gaze locked onto his. I believe in you, Funya-kun. The fireworks exploded in the night sky, illuminating Funya's astonished eyes as he tightly grasped Hinata's hand. Sister, brother-in-law, look. Hanabi suddenly pointed at the sky, the biggest firework. The two looked up to see the firework resembling a dazzling river of stars. Fengyi quietly leaned closer to Hinata's ear and whispered, Hinata, I will never leave you. Hinata did not respond. She merely rested her head gently on Fengyi's shoulder. Chapter 35. The Land of Waves. As time flowed, Team 7, eager to showcase their skills, finally accepted their first major mission, an escort task to the Land of Waves. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a pipe in his mouth, languidly exhaled white smoke rings in his office. He gazed at the mission scroll just placed on his desk, his brow furrowed. On the surface, this mission appeared to be an ordinary escort task. Yet the information indicated that the situation in the Land of Waves was rather intricate. He looked up at the two Umbu members lurking in the shadows. Summon Ashikawa Feng Yi and Yuin from the Tenzo team, he commanded. The two dark figures vanished in an instant. In the Hyuga courtyard, Feng Yi reclined comfortably on the porch, a piece of blue grass between his lips. Observing the two figures engaged in practice, Hinata and Hanabi sparring. Beads of sweat formed on Hinata's forehead, her cheeks flushed with a healthy glow from concentration and exertion, her admiration and tenderness evident. With an extraordinary sense of perception, he detected an approaching ninja, heading directly towards the Hyuga manor. Someone is coming. Feng Yi's voice was soft but clear, reaching the ears of the practicing sisters. Hinata and Hanabi simultaneously halted, following Feng Yi's gaze. Almost at the same moment, a figure appeared like a phantom atop the courtyard wall, clad in the standard Umbu attire, with an animal mask concealing their face. Ashikawa Feng Yi. The Umbu spoke in a low voice. The Hokage summons you. Proceed to the Hokage's office immediately. Feng Yi raised an eyebrow, standing up and brushing off the grass clippings from his clothes. The third Hokage is looking for me. Related to a mission, you will know upon arrival. The Umbu replied succinctly. Very well. Feng Yi sighed, stretching lazily, the sound of cracking bones resonating. He approached Hinata, gently wiping the sweat from her brow. I apologize, Hinata. It seems our afternoon tea will have to be postponed. Hinata's flushed face responded softly. It's all right, Feng Yi-kun. The mission is important. Please be careful. Rest assured. Feng Yi replied with a reassuring smile, playfully ruffling Hanabi's hair, eliciting a disgruntled pout from the little girl. After sharing a brief laugh, he turned to the Umbu and said, let us proceed. In the third Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, still with smoke in hand, focused his gaze on Feng Yi as he entered. Besides the Hokage, another figure was present. A tall Umbu member with purple hair cascading from beneath her mask, Yuzuki Yuin. What is it, Hokage-sama? Feng Yi asked casually, momentarily pausing to regard Yuin, before nonchalantly shifting his gaze away. Feng Yi. The third Hokage's tone turned serious. Team 7 has accepted a major escort mission to the Land of Waves. Naruto has left the village? Feng Yi grinned, excitement bubbling within him. Is the story finally beginning? The third Hokage wrapped the scroll on the table. However, based on the intelligence we have, the situation in the Land of Waves demands utmost caution, particularly concerning the safety of that child, Naruto. His gaze shifted between Kid and Yuin. I require an additional security detail. You two, as members of the Umbu, shall be responsible for safeguarding those children. Before Kid could respond, Yuin slightly bowed, her cool voice filtering through her mask. Yes, Lord Hokage. Kid shrugged. Protect that fool Naruto? No problem. The third Hokage, observing Kid's nonchalant demeanor, couldn't help but smile wryly, recognizing his confidence. Suddenly, he shifted the tone of the conversation, laced with a hint of teasing. Speaking of which, Kid. Upon hearing the Hokage's mischievous tone, Kid felt an unsettling premonition. What is it? The third leisurely exhaled a puff of smoke. It's about that night at the barbecue restaurant, when you and Asuma got drunk, arm in arm, singing nonsensically and proclaiming brotherhood. You embarrassed the elite shinobi of Konoha, drawing the attention of half the street. The news nearly spread throughout the village. A strange silence enveloped the office. Though Yuin wore a mask, Kid could sense her teasing gaze penetrating through it. Instinctively, he glanced at Yuin, then quickly averted his eyes. Stuttering, that was all the fault of the alcohol. And it was old. Asuma-senpai who instigated it. Haha. All right, you two drunks. But the third Hokage's smile faded. Though his eyes still twinkled with amusement, it's good for the youth to have vitality. Just remember, next time you're indulging in drunken antics, choose a more secluded spot. Let us not provide the villagers of Konoha with any further ninja mockery. During this mission, refrain from drinking. I cannot afford any unforeseen circumstances. Kid, feeling embarrassed, cleared his throat and stood at attention, attempting to salvage some dignity. I assure you, we will complete the mission, Lord Hokage. Very well. The third nodded with satisfaction, returning his focus to the mission scroll, his tone shifting back to seriousness. The situation in the Land of Waves may be more complex than anticipated. You too must act with caution, prioritizing the safety of the clients and Team 7, especially Naruto. Yuin, Kid. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not reveal your identities. This mission is a significant opportunity for Naruto-esque growth. Understood. Keed and Yuin replied in unison. As Keed exited the Hokage's office, he felt his face still burning. Passing by Yuin, he heard a faint, mocking chuckle escaping from behind her mask. He hesitated for a moment, then quickened his pace to leave. On the journey to the land of waves, Naruto whined. "Hey, Kakashi-sensei, how much longer do we have to walk?" He complained, stretching his voice while resting his hands behind his head and kicking at the small stones on the path. Sakura shouted back, "You idiot, Naruto. We've only just set out for less than 2 hours." Sasuke scoffed, his dark eyes surveying the dense woods around them. The laggard remains a laggard, lacking even the most basic stamina. Walking ahead, Kakashi did not glance back, his eyes still glued to the book, Paradise of Affection. A ninja must learn to endure, Naruto. Moreover, stay vigilant. The bridge builder, Tazuna, wiped the sweat from his brow, muttering, "Are today's genin so lacking in discipline?" Observing the unreliable demeanor of these young Konoha ninjas filled him with trepidation and unease about his journey to the land of waves. In a dimly lit corner, Funya and Shiyuin were engrossed in playful banter. Shiyuin, standing amidst the shadows of the trees, fixed Funya with a frosty gaze and remarked, "You spend 100 times more time with Hinata than you do with me." Upon hearing this, Funya offered a wry smile and explained, "Why are you still harboring such resentment? That girl might have long been aware of your existence. She simply refrains from addressing it to spare me the embarrassment." Clearly dissatisfied with this explanation, Shiyuin stepped forward abruptly, pinning Funya against the tree trunk, her ninja blade positioned threateningly at his throat. "Cat, scoundrel, you sneak around to see me just for that. You deserve it. Every time we meet, we end up arguing a bit. What's the point?" Funya pushed the blade away with a practiced ease, stating, "Enough, let us argue at home." Shiyuin, still fuming, did not relent in her disdainful demeanor. Chapter 36, Uchiha Tsundere? That night, in a secluded clearing of the forest, away from Team 7, the campfire dispelled the chill of the night, illuminating two contrasting faces. Shiyuin had removed her mask, her violet hair cascading down, glimmering softly in the firelight. She sat beside the fire, hugging her knees, casting a side glance at Funya, enveloped in a silence laden with resentment. Funya leaned against a large tree, observing her with a sigh, breaking the silence. "Is it really such a big deal that I haven't sought you out for a few days?" Shiyuin did not turn around, but merely emitted a cold hum. He was indeed greedy, relishing Hinata's gentle calm, while also being captivated by Shiyuin's fiery intensity and directness. This internal conflict tore at him, yet he felt unable to relinquish either side. Rising to his feet, his silhouette elongated in the firelight as he approached Shiyuin step by step. Instinctively, she tried to retreat, but was swiftly seized by her wrist. His grasp bore an aggressive possessiveness, coupled with a forceful attempt to quell the brewing storm. Shiyuin's heart raced at his gaze, and she struggled to pull her hand free. "Let go of me, you." Before she could finish, Funya abruptly drew her into his embrace, wielding an irresistible strength. Shiyuin gasped, the familiar scent enveloping her in an instant. The sensation of plunder associated with the siege seemed to crush all her grievances, all her injustices, and all her resentment. The accumulated bitterness within Xiang, facing such absolute power, melted away like ice thrown into fierce flames. What remained was a dizzying sense of conquest and an uncontrollable yearning deep within her soul. Garments lay strewn about the tent. Under Funya's control, she resembled a bow-drawn tot. No longer resisting, she instead acquiesced, her fingertips leaving crimson marks upon his back. In the throes of passion, Funya called out his name, his voice fragmented and ethereal. They expressed their complex, ineffable emotions in the most primal manner until exhaustion overtook them, and they embraced each other to sleep beside the campfire. As they journeyed toward the land of waves, the weather turned gloomy, shrouded in mist. Kakashi languidly perused Intimate Paradise. Naruto, in a fit of boredom, kicked at puddles by the roadside, while Sasuke vigilantly scanned their surroundings, and Sakura anxiously observed the thickening fog. Suddenly, Kakashi closed his book, and his previously languid gaze sharpened. Two chains broke through the dense mist, coiling around Kakashi like venomous serpents. The chains ensnared his sluggish body, instantly crushing him, blood splattering everywhere. "Kakashi-sensei!" Naruto and Sakura screamed in terror, while Sasuke's pupils dilated. Dasna was paralyzed with fear. "You little brat. Die!" The masked brothers, wearing breathing apparatus, lunged with sinister grins towards the stunned 7th Squad. In this moment of peril, shadow clone technique. Drawing upon years of training with Funya, Naruto reacted first, immediately creating multiple clones to engage in battle. Sasuke swiftly followed suit, while Sakura, trembling with kunai in hand, stood protectively in front of Dasna. Seeing that Naruto and Sasuke were struggling to dispatch the two foes, Kakashi stepped in, effortlessly eliminating the brothers, a smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "Ah, my apologies, I slipped a bit." Naruto exploded with rage. Kakashi-sensei. Good reflexes, Naruto. Sasuke and Sakura. You did well to protect the client, Kakashi praised, patting their shoulders. Still fuming, Naruto glared at him with hands on his hips. Cut the nonsense. You were clearly crushed. What about that blood? Sasuke too. Fixed Kakashi with a disapproving stare, clearly dissatisfied with the excuse of slipping. Kakashi scratched his head and chuckled. Well, that was just a substitution technique with a little trickery. One must always give the enemy a surprise, right? He gestured to the bodies of the masked brothers on the ground. However, these two were not ordinary foes. It seems the troubles in the land of waves are greater than anticipated. Unable to contain himself, Naruto rushed forward, pointing at the bodies and shouting, "What on earth is going on? You said this was just an ordinary bridge-building mission. These guys are clearly ninjas. That chain attack was meant to kill." Sasuke coldly glared at the old man. You concealed the danger level. What exactly have you gotten us into? Dasna's face turned ashen, his hands trembling uncontrollably, unable to articulate a response. Sakura supported his arm, pressing, "Mr. Dasna, if you don't clarify, we won't be able to protect you." Kakashi leaned against a tree, observing leisurely. Dazina lowered his head in despair, his voice trembling. "I apologize for deceiving you. Because of this bridge, I have offended the tyrant Kato of the Land of Waves. He will not allow the bridge to be completed and has already killed many who opposed him. If I were to speak the truth, I fear no ninja would be willing to undertake this task." Kato? Naruto clenched his fists and shouted. "What kind of person is he?" Kakashi interjected. "He is a merchant who has risen to power through smuggling and violence, commanding a considerable number of ninjas. It seems this mission will indeed be troublesome." Kakashi looked up at the sky. "We should leave this place and discuss as we walk." Dazina gazed at the three young children, filled with remorse. "I am sorry for involving you in such danger." Enough with the excuses. Naruto suddenly shouted. "Once we have taken on this mission, we will not back down. When the bridge is completed, I will definitely run a lap on it." Sasuke scoffed softly, tacitly agreeing with Naruto's words. In the distance, Funya and Shien observed everything that had just transpired. Funya spoke with a hint of amusement. "It has begun." Kakashi's dark humor remains as malevolent as ever. "Look at how frightened Naruto is." Shien's voice filtered through her mask. "Those two rogue ninjas from the mist are of average strength, but possess ruthless tactics. Senior Kakashi intends for them to experience the harsh realities of battle firsthand. It may not be very effective." Funya's gaze swept below, noting that although Naruto was quite frightened, he immediately launched a futile counterattack. "It is my fault for not applying more pressure on him initially. Growth always comes at a cost. Yet, the true test lies ahead." His observation haki, like an invisible net, had already captured the lurking, blood-soaked chakra in the distance. Zabuza Momochi. "Are you not going to make a move?" Shien inquired. "It is not yet the time." Funya shook his head, his eyes deep with contemplation. "Kakashi can handle it, and didn't the third Hokage say so? At the necessary moment, we shall act. Just consider this a vacation." As a transmigrator, he understood deeply the significance of this battle for Team 7, especially for Naruto and Sasuke. His strength afforded him the confidence to oversee the situation. He merely needed to ensure that tragedy would not occur at the most critical moment. "So, are you feeling better now?" Funya teased, observing Shien's expression. In response, Shien turned her face away, lightly dismissing him with a go away. Funya chuckled at her stubbornness, his mouth twitching slightly. Uchiha's infamous pride. Chapter 37. Battlefield Commentary. Black Zetsu manifested. The forests of the Land of Waves were shrouded in thick fog. In the shadows, Funya melded with the darkness itself, his fox mask concealing all expressions, with only his eyes, piercing through the dense mist, locking onto Team 7. Shien stood slightly lower behind him, her aura suppressed to the utmost. "What a dense fog." Sakura's voice quivered noticeably as she tightly gripped her kunai. "Something feels off." Sasuke scanned the surroundings warily, his body tense. The fog not only obscured vision, but also dulled sounds to a muffled blur. Naruto attempted to dispel his inner unease, calling out loudly, "Hey, Kakashi-sensei, what is going on with this fog?" Suddenly, Kakashi raised his hand sharply, signaling for silence. His exposed right eye narrowing in vigilance as he whispered, "Something's amiss. Everyone, be cautious." No sooner had he uttered these words than a massive shadow plummeted from the heavens, slicing directly towards them. Naruto felt a powerful force yank at his collar, hurling him uncontrollably to the side. After rolling twice on the ground, he looked up to find the very spot where he had stood was cleaved by a colossal beheading sword. In a split second, Sasuke had pulled him back just in time. Observing Naruto's clumsy tumble, he thought, "You fool, your reaction was a tad slow." Before them stood a figure shrouded in unsettling bandages, with only a pair of emotionless, cold, and cruel eyes visible, reminiscent of a venomous serpent. An unrestrained, palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped them like an icy tide. A hoarse, deep voice resonated. "Your head shall be claimed, Konoha's copy ninja, Hatake Kakashi. I am Zabuza Momochi." Kakashi's tone bore an unprecedented gravity as he pushed his forehead protector upward. The crimson tomo of his Sharingan flared open suddenly, casting an eerie red light amidst the thick fog. Team 7. Form the ceiling formation. Protect Mr. Tazuna. Our adversary is the rogue ninja from the mist, the demon Zabuza. He is not a foe you can handle. Naruto felt every hair on his body stand on end. He wished to shout, yet his throat felt constricted as if something were blocking it. His hand gripping the kunai trembled like leaves in the wind, and he could barely maintain his stance. Sasuke dug his nails deep into his palm, restraining himself from displaying the same disarray as Naruto, Kakashi's eyes. Yet, the cold sweat trickling down his brow and the rapid beating of his heart betrayed his growing panic. The aura of murder was overwhelming. Sakura's face turned pale as paper, her legs weakening, nearly collapsing to the ground, tears welling uncontrollably in her eyes. The three young ninjas, just graduated from the academy, were encountering the grim reality of the ninja world for the first time, confronted by Zabuza's palpable killing intent. Fengye and Shiyin concealed their presence to the utmost. Through the gaps in the leaves, Fengye's observation haki functioned like an invisible radar, scanning the battlefield below with clarity. The oppressive atmosphere emanating from Zabuza, coupled with Team 7's unmistakable fear, resonated back to him. Yet, Fengye remained unfazed. In the original narrative, Kakashi would be ensnared by the water prison technique, and Team 7 would face a fierce struggle, ultimately relying on Naruto and Sasuke's explosive power to find a chance amidst the chaos. Too many variables existed, so it was better to observe. As the mist technique of Zabuza spread, thickening the fog around them, Kakashi's warning rang out. "Be careful." Just as he spoke, a glint of cold steel sliced towards him from an oblique angle. Instinctively, he sidestepped, the edge of the beheading sword grazing his shoulder, drawing a line of blood that instantly tore open a gash. Fengye watched as, true to the original, Kakashi and Zabuza exchanged blows, showcasing their prowess. Before engaging in an intricate contest of water dragon techniques, a classic scene unfolding upon the lake's surface. Below, the clash between Kakashi and Zabuza had reached a boiling point. Water style, water dragon jutsu. Two voices resonated in unison, colliding amidst the dense, murky mist. Standing upon the tranquil lake's surface, their hands transformed into fleeting shadows. Dazzling hand seals flickering in and out of visibility within the thick fog. Seal, seal, still sealing. The complex sequence of hand signs was meticulously counted by Fengye, who couldn't help but scoff at the bewildering 44 seals of the seemingly honest ghostly figure. As a time traveler privy to the evolution of future ninja techniques, he pondered the absurdity of conventional ninjas resorting to such extensive hand signs. Suddenly, two colossal water dragons roared forth from the lake, crashing together with a thunderous boom. The cascading water splashed down like a torrential downpour, drenching the members of Team 7 and briefly dispersing a small area of the fog. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura gazed upwards, their faces etched with shock and helplessness. The magnitude of this battle surpassed their wildest imaginations. As the water settled, the mist began to coalesce once more. Kakashi's Sharingan spun wildly, attempting to track the elusive Zabuza, whose presence seemed to meld seamlessly into the fog, rendering him nearly undetectable. Too slow. A chilling voice echoed behind Kakashi. Zabuza's figure emerged like a specter from the water beneath Kakashi's feet, his blade slicing through the air with a haunting whistle. Kakashi leaned back, just in time, the blade grazing perilously close to his nose. However, this was merely a feint. At that very moment, Another apparition of Zabuza materialized from the water at his side, coalescing like a bubble. "It's over, Kakashi." The cold voice brimmed with lethal intent. "Water release. Water prison technique." With a resounding crash, a formidable prison formed from flowing water enveloped Kakashi entirely, binding him within its grasp. He barely managed a muffled groan before his body was utterly immobilized, even his fingers rendered incapable of movement. His crimson Sharingan fixated on the Zabuza outside the watery confinement. "Kakashi-sensei." Naruto's eyes widened in horror, a surge of rage igniting above his fear. Sasuke's pupils constricted sharply, cold sweat trickling down his brow as his body instinctively adopted a defensive stance, trembling hands concealed behind him. Sakura clasped her mouth, tears finally spilling forth, despair coiling around her heart like a chilling serpent. "Humph, the bothersome teacher has taken his leave." Zabuza's true form stood beside the water prison, one hand maintaining the technique. His voice devoid of warmth. Xiang cast a glance at the leisurely Feng Yi beside her, who had even removed his mask to enjoy the spectacle, urging, "Aren't you going to assist?" "Not in a hurry," Feng Yi replied, his gaze fixed on the distant battlefield, his tone relaxed. "This is merely the beginning. How can they see the rainbow without first weathering the storm?" Internally, he mused, what a splendid show. Naruto and Sasuke's coordination, such a pity if they don't end up together. Meanwhile, Sakura seemed out of place. What was the intent behind Team 7 forcibly including her? What was the third Hokage thinking? Naruto, under my subtle influence and with the companionship of friends, had clearly grown weary of her infatuated demeanor. I truly cannot comprehend it. Without Tsunade, isn't she merely an inconsequential bystander? Shien observed him with a carefree demeanor, even exhibiting a hint of lewd excitement as he furtively gazed at the battlefield where life and death clashed. His expression resembled that of someone on holiday, watching a performance, prompting her to instinctively rub her temples. Just then, Feng Yi, caught up in the moment, could not help but exclaim, "Look over there, Shien. That little brat Naruto has really mastered his transformation technique. The water prison is broken. Kakashi has emerged, drenched." Shien was utterly speechless, watching her partner's enthusiastic, childlike demeanor. And she silently lamented, this guy truly is a child at heart. Although they had emerged from their predicament, the tension was palpable as both sides faced off. The atmosphere charged with hostility, and Team 7 remained on high alert. Unable to restrain herself, she asked, "Aren't you the least bit worried? What if something unexpected happens?" "Unexpected?" Feng Yi's lips curled into a playful smirk as his observation haki silently enveloped the area, attuned to the flow of chakra and emotional fluctuations of everyone present. In the face of such overwhelming power, unforeseen circumstances were hardly a concern. Chapter 38. A rare holiday. Shien looked at him with exasperation, gently shaking her head. Kakashi-senpai is in such a state, and this is Naruto and the others' first encounter with life and death. Are we truly just going to observe? As a member of the Umbu, prioritizing missions was ingrained in her being, and Feng Yi's nonchalant attitude was difficult for her to comprehend. Feng Yi stretched languidly, casually hanging his removed fox mask at his waist. Relax, relax. Kakashi merely overexerted his chakra. A little rest will remedy that. It's a perfect lesson for the kids. Look, Naruto seems quite spirited. Sasuke is holding back his energy, and Sakura is, well, also striving to conquer her fears. This is what we call necessary growth. He looked into Shien's eyes, casually continuing. The third Hokage's task was to covertly protect Naruto, with an emphasis on covertly. If we leap into slay Zabuza, that would hardly be considered discreet. That would be stealing the spotlight. Besides, don't you think this is more entertaining? Watching them struggle and grow is truly inspirational. Such nonsense. Shien shot him a glare, though her tense shoulders relaxed slightly. Feng Yi's almost unfair perception indeed covered the entire battlefield. No subtle movement could escape his awareness, alleviating any excessive concerns for their safety. Yet, witnessing his indifference, even a touch of schadenfreude, was both amusing and infuriating. Let us go. Feng Yi stood up, brushing off non-existent dust from his clothes, eagerly proposing, while Kakashi recuperates and they rest, why don't we explore the culture of the land of waves? I've heard the seafood here is delightful, and this would be the perfect opportunity for you to enjoy a proper outing. Shien glanced at Team 7, who had begun to make a fire and set up a makeshift camp, clearly entering a relatively secure period of rest. With a sigh, she resigned herself and stood up, readjusting her mask to reveal only her eyes, which sparkled with a resigned smile. During this mission, your duties seem rather leisurely. This is called balancing work and rest, maintaining optimal conditions to address unforeseen events. Feng Yi, with unwavering confidence, grasped Xian's hand, assuring her, "Rest assured, I am attuned to our surroundings. That fellow won't trouble us for the time being." With that, they glided silently from the treetops, vanishing at the forest's edge, heading towards the quaint yet vibrant town of the Land of Waves, which bore signs of wear but thrived with life. In the ensuing days, the streets and coastlines of the Land of Waves frequently welcomed a pair of exceptionally refined young travelers. They would sit before modest fishermen's stalls in the early morning haze, savoring the delectable seafood freshly caught from the ocean. Feng Yi would exuberantly give a thumbs up, eliciting hearty laughter from the fishermen, while Xian quietly peeled shrimp, relishing the rare tranquility devoid of bloodshed. They strolled along the dilapidated streets, a testament to the exploitation by Kato. Feng Yi paused at an elderly woman's stall, purchasing several skewers of local delicacy, candied hawthorn with a delightful sweet and sour taste. Xian took dainty bites, her eyes narrowing slightly at the tartness, while Feng Yi, carefree and amused, bought her more. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they perched on the rocks by the shoreline, gazing at the sea transformed into a golden-red canvas by the twilight. The waves rhythmically crashed against the rocks, creating a soothing symphony. Feng Yi playfully tossed flat stones to skip across the water's surface, excitedly urging Xian to count the skips. Initially bored, she found herself smiling at his childlike glee, softly counting 1, 2, 3, 70, 18, 38, 66. "Look at you, so proud." Occasionally, Feng Yi's extensive sensory perception would pick up movements from the seventh squad. He sensed Naruto enthusiastically proposing a training session in the forest, with Sasuke displaying his usual disdain yet still following suit, while Sakura hesitated before chasing after them. He also detected Kakashi, finally recuperated, lazily leaning against a tree, engrossed in his Ica paradise, while his 3 students practiced climbing trees and wading through water nearby. Unable to contain himself, Feng Yi remarked to Xian, TSK, this teacher's life is enviable. Xian, do you think I could live like this if I become a Jonin?" Xian merely cast him a cool glance, replying, "Let us complete our mission first, and stop fixating on Kakashi-sensei's idleness. He faces the likes of Zabuza." Deep down, she understood that while Feng Yi joked about Kakashi's nonchalance, in terms of chakra levels and endurance, it was Feng Yi's monstrous physique that stood out as extraordinary. Most of the time, they appeared as a genuine couple on vacation, relishing the sea breeze and the simplicity of the local culture, despite the shadow of Kato's oppression. Xian's taut nerves, honed from her duties in the gradually relaxed in the carefree atmosphere that Feng Yi exuded. She even began to perceive this stolen holiday, nestled amidst their tense missions, as a unique blend of sweetness and thrill. That evening, they sat at an open-air table in a seaside tavern, with sizzling mackerel and local rice wine laid out before them. The sea breeze, laden with a saline essence, playfully tousled the strands of Xian's cascading hair. The setting sun illuminated her delicate visage, while the golden-brown autumn mackerel, roasted to perfection, wafted an enticing aroma into the air. Feng Yi lounged lazily against the chair's back, his gaze drifting towards the distant silhouette of a colossal bridge, already taking form, spanning the strait. "Xian," Feng Yi's voice rang clear, "the bridge is nearing completion." This proclamation was akin to a stone cast into tranquil waters, sending ripples through Xian's heart. Her delicate sip of rice wine faltered momentarily. Indeed, the bridge's nearing completion signified the impending collapse of Cardo's schemes, and the escort mission of the 7th Squad was drawing to a close. It also meant that the ephemeral moments they had stolen amidst their tasks, moments that felt almost dreamlike, were about to conclude. She set down her cup, a hint of reluctance barely discernible in her demeanor. Indeed, time has flown by. After a brief silence, her tone mingled with a touch of gentle self-mockery and wistfulness. "These past few days have felt like a stolen treasure. No mission reports, no lurking in the shadows, just the sea breeze, seafood, and an almost negligent indulgence in leisure by the Dark Division." Feng Yi chuckled softly, a casual pride creeping into his voice. "This is what one might call high-quality companionship. Do you understand?" He lifted the wine jug and refilled Xian's cup, pouring generously. "Moreover, the seafood of the Land of Waves truly lives up to its reputation. Wouldn't you agree?" His voice trailed off mid-sentence, as if recalling something, and a hint of casualness faded from his tone. Shi-yin did not meet his gaze. Instead, she raised her cup to her lips, her voice steady as if stating an unrelated fact, yet tinged with a subtle bitterness only Feng Yi could comprehend. Next time, when you manage to spare a moment from the eldest daughter of the Hinata family, will you bring me along for a meal? At that instant, even the sea breeze seemed to still. Feng Yi's smile dimmed slightly as he turned his head, gazing earnestly at Shi-yin. He reached out, gently clasping her other hand resting on her lap. Her hand felt cool to the touch. Feng Yi's voice deepened, imbued with a newfound gravity. You know. I know, Shi-yin swiftly interjected, returning the gentle squeeze of his hand. She lifted her gaze to meet his, fully aware of the nature of their bond. These past few days have brought me immense joy. Feng Yi, knowing that you hold a place for me in your heart is enough. She embraced her position within this relationship, accepting the bittersweet reality that this affection could never be wholly hers. This brief interlude of holiday was her hard-won slice of purity, a sweet moment that belonged solely to her and Feng Yi. As if struck by a thought, she chuckled softly, teasing. Do you remember what the third Hokage said to you before your departure? Don't drink too much. Feng Yi replied, understood. That night, within the confines of the inn, Feng Yi gazed tenderly at the beauty resting in his arms. You should get some rest. I expect a tough battle before the completion of the bridge. Shi-yin nodded, responding softly with an affirming hum. The two embraced and drifted into slumber. Chapter 39. The overwhelming force. The pungent scent of blood permeated the expansive concrete surface of the bridge. Behind the crystalline white walls, Naruto, battered and bruised, fixated on Sasuke, who lay ensconced in a pool of crimson. A primal growl escaped his throat as his pupils transformed into the red, slitted eyes of a fox. Uchiha Sasuke's left shoulder was pierced by 1,000 blades, his body marred by numerous ice shards, and his Sharingan had long since dimmed, leaving his complexion pallid. Meanwhile, Kakashi Hatake knelt on one knee, his right hand firmly pressed against his wound. Team 7 stood on the brink of despair, witnessing Zabuza Momochi at the pinnacle of his prowess. Zabuza, wielding his executioner's blade, stood a few meters away. The corners of his mouth twisted into a cruel smirk beneath his bandages. This is where it ends. Kakashi, his voice sliced through the air like a chilling wind. Along with these bothersome brats, you shall sink into the depths of the sea. Haku commence. Yes, Mr. Zabuza, Haku replied, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible sorrow. The sharp 1,000 blades aimed unerringly at their target, poised to strike. Naruto's eyes widened in horror. Sasuke, Kakashi, on the verge of employing his trump card and summoning technique, found himself in a critical moment. In the shadows, the enigmatic Kid, unwilling to be overlooked in Kakashi's mission report, uttered to the anxious Tsukiya, do not move. Like a flash of lightning, he entered the battlefield with remarkable speed. His intentions clear as he targeted Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke. An intangible wave of kinbunshiku, akin to rippling water, enveloped the entire area. He perceived the blood gushing from Kakashi's wound, heard Naruto's heartbeat, and detected Sasuke's faint breath. Capturing every trajectory of the 1,000 blades within the ice mirror with acute clarity, Kid's silhouette left a lingering afterimage in the air as he materialized before Naruto and Sasuke, who were on the verge of being ensnared by the ice mirror's assault. Without glancing back at Kakashi, he had already discerned everything through his heightened senses. In an instant, his right hand seized the black blade, Akiyuki, and its resonant cry echoed across the battlefield. The blade emerged from its sheath, adorned with mysterious black patterns that exuded a heavy, sharp brilliance. Water release, water barrier. Kid formed seals with his left hand at an extraordinary pace. The rapidly rotating circular water wall surged upward, safeguarding Naruto and Sasuke within its embrace. Clang, clang, clang. Haku's 1,000 blades violently collided with the water barrier. Stunned by this sudden turn of events, Naruto gazed at the water wall and the figure standing before him, wielding the peculiar black blade, momentarily forgetting his pain. He murmured in confusion, "Who are you?" At the very moment Kid cast the water barrier to protect Naruto and Sasuke, his kinbunshiku accurately locked onto Zabuza's movements. Zabuza, seizing the moment of Kid's distraction, sought to deliver a final blow to Kakashi. Without turning his head, Kid's wrist flicked as he executed a powerful horizontal slash with Akiyuki. A black blade aura sliced through the air, a tangible strike of wind and chakra coalescing. Like a crescent moon of darkness, it tore through the atmosphere, shattering the ice wall, and hurtling towards Zabuza. Zabuza's pupils dilated in shock. The oppressive force of the blade aura sent a shiver down his spine. This was no ordinary chakra blade. The black blade seemed to carry the weight of the abyss. Unable to withstand its might, he instinctively abandoned his assault on Kakashi, raising his executioner's blade before him in defense. A thunderous clash of metal reverberated through the air. The blade of the black knife, autumn water, struck fiercely against the broad surface of the decapitation blade. A terrifying force surged forth. His body, previously injured from the battle with Kakashi, was violently pushed backward by the impact of the strike. Zabuza felt as if his arms had instantaneously lost sensation. His palms torn and bleeding profusely, sustaining a grievous injury. The decapitation blade emitted a low hum, as if lamenting its fate. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Funya observed Zabuza and, recalling the formidable man who had cleaved the tailed beast ball, noted a slight disparity in their prowess. Perhaps next time he should unleash his full strength? What a monstrous entity! Zabuza gazed in horror, his eyes fixed on the ominous black-bladed long knife in Funya's grasp. "I can take your life 3,000 times." Funya replied nonchalantly, appearing beside Kakashi, shaking his head at the sight before him. With precise fingers enveloped in chakra, he deftly pressed on several acupoints surrounding Kakashi's wound. He retrieved a hemostatic bandage from his ninja tool pouch, wrapping it swiftly and efficiently. While it could not heal the injury, it successfully slowed the flow of blood. Kakashi let out a muffled groan, the intense pain sharpening his awareness. Through the gaps in his mask, his Sharingan gazed upon the shadowy figure of the Umbu, radiating an overwhelming sense of oppression. This chakra sensation, along with the black ring on his hand, was that imp from the Umbu evaluation? Funya's lowered voice resonated clearly through the mask across the dilapidated bridge. "Kakashi, you truly are in a dire predicament, reduced to this state by a rogue mist ninja." Upon hearing this, Kakashi's pained expression darkened, realizing it was that rascal. "Shallow River Funya, thanks for the reminder." This kid had grown even stronger. It was utterly humiliating to be seen in such a wretched state, more so than when that brat acted drunkenly. Yet, beneath Funya's mask, his eyes were sharp as an eagle, fixating on the still-breathing Zabuza ahead. The tip of the black knife, autumn water, pointed downward, emanating a heavy, heart-stopping pressure. "Zabuza, the ghost of the mist?" Funya's voice pierced through the mask, his chilling words uttered with an icy resolve. "They are not foes you can defeat. Kakashi is merely collateral." Meanwhile, Naruto, supporting Sasuke, wore a puzzled expression. "We? Who's the masked one?" Kakashi, silently observing Shallow River Funya, thought to himself, "His penchant for mischief surpasses even mine. Am I to thank you?" I had long since lost the will to fight, his face filled with concern as he gazed at Zabuza. Zabuza's face contorted beneath the bandages, rage overpowering the fear he had just felt. "You insolent fool! Cease your grandstanding!" he roared, his injured hands trembling as he formed hand seals. Water release. Great waterfall technique. A torrent of water surged forth from thin air, crashing towards Funya and Kakashi with the potential to collapse the bridge. Funya scoffed, a futile effort. Yet, in the instant before the deluge struck, his figure vanished. Pure, unparalleled speed. "Above you." Bai's voice echoed urgently from the ice mirror, laced with disbelief and terror. Zabuza abruptly looked up. There stood Funya, suspended above the waterfall. The Umbu attire billowed wildly in the chaotic water pressure, the fox mask gazing downwards. And in his right hand, the black knife, autumn water, shimmered with an unsettling, dark glow at its tip. As Feng Yi subtly rotated his wrist, the black blade descended from above, seemingly nonchalant in its stroke. A slender, jet-black line, refined to perfection, appeared to slice through the very fabric of space and silently vanished into the roaring cascade of the waterfall. With a hiss, the violent torrent, capable of devouring all, was forcefully cleaved apart by that delicate black line. Where the black slash passed, the water flow bizarrely halted and split, transforming into a myriad of cold droplets that fell like rain. Zabuza's ultimate jutsu, executed with all his might, was effortlessly severed in twain. Impossible. Zabuza's eyes widened, his worldview seemingly shattered by that single stroke. In the instant his mind reeled, Feng Ye's figure materialized before him like a specter, alarmingly close. Those eyes, concealed behind a mask, glinted with mockery, as if laughing at him. Farewell to this shinobi world, Zabuza. Feng Ye's voice resonated like the pronouncement of death. The black blade, autumn water, transformed into a streak of darkness, piercing directly for Zabuza's heart. The speed was blinding, the angle treacherous, leaving Zabuza, caught off guard, with no means to evade. The shadow of death swiftly enveloped him. Zabuza! A cry, transcending the limits of sound, pierced the air. White's form surged forth like a moth drawn to flame, surpassing its own limits, emerging from a shattered mirror of ice. With arms outstretched, he resolutely positioned himself in front of Zabuza, unwilling to retreat. Thud! The dull yet clear sound of blade meeting flesh resonated. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Feng Ye's movement abruptly altered, narrowly directing autumn water away from White's vital points. The blade sank deep into White's side, the terrifying force propelling his body backward, crashing forcefully into the stunned Zabuza. Blood gushed from White's wound, splattering across Zabuza's bandages and the executioner's blade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for battling Zabuza and acquiring the ability of armament haki. Feng Ye. Has he exploded? This journey to the land of waves has proved fruitful. Soon, I shall seize Kato's treasury. How splendid. Chapter 40. The grief of Zabuza Shiyuin emerged from the shadows, approaching Feng Ye and greeting Kakashi-senpai. Turning to Feng Ye, she remarked, Knight, your strength has increased once more. Of course, Feng Ye couldn't disclose the power of the hanging, boastfully replying, Hee, I told you I would protect you. Without sufficient strength, how could I? Shiyuin playfully twisted Feng Ye's arm, chastising him. What time is it? There are so many people around. Unbothered, Feng Ye retorted, why should I care about that? Humph. I never asked you to do such a thing. Shiyuin huffed proudly. Behind them, Kakashi watched the two, bemused, hardly resembling members of the Umbu. Are you two flirting there? What about Umbu discipline? And what of your girlfriend Hinata? Forget it. I can't deal with this. Hey, why don't you both take a look around? Heavy breaths. The sound of weeping and the soft patter of blood falling echoed upon the concrete bridge. Naruto and Sakura supported Sasuke, gazing in confusion at the figure clad in a fox mask, who had cleaved the waterfall with a single strike, their minds in disarray. Sasuke, hold on. Hey, masked one. Can you save Sasuke? I beg you. As Feng Ye observed the anxious Naruto, he lowered his voice to offer reassurance. Naruto, do not worry. Your Sasuke is not in any grave danger. Upon hearing that there was nothing serious, Naruto instantly sealed his lips, though his gaze remained tensely fixed upon Feng Ye. Meanwhile, Zabuza cradled the faintly breathing Haku, whose abdomen was stained crimson with blood, and hoarsely cried out, Haku, Haku, open your eyes. Look at me. Damn it, damn it. He attempted to cover Haku's wound with his hands, yet blood continued to seep through his fingers. Haku's gaze began to lose its clarity, as if he wished to utter something but could produce no sound. Kakashi, witnessing the chaotic scene before him, particularly Zabuza's anguished embrace of Haku, whispered to Feng Ye, Shallow River Feng Ye, the mission is to assist Mr. Dasna and Sakura. Hearing Kakashi utter his name, Feng Ye, in a moment of whimsy, feigned a cold demeanor and replied, How can you utter the name of an operative engaged in a mission? Kakashi retorted with a smirk, Oh, do you remember what you once said to my guy? Hearing such familiar words now, can you endure the irony? Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, his thoughts drifting back to the past. Had Guy truly felt this way? Feng Ye's gaze swept across the scene, his observation haki keenly sensing the state of each individual. No longer teasing Kakashi, he chuckled softly. Rest assured, Kakashi-senpai, the situation is under control. Feng Ye approached Zabuza, the black blade Shio-Shui casually dangling at his side. The heavy aura of pressure caused Zabuza, whose spirit was shattered, to suddenly lift his head, his eyes bloodshot with despair and vigilance. Feng Ye seemed to sense something amiss, sheathing Shio-Shui at his waist, and silently retreating to Kakashi's side. A boisterous laughter suddenly echoed from the opposite end of the bridge. Ha! Truly spectacular. Simply marvelous. A short, stout man donned in a suit and sunglasses swaggered forward, flanked by a group of fierce-looking rogue ninjas wielding sharp blades. Kato wore an unmistakable sneer as he stopped at a distance from Zabuza and Haku, exaggeratedly applauding. Oh dear, is that not the infamous demon Zabuza of the mist? What a sight. Reduced to this state by a few leaf brats and some unknown Umbu? TSK, TSK, TSK. Even your precious tool lies here half dead. Kato's gaze swept over Haku, cradled in Zabuza's arms, his eyes filled with disdain. Zabuza trembled violently, consumed by profound rage and humiliation. He abruptly raised his head, his exposed eyes locking onto Kato with a murderous intent that felt almost palpable. Had he not been burdened by Haku and his own grievous injuries, he would have torn Kato to shreds. With a hoarse voice, Zabuza forced out the words between clenched teeth. What? Are you angry? Kato spread his hands dramatically, his tone even more flippant. Oh, do not glare at me like that. You worthless fool. You have failed your mission, and now look at yourself. You and your useless tool hold no value to me anymore. He lifted his foot, intending to kick Haku. Stop it! Naruto shouted in fury. Kakashi's gaze turned icy, while Sakura covered her mouth in terror. Before Kato's feet could touch the ground, a chilling and palpable aura of murderous intent instantaneously locked onto him. Kato froze, a wave of icy dread surging from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. He stiffly turned his head to discern the source of this lethal presence. Feng Ye's gaze, concealed behind his mask, remained indifferent as it scrutinized Kato, as if he were merely observing a crushed insect. Kato's previously arrogant demeanor was immediately frozen by this silent stare. His throat felt parched, and cold sweat drenched his back. The Ronin subordinates behind him were compelled to retreat a step, trembling as they clutched their weapons, overwhelmed by the invisible pressure. Feng Yi made no move, nor did he release any chakra. He merely stood there, his hand poised upon the hilt of his sword. Kato faltered, too intimidated to glance in Feng Ye's direction, redirecting all his fury and humiliation towards Zabuza, this seemingly soft target. Humph. He forced a semblance of composure and mockingly taunted Zabuza. A waste is just a waste, unable to even protect its tools. Hiring you has been my greatest folly. You too, master and servant, shall perish here together. At that moment, an unexpected development unfolded. Zabuza, cradling Bai, emitted an exceedingly faint sound. He struggled to open his eyes, his unfocused pupils seemingly striving to recognize the one holding him. Bai? Zabuza trembled violently, looking down at the boy in his arms. In that instant, Zabuza made a resolute decision. The profound hatred towards Kato, coupled with his complex feelings for the youth in his embrace, shattered all remnants of his rationality. Kato! A roar filled with boundless resentment erupted from Zabuza's throat. With his last vestiges of strength, he gently laid Bai on the cold ground. Like a flicker of light returning, his body surged forth with astonishing speed, targeting Kato, who was attempting to flee. His hands, grievously injured by Feng Ye's earlier blade, could scarcely grasp a weapon, yet he still possessed his teeth. Zabuza bit down fiercely on a kunai that had fallen nearby, charging towards Kato with a reckless determination to die together. Protect the boss. The Ronin cried out in terror, brandishing their swords towards Zabuza. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of blades piercing flesh resonated intensely. Zabuza's body was instantaneously pierced by several long swords. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Yet, his momentum showed no sign of abating. His eyes were fixated solely on Kato's face, twisted in abject terror. Get away. Stop him. Stop him. Kato, paralyzed by fear, scrambled backward in desperation. Zabuza broke through the Ronin's blockade, his body riddled with wounds and blood. Forcefully driving the kunai, he clenched between his teeth into Kato's neck. Ugh! Kato emitted a wretched scream akin to a slaughtered pig, clutching his neck, eyes wide with horror. His body collapsed with a resounding thud, twitching a few times before lying still. The sunglasses slipped from his face, the lenses reflecting his own terrified, distorted visage in death. The Ronin, completely petrified by this gruesome spectacle, discarded their weapons and fled in all directions. Meanwhile, Zabuza, having fulfilled his final act of vengeance, expended all his vitality. He staggered, like a marionette with severed strings, laboriously crawling step by step towards Bai's side. With each arduous ascent, a glaring trail of blood was left behind him. Finally, he reached Bai's side, summoning the last remnants of his strength to extend his hand, gently caressing Bai's cold cheek. Bai's voice, apologizing to Jean, resembled a flickering candle in the wind, imbued with endless regret and a belated tenderness. I could not allow you to live in a world of peace. Bai's eyes seemed to flicker slightly, as if responding to this final whisper. On his pale visage, the corners of his mouth appeared to curve upwards ever so slightly, akin to the last pure ripple of melting snow. Chapter 41. Black Tiger A Fu. Without warning, the sky began to shower down pristine snowflakes. They fell silently, blanketing the cold bridge stained with blood and marks of battle, as well as the gradually cooling bodies of Jean and Bai. Naruto stared blankly at the scene before him, unable to comprehend why matters had devolved to this point, yet his heart brimmed with profound sorrow. Kakashi's emotions were complex and ineffable, a mixture of lament for the fate of ninjas and deep compassion for the poignant conclusion of the master and servant. Sakura, supporting the conscious Sasuke, was already in tears. Old man Dazuna silently shed his tears as well. Fengyi stood quietly in the snow, his fox mask concealing his expression. He gazed at Jean and Bai, slowly being covered by the white snow, at the grotesque corpse of Kato, and at the flurry of falling snowflakes. Yuzuki Yuin approached him, gently grasping his hand, whispering "E." The snowflakes adorned Yuin's violet hair like delicate silver embellishments. Fengyi reciprocated her cool touch, his voice tinged with melancholy. "The snow is pure. We must attend to the scene. Why is Naruto so melancholic, even without his usual banter?" The masked figure mused. After a moment's hesitation, Naruto finally spoke. "Are you and that masked sister lovers?" His inquiry was straightforward and abrupt. Yuin shot Fengyi a reproachful glance, as if to say it was his fault. Fengyi remained unperturbed, turning his mask towards Naruto with a hint of jest. "Naruto, mind your own business. My codename is Black Tiger Afu, not Masked Freak." Naruto paused for a moment, committing this peculiar name to memory, before eagerly asking, "But your blade is incredible. It can sever ninjutsu. Will you teach me? I want to become strong like you. To protect Sasuke. To protect everyone." A fire ignited in his eyes, dispelling his sorrow. Fengyi nearly dislodged his mask from laughter at the thought of Naruto wielding a sword. "You want to learn the blade? Enough chatter. Hurry and rest with your companions." The notion of Naruto playing with a sword was too abstract to fathom. "Hey, don't underestimate me. I intend to become Hokage," Naruto retorted defiantly. Beneath the mask, a faint chuckle seemed to resonate. "That is quite an ambitious goal. Keep at it, foolish Naruto." Kakashi, listening nearby, felt the corners of his tired mouth twitch slightly. Is it truly wise to jest with your good friend Naruto? Observing Naruto's swift recovery from such a tremendous blow, reigniting his fighting spirit, Kakashi felt a slight sense of relief. This child undeniably possessed an astonishing resilience. Not far from the Great Bridge, on a small hill overlooking the sea, in a simple grave, Zabuza and Haku were gently laid to rest, their intertwined forms carefully placed into the earth. Naruto shoveled the dirt with fervor, tears mingling with sweat, while Sakura silently assisted him. Standing before the grave, Fengyi gazed at the soil gradually covering Zabuza and Haku, his deep voice resonating through the mask. That young man willingly became his tool, for in his eyes, he was the sole light in his frigid world, the very essence of his existence. Yet, this man who identified as a specter and a tool, in his final moments, chose not merely to be a weapon wielded. He chose to fight as a human, for that profound sentiment long suppressed by his identity as a tool, a feeling even he had not fully recognized, and to embrace death for him. Fengyi paused momentarily as snowflakes began to descend. Tools may shatter and be discarded, but this emotion, emanating from the heart, may become clouded or distorted, yet it shall never truly perish. At some point, it shall break free in the most devastating yet pure manner. Fengyi's voice was somber yet clear, akin to a bell tolling in the hearts of all present. This, indeed, is the answer they left behind with their lives. It transcends right and wrong. It belongs solely to their truth. Amidst the swirling snow, Naruto stood in a daze, his heart surging with an unprecedented complexity of emotions regarding ninjas, comrades, and the blurred lines between tools and humanity. For the first time, these thoughts collided within his mind with such clarity. Sasuke listened to the words of the Umbu, piercing through the wind and snow, resonating deeply within him, as if striking a chord in the depths of his soul. Kakashi's gaze grew more profound, Fengyi's words acting as a key, unlocking his long-buried memories and struggles. Yuin stood beside Fengyi, firmly gripping his hand, her eyes filled with understanding and silent support. The Dazuna household had become a temporary refuge. The warm hearth dispelled the blood and chill from the bridge. Kakashi and Sasuke rested, their conditions improving significantly after Fengyi's treatment of their wounds. Naruto and Sakura primarily felt fatigue. Naruto, recovering swiftly, soon grew restless. His curiosity and admiration for the formidable masked Umbu were palpable. Had he known that beneath the mask was Funya, his fellow peer with whom he often exchanged banter and occasionally played pranks, he would likely have rushed to him with unrestrained enthusiasm. Alas, Funya deliberately altered his voice and exuded an aura that kept Naruto at bay. "Hey, brother AFO, that black blade of yours is impressive. What's its name?" Naruto ventured as Funya approached Kakashi. Funya sat beside Yuin, not lifting his gaze. "Autumn Water." "Autumn Water? What a cool name. Can I see it? Just for a moment." Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. "No." Funya's response was succinct and unwavering. "Che, so stingy," Naruto mumbled. Turning to Sasuke, "Sasuke, did you see how powerful Brother AFO was that day? He split the raging waters with one stroke. So cool." Sasuke cast a cold glance at Naruto, remaining silent. The overwhelming presence Funya had exhibited that day left a profound impact on him. Who exactly is this person? The power he felt and the words he spoke that day in the snow lingered in his mind. Who are you, really? His gaze was fixed intently on Feng Ye's mask. Why is a member of the Leaf's Umbu appearing in a mission of this caliber? Especially at a time when we are on the brink of danger? This question perpetually revolved within him. He harbored no belief in coincidences. The timing of this Umbu's appearance was too precise. The display of speed, strength, and pressure far exceeded the norm. Even the words he spoke about tools and human hearts seemed laden with a deliberately guiding purpose. Naruto was taken aback by Sasuke's sudden inquiry. "Hey, Sasuke, how can you speak to Brother Afu like that? He saved us." Sakura, equally tense, glanced between Sasuke and Feng Yi, feeling utterly at a loss. Kakashi observed his students with a hint of understanding and resignation, silently thinking, Sasuke, perhaps it's better for you not to know. I fear it may dishearten you." Nearby, Shien's eyes, peering through her mask, regarded Sasuke with vigilance, concerned that this Uchiha boy might act irrationally. Feng Yi slowly turned his head, the fox mask now fully directed at Sasuke. The gaze behind the mask remained serene and unperturbed, showing no concern for Sasuke's inquiries. After a brief silence, Feng Yi chuckled softly and elucidated, "The Umbu's operations are directly commanded by Lord Hokage. As for the mission, it is against regulations to disclose details." He paused, his tone hinting with a knowing implication. "However, I suppose you can guess the reason. It's rather obvious. At a time of crisis, we are here to protect those worthy of protection." Sasuke glanced at his comrades in Team 7, himself, Naruto, and Kakashi, 3 orphans with nothing particularly special to safeguard. He pressed further. "What makes Team 7 worthy of the Hokage's orders for protection?" Feng Ye's gaze shifted to Kakashi, their eyes momentarily crossing through the barriers of mask and face. That fleeting exchange was far from the usual rapport between an ordinary Umbu and a supervising Jonin. It carried an undertone of teasing confirmation. "You two, don't ignore me. You jerks." Sasuke's voice rose sharply, tinged with the anger of being overlooked. The sudden outburst interrupted the silent communication between Feng Yi and Kakashi. He straightened up abruptly, his eyes darting between Feng Yi and Kakashi. What secrets are there? His instincts told him that this Umbu, Afu, and Kakashi were undoubtedly acquainted, and their relationship was anything but ordinary. The so-called Hokage's orders were likely nothing more than a pretext. The true reason for the Umbu's appearance lay with Team 7. Or rather, one of them. This realization stirred a deeper agitation and resentment within him. He loathed being kept in the dark, and despised the feeling of being regarded as someone in need of special protection. "Feng Yi, I too wish to share with you. But who understands the burden of holding countless secrets that one cannot reveal? Alas, I am a principled Umbu. Sasuke, forgive me. This shall be the last time." Chapter 42. Returning to the village, Naruto and Sakura were taken aback by Sasuke's sudden outburst of fury and questioning. Naruto, bewildered, looked at Sasuke, then at Kakashi and Feng Yi. "Secrets? What secrets?" Sakura gazed anxiously at Sasuke's pale face and agitated demeanor. Kakashi inwardly sensed impending trouble. That boy, Funya, had displayed an overly casual gaze just moments ago. Sasuke was far too sensitive. He immediately conveyed a warning signal to Funya with his exposed eye, urging him to leave in a frantic manner. Confronted with Sasuke's aggressive inquiries, Funya paid no heed to Kakashi's teasing brows. He maintained an air of superficial calm, his voice laced with an amused undertone as he repeated the word secret. His fox mask turned towards the furious Sasuke. "In the world of ninjas, who doesn't harbor their own secrets? Aren't you one of them, Uchiha Sasuke?" He deftly sidestepped a direct answer, emphasizing Sasuke's surname. Deep within, Funya shouted, I wish I could express my grievances too. You must understand my plight, Sasuke. Before Sasuke could erupt once more, Funya stood up, giving a subtle nod to Yuin. Ignoring the myriad of gazes in the room, particularly Sasuke's fiery glare, he pushed open the wooden door of the Dazuna household, his figure swiftly vanishing. Hey, clarify yourself. Sasuke roared at the closed door, his fist crashing heavily onto the tatami mat beneath him, producing a dull thud. He felt as though he had been toyed with. The last words of that Umbu member pierced his heart like a thorn. Naruto scratched his head. Confusion etched across his face. What did Brother Afu mean by that? Sakura, concerned, placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder. Calm down, Sasuke-kun, or your wound will reopen. Sasuke ignored her, lost in the storm of his earlier fury. Kakashi closed his eyes again, exhaling a long, silent sigh. This was it. Sasuke's doubts and obsessions had only deepened. That rascal Funya had only added fuel to the fire. Life back in the village would surely become more tumultuous now. He observed Sasuke's profile, ablaze with anger and confusion, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. Secrets? Indeed, the secrets of Konoha, the Uchiha, and the Nine Tails. Meanwhile, Funya and Yuin were off to the long-deceased Kato's stronghold to reap rewards. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting its glow upon the colossal steel bridge spanning the strait. Thousands of Naruto's shadow clones toiled, carrying timber, pouring cement, and laying the bridge's surface, living a life akin to that of beasts, yet Naruto reveled in it. Dazuna stood at the bridge's head, trembling hands brushing against the cold railing, tears mingling with sweat. Once this bridge is complete, let it be named the Naruto Bridge. Naruto stood frozen, eyes wide, stammering as he pointed at himself. Huh, my name. Sasuke leaned against the railing, scoffing lightly, though the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Sakura playfully nudged Naruto. This is the hope of the land of waves. Funya and Yuin lingered in the shadows, whispering, to carry hope in a name? How truly spirited. Naruto. Yuin chuckled softly. Indeed, Naruto is truly one of a kind. Funya looked at Yuin, puzzled. Huh? What are you implying? Is it what I think it is? Forget it. What are you even thinking? Yuin shoved Funya lightly, casting a scornful glance at him. What am I thinking? You still don't understand, darling. As Funya cast a glance over Xiang's figure, he remarked, leave, it's time to go. Upon finishing her words, Xiang, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, turned and departed. You're still too inexperienced to spar with me. The members of Team 7 embarked on their journey back to Konoha. Naruto, gazing at the distant Naruto Bridge, fell into an unusual silence for a prolonged moment before suddenly shouting, I, Naruto Uzumaki, will ensure that the entire shinobi world knows the name of this bridge. Kakashi, holding the latest edition of Intimate Paradise, was startled by Naruto's outburst, nearly dropping the magazine. Baka Naruto. Sasuke and Sakura exchanged speechless glances at Naruto's exuberance. A few days later, as they approached the gates of Konoha, the setting sun adorned Hokage Rock with golden hues. Funya spread his arms and shouted at the entrance. I'm finally back, oh yeah. Xiang observed her brother's antics and admonished, Brother, you're wearing Umbu attire and a mask at the village gate. Could you be a little more serious? You've completely lost the intimidating aura of Umbu. Keep your distance. Didn't you see the looks that Tetsu and Kamizuki Izumi gave you? Side by side, Funya and Xiang walked through the familiar village of Konoha, feeling a twinge of nostalgia after being away for so long. They caught up to Kakashi, who was walking alone towards the Hokage building. Naruto shouted excitedly about heading to eat his favorite Ichiraku ramen, while Sasuke, feeling his own inadequacies, headed off to train alone. Only Sakura returned home to reassure her family of her safety. Hiruzen Sarutobi set down his pipe and cast a sharp, yet weary gaze over the three before him. The languid Kakashi, the daydreaming Funya, and the serious Xiang, who had already removed their masks. At that moment, Funya was preoccupied with thoughts of reassuring Hinata. After reviewing the report, the third Hokage sighed. The conclusion of Zabuza's tale underscores the tragedy of the shinobi era. A man willing to forsake everything for a mission ultimately regains his humanity through a boy who willingly became his tool. Choosing death as a human, a poignant irony that stirs deep sorrow. He picked up the detailed mission report scroll submitted by Kakashi. Kakashi, I have reviewed your report. You performed commendably, maximizing the protection of Team 7 and our target, Mr. Tazuna, despite the severe lack of intelligence and facing a rogue ninja of high caliber. How are your injuries? The third's gaze fell upon Kakashi's still pale face. Kakashi scratched his iconic silver hair, attempting to muster a light-hearted tone despite his weary demeanor. Oh, thanks to a timely rescue, I managed to survive. I'm just a bit weak and need some rest. He continued. The report states that those kids in Team 7 exceeded expectations, especially Naruto. The strength and resolve he displayed at the critical moment were astonishing. Snapped out of his reverie by the mention of weakness, Funya interjected, Weak? Who's weak? Kakashi? He clicked his tongue, adding, Kakashi-sensei, you ought to train more. You were nearly exhausted by Zabuza and had to recuperate for days, while Naruto carried you. Kakashi, flustered, quickly retorted, Nonsense. That's impossible. I was merely ensuring that Naruto and Sasuke gained practical experience. I was just pretending. Feng Yi and Kakashi engaged in a spirited debate. Pray tell, what constitutes a timely intervention? My actions were merely to facilitate their training at a critical juncture. The third Hokage, unable to bear their bickering any longer, interjected. Enough of this dispute. Kakashi indeed requires diligent training. Yuin, exasperated, gazed at Feng Yi and Kakashi and remarked, This is the Hokage's office, not a marketplace. Could you two not display a modicum of seriousness? The third turned his attention to Yuin. Feng Yi, Yuin, where is your supplementary report? He referred, of course, to the scroll marked with the Umbu's secret seal. Yuin stepped forward, her voice steady and devoid of emotion. Lord Hokage, mission number 9527, the Wave Country Escort Mission. The core objective, safeguard the members of Team 7 and ensure their safety. The threat, the rogue ninja Zabuza Momochi and his accomplice Haku, a wielder of the bloodline limit. Ice release, their eradication is confirmed. The employer, Kato, perished in Zabuza's dying counterattack. His death is verified. As Feng Yi listened to Yuin's report, his jaw dropped in disbelief. Am I merely a false Umbu? Yuin continued to elucidate the mission details with unwavering composure, while Feng Yi and Kakashi struggled to stay awake. Only the third Hokage listened intently to Yuin's account. He took a deep drag from his pipe and slowly exhaled. Yuin, your report is exceedingly thorough, and your observations are astute. Particularly your assessment of the 3 children from Team 7 is commendable. The baptism of blood and fire in the Wave Country is both a calamity and a blessing for them. The brutality they witnessed and the stark conclusion regarding tools and humanity will be an indelible lesson on their path as shinobi. He set down his pipe, tapping his fingers lightly on the tabletop. Kakashi, Feng Yi, awaken. The mission was executed splendidly. Kakashi, ensure your students recuperate well. You have all worked hard. Take this time to rest and remain on standby. Yes, Lord Hokage, they replied in unison. However, the third's tone suddenly shifted, bearing a hint of gravity. After a brief respite, you shall soon find yourselves embroiled in further endeavors. He picked up another document, already prepared and bearing the official seal, his gaze sweeping over the trio before finally resting on Kakashi. The Chunin selection exam will soon take place in Konoha. The third's gaze then turned to Feng Yi. Carrying an undeniable command, Feng Yi, you will be assigned to Team 8 under the guidance of Yuhi Kurenai as the 4th member to participate in this Chunin exam. Specific instructions will be conveyed to you shortly. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. You intend to enlist Feng Yi for the Chunin exam, using a cannon to swat a fly? Feng Yi, as if anticipating this, confidently thumped his palm. All right, let me seize this opportunity to make a grand impact. Yuin observed the transformation of Feng Yi from his previous lethargy to his newfound vigor and cautioned, you best not be contemplating any mischief. This exam is not merely a selection of Jonin. The third's voice turned somber, his gaze seemingly penetrating through the walls to foresee the myriad forces poised to converge upon Konoha. It is also a stage for the nations to vie for supremacy. Beneath the calm surface, turbulent undercurrents swirl. We require more vigilant eyes and sharper perceptions to discern the latent perils that lie in wait. Elite ninjas from various nations have been dispatched to the land of Konoha, demonstrating their national strength through combat, wisdom, and even sacrifice. Beneath the facade of peace lies a turbulent undercurrent of probing and confrontation. The victors shall reap prestige and resources, while the vanquished risk exposing their vulnerabilities, becoming targets of envy for others. The third Hokage's gaze penetrated the haze, resting upon Keed as the host. Konoha serves not only as the architect of the stage, but also as a participant in the arena. We must ensure the integrity of the examination while safeguarding the dignity and security of our village. guarding against any potential shadows that may seek to exploit our weaknesses. He picked up a scroll from the intelligence division. The Sand Village's Kazakage's attitude was ambiguous, and the movements of the Sound Ninjas were particularly elusive. From the outset, this examination transcended mere testing. Your strength, temperament, and acute battlefield insight offer an opportunity for camaraderie and relaxation with your companions. The third Hokage regarded Keed with a hint of approval and undeniable authority. Keed, barely awake, listened to the third's lengthy discourse, nodding in a half-understanding manner, and solemnly declared, "Fear not, third Hokage, Konoha village will not permit anyone to be more arrogant than I." After exiting the Hokage's office, Keed seized the lethargic Kakashi and exclaimed, "Kakashi, let us dine together. We have known each other for quite some time, undertaken missions side by side. Yet we have never shared a proper meal." Kakashi, with his signature deadpan expression, looked at Keed in silence, then glanced at the quietly standing Yuzuki Yugao. Hey, why don't you hurry and spend time with your girlfriends now that the mission is over? Why drag along this lonely old man? He deliberately emphasized girlfriends, casting a suggestive glance between Keed and Yugao. Yugao's cheeks flushed slightly under Kakashi's gaze. She shot Keed an exasperated glare, clearly indicating that he was to deal with his own mess and not expect her assistance. Undeterred, Keed, with his thick skin, completely ignored Yugao's look, draping an arm over Kakashi's shoulder and cheerfully asserted, "Oh, Kakashi-senpai, look at us three. You, me, and Yugao, all living alone. Why not liven things up together?" Kakashi regarded Keed's hand resting on his shoulder and his self-assured demeanor, pondering whether such an unpretentious approach was truly polite. Keed, indifferent to such considerations, tugged Kakashi along, while Yugao sighed in resignation and followed suit. As they passed a corner, Keed and Yugao, in unison, slipped inside for a brief moment, emerging shortly after, having exchanged their conspicuous umbu silver armor for casual attire, though they kept their trousers unchanged. Kakashi, eyeing the barbecue restaurant before them, teased, "Drunkard, dare you return here?" Keed feigned indifference, chuckling, "Kakashi-senpai, while one may indulge in food, one must not speak carelessly. It was the old horse who led the revelry. I was merely swept up in the merriment. I maintain a commendable level of restraint." He adeptly passed the grill to his Suma Sarutobi. Hearing the term old horse, Kakashi's lips twitched slightly, realizing that it was indeed Keed's audacity that kept him entertained. He sighed in resignation and lifted the warm curtain of the barbecue restaurant. All right, let us consider this a treat for myself." Shien gazed at the eccentric Fengya, silently exhaling a sigh of her own. Fortunately, Senior Kakashi and Senior Asuma, along with the Hokage, were rather easygoing and did not hold these matters against him. Had it been some rigid higher-ups, Fengya's exuberant nature would likely have earned him a reprimand. If Fengya were aware of Shien's thoughts, he would surely chuckle, dismissing Danzo with a wave, claiming he could easily best him. With a cheerful demeanor, Fengya pushed Kakashi inside, calling out, "Boss. The usual. 3 servings. Make sure there's plenty of meat. And bring a jar of sake. Oh, and for this silver-haired handsome gentleman, just a glass of juice will suffice. He can't handle his liquor." "Hey, who can't handle their liquor?" Kakashi retorted, his deadpan eyes wide with disbelief. Upon noticing the arrival of the sake god, the owner eagerly welcomed them. Recalling the last time when the elite Jonin from Konoha had caused quite a stir, positively impacting the establishment's economy, the aroma of grilled meat filled the air as the trio gathered around the table. Fengya skillfully grilled the meat while attending to Shien, bantering with Kakashi about amusing and thrilling moments from their mission in the Land of Waves, including Kakashi's moments of exhaustion. Shien spoke little, but her occasional glances at Fengya were imbued with warmth. Kakashi, with his half-closed eyes, occasionally delivered sarcastic remarks directed at Fengya. Each of them sipped a bit of sake, but not excessively. Once their hunger was satiated, Fengya stood up. It's about time." Shien, fully aware, let out a gentle hum without saying a word, merely lifting her teacup to take a sip. Kakashi raised his eyelids lazily and inquired, "What's the matter? Have you finally remembered that someone is waiting for you at home?" Fengya grinned widely. "Hee, it's just that I was having too much fun dining with you, Senior Kakashi, that I almost forgot." Shien shot him a disapproving look, exasperatedly urging, "Hurry up and go. Don't keep the young lady of the Hyuga family waiting." Her tone held a hint of helplessness. This relationship was openly acknowledged and was the sole source of joy for her. Hey, Kakashi. Is it only you who gets the preferential treatment?" Kakashi replied, feeling a headache coming on. Oh, it's all trivial. Let us not fuss over the small stuff. Finye replied nonchalantly. Chapter 44. The joy of reunion that night. At the Hyuga residence, Finye pushed open the grand door and stood still, taking in the scene of the courtyard, his travel-worn figure frozen in contemplation. The cool moonlight bathed the courtyard in a pristine glow. Two figures danced in the moonlight, each clash resonating with a dull thud. Huh, Hinata called out lightly, her long hair flowing like clouds in the air, her movements as fluid as water. Faced with her sister's fierce onslaught, Hanabi pressed forward, her footwork reminiscent of a butterfly flitting through flowers. Simultaneously, her palm extended, fingertips gathering chakra. Aiming accurately at the opening, Hinata exposed with her strike. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 32 palms. As Finye observed Hinata, he noticed the fine beads of sweat forming on her brow, and a surge of long-missed affection welled up within him. Just as Hanabi's sharp strike was about to connect with Hinata, Finye made his move. Without a hint of forewarning, a fleeting shadow, akin to a specter, interposed itself between the two sisters. A hand, imbued with undeniable strength, intercepted Hanabi's gentle punch. The atmosphere fell silent for a few seconds. Hanabi, witnessing her attack thwarted by a hand, looked up and, upon recognizing the newcomer, exclaimed with excitement, "Wow, it's my brother-in-law. He's here." Kagaya bore a slight weariness on his face, a faint blush evident. His smile, unrestrained and filled with longing, was directed at Hinata. After completing the mission in the Land of Waves, I chatted with Kakashi and the Umbu at the barbecue restaurant for a while and had a little to drink. Hanabi sniffed the air, her brow furrowing. Huh? I can really smell the alcohol. The moment Hinata caught sight of that familiar face, her heart skipped a beat. Kagaya-kun, a resounding shout of delight, overflowing with unmasked affection. Under Hanabi's astonished gaze, Hinata wasted no time, hurling herself into Kagaya's embrace. His arms instinctively opened wide, securing her tightly. Be careful, Kagaya chuckled softly, inhaling the comforting scent of her hair. Hinata, undeterred, wrapped her arms around his waist, pressing her cheek firmly against his chest, murmuring, "You fool. How could the mission take so long? Was the barbecue that delectable? Was the wine so delightful?" She lifted her head, her eyes slightly reddened, not from grievance, but from the pent-up longing finally finding its voice. "Do you have any idea how unaccustomed I've become to the empty corridors after training each day? I couldn't even eat." Her words tumbled out rapidly, tinged with a hint of accusation, resembling a playful pout. "How was the mission? Did you sustain any injuries? The Land of Waves is so far away. Was the sea breeze strong?" Kagaya found himself softened by her unfiltered barrage of concerns, the effects of the alcohol seemingly dissipating. He lowered his gaze to meet Hinata's unabashed affection and worry. Oh, the sin of it all. How could one not love Hinata in such a state? Gently, he caressed her hair, replying, "The mission went smoothly. The sea breeze in the Land of Waves is a tad salty, yet quite pleasant." Kakashi and the others reminisced about the past, and, well, I had a couple more drinks. Kagaya cradled Hinata's face, his eyes earnest and focused. No matter how exquisite the meal or delightful the wine, nothing compares to returning early to hold you. His candid affection elicited an exaggerated shiver from Hanabi, who interjected playfully, Hey, we have underage viewers here. Mind your influence." Hinata's cheeks flushed at Kagaya's words, a smile of bliss curling at her lips as she nodded vigorously, "Yes." It was then that Kagaya remembered the little sister-in-law as protests. From his dimensional pocket, he retrieved 2 small boxes, tossing the one adorned with wave patterns to Hanabi. "Here, a treasure from the beaches of the Land of Waves. A shell bracelet for Lady Hanabi, one of a kind." Hanabi caught it, opened it, her eyes sparkling as she remarked, "You've got good taste." Delighted, she adorned herself with the bracelet, and, no longer wanting to be a third wheel, skipped off into the house. "I'll check if there are any leftover snacks." Once Hanabi was out of sight, Kagaya placed the other small, deep blue box into Hinata's palm. "This is for you. At the seaside of the Land of Waves. The moment I laid eyes upon it, I felt it was meant for you." Under his gaze, Hinata unwrapped the package. Inside the box lay an exquisitely crafted necklace. Its delicate silver chain held a pure white shell, subtly shimmering with a pearlescent glow. The shell, naturally formed into a plump heart shape, reflected a gentle radiance under the moonlight, pure and flawless. "So beautiful," she whispered, her fingertips caressing the cool shell. Finye's voice resonated with undeniable affirmation. "Just like you. Pure." resilient, and unique. He picked up the necklace and adorned her with it. Hinata gazed down at the lovely shell resting against her chest, then lifted her eyes to Fengye, her expression brimming with happiness and affection. Suddenly, she stood on her tiptoes, cupping his face in her hands, and swiftly pressed her lips against the corner of his slightly intoxicated mouth. "Welcome home, Fengye-kun." Her smile was radiant and bright. "I like you the most." Fengye was momentarily taken aback by Hinata's bold gesture, and gazing into her pristine, unblemished eyes, he felt a wave of guilt wash over him. "I am the one who loves you the most," he thought, shaking his head to dispel errant thoughts, embracing her waist and resting his forehead against hers. "Yes, we are home." A low, authoritative cough resonated at the doorway of the tea room. "Oh no, we were too engrossed and forgot about the father-in-law." The two quickly separated and stood at attention, yet their hands remained intertwined. A blush still adorned Hinata's cheeks from the daring kiss, her eyes sparkling brightly. Hayashi stood in the corridor, dressed in a white kimono, calmly surveying their clasped hands. His gaze then swept over the shell necklace glimmering softly against Hinata's neck before finally settling on Fengye's face, which still bore a hint of blush and a smile. "Did everything go smoothly?" Hayashi inquired calmly. "Uncle Hayashi, rest assured, you know me well. Everything went splendidly," Fengye replied with a cheerful thumbs up. Hayashi's gaze lingered on Fengye's face momentarily, seemingly confirming that aside from his slight inebriation, he was otherwise unharmed. He then turned to Hinata. "Hinata, the kitchen is warming the hangover soup." With that, he no longer regarded the two and turned to his study, adding, "It's late. Keep the noise down." "Yes, father." Hinata responded brightly, her face radiant with joy. Once the door to the study closed, Hinata burst into laughter, shaking their interlocked hands. "Father says we're quite noisy." Fengye laughed as well, pulling her hand toward the kitchen. "Humph, has your training with Hanabi made you quieter? Let us keep it down and sneak some soup." He lowered his voice near her ear, his breath warm with the scent of alcohol. "And let us have a good chat about that phrase you just uttered. I like you the most." Hinata held his fingers tightly, her steps light and her laughter crisp. "Yes, I can say it as many times as you want." "Ah, so kawaii." Chapter 45. A cozy evening inside the house. Hinata knelt beside the low table, clad in a delicate white chiffon nightgown, sweetly folding the clothes Fengye had changed out of. After freshening up, Fengye joined her at the table, observing Hinata's serene profile. Any lingering fatigue he had dissipated entirely. Before the girl he had trusted for 6 years, who had journeyed alongside him from the innocence of childhood, he felt no need for pretense. Apart from the strength of the evening glow, Hinata gazed at him, her eyes revealing an unmasked longing and a hint of cautious inquiry. Rather than immediately inquiring about the dangers of his mission, she softly voiced the most pressing question that had lingered in her heart for the past several days. Where has Lord Keed gone all this time? The mission must have been arduous, right? Surely, he must have encountered many experiences. She yearned to know not only the thrill of battle, but also the details of every day he was away, every moment spent, where he had been, what he had done, whether he had encountered anything intriguing, and if he had thought of her. Keed sensed the profound concern woven into Hinata's words and reluctantly omitted the parts he could not express. Yes, Kakashi's team received a mission to escort from the Land of Waves. The third Hokage deemed the situation there somewhat chaotic, thus dispatching the Umbu to covertly protect Team 7. Keed recounted patiently, noting Hinata's earnest attention, and continued methodically. They encountered rogue ninjas from the mist, including the formidable Zabuza Momochi and his young companion, Haku, who wielded the ice release bloodline. He narrated how Team 7 found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle, Kakashi sustaining grave injuries, and Naruto and Sasuke teetering on the brink of despair. At a critical juncture, his tone unwittingly carried a youthful exuberance. Zabuza unleashed the water release, great waterfall technique. A wall of water towering 3 or 4 stories high, threatening to engulf Kakashi and Naruto. Keed's posture straightened slightly as he continued. I was watching from a distance. Naruto, cradling the unconscious Sasuke, was still shouting in panic. He mimicked Naruto's frantic demeanor, eliciting a light laugh from Hinata, easing the tension in the air. And then, Hinata pressed, her eyes filled with concern and a touch of admiration. And then, a smirk of pride crept onto Keed's lips, an expression that could not conceal his eagerness for praise. Then I made my move, using body flicker technique to stand atop the waves, drawing my black blade, Autumn Water. He instinctively mimicked the gesture of drawing his sword, the motion both fluid and sharp. With just one strike, Hinata. He illustrated a diagonal cutting motion from above, his tone resolute. With a swift slash, I cleaved that seemingly bridge-toppling waterfall in two. The water cascaded down like rain, and Zabuza's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. It was as if that single strike had been effortless. Hinata listened, captivated, envisioning the black blade splitting the monstrous waves and her beloved standing tall, defying the odds. Unable to suppress her excitement, she softly clapped her hands together. "That's amazing, Lord Keed." Encouraged by Hinata's praise, Keed's smile deepened as he continued to boast. "But that's not all. Zabuza attempted to sneak attack Kakashi while I was distracted. Humph, as if I would allow that." With a dismissive snort, he added, "My senses had already locked onto him." Without even turning my head, I retaliated with a swift strike. He mimicked a reverse swing of his blade with great fervor, exuding confidence. The blade's force, dark and crescent-shaped, sliced through the air with a whistle. As Fengye recounted the tale, he vividly described how he had barely managed to block with his battered executioner's blade, resulting in a thunderous clang. The weapon nearly slipped from his grasp, while his opponent was sent skidding back several meters. His palm cracked, blood splattering the air. You should have seen the ghastly expression on his face. As he animatedly imitated the shock of his adversary, Hinata couldn't help but chuckle, her previous worries momentarily cast aside, energized by the excitement of his narrative. Fengye even rose to demonstrate several pivotal movements, recreating the scene with fervor. Hinata, resting her chin on her hands, gazed up at him, filled with pride and sweetness as he recounted his heroic exploits. This confident, powerful, and slightly proud version of Fengye was the one she cherished most, albeit with a hint of mischief. "And what happened next?" Hinata inquired softly, recalling the ice release boy Fengye had mentioned earlier. Upon mentioning Bai, Fengye's exuberance waned. He settled back beside Hinata, his tone growing somber. "To save Zabuza, he dashed forward to block my blade. Instinctively, he raised his hand, habitually reaching for the spot where his muscles had torn from the forced twist of the weapon, suddenly recalling his sage body's remarkable regenerative abilities. He realized that the minuscule muscle strain had long since healed, leaving no trace behind. Thus, his hand lingered momentarily in the air before he scratched his head, his voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. "It was all so sudden. I had exerted all my strength to retract the blade and avoid a fatal blow, yet I still struck his side. The impact had been quite forceful, causing his shoulder to feel slightly numb." Hinata's heart raced, her eyes filled with concern, as she instinctively desired to use her Byakugan to inspect him. "Fengye-kun, where did you get hit? Is your shoulder all right? Let me see." She reached out, intent on touching his shoulder. Observing Hinata's anxious demeanor, Fengye felt a warmth in his heart, accompanied by a touch of amusement. He casually moved his left shoulder and even performed a chest expansion. "It's nothing, nothing at all. Look, I'm completely fine. My body is quite sturdy. It was a bit numb at the time, but after a good sleep, it was all better. No marks left whatsoever." Hinata scrutinized Fengye's shoulder and its range of motion, aided by her Byakugan, and indeed, she found no signs of injury. His muscles were robust, and his meridians flowed freely. She exhaled in relief, but her thoughts quickly returned to the boy named Bai. "What about him?" Fengye lamented. "His injuries were too severe. We couldn't save him. In the end, we laid them to rest together." Not wishing to dwell on the somber topic of death, he shifted the conversation to the spectacular scene of Naruto constructing a bridge with shadow clones and Dasna naming the bridge after Naruto. That kid was overjoyed, nearly leaping into the sea. Fengye chuckled, shaking his head. Hinata, too, was amused, envisioning the chaotic yet vibrant scene. She listened intently as Fengye detailed the subsequent night watch, vigilance, and the sight of the bridge finally opening to traffic until the mission concluded and they returned safely. With a sense of relief following their successful task, Fengye turned to Hinata, speaking gently. "The most important thing is that I am back." These words filled Hinata's heart to the brim. She had come to understand his experiences, witnessed his strength, and confirmed his safety, banishing the last remnants of her concern. She extended her hand, gently grasping the one that Fengye had placed upon his knee, a radiant smile illuminating her face. "Yes, in my heart, Fengye-kun is the strongest. You must be quite tired, right?" "Indeed, somewhat," Fengye nodded, feeling the weariness wash over him as he relaxed. Hinata stood up, tenderly pulling Fengye along. "Then you should rest early." With a mischievous grin, Fengye drew Hinata into his embrace, Let us stay here tonight. I long for a good night's sleep. He inhaled the reassuring scent emanating from her. In the warmth of Finye's embrace and his detailed recounting, Hinata felt a profound sense of peace, softly responding with a quiet Oh, then tonight. I must see if my little Hinata has lost weight after not seeing her for over 10 days. Finye teased upon hearing her reply. Amidst Hinata's bashful glances and gasps, they playfully tumbled onto the tatami mat. After a bout of cheerful antics, they fell into silence, their breaths harmonizing in the stillness. Soon, they drifted into a restful slumber. As Finye felt the gentle rhythm of Hinata's breathing and her comforting presence, tranquility enveloped him, and he gradually closed his eyes. Chapter 46. A Father's Heart. The day before the Chunin exams, early morning. Hinata opened her eyes to find Finye's serene face mere inches away. His breathing was steady, exuding a gentle aura. In that moment, her heart swelled with contentment. She could feel the warmth of his body penetrating through his sleepwear, his firm arms encircling her waist, providing an overwhelming sense of security. Days spent with Finye made the very air she breathed feel sweet. Cautiously, Hinata tilted her head slightly and pressed a soft kiss on his chin. The moment her lips touched his skin, Finye's eyes fluttered open. Upon seeing Hinata's bashful and tender visage, recognizing her familiar scent and softness, he murmured, "Good morning, Hinata." His voice was laced with the languor of waking. Drawing her closer, he nuzzled his chin into her silky hair, teasingly remarking, "Attempting a sneak attack? You're quite bold." A playful smile graced his lips, rich with affection. Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson as she nestled against him, her voice muffled with shyness. "I didn't tease sneak attack. It was a good morning kiss." "Oh, a good morning kiss?" Finye's smile widened, and he leaned in slightly, bringing his lips close to Hinata's flushed ear, his warm breath sending shivers through her. Hinata has grown bolder lately. Before he finished speaking, a gentle and lingering kiss fell upon her soft lips, brief yet suffused with deep emotion. Hinata felt her body melt, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest, savoring the lingering warmth on her lips. "Good morning, Finye-kun." After indulging in their affectionate exchange for a while, they finally took their time getting out of bed. In the dining room, Hyuga Hizashi sat at the head of the table, his demeanor as serious as ever. He watched as his daughter and the boy who had spirited away his precious cabbage entered hand in hand. Though accustomed to this sight, it still irked him. After everyone had finished their meal, Hizashi cleared his throat, his gaze settling on Finye. "Finye, come to the study after breakfast." Finye, with a knowing glance, gently squeezed Hinata's palm, offering her a reassuring look. He followed his future father-in-law into the study, a space heavy with paternal authority. Rizu, with his back turned, gazed out at the clan members engaged in their morning exercises, and spoke. "I hear the third Hokage has assigned you to Hinata's team for this year's Chunin exam." Finye scratched his head, smiling as he replied, "Well, Uncle Rizu, you know how it is. The third Hokage is merely following protocol, trying to cleanse my status as an outsider. Besides," his smile faded, replaced by a serious gaze, "the reports suggest this Chunin exam will be rather formidable." "The Chunin exam? A trivial affair. My main objective is to safeguard my wife." Rizu's expression turned grave as he approached Finye. "This Chunin exam involves a mix of various factions. Sunagakure and Otogakure are not to be underestimated. Konoha is the focal point, and with Hinata's lineage and her eyes, she is at risk of assassination, kidnapping, and other vile tactics. You, being in the Umbu, should be more aware of the darkness that lurks in this world than Hinata." Finye nodded solemnly, his voice low yet resolute. "Protecting Hinata is my duty. As for the Chunin exam, it is merely a title." A confident yet slightly audacious smile curled at the corners of his lips. "As for those who dare to cross paths with me, they will learn the harsh consequences of provoking the wrong individual. Spies from Sunagakure? Otogakure's agents? Orochimaru? Mere trifles. The real spectacle will be orchestrated by me, Uchiha Madara." Rizu observed Finye, recognizing that though the young man often appeared nonchalant and spoke in riddles, his strength was obscured and formidable. Rizu placed a firm hand on Finye's shoulder. "Hinata is progressing rapidly and possesses a resilient spirit, but her kindness leaves her lacking in real combat experience, especially against truly insidious plots." Finye snapped his fingers, clarity dawning upon him, and with a smile, mimicked a throat-slitting gesture. "Do not worry. I will ensure they vanish without a trace. I wonder if Orochimaru has any intelligence on me. I am quite curious if Danzo has leaked any of my information." Rizu regarded Fengya, who appeared confident and almost eager, and his lips quirked slightly. Rizu nodded. I entrust Hinata to your care. Protect her, Fengya. This is not only my request, but also a father's plea. Fengya, slightly exasperated, replied. Who in the Hyuga clan would dare to speak ill of Hinata? I have dealt with them all. Rest assured she will be safe. He mused. Perhaps I should give Orochimaru a taste of my rebirth of the Golden Will technique? Rizu shot him a stern look, as if questioning his audacity, yet the worry in his eyes seemed to diminish. He waved his hand dismissively. Enough chatter. Off you go. Emerging from the study, Fengya wore a casual smile. He found Hinata waiting quietly in the courtyard and took her hand. Are you all right, Fengya-kun? She asked softly. Do not worry. Uncle Rizu is merely reprimanding me for courting his precious daughter, Fengya chuckled, squeezing Hinata's hand without a care. He emphasized that during the Chunin exam, I must remain by your side at all times. Did he even need to say that? Hinata felt a sweet warmth in her heart. Her father was also concerned. She understood the heart of an old father. Kagaya tugged at Hinata, urging her to leave. Let us go. It is time for your gathering. Today is a significant day. At the Konoha training ground, the meeting point for Team 8. Yuhi Kurenai stood with her arms crossed, observing her 3 disciples, who were already lined up. There was the energetic Inuzuka Kiba, cradling Akamaru, the aloof Aburame Shino, adjusting his sunglasses, and the gentle Hinata Hyuga, wearing a soft smile. Everyone is present. Kurenai's voice was as steady and pleasant as ever. I have gathered you all today for an important announcement. Kiba perked up immediately. An important announcement? Sensei, is there a special mission? Shino tilted his head slightly, his gaze behind the sunglasses seemingly more focused. Hinata felt a sense of foreboding, her hands unconsciously tightening, her eyes betraying an indistinct blend of anticipation and anxiety. Kurenai's gaze swept over the trio before settling on Hinata, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Your applications for the Chunin exams have been approved. However, in light of the forthcoming Chunin exams, and to safeguard the future of Konoha's living forces, Lord Hokage has made a special arrangement. She paused, delivering her words with clarity. From today until the conclusion of the Chunin exams, our Team 8 will temporarily welcome a new member. A new member? Who? Kiba exclaimed almost instinctively, Akamaru barking in surprise alongside him. Shino's sunglasses reflected the light as his body tensed imperceptibly. Hinata's heart raced, although she had sensed this was coming. Hearing it confirmed sent a wave of intense emotion through her. Without further ado, Kurenai revealed the name. He is Akashira Kagaya. Chapter 47. The shocked crowd at the training ground. A figure lounged lazily against a tree trunk, as if he had been waiting there all along. The newcomer was indeed Kagaya, a confident smirk on his face as he waved at Team 8, particularly at Hinata. Good morning, everyone. As we officially team up for the first time, I look forward to working with you. Kagaya's voice was laced with a relaxed charm as he approached. Kagaya? Kiba's jaw nearly dropped to the ground, his eyes widening in disbelief as he pointed at Kagaya, his voice cracking. It's you? You're joining our Team 8. Sensei, you must be joking. Akamaru barked in agreement. Shino adjusted his sunglasses, his voice low and steady, though his words came out slightly more hurried than usual. Kagaya? Based on the aura you emanate and the bloodlust I sensed previously, your strength exceeds that of a standard genin. Is joining Team 8 for the purpose of addressing the high-risk targets that may arise during the Chunin exams. He quickly connected the dots to Kurenai's earlier mention of protection. Hinata watched as Kagaya drew closer, overwhelmed with indescribable joy. Kagaya nodded towards Shino. Shino, as sharp as ever. He then turned to Kiba, flashing a grin. What's the matter, Kiba? Not welcoming me? Or do you wish to spar again? Kiba reacted as if his tail had been stepped on. Bristling, who is afraid of you? If you're coming, then come. Allow me to demonstrate the new techniques of this esteemed gentleman and Akamaru. Although he feigns indifference, his body instinctively tenses, clearly filled with trepidation at the thought of being overwhelmed and suffering the humiliation of panda eyes from each sparring session. Fengya disregarded Ya's challenge and turned his gaze towards Hong, his smile dimming slightly. Teacher Hong, I shall rely on you in the coming period. As Xia Hong observed the youth before her, she noted the profound depth and formidable aura that belied his age. Having witnessed firsthand the battle prowess of elite Jonin Kakashi, she recalled his extraordinary strength and shared a bittersweet smile reminiscent of her past encounters with Asuma while intoxicated. Her eyes then conveyed recognition. Fengya, welcome to Team 8. Your strength and experience will serve as a vital support for Hinata, Ya, and Shino. I hope you all can harmonize well and, in this Chunin exam, not only accomplish your tasks but also learn from one another and grow together. Her gaze swept over her three disciples before returning to Fengye, her tone growing more serious. Remember, you are a cohesive unit. Fengye, while it is your duty to protect your comrades, do not overprotect them to the point of depriving them of valuable experiences. Ya, Shino, Hinata, Fengye's addition is an advantage, but it is no reason for complacency. Do you understand? Yes. Upon concluding the training agenda, Ye immediately rubbed his hands together, pulling Shino and Hinata into basic cooperative drills. Akamaru excitedly dashed around the training ground. Hong stood aside, her keen eyes observing the synchronization of her disciples' movements and chakra application. Fengye, however, did not join them. He flexed his neck, producing a faint crack, and then walked alone to a relatively empty area of the training ground. The Chunin exam, with Gaara, Orochimaru, and the reanimated beings of the second Hokage and the likes, would reveal their strengths prematurely, a troublesome predicament. Yet, it was a minor affair, not much could be exposed. I wonder what expression Naruto will have when he realizes that the one he called brother Afu was me. Jealousy can mar one's appearance, indeed. It is time to acclimate to the excessive levels of haki. Fengye exhaled deeply, dismissing his previous thoughts. His gaze transformed, becoming focused and serene, contrasting sharply with his earlier demeanor. He grounded himself, his feet firmly planted. Without forming hand seals or unleashing a dazzling display of chakra, a robust and vibrant aura emanated from him. This was not the traditional fluctuation of a ninja's chakra. It resembled a force stemming from the very essence of life, causing Hong's brow to furrow in surprise. What an overwhelming vitality. In the next moment, Fengye moved. His movements were stripped down to their essence, yet they were so swift they dazzled the eye. Each punch and kick generated a resounding whoosh, as though the air itself was compressed and torn apart. His motions flowed seamlessly, embodying a perfect amalgamation of power and speed. The hard ground bore witness to distinct and uniform shallow craters left by his strikes. How astonishingly fast! Yo exclaimed, momentarily distracted and nearly tripped by the insects released by Shino. He stared in awe at Fengye's solitary practice. Was he holding back during our previous sparring sessions? Is he even human? Shino adjusted her sunglasses, her gaze behind the lenses imbued with profound gravity. Every move he made was not merely swift. It was laden with a terrifying explosive power, devoid of any flaw. His physical coordination and control were impeccable. The insects he commanded instinctively veered away from the vicinity of Fengye, relaying an ominous warning. Hinata had long been aware of Fengye's prowess. Yet witnessing his earnest practice of taijutsu ignited a rapid heartbeat and a blush upon her cheeks. How handsome Fengye-kun was, she thought. A mixture of pride and a twinge of concern for his potential exhaustion swelling within her. Instinctively, she activated her Byakugan to observe more clearly. Fengye's movements shifted. In a flash, his right hand seized the hilt of a long, jet-black blade at his waist. The blade emanated a chilling glint, its dark form exuding a heavy, frigid aura imbued with foreboding and lethality, a stark contrast to the vibrant life force emanating from Fengye. With a flick of his wrist, the blade transformed in his grasp into an endless stream of black light. The fundamental techniques of slashing, chopping, flicking, and thrusting manifested astonishing might under his command. The blade sliced through the air, producing a sharp whistle, the fierce energy carving shallow grooves into the ground. He moved with the blade, his steps fluid and uncanny, the light of the sword coalescing into an impenetrable black barrier. The onlookers, who had long ceased their training to watch, felt an overwhelming sense of pressure from that blade. Kiba felt the hairs on his body stand on end. Akamaru, do you sense that? Akamaru, nestled against Kiba's leg, whined softly, clearly intimidated by the aura radiating from the blade. Shino's sunglasses gleamed intensely. This feeling was heavier, more ominous. He possessed a weapon of such caliber. Red's expression turned grave. She could not identify the origins of the blade, but its presence was far beyond that of an ordinary shinobi weapon. The mastery of swordsmanship Fengye displayed, coupled with that otherworldly black blade, instilled a profound sense of threat even in her, a Jonin proficient in Jinjutsu. As the crowd's focus was ensnared by the dazzling blade, Fengye's actions shifted once more. Suddenly, he closed his eyes. He closed his eyes? What is he doing? Kiba exclaimed in disbelief. Yet, from a distance, Fengye's motions showed no sign of hesitation. He effortlessly sidestepped the stealthy assault of several insects that Shino had discreetly directed from an unexpected angle. Without turning, he reversed the grip on his blade, accurately slicing the flying insects from the air. Simultaneously, he deftly avoided a training kunai that Kiba had impulsively hurled at his feet, halted in his tracks by Red's stern gaze. How is that possible? That rascal, he has been toying with us all along. Kiba and Shino gasped in unison. To evade Shino's insects with closed eyes and anticipate Kiba's throw? This exceeded their comprehension of perception entirely. Red was astounded. This was neither Byakugan nor a sensory ninjutsu. Such prescient ability, as if discerning all, was unprecedented. Then, a more shocking scene unfolded. Fengya abruptly opened his eyes, brilliance radiating from them. With a low growl, his right hand, along with his entire arm gripping the blade, was instantly shrouded in a profound, inky darkness. Emitting an indomitable and terrifying aura, the armed color hardened. The black blade, autumn water, enveloped in armed color, was raised high before it was brought down forcefully upon a massive rock. There was no earth-shattering sound. Instead, with a swift swoosh, the blade effortlessly penetrated the solid stone. With a slight twist of his wrist, the enormous rock was cleaved in two as easily as tofu, the cut surfaces shining like mirrors. Thunderously, the two halves of the rock crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The training ground fell into a profound silence. Ya's mouth hung agape, nearly dropping to the floor. Shino's fingers trembled slightly as they adjusted his sunglasses. This fellow had previously shown restraint toward us. The crimson pupils of the experienced Jonin narrowed to slits. She comprehended the sheer terror of that strike. The absence of chakra fluctuations, the sheer might combined with that eerie black energy, had unleashed such astonishing devastation. The blade alone was fearsome, and coupled with that black energy, it was utterly terrifying. Gasps of astonishment echoed from the crowd. Chapter 48, The Level of the Slash. Hinata's Byakugan discerned a previously unseen black energy enveloping the arm and blade, granting unparalleled defensive and destructive enhancements. She was aware of Fengya's strength, yet experiencing such unimaginable power so directly sent a shiver through her heart. Well, after stretching a bit, I feel much better, Fengya murmured softly, a serious sharpness glimmering in his eyes. A distinctly different energy began to surge around him. No longer was it the overwhelming vitality, but rather a tangible manifestation of chakra. The visible, pale blue chakra flowed from his body, precisely guided, compressed, and infused into the black blade, autumn water, by a formidable will. The blade was no longer merely black. It was enveloped in a halo of refined pale blue chakra. This aura was not uniformly distributed. It was highly compressed and coalesced at the edge, radiating a piercing brilliance. Is that chakra materializing and attaching? Red gasped. As a Jonin, she knew all too well the terrifying control required to stabilize and refine chakra in such a manner, akin to forming a chakra blade. This was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary ninja. This kid is terrifyingly strong. There is indeed a reason he is held in such high regard. What an impressive concentration of chakra. You also felt that dreadful sharpness. Shino's sunglasses reflected fiercely. The extreme compression of chakra properties combined with the inherent sharpness of the black blade presented a breathtaking spectacle through Hinata's Byakugan. The chakra within Fengya surged like a roaring sea, the pale blue glow radiating a density far surpassing any ninjutsu she had ever witnessed. Fengya's gaze sharpened as he aimed at the colossal rock ahead and swung with great force. There was no thunderous collision. A tangible, massive arc of light erupted instantaneously from the tip of autumn water. This pale blue light blade was the culmination of Fengya's chakra, meticulously refined and blended with the blade's innate sharpness, forming a strike of unparalleled prowess. It surpassed the very limits of visual perception. The blade of light had already struck the rock. A sharp, piercing sound of cutting reverberated through the air. That enormous azure blade effortlessly penetrated the massive stone, leaving no resistance in its wake. It carved a flawlessly smooth trench into the ground, extending towards the protective barrier at the edge of the training field. With a thunderous roar, the colossal boulder, pierced by the blade, silently shifted and then collapsed with a resounding crash. The cut was so smooth that it could reflect a silhouette. The deep gash on the ground emanated a chilling, lingering aura, striking terror into the heart. The entire training ground fell into an even deeper silence than before. Hinata, fixated on the trench and the rock's cut surface, found her mind utterly blank. This was no mere display of strength. It was an assault that defied the very tenets of ninjutsu. The terrifying strike, materialized from chakra and severed from the blade, was unprecedented. Its power was likely beyond even the most advanced jutsu. Kiba collapsed onto the ground, mouth agape, utterly bereft of words. How could one be this formidable? He silently thanked Lord Kagaya for the mercy shown during their previous sparring. Shino's analytical prowess faltered completely in the face of such a blow. Hinata clutched her chest, her heart racing uncontrollably. Her Byakugan allowed her to perceive the destructive force contained within that blade more clearly than anyone else. Was that the black crescent strike that Lord Kagaya had mentioned? How magnificent! Did the massive chakra alter its color? She had no doubt that this strike could cleave mountains. Fengye sheathed his sword, the azure glow dissipating in an instant. It appeared as though he had merely waved his blade casually, his breathing remaining entirely unruffled. He observed the massive stone he had cleaved and the deep trench he had carved, pursing his lips in apparent dissatisfaction. Tisuke. There is still room for improvement in the compression ratio of chakra and its stability. He muttered to himself, shaking his head. Oh, there is no comparison to the slash of Lord Madara's Susanoo. Fengye, as if unconcerned, approached the stunned members of Team 8, donning a harmless, lazy smile. His gentle gaze settling on Hinata. All right, the warm-up is over. He reached out and tousled Hinata's soft hair, completely disregarding Kiba and Shino's expressions of sheer terror. Red Sensei, what shall we practice next? Team coordination? I think they might need to take it slow for now. Hinata, taking several deep breaths, managed to suppress her shock. She glanced at Fengye and then at her 3 dazed disciples, her lips twitching involuntarily. Team coordination? After witnessing such inhuman power, what was there to discuss in terms of collaboration? At this moment, she could only hope that the oblivious challengers in the Chunin exams would not set their sights on Team 8, especially on Hinata. Otherwise, as her gaze swept over the unfathomable trench and the smooth rock surface, one thought remained. That image was too beautiful to contemplate. After a brief silence, Ye trembled with disbelief, exclaiming, "Hey, Maple Knight, where on earth have you been for over a month since graduation? This is simply beyond the capabilities of a newly graduated genin." He felt as if his understanding of the world had been utterly shattered. Just a month ago, they had been engaged in physical training together. How had this person suddenly become so overwhelmingly powerful? Shino adjusted his glasses, bearing an unprecedented gravity and curiosity. The technique of condensing chakra into a tangible form that detaches from its medium to create a remote slashing attack has never been explicitly recorded in the history of the ninja world. Kurenai took a deep breath, suppressing her astonishment. As a Jonin, she perceived the situation with greater depth than Ye and Shino. She turned her gaze toward Maple Knight and then glanced at Hinata, who, though equally shocked, exhibited more understanding and concern in her eyes. In a solemn tone, she spoke, both to clarify for Ye and Shino and to reveal the reason behind Maple Knight's month-long absence. Ye, Shino, remain calm. Maple Knight's situation over the past month is rather complex. Observing their reactions, Maple Knight decided to forego further suspense, shrugging casually as he declared, "You're curious about what I've been up to? I'll lay it all out. After graduation, I was assigned to the Umbu by the 3rd Hokage for training." Umbu, Ye gasped, his voice rising in pitch. The legendary, most enigmatic, and elite unit of Konoha, specifically handling the most perilous and clandestine matters. You joined them the very day you graduated? How is that possible? The revelation that Maple Knight had immediately been thrust into such a role was staggering, particularly after just over a month's time. Shino, recalling the intense bloodlust he had sensed from Maple Knight earlier, had indeed surmised something along those lines. "As I suspected," he said, his voice low and knowing. Chapter 49. A reunion. Ye's mind was still grappling with the explosive news of the Umbu when a sudden realization struck him. He pointed at Maple Knight, his voice laden with an afterthought terror. "So, the last time you accompanied Hinata on a mission, that overwhelming scent of blood emanating from you. You were out killing people." Recalling the smell Red had detected on Maple Knight, Ye exclaimed, "You finally decided to use your brain." Maple Knight, observing Ye's astonished expression, teased, "Look at Shino. He probably figured it out long ago, but chose not to say anything." Ye abruptly turned to Shino, his eyes filled with a mixture of pleading and betrayal. Shino silently nodded, affirming, "Yes." "So." Ye's face flushed with indignation as he pointed at both Maple Knight and Shino, then turned to Kurenai and Hinata. raising his voice by several octaves, filled with a sense of grievance and disbelief. So, I was the only one in the dark. You all knew. Teacher Kurenai knew. Shino guessed it. Hinata must have known too. Am I the only fool left in the dark? This is too much. You guys are terrible. What the hell? In response to Ya's accusations, Maple Knight spread his hands, wearing an expression of helplessness. It seems that way. Mainly, I was worried about you running your mouth and causing a ruckus. To prevent Hinata from worrying, I moved in with her, so when you all found out, I was at her place. He then draped an arm around Hinata's shoulders, showcasing their closeness to the group. Hong observed the disheveled Ya, clearing his throat heavily before hastily clarifying. The identity and whereabouts of Fengya are classified, and the information is limited. Ya, you must understand. The aggrieved Ya snorted twice, clutching Chiwamaru and wandering off to play. The overwhelming shock and impact of the training left Team 8 somewhat mentally fatigued after a long day. To alleviate the atmosphere and to celebrate the arrival of Fengya into Team 8, Hong proposed a visit to a barbecue restaurant for some relaxation. As the five, along with Chiwamaru, approached the entrance of the barbecue restaurant, they unexpectedly heard familiar raucous voices emanating from within. Fengya sensed impending trouble. What was destined to occur would inevitably come to pass. What's that noise? Ya curiously peered inside. Oh, Hong, what a coincidence. A hearty, slightly husky voice rang out. It was Asuma Saratobi, casually smoking a cigarette. He was seated at a large table by the window alongside Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, and Ino Yamanaka. The table already brimming with ingredients. Asuma-sensei, Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, Hinata exclaimed softly, surprised. Hong-sensei, Hinata, Ya, Shino. Ino was the first to gleefully wave, but her voice suddenly soared with astonishment as her gaze fell upon the familiar figure behind Hong. Fengya, you're back. You didn't even say a word to us. She instinctively rose, her golden ponytail bouncing with the movement, her face instantly blossoming with a radiant smile. Shikamaru lazily raised his hand. Oh, looks like a troublesome crowd has gathered. Yet, upon seeing Fengya, a flicker of subtle relaxation crossed his eyes. Choji, engrossed in the sizzling meat on the grill, remarked, it's Team Hong. Fengya is here too? Perfect. The more the merrier, and the more meat we can have. His enthusiasm for Fengya's return was evidently tied to the prospect of more food. Shino adjusted his sunglasses. Asuma, you're here too? What a coincidence. Hong smiled, leading her disciples over to join the table naturally. The atmosphere instantly transformed into a lively and crowded scene. Fengya's gaze met Asuma's, and the air seemed to freeze momentarily. The corner of Asuma's mouth twitched unnaturally as his gaze drifted, seemingly recalling something exceedingly awkward. In contrast, Fengya felt a shiver run down his spine, forcing a rigid smile while hastily averting his gaze, feigning interest in the patterns of the grill, fingers awkwardly fidgeting. Damn those haunting memories, suddenly attacking me, both lamented internally. Shikamaru, sensing the odd tension, languidly remarked, it's been over 10 days since we last saw you. The mission level must have been quite high, judging by your appearance. You look as though you've just shed a heavy burden. Ino, with her bright, sparkling eyes fixed on Fengya, inquired, yes. You've been away from Konoha for over 10 days. Did you encounter anything interesting during your time outside? Fengya cleared his throat. Hinata kindly poured him a cup of barley tea, while he vaguely replied to Shikamaru and Ino. It was a bit far. I went outside to protect a mission target. Thankfully, the mission level wasn't too high and went quite smoothly. There should be some interesting stories. He deliberately avoided details, lifting the barley tea and gulping it down hastily, trying to suppress the memories of the last gathering that surged forth upon seeing Asuma. Protecting someone? Asuma furrowed his brow, contemplating the need for the Umbu's protection. He exhaled a puff of smoke, momentarily suppressing his embarrassment, his tone adopting a hint of seriousness. Have you encountered any trouble? Trouble? A trivial matter, nothing to concern oneself with, He'd replied, dismissively waving his hand, feigning nonchalance. He wished to divert the conversation, particularly in front of Hinata, avoiding any mention of the gruesome incidents. In an unexpected turn, Ino interjected, her eyes glinting with mischief. He'd. You wouldn't be engaging in any amusing escapades with Asuma-sensei while intoxicated, would you? The moment her words escaped, both He'd and Asuma's expressions shifted dramatically. He'd nearly choked on his tea. Ino, you little rascal. Asuma, too, was nearly caught off guard by his smoke, his face reddening. Ino, do not jest about your teacher. Shikamaru covered his face, lamenting, "Ah, the troublesome memories return." Choji, with a mouth full of meat, mumbled indistinctly. Asuma-sensei was dancing with Keed. Choji. Asuma and Keed shouted in unison. The others stifled their laughter, shoulders shaking. Even Sakura couldn't help but cover her smirking lips with the menu. Keed took a deep breath. That mischievous girl was doing it on purpose, undoubtedly intentional after he had threatened to delete her photo last time. The owner of the barbecue shop hurried over, recognizing the arrival of a fortunate guest. TSK, this lad is quite remarkable. He associates with so many Jonin from Konoha, befriending the Hokage's son, and is the first to embarrass himself while intoxicated throughout the village. However, this young man seemed to have a rather close relationship with the violet-haired beauty. The owner glanced at Hinata, pondering how fortunate this lad was. With a cheerful demeanor, he approached. "Hey, little boss, would you like some sake today?" He subtly indicated Asuma with a knowing glance. The owner's insinuating question and gaze acted as two invisible keys. Both Keed and Asuma felt a rush of heat surge from their feet to their heads, their cheeks flushed enough to grill the meat on the stove. "No, that won't be necessary. Water. Just barley tea is fine," Keed almost shouted, his voice elevated a pitch as he furtively glanced at Hinata beside him. Desperate to avoid further embarrassment, Hinata merely smiled gently, seemingly oblivious to the owner's innuendo, or perhaps she kindly chose to ignore it. Asuma quickly inhaled a deep puff of smoke, releasing a large ring to mask the awkwardness. Ahem, yes, today's training was quite intense, so something refreshing would suffice. Let us forego the alcohol. He waved his hand, as if trying to disperse the invisible tension in the air. However, before the owner could respond, a bright, slightly urgent voice rang out, "Boss, 2 pots of sake, the finest you have." Ino cheerfully raised her hand, her gaze flitting between Keed and Asuma. Lingering on Keed's embarrassed face for a moment longer. "How can we welcome our guest without wine? Right, Asuma-sensei?" "Keed? Ino." Asuma and Keed once again exclaimed in unison, filled with despair. Shikamaru, resting his chin on one hand, rolled his eyes. "Ah, what a hassle. Ino, please do not add fuel to the fire." He understood Ino's little intentions all too well. This girl clearly wished to witness Finya's embarrassment or perhaps create some shared memories. Shikamaru sighed silently, thinking, "Sister, wasn't your last attempt obvious enough? Hinata is still here." Women truly are complicated beings, especially when it comes to unrequited love. Teacher Hong observed Ino's carefree smile and glanced at the two men whose expressions suggested impending doom. Unable to suppress a chuckle, she remarked, "Ino, you mischievous child. Well then, boss, let us have a pot of sake, just to acknowledge the occasion." "1 pot. That's hardly sufficient. Teacher Hong, you're being stingy." Although today, Yu was quite taken aback by Finya's prowess and status. At this moment, his innate tendency to enjoy the spectacle took precedence, and he joined in the cheer. "Boss, listen to Ino. 2 pots. We must ensure that Finya and teacher Asuma have a splendid time." He completely forgot who had been frightened enough to hide behind Chiharu earlier. Choji, while stuffing his mouth with freshly grilled meat, mumbled in agreement, "Yes, yes. And more side dishes too." Shino adjusted his sunglasses and calmly added, "Statistics indicate that alcohol diminishes one's judgment and reaction time, which is not advisable before an examination. However, considering the unique circumstances and the atmosphere, moderate consumption may alleviate the awkwardness for certain individuals." He cast a pointed glance at Finya and Asuma. Hinata, observing Finya's tense demeanor, covered her mouth and chuckled softly. "Finya-kun, it's perfectly fine to drink a little less." Her gentle voice eased Finya's taut nerves slightly. The boss surveyed the scene, particularly the unwavering expressions of Ino and Ya. With a cheeky grin, he quickly declared, "All right, 2 pots of the finest sake. Coming right up." Soon, 2 pots exuding a crisp aroma of sake were placed on the table. Ino was the first to seize a flask, pouring a cup for Asuma before stepping directly to Finya's side, leaning slightly forward, her youthful fragrance wafting through the air as she filled his cup with her own hands. Strands of her golden ponytail danced before Finya's eyes. "Here you go, Finya. Long time no see." Ino's voice carried an almost imperceptible tremor of anticipation, her gaze fixed upon him. "You can't refuse this cup, okay?" Her tone held a hint of playful reproach, and her cheeks flushed slightly, perhaps from the effects of the sake or something else entirely. Shikamaru observed the scene with clarity, internally muttering, "This girl is being far too obvious. It's only been a few days since they last met. He raised his mug of barley tea and took a sip, pretending not to notice. Fengye gazed at the clear liquid in front of him, then at Ino's eyes filled with eager expectation, and caught a glimpse of Asuma's resigned expression of brotherly solidarity. He also noted Ya and Choji's encouraging looks, alongside Hinata's gentle yet concerned gaze. Taking a deep breath, he thought, what is there to fear? It's just social embarrassment. One learns from experience. The inner voice of Fengye roared, reminding him that as a traveler, he had encountered far more daunting challenges. Could mere social embarrassment be more terrifying than facing Uchiha Madara? Indeed, Ino is right. It's a welcome gathering, and it would be inappropriate not to have sake. With a grand flourish, Fengye lifted his cup, as though raising not just a drink, but his courage and the impending tales of his past misadventures. Teacher Asuma, last time was an accident. This time, let's get straight to the point. Allow me to make a toast first. With that, he gulped down a cup of clear sake. Asuma gazed at Fengye's fearless demeanor, pondering whether he could still be outdone by this lad. Cheers, he exclaimed heartily. Last time doesn't count. Let's start anew today. He lifted his cup and drank it all in one go. With the toast, the atmosphere was instantly ignited. Everyone laughed and chatted while enjoying grilled meat. Preparing to watch the reserve program soon, Ino was particularly lively, continuously refilling Fengye's and Asuma's glasses, occasionally taking a small sip herself, her cheeks growing noticeably flushed, and her glances at Fengye becoming bolder and more dreamy. Emboldened by the alcohol, Ino teasingly probed, leaning slightly closer to Fengye. Fengye, tell me, during your mission, did you encounter any interesting girls? Shikamaru's eyelids twitched, sensing the situation might turn awkward. Fengye, slightly dazed from the alcohol and the fragrant presence of Ino and Hinata beside him, blurted out without thinking. There was one with purple hair, quite a unique personality. The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them. Oh no, purple hair. Ino's voice shot up, tinged with dissatisfaction. Hinata, did you hear that? He went out and attracted other girls. Hinata quickly waved her hands, her face turning crimson. Ino, Fengye didn't mean it that way. It's just the mission. Though she trusted Fengye, hearing about another girl stirred a hint of jealousy within her. Oh, purple hair? Quite unique. Asuma, feeling the effects of the drink, clearly recognized who it was and smirked. You've got it good. That girl is indeed quite beautiful. Before Asuma could finish, Hong, sensing the tension, quickly pinched Asuma's arm. The mention of this topic sent alarm bells ringing in Fengye's mind. If this conversation went any further, not only would Ino and Hinata be left to explain, but his colleagues in the Umbu would also suffer reputational damage. In a moment of quick thinking, Fengye decided to employ his ultimate strategy, diverting the topic and dragging Asuma down with him. I'm sorry, old horse. You forced my hand. Chapter 51. The Dance King of Konoha Asuma, my brother. Fengye slammed the table, his voice rising sharply. With a tipsy bravado, he successfully overshadowed any potentially scandalous revelations from Asuma. He grabbed the sake jug from the table and swayed over to Asuma, wrapping his arm around Asuma's neck with such force that it nearly dislodged the cigarette from his mouth. He exclaimed, "Why bring up others? That's boring." Fengye's cheeks were flushed from the alcohol and excitement. Leaning in closer to Asuma, his breath heavy with the scent of sake, he declared loudly enough for the entire establishment to hear, "The bond we share as brothers is incomparable to any fleeting flowers or fleeting passions." Asuma rolled his eyes at the embrace, the effects of the drink kicking in, and he perked up, reciprocating the gesture by wrapping an arm around Fengye's shoulder. "Right, little brother. Well said. Our friendship is one that transcends life and death." He recalled their previous embarrassing escapade that forged their revolutionary camaraderie. Exactly. As Fengye felt the fish bite, a surge of joy filled his heart, yet his countenance exuded a camaraderie befitting a brotherhood. He raised his wine jug, proclaiming, "To our indestructible bond of brotherhood." As per tradition, deep feelings demand a hearty gulp. Are you up for it? Asuma's eyes widened in surprise, yet at that moment, he found himself ensnared by the flames of brotherly affection and the intoxicating effects of alcohol. Who among the youth is not brimming with exuberance? Cheers. We must celebrate. Boss, bring us 2 more jugs. No, make it 3. The proprietor chuckled and complied. Fengye, Asuma-sensei. Hinata voiced her concerns, attempting to intervene. Splendid. Truly commendable, my old friend. Fengye seized the opportunity, not allowing anyone else to interject, and clinked the newly arrived jug with Asuma's. Old man, Let us down it. Both men tilted their heads back, voraciously consuming the drink. The clear liquor streamed down their chins, dampening their garments, creating a scene both grand and foolish. Ino, Kiba, and Shino watched in astonishment. Even Shikamaru set his tea aside, twitching at the corners of his mouth as he observed the two brothers. With each hearty gulp, Fengyi felt a tempest brewing in his stomach. Asuma's gaze became utterly unfocused, his body swaying uncontrollably. Good, my dear brother. Fengyi sensed it was time to conclude this revelry, abruptly placing the empty jug down with a satisfied sigh. He grasped Asuma's shoulder. His eyes glazed with nostalgia and a peculiar excitement. Brother, do you recall that magnificent night we shared? Steady yourself. Fengyi, you must not succumb. Asuma's mind was a muddled concoction, but he responded with a foolish grin, of course. That dance was exhilarating. Indeed, that very one. Fengyi seemed to have found a kindred spirit, shaking Asuma with fervor. What a feeling. The music, the rhythm, the resonance of our souls. As he spoke, his feet began to unconsciously tap to the beat, pulling Asuma into a whirl. Come on, brother, let the music play. Let us relive those cherished memories. Reclaim our lost youth. The proprietor, ever astute, played a lively folk record, chuckling as the two brothers swayed to the rhythm. My barbecue joint is about to thrive once more. Ha ha ha. Yes, music, passion, to our bygone youth. Asuma was entirely ignited by Fengyi's enthusiasm, completely forgetting the previous conversation. He also overlooked the audience of students watching, grasping Fengyi's hand with an affectionate smile reminiscent of their last encounter. Little brother, dance. I'll take you soaring. Fengyi, inebriated, produced a few cigarettes, offering one to Asuma while lighting one for himself to alleviate the dizzying effects of the alcohol. The next moment, a nightmare resurfaced. The two men, one an elite Jonin and the other a clandestine operative, commenced their signature death-defying duet. Swaying together to the cheerful folk music, Asuma clung tightly to Fengyi, his body swaying wildly, steps heavy and unsteady, humming an off-key melody. Fengyi mirrored the movement, swaying dramatically, occasionally twisting his waist with a flare, his face a complex mask of defiance and intoxication. What am I doing? This cannot be happening. Puffed. In a moment of sheer amusement, Ino spat out the tea she had just sipped, pointing at the two individuals entwined in a frenetic dance. Laughter enveloped her, reducing her to a quivering ball as tears streamed down her face. Ha ha, here we go again. My goodness, this is even more outrageous than last time. It's utterly delightful. I love it. Future gatherings must be like this. It's exhilarating. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Shikamaru covered his ears and eyes in a display of exasperation. His body trembling, whether from anger or laughter was uncertain. What an utter nuisance. Just let it all end. I do not know them. Shino adjusted his sunglasses, calmly commenting. Not bad. There is still room for improvement. Kurenai collapsed onto the table, shaking with laughter, while Hinata looked at Kagaya, torn between sympathy and unrestrained amusement. Her cheeks flushed and eyes sparkling with tears of mirth. She understood that Kagaya was sacrificing himself to divert attention. Brother, you're dancing splendidly. Yes, just like that. Asuma was completely absorbed in his own world, spinning Kagaya around joyfully. Brother, this is exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. Kagaya shouted back, internally roaring, to divert attention. I'll give it my all. Ino, Hinata, quickly forget about the purple hair. Old horse, perhaps you should shave your beard. I feel somewhat nauseous. Indeed, everyone's focus, including that of Ino and Hinata, was entirely captivated by the extraordinary duet before them. Who could recall anything about purple hair? When only the thunderous laughter and the unrestrained dance steps of Kagaya and Asuma remained. As Kagaya swayed wildly under Asuma's guidance, he caught a glimpse of Ino, who was laughing uncontrollably, momentarily forgetting her interrogation, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Why does this troublesome girl never let go of me? Let it be. Social death is better than a fire in the backyard. Yet, he could already envision himself entering the Chunin exam tomorrow, adorned with the title of Leaf Village Dance King, facing the mocking gazes of the crowd. Just as this poignant moment of brotherly camaraderie reached its zenith, Ino's eyes sparkled with excitement. She swiftly retrieved her compact camera from her ninja tool pouch, her movements so practiced they seemed rehearsed countless times. Chapter 52, Hinata's Memories. A classic must be recorded. A smirk of triumph graced Ino's lips. Click, click, click. The flash of the camera relentlessly illuminated the scene, capturing every iconic moment. Asuma gazing affectionately at Kagaya, his cheeks flushed with color, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Kagaya, bewildered in Asuma's embrace, contorted into an odd angle, his expression a mixture of confusion. Who am I? Where am I? As their steps faltered, it appeared Asuma might tumble. But Kagaya swiftly supported him, preventing a near disaster. Asuma boldly launched into song, while Kagaya danced alongside him. Ino shook the camera, her blush deepening with the thrill of mischief fulfilled. This is the price you pay for threatening my diary last time. Accept your fate. This is a cherished memory of the bond between Asuma's team and Team 8. Observing the post-dinner antics of Funya and Asuma, the discontent that had arisen from the purple hair dissipated, overshadowed by the more potent sensation of witnessing Funya's past misadventures. Shikamaru sighed deeply at Ino's radiant excitement and murmured to CHG beside him, "This girl isn't seeking revenge. She is simply oblivious. Let us forget it." Oh, the complexities of relationships between men and women. The photographs captured within the camera, rather than being mere embarrassing moments, were indeed cherished exclusive memories of Funya. The evening culminated with Asuma cradling Funya, both entangled and collapsing together, bringing the festivities to an end. Asuma succumbed to intoxication, while Funya lay with closed eyes, breathing heavily and languidly, utterly incapacitated, resembling a lifeless mass. All right, the farce is over. Teacher Hong suppressed her laughter and clapped her hands. Asuma is now entrusted to Shikamaru and CHG. As for Funya, her gaze drifted towards Kiba. Kiba, gazing at the unconscious Funya, vociferously complained, "Hey, why is it always me? Last time it was him too. And he always gets utterly wasted." "Thank you for your efforts, Kiba," Hinata said softly, her eyes involuntarily drawn to Funya's peaceful face. Observing him in such a vulnerable state, Hinata's heart softened, and the pangs of jealousy and doubt stirred by the purple hair seemed momentarily quelled by empathy. "Wait," Ino suddenly exclaimed, hastening to Kiba's side, her eyes fixed on Funya's defenseless profile. Swiftly, she retrieved a calming sachet emblazoned with the emblem of the Yamanaka flower shop from her ninja gear and deftly tucked it into Funya's jacket pocket, pressing it gently to ensure it remained secure. "Here, place this in his pocket to sober him up. We wouldn't want him to arrive late for tomorrow's exam." "Reeking of alcohol," Ino said to Hinata and Kiba, her tone feigning nonchalance. After confirming the sachet was in place, she quickly dashed back to Shikamaru. He observed Ino's subtle maneuver with clarity and sighed once more. "This girl is incredibly troublesome." Hinata's gaze lingered momentarily on Ino's retreating figure before she looked down at the slight bulge in Funya's pocket. Tenderly, she adjusted his drooping hand and inadvertently brushed against the sachet inside, her heart sinking. She recognized it as Ino's thoughtful gesture, and a tumult of emotions surged within her. "Hey, Hinata, what are you daydreaming about? Let us go," Kiba urged impatiently, shouldering Funya as he took strides forward. Akamaru scampered ahead, paving the way. "Ah, right." Hinata swiftly regained her composure and hurried after Kiba. Under the moonlight, Kiba, burdened with the weight of unconscious Funya, continued to grumble, "Why is it always me?" He gazed at Funya's sleeping profile, the words about purple hair and Ino's inquiries echoing in his mind. Alongside Asuma's remark that the girl is rather attractive, resurfacing uncontrollably. Was that girl with the purple hair truly remarkable? Did she stand out more than herself? In the grand residence of the Hyuga clan, the burdened figure of Kid-Yuru was unceremoniously deposited onto the entrance floor by Ya. "I'm utterly exhausted. Hinata, this one is yours. I shall retire to my slumber." With that, Ya waved dismissively and staggered away with Akamaru in tow, leaving no room for Hinata's response. "Thank you, Ya," Hinata called after his retreating form, before turning her attention to the limp Kid-Yuru, gently assisting him into a sitting position. His head hung weakly, his breath reeking of alcohol, showing no signs of revival. "Kid-kun, Kid-kun," Hinata softly beckoned, receiving only a prolonged exhale in return. Sighing, yet her gaze imbued with tenderness, she carefully maneuvered him towards his room, settling him onto the tatami mat within. Kneeling beside him, she produced a clean, damp cloth, tenderly wiping his cheeks in hopes of alleviating the heat of intoxication. As she began to unbutton his outer garment for his comfort, her fingers inadvertently brushed against the small sachet that Ino had tucked away. Pausing momentarily, she hesitated but ultimately retrieved the delicate sachet. Ino had always been so radiant, assertive, and unreserved in her affections. She would boldly pour drinks for Kid-kun, threaten with photographs, and directly confront the girl with purple hair. Was that girl particularly special? In the moments they spent together on missions, the hint of nostalgia in Kid-kun's tone when he mentioned her lingered in Hinata's mind. Kid-kun. Her voice was as soft as a sigh, yet brimming with profound gentleness and understanding. If you wish to speak of that girl with purple hair, you may do so whenever you please. If not, that is also acceptable. I shall wait for your awakening. Silly Kid-kun, she believed in him, trusting that he had his reasons and would never intentionally harm anyone. This trust, forged through 6 years of shared experiences at the academy, was the most precious gift time had bestowed upon her. The countless moments of daily interactions had woven Kid-kun into the very fabric of her existence. The trust accumulated over time surged within her like a warm tide, soothing her anxieties. She gently draped a thin blanket over Kid, her movements remaining tender. After her evening rituals, Hinata, clad in a light white nightgown, quietly lay beside Kid, observing his serene slumber. The room was filled solely with the soft rhythm of their intertwined breaths. He was right there, and this realization flooded Hinata's heart with immense tranquility. The trivialities and uncertainties of the future seemed to lose their weight in the presence of this warm and tangible existence. Chapter 53. The Restless Morning Konoha, Year 60. July 1st. Early morning, the throbbing headache induced by excessive drinking assaulted Kid's senses, prompting a low groan as he opened his eyes. The familiar ceiling greeted him. Yet something felt amiss. As he glanced at Hinata, who lay beside him, facing him, her warm breath brushed against his face. A few strands of hair resting against her cheek. How beautiful. Wait, what happened yesterday? Fragments of hazy memories flooded back. The barbecue restaurant, Ino's interrogation, Asuma's exasperating duet, Yada's grievances. And ultimately, it seemed that Hinata had always been by his side. Finye's heart raced uncontrollably, the throbbing headache from his hangover seemingly dissipated by this overwhelming impact. An indescribable emotion and a warm flutter filled his chest. At that moment, Hinata slowly opened her pure, luminous eyes. Upon recognizing the enlarged visage of Finye before her, he tugged at the corner of his mouth and hoarsely uttered, "Good morning, Hinata. Thank you for taking care of me yesterday. It must have been exhausting." Hinata, regaining her composure, shook her head gently and replied, "It was no trouble at all. How are you feeling, Finye-kun? Is your head still hurting?" Finye leaned his forehead against Hinata's, nuzzling slightly, and smiled in response, "Much better, thanks to you." His gaze inadvertently swept over the bedside, landing on a fragrant sachet from the Yamanaka flower shop. How curious to find something of Ino's here. Hinata, focusing on his face so close to hers, murmured, "The Chunin exams are today, Finye-kun. No rush, Hinata. There are more pressing matters at hand," Finye declared, as he pressed his lips slowly against hers, eliciting a look of shock from Hinata. For a fleeting moment, her face flushed crimson, and summoning her courage, her hands instinctively climbed around Finye-kun's neck, responding clumsily yet with utmost sincerity. Finye's deep laughter reverberated between their lips. Though Hinata's response trembled with innocence, her unreserved sincerity ignited a deeper longing within him. His hands, imbued with undeniable tenderness, explored the mysterious territory before them. The warmth and gentle pressure emanating from his palms caused Hinata to stiffen, instinctively tightening her embrace around his neck. A strange, intense sensation coursed through her like electricity, nearly melting her resolve. She instinctively wished to retreat, yet was anchored in place by Finye's continuous, reassuring caress at the corner of his mouth, her consciousness wavering between dizziness and shyness. Finye could distinctly feel the slight tremors and rigidity of her body within his arms, as well as her awkward yet earnest attempts to reciprocate. This greatly pleased him, stirring a deeper sense of affection and an insatiable yearning within him. Each exploration brought forth more pronounced shivers and soft whimpers from Hinata. Her heart raced as if it might burst from her chest, the sound of her blood rushing resonating in her ears. Finye-kun's breath, warmth, and possessive touches enveloped her, leaving her no escape, nor did she desire to flee. Hinata tightened her embrace around his neck. Finye's hand tentatively sought to slide downward, and just as Hinata felt herself on the brink of losing herself in this unprecedented, heart-stopping intimacy, ding, ding, ding. The abrupt sound of an alarm clock shattered the intimate atmosphere. Both startled, they jolted awake simultaneously. In Hinata's eyes lingered the remnants of lingering bewilderment and a hint of shock. She hurriedly covered her burning cheeks with her hands, her heart racing to the point of near suffocation. Fenya was momentarily startled by the sudden blaring of the alarm clock, his earlier passion retreating, replaced by a mix of astonishment and a hint of irritation. Damn. The Chunin exam. Hinata finally regained her voice, fraught with nasal tones and embarrassment, almost on the verge of tears. Fenya took a deep breath, forcing down the tumult of emotions and the annoyance of being interrupted. Calm down. Calm down. The Hyuga household is under constant surveillance. He turned to Hinata, who was still hiding her face in the blanket, and said, I apologize, Hinata, for startling you just now. Summoning her courage, Hinata timidly interrupted Fenya. It's all right, Fenya-kun. If you want, I'm willing. Fenya was momentarily taken aback, a helpless smile escaping his lips. Her gentle nature truly left him feeling humbled. With a voice rich in affection and tenderness, he leaned down, resting his forehead against hers. Silly girl, don't force yourself. How could I possibly disregard your feelings? Hinata instinctively clutched Fenya's shirt tightly, as though it were her only anchor. She could even sense the wild rhythm of his heartbeat mirroring her own. Beep, beep. The alarm continued its stubborn clamor, seemingly louder than before. Fenya reached over Hinata, decisively silencing the obnoxious alarm. The room instantly fell into silence, save for the unsteady breaths of the two. Fenya sat up, tousling Hinata's hair. Yet the warmth and intensity in his gaze remained undiminished. Although I am incredibly eager to continue our earlier significant conversation, along with discussing your precious I am willing, he deliberately elongated the last phrase, noticing the blush on Hinata's cheeks return with fervor. There is still a damned Chunin exam that we cannot afford to be late for. He extended his hand, invitingly. So, my dear lady, may I escort you to the examination venue? Hinata gazed into his eyes, where unmasked affection and joy resided, and she responded with a shy yet profoundly happy smile, resolutely placing her small hand in his. With an enthusiastic nod, she replied, her voice imbued with an unprecedented lightness and sweetness, as if everything that transpired the night before had been effortlessly forgotten in that moment. Fenya tightened his grip on her soft hand, assisting her to her feet. Hinata, blushing, lowered her head to straighten her disheveled pajamas and hair. The morning after a night filled with a heart-stopping farce concluded with an extraordinarily sweet promise brimming with infinite possibilities. The air was perfumed with the delicate fragrance of floral sachets from the mountains, mingling with the palpable love that had just been affirmed between them. The Chunin exam? That was merely the beginning of their shared journey. Chapter 54. The ignited scene. The Chunin examination venue was already abuzz with voices, as ninjas from various nations gathered. The atmosphere was thick with excitement, tension, vigilance, and a strong scent of gunpowder. The diverse attire and distinctive forehead protectors from Sunagakure, Amigakure, Kusagakure, and Otogakure dazzled the eyes, while hostile glances wove through the crowd. As the crowd swelled, Hinata instinctively edged closer to Kagaya, appearing somewhat anxious. Kagaya grasped Hinata's hand tightly, offering a reassuring smile. It's all right, Hinata. I've got everything covered. Just consider this a mere formality. Meanwhile, Kiba eagerly scanned the surroundings, sniffing the air alongside Akamaru with vigilant curiosity. Shino adjusted his sunglasses, calmly assessing the environment and the composition of the crowd. As everyone searched for their comrades from the Hidden Leaf Village, they spotted a boy clad in a tight green outfit, with thick eyebrows and a watermelon hairstyle, standing before Sasuke Uchiha. Rock Lee was poised in a standard martial arts stance, his eyes ablaze with fervent combat spirit. Sasuke Uchiha, I challenge you to a duel. Lee's voice rang out, loud and resolute, instantly capturing the attention of those nearby. Sasuke, with his hands shoved into his pockets, wore an expression of indifference and impatience. Not interested. Move aside. I must ascertain just how formidable this generation's top genius truly is. Lee refused to back down, his gaze fixed solely on Sasuke. This is also to validate my own ninja way. As the tension in the air thickened, Lee's eyes inadvertently swept over the crowd behind Sasuke, landing on Kagaya, who stood in front of teammate. His thick brows shot up, and the intensity of his combat spirit surged, now tinged with a hint of reverence. And you, Kagaya, I have heard of you from Niji, the genius who managed to defeat him. I must witness your prowess as well. Lee, don't stir the pot. Tintin exclaimed anxiously from the sidelines. Kagaya, who had been anticipating a spectacle of Lee being bested, found himself bemused by the unexpected attention. Just as he was preparing to dismiss the situation, a familiar voice cried out, "Kagaya? Is that really you? It's been ages. Where have you been?" Kagaya sighed, "Great. Now all eyes are on me. Thanks a lot, Naruto." He glanced at the onlookers from the hidden leaf, their expressions a mix of curiosity and amusement. "Wonderful. Now they know my name, Kagaya." He thought to himself, "Stay composed. As long as I don't feel awkward, the embarrassment falls on others." Not far away, Niji Hyuga, upon hearing Kagaya's name linked with the word defeat, abruptly turned, his gaze piercing through the crowd like a tangible arrow aimed at Kagaya. An oppressive aura, laced with intense resentment, radiated from him. The atmosphere in the venue grew increasingly charged, influenced by Lee's dual challenges and Niji's unabashed hostility, compounded by Naruto's boisterous calls. Hinata gently tugged at Kagaya's sleeve, whispering, "Kagaya-kun, what should we do now?" Kagaya, noting the anxious expressions of Kiba, Shino, and Hinata, offered a wry smile. Feeling the weight of the situation, he exchanged a reassuring glance with Hinata before stepping forward from Team 8, undeterred by the gazes fixed upon him. Clapping his hands together, he playfully remarked, "Hey Naruto, we can catch up later. If my memory serves me correctly, you are a disciple of the esteemed Master Might Guy, and furthermore, you are a comrade of Niji, correct? You wish to challenge me? Lee, first, prove your mettle by defeating Niji, then you may stand before me to issue your challenge, which I shall gladly accept." The languid and teasing words of Funya echoed clearly in the vicinity, igniting a new powder keg of excitement. The surrounding ninjas of Konoha were incredulous. Is this how the Leaf's Dance King behaves? Nonsense. Have you not heard of his camaraderie with the Hokage's son? They are like brothers, the 5 champions, performing a harmonious display together? Your words possess a certain logic. They had only heard tales of Funya dancing and drinking with the Suma-senpai. But today they were fortunate enough to witness the man himself. In the past, that is outdated. The latest version, just last night at that barbecue joint. The two reenacted a classic scene from the revelry preceding the Chunin exams. What? Pray elaborate. You are unaware of the scene from last night. What? The two drunkenly stormed a lady's bathhouse. I heard they invaded a widow's home. Brother, do tell. Funya suppressed the twitching of his lips, maintaining an air of calm in the face of the surrounding ninjas. What absurd tales are circulating? Fear not. Envision them as mere muggles. Old Ma, where are you? Come to my rescue. I cannot face this alone. Defeating Niji? Rock Lee's brow furrowed deeply as he instinctively glanced towards the distance where Hyuga Niji stood. He was acutely aware of Niji's formidable prowess, a genius of the Hyuga clan, skilled in the gentle fist technique. Funya's suggestion for him to challenge Niji was undoubtedly a subtle indication that he was not yet worthy to confront Funya directly. This thought ignited a fervent determination within Lee. Niji's reaction was far more intense. To be humiliated before so many ninjas from other villages and his comrades from Konoha was unbearable. The veins around his pure white eyes bulged ominously, resembling a fearsome spider's web. With a surge of indignant chakra, he fixed an unwavering glare upon Funya, gritting his teeth as if to crush the very name. "Funya." Niji's voice was ominously low. "Are you mocking me? That scoundrel." Funya scarcely acknowledged him, merely waving his hand dismissively. His gaze remained fixed on Lee, a faint smile gracing his lips, one that would surely incite Niji's ire. As if all was well within his grasp. "Niji-kun, do remain calm. I am merely guiding this passionate Lee-kun towards a clearer path." After all, Funya paused, his voice low yet imbued with a peculiar clarity that resonated with everyone present. "To challenge me, one must first prove their worthiness to stand before me. Would you not agree, Niji-kun? After all, during your time in the Hyuga household, you too aspired to best me, just as this Lee does. You." Niji felt a surge of blood rush to his head, his face flushing with indignation, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists at his sides. The surrounding ninjas of Konoha erupted with excitement. "Bravo! Such is the Leaf's Dance King. How ostentatious! How charming! Without the Dance King, I realized Konoha was once incomplete. Lee, enough!" In a flurry of urgency, Lee rushed forward, seizing Xiao Li's arm in an attempt to pull him away. The current demeanor of Lee and Niji struck her with trepidation. Xiao Li's fervent gaze darted back and forth between Feng Yi and Niji. Feng Ye's almost dismissive attitude did not deter him. Rather, it ignited an even fiercer determination within him. "I understand now, Lord Feng Yi. What you mean is that Niji is a threshold I must surpass. I shall prove it to you, to Teacher Kai, to everyone. Even without the talent for ninjutsu or jinjutsu, I can reach the realm of geniuses through taijutsu alone. After that, I will undoubtedly challenge you. Listening to Li's impassioned declarations of youth, Feng Yi felt a surge of excitement, the frustration from being interrupted earlier bubbling to the surface. It's not that I don't wish to fight you, Li. I simply do not want to crush your spirit. Please forgive me. As for Niji, it would be better left to Naruto's verbal prowess. Hyuga Niji had often found himself utterly powerless against the latter's retorts, likely more effective than any of his own efforts. Before Feng Yi could ponder further, Li abruptly turned to Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, and you as well, I implore you to engage me in battle. Allow me to witness the power of the Sharingan. Sasuke cast a cold glance at Xiao Li, then surveyed Feng Yi, his appraisal of the latter growing ever more intricate. With a disdainful scoff, he retorted, boring. I've stated my lack of interest. He pivoted, intent on vacating this tumultuous setting. Sasuke, wait for me. Sakura, sensing the shift, immediately cast aside her anxiety and prepared to pursue him. At that moment, Xiao Li executed an unforeseen maneuver that astonished all present. Chapter 55. The resolute Li rocked. Xiao Li's figure vanished in an instant, his speed leaving only a blurred afterimage in the air. You cannot escape this. How astonishingly swift. Sasuke's pupils constricted, instinctively reaching for his Sharingan, yet his body lagged by a heartbeat. He barely managed to sidestep, as a foot clad in weighted leg bindings swept past his cheek with a fierce gust. The pressure of the wind stung his skin. With a resounding thud, Sasuke narrowly blocked Xiao Li's subsequent straight punch with his arm, the tremendous force sending tingles through his limb. He stumbled backwards several paces, finally regaining his footing, his expression a canvas of shock. This thick-browed fellow's speed and strength exceeded his expectations. But it did not end there. Seizing the advantage, Xiao Li surged again, his form becoming a blur, relentlessly pursuing Sasuke. He abandoned flamboyant techniques, relying solely on fundamental taijutsu, straight punches, side kicks, elbow strikes, knee thrusts. Yet each strike was delivered with the ferocity of thunder, executed with an impeccable precision honed through relentless training. Sasuke's once proud taijutsu now seemed only capable of defense against Xiao Li's tempestuous onslaught, leaving him utterly unable to retaliate. He was completely subdued. How infuriating! A mix of astonishment and rage coursed through Sasuke as his Sharingan finally activated, the crimson tomo whirling rapidly in an attempt to track Xiao Li's movements. However, Xiao Li's speed was overwhelming, his movements seamless. Even the Sharingan could barely discern his actions, and Sasuke's body could not keep pace. Once more, a heavy kick struck his abdomen, and he let out a muffled grunt as he was sent hurtling backward. Sasuke! Sakura cried out in alarm. Sasuke! Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. Feng Yi crossed his arms, observing with keen interest, inwardly exclaiming, yes, divert the topic swiftly. Xiao Li's speed and strength are indeed formidable. TSK. 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 Sasuke, how does it feel to be bested? Just as Xiao Li prepared to press his advantage and deliver a decisive blow to prove his prowess in taijutsu, a voice boomed like thunder across the arena. Li. Alas, it seems the spectacle was about to be interrupted by the arrival of youth. A flash of green descended from above with remarkable speed, precisely inserting itself between Xiao Li and Sasuke. Bam! A resounding thud reverberated through the air, sending shockwaves. Might Guy firmly restrained Xiao Li's impending punch with one hand while effortlessly blocking Sasuke's instinctive counterattack with the other. His signature thick brows and gleaming teeth exuded an intense presence, his gaze imbued with seriousness. Kaizen. Upon seeing his mentor, Xiao Li's fervent fighting spirit was doused like cold water, though his eyes remained ablaze with determination. Guy turned to Xiao Li, his expression grave. Li, I understand your passion and desire to prove yourself. However, true competition must be reserved for the formal stage. Now, it is time for everyone to gather and prepare for the next examination. Save your youth and strength for the moment the examiner announces the start. Xiao Li, gazing into Guy's unwavering eyes filled with expectation and guidance, took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. Yes. Kaizen, I understand. I will prove myself in the formal examination. He then turned to Sasuke, bowing deeply. I apologize, Uchiha Sasuke, for my impulsiveness. But remember, I will challenge you in the official exam. Sasuke, nursing his subtly aching body, cast a dark glance at the lively duo of mentor and student, snorted dismissively, and turned to leave. Hearing the tone of that thick-browed watermelon head, it was evident that Hyuga Niji was stronger than him, and today he suffered a blow to his pride as he was overshadowed by an unknown individual. Sasuke-kun, wait for me. Sakura, upon witnessing this, immediately dismissed her apprehension and rushed after him. Feng Yi observed the dejected Sasuke departing alone, with Sakura in hot pursuit, and then turned to the approaching Naruto. Naruto, aren't you going to comfort your Sasuke-kun? Naruto, in his characteristic boisterous manner, replied, Damn it, Feng Yi. Where have you been lately? I couldn't find you anywhere. Feng Yi chuckled, wrapping an arm around Naruto's shoulder, addressing Team 8 behind them. Let us go. It's time for the examination. Hinata watched from behind as her beloved carried himself with such calmness amidst the crowd, thinking, Feng Yi-kun is so cool. After finishing his words, Feng Yi turned to Naruto and leisurely said, Naruto, well, how should I put it? The situation is as you imagined. In short, you are correct. Naruto looked at Feng Yi in confusion. Huh? Are you trying to fool me again? Damn it. Last time you washed my... Feng Yi quickly covered Naruto's mouth. Didn't we agree not to let that slip? With a grin, he turned to Shino and remarked, Feng Yi has truly become famous in the Hidden Leaf Village. Ha. Shino adjusted his sunglasses, affirming the situation. Unperturbed by Naruto's eager gaze, Kia covered Naruto's mouth and proceeded towards the examination room 301. Upon reaching the threshold of classroom 301, a wave of events unfolded. Astonishingly, a certain watermelon-haired boy had audaciously approached a girl with pink hair. Rock Lee knelt before Sakura, one hand over his heart and the other extended towards her. His thick brows framed two sparkling, sincere eyes. Oh, fair maiden with cherry blossom tresses. Please accept my most heartfelt affection. Your beauty shines like the rising sun, illuminating my heart. Will you be my partner? I shall dedicate my life to safeguarding your smile. What? Huh? Sakura was left petrified, her mind blank, her cheeks flushed crimson. This sudden confession struck her with more force than the battle that had just transpired. Kia could no longer contain himself, releasing his grip on Naruto's mouth and vigorously slapping his shoulder. Here it comes. A moment to remember. Naruto exaggeratedly pointed at Lee, tears of laughter streaming down his face. Bushy brows. Are you serious? Lee, what on earth are you doing? In utter embarrassment, he buried his face in his hands, wishing to disappear into the ground. Niji, witnessing his teammates' antics, felt the muscles on his forehead twitch violently. Realizing that the reputation of Team Guy had completely shattered today, he inhaled deeply, suppressing his emotions towards Kia, casting a cold glare at Hinata beside him. Hinata, feeling the intensity of his gaze, flinched and stepped back behind Kia. Kia, sensing the shift, turned his expression icy, causing an involuntary chill to run through Niji. He snorted disdainfully and strode into the classroom first. Wait, what? This Niji, I can understand. His father, well, it's hard to say anything. It's all Uncle Hizashi's fault. Wouldn't it be better to let the child know the truth earlier? As he pondered, he glanced at the laughing Naruto beside him. It's up to you, Naruto. If brute force won't work, then charm him with your words. Kia turned to Hinata and asked, Hinata, are you all right? Hinata shook her head. I'm fine, Kia-kun. Niji and I is just like that. But please don't diminish his confidence any further. Hinata, if only you weren't so gentle. Otherwise, it would be a series of minor skirmishes every 3 days and major conflicts every 5. He ought to understand why flowers are so vibrant. Chapter 56. Kabuto Yakushi. Inside the examination hall, the classroom was filled to capacity with Jonin from various villages. The atmosphere thick with tension, almost suffocating. Upon seeing Kia and the others enter, the members of Team 10 approached to greet them. Naruto spotted Shikamaru and the others, bursting into laughter. Hey, it's the trio of fools. Idiot Naruto, what did you just say? Ino immediately exploded, delivering a solid punch to Naruto's head. Ow! His cry echoed throughout the classroom. Shikamaru, hands in his pockets, barely lifted his eyelids, exuding a lethargic demeanor. Honestly, it's so loud and bothersome. Kia surveyed the diverse array of the 12 young talents gathered before him. This, indeed, was the essence of youth in the world of Naruto. He unconsciously tightened his grip around Hinata's delicate hand and turned to her with a gentle smile. Just then, noticing the commotion, Yakushi Kabuto, adorned with round glasses and an affable demeanor, approached with a warm smile. Dear juniors, I suggest you keep your voices down. Have you not noticed that you have attracted everyone's attention? Upon glancing around, They observed the vigilant gazes of ninjas from various villages fixated upon them, instantly intensifying the pressure in the atmosphere. Kabuto continued speaking to the crowd. It seems everyone is quite troubled. I am Yakushi Kabuto from the Hidden Leaf Village. Having participated in the Chunin exams 7 times, perhaps I can share some valuable information with you? Funya silently regarded Kabuto, astonished at how effortlessly he garnered Naruto and the others' trust. Thinking, let me see your performance, Kabuto. Kabuto retrieved a dozen specially crafted cards from his robe, infusing them with chakra, causing dynamic images and data of ninjas to emerge. He explained, these cards record a ninja's appearance, abilities, mission history, and combat style, requiring chakra to activate. One individual you should note is Gaara's team, which is exceedingly dangerous. Gaara's mission history includes level 9, level 8, level 14, and level 1. Naruto and the others gasped in astonishment. Level? Kabuto's gentle smile bore a hint of pride as he continued to reveal alarming data on the cards. Indeed, level. Furthermore, he has never sustained an injury during missions. A collective gasp echoed from the members of Team 10 and Team 7, while Team 8 inhaled sharply. Never injured? What terrifying power does that imply? Or rather, what ruthless methods? Shikamaru furrowed his brow. This is troublesome. Is such a monster also a candidate? Sakura's complexion paled this. This is too exaggerated. Although Naruto was stunned, a defiant flame ignited in his eyes. Humph. So what? I, Naruto Uzumaki, will definitely defeat him. Funya stood beside Hinata, feeling her small hand tense slightly upon hearing the mention of level. He gently squeezed her palm, alleviating much of her unease with this simple gesture. Funya's gaze drifted towards Gaara, who emanated an icy aura of danger, carrying a gourd on his back. Kankuro and Temari stood behind him, their expressions heavy with gravity and a hint of reverence. Naruto's little wife, Gaara. Yet another questionably troublesome youth for Naruto to contend with. At that moment, Kabuto's gaze subtly flicked towards Funya as he rummaged through the pile of cards. Ah, right, there is another noteworthy individual. Hey, you there, the one with glasses. An extremely unfriendly voice, laden with a thick nasal tone, abruptly interrupted Kabuto's discourse. The crowd turned to see 3 oddly dressed ninjas, adorned with Sound Village forehead protectors, standing provocatively not far away. Leading them was a short figure, his hands heavily bandaged, with a sinister gaze, Tosu. Beside him stood a tall, equally fierce-looking man with long hair. Saku. Bringing up the rear was a curvaceous female ninja with braided hair, Kinshachi. Their eyes brimmed with malice, unreservedly fixating on Yakushi Kabuto. Tosu grinned cruelly, revealing a malicious smile. You seem quite eager in your information gathering, Is it too presumptuous to brazenly display the information of others? As he spoke, he slowly approached, emanating a suffocating aura of chakra. Though his face bore a gentle and harmless smile, a barely perceptible glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. I apologize. I merely wish to assist the juniors. Enough with the nonsense. Tosu suddenly accelerated, his body hurtling forward like a cannonball. His bandage-wrapped arm sliced through the air with a sharp sound, aiming directly at Do's face. Watch out. Be careful. Naruto, Sakura, and others exclaimed. Funya positioned himself protectively in front of Hinata, casting a casual glance at the Sound Ninja and Do. In the split second before Tosu's fist made contact, Do leaned back at an unusual angle, narrowly evading the fierce blow. However, Tosu's armored right arm unleashed a high-frequency sonic wave, striking Do's face directly. Do suddenly collapsed to the ground, retching, as his glasses shattered, blood seeping from the corner of his left eye. Naruto shouted angrily, "Don't bully the senior." Sasuke activated his Sharingan, capturing Do's evasive maneuvers and thinking, this guy isn't even trying. Funya, watching from the side, remarked, "What a performance, Do. I would feel remiss not to award you a little golden statuette for your spy identity." As Do picked up the broken glasses, his fingers trembled, and his voice was weak. I regret showing such disgraceful behavior in front of my juniors. As a failure, I can only prove my existence through gathering intelligence. Yet he secretly observed Sasuke's Sharingan reaction, confirming the value of the Uchiha bloodline. Funya, with a twitching mouth, watched the performance of Yakushi Do. It was hard to imagine this was the same Do who later spoke of transcending into a dragon. Tosu sneered at Do. A hyena lurking in the shadows deserves to have its fangs pulled. Useless. Pathetic. This is the fate of those who gather intelligence. Mind your own business, rookies. Funya thought. Why do I want to hit him so badly? What a showman. Naruto clenched his fists, glaring at the sound ninja. You guys. Sakura covered her mouth in shock. Sasuke fixed his gaze intensely on Do and the sound ninja. Shikamaru felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His mind racing. Things have become exceedingly troublesome. Ino, too, held her breath anxiously, her eyes darting between Do, the sound ninja, and Funya. The entire classroom fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the faint sound of Do's fingertips gently brushing against the shards of glass and the heavy, triumphant breaths of the sound trio. All eyes were fixated on the silent figure of the senior with shattered glasses, whose head hung low. A heavy sense of impending storm weighed down upon them, making it hard to breathe. Funya's gaze drifted past the silent Do and the arrogant sound ninja, once more turning towards Gaara. Gaara remained indifferent, standing there as if the earlier conflict had been nothing more than a tedious farce. His cold gaze swept across the room, and for a fleeting moment, it seemed to intersect with Funy's in the air. Chapter 57. Each reveals their abilities. A low, penetrating scoff reverberated throughout the spacious classroom, instantly overshadowing all other sounds and tightening the already strained nerves of everyone present. All eyes, along with the audacious demeanor of the sound ninja trio, instinctively turned toward the source of the sound emanating from the elevated platform at the front of the classroom. At some unknown moment, a towering figure had taken his stand there. Clad in the standard green vest of a Konoha Jonin, he casually draped a dark overcoat over it. Most striking was his visage, marred by grotesque scars that stretched from forehead to chin. His piercing gaze swept across the room, exuding an oppressive aura akin to that of a predator surveying its prey, momentarily pausing upon the figure of Kazekage Kagaya, a person of significant import to the third Hokage. His mere presence radiated authority, as if inscribed in every fiber of his being. It was the sadistic examiner, Ibiki Marino. The name echoed in Kagaya's mind. This is not a battleground for you to settle personal grievances. Ibiki's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in everyone's ears, imbued with an undeniable command. The Chunin exams. Round 1, commence now. All examinees, promptly find your designated seats according to the signs. Immediately, the invisible pressure silenced the room in an instant. Under Ibiki's beastly gaze, the sound ninja trio's arrogance faltered, with Toshi instinctively taking a half-step back. Meanwhile, Kuros face donned a gentle smile once more, as if the chilling figure moments prior was not himself. Quietly, he bent down to carefully retrieve several fallen cards, including the one containing Kagaya's information, discreetly tucking it back into his cloak. Move swiftly. Ibiki barked again. The entire classroom sprang into action. The lower ninjas from various nations fluttered about like startled birds, hastily seeking their positions as indicated by the numbers on the walls. The tense atmosphere shifted, replaced by an air of solemnity and order. Kagaya-kun, Hinata's voice quivered slightly, her small hand gripping Kagaya's sleeve tightly. The imposing presence of Ibiki struck a profound impact on her gentle disposition. Kagaya tightened his grip on Hinata's hand, speaking in a steady tone. Remember, no matter what happens, remain calm and trust in yourself. His gaze softened as he regarded Hinata's pale face, reassuring her, Hinata, you are far stronger than you believe. You are the best in my eyes. Feeling the warmth of Kagaya's palm and the trust embedded in his words, Hinata's heartbeat gradually steadied, and she nodded firmly, her resolve bolstered. Hey, Kagaya, over here. Shikamaru called from a short distance. Ino, and Choji were not far from Kagaya and Hinata's positions. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke were seated in front of them. Kagaya swiftly led Hinata to their seats. Shikamaru reclined with his hands behind his head, observing the towering Ibiki at the podium, along with the proctoring middle ninjas dispersing throughout the classroom, murmuring. The scent of blood from this examiner can be sensed even from afar. This examination is certainly not a conventional written test. The proctoring middle ninjas began distributing the test papers and answer sheets. The questions on the papers were exceptionally profound, encompassing tactical analysis, terrain assessment, and even the intricate applications of chakra nature transformation. Many questions evidently surpassed the knowledge scope of the lower ninjas. The classroom was suddenly filled with gasps and sighs of despair. Naruto glanced at the exam paper and felt darkness envelop him, nearly fainting. This is it. What on earth is this? On Gaara's side, there was an eerie silence. He seemed too apathetic even to glance at his paper. The genin from various nations displayed a spectrum of emotions. Some were brimming with confidence, while others wore expressions of worry. Ibiki stood at the podium, his cold voice resonating once more as he announced the disheartening rules. Rule 1. Each of you begins the written exam with a score of 10 points. There are a total of 10 questions, each worth 1 point. Rule 2. The final score will be calculated based on the team's total points. Should any individual score 0, the entire team is disqualified. Rule 3. Cheating during the exam, or actions deemed as cheating by the proctors, will result in a deduction of 2 points for each infraction. A cruel smile flickered across his scarred face as his gaze swept over the pale-faced candidates below. Lastly, and most importantly, if any member of your team scores 0, or if the number of cheating incidents reaches 5, then the entire team will be permanently barred from participating in the Chunin exams. What? Permanently barred? This is utterly ruthless. The classroom erupted in chaos, fear and despair spreading like a plague. Naruto felt as if struck by lightning, petrified at the prospect. Glaring at the symbols and questions on the paper that seemed like an ancient script, he broke into a sweat. Permanently barred. What a joke. He was on the verge of madness. Hinata's heart raced, instinctively glancing at Kagaya beside her. Upon witnessing his unusually calm demeanor, even harboring a hint of understanding, her panic miraculously subsided significantly. Kagaya's gaze conveyed to her, "It's all right. Everything is under control." Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to steady herself and began reviewing the exam paper. Kagaya observed the crowded room, having inserted 2 ninjas into the mix, contemplating whether he had sufficiently balanced the numbers. Such meticulous thought. Truly, each person was showcasing their unique talents in this grand display of cheating, with techniques growing increasingly outrageous. A veritable hub of academic dishonesty. Time ticked by, and the atmosphere grew stifling. Each time a proctor coldly declared a cheating incident, deducting 2 points. It felt like a heavy blow to everyone's hearts. Teams continuously left in despair as a result of members scoring 0. Kagaya yawned, his gaze returning to the exam paper filled with complex questions. He felt so tired, after all. The essence of the rules was to remain undetected while cheating and focus on the team's overall score, not to actually solve the questions. Perhaps a short nap was in order. He murmured to himself, covering his face with the paper and tilting his head. As he laid his head on the desk, his breathing soon became steady. "Hey, Kagaya." Inogen growled in a hushed tone, nearly jumping up in panic, while Akamaru above emitted anxious whines. "What on earth are you doing? Wake up. You'll jeopardize the whole team, you fool." Shino, concealed behind his sunglasses, wore a serious expression as he quietly manipulated a few insects towards Kagaya, seemingly intending to use them to answer the questions on his behalf. Beside them, Hinata turned her head and noticed Kagaya fast asleep. Her petite mouth parted slightly, a flicker of concern crossing her eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by a deeper trust. She recalled Feng Yijun's previous calm words and warm hands. There must be a reason behind Feng Yijun's actions. He is so strong, so dependable. Hinata took a deep breath, forcing herself to refocus on the exam paper and the distant ninja who was rapidly answering questions. Her Byakugan became even more attuned, as she placed her faith in Feng Yijun. However, in another direction, Ino's feelings were entirely different at this moment. "Idiot. Big idiot Feng Yi." Ino screamed inwardly, her chest aching with frustration. She watched as Feng Yi lay there defenseless, asleep, a nameless fury igniting within her, mingled with an anxiety that weighed heavily on her. This was a crucial Chunin exam that would determine their fates, and that terrifying rule of lifetime disqualification. How could he possibly fall asleep like this? Unbelievable. Chapter 58. Mind Transfer Technique. Ino took a deep breath, her gaze instantly becoming serious as her hands swiftly formed seals. Mind Transfer Technique. The target was none other than Feng Yi. Meanwhile, the drowsy Feng Yi felt a distinct surge of mental energy aimed directly at his consciousness core. A fleeting glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes, and a killing intent nearly erupted from within him. Who dares? Who is so foolish as to strike at me at this moment? Are they courting death? The vast life force and chakra of the sage body were instantly stirred. The innate defensive mechanism of the advanced sage body had already been activated, just as the surge of mental energy was about to collide with his impenetrable mental barrier. A familiar aura permeated through that energy. It was the secret technique of the mountains, Ino. What does she intend to do? That insufferable girl has lost her mind. To prevent Ino from suffering backlash, Feng Ye's body instinctively relaxed his mind, allowing the mental energy to pass unimpeded through the gateway he had deliberately opened, successfully settling within his being. It worked. Occupying Feng Ye's body, Ino suddenly lifted her head, her movements imbued with her characteristic urgency. She immediately sensed the terrifying power contained within this body, chakra rushing through her like a surging ocean. Was this the chakra a person could possess? The vitality radiated with the vigor of a rising sun. This guy, typically so laid back, possessed a body that was nothing short of monstrous. The thought sent a shiver through her, but this was not the time for reflection. She grasped the pen on the desk, ready to assist Feng Yi in answering the questions. However, just as her gaze swept over the exam paper, Feng Yi decided to tease her. With a languid yet unmistakably clear wave of consciousness, he directly resonated within her mental essence, as if whispering in her ear, "Well, Ino, your way of greeting is rather unique. I waited for you for quite some time. I almost fell asleep." Boom. Ino's mental essence instantly froze. A surge of embarrassment and shock engulfed her. He knows? He's awake? He has been waiting for me? He even deliberately let me in. Ino's thoughts spiraled into chaos. The panic of being discovered and the shame of her intentions being unveiled intertwined, nearly causing her to lose her grip on the mind transfer technique. Due to the intense mental fluctuations, Feng Ye's body trembled slightly. Fool. A complete fool, Feng Ye. Are you pretending to sleep? Are you playing me for a fool? Jing Ye's spirit roared within the confines of Feng Ye's consciousness, filled with a mix of embarrassment and anger, nearly ready to stomp her feet in frustration. Feng Ye's voice was laced with evident amusement, his languid air of control provoking both ire and helplessness in Jing Ye. Hurry up and write. Do not squander time. Just refrain from rummaging through my memories. Oh, and by the way, could you help me stretch my neck a bit? It's stiff from lying down. Thanks, Jing Ye. Jing Ye huffed a few times, grasping the pen, and began to write fluently on Feng Ye's exam paper. Instinctively, she gently turned Feng Ye's neck. What a monster! Just how formidable is he? He can even manipulate the art of turning the heart like this? Why is he deliberately waiting for me? Is he? Jing Ye's heartbeat quickened in a frenzy on a spiritual level. As she mechanically transcribed the profound answers, she couldn't help but subtly perceive Feng Ye's current mental state. It was calm and deep as the ocean, laced with a playful curiosity towards her reactions, and imbued with a reassuring sense of reliability. Darn it. Who needs your foolish reliability and closeness? I'll revisit your classic materials later. Humph. In her heart, Jing Ye retorted awkwardly. Yet her actions of transcribing the answers became faster and steadier. At last, she completed the final answer. Jing Ye's spirit felt a sense of relief, mingled with an inexplicable sense of loss and excitement. Done. Now let us hurry back. Your chakra is running low. Feng Ye's voice resonated. Thank you, Jing Ye. By the way, your blushing face is quite adorable. The last remark dripped with palpable teasing. You. Go to hell, Feng Ye. Fool. Pervert. Jing Ye exclaimed in utter embarrassment and fury, abruptly severing the connection and retreating clumsily to her own body. Meanwhile, Shino, who had just been preparing to answer for Feng Ye with insects, keenly sensed something amiss. Jing Ye? Feng Ye certainly has a plethora of emotional debts. Silently retracting the insects, he recalled Naruto. In a flurry, with sweat pouring down his back, Naruto stared in awe at the exam paper before him. My hair? What am I seeing? A swarm of black insects manipulating my pen to write answers. Is this Shino? Incredible. These insects are marvelous. He couldn't help but burst into laughter, but upon realizing, Naruto quickly covered his mouth, glancing cautiously at the formidable elder on stage. Their eyes met, and Naruto instinctively lowered his gaze in fright. The surrounding anxious crowd was startled by Naruto's laughter. Casting furious glares at the now downcast boy, Shino observed Naruto's demeanor and shook his head. Foolish Naruto. Ibiki, watching Naruto, couldn't he help but find it amusing. Am I truly that terrifying? Clearly, Naruto remained oblivious to his uniqueness. In reality, Jing Ye suddenly collapsed on the desk, gasping for breath, her heart racing wildly within her chest. Everything she had just experienced, the terrifying sensation of Feng Ye's power, his formidable mental will, his mocking words, and that final adorable remark, left her dizzy and weak, nearly. Jing Ye? What is it? Why is your face so red? Have you exhausted your chakra? Why are your legs trembling? How strange. Beside her, Shikamaru keenly sensed her unusual demeanor. At this moment, Feng Ye had leisurely straightened his posture, stretching languidly as if he had just awakened from slumber. He picked up the test paper filled with correct answers, casting a cursory glance over it. a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. His gaze inadvertently drifted over to Ino, whose ears remained flushed, and to the scrutinizing eyes of Ibiki at the podium. He gently rolled his neck, recalling the pleasant relief Ino had afforded him moments before. Now, the rules for the 10th question were to be announced, a brutal choice between two options, particularly the punishment of permanent disqualification, which plunged the atmosphere of the examination room into a frigid silence. What a farce. Permanently barred from participation? Surely, this must be a jest. The Leaf Village is being utterly unreasonable. Fenya couldn't help but lament the psychological torment this rule inflicted, especially on someone as gentle, sensitive, and responsible as Hinata. Concerned, Hinata glanced over, and Fenya responded with a gentle and reassuring gaze. 10 minutes to deliberate. Those who choose to forfeit, raise your hands now, and take your teammates and leave. Ibiki's declaration resounded like a final ultimatum. Each hand raised in surrender, each departure from the room, struck like a hammer upon the hearts of those who remained. Despair permeated the examination hall. Just as the tension reached its zenith, Naruto's iconic, tremulous yet resolute roar shattered the silence. I can't take it anymore. Bang. Don't underestimate me. I won't back down at this crucial moment. I will take the exam. Even if I have to remain a Jonin for life, I will stride unwaveringly towards the path of Hokage. Fenya stifled a laugh within, filled with admiration and reflection, to burst forth with courage that illuminates others in the face of despair. This is your true essence, Naruto. No, wait, this must be the result of his verbal persuasion. It's terrifying. Naruto is a fool. Naruto is a fool. Chapter 59, Naruto, it's cold. You should put on more clothes. Fenya observed Ibiki's reaction, catching a fleeting glimmer of unexpected interest in Naruto. Simultaneously, at the moment Naruto declared his determination, a faint ripple of hope or resonance began to quietly burgeon within the hearts of the remaining candidates who had not yet surrendered. When Ibiki ultimately announced that everyone had passed, an overwhelming wave of surprise and exhaustion swept through the examination room. The crowd collectively exhaled in relief, their faces adorned with expressions of fortunate survival. Fenya watched the exuberant Naruto and the visibly relieved Sasuke, who was unexpectedly impressed by Naruto, along with Kiba, who was dramatically clutching his chest, exclaiming that he had nearly been scared to death. Fenya mused inwardly. Now, the true spectacle is about to commence. Uncle Snake's second act is about to unfold. His gaze turned towards the tightly shut window, knowing that the next scene was about to be revealed. Crack! The classroom window shattered without warning under an immense force. Who is it? Many of the still tense Jonin sprang to their feet, adopting combat stances, anxiously peering towards the broken window. However, outside, there was no one to be seen. Hey, you little brats who passed the first round. Don't be so jumpy. A voice, vibrant and laced with a hint of jest, resonated from the elevated platform at the front of the classroom. Instantly, all gazes were drawn back to the podium. There stood a figure, having unexpectedly usurped the position of Ibiki Marino, casually squatting at the edge of the platform. She donned a sleeveless turtleneck paired with a mesh lining, enveloped in a beige trench coat that hung open, revealing a taut waist and long, elegant legs. Most striking was her deep purple hair, haphazardly tied back, and the wild, playful smile that danced at the corners of her lips. In stark contrast to the oppressive aura brought by Ibiki, this woman exuded an air of danger and vitality. She licked her lips, her gaze sweeping over the frightened candidates below, brimming with unabashed scrutiny and excitement. Oh, Ibiki, you took far too long with the first round. There are more of them than I anticipated. 27 teams, 81 individuals. She complained to Ibiki, who had retreated behind her unnoticed. There are indeed many exceptional candidates this year, came Ibiki's low voice, confirming her identity. With a wave of her hand, Akame responded impatiently, no matter, for the second round. I intend to eliminate more than half of you. Wait, eliminate half. Sakura gasped, while Ino remained slumped over her desk, still recovering from the earlier tension. Such excitement. Listen up, everyone. I am Akame, your chief examiner for the second round. Her voice brimmed with undeniable energy. Congratulations on passing that tedious written test. A mischievous smile played on her lips as her gaze sharpened. We shall discuss the details tomorrow. For now, inquire with your Jonin teachers about the venue and time for our next gathering. That will be all. Disperse. As the crowd processed the information, they began to scatter. The tension from the first exam gradually dissipated under the afternoon sun. The fresh graduates from Konoha, namely Team 7, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Team 8, Kiba, Shino, Hinata, and Koyuki, and Team 10, Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, naturally congregated beneath a large tree outside the school. Ah, you scared me to death. That examiner. And the terrifying rules for the 10th question. I thought I was done for. Naruto exclaimed, dramatically patting his chest, his face still reflecting residual fear. However, he soon turned to Koyuki, frowning as he questioned, Hey, Koyuki, what happened to you? We haven't seen you since graduation day. I heard you were called away by the 3rd Hokage. What were you up to? You've been gone for so long. Naruto's loud voice instantly captured everyone's attention. Although Sasuke leaned casually against the tree trunk, his sharp eyes scrutinized Koyuki, his ears perked in curiosity. He too had been wondering what secret mission that rascal, Koyuki, had been dispatched to undertake. Sakura, equally intrigued, turned her gaze toward Koyuki. With a chuckle, Koyuki replied, I've been at Hinata's house all this time. You didn't know? Naruto's voice pitched higher. What? You should have said something sooner. Every day, I rush to your home, knocking on the door until it nearly splinters, yet no one responds. How infuriating, Funya. Sasuke furrowed his brows in silence, while Sakura stood frozen, clearly as uninformed as he was. Observing the bewildered expressions of the trio, Funya turned to his comrades from Team 8 and Team 10, his eyes brimming with confusion. Surely, you must have mentioned something to Naruto? In a feigned casual manner, Ino averted her gaze from Funya and said, I only mentioned it to Shikamaru and CHG. They asked where you had gone, but how could we possibly know? Hinata chimed in, Naruto did inquire about your whereabouts, but we were equally in the dark. Seeing everyone shake their heads, Funya quickly turned to Naruto with an apologetic smile. Oh Naruto, since you have some free time today, let us go out. Allow me to treat you to barbecue. Oh, I misspoke. I meant ramen. Let us feast together. However, upon noticing Naruto's sulky demeanor, Funya had to resort to his ace in the hole. By the way, I heard that your Team 7 completed a high-level mission and even leveled up? He intentionally elongated his tone. Impressive, Lord Naruto. While we are merely in the village weeding, you ventured abroad to battle ninjas. Moreover, it is said that Lord Naruto displayed remarkable valor during that encounter, truly befitting the future 7th Hokage. Of course, he wouldn't dare to reveal how Naruto had been shouting while carrying an injured Sasuke. Funya bowed deeply. I am in awe. As the 7th Hokage, with the chill in the air, allow me to drape this cloak over your shoulders. With that, he retrieved a set of Hokage robes and a conical hat from his dimensional ring. This was the ultimate tool to cheer up Naruto. With practiced ease, Funya draped the pristine Hokage robe over Naruto's shoulders, meticulously adjusting the collar. Finally, he placed the iconic hat firmly atop Naruto's shining golden locks. The words 7th Hokage emblazoned on the robe, combined with the shadow of the hat over his face lit up with a broad grin and whisker-like markings, created a rather amusing yet strangely dignified spectacle. It was truly a perfect match. Funya enthusiastically patted Naruto on the shoulder, his voice filled with genuine, at least it sounded sincere, praise. Lord Naruto, your presence, your demeanor, it seems you were born for the position of Hokage. A high-level mission upgrade? That's a piece of cake. With the future 7th Hokage in action, it would be as easy as pie. I am truly impressed. Naruto was momentarily dazed by the barrage of compliments, his earlier dissatisfaction evaporating in an instant. With his hands on his hips, the Hokage robe billowing behind him as if caught by an unseen breeze. He lifted his chin high, nostrils flaring in pride. Ha ha. Of course. Funya, you have quite the discerning eye. Once I become Hokage, I will certainly appoint you as my, chief of the first guard. In truth, Funya had discreetly used chakra to create a gentle gust. However, the surrounding atmosphere plunged into an eerie silence. The extravagant duet performed by Funya and Naruto left all their comrades beneath the tree, Teams 7, 8, and 10, in stunned silence, faces adorned with dark lines. It was utterly more absurd than when Funya and Asuma-sensei had danced drunkenly together. Sakura's lips twitched as she held her forehead. These two fools. Ino, hands on her hips, looked at Naruto with an expression of scorn. Humph, Funya, you just keep indulging him. Sasuke turned his face away, his lips twitching in a manner that conveyed a distinct lack of recognition towards them. What an eccentric combination. The duo of Naruto and Funya was perpetually engaged in mischief. Where was the demeanor befitting a true warrior? His mouth gaped open, a mocking expression frozen on his face. Akamaru whined in his arms, tilting his little head in confusion. Shikamaru sighed deeply, the weight of his exasperation tenfold greater than usual, as if he bore the unbearable burdens of existence. Choji, lost in thought, forgot to chew his chips, staring blankly at Naruto, who seemed to radiate with an almost ethereal glow. Shino remained silent, pondering. These two should never be together. The silence itself epitomized the highest level of speechlessness. Hinata observed Fenya's bizarre antics, stifling a laugh. Chapter 60. The half-hearted little brothers. Fenya appeared utterly oblivious to the palpable awkwardness enveloping them. He gazed contentedly at his impeccably wrapped seventh Hokage, perfection. Then he turned around, facing his petrified companions with a beaming and somewhat infuriating smile. He raised his arms and clapped his hands resoundingly. Hey, why are you all just standing there? This is such an exhilarating moment. The future Hokage is right before you. Where are the applause? The cheers? Let us see some reaction, everyone. He spoke while gesturing with his eyes, urging everyone to join in. The air grew even quieter, only the rustling of leaves and the wind breaking the silence. Shikamaru looked at Fenya's eager expression, feeling a throbbing in his temples. Finally, it was Choji who broke the silence. He genuinely clapped his hands twice, motivated solely by the belief that Fenya's promise of a barbecue, or ramen, needed honoring. Hinata, blushing, earnestly clapped her small hands a few times. Ha. Kiba let out a dry chuckle, symbolically clapping twice. All right, future Hokage and future captain of the guard. Fenya, you really know how to charm Naruto. Ino sighed dramatically. Honestly, you two should consider acting. Sakura covered her face. Naruto, take off the robe. It's too embarrassing. Sasuke snorted softly, observing Naruto's comical antics. Yet, the corners of his mouth curved into a subtle, unacknowledged smirk, a silent gesture of sardonic approval. Shino adjusted his sunglasses. Perhaps this is the unique applause of the Yamanaka clan. Fenya, clearly dissatisfied with the reluctant applause filled with sarcasm, recognized it was the utmost limit of this group of mischievous friends. He waved his hand dismissively, as if the previous silence had never occurred. All right. The sentiment is conveyed. Today we celebrate the ascension of our esteemed seventh Hokage. Our collective success in the first examination. Ichiraku ramen, it's on me. Eat to your heart's content. Let us go. Ramen time. Fenya's treating. Naruto was the first to spring up, forgetting to remove his Hokage robe. Eagerly rushing forward, nearly losing his straw hat in his flurry. Hey, Naruto, wait for us. Sakura hurried to catch up. Sasuke snorted again, but fell in step with the main group. Ino approached Fenya and Hinata, teasing, why not go for barbecue instead? Fenya-kun, our esteemed Leaf Village dance king. Fenya suppressed his anger as he gazed at Ino, muttering to himself, you scoundrel, I sent at you who incited me with endless questions and poured me drinks? Am I to engage in a drinking contest with old Ma? You impudent girl, one day I shall settle the score with you. Ino, seemingly oblivious to her earlier awkwardness during the examination, provocatively remarked, what a pity. Watching you drink is far too amusing. You could provide me with a month's worth of laughter. Enough. Hurry and eat some ramen to silence your chatter. With that, Fenya swiftly took Hinata's hand and hurried off to catch up with Naruto ahead. Ino, fuming with anger, stamped her foot but soon found her legs weak, glaring at Fenya's departing figure. Shikamaru sighed as he observed the scene, approaching Ino with a weary expression. What a hassle, especially when it comes to relationships. Next time, don't employ your mind transfer technique on Fenya. You won't be able to handle it. Ino scoffed in response. What do you know? It's none of your business. All right then, you've walked right into it, Shikamaru retorted. The group finally arrived at Ichiraku Ramen, bustling with excitement. Uncle Tucci, I am. A colossal bowl of miso chashu ramen. I need 10 bowls. No, make it 20. Naruto exclaimed, eagerly rushing to the front, his Hokage cloak draped over his shoulders and his straw hat askew, plopping down in the center seat. Oh, it's Naruto and everyone. Have the exams concluded? Congratulations. Uncle Tucci looked up from his steaming pot, a smile spreading across his face as he beheld the vibrant young crowd. 20 bowls. No problem. I am. Prepare for the kids. Got it. I am responded efficiently, swiftly gathering bowls and ingredients. As everyone settled in, the modest eatery became packed to the brim. Fenya sat beside Hinata next to Naruto, while Ino, still fuming, took her place on Fenya's other side. Sakura and Sasuke occupied the opposite side of Naruto, while Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, and Shino gathered around a small table. Hey Ino, what was that about Funya being a dance king? Naruto inquired with eager curiosity, oblivious to Funya's sudden stiffened expression and Ino's mischievous glint. Uffed. Kiba nearly spat out his drink, laughter escaping him. A dance king? Indeed. Sakura turned her attention, intrigued. Ino, what is going on? Sasuke, seemingly indifferent as he wiped his chopsticks, had his ears perked up, clearly interested. Ino, with a proud demeanor, cleared her throat and began her animated recount. Last night, our Team 10 and Team 8, along with Asuma-sensei and Kurenai-sensei, had a barbecue feast. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, particularly as she glanced at Funya. Asuma-sensei and Funya were drinking, competing in their capacity for alcohol. Guess what happened? Ino paused dramatically, relishing the suspense. Observing Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke's curious gazes, as well as Funya's increasingly darkening expression, she continued, those two were utterly audacious. In the end, they were both so intoxicated they could hardly stand. She rose, mimicking Asuma's boisterous demeanor, then reenacted Funya's clumsy movements when drunk. And then, Asuma-sensei threw an arm around Funya's shoulders, and Funya, in a daze, draped himself over Asuma-sensei's waist, right there amidst the smoky barbecue atmosphere. The two of them, entwined, began to dance a duet. Uffed. Ha. Recalling the events of last night, I could not help but burst into laughter once more. Sakura, covering her mouth, widened her eyes in disbelief. Is it true? Did Kurenai-sensei really dance with Asuma-sensei? The imagery is too shocking. Naruto, laughing uncontrollably, pounded the table. Ha! Kurenai, a duet with Asuma-sensei. How utterly ridiculous. It's 100 times lamer than my seduction technique. Ha! Sasuke smirked with a hint of scorn, his expression reminiscent of a dragon with a crooked jaw. His gaze towards Kurenai was filled with disdain and schadenfreude at her wild private life, even letting out a clear scoff. Kurenai's face darkened. Well, it doesn't matter. You all would find out sooner or later. Ino, her cheeks flushed with excitement, quickly retrieved a delicate camera adorned with the Yamanaka family crest from her exquisite ninja tool bag. Cautiously, she produced the camera, which sported a charming little pig charm. Ding! Ding ding! Witnessed the miraculous moment. Ino proudly waved the camera in front of everyone, especially ensuring Kurenai saw it clearly. Did you think I was merely talking? I have irrefutable evidence. The peak dance of the Konoha duo last night, every splendid moment, was precisely captured by me. Kurenai gritted her teeth. Glaring at Ino, you captured it again? Stay calm, stay calm. It's not like it matters if a couple of people know. Ino held the photograph aloft for all to see. The image depicted two figures, Asuma-sensei, tall and grand, with a flushed face and a wide, joyous grin, his arm tightly around the neck of the person beside him. Kurenai, held in his embrace, appeared equally intoxicated, her cheeks rosy and her expression adorably bewildered. Their movements were awkward and clumsy, bodies closely entwined, the background filled with the laughter of Kurenai and Shikamaru, among others. Uffed. Even Sakura could not contain herself this time, spraying water and coughing from laughter, pointing at the photograph, speechless. Ha ha ha. Naruto and Kiba were rolling on the floor, tears streaming down their faces. Sasuke turned away, his shoulders shaking more vigorously. It seemed he had underestimated Kurenai. Choji, with a goofy grin, leaned in for a closer look. Ino's photography skills are quite impressive. Shikamaru buried his face in his hands, sighing deeply. What a hassle. This photograph is undoubtedly Kurenai's lifelong blemish. Shino, adjusting his sunglasses, silently shifted his gaze between the photo and Kurenai, thinking, silence is golden. I cannot let him know I recorded it the first time as well. Kurenai turned to Hinata and whispered, Hinata, why didn't you tell me she had taken a picture? Hinata, her face slightly flushed, shook her head. I forgot about that from this morning. After all, she couldn't admit that she didn't want Kurenai-kun to seek out Ino at such an early hour like last time. Kurenai sighed. Let Naruto enjoy his laughter for now. Tomorrow in the Forest of Death, I doubt there will be any laughter left. Uncle Snake is going to put immense pressure on me. What is this girl planning by taking such pictures? Is she collecting them for fun? A ridiculous thought flashed through his mind, only to be immediately dismissed. Impossible. How could one possibly argue with oneself? That insufferable girl, Ino, is deliberately trying to make him look foolish. Sasuke is laughing at me. Huh. I have an ultra-clear, face-to-face recording of you and Naruto back then. After recovering from the astonishingly humorous revelations of Naruto's photos as the Leaf Village's Dance King, he began to boast animatedly about his mission in the Land of Waves. If it weren't for Kagaya by his side, one might have actually believed him. Thus, a delightful afternoon was spent. Chapter 61. My desire to learn the next day. At the 44th training ground, the Death Forest. Death Forest? The very name sent a shiver down the spines of many examinees, an ominous premonition rising within them. The rules are quite simple. Akane spoke rapidly, brimming with an eagerness to commence the game. You will need to operate in teams. The objective is to seize this. She pointed emphatically at the prominent characters for heaven and earth inscribed on the scroll at the center. Each team will randomly draw a scroll before entering. It will either be the Book of Heaven or the Book of Earth. 5 days. In the forest? Sakura's complexion turned pale. Indeed. Akane's smile widened, carrying a hint of cruelty. Let me remind you, this is not a pleasant picnic spot. It is home to countless dangerous venomous creatures and ferocious beasts, with treacherous terrain riddled with traps. More importantly, her gaze swept over the anxious examinees. You will find your greatest adversaries among the other teams. To seize the scroll, to pass the examination, slaughter, deception, and betrayal are all permissible. A chill swept through the entire venue, a palpable fear of the unknown perils and ruthless competition. At that moment, Naruto awkwardly stammered. Here, known as the Death Forest, you will soon experience it firsthand. No matter how frightening it is, I will be fine. Akane's eyes narrowed into crescent shapes, playfully remarking, You have so much energy. Zero frame, commence. A shuriken grazed Naruto's cheek. Instantly, every hair on Naruto's body stood on end, his pupils dilating. Akane appeared behind Naruto in the blink of an eye, a gloved hand caressing his astonished face with a hint of ambiguity. Her voice, deep and enticing, slithered into Naruto's ear. Children like you are the first to perish, spouting forth the kind of vibrant red blood that I favor. Gulp. Naruto's Adam's apple bobbed painfully as cold sweat trickled down, freezing him in place. Just at that moment of confrontation, an ominous presence approached her from behind. He bore the headband of the grass ninja village, yet his mouth curled into an unnaturally stiff grin. The most chilling aspect was the unnaturally long tongue protruding from his mouth, a sickly shade of purplish red. At the end of this bizarre tongue was a shuriken. Akane's hand, which had been caressing Naruto's face, abruptly halted. Without even turning around, her body was already prepared to react. Almost simultaneously, another figure sprang into action. Kagaya. He appeared out of nowhere beside the grass ninja who had extended the shuriken. Kagaya did not glance at Akane, nor at the still-shaken Naruto. His eyes glimmered with an almost fervent brilliance, fixated on the purple-red, forked tongue of the grass ninja, as if studying a rare and exquisite treasure. Then, with an eager tone filled with curiosity and envy, he inquired, Hey, brother, pardon the interruption. Fengye's voice resonated distinctly in the eerie silence of the scene. How did you achieve such a long tongue? And it's forked. That's so cool. Teach me. What is this technique called? I am truly eager to learn. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the atmosphere. Hondo's hand, resting on Naruto's face, froze completely, her eyes twitching uncontrollably, overwhelmed by an indescribable shock. Was this boy mad or merely foolish? Naruto's terror had not yet fully faded, now overshadowed by a profound confusion. What was Fengye doing? Learning how to extend his tongue from that seemingly terrifying individual? Why not seek my guidance on seduction techniques? The surrounding candidates gaped in astonishment. What a uniquely peculiar thought process. While the examiner exuded a murderous intent and the mysterious grass ninja emanated a lethal threat, this Konoha genin was inquiring about the technique of elongating a tongue. And he asked so earnestly, so fervently. The grass ninja, Orochimaru, momentarily paused, his body betraying a subtle astonishment. His golden, serpentine-slit pupils, concealed beneath a facade, gazed at Kai and Fengye for the first time with genuine surprise and scrutiny. The corners of Orochimaru's stiff lips seemed to curl into a semblance of a smile. Or perhaps it was merely a twitch of his muscles. He did not immediately respond to Fengye's inquiry, choosing instead to linger on him a moment longer. His gaze imbued with inquiry and a hint of intrigue. Kai and Fengye? His physical and ninjutsu skills were acceptable. But that old coot Danzo had a perspective that was still too limited. Without the potential of bloodline limits, it was merely average. Such youthful arrogance. Orochimaru chuckled softly. the sound piercing the ears of every perceptive individual present, including Hondo and Funya. Hondo's hand, resting on Naruto's face, trembled violently at this ambiguous chuckle from Orochimaru, instinctively retracting. Yet, Funya seemed entirely oblivious to the chill and danger within that laughter, maintaining his earnest demeanor as a scholar. He even leaned closer, his eyes fervently locked onto Orochimaru's mouth, as if anticipating the impartation of the secret technique for a long tongue. "Hey, I'm asking you a question, brother," Funya urged enthusiastically. "Don't keep it to yourself. This technique is practical." He appeared genuinely contemplative for a moment, his gaze drifting. "Your wife must be very happy." A chuckle erupted from the crowd, one individual unable to contain themselves at Funya's bizarre thought process, only to quickly stifle their laughter, their face turning pale. Those who knew Funya broke into a cold sweat on his behalf. Orochimaru's golden slit pupils narrowed slightly. This little brat was courting death. No one dared to insult Orochimaru in such a manner. Ultimately, he refrained from answering Funya's question about the tongue, casting a final, cold gaze upon him. Suddenly, without warning, as if merging with the shadows, he vanished completely from sight, as though he had never existed. With Orochimaru's disappearance, Hondo's piercing gaze swept across the crowd as she commanded, "What are you all standing around for? Come and retrieve the scrolls, sign the death agreement, and commence the examination." Kidd's exaggerated expression of curiosity instantly faded, reverting to his usual nonchalance. He even shrugged slightly. After this brief interlude, the crowd began to stir. Naruto, loud and boisterous, declared his intent to lead Team 7 as he rushed forward. Shikamaru yawned, looking rather troubled as he stepped up. Temari, representing the Sand Shinobi team, observed as Kidd keenly caught a fleeting glance of curiosity and scrutiny from Hondo. With a calm demeanor, he withdrew a scroll known as the Book of Heaven. Chapter 62. A tenuous moment within the Death Forest. The dense canopy nearly obscured the sunlight as Team 8 navigated swiftly through the woods. "Hey, Kidd," Kiba lowered his voice, a hint of trepidation in his tone. "What were you thinking at the entrance? That grass shinobi was definitely off." "I swear," Akamaru's fur stood on end. Akamaru let out a few whimpers in agreement, his small body trembling slightly. Hinata looked at Kidd with concern, whispering, "Kidd-kun, that person feels so terrifying. His chakra is like a cold serpent." Kidd replied with a playful tone, "Terrifying? Indeed, he has an unsettling quality. However, his long-tongue technique is quite intriguing. Too bad I couldn't learn it. Isn't Orochimaru frightening?" Kiba rolled his eyes. "Your thought process is definitely unconventional." Shino nodded. "It's best to remain cautious." At that moment, Kidd halted. A chilling aura enveloped him, a nauseating pressure akin to a venomous snake silently gliding through the darkness, rapidly approaching from the depths of the thicket behind them. The target was none other than himself. Does Uncle Snake yearn for my demise so eagerly? Was it merely a jest that provoked him? Kidd sighed inwardly. "Kiba, Hinata, Shino, scatter. A formidable foe approaches," Kidd urged, his tone calm yet urgent. Though Kiba, Hinata, and Shino were bewildered, their unwavering trust in Kidd left no room for hesitation. As the trio dispersed, a piercing sound cleaved through the air. Several serpentine energy blasts, formed from dark chakra, accurately targeted Kidd's previous position. Wherever they passed, the air seemed to corrode, leaving faint scorched traces in their wake. Boom, boom, boom. Violent explosions erupted where Kidd had stood moments before. Soil, decayed leaves, and splintered wood were propelled like rain. "Kidd-kun," Hinata cried out, her heart nearly leaping from her chest. Amidst the swirling dust, Kidd's figure appeared, almost spectrally, beside a large tree several meters away from the blast zone. His movement was as swift as teleportation, having anticipated the trajectory and impact point of the attack using his observation haki. The playful expression on his face vanished, replaced by a serene focus. His gaze sharp as a blade. "Shino, take care of Hinata and Kiba." In the distance, Shino nodded slightly. A raspy voice, laced with a hint of mockery, echoed from the dense forest. Orochimaru's figure slowly emerged, still maintaining the guise of a grass ninja, yet his golden serpent-like eyes sparkled with an unmistakable cold light. His tongue flicked out again, licking the corner of his mouth, as his gaze latched onto Funya like a tangible entity. The young man, oblivious to the dangers that lurked, was about to learn a lesson. Some adversaries are beyond your reckoning, Kik. Orochimaru's chilling laughter sent shivers down everyone's spine, reverberating through the woods. Yet Fengya had already darted forth. You scared my girlfriend. Silence yourself. Boom. The ground beneath Fengya erupted violently beneath his feet, harnessing the terrifying explosive power granted by Sage Mode. His speed was such that he left only a blurred afterimage in his wake. What? Orochimaru's golden serpent eyes narrowed in shock, the mockery replaced by disbelief. This velocity surpassed his expectations. It was far beyond what an ordinary Jonin could achieve. Fengya's fist, imbued with a ferocious might capable of shattering all, barreled towards Orochimaru's chest without a hint of embellishment. The air crackled with a sharp roar. Serpent's shadow. Orochimaru reacted swiftly, as several venomous snakes shot forth from his sleeves, attempting to intercept this thunderous blow. However, get away. A fierce glint flashed in Fengya's eyes as he unleashed his fist, enveloped in the powerful Hokage, crashing down resolutely. Bang! The dull thud of impact mingled with the sickening sounds of bone and flesh shattering. The venomous snakes, upon contact with Fengya's fist, were pulverized instantaneously, their heads and half-bodies reduced to a gruesome pulp. The stench of blood and flesh splattered everywhere. How is this possible? Orochimaru was filled with astonishment. His snakes were not only exceptionally resilient, but also poisonous. Even skilled martial artists would find themselves ensnared or bitten. After obliterating the snakes, Fengya's momentum remained unchecked. His terrifying power still directed at Orochimaru. Substitution technique. At the critical moment, Orochimaru transformed into a wooden post, his true self reappearing several meters away on a tree behind Fengya. His expression darkened. The intel that Danzo provided was flawed. You refuse to share the secrets of your tongue techniques, and yet dare to confront me. As Fengya's strike missed, he did not pause for a moment. His observation Haki had already locked onto Orochimaru. With renewed force, Fengya propelled himself into the air, executing a whip kick that tore through the air, aimed at the tree where Orochimaru perched. Crack! The thick tree trunk splintered beneath the force of Fengya's kick, crumbling like decayed wood. Orochimaru leaped just in time, narrowly evading the strike, yet the fierce wind from the kick left him stinging, causing a small crack to appear on his grass ninja forehead protector. I underestimated this fellow's martial prowess that day. In the distance, you watched in astonishment, while Akamaru, forgetting his fear, barked excitedly. Hinata gazed at Fengya with concern, her expression reflecting worry. The power and speed exhibited by Fengya were reminiscent of his training ground performance. Secret technique. Insect sphere. Shino's calm voice resonated as countless insects surged forth, a portion darting towards Orochimaru's landing spot, while others swiftly circled around Hinata and Kiba, forming a wall of insects for warning and defense. Damn insects. Orochimaru furrowed his brow, as Shino's swarm significantly hindered his movements. He flung several shuriken to scatter part of the swarm, yet more insects relentlessly surged forth. In that moment of distraction, Fengya's figure once again approached with the swiftness of a specter. You're too slow. Where's the fierce demeanor you had outside? Fengya's mocking voice echoed in Orochimaru's ears. Let us indulge in a splendid game, my dear snake uncle. Transforming his fist into an open palm, fingers curled like claws, enveloped in the armed color of Haki. He lunged towards Orochimaru's shoulder blade with lightning speed. Serpent's wrath. Orochimaru could no longer afford to maintain his disguise, his neck elongating abruptly. His head twisted at an impossible angle, evading Fengya's grasp like a venomous snake. Simultaneously, his body slid backward as if devoid of bones, attempting to create distance. His golden serpent eyes fixed intently on Fengya, filled with shock, greed, and a hint of incredulous apprehension. This body, this power, this speed. Orochimaru's voice brimmed with unprecedented fervor. It is absolutely perfect. More captivating than the Uchiha's bloodline limit. What vitality! What potential! Spiral system. Fengya-kun, my interest in you grows ever deeper. Your body will become one of my most treasured collectibles. Orochimaru completely set aside any thoughts of underestimating his opponent. Is that so? Fengya flicked his wrist. Although he had failed to apprehend Orochimaru, he had sensed the unusual flexibility and coldness of the latter's body. Unfortunately, I have no interest in becoming your specimen. As for you, slippery snake, you will leave something behind today, or you shall not easily depart from the forest of death. The air in the dense forest thickened and became oppressive due to the terrifying momentum emanating from both parties, signaling that a great battle was imminent. Chapter 63. The Frenzy of Orochimaru. Arrogant. Leave something behind. Such audacity. Orochimaru, incensed by Fengye's unabashed disdain, felt the chill in his golden serpent eyes intensify. He swiftly formed hand signs, unleashing a torrent of colossal chakra. Ninjutsu, Great Serpent's Array. Hissing sounds that sent shivers down one's spine immediately filled the forest. Countless purple-black venomous snakes erupted from Orochimaru's sleeves, collar, and even the shadows beneath his feet, surging forth in a frenzy. They twisted and coiled, forming a sea of serpents, laden with a pungent stench and lethal fangs, rushing towards Fengye with a voracious appetite. Wherever they passed, vegetation wilted and charred instantly. Fengye-kun, be careful! Hinata, Kiba, and Shino exclaimed in unison. The sight was too horrendous. Faced with this overwhelming tide of serpents, Fengye exhibited not a trace of fear, taking a deep breath. I cannot suppress my chakra any longer. Boom! A monumental, fervent surge of boundless vitality erupted from within him like a volcano. A pale blue aura enveloped Fengye entirely, forming a blazing mantle of chakra. The rising flames whisked away the decayed leaves and dust beneath his feet, creating a pristine circle. Breakthrough. Fengye let out a low growl, transforming into a pale blue meteor as he plunged into the surging sea of serpents. The venomous snakes, upon contact with the ethereal blue chakra enveloping Fengye, were torn asunder and crushed by the violent energy. The putrid blood and shredded flesh erupted around Fengye like fireworks, yet not a single drop marred his form. Where he passed, the serpentine horde crumbled and vanished. The pale blue figure advanced through the violet-black tide of serpents with unstoppable force, carving a bloody path directly towards Orochimaru, who was casting spells from behind. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Such a vast chakra. Such pure vitality. The astonishment on Orochimaru's face could no longer be concealed. This surpassed his understanding of chakra and physical prowess. The power within this child was akin to that of a tailed beast. But that was not the end. Summoning technique. Orochimaru bit his thumb fiercely and slammed it onto the ground. Boom. A deafening roar erupted as a colossal brown python materialized from thin air, its icy vertical pupils locking onto the advancing Fengye and his formidable serpent minions. Fengye, watch out above. Hinata's Byakugan clearly perceived the terrifying chakra of the giant serpent, unfazed by the looming threat. Fengye's speed did not falter as he gazed at the massive serpent before him. A flicker of light appeared on the ancient black ring adorning his right hand. Black blade, autumn water. Cleanse away the superfluous. In an instant, Fengye vanished like a specter as the giant serpent's jaws closed in. The next moment, he reappeared in midair beside the serpent's robust neck. The obsidian blade of autumn water was instantly enveloped in a layer of glossy, darkened haki. Simultaneously, the pale blue chakra of his sage mode flowed over the blade like flames, intertwining into a lethal cascade of black and blue. A razor-sharp beam of light, honed to perfection, streaked through the night like a shooting star, vanishing in an instant. With a hiss, the massive serpent's head froze in a grotesque expression. In the next heartbeat, a smooth, mirror-like gash manifested silently across its neck, widening. Thud! Boom! Two resounding crashes echoed. The serpent's head plummeted to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. A torrent of foul serpent blood gushed from the severed neck. The gargantuan body lost control, thrashing and convulsing, toppling trees in its frenzy, producing ear-splitting roars. Fengye gracefully landed atop the headless serpent's body, the black blade autumn water angled towards the ground, its surface unmarred by a single drop of blood. The pale blue chakra shimmered gently amidst the blood mist. Your summoned pet is rather fragile. Tisk tsk tsk. Fengye's voice was calm, but laced with a chilling undertone. Ye's jaw dropped in disbelief, nearly touching the ground. He cut down such a massive serpent with a single strike? Incredible. Akamaru above nodded fervently, his tail wagging like a propeller. Hinata's eyes gleamed with shock and admiration. Fengye was truly formidable. Shino adjusted his sunglasses, murmuring, beyond expected limits. Orochimaru gazed at Fengye, who stood atop a serpentine form, brimming with an overwhelming surge of chakra, wielding a pitch-black blade. His golden serpent-like pupils constricted sharply, revealing an expression of grave concern and a hint of trepidation. This young lad exhibited a terrifying prowess, his formidable physical strength, speed, reflexes, and an unfathomable quantity of chakra and vitality, coupled with the ominous aura emanating from the sinister black knife, concealed secrets and powers that even he could not fully comprehend. Fengye, Orochimaru's voice emerged in a raspy, low tone, his face exhibiting a ghastly fervor. You have continuously astonished me. No, you have shocked me. My interest in you has reached unprecedented heights. Your body, your strength, I must possess them. Ha! That fool Danzo. This is by no means a level achievable without a bloodline limit. This physique is more perfect than the cells of the first Hokage. He felt as though he had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by that old coot, Danzo. Before Orochimaru's fervent declaration could fully dissipate, Fengye, poised above the serpentine form, responded with decisive action. Have you lost your mind? Perhaps I should awaken you. Remember, do not dream of the impossible. Fengye regarded the frenzied Orochimaru with incredulity, pondering if he had succumbed to some narcotic. In that moment, he transformed into a faint azure blur, instantly closing the distance between them. The black blade, Chioshui, shimmered with an obsidian edge, its armed color flowing with an overwhelming azure chakra that coiled around it like flames, emitting a low, resonant hum. Swift, fierce, accurate. It aimed directly at Orochimaru's neck. There was no hint of hesitation, only an unwavering resolve for a lethal strike. Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils shrank to pinpricks. The shadow of death had never been so vivid. Fengye's speed was unparalleled. The blade, entwined with terrifying energy, posed an unprecedented mortal threat. Hidden shadow snake hands. Orochimaru instinctively roared. From his sleeves, two giant serpents, covered in hard scales, lunged forth with a deafening roar. Simultaneously, he leaned back in an unnatural manner, his mouth opening at an angle beyond human limits. Oral rebirth, snake of poison. With explosive bursts, 3 even faster, vividly colored emerald snakes shot from Orochimaru's mouth, targeting Fengye's eyes, throat, and heart. This treacherous ambush, combined with the hidden shadow snake hands, instantaneously sealed off all of Fengye's avenues for evasion and defense. Yet, Fengye's gaze remained unwavering. 3 black-blue streaks of light sliced through the air like lightning. The precision was astonishing. The 2 giant serpents and the 3 venomous snakes were severed mid-flight, mere inches away from Fengye's form, cleaved apart by the blade's brilliance. Heads and bodies of the serpents separated, with a foul spray of blood and venom erupting like fireworks in the air. The momentum of the blade remained unyielding. With the intent to sever all, it descended fiercely upon Orochimaru's neck. Fool, do not let your hubris cloud your judgment. Earth style, earth wall. Orochimaru, overcome with horror, swiftly formed hand seals. The earthen wall erupted from the ground. Yet before the black blade Chioshui, the wall crumbled like tofu. Boom. As the blade made contact with the earthen wall, fragments of stone and soil erupted like cannonballs. The blade struck down with ferocity. A dull thud echoed as the sharp edge pierced flesh. Blood splattered. Yet, Fengye furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. The figure of Orochimaru, struck by the blade, suddenly stiffened, rapidly deflating like a punctured balloon. From the gaping wound, numerous small, hissing white snakes surged forth. A mere substitution technique. The real threat loomed behind Fengye. An icy wave of murderous intent pierced toward his back. Orochimaru's true form materialized behind him, the facade completely stripped away, revealing a pale, sinister visage, his golden slit pupils brimming with madness and malice. In his right hand, he wielded the chilling Kusanagi sword, a deadly blade of the void. Die, brat! Orochimaru roared, channeling all his strength and chakra into the Kusanagi. The blade emitted a high-pitched hum, imbued with a lethal sharpness, thrusting menacingly toward Fengye's back. This was his ultimate technique, utilizing the snake's substitution to deceive, while his true body launched a surprise attack with the sacred weapon. From a distance, Shino observed the unveiling of the grass ninja's true identity, murmuring, one of the legendary Sannin on the Konoha wanted list, Orochimaru. Kiba and Hinata gasped in disbelief. What? Chapter 64. The farce comes to an end. Fengye-kun, behind you. Hinata's scream was laced with despair. At this critical moment, Fengye did not look back. He perceived the position of Orochimaru's true form, the trajectory of the Kusanagi strike, and the terrifying penetrative force coalescing at the blade's edge with utmost clarity. His entire body hardened with armament haki. A layer of deep black instantly enveloped Fengye, including the area where his heart resided. Simultaneously, his right wrist twisted at an incredible angle, accurately parrying the incoming Kusanagi. Clang! A deafening roar erupted in the dense forest. Blinding sparks erupted like fireworks where the blades clashed. A terrifying shockwave radiated outward from the two combatants, causing the ground to crack and sink beneath them. Nearby trees were snapped in half as if gripped by an invisible giant's hand. Orochimaru's sinister grin froze in an instant. He felt the recoil from his Kusanagi, rendering his right arm numb, his grip fracturing, blood gushing forth. The overwhelming force of Feng Ye's parry sent his blood surging. Harnessing the recoil's momentum, Feng Ye spun like a top, his voice laced with amusement. "Oh? You are Orochimaru?" The momentum generated a more ferocious, black-blue blade wheel, sweeping toward Orochimaru's waist. This strike fused centrifugal force, the immense strength of a sage body, and the sharpness of armament haki. Orochimaru's pupils constricted. He had just launched a full-force sneak attack that was thwarted, leaving him no time to evade or block this lethal spinning slash. The sound of flesh being rent apart rang clear. A massive wound, deep enough to see bone, materialized across Orochimaru's midsection, nearly bisecting him. Blood erupted like a fountain. The Kusanagi nearly slipped from his grasp. Ugh! Orochimaru emitted a piercing wail, contorted by excruciating pain that nearly rendered him unconscious. He had never endured such grievous injury. Yet, was this all the strength he possessed to claim my body? Ha ha ha. Feng Ye gazed at the lamenting Orochimaru with a playful glint in his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, he pressed on with relentless ferocity. Cloaked in chilling intent to kill, he bore down upon the severely wounded Orochimaru once more. Each strike aimed directly at his vital points, instilling profound dread within Orochimaru. Fear eclipsed all avarice. To unleash a wide-ranging ninjutsu? In this close-quarters combat, where his opponent's speed and foresight utterly overwhelmed him, it would be tantamount to suicide. Summoning a myriad of snakes? There was not enough time. Moreover, the first to emerge would likely be the injured Orochimaru himself. Flee. He must escape at all costs, immediately. Akanagawa Feng Ye. Orochimaru bellowed in a voice steeped in venomous rage, laden with boundless anguish, humiliation, and terror. Orochimaru. Feng Ye echoed in agreement. Orochimaru glared with a face ashen with fury at the toying Feng Ye. Danzo, may your ancestors be cursed. He suddenly hurled a large handful of specially crafted smoke bombs and toxic gas grenades to the ground, simultaneously forming hand seals. An intense purple haze of poisonous smoke and corrosive gas erupted instantaneously, enveloping the area for dozens of meters. Vision and perception were severely compromised. Earth release. Earth dragon hidden technique. A hoarse, distorted voice emerged from the smoke. Feng Ye cleaved through the toxic haze, the sharp blade of his sword slicing through the obscurity. Under the cover of smoke and earth techniques, Orochimaru's presence vanished deep underground. Feng Ye stood at the edge of the dissipating toxic mist, his sword, autumn water, pointing to the ground, droplets of Orochimaru's blood falling from its tip. The armed color slowly faded, revealing an unscathed body. TSK, just when things were getting interesting, he fled. Uncle Snake, I held you in such high regard. Feng Ye's voice carried a hint of regret at the unfinished confrontation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving perfect sage mode. Oh, this is promising. Difficult to kill. Extremely difficult. The black blade, autumn water, vanished in the glow of the ring. He turned to face the awestruck, seemingly petrified Inuzuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata, and Narashino. Approaching them, his tone reverted to its usual gentleness. Ah, I've just warmed up. I feel completely invigorated. Hinata, I've worried you again. Is the warm-up over? Kiba's voice trembled as he beheld the unscathed Feng Ye. That was Orochimaru, the legendary Orochimaru. You made him flee like a wretched snake. The pool of blood on the ground, belonging to one of the legendary three, felt surreal. Hinata covered her mouth, her heart racing from the overwhelming clash of blades and the shocking image of Orochimaru's defeat. Shino adjusted his sunglasses, pausing for a few seconds before slowly stating, Feng Ye, you are exceptionally strong, unreasonably so. This might be the highest praise Shino could offer. As Hinata recovered from her initial shock and fear, she rushed to Feng Ye, grasping his arm, anxiously inspecting him from head to toe. Activating her Byakugan, she meticulously scanned every inch of his body. Feng Ye-kun, are you alright? Truly uninjured? That sword was terrifying. The chilling chakra of Orochimaru was suffocating. Her voice trembled with lingering fear, yet it was overshadowed by undeniable concern. Is there anywhere you feel unwell? Is there any tremor within you? Let me take a look. Funya gazed at Hinata's anxious demeanor, the icy killing intent and playful demeanor dissipating, leaving only a gentle warmth. He reached out, ruffling Hinata's hair. It's truly nothing. He spoke softly, his tone imbued with a soothing smile. As I mentioned, I merely stretched my muscles a bit. I feel completely invigorated. Such a level of combat cannot harm me, so rest assured. He grasped the hand she had clutched around his arm, gently squeezing her palm. But you, Hinata, I apologize for worrying you again. Hinata's cheeks flushed slightly from her excitement and fear. She shook her head, her tone resolute. I know you are strong, Funya-kun, but seeing danger still frightens me. Please don't scare me like that again. All right, Funya chuckled in response, his voice laced with affection. Next time, I shall strive to act more swiftly, so that no opportunity arises for him to frighten our Lady Hinata. The term lady was tinged with playful sarcasm. Hey, you two. Inuzuka Kiba, having regained his composure, looked at the oblivious couple and exaggeratedly rubbed his arms. Could you spare a thought for the feelings of single dogs and lone ninjas? There are injured individuals here too. Psychological trauma is a wound as well. Akamaru chimed in with a woof, as if expressing his fill of romantic fodder. Shino quietly adjusted his sunglasses and interjected calmly. The commotion from the battle here is excessive, although the poisonous mist is beginning to dissipate. The residual chakra and scent of blood will attract other dangerous creatures or exam participants. I recommend an immediate departure. Shino's composed analysis acted as a splash of cold water, abruptly returning the stunned group to reality. The aftermath of the battle faded, revealing a vast expanse of repulsive dark red terrain. Chapter 65. Trial, a swarm of serpents. Remains piled high, the severed bodies of snakes twisted and intertwined, mingled with soil and withered leaves. Most horrifying were the internal organs that had been shattered, torn apart, or even crushed and exploded by immense force. Fragments of dark purple snake gall and dark red flesh, the pungent, unyielding stench of blood mixed with the unique, acrid odor of serpents assaulted everyone's nostrils. Shino, you might vomit. Kiba's complexion paled instantly, his stomach churning violently as he clamped his mouth shut, barely suppressing the urge to retch. The grotesque amalgamation of blood, innards, venom, and highly corrosive acidic liquid was overwhelmingly shocking. Akamaru was in a frenzy, emitting low whines of distress as he anxiously tucked his tail. Hinata's face turned ashen, her body swaying slightly as she instinctively tightened her grip on Funya's arm, turning her head away and unable to bear the sight any longer. Funya furrowed his brow as well. The thrill of the earlier battle had overshadowed these grim surroundings. Now, with Shino's revelation, the dual assault on his senses was indeed overwhelming. Observing Hinata's discomfort, his gaze turned cold for a moment. Since they were so difficult to kill, he would ensure to give the serpents a proper greeting next time. Shino was correct. This place was no longer tenable. In a moment of decisive action, Funya grasped Hinata's icy hand, imparting a flicker of warmth. We swiftly departed, seeking a clean and secure location to regroup. Yeah, your keen nose is our best asset. Find a suitable upwind spot, one with a milder scent. Yeah, eager to escape. Stifled his nausea and called out to Akamaru. Akamaru, it's up to you. Locate a place free of this ghastly odor. Akamaru, with remarkable acuity amidst the pervasive stench and lingering toxic haze, soon identified a relatively upwind position. With a bark, he led the way forward. You followed closely, almost as if fleeing from the suffocating slaughterhouse. Funya, holding Hinata's hand, signaled Shino to keep pace. Akamaru proved reliable, guiding them through a convoluted path that skillfully avoided areas thick with poisonous fumes and the stench of blood. By fortune, or perhaps Akamaru's deliberate choices, they stumbled upon a refreshing clearing in the woods, just as they encountered a team of Rain Village Jonin who were in the midst of recovery. This squad, evidently having just endured a fierce battle, appeared in a compromised state. Upon sighting the sudden emergence of the Konoha Jonin, particularly Ya, whose pallid complexion betrayed his condition, and Funya, exuding an aura that warned of danger, they immediately assumed a defensive posture. Hand over the scroll, or we shall take it ourselves. Funya's voice was calm, yet laced with a hint of languor. However, the mere sweep of his gaze across the three Rain sent a shiver down their spines. Are these the expendable pawns sent by Nagato and Konan? The residual malice from his brief skirmish with Orochimaru lingered, and even a trace of it was enough to intimidate these ordinary genin. Dream on. The leader of the Rain Nin shouted, attempting to muster courage. Yet Fengya, seemingly indifferent, leaned against a tree, his hands cradling his head in a posture that invited them to commence their performance. Yeah, Shino, Hinata, these three are yours. Practice your skills, stretch your muscles, and gather the scrolls while I take a breather. Huh. He was taken aback for a moment before a fierce grin spread across his face, brimming with excitement. Perfect. I've been itching to vent some frustration on you. Akamaru immediately entered a combat stance, growling at the Rain Nin. Shino silently adjusted his sunglasses, and from his voluminous sleeves, a swarm of black bugs surged forth, effectively sealing off any potential escape routes for the Rain Squad. Hinata inhaled deeply, her gaze resolute as she prepared her gentle fist stance, chakra coalescing in her palms. Please, guide me. The ensuing battle held no suspense. Ya and Akamaru's combination was ferocious and untamed, relentlessly tearing through their opponent's defenses. Shino's insects infiltrated every nook, disrupting, restraining, and siphoning chakra, leaving the adversary scrambling. Hinata's gentle fist strikes were precise and lethal, each targeted pressure point diminishing her foe's mobility. Their displayed prowess and synergy far surpassed that of an ordinary Jonin squad. Indeed, Shino was formidable. The Rain Nin squad soon faltered under the relentless assault, despairing as they surrendered their scroll. It happened to be the Earth Scroll that Team 8 of Konoha desperately needed. Thank you, came the simple acknowledgement. With a beaming smile, Ya unceremoniously accepted the scroll. Shino's insects quietly retreated back into his sleeves. Hinata, slightly bowing, murmured her gratitude. Thank you. Only then did Keed rise leisurely, brushing off non-existent dust, and sighed. Ah, Hinata is still too gentle. Well done, everyone. Let us find a place to set up camp. As night fell, the dangers of the Death Forest intensified, rendering the darkness more perilous and eerie than the daylight. Team 8 prepared to camp in a relatively concealed spot, sheltered by a massive rock. Keed cleared his throat and naturally proposed, for the sake of safety and to ensure everyone rests well, let us set up 2 tents. Yeah, you will share a tent with Shino, while Hinata and I will occupy the other. His tone was so matter-of-fact, as if this were the most sensible arrangement. Ya hesitated to protest, questioning his authority, but upon recalling Hinata's frightened expression during the day, he decided against it. Squeezing in with Shino was preferable to being the odd one out. He muttered, got it, you guy who prioritizes beauty over friendship. Akamaru responded with a soft whimper in agreement. Shino adjusted his sunglasses and silently began constructing their tent for the 3 of them, plus 1 dog. He seemed unperturbed by the arrangement, or perhaps he had anticipated it all along. Meanwhile, Keed swiftly erected a smaller 2-person tent. Hinata blushed throughout, keeping her head down as she helped secure the tent stakes, avoiding the gazes of her companions, especially Ya's inquisitive stare. Once the tent was set up, they quickly consumed some rations prepared by Hinata. Keed formed hand seals, shadow clone technique. 2 identical shadow clones appeared. You will keep watch, within a 100-meter radius. Notify the original immediately upon any disturbances, Keed commanded. The clones nodded and silently merged into the surrounding darkness of the forest. All right, everyone. Get some rest and replenish your energy, Keed advised Ya and Shino before retreating with Hinata into their small tent. Meanwhile, on the other side, the name Asakawa Keed was almost spat out from Orochimaru's lips, filled with an enraged humiliation. The serpent's eyes gleamed with a frenzied light in the darkness. Danzo. It's all that old fool Danzo's fault. What nonsensical information did he provide? A new generation of geniuses, immense potential, yet lacking combat experience. Was this truly immense potential? Was this merely a lack of practical experience? The sudden enveloping black defense, the counterattacks that precisely anticipated all his assault trajectories, strength, speed, chakra. That ominous black blade that appeared and vanished. This was nothing short of a monster clad in human skin, a being more dangerous than the tailed beasts. At the entrance of the Death Forest, a sense of contempt for Danzo's lowly schemes and the shame of lacking a bloodline limit consumed Orochimaru. Danzo, you damn schemer. You deliberately sent me to my doom. You wish to use my life to test his limits. Orochimaru's thoughts raced, fueled by pain and fury, attributing all his failures and humiliations to Shimura Danzo. Chapter 66. Pressure on Team 7. Inside the small tent, the atmosphere became intimate and enchanting. Isolated from the perils of the outside world and the prying eyes of companions, only the breaths and heartbeats of the 2 remained. Maple Knight lay on his side, his arm encircling Hinata's waist, drawing her entirely into his embrace. Hinata's body softened instantly, her cheek pressed against his sturdy chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heart. With a hint of languid amusement in his voice, Maple Knight remarked, "This is indeed our first night spent outside, away from the vigilant eyes of the Hyuga family." Hinata responded with a soft nasal tone, her small hands clutching the fabric of Maple Knight's shirt. Perhaps the alluring fragrance that enveloped Hinata was particularly irresistible. As Maple Knight's hand began to unconsciously trace gentle circles on her waist, Hinata's heart raced, echoing the thrill of the earlier harrowing battle, juxtaposed against the serene intimacy of this moment, rendering her somewhat dazed. She dared not move, nor utter a sound, instead burying her face deeper into the crook of his neck. Maple Knight sensed the rigidity and slight trembling of her delicate form in his arms. Lowering his head, he gently rubbed his chin against her silky hair, savoring this tender moment. His fingers ventured beyond her waist, each touch igniting sensations akin to electric currents. Unable to suppress a soft whimper, Hinata shifted in his embrace, much like a kitten seeking further affection. This cocoon of safety combined with secretive excitement left her feeling utterly weak, her rationality gradually dissolving. A sudden tremor coursed through her, and she instinctively tightened her body, her toes curling in response. An unprecedented wave of ecstasy engulfed her, nearly rendering her breathless. "Maple Knight," Hinata's voice came out in a breathy whisper, laden with an undeniable affection. Maple Knight leaned down, placing tender kisses on her flushed forehead, then on her nose, and finally, softly on her slightly parted lips. "Sleep now, Hinata." She nestled into the most comfortable position within his embrace, basking in his warmth and strength as all fears and fatigue from the day dissipated. A sense of unprecedented tranquility and sweetness enveloped her, and she soon drifted into a deep slumber amidst Maple Knight's reassuring presence. Listening to her even breaths, Maple Knight tightened his arm gently around her and closed his eyes as well. In the depths of the Death Forest, within that small tent, flowed a warm and tranquil time that belonged solely to the two of them. As dawn broke, the mist of the Death Forest had yet to fully lift. Team 8, under the vigilant watch of Maple Knight's shadow clone, had passed a relatively calm night. Save for some grumbling from Kiba about insects crawling onto his sleeping bag and Akamaru waking up to strange noises in the night, Maple Knight retrieved food from his storage ring, and the group had a simple meal before packing away the tent. The four of them continued toward the direction of the central tower. "Oh, how tedious. Why is this forest so vast?" Kiba complained as they walked. Shino quietly adjusted his sunglasses, releasing a few insects from his sleeve to scout in different directions. Holding Hinata's hand, Maple Knight walked slightly behind the group, with Hinata wearing a soft smile, occasionally whispering something to him. Maple Knight tilted his head slightly to listen, his gaze warm and gentle. Yet, my thoughts were occupied with the matters concerning Orochimaru and Team 7. Would the humiliation and pressure that Snake Uncle endured here be transferred to Team 7? Silently, I prayed for Naruto and Sasuke, for true feelings are revealed in times of adversity. The moment of testing your bond has arrived. No need for thanks, even in defeat. It is merely a matter of Orochimaru being the victor. When the sun rises tomorrow, you shall still shine as the brightest stars of Konoha. Moreover, the crucial support from Team Guy, consisting of Rock Lee, is at hand. Just then, a familiar, somewhat impatient female voice, accompanied by a languid male voice, echoed through the trees ahead. "Hey, Shikamaru, can't you think of a way? At this rate, when will we ever reach the tower? It's so troublesome. The opponent is too cunning, and Shuji is exhausted and needs rest." Following the sound, Team 8 arrived, only to find Team 10's trio lounging beneath a large tree. Ino, hands on her hips, complained to Shikamaru, who was slumped on the ground. Shuji sat nearby, engrossed in opening a new bag of chips. "Ah, it's Kiba, Shino, Hinata, and Kagaya." Ino's gaze instantly locked onto Kagaya, her voice filled with glee. Shikamaru lifted his eyelids and waved, saying, "Oh, it's you guys. You seem to be in good shape." Shuji mumbled a greeting. Hinata, do you have any food?" "Ino, Shikamaru, Shuji," Kiba enthusiastically shouted. Hinata smiled and greeted them. "Ino, Shikamaru, Shuji." Kagaya nodded, his eyes scanning the three. "We encountered a team of sand ninjas," Shikamaru sighed. "They set up numerous troublesome traps, and Shuji had to forcefully double his size to cover for us, which drained a lot of chakra. We barely managed to escape." but the scroll was destroyed by their tools. He pointed to the ground where a scroll lay, pierced by a kunai. Upon hearing that the scroll was ruined, Kiba was about to speak, but Kagaya had already taken action. In an instant, a flash emanated from the ancient ring on his right hand, and moments later, several exquisite food boxes and sealed bottles of water appeared in his hands. Here, Kagaya said gently, distributing the food and water to Team 10. Wow. Ino's eyes sparkled with surprise as she accepted the food box and bottle. Though her curiosity about Kagaya's abilities was piqued, her attention was irresistibly drawn to the exquisite food before her. Thank you, Kagaya. This is amazing. She expressed her heartfelt gratitude, sneaking a glance at Kagaya before hastily bowing her head to focus on the delicious meal. Shikamaru took the food box and water, glancing at Kagaya's unassuming ring. A flicker of curiosity crossing his usually dull eyes. Spatial tools? Or some form of space-time ninjutsu? This guy is becoming more and more enigmatic. He muttered softly, yet his hands moved swiftly. With the enticing food before him, all troubles were momentarily cast aside. Food, Chuji exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the meal in the box. Dropping the chips he had been holding, he almost reverently accepted the food box handed to him by Kagaya. Kagaya, you're truly a great person. Soon, the food was devoured entirely. Chuji, patting his belly in satisfaction, felt a significant recovery in his chakra, brimming with energy. With eager anticipation, he contemplated the upcoming endeavor. All right, it is time to get to work. Funya, what do you propose? Let us assist Team 10 in seizing the scroll. As Funya rose, he clapped his hands, his gaze sweeping across the group before settling on Shikamaru, a playful smirk gracing his lips. The hunt begins. Our target is a team possessing the Earth Scroll. Chapter 67. The preliminary round. As Funya's words echoed, Shikamaru's trademark deadpan expression flickered with a glint of enthusiasm. Rubbing the back of his head, he instinctively grumbled, "Ah, this is such a hassle, but at least the plan is clear now. Do you have intelligence on the Earth Scroll?" Funya replied with a mysterious smile, gesturing towards Shino's sleeve. An exceptional hunter always has their own network of intelligence. From the onset of the assessment, Shino has been preparing, though he did not answer directly. Several insects silently took flight from Shino's sleeve as if in response. Hinata's Byakugan had already activated, her vision penetrating the dense foliage as she scanned the distance. Shikamaru grimaced, his gaze lingering momentarily on Shino and Hinata. TSK, combining insects with the Byakugan creates a rather annoyingly efficient reconnaissance duo, with clear intelligence and the cooperation of two teams. Class 8 and Class 10 skillfully evaded several formidable teams over the next 2 days, deftly resolving various minor predicaments along the way. Shino's insect network and Hinata's Byakugan became their most reliable eyes and ears. Shikamaru's tactical arrangements consistently transformed peril into safety, while Funya served as a steadfast anchor, offering formidable support and assurance at critical moments. Ya's vivacity, CHG's dependable strikes, and Ino's precise mental disruptions rendered their journey efficient and instilled confidence. Ultimately, at noon on the third day, they successfully arrived at the central tower. Pushing open the heavy doors, they were greeted by a familiar sight, a vast hall. Enormous scrolls adorning the walls, and the rather disheveled Team 7. Naruto's boisterous voice could be heard from afar, while Sasuke leaned against the wall, his expression dark and brooding. Sakura gazed at them anxiously. Upon seeing Funya and the others enter, Naruto instantly perked up, shouting energetically, "Yo! Funya! Hinata! Ya! Shino! Shikamaru! Ino! CHG! You all made it." He continued, "I just had an incredible adventure with Sasuke." Before Naruto could finish, Sakura swiftly covered his mouth. Sasuke cast a sidelong glance at the group, remaining silent, yet his eyes betrayed a profound sense of discontent. The injury on his neck was linked to Orochimaru. Meanwhile, Funya and the others appeared far too relaxed. The stark contrast left him feeling as if his chest might explode from the pressure. Funya smiled and nodded at them, his gaze momentarily resting on the curse mark on Sasuke's neck, silently reflecting, "It seems Uncle Snake's affection has been delivered." Observing the group in a state of disarray, he thought that Uncle Snake had been rather harsh. As the saying goes, a gem must be polished to shine. Trials and tribulations are essential for growth. Soon, all teams that had arrived at the tower within the allotted time and gathered the Heaven and Earth Scrolls convened. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense, as the genin from various hidden villages scrutinized one another with eyes full of evaluation, vigilance, and unmasked hostility. The trio of Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro exuded an aura that deterred any approach, while the Sound Ninja trio bore malevolent gazes, akin to lurking serpents. Other teams displayed a mixture of relief and tension, having narrowly escaped calamity. Feng Ye's gaze traversed the ranks of lower ninjas, ultimately resting upon the elevated platform at the front of the hall, where the esteemed Jonin and examiners from Konoha stood in solemnity. "Why are you covering your face, old horse?" Feng Ye mused, catching a fleeting exchange of glances with the third Hokage. He offered a gentle, unassuming smile and subtly nodded. His attention then shifted to an inconspicuous spot within the Jonin assembly, a pale-faced, effeminate Jonin adorned with the forehead protector of the Sound Village. It seemed the individual sensed Feng Ye's scrutiny, slightly turning his head, revealing a glint of golden slit pupils flickering in the shadows, imbued with a hint of suppressed malice. "Intriguing, Uncle Snake," Feng Ye thought, "daring to present yourself here in such a guise? It appears your injuries have healed rather swiftly. If the kill is unattainable, then a visceral confrontation shall suffice, one that Uncle Snake is sure to appreciate." A playful glimmer danced in Feng Ye's eyes as he unconsciously licked his lips. As the second examination concluded, the resonant and authoritative voice of the third Hokage reverberated through the hall. "First and foremost, congratulations to all for successfully passing the second phase of the survival exercise." His gaze swept over the fatigued, excited, or still vigilant young ninjas below. "To stand here today attests to your resilience, wisdom, and survival skills as ninjas." Before revealing the details of the next examination, he continued, "I must convey an important announcement. Due to certain special reasons and the comprehensive evaluations of the examiners, the third Hokage's gaze appeared to casually flit over Feng Ye's team, briefly touching upon the corner where Yakushi Kabuto stood, before ultimately landing on the Sound Ninja team, imbued with a barely perceptible sharpness. The preliminary round for the next examination is about to commence." A murmur of suppressed astonishment and discussion erupted below. Many, including Naruto, Sakura, and Kiba, displayed expressions of bewilderment and confusion. "Haven't we already passed the second round? Why is there a preliminary?" Ignoring the unrest below, the third Hokage continued with unwavering composure. "As you may have observed, the number of participants advancing from the second examination exceeded our expectations." Feng Ye's gaze swept across the hall. The two leaf ninjas from the first written test had somehow rejoined the assembly. To ensure that the third formal examination proceeds smoothly in the presence of dignitaries from various lands, and to select true elite candidates possessing the qualities of Chunin, a reduction in numbers is imperative. Therefore, we have decided to introduce an additional preliminary round. The rules are straightforward: one-on-one elimination. The victors will progress to the third formal examination, while the defeated will be eliminated. One-on-one elimination? The murmurs grew louder. This implied that teammates could very well become adversaries. The pale, continuously coughing proctor, Moonlight Gale, stepped forth, interrupting the Hokage's address to announce the immediate commencement of the proceedings. At that moment, the pharmacist Do raised his hand to indicate his withdrawal, expressing his exhaustion and inability to continue. Two Leaf Village ninjas from Feng Ye's trio also stepped forward to declare their forfeit. Moonlight Kazakage, appearing weak, coughed and said, "Ahem. Next. This electronic screen will randomly select your opponents and the order of appearance. Ahem. The rules of combat are simple. Surrender, ahem, allows for the match to be halted if necessary." His gaze lingered for a moment on several individuals exuding dangerous auras. Gaara, Sound Ninja. Nearby, Naruto, noticing the examiner's condition, asked Feng Ye, "Is this examiner really all right?" "Well, he should be, Naruto. You know, everyone's physical condition varies," Feng Ye casually replied. Upon hearing the competition rules, the crowd gathered around their respective Jonin leaders on the second-floor viewing platform, recounting their experiences over the past few days. Chapter 68. The astonishing first strike of Konoha, particularly on Gaia's side. He exclaimed, "Lee, Niji, Tenten," with arms wide open, his voice booming and eyes ablaze with fervor. "Seeing you all standing here safe and sound moves me deeply. This is the essence of youthful passion." He thrust his thumb upwards, his teeth gleaming, regardless of victory or defeat. "As long as you give it your all, burn your life brightly, shine with the most dazzling brilliance. That is the epitome of youth." Oh, the atmosphere was electrified by the iconic roar, filling the space with an intangible aura of youth. The surrounding onlookers gazed at this peculiar master-student duo with bemusement. Meanwhile, Funya felt his blood surge with excitement. Only he understood the profound value of Might Guy's words. A philosophy that defined a lifetime of youthful spirit. His gaze sharpened instinctively, scanning for the disguised sound ninja leader, the cold presence of Orochimaru. A true battle awaits. Snake Uncle. He could almost hear the faint cracking of his joints in exhilaration. Orochimaru sensed the heated stare, their eyes met in the air. This brat has looked at me twice. How audacious. Funya-kun? Came Hinata's gentle voice, filled with concern and a hint of confusion. She perceptibly sensed an intense excitement radiating from Funya. "Ah, it's nothing," he replied, taking a deep breath. "I mustn't get too caught up in Naruto and Might Guy's enthusiasm." He offered Hinata a reassuring smile. "I was merely inspired by Might Guy's youthful spirit." The group made their way to where their Jonin leaders, Kurenai Yuhi and Asuma Saratobi, were situated. Funya greeted Asuma with a smile. "Look who it is. My big brother and sister-in-law." Asuma, standing beside Kurenai, awkwardly gestured to the others nearby, clearing his throat. "Funya, mind your manners." The third Hokage, overhearing their conversation, chuckled. "Hee. You two brothers continue. Shall I have someone bring you some sake for a hero's toast, or would you prefer a stage for your performance?" Funya and Asuma exchanged an awkward smile, fully aware that the entire Konoha was abuzz with tales of their names, Funya and Asakura. Yet, many had never laid eyes on Asakura Funya. Hong looked at the two with exasperation. "You two have truly become famous." The 8th and 10th squads, unperturbed by the chaos, jeered and teased from the sidelines. At that moment, the names of the first match flashed on the screen multiple times before settling. Uchiha Sasuke, Akatsuki Armor. "What? Sasuke-kun is first," Sakura exclaimed in shock. Sasuke abruptly lifted his head, his Sharingan activated in an instant. His crimson eyes fixated on the peculiar figure in the opposing sound ninja team, adorned in strange protective gear. The battle was imminent. Akatsuki Armor's taijutsu was remarkably solid, particularly the unique protective gear on his arms. Each brush against Sasuke's body caused a slight stagnation of his chakra. As the fight progressed, the burning sensation of the curse mark on Sasuke's neck intensified, beginning to erode his will and stamina. "This is bad," Kakashi thought. His brow furrowed as he observed from the stands. The curse mark's influence was substantial. The third Hokage solemnly concurred. After a grueling victory akin to the original storyline, the next match was announced. Asakura Funya versus Kanetsu. Before Funya could utter a word, Kanetsu snorted disdainfully and leaped into the arena, his gaze embodying the inherent cruelty and contempt of the sound ninja. "Humph, pray, Konoha ninja, for I shall make you understand what true pain feels like." Funya chuckled lightly. Amidst Kanetsu's chilling glare and the cheers of his companions, she sauntered into the arena. "You trash from Konoha. You will regret standing here." Kanetsu was utterly incensed by Funya's nonchalance, feeling profoundly insulted. Before the nearby Tsukikid sure phone could signal the start, she swiftly formed hand seals, her chest swelling with power. Sound release. Thousand rain of needles. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp sound of slicing air filled the arena as an overwhelming barrage of chakra needles rained down upon Funya, covering every possible angle of escape. "Funya!" Naruto shouted, "Be careful." Sakura gasped, "There are too many." Ino covered her mouth in shock. "Humph, it's over," Kanetsu sneered. However, facing this lethal downpour, Funya did not even flinch. "Come at me." Suddenly, Funya moved, not with the body flicker technique, nor with any noticeable chakra fluctuations. It was simply a light step, her form floating like a feather in the wind, akin to a ghost gliding through. Swish, 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 with a tilt of her head, a twist of her waist, and a graceful slide. All the needles narrowly grazed her clothing, embedding themselves into the ground behind her, creating a dense forest of needles. She emerged unscathed, not even a thread of her garment torn. "What?" Kanetsu's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his hands frozen mid-seal. "Impossible." Funya evaded it. Naruto's jaw dropped in disbelief. "This kid is still strong," Kakashi noted, his Sharingan struggling to capture Funya's movements, only perceiving a blur of indistinct shadows. Consumed by fear and rage, Kanetsu screamed as he hastily formed seals. Sound release. But Funya had already lost her patience. "You talk too much," she replied calmly. At that moment, his right hand, which had been resting in his pocket, was slowly withdrawn. "I have endured you for far too long since the first written examination. You pretend even more than I do." Without any extravagant gestures or complex hand seals, he simply directed his fist straight towards the golden hammer, or rather, towards the massive wall that supported the entire venue behind her, and struck. Boom! An abrupt transformation occurred. The dormant chakra within Feng Yi erupted like a slumbering volcano. A wave of exquisitely refined light blue chakra enveloped his fist and arm like flames in an instant. The air was violently compressed by this force, producing a deafening roar of overwhelming pressure. His fist did not make contact with anyone or anything. It merely struck the air, transforming into an invisible shockwave that distorted the atmosphere. It tore through the sky and slammed into the wall behind the golden hammer. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The thunderous sound instantly engulfed the entire venue. The earth wailed. The towering structure trembled violently. Amidst the horrified gazes of everyone present, akin to witnessing a ghost. The wall, which was over a meter thick and incredibly solid, did not offer even a fraction of a second's resistance. The point of contact in the center of the wall disintegrated into dust. Following that, a massive void, over 10 meters in diameter with irregular radiating edges, erupted dramatically amidst a cloud of debris and dust. Fragments of rock shot backward, flying beyond the confines of the tower. Blinding sunlight and the view outside the venue flooded in, tinting the swirling dust a golden hue. And standing directly in front of the wall, the golden hammer? She bore the brunt. In the instant that the destructive force of the punch swept through the air, she felt like a fallen leaf caught in a tempest. The terrifying shockwave and air currents violently hurled her away. She barely had time to scream before being tossed through the air, flipping several times, and with a resounding thud, she crashed into the wall a dozen meters away, embedding herself within it. With eyes rolled back and frothing at the mouth, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Her sound ninja headband shattered into pieces, her clothes tattered, her fate uncertain. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the entire venue. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Feng Yi observed that many around him appeared petrified, mouths agape and eyes wide. Fueled by the passionate words of Might Guy, he had exerted himself too forcefully. It seemed that the individual opposite him was a woman. My apologies, but you are in service to Snake Uncle, and your cruelty is unforgivable. As long as you survive. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Chinbin 99 Chapter 69, Dominating with Force. Akoa Feng Yi stood in place as the chakra waves from his punching arm gradually receded and dissipated. He casually flicked his wrist, as if he had merely swatted a mosquito. Moonlight Gale's mouth hung open wide enough to fit a duck egg, entirely forgetting to cough or announce the results. The third Hokage's face twitched with muscle spasms, urging him to tone it down. You rascal. This boy's control over chakra has reached an utterly bizarre level. His strength is astonishing. The prestige of Konoha has indeed been asserted with this punch. Disguised as the elite shinobi Orochimaru, the golden serpent-like pupils narrowed to pinpoints. This Asakawa Kaori must be re-evaluated. A soft gulp echoed in the silent venue, the sound particularly pronounced. Every punch made 10-10 feel slightly weak in the knees. Hinata Nijis Byakugan fixated intently on Kaori, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Is this truly his power? How infuriating. Was he merely toying with me in a game of ninjas? Kaori-kun is so impressive. Hinata's face turned pale, stunned by the punch. Her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Sakura instinctively grasped Sasuke's arm, noticing that he too trembled slightly, his Sharingan reflecting unprecedented seriousness and dread. Incredible. Naruto murmured, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Is this Kaori's true strength? I must surpass him in the future. Ino's legs felt weak as she watched Kaori below, overwhelmed. The impact was far more visceral than the body flicker technique. Memories of the first written exam flooded back, where Kaori's formidable physique and immense chakra had enveloped her consciousness. She felt utterly overwhelmed. Cough, cough, cough. Sukikage Gale finally regained his voice, coughing violently. He glanced at the unconscious Jean Hammer, then at the serene Kaori, his tone wavering. The victor. Asakawa Kaori. Kaori glanced at the massive void created by his punch, then at the crumpled Jean Hammer in the corner, a hint of apology in his shrug. Oh, my apologies. I merely intended to silence her, not to damage the wall so severely. With a glint of mischief and unabashed provocation, he directed his gaze towards Orochimaru's location. A chill crept up Orochimaru's spine. This little brat is provoking me again. When have I ever endured such indignity? How dare he? Just as the audience remained in stunned silence from that earth-shattering punch, Kaori's figure vanished without warning. Whoosh! Like the flying thunder god, Kaori had silently appeared behind the Sand Village trio. One hand casually rested on the shoulder of the astonished Kankuro, who was clutching his arms in disbelief. Kankuro's body bristled with fear at that moment. A chilling aura of death emanated from that seemingly nonchalant hand, spreading throughout him instantly. He froze entirely, his pupils constricting in sheer terror. Gradually, he turned his neck, locking eyes with Kaori's calm, yet abyssal gaze. Kaori's voice was soft, yet it resonated clearly in Kankuro's, Temari's, and Gaara's ears, laced with a disquieting gentleness. "Oh, earlier you said, it's over? Were you referring to me, or to her?" He subtly tilted his chin towards the unconscious Gene Hammer. Kankuro's teeth chattered, unable to utter a word. Overwhelming fear gripped his throat. Kaori's gaze shifted past the nearly paralyzed Kankuro, directly landing on the restless Gaara. And the voice of Funya remained unremarkable. Yet the hand resting on Kanjuro's shoulder bore a subtle increase in pressure. Simultaneously, an invisible and terrifying chakra erupted explosively from within him. "Ack!" Kanjuro let out a muffled groan, his complexion turning as pale as parchment, his legs buckling beneath him. Temari staggered backward a few steps, cold sweat instantly beading on her forehead. The murderous intent of Gaara and the chakra of Shikaku surged violently. Shikaku sensed an unprecedented threat, the aura reminiscent of Funya's words clearly resonating in the hushed atmosphere. "When you first arrived in Konoha, did you not threaten to kill the grandson of our third Hokage, Konohamaru?" At that moment, a loud voice, infused with anger and affirmation, erupted from the stands. "Yes, it's him." Naruto pointed at Kanjuro, his blue eyes ablaze with fury, his voice resonating throughout the silent venue. "Funya, it's that puppet master. When he first came to Konoha, he threatened to kill Konohamaru with his puppet strings. That is the grandson of the third Hokage. How outrageous." Naruto's unabashed accusation, naming names, struck like a bucket of cold water splashed into boiling oil. Boom. The entire venue reacted instantly. What? Threatening the grandson of the Hokage? From Sunagakure? How brazen. No wonder that shallow Akashira Funya sought trouble with them. Countless gazes converged upon Kanjuro, filled with astonishment, anger, and disdain. Kanjuro's face flushed a deep crimson. Under the oppressive aura of Funya, he was already filled with dread, and now, being exposed publicly, he was engulfed in a mix of shame and rage, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Temari's expression also darkened considerably, glaring fiercely at Kanjuro, inwardly cursing, "This incompetent fool." The sandstorm surrounding Gaara grew increasingly ferocious, yet within the depths of his icy gaze, a flicker of impatience towards Kanjuro for inciting such trouble seemed to pass. Funya's gaze, sharp as a tangible blade, once again pierced towards Gaara, his voice ringing clear in every ear. "Did you hear? Threatening the grandson of our Hokage." He paused, particularly emphasizing the words grandson of the Hokage. His tone unmistakably clear. "Little brat from Sunagakure, it is wise to learn to temper your behavior in another's territory." Suddenly, his voice turned frigid, the pressure akin to an invisible mountain crashing down upon Gaara. "Do not provoke those you ought not to." Gaara's murderous intent nearly solidified. He felt his nerves screaming for bloodshed. Yet, the profound and vast pressure emanating from Funya instinctively instilled a sense of dread deep within his soul. Even Shikaku within him seemed to quiet, as if in fear. The atmosphere in the entire venue was taut to the extreme. On one side stood Konoha's dance king, Akashira Funya, unabashedly issuing warnings and intimidation. On the other stood the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure, Gaara, teetering on the brink of a violent outburst. The air was thick with the suffocating scent of gunpowder. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wore a complex expression. Naruto's identification and Funya's public warning resounded in the charged air. Although it brought disgrace upon the Sand Hidden, it also unveiled the nefarious intentions of the adversary, underscoring the inviolable majesty of Konoha. He mused inwardly, "That brat, Funya, has truly mastered the art of intimidation and protection to the utmost, splendidly executed. The task entrusted to him has been diligently fulfilled. I am utterly overwhelmed." Chapter 70. Genius. The Moonlight Gale felt his already frail body teetering under the oppressive atmosphere, hoarsely calling out, "Cough. Akikawa Funya, please return to your original position immediately. The next round is about to commence." Upon hearing this, Fengye's face resumed its benign smile, as if the earlier terrifying pressure and murderous intent had never existed. He disregarded Gaara, who was simmering like an imminent volcano behind him. Under the myriad gazes filled with awe, fear, anger, or complexity, he approached Hinata, who was glowing with excitement, gently stroking her hair, and nodded at Kiba and Shino, who were preparing to take the stage. Kiba grinned and remarked, "You've stolen all the limelight, Lord Fengye." Naruto dashed to Team 8's position, exclaiming loudly, "You bastard, Fengye, how can you be so strong?" His outburst shattered the delicate atmosphere. Feigning contemplation for a moment, Fengye casually replied, "Well, read more books, peruse newspapers, eat fewer snacks, and sleep well." Naruto, incredulous, squinted, stroking his chin, keenly observing Fengye, as if trying to uncover the truth. "Masala, could it be that the Hokage has been giving you special treatment? Damn it, I want to grow stronger too." With that, he rushed over to the third Hokage, peppering him with questions. Fengye observed the astonished Team 10, where Ino and Asuma seemed at a loss for words. How strange, Ino appeared infatuated. Fengye glanced quizzically at Shikamaru, who merely shrugged with a wry smile, and said to Asuma, "Brother, did my little brother embarrass you?" Asuma, beaming with pride, replied, "Not at all, little brother. Just now, he exuded half the vigor I had in my youth." Unable to hold back, Kurenai pinched Asuma, her eyes seemingly questioning, "Are you sure? Are you really embellishing your own glory?" At that moment, "Oh, youth. Is this the power of youth? Akikawa Fengye. I see it. You're a youthful force, as ardent as the morning sun and as weighty as the mountains. The azure beast of Konoha acknowledges you. Kakashi, did you see that? This is the power of youth." Mike Guy, fists clenched, his eyes ablaze with fervor, shouted loudly. He then excitedly turned to Kakashi, striking a classic pose, tears streaming down his face. "Kakashi, I declare that Akikawa Fengye shall become one of my eternal rivals. Let us race on the path of youth." Kakashi raised his copy of Intimate Paradise high to shield his face from Guy's exuberance. "Guy, quiet down. The match isn't over yet. This fool, however, Fengye's strength is somewhat beyond reason. His chakra is likely 100 times that of Naruto's." "Ah, the youth of today?" Sakuto gazed at his comrade, who had been knocked unconscious by Fengye's punch, his expression darkening to the point of dripping water. The humiliating defeat of his companion and the terrifying prowess of Feng Yi filled him with an overwhelming sense of indignation and wrath, creating an urgent need for an outlet. His fierce gaze fixated on the taciturn oil girl, Shino. "Humph, those Leaf Village folks are insufferable." Sak quickly growled, directing his uniquely equipped gauntlets towards Shino. "Die! Sonic attack!" The piercing high-frequency sound waves surged towards Shino. However, Shino merely adjusted his sunglasses and, with a subtle motion of his voluminous trench coat, summoned a swarm of diminutive parasitic insects that rapidly coalesced into a writhing wall before him. The sonic waves collided with the insect barrier, with the majority of the energy being dispersed and absorbed by the myriad resilient bodies of the insects, while Shino nimbly dodged the few penetrating impacts. "What?" Sak exclaimed, taken aback by the ease with which his assault was neutralized. "These insects are truly bothersome." His agitation grew. With frenzied gestures, he unleashed a barrage of sonic slashes, attempting to encompass all possible evasive maneuvers of Shino. Yet, Shino remained remarkably composed. More parasitic insects, like a black stream, silently advanced along the ground and walls, swiftly encroaching upon Sak's gauntlet apparatus. "Get away." Sak noticed the swarm's intent and hastily retreated, attempting to dispel them with sonic waves from his arms. However, the relentless swarm boldly attracted fire, while others approached from cunning angles, quickly enveloping Sak's gauntlets. The parasitic insects voraciously gnawed at the connection points and energy conduits of the gauntlets. "No, my device!" Sak cried out in terror, desperately flailing his arms. Yet, the swarm clung to him as if a parasite. Within mere seconds, his once proud sonic weapon emitted black smoke and was rendered completely inoperable by the incessant gnawing of the insects. Shino calmly declared, "The victor has been decided." The swarm receded like a tide, leaving Sak in a stupor as he gazed at his destroyed gauntlets and the reddened wounds inflicted by the insects. "The victor, Oil Girl Shino," announced the swift moonlight gale. Shino's battle was executed with precision, showcasing the peculiar and formidable techniques of the Oil Girl clan. Though it lacked the shock factor of Feng Ye's punch, it garnered considerable admiration. The third Hokage expressed his satisfaction, stating, "The Oil Girl clan has a promising future." Feng Yi applauded, remarking, "As expected of you, Shino. You have never tasted defeat, except when sparring with me." The subsequent battles unfolded as in the original narrative. Shikamaru, utilizing his remarkable intellect and shadow imitation technique, seized an opportunity and successfully defeated a minor character. The battle between Lee and Gaara was exceedingly brutal. Lee unleashed the fifth gate of the 8 gates of opening, causing onlookers to gasp in astonishment. His speed and strength reached their zenith, resembling a green whirlwind as he furiously assaulted Gaara. However, Gaara's absolute defense, the sand shield, proved unyielding, ultimately leading to Lee's exhaustion and severe injury from Gaara's binding sand. It seems that Gaara has been somewhat restrained, likely due to the prior intimidation from Feng Yi, as he refrains from shattering bones with the same ferocity as depicted in the original narrative. However, grave injuries remain unavoidable. At this moment, Niji Hyuga fixates intently on the green-clad figure before him. "Lee, is this the ninja way you uphold?" Tenten, covering her mouth, feels the sting of tears welling in her eyes. Hinata's small hand is tightly clasped in Feng Yi's palm. He can sense the tremors of anxiety emanating from the young girl. Youth burns with fervor, embodying a lifelong commitment. This is indeed a formidable individual, sealed for hundreds of episodes. At the tender age of 13, having opened the 5th gate, what a prodigy. Chapter 71, Niji's Frustration. Finally, the electronic display flickers to reveal the names of the next match, Hinata Hyuga versus Niji Hyuga. Instantly, all eyes are drawn to the arena. The clash between the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan is inherently captivating. At this moment, all gazes inadvertently drift toward the calm and composed figure of Shallow River Feng Yi, positioned at the 8th class. Though Hinata's expression reveals the immense pressure she feels facing Niji, Feng Yi offers her a reassuring glance. Taking a deep breath, she gradually steps into the arena. Niji strides in with an air of indifference, his Byakugan activated, veins prominent. As his gaze sweeps the stands and meets Feng Yi's tranquil, unwavering eyes, a momentary stiffness seizes his body. This is a beast capable of punching through entire walls. With chakra so vast it defies humanity, Niji vividly recalls Feng Yi's chilling words, "Do not touch those you should not." A wave of invisible cold flows down his spine. His heart brims with humiliation and resentment, yet a more potent instinctual warning prevails. He must not harm Hinata. That Shallow River Feng Yi is certainly capable of even more terrifying deeds. The shackles of the branch family are undeniably heavy, but the threat posed by Feng Yi's sheer, overwhelming power is a far more immediate and terrifying reality. "He will kill me." The moonlight and swift winds announce the commencement of the match with a cough. Hinata, summoning her courage, adopts a gentle fist stance and calls out, "Niji and I, please guide me." Niji's Byakugan keenly perceives every movement of Hinata's. To Niji, her attacks are riddled with flaws, lacking both speed and strength. Under normal circumstances, it would take him mere moments to dismantle Hinata's defenses, even sealing her chakra points to render her utterly incapacitated. Yet, in this instance, Niji suppresses his urge to demonstrate the true power of the branch family. His counterattacks become exceedingly restrained. Deflecting Hinata's palm strike, he condenses chakra at his fingertips and lightly touches her arm, exerting less than a tenth of his strength. This merely leaves her arm tingling, far from sealing any chakra points. As Hinata stumbles back, Niji instinctively considers pursuing her with the 8 trigrams palm, but halts himself, transitioning to a gentle push with an open palm, propelling her further away rather than inflicting serious harm. "What are you doing, Niji and I? Please take this seriously." Hinata gasps, realizing Niji is holding back. This realization stings her more than a defeat would, filling her with a sense of indignation and contempt. She strives to draw forth Niji's true strength. Humph! Niji let out a cold snort, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration within. How he longed to prove himself. Yet, Feng Yi's calm gaze felt like a thorn in his back. He could only evade Hinata's attacks with swiftness, employing intricate blocks to neutralize her soft punches. But he never dared to strike with full force. The battle on the field appeared somewhat peculiar. Niji navigated through Hinata's numerous openings with ease, each contact delicately restrained. Her efforts were rendered futile, yet he could not inflict any real damage upon her. This constrained form of combat drained more mental and physical energy than unleashing his full strength. Hinata's stamina waned significantly, her breaths growing increasingly labored. Time and again, she was pushed back, yet she gritted her teeth and charged forward, only to be met with Niji's seemingly effortless but insurmountable defense, which filled her with despair. Ultimately, after one last full-force advance was effortlessly deflected by Niji, causing her to stumble and nearly fall, Hinata came to a halt. She gasped for breath, her body trembling slightly. Her gaze fixed on Niji, who remained composed, his eyes a complex tapestry of emotions. Anger, frustration, and wariness intertwined. She felt a mix of grievance, unwillingness, and self-loathing for her own powerlessness. She understood what Niji was holding back. A glance towards the stands revealed the figure of Fengya, who had been watching her intently. Was it because Fengya was present that Niji dared not truly harm her? This realization stirred a tumult of feelings within her. Tears welled in Hinata's eyes. Yet her gaze remained resolute as she looked towards the moonlit wind, her voice trembling as she declared, I concede. Her surrender echoed throughout the arena, igniting a wave of whispered conversations. The audience grasped the invisible pressure and compromises underlying the battle. Niji stood in shock, observing the complex emotions in Hinata's eyes, and his own sense of frustration intensified. Moonlight Gale also paused momentarily before reacting. Cough. Hinata Hyuga concedes the match. The victor is Niji Hyuga. Niji wordlessly turned and left the arena. He walked down the platform stiffly, his silhouette exuding an indescribable heaviness. This victory bore no significance. In the stands, Fengya watched Hinata's tear-streaked yet defiant face as she voluntarily conceded, a flicker of compassion crossing his eyes. In the next moment, he was by her side, gently supporting her arm. His voice was soft as he said, You did well, Hinata. Feeling Fengya's concern and that familiar, comforting aura, Hinata could no longer hold back her tears, but she nodded resolutely. Fengya-kun, next time, if it's my own battle, can I face it alone? I want to grow stronger. Strong enough to protect myself and those who are important to me. She summoned her courage, expressing the yearning deep within her heart. Fengya gazed at her, observing the undeniable determination glimmering beneath her tearful eyes. Niji's strength is still too daunting for you. It's best that next time you practice with Naruto, that fool, to regain your confidence. That fool Fengya-kun, she murmured softly, her voice laced with deep reliance. In the stands, Kurenai and Asuma exchanged knowing smiles as they watched the two. Meanwhile, Inuzuka Kiba averted his gaze in exasperation, muttering that it was all too sappy. Shino adjusted her sunglasses, the lenses reflecting light, obscuring her expression. Kakashi lifted his gaze from the affectionate paradise above, observing the youthful pair, a smile forming in his only visible eye. Youth truly is a splendid thing. His tone carried a hint of nostalgia and teasing. The third Hokage nodded in appreciation. Not far away, Ino watched as Kiba supported Hinata, offering gentle words of comfort, a flicker of envy glinting in her eyes, accompanied by a tinge of jealousy she herself was unaware of. Clenching her fists tightly, her resolve crystallized. Damn it, I must employ the mind-body switch technique on him. Beside her, Shikamaru shook his head in exasperation, muttering, What a hassle. The second Chunin exam concluded as it did in the original tale. The teams that passed bore their respective experiences and scars, some physical, but many more psychological, earning the right to compete in the third exam a month later. In Chapter 72, the 8th team, the air in Konoha village was thick with excitement, tension, and anticipation. The ninjas who had survived the preliminary rounds began rigorous preparations. In the Konoha training grounds, the members of Team 8 had already commenced their training. The atmosphere felt somewhat altered. As Kurenai, Kiba, and Shino glanced towards the figure in the center of the arena, a deep-seated awe flickered in their eyes. At the center, Kofu stood opposite Hinata. Kofu assumed a basic stance, the life pressure emanating from his sage mode, even when restrained, imparting a serene yet formidable presence. Akamaru instinctively tightened his tail, releasing a low whine. Hinata, gentle fist, 8 trigrams 32 palms. Kofu's voice was steady as ever. Yes. Hinata activated her Byakugan, her gaze resolute. Chakra gathered at her fingertips, slicing through the air towards Kofu's vital points with a fierce intensity. Her progress was remarkable, her assault relentless. Yet to the spectators, the scene bore an oddly natural strangeness. They had witnessed it firsthand. In the Forest of Death, that monstrous being had even wounded one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. The formidable prowess displayed during the Chunin exams. Orochimaru had indeed suffered severe injuries. How could Hinata possibly land a blow on him? As expected, Kofu remained unmoved, merely sidestepping with minimal motion, tilting his head to block. Hinata's barrage resembled a torrential downpour, yet each strike was deftly neutralized before reaching the hem of Kofu's garment. He navigated the gaps in her onslaught with the ease of a leisurely stroll. Focus your chakra. It should be like a needle, not scattered sand, Kofu instructed, his observation Haki perceiving every nuance, every minute stiffness in Hinata's muscles, and the slightest fluctuations in her chakra. Yes, Hinata gritted her teeth, her chakra flaring brighter, its penetrating power surging. Just as her decisive palm was about to strike Kofu's chest, he thrust his fingers like a sword, precisely tapping the acupuncture point on her wrist. Ugh! Hinata's wrist went numb, her chakra dissipating as she staggered back. The interplay of attack and defense was seamless, her mind undistracted. Kiba, watching from the sidelines, could not help but wish to relive that inhuman spectacle, calling out with a hint of playful mischief. Hey, Kofu, don't just dodge. Let Hinata land a hit, and see how it goes. You'll be fine anyway. Haha. Shino adjusted his sunglasses, remaining silent. Yet his gaze behind the lenses brimmed with curiosity. His thoughts ran deeper than those of Kiba. What lay beneath that mysterious, dark shield? Yujito frowned slightly, feeling that Kiba's request was somewhat excessive. Kiba, don't be ridiculous. A well-placed strike is no jest. Funya smiled at Yujito, indicating that he was unperturbed, then turned his attention to Hinata. Hinata, give it your all, aim freely. Do not be afraid. This time, Hinata hesitated not in the slightest. She was acutely aware that Funya could even contend with Orochimaru. Taking a deep breath, she summoned all her chakra, her Byakugan locking onto Funya's chest. With a determined shout, she unleashed her full strength in a single palm strike. The gust of wind howled, her momentum formidable. Yujito instinctively tensed her body just as the palm strike was about to land. A layer of restrained, deep sheen, akin to flowing obsidian, instantaneously enveloped Funya's chest, hardening the area with his advanced haki. Clang! Hinata felt a jolt of recoil, her entire arm losing sensation, and she was sent flying backward. Funya, however, merely swayed, appearing behind her in an instant, one hand gently supporting her back, while the other grasped her reddened, trembling palm. A warm and life-affirming chakra surged into her, swiftly alleviating her pain and numbness. Funya's chest remained unscathed. The arena fell silent, yet this silence bore a different weight. Kiba, though mentally prepared, was nonetheless taken aback by the sheer terror of that defense, gasping, how is it still this absurd? Shino silently noted this defensive capability into his analytical dossier on Funya. Most astonished was Yujito. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld Funya's unscathed chest and Hinata's palm, which had evidently endured tremendous backlash. The defensive prowess of that black sheen was truly astonishing. This was far beyond anything she believed any defensive ninjutsu could achieve. One could never underestimate him. Each encounter delivered a staggering visual impact. Yujito-sensei, Funya's gentle voice interrupted her thoughts. He continued to support Hinata, his gaze calmly sweeping over teammate. It seems Kiba's suggestion holds merit. How about we engage in a spar? You four, all together. Friends, allow me to apply some pressure. Hehe. Kiba momentarily stunned. Then his eyes ignited with fierce battle intent and a flicker of excitement. Ha! You said it. Don't regret it. Avoiding large-scale destructive ninjutsu, he finally had a chance to reclaim some pride. Ha! Shino adjusted his sunglasses once more. The seriousness in his eyes intensified, and the buzzing of the swarm around him escalated. Hinata steadied herself, her gaze unwavering. Yujito took a deep breath, regaining her composure. All right, Kiba, Shino, engage directly and create chaos. Hinata, look for openings. Remember, the goal is to make contact with him. Hold nothing back. Understood. Got it. Yes. The battle erupted in an instant. Kiba and Akamaru transformed into two spirals of chakra, flanking the attack. Secret technique. Insect sphere. Shino's swarm descended like a dark cloud, obstructing perception and movement. In the face of their onslaught, Funya casually placed one hand in his pocket, his demeanor relaxed. He merely raised his other hand. Kiba, you're too straightforward. In the fleeting moment before the collision of Yatongya, Feng Yi's raised hand moved with the swiftness of lightning. With a subtle flick of his fingers at the delicate nexus between two hurricanes, a sharp sound resonated twice, causing Yatongya to be deftly diverted. narrowly grazing Feng Ye's body before crashing into the distant hillside, a cloud of dust billowing forth. Ye and Shi-Wan tumbled out, dazed and disoriented. Meanwhile, the encroaching swarm of insects, upon nearing within a meter of Feng Yi, seemed to collide with an invisible repulsive force, the oppressive weight of chakra. Their speed drastically diminished. Chaos ensued. In that instant, as Yitong Yu was neutralized and the swarm stalled, Xiu Hong's illusion had already been unleashed. The ensnaring tree of sorcery. Silently, phantom branches erupted from the ground beneath Feng Yi, instantly ensnaring his legs and waist, binding him firmly in place. The shadow of the gigantic tree formed by the illusion enveloped him. However, Xiu Hong's heart sank abruptly. She distinctly sensed that the chakra she had infiltrated into Feng Ye's body was akin to a cow sinking into the sea. The immense, refined, and vibrant chakra within him resembled an expansive ocean. Her illusionary chakra was like a stone cast into the sea, failing to stir even the slightest ripple. Under normal circumstances, her illusion could not possibly take effect, unless he had consciously lowered his defenses. This thought flickered through Hong Ye's mind. Now is the moment. Hinata. Hong suppressed her doubts and commanded sharply, as her hands swiftly formed seals. Without hesitation, Hinata employed the gentle fist technique, her Byakugan locking onto the ensnared Feng Yi, her powerful palm shadows enveloping his vital points. A faint smile appeared on Feng Ye's face, as he had indeed relaxed his chakra defenses, willingly accepting a trace of Hong's illusionary chakra, creating an opportunity for Hinata. Primarily, he wished to experience the sensation of illusion. Just as Hinata's palm shadow approached, a standard kunai mysteriously appeared in Feng Ye's hand. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the kunai glimmered coldly, infused with refined chakra, swiftly slicing through the ethereal branches that bound him. With a resounding swish, the colossal tree and the binding branches of the illusion were forcefully dispelled by the chakra concentrated upon the kunai. The illusion shattered. Xiu Hong let out a muffled groan, the backlash of her spirit leaving her momentarily dazed. At the same time, she fully confirmed her earlier suspicion that Feng Yi had intentionally allowed himself to be ensnared. Chapter 73. Feng Yi and Xiu Hong. At this moment, Hinata had closed the distance. Feng Yi looked at her with encouragement in his eyes. He did not rely on armed defense, nor did he evade with speed. Within the scope of Hinata's Byakugan, Feng Yi's figure flickered rapidly, evading and blocking with precision. His palms, elbows, and fingertips transformed into a flawless barrier of defense. The sound of relentless impacts echoed. Hinata felt each strike either slip past or be deftly deflected. Feng Ye's movements were precise and efficient, redirecting and dissipating the force of each of her blows. After 32 strikes, Hinata was breathless. Yet she had failed to land a solid hit on even the corner of Feng Ye's garment. Feng Yi remarked, "Your technique flows much more smoothly now." But the transition between the 6th and 17th strikes was half a beat slow, and the chakra flow was somewhat sluggish. The objective selection of the 32nd chapter could have been executed with greater finesse. That was a deliberate flaw I chose to expose. Hinata's petite face flushed crimson as she nodded vigorously, affirming, "It is indeed Lord Kagaya." At that moment, Kiba bellowed, "This is not over yet." With that declaration, he and Akamaru unleashed the fang of the wolf once more. The spectral image of the two-headed wolf roared and lunged forward. Shino's swarm of insects coalesced into a sharp insect spear, striking with precision. Hinata steeled herself and once again unleashed her gentle fist to block their retreat. Meanwhile, Kurenai, enduring the discomfort of mental backlash, sharpened her gaze to an extraordinary acuteness. The pride of Jonin and her sense of responsibility towards her students compelled her to personally assess Kagaya. Although victory was not guaranteed, memories of her sparring sessions with Kakashi, the devastating strikes on the training field, and that awe-inspiring punch during the Chunin exams flooded her mind. Fire release, dragon fire technique. With her hands forming the necessary seals, Kurenai inhaled deeply, and a robust, concentrated, and searing fire dragon erupted from her mouth. The air warped under the intense heat, charging towards Kagaya with a cataclysmic force. This was a high-level fire technique, its potency remarkable. Faced with this overwhelming barrage from all directions, particularly Kurenai's full-powered fire release, Kagaya adopted a more serious demeanor. His feet shifted slightly, his form a blur. Utilizing his observation haki, he discerned every trajectory, speed, force, and variation. Like a wraith, he navigated the gaps between the insect's spears and the fang of the wolf. Each movement impeccably timed. As the jaws of the wolf snapped shut, Kagaya gracefully leapt, his toes making contact with the upper jaw of the wolf's shadow, using that momentum to soar above the insect's spear and Hinata's strike. At that moment, Kurenai's dragonfire technique was mere inches away. The scorching heat caused the air to crackle ominously. Kagaya chose neither to evade nor to employ that enigmatic black defense. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes at the potency of Kurenai's assault, and then he executed an action that left all spectators breathless. He turned directly to face the roaring fire dragon. Simultaneously, he spread his fingers wide, palm facing forward, as an overwhelming, suffocating chakra rapidly coalesced in his hand, compressing into a singularity. This was not a transformation of elemental properties, but rather a manifestation of chakra in its purest form. Disperse, Kagaya intoned, thrusting his palm towards the colossal dragon's head just as it loomed close. A resounding boom echoed. Boom! The dragonfire technique, upon contact with that palm, was forcefully shattered. The searing flames erupted and dissipated, leaving behind only a wave of scorching air and a charred ground. To disperse a high-level fire technique with bare hands. The visual impact of this moment rivaled that awe-inspiring punch during the Chunin exams. Kiba and Shino's assaults faltered for an instant, their eyes wide with disbelief. Hinata covered her mouth in astonishment. Kurenai's pupils constricted, her heart tumultuous with shock. To obliterate my dragonfire technique without employing any defensive ninjutsu or that mysterious black art, relying solely on sheer chakra volume and exquisite control, this chakra truly resembled that of a humanoid-tailed beast. Just as the spectators were struck dumb by the bare-handed dismantling of the dragonfire, Kagaya's figure shifted. Allow me to apply some pressure to teacher Kurenai. Ha ha ha. My apologies, old horse. Let me test Kurenai's mettle. In a moment akin to instantaneous teleportation, Funya appeared before the slightly breathless Yuhi Kurenai, who had just unleashed a powerful ninjutsu. As a seasoned Jonin, Kurenai reacted with remarkable speed, producing a kunai in an instant and launching it towards Funya with a piercing sound of wind. This was a pure contest of taijutsu. Clang, clang, clang. A series of intense metal clashes echoed through the air. With nothing but a standard kunai in hand, Funya effortlessly blocked and deflected Kurenai's rapid barrage of physical strikes. His movements were concise, efficient, and precise, each block perfectly neutralizing the force of Kurenai's attacks. She felt the power in her kunai, each collision sending slight tremors through her wrist, completely disrupting her rhythm. In less than 3 seconds of exchange, Funya's kunai gently tapped Kurenai's wrist at an incredible angle. A surge of deft energy coursed through, and with a muffled grunt from Kurenai, the kunai slipped from her grasp. Her pupils constricted sharply. Rather than retreating, she leaned forward, propelled by the inertia of Funya's deftness, her left arm whipping out like a whip towards Funya's face. This reckless strike, forsaking defense, was a desperate gambit often employed by Jonin in close combat, aimed at forcing Funya to retreat. Funya didn't even blink, his right hand precisely gripping Kurenai's wrist. The moment his fingertips touched her wrist, an irresistible force surged forth, rendering her elbow frozen in midair and unable to advance further. Speed is commendable, but ultimately futile, Funya's voice whispered near Kurenai's ear, sending a chill down her spine. Before she could react, Funya suddenly relaxed his grip, while his left hand darted out like lightning, his fingers converging to strike at her rib's chakra point. Kurenai instantly realized that if struck, half her body would succumb to paralysis. Reacting swiftly, she seized the opportunity presented by Funya's release, channeling strength through her core to twist her body, narrowly avoiding his fingers, while simultaneously bending her right knee to thrust towards Funya's abdomen. The rapid exchange of attack and defense was akin to a flash of lightning, leaving Team 8 in a daze. However, Kurenai's knee was mere inches from Funya's abdomen when it was firmly halted by his palm in midair. Funya's right hand rested against her knee, his expression betraying no sign of exertion. He chose not to pursue further, halting the confrontation as his figure flickered. He reappeared behind Shino, launching a surprise assault. Shino's body went numb on one side, and Kiba was felled to the ground by 2 swift punches from the enigmatic Funya. Finally, he stood before a weary Hinata, gently tapping her forehead, a soothing chakra flowing in to alleviate her exhaustion. Funya surveyed the panting members of Team 8, some seated and others sprawled on the ground. Kurenai cradled her tingling wrist, gazing at the fallen kunai with a complex expression. Only by facing him did she truly comprehend his strength. The overwhelming pressure washed over her, wrapping around her heart and inducing a choking sensation. She felt utterly outmatched. Yet, recalling that she was not alone in this struggle, she regained her composure. Chapter 74. The inexorable shallow river Finya training ground. The golden rays of the setting sun enveloped the figures of the gathered, casting a weary halo over them. On the ground lay Ya, panting, with Chiwon beside him, also gasping for breath. "Ha, monster, you extinguished your fire technique with a mere slap of your hand." Ya's voice was intermittent, laden with the exhaustion of survival and the helplessness of being crushed. Yet in his eyes, besides shock, flickered a flame of defiance. Having witnessed such towering heights, he now understood the direction in which he must strive. Shino silently recalled the somewhat listless swarm of insects. He adjusted his sunglasses, recalling how he had effortlessly countered the formidable fire technique and swiftly subdued Red Teacher. The defeat of Orochimaru in the Death Forest was no mere coincidence or stroke of luck. The immense chakra of Fengya, his physical prowess, perception, defense, and that inhuman level of cutting power. His very existence was a subversion of the existing ninja paradigm. Shino was at a loss as to how to achieve victory. Internally, he rapidly constructed a more detailed analytical model regarding Fengya. That unfathomable strength, that effortless control, and that calmness which seemed to perceive all left everyone with an unprecedented sense of insignificance and awe. Meanwhile, Hinata felt the lingering warmth on her forehead, a comforting sensation that washed away her fatigue, replaced by a surging fighting spirit. She lifted her head, her pure white eyes reflecting Fengya's figure, filled with trust and a hint of yearning. "I must grow stronger, strong enough to comprehend the height at which Fengya stands, strong enough to truly stand by his side, rather than always being sheltered beneath his wing, strong enough, one day, to protect this gentleness with my own strength." This determination crystallized within Hinata, becoming clearer and more resolute than ever. Fengya's gentle voice broke the silence of the field. Today's coordination exceeded expectations, though there is still a bit of room for improvement in our connections. Ya and Shino's distractions created a commendable chaos. He turned to Hinata, whose eyes brimmed with determination, and praised her. "I see your resolve and progress." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the group. "However, the challenges are evident. Against an opponent whose speed, strength, and insight far surpass yours, scattered attacks will lead to being picked off one by one. Starting tomorrow, we will enhance our cooperative combat training, practicing to concentrate all our powers into a single explosive point." Upon hearing this, Ya's eyes gleamed anew, struggling to rise. "Oh, that sounds great. Focusing our attack. Ya will be the first to charge." Shino nodded thoughtfully, already contemplating how to coordinate his swarm for such a high-intensity, instantaneous strike. Hinata clenched her fists, nodding vigorously. "Yes." "Fenyekoin." Yuhi Kurenai took a deep breath. As a guiding Jonin, she had to fulfill her responsibilities. Fenya's analysis was astute. Concentrating power for a momentary explosion was one of the key strategies for overcoming speed-oriented opponents. "Tomorrow, I will adjust the training plan to align with Fenya's guidance," she stated, her tone regaining professionalism and calmness, though the depth of her gaze towards Fengya remained inquisitive and serious. Fengya concluded, "Everyone, let us strive together." Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the reanimation jutsu. Fengya bid farewell to his companions from Class 8 and Hinata, returning to the Hyuga residence with Hanabi. "Brother-in-law, move aside a bit." Hanabi's crisp voice rang out, tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction. Her petite figure shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, accompanied by a sharp whoosh through the air. Her fist, enveloped in the unique chakra of a gentle fist, aimed precisely at Fengya's back, showcasing strength far beyond her peers. Hanabi's movements, intentions, and the flow of her chakra were all crystal clear. Fengya merely tilted his body slightly, as if foreseeing the attack, allowing her charged strike to graze past the hem of his clothing. At the same time, his left hand darted out like lightning, devoid of any chakra, gently brushing against Hanabi's shoulder blade. Ugh! Hanabi felt a sudden force, causing her to stumble 2 steps forward before regaining her balance. She turned around with a huff, the veins around her white eyes bulging, clearly indignant. "Brother-in-law, you're cheating. Your perception is too strong." Only then did Fengya turn to her. a gentle smile gracing his face as he ruffled Hanabi's hair. It's not cheating, Hanabi. A true enemy will not announce their intention to attack. Remember, when you strike, always leave room for a counter and be wary of your opponent's retaliation. Humph. Hanabi turned her head away. Yet the defiance in her eyes mirrored what Funya had witnessed earlier in Ino's gaze. Sister, Hanabi called out towards the other end of the corridor. Hinata stood there quietly, donned in a white training outfit conducive to movement. Her pure white eyes regarded Funya, devoid of the shock and fatigue from earlier. In their place was a tranquil focus and unspoken reliance. After 6 years of inseparable companionship, from ninja school to the present, Funya had become an indispensable part of her life, a mentor, a companion, and the deepest embodiment of trust. Funya-kun, Hinata spoke softly. Funya nodded, his gaze sweeping over the two sisters before settling deeper into the corridor. Hyuga Hayashi sat there, his expression calm as water. He merely inclined his head slightly, signaling that the training could commence. The trajectory of Funya's extraordinary growth truly astonished him. That physique beyond the ordinary, the astonishing strength contained within his every movement, and the ability that seemed to perceive all. His earth-shattering punch during the Chunin exams had already spread throughout Konoha. Although there were some unflattering remarks from the Konoha Dance King, they paled in comparison to his formidable prowess. All of this led Hayashi to accumulate an ever-growing recognition and anticipation in silence. My son-in-law is indeed remarkable. Hinata, Hanabi, let us begin. Funya stepped into the center of the courtyard, standing casually, facing the gentle fists of Hinata and Hanabi. He believed that being unarmed would better hone their skills and his own reflexes. Hanabi, Hinata called sharply, and the sisters, in perfect sync, sprang into action. Though young, Hanabi had already begun to shine, displaying the early signs of a prodigy. Her movements were swift and intricate, targeting the lower joints and chakra points with the ferocity of a tempest. Hinata's Byakugan discerned every subtle flow of chakra within Funya, her palms flying, initiating the 8 trigrams palm of the gentle fist. She sought to restrict all possible avenues of escape for Funya, her strikes fierce yet flexible. The sound of rapid collisions echoed through the tranquil courtyard. The silhouette of Funya, caught in the twin sisters' ambush, seemed to dissolve into a hazy afterimage. Relying solely on his extraordinary reflexes and the impeccable control of every muscle in his body, he deftly maneuvered within a confined space. Hinata's gentle strikes were deflected either by the back of his hand, which absorbed the force, or skillfully diverted using his elbow. Hanabi's cunning leg sweeps and low attacks were evaded with the lightest touch of his toes on the ground, sometimes even met head-on with his knee or the outer side of his calf. His formidable sage body allowed him to disregard such levels of impact, producing a muffled sound. Sister, restrain him, Hanabi exclaimed, suddenly altering her tactic, abandoning the pursuit of striking vital points. Instead, she lunged forward with both hands, attempting to seize Funya's arm for a joint lock. Chapter 75. Hinata breaking limits. Hinata comprehended the cue, her Byakugan gleaming with intensity. The shadows of her 8 trigrams palm became denser in an instant, aiming not to harm, but to restrict Funya's movement, complementing her sister's efforts. Faced with this unexpected tactical shift, Funya no longer evaded entirely, but chose to withstand several of Hinata's sealing strikes. Concurrently, his arm muscles tensed instantaneously. As Hanabi's small hands grasped Funya's arm, it felt as if she had seized a piece of tempered steel, immovable in the slightest. Seizing the moment when Hanabi had firmly grasped his arm, Funya flung her to the side. "Ah, brother-in-law, that's unfair." "No, sister," Hanabi cried out. Her body uncontrollably propelled toward Hinata, colliding directly with the fierce gusts of palm energy just unleashed by her sister. Hinata's offensive faltered in an instant, instinctively retracting her hands to avoid harming her sister. However, in that fleeting moment, Funya's figure vanished like a wraith from the position she had just locked onto. Hinata, distracted by her concern for her sister, unwittingly exposed a momentary gap. She perceived a flash before her eyes, as Funya appeared in the vacant space to her right, a hand silently pressing against her ribs. Although his palm bore no chakra, the sheer weight of its presence and speed caused Hinata's Byakugan pupils to constrict sharply. She felt a suffocating sensation akin to being completely seen through during their training earlier that day, with no escape in sight. "I cannot lose." The words Funya had spoken. The figure that stood protectively before her, and her fervent desire to walk alongside him erupted within Hinata like a blazing inferno. Huh! A clear and crisp cry pierced the night sky. Chakra surged through Hinata's body at an unprecedented velocity, pure blue chakra erupting from her chakra points. This was not merely a transformation of gentle fist chakra, but rather a manifestation of her potential, ignited under immense pressure, reflecting a purer form of power. Fueled by this newfound strength, Hinata's movements transcended her usual limits. She forcibly shifted her center of gravity, facing Fengye's descending palm without flinching, instead channeling all her strength and the freshly unleashed chakra into her right hand's index and middle fingers. A beam of blue chakra shot forth, akin to a meteor piercing through darkness, embodying Hinata's unwavering resolve, aimed directly at Fengye. This strike was sharp, concentrated, and relentless, even emitting a faint whistle as it cut through the air. Fengye observed the erupting Hinata, a smile of approval gracing his lips. The intensity, speed, and timing of this strike far surpassed Hinata's usual standards. With fingers splayed, she stood her ground, facing the sharp blue beam head-on, confident that her sage body could withstand the blow. A sharp sound pierced the air as the blue chakra beam collided fiercely with Fengye's palm, creating a shockwave that sent leaves swirling throughout the courtyard. Hanabi was also pushed back a few steps by the force, her eyes wide with astonishment. As the light faded, Fengye remained rooted in place, his right hand open, palm directed towards Hinata's fingertips. His palm bore a faint reddish hue, wisps of delicate white smoke rising. Yet his skin remained unscathed, only the aftershocks of the powerful chakra collision trembling in the air. Hinata maintained her thrusting stance, gasping heavily, sweat streaming down her cheeks and dripping from her chin, her arms trembling slightly from exertion. Her pure white eyes were filled with disbelief, excitement, and profound fatigue. Fengye withdrew his hand, glancing at the almost negligible red mark on his palm before looking at Hinata's pale, yet stubbornly determined little face. Memories of the shy girl from 6 years ago, who could hardly speak, flooded back to him. Now, she was able to unleash such astonishing power and while under his pressure. Well done, Hinata. And you too, Hanabi. Fengye's voice radiated warmth and unreserved surprise. Hinata, meeting Fengye's smile and hearing his affirming tone, felt a wave of immense joy and exhaustion wash over her. Sister, you're amazing, Hanabi exclaimed, breathless as she rushed over, her small face glistening with sweat. Both sisters were drenched, panting, their little bodies quivering from the intensity of the confrontation. Yet their eyes sparkled brightly as they gazed at Fengye. Hyuga Hisashi slowly rose to his feet. Though his expression remained impassive, the depths of his white eyes reflected the genuine pride and encouragement he felt for Hinata's progress. He said nothing, merely nodding slightly towards the courtyard, his gaze lingering on Fengye for a moment before he turned and silently vanished into the shadows of the corridor. That silence spoke volumes, expressing the turmoil within him, the pride in his daughter's breakthrough and the recognition of the boy's protective heart and guiding strength. In the courtyard, only the sounds of the sisters striving to catch their breath remained. Fengye approached them, observing their exhausted yet radiant forms. He extended his hand, gently patting Hinata's shoulder, then ruffling Hanabi's hair. You both did exceptionally well. Let us take a break and go for a stroll outside. The night has fallen beautifully. Deep within the Hyuga clan's grounds, the fragrant herbal bath dispelled the fatigue of training. Hinata and Hanabi changed into refreshing casual attire, their hair tips still damp with moisture. Hanabi rubbed her still sore arms, her lips pouting slightly. Brother-in-law, you were so rough. Fengye had already been waiting outside, having changed from his training clothes into a simple white t-shirt and trousers, exuding a gentle, neighborly charm. He observed the two sisters emerging, particularly the vibrant demeanor of Hanabi, and a deeper smile graced his features. Let us proceed. The night market is bustling this evening. I shall take you to unwind and replenish some energy. He waved the small pouch of coins in his hand. Hooray, the night market. Let us go, let us go. The fatigue that had previously weighed on Hanabi was instantly replaced by exhilaration. Any prior complaints were cast aside, as if they had soared into the heavens. And like a jubilant little bird, she bounded to Fengye's side, naturally taking his hand. Hinata quickly followed suit, walking on Fengye's other side, her gentle gaze fixed on the two figures ahead. As they traversed the serene clan grounds, the clamor and lights of the main road in Konoha surged forth like a warm tide. The night market was at its most lively hour, with vibrant lanterns and stalls aglow, mingling scents of delectable food, the shouts of vendors, and the laughter of children, all weaving together to create a vivid tapestry of human warmth. Chapter 76, Daily Life. Konoha's night market. Hanabi's eyes sparkled like two shimmering stars. She tugged at Finya's hand, eagerly weaving through the crowd, her sights set on a stall wafting with sweet aromas. "Boss, 3 servings, please. I want the colorful ones." Hanabi stood on her tiptoes, her voice bright and clear. The owner, smiling broadly, packaged 3 glistening candies. As Finya settled the bill, Hanabi could hardly contain her excitement as she opened her portion, delicately pinching a red candy and popping it into her mouth, her eyes squinting in bliss. "Sister, brother-in-law here." She generously offered the other 2 servings to Hinata and Finya, who accepted with smiles. The trio strolled along, savoring the sweet flavors, while Hanabi resembled a small squirrel. Her cheeks puffed with delight. At that moment, Hanabi pointed towards a nearby stall selling wind chimes, her bracelet made of dainty shells glimmering softly under the bright lights. The shells, polished to a smooth finish, produced a pleasant clinking sound as she moved her wrist. "Oh look, a shell bracelet." It seemed she had only just noticed it adorning her wrist. A flicker of surprise crossed her small face, quickly transforming into pure joy. She proudly raised her arm before Finya and Hinata, exclaiming, "Look, brother-in-law gifted this to me last time. Isn't it beautiful?" Finya paused, momentarily taken aback by the bracelet. And a warm current surged through him. "Yes, it is quite lovely," he affirmed sincerely, ruffling her hair. "The shells suit you perfectly, Hanabi." Hinata gazed tenderly at her sister's wrist and softly remarked, "It truly compliments you, Hanabi, like a little sprite from the seaside." She recalled the sheer delight in Hanabi's eyes when she received the gift. Hee. Hanabi beamed at the compliment, gently caressing the shells on her bracelet before lowering her arm, her attention once again drawn to the enticing aromas ahead. "It smells so good. Is that takoyaki?" And grilled squid. Her petite nose sniffed eagerly, and her stomach let out a soft growl. The training must have taken quite a toll. "It seems our little Hanabi is famished," Finya teased, while Hinata stifled a laugh beside him. Hanabi's cheeks flushed, and she retorted defiantly, "I'm not that hungry. However, since both my sister and brother-in-law are also feeling hungry, let us reluctantly indulge in a little feast. Indeed, we are grateful for your understanding, Hanabi." Finya suppressed a laugh and nodded in agreement. "Hanabi," Hinata gently reminded, "take your time while eating, and do not scald yourself like last time." "I know, sister," Hanabi exclaimed, tugging at Finya's hand as she dashed forward. "Hurry up. The takoyaki will be sold out." "Hey, wait for your sister." The trio followed the enticing aroma to the food area. Finya purchased 3 portions of richly sauced takoyaki and 2 skewers of fragrant grilled squid. "Brother-in-law, I want the one with the most sauce," Hanabi exclaimed, standing on tiptoe to direct. "All right, this one is for you." Finya handed her the box with the thickest sauce and offered Hinata another. "Hinata, be careful, it's hot." "Understood, Finya-kun," Hinata replied as she took it, blowing gently on her portion. Unable to contain her excitement, Hanabi stabbed one with her chopsticks, blew on it twice, and popped it into her mouth. Hot, hot, hot. Delicious. The octopus inside is so chewy." She panted between satisfied chews. Finya sampled one of his own and nodded approvingly. "Just right. What do you think, Hinata?" "Well, it's quite delectable. The exterior is crispy while the inside is soft." Hanabi eagerly pulled Finya and Hinata through the crowd, her little head spinning as she eyed everything she wished to try. The Odin stall, the yakisoba stall. The 3 found a relatively less crowded Odin stall with simple tables and chairs and settled down. "Sir, 3 bowls of Odin, with extra broth, please. Also, a large serving of yakisoba," Finya called out. Soon, 3 steaming bowls of clear broth Odin and a generous portion of yakisoba were served. "Wow, so warm," Hanabi exclaimed, cradling her bowl of Odin and inhaling the steaming aroma, her cheeks flushed from the heat. Hinata sighed contentedly. "The broth is delightful." The yakisoba was plentiful, with chewy noodles and rich sauce. Finya served Hanabi and Hinata each a generous helping. Hanabi, with a shiny mouth, couldn't help but comment, "This yakisoba is delicious. The noodles are so elastic." Hinata took small bites, nodding in agreement from time to time. The 3 sat around a small folding table, basking in the lively atmosphere of the night market, enjoying simple yet immensely satisfying food. Hanabi chattered excitedly about amusing incidents at school, while Hinata occasionally added a soft remark. Finya listened with a smile, responding at appropriate moments, refilling their broth, or handing them napkins. Observing the relaxed and contented expression on Hinata's face. Contrasting with the determined girl who had gritted her teeth during training earlier in the day, Finye felt an even deeper sense of gratification. Over 6 years, he had witnessed her gradually shed her timidity, forging strength through her sweat. Now, she could naturally express the ease and joy appropriate for her age amidst such ordinary yet vibrant moments. This growth was truly precious. "Hinata, would you like more broth?" Finye inquired softly. Hinata looked up, meeting Finye's gentle gaze, and smiled as she nodded. "Yes, thank you, Finye-kun." After finishing the oden and yakisoba, Hanabi's energy returned, her eyes darting around in search of entertaining stalls, now beyond just food. Soon, she discovered a stall where sugar paintings were made. As the elderly man deftly crafted a variety of vividly lifelike animal figures from golden syrup upon the stone slab, Huahua's eyes sparkled with wonder. "Wow, it's sugar painting. Brother-in-law, I want to create one." "All right, what would you like to draw?" he inquired. A fox. A very proud fox." Huahua recalled the mask from her brother-in-law's dark attire and declared her choice. "Excuse me, old man, could you please make a fox?" "Finye will pay." The elderly artisan, skilled in his craft, swiftly produced a smoothly contoured little fox, proudly upright, and presented it to Huahua after inserting a bamboo stick. "So amazing." "Thank you, old man." Huahua carefully held the translucent sugar fox, gazing at it in the light, reluctant to eat it. "Should Hinata also have one?" Finye asked. Hinata shook her head and smiled. "No need, just watching Huahua enjoy it makes me very happy." She observed her sister delicately licking the fox's ear, her gaze tender. As they continued their stroll, they passed a stall selling masks adorned with various foxes, cats, and tengu, their vibrant colors enchanting. Huahua picked up a delightful cat mask and playfully donned it, meowing at Finye and Hinata, eliciting laughter from both. "Sister, you should wear one too." Huahua handed Hinata a half-mask adorned with exquisite cherry blossoms. After a moment's hesitation, Hinata accepted it, gently placing it on her face, revealing only her pure white eyes and slightly blushing cheeks, creating a hazy beauty beneath the lights. "It suits you perfectly." "Hinata," Finye remarked sincerely. Hinata shyly lowered her head, yet the corners of her mouth could not help but lift. Finye's gaze wandered across the stall until it settled on a simple white mask, merely outlined with a bamboo leaf pattern. He picked it up, paid for it, and gently placed it upon his face. "Wow, brother-in-law looks so handsome in this, like a mysterious warrior." Huahua clapped her hands in delight. Hinata also glanced over, and Finye, wearing the half-mask, revealed a sharply defined jawline, his eyes appearing deep and gentle behind the mask. Her heart fluttered slightly. The trio, adorned in masks, weaved through the lantern-lit night market, as if immersed in a small festival. Huahua excitedly dashed about, while Finye and Hinata walked side by side, their glances occasionally meeting behind their masks, flowing with unspoken understanding and warmth. It was not until Huahua began to yawn, her eyelids growing heavy, that she insisted on keeping her mask on. Finye squatted before her. "Come on, our little kitten needs to go home and sleep." Without protest, Huahua obediently climbed onto Finye's back, resting her small head on his shoulder, still tightly clutching the unfinished sugar fox, her cat mask askew. Finye carried Huahua, while Hinata walked quietly beside him. The bustling lights and lively voices of the night market gradually faded into the background, the street growing tranquil. The shells of Huahua's bracelet chimed softly with Finye's movements. Hinata looked at Finye's broad back, bearing her sister, her heart filled with serene joy, providing her with an unparalleled sense of peace and happiness. Chapter 77 would release the training sessions with the 8th Squad became a brief, yet harmonious interlude in Finye's daily life. Under the complex gaze of the crimson sunset, Keed stood unfazed, as if the overwhelming battle had never transpired. He deftly tempered his strength, allowing him to serve as an effective training partner without plunging his comrades into despair, enabling Ya and Shino to sense their progress. Yet for Keed, such daily banter barely qualified as an appetizer. His true ambition lay ahead. On that day, Keed bid farewell to Hinata and Team 8, embarking on a solitary journey to transcend his own limits. Departing from the Hidden Leaf Village, his figure flickered through the forest before vanishing entirely within the sea of trees. Hinata remained rooted in place, gazing at the direction from which Keed had disappeared, a complex wave of emotions flickering in her eyes. Deep within the mountains near the Valley of the End, Keed sat cross-legged upon a massive, smooth rock polished by the flow of water, slowly closing his eyes. His breathing harmonized with the sounds of the valley, the whispers of the wind and the murmurs of the water. His observation haki radiated from him like invisible ripples, intricately perceiving everything around him: the particles of soil, the molecules of water, the life force of the flora, and even the natural energies drifting through the air. Contemplating the essence of wood release, He'd reflected on its manifestation and manipulation of vitality. The convenience brought by the sage body was merely a key. The true power resided in understanding the essence of natural energy and the roots of chakra. A recollection of the legendary ninja, Hashirama Senju, and his almost irrational mastery of wood release flickered through his mind. Hashirama's abilities seemed less like ninjutsu and more akin to miraculous life, forged directly from chakra, utterly beyond reason. As for another user of wood release, Captain Tenzo, his prowess in the techniques of the Senju clan exemplified an unparalleled mastery, transforming wood release into that of a premier architect and landscape director, an extraordinary achievement in its own right. With a playful jest, He'd acknowledged the disparities among those skilled in this art. Thus, he resolved to let the forces of nature serve as a catalyst for his fusion. Slowly, he closed his eyes, activating Sage Mode. Without protracted preparation, buoyed by the Sage body's innate affinity for natural energy and his formidable mental will, He'd's aura underwent a profound metamorphosis. Beneath his eyelids, a golden hue emerged, extending to his temples, a unique mark born of his own sage body and the highly refined chakra that summoned the natural energy. A vast, vibrant aura emanated from him, merging seamlessly with the entire valley, the waterfall, and the forest. The moment he entered Sage Mode, He'd's perception of the surrounding world ascended to unprecedented heights. His natural observation honed itself into the most intricate radar network, instantly capturing the trajectories, densities, and flow rates of these energy particles. He could even hear the subtle hums of their collisions, fusions, and dispersions. This was the primal pulse of life within the cosmos, the extraordinary perceptual precision of the six senses, elevated to an astonishing realm under the natural resonance bestowed by Sage Mode, transformed the waterfall's flowing water into a myriad of high-speed, moving clusters of water molecules rather than a continuous whole. Each water molecule carried the pure essence of hydric energy, dissipating its energy upon striking the rocks, only to be swiftly neutralized, absorbed, and transformed by the natural forces. The varying concentrations of natural energy in different heights and regions of the air further enriched this experience. To him, the entire valley morphed into an expansive, intricate life network, perpetually exchanging energy and information. Fengye summoned the Yang release chakra, akin to a golden warm current, cautiously infusing it into the hybrid entity of earth and water. Yang release, infusing life, bestowing vitality upon existence. In that fleeting moment, the once lifeless chakra amalgamation seemed to be imbued with a soul, beginning to pulse gently, emanating a faint breath of life. Yin release, instilling will, shaping the form of spirit. Fengye's mental energy concentrated intensely. The Yin release chakra, formless and intangible, carried his formidable willpower, guiding the chakra flow imbued with life force. He did not merely mimic the form of a tree, but sought to shape its intrinsic growth logic and structural resilience based on an understanding of the essence of life. A hum resonated as the four elemental chakras clashed violently within his palm, merging and clashing again. Each fusion was accompanied by intense energy fluctuations, where the slightest misstep could result in uncontrollable explosion. Beads of sweat formed on Fengye's forehead as his powerful mental energy continuously adjusted the ratios, flows, and fusion nodes of the four types of chakra. Sage Mode provided an almost limitless reservoir of chakra and potent vitality as a support. Meanwhile, the six senses perceived the minutest changes at the particle level of chakra. Time slipped away in the monotonous yet perilous cycle of attempts. Fengye's aura fluctuated between vibrant life and profound depth. The mist from the waterfall dampened his garments, only to be evaporated by the chakra emanating from within him. After countless failures, a glimmer of brilliance shone in Fengye's eyes. This time, the circulation, convergence, infusion, and guidance of the four chakras finally achieved an unprecedented harmonious rhythm. Consolidate. A low exclamation caused the chaotic energy in his palm to stabilize instantly, erupting in a brilliant emerald glow. As the light receded, a verdant sapling, brimming with vitality, manifested in Fengye's palm. It radiated a pure and rich essence of life. No longer an illusion simulated by chakra, it was a tangible entity. A life form transformed from chakra. Fengye exhaled deeply, a flicker of uncontrollable joy illuminating his gaze. He had birthed his own would-release power. He gazed at the fragile creation in his palm, sensing the infinite possibilities contained within it, marking a significant leap in his understanding of the essence of chakra and the creation of life. The sage mode resonated with this nascent power in a wondrous harmony, as if discovering the most fitting extension. Yet, the joy in Fengye's eyes was soon replaced by a deeper focus. He carefully transplanted the delicate sapling into the moist moss nestled within the crevices of the rocks, observing as it weakly yet tenaciously took root. This was merely the beginning. The next step involved a profound study of morphological transformations and expansive growth, blending the perception and manipulation of observation haki. This path, interwoven with the power dynamics of the pirate world, was just beginning to unfurl beneath his feet. Chapter 78. Reunion. The sounds of the Valley of the End gradually faded away. Fengye's figure had already merged with the night enveloping the outskirts of Konoha, silently gliding over treetops and rooftops. The immense mental toll of merging with would-release only served to ignite certain suppressed desires within him, spreading like wildfire. He did not return to the Hyuga household. Instead, he purposefully soared toward a relatively tranquil residential area of the village. His advanced observation haki had unfurled like an invisible net, precisely locking onto a familiar presence. Yuzuki Yuin. Fengye landed soundlessly at Yuin's abode, the low wall offering little obstacle to him. He momentarily swayed, instantly appearing outside the second-floor window. The window was not completely locked, leaving a small gap. Just as he reached out to push it open, a cool voice, laced with a hint of languor, floated from within. "Oh, the busy one finally has some time today?" The owner of that voice had evidently sensed his arrival. Fengye chuckled softly, pushed the window open, and slipped inside. Yuzuki Yuin stood with her back to him, positioned not far from the vanity mirror. She appeared to have just bathed, wrapped in a silk purple robe, its belt casually tied, revealing smooth, delicate shoulders and tantalizing curves. Her long purple hair cascaded loosely, droplets of water clinging to the tips, while the air was imbued with the subtle floral fragrance of her body wash. She did not turn around, merely gazing at the intruding Fengye through the mirror, her eyes swirling with complex emotions. There was joy at their long-awaited reunion, dissatisfaction at being neglected, and an almost overwhelming fervor. Fengye gently closed the window behind him. He regarded the alluring figure in the mirror, feeling the silent tension in the air, as his fatigue from training seemed to ignite instantaneously. "I happen to have some time today, so I came to see you." "See me?" Yuin turned, leaning against the vanity, her robe slipping slightly with the motion, revealing a glimpse of springtime beauty. A smile, tinged with danger, curved her lips. "You've been training with the little princess of the Hyuga clan every day, and today you left the village alone, didn't you? I suppose you had no time to think of this old woman, did you?" Her tone was imbued with unmasked jealousy and a hint of provocation. Fengye had moved to stand before her, their proximity allowing them to feel each other's breath. He carried a faint, lingering aura of potent strength. He reached out, his fingers gliding across her delicate skin, eliciting a slight shiver. His gaze was profound, ensnaring her violet eyes that sparkled with intricate emotions. "I had a bit of business today, and I've been quite busy with the Chunin exams recently, so I couldn't spare the time." Before he could finish his sentence, Fengye suddenly lowered his head and fiercely pressed his lips against Yuin's, which bore a hint of stubbornness. The evening primrose symbolically struggled for a moment, only to surrender all resistance in a fervent response. She clasped Fengye's neck with her hand, rising on her toes to deepen and intensify the kiss. The long-suppressed longing and desire erupted at that instant. Their lips entwined, breaths mingling. Fengye's palm, radiating warmth, caressed her smooth back. Even through her nightgown, he could distinctly feel the delicacy of her skin and the slight tremor of her body. His other hand encircled her slender waist, drawing her closer as if wanting to merge her into his very being. The delicate fragrance of flowers in the air was swiftly replaced by a more fervent atmosphere. "You scoundrel," Xian murmured amidst her gasps, her voice dripping with sultriness. "You haven't come to see me for so long." "It is my fault," Fengye replied, his voice equally muddled yet thick with desire. His kisses fell upon her sensitive earlobe and neck, leaving warm, moist marks. "Tonight, I shall make it up to you." "Humph. Who cares?" Xian retorted, yet her body betrayed her, pressing even closer. She tilted her head back, exposing her neck to his lips, much like a sacrificial prey, yet also embodying a predator that held dominion over all. Unbeknownst to her, the sash of her nightgown had been undone by Feng Yi, cascading down her flawless skin. The passion of their long-awaited reunion ignited like an uncontrollable wildfire, instantly engulfing the room. Suppressed moans and heavy breaths rendered all words superfluous, leaving only primal instincts and long-repressed yearning to be unleashed. The mingling scent of sweat and the faint aroma of her bath lotion filled the space. As their rapid breaths subsided, Feng Yi leaned against the headboard while Xian curled into his embrace, her cheek resting against his sturdy, warm chest, her purple hair cascading over them. Her long fingers unconsciously traced circles on his taut abdomen, feeling the remarkable power contained beneath his skin. Silence enveloped them, comfortably laced with post-coital satisfaction. Hey, Xian's languid voice, tinged with huskiness, shattered the tranquility. Feng Yi responded in a deep tone, his fingers weaving through her silky hair. She nuzzled closer into his embrace. Why did you go to the Valley of the End today? Feng Yi chuckled softly, his chest vibrating slightly. I sought a tranquil spot to bask in the sun, feel the breeze, and listen to the sound of the water. It was quite suitable for calming the mind. Calming the mind. Xian lifted her head, her eyes glinting with playful mischief in the dim light as she gazed at him. Your movements hardly reflect an intention to find peace. As she spoke, she gently traced her fingertip along his chin. Feng Yi grasped her mischievous hand. I went to practice some ninjutsu. Xian let out a light huff. Feng Yi leaned down, rubbing his chin against her fragrant hair. And what about you? Have you been busy with your umbu tasks lately? Encountered any troublesome situations? The Chunin exams have intensified the village's defenses, and I've been busy patrolling, Xian replied. Her voice laced with a hint of post-work fatigue but predominantly relaxed, occasionally catching a few oblivious little thieves. Nothing too turbulent. Just the tedious paperwork that makes my head spin. She lamented, as if confiding in her closest companion. Writing reports is indeed a headache. Feng Yi nodded in empathy. I heard Ino helped with the written portion of the Chunin exams. Would you like me to assist you with your writing? Imitating your handwriting. I have acquired a modicum of skill, he said half-jokingly. Get lost. You? You have never even submitted a task report. Shiyuan playfully punched him lightly in the chest. Are you trying to get me confined for forging documents? I lack your capricious prowess. I heard that during the preliminaries, you were quite the sensation, the king of Konoha. Feng Yi, unwilling to dwell on this topic, urged, the task assigned by the third Hokage requires my discretion. Now, sleep, Shiyuan. Shiyuan huffed. You wouldn't sneak off to find your young lady after I fall asleep, would you? No. Their breathing soon became calm and rhythmic as they embraced and drifted into slumber. Chapter 79. The Contest of Youth. The following morning, Feng Yi had long awakened, gazing at the still sleeping Shiyuan in his arms. Strands of her purple hair lay against her fair cheeks, her expression softened, exuding a tender reliance that contrasted with her usual sharpness. Feng Yi did not rise immediately. Instead, he quietly held her, savoring the rare tranquility and warmth. Perhaps stirred by his gaze or merely by the rhythm of her biological clock, Shiyuan slowly opened her beautiful eyes. The initial haze of awakening met Feng Yi's deep, smiling gaze, and her expression instantly brightened, blossoming into a languid smile. Good morning. Her voice was particularly enchanting. He lowered his head, pressing a soft kiss on her smooth forehead. They exchanged no words, merely nestled together, relishing the morning's serenity and each other's warmth. The subtle, unconscious caresses of their bodies and the silent entanglement of their glances filled the air with an even more profound tenderness than the night before. After a brief yet profound moment of intimacy, both understood that the rhythm of daily life would soon resume. I must be off, Feng Yi said, stroking her long hair. Shiyuan replied softly, lacking the sharpness of the previous night, gently pushing him. Hurry, don't keep your young lady waiting. All right, Feng Yi chuckled, rising nimbly to dress. Shiyuan also sat up, watching his upright figure vanish beyond the window. A complex emotion flickered across her face, only to be gently dismissed with a shake of her head. She rose, preparing to embrace the new day. With a few light leaps, Feng Yi confidently landed on the familiar streets of Konoha. The vigor bestowed by the sage enhanced his energy, leaving him devoid of fatigue. Instead of heading home directly, he turned his steps towards a particular residence. Kakashi Hitaki. As the Jonin instructor of Team 7, Kakashi was someone Feng Yi knew well. Hey, Kakashi, good morning. Feng Yi greeted heartily. Kakashi, who was breakfasting while reading at home. Looked up. Oh, it's Fengya. Up so early, just crawled out of your cozy nest to visit me? Your energy is quite extraordinary. Clearly, he was aware of certain things concerning Fengya. Fengya chuckled. I have an important matter to discuss. During the last preliminaries, didn't Gai-sensei mention something about being one of the rivals of youth? Kakashi closed his book and sat up a little straighter. I wish to challenge Gai-sensei to a full-throttle contest of youth. I yearn to discover the limits of my own body. I shall challenge the azure beast of Konoha. Kakashi's languid demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced by a grave intensity. Fengya, are you certain? That guy, become serious. I am resolute. Fengya declared firmly, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, as if the very air around them had momentarily solidified. Sensing the undeniable determination and surging power within Fengya, Kakashi fell silent for 2 seconds. Then his expression grew earnest. Understood. I will relay the message to Guy. However, Fengya, brace yourself. This may well be an earth-shattering battle. Let us proceed to the third training ground. No sooner had he spoken, Kakashi's figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, evidently racing to find the green-clad figure who was energetically running laps around Konoha in a handstand. Fengya watched in resignation as Kakashi vanished, shrugged, and casually grabbed a piece of bread from Kakashi's desk, stuffing it into his mouth. Wait, I'm still at your place. Why do I feel more excited than you? Shortly thereafter, at the third training ground, the atmosphere abruptly turned tense. Kakashi's efficiency was remarkable. Or perhaps Guy's speed upon hearing of the youthful challenge surpassed even Kakashi's body flicker technique. Kakashi leaned against a tree, cradling a copy of Ica Paradise. Yet his gaze was fixed upon the center of the arena. There, Guy was engaged in fundamental taijutsu training, each punch and kick accompanied by a whistling wind, embodying raw power, devoid of any embellishments, a testament to years of relentless practice. Ah, young Fengya, Guy exclaimed, halting his movements as he spotted Fengya descend. His bushy brows framed eyes that sparkled with unadulterated enthusiasm. Kakashi mentioned you wish to engage in a youthful contest? Excellent. Let the sweat of our youth flow freely. Shall we start with a warm-up? He assumed the basic stance of the Leaf's fluid style. Fengya regarded this legendary figure with reverence, fully aware of the terrifying explosive force concealed within what appeared to be simple movements. He mirrored the stance, speaking solemnly. Senior Guy, I seek your guidance. Without any grandiose explosion of energy, the two figures intertwined in an instant. Bang, 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 bang. The sounds of fists and feet colliding rang out like a torrential downpour. This was the purest and most solid contest of taijutsu. Guy's techniques were expansive and powerful, the fruits of decades of unwavering dedication. Fengya's martial arts, however, melded speed, precision, and the terrifying coordination and flexibility bestowed by his advanced sage body, his movements flowing like water. The observation haki granted him a near precognitive ability to evade and block attacks. As they moved rapidly across the arena, the exchange of offense and defense caused the ground beneath them to shatter and sink with each clash of raw power, dust swirling around them. Kakashi's Sharingan slowly revolved, capturing every detail. Fengya's foundational taijutsu was alarmingly solid, and his reaction speed was astonishing. Guy's experience temporarily held the upper hand, yet Fengya, relying on his foresight and defense, managed to stabilize the situation. Moreover, it seemed that his strength was inexhaustible. As time elapsed, the advantages of Fengya's advanced sage body began to manifest. His power surged forth like an unrelenting tide, with speed that showed no sign of waning, instead becoming increasingly fluid under Kai's ferocious onslaught. His counterattacks grew ever more precise and cunning. Boom! A clash of fists. Fengya's fist collided violently with Kai's. This time, Kai was actually jolted, his arm numb, and he involuntarily slid back a short distance. Yet, Fengya remained utterly unmoved. What? A glimmer of disbelief ignited in Kai's eyes. The strength within the young Fengya seemed as fathomless as the ocean. Kai Sr., be cautious. Fengya called out sharply, his assault suddenly intensifying. His figure seemed to multiply, launching fierce attacks from various angles. Fists, palms, fingers, elbows, knees, legs, every part of his body transformed into a weapon, raining down like a torrential storm. Each strike sliced through the air with a piercing shriek. Kai felt the pressure mount exponentially. His once proud speed and strength appeared somewhat inadequate against Fengya's relentless and accurate assault. The arm he used to block throbbed painfully, and the space to evade was increasingly constricted. On the battlefield, Fengye undeniably seized the initiative. How formidable! Kai was astounded, but more so thrilled to encounter a worthy adversary. This was the kind of opponent one should face in youth. Fengye, your martial prowess and physique have transcended all boundaries. Thus, Chapter 80, A Barrage of Power. First gate, open. Second gate, rest gate, open. Third gate, life gate, open. Fourth gate, injury gate, open. Kai's voice rang out in succession. The chakra enveloping him ignited like flames, layers upon layers intensifying. His skin began to redden, veins bulging. An overwhelming sense of power surging forth. His speed and strength escalated to an entirely new level. Boom, boom, boom. With the opening of the fourth gate, Kai finally regained the upper hand. His attacks bore the ferocity to rend all asunder. Fengye's continuous onslaught was forcibly interrupted, compelling him to shift from offense to defense. Relying on his foresight and armor defenses, amidst Kai's frenzied attacks, he weaved and dodged. Though it appeared perilous, his foundation remained steadfast, with each block and evasion impeccably timed. Kai roared once more. Fifth gate, door of dueling, open. The emerald glow of his chakra surged magnificently. His speed and strength soared once again. The arena was filled with nothing but a green blur violently colliding with another figure. The sound of their clashes echoed like thunder. The ground fractured and collapsed beneath them. Such an intense and high-octane martial contest generated energy fluctuations and destructive force far exceeding that of even seasoned Jonin. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, smoking, suddenly looked up. Such a powerful chakra disturbance over there. Upon confirming the source with a telescope technique, he realized it was Kai and that child Fengye in the third training ground. Umbu. Immediately seal off the surrounding area of the third training ground. No one is to approach. Notify all shinobi in the village to accompany me. The third Hokage's voice carried a weight of seriousness and a hint of barely concealed anticipation. He was fully aware of Fengye's potential and understood Kai's strength. This confrontation needed to be managed with utmost care. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Umbu vanished in an instant. Asuma, Sunset Red, Nara Shikamaru, and Tsukuyami were among those who swiftly gathered at the third training ground, joined by the arriving Chunin Kosan, Mito Gate, and various clan leaders. When the third Hokage arrived with the others, they beheld Guy unleashing the fifth gate of the 8 gates, relentlessly assaulting Fengye. Yet, Fengye remained steadfast as a mountain. Each parry resonating with a thunderous impact, causing the ground beneath him to fracture continuously. Is that the fifth gate? Has Guy been pushed to such extremes? How could he withstand Guy's ferocious attacks solely with his taijutsu and that peculiar ability? His strength is as unfathomable as a tailed beast. The elders were astounded. They recognized Fengye's prowess as a key candidate for Hokage's training, but witnessing such a level of taijutsu confrontation was beyond their expectations. Though Guy's onslaught was fierce, he was astonished to find that he could not truly breach Fengye's defenses. The latter's prophetic foresight, coupled with his indomitable defense and inexhaustible stamina and strength, formed an almost insurmountable barrier. Guy's fighting spirit and awe reached their zenith. Suddenly, he leaped back, creating distance, and formed hand seals before him. His green chakra transforming into a more ferocious and fervent state. Fengye, your resilience and youth ignite my passion. Aha! Sixth gate, the gate of joy, open. Morning Peacock. With a thunderous roar, Guy's figure soared into the heavens. His fists became indistinguishable phantoms, wildly striking the air. The atmosphere was fiercely rubbed, compressed, ignited. Countless blazing punches, trailing flames like a peacock's feathers, unleashed a devastating force that enveloped the space around Fengye. The air warped under the scorching heat, emitting sharp, piercing detonations. Fengye's thoughts raced. The gate of joy. Morning Peacock. Brother, were we not meant to engage in a youthful taijutsu contest? Why have you resorted to strategic bombardment? As the torrential rain of fiery punches descended, Fengye's eyes sparkled with intensity. His momentary critique of youthful taijutsu was instantly replaced by an overwhelming sense of crisis. He had to act. Huh? Fengye bellowed, his voice resonating across the battlefield. As the chakra emanating from his sage body erupted like a vast ocean, the shimmering blue chakra cloak enveloped him in an instant. A powerful blend of vitality and natural energy surging forth. This sage body chakra cloak not only provided unparalleled defense, but also endowed him with speed and regenerative abilities. Armament Haki. Fengye's skin transformed into a profound, gleaming black, while his muscle fibers, enhanced by the dual infusion of sage chakra and armament haki, reached an astonishing density and strength. The ground beneath him could not withstand the explosive force, collapsing into a deep pit, with spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spreading. Fengye's mind raced under the pressure, his observation haki heightened to its limits. The overwhelming trajectories of the flames became vividly clear within his consciousness. The entirety of his strength, propelled by chakra, coalesced in his fists and arms. Eschewing flamboyant techniques, Fengye opted for the most direct and ferocious response: brutal confrontation. "Come on, Senior Kai?" This is my youthful retort. His voice, resonant amidst the thunderous roar of chakra, echoed with an unprecedented fervor for battle. No longer evading, he charged towards the flaming meteor shower, his fists transforming into two streaks of black lightning that tore through space. Boom, 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 boom. The chakra-clad, lustrous black armored fists collided violently with the oncoming attack from Kai. The crater beneath Fengye's feet continued to expand, yet he remained steadfast as a rock. Exploding forth with tremendous force, he countered the assault. The deafening sound of explosions rang out continuously, transforming the center of the training ground into a realm ravaged by energy. Debris vaporized, the ground was furrowed into deep gouges, and the air was repeatedly compressed and ignited, forming fleeting clouds of fire. With the absolute defense of his sage body and armored chakra, he withstood the saturated bombardment capable of annihilating an entire block. From another perspective, when Kai shouted, "Sixth gate, open! Morning Peacock!" all the onlookers gasped in astonishment, their hearts nearly ceasing to beat. The sixth gate, Morning Peacock. Kai was serious. Moreover, that kid Fengye was astonishingly powerful. Asuma, oblivious to the cigarette that fell from his mouth, pondered why these two immensely strong individuals exhibited no semblance of traditional strength. Could it be? My goodness, is this truly my guy's power? No, Asuma, you mustn't think that way. You are not like them. Yuhi Kurenai's face turned pale, her voice trembling. The jinjutsu she prided herself on seemed so feeble in the face of such sheer violence. The scale was too vast. There was no way to evade. Nara Shikamaru gripped his kunai tightly. Could Fengye withstand this? Yamanaka Ino anxiously clutched the hilt of her sword. Saratobi Asuma's pipe was nearly crushed in his grip, his expression grave beyond measure. Mito Gate In and T. Sankamachi were left dumbfounded. They were aware of the might of the 8 gates. Yet witnessing the essence of the 6th gate, its destructive power exceeded all imagination. However, what followed next? The brilliant blue light erupting from Fengye and the chakra cloak condensed into a tangible form, plunged everyone into even deeper astonishment. What was that? The chakra had materialized. A blue chakra cloak burning like flames? Never before seen. Such a powerful life force. This was undoubtedly not a mere transformation of ordinary chakra. What in the world was that black substance? Such an astonishing defense. Was this truly the strength of a 12-year-old boy? Kakashi's Sharingan spun frantically, striving to capture Fengye's movements and the flow of energy, yet everything before him was heart-stopping. Sage art? No, not entirely the same. But the sheer vitality and the strength of that chakra cloak resembled the form of a tailed beast. He was actually braving the morning peacock. They witnessed Fengye no longer evade but stand resolutely like a deity of war woven in shades of blue and black, striking back amidst the storm of destructive flames. Each collision unleashed an explosion and shockwave that sent a tingling sensation across the skin of those safely distanced, the ground trembling beneath their feet. To think he would actually confront the morning peacock head-on. The voice of Nara Shikaku was filled with incredulity. This was no longer a battle of elite shinobi. Mito gaped and murmured. Chapter 81, Confronting the Day Tiger. The trio of Inuzuka, Nara, and Aburame, with Nara Shikaku fixated on the battlefield's epicenter, the 6th gate, Morning Peacock. An overwhelming saturation attack. This guy, has truly pushed physical techniques to their utmost limits. More astonishing still was that lad, Kazuya. Shikaku's voice was low and quick. That tangible blue chakra cloak was unprecedented. Its intensity, recovery, and energy levels were extraordinarily high. How much power has he concealed while clashing with the morning peacock? Such a presence holds significant implications for Konoha's strategic landscape. It is hard to fathom that this is the companion my trouble-averse son could acquire. In the distance, Hinata and the oil woman observed. Hinata Hisashi's face was devoid of expression, yet within the depths of his pupils, Turbulent waves surged. Remarkable, that boy Kazuya. He has truly brought me honor. Ha ha. But I must not laugh out loud. Remain composed. Uphold the dignity of a clan leader. At the center of the battlefield, Guy gazed at Kazuya, who not only stood firm against the relentless bombardment of the morning peacock, but also retaliated with his fists. The flame within him blazed to unprecedented heights. Oh. Guy's roar was laced with unparalleled excitement and emotion, tears mingling with sweat and steam. Magnificent. Kazuya, youth, your strength, your will, I, Might Guy, have completely and utterly felt it. This is youth, colliding at the limits, erupting in desperation, illuminating each other's path with a burning life. Your response is more fervent than any words, more radiant than any flame. Kazuya, you deserve all my efforts in response to this youth. Guy's gaze burned with the purest fire. He sensed Kazuya's unfathomable potential and strength. To reciprocate your transcendent youth, I too must. Guy abruptly halted the morning peacock's release, his body twisting forcefully in midair before crashing to the ground. The green steam enveloping him receded, and an even more terrifying, heart-stopping energy brewed within him. His veins bulged grotesquely, threatening to burst at any moment. An invisible, heavy pressure instantly enveloped the entire training ground, leaving all spectators breathless. The seventh gate, the gate of shock. Guy's voice transcended mere height, imbued with a resolve that surpassed all. Open. A thunderous roar erupted. An indescribable, almost tangible blue steam surged skyward from Guy's being. The blue steam coiled around him as his body endured unimaginable pressure. Yet the aura he radiated made heaven and earth tremble. The ground beneath him formed a vast circular pit. Youth is about breaking limits. Kazuya, this technique was originally intended for Kakashi. Brace yourself. Kai's roar resounded like thunder, heralding the commencement of a youthful confrontation that had now entered a terrifying phase of seismic proportions. The training grounds fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the resonant roar of blue steam and the frantic beating of hearts. Kakashi's Sharingan was fixated intently on that azure figure, his palms slick with perspiration. You must listen to what you are saying, Kai. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, stood ready to intervene at any moment. He understood that the impending clash would be a cataclysmic event of true magnitude. Could Fengye withstand the legendary power of the Eight Gates? Taking a deep breath, Fengye felt ignited by Kai's fervor. This was the embodiment of Might Guy, destined to surpass all others. His skin transformed instantaneously into a glossy black, radiating a metallic sheen, creating an extraordinary state of blue and black amalgamation. Waves of blue energy flowed over the obsidian armor, bestowing upon this layer of defense an unparalleled rigidity and resilience. The earth beneath him, already cracked and weary, silently sank once more, forming a deeper crater. Fengye's focus sharpened, his observation haki reaching unprecedented heights. He perceived the movement of air around him, the subtle quivers of Kai's muscles, the oscillating frequencies of the destructive energy within the blue steam. Every fragment of information surged into his mind, constructing a model of the forthcoming seconds. Kai's movements, amidst the tempestuous blue steam, became decipherable. The strength coursing through Fengye was no longer merely a muscular explosion. It was an orchestration of vast chakra, compressed and concentrated throughout his limbs. This fusion of power and the rigidity of his armor transformed his body into the ultimate humanoid weapon. Come on, Senior Kai? Fengye's voice resonated clearly within the chaotic energy field. Oh. Youth is an unregretted collision. Fengye the youth, prepare to receive my attack. Day Tiger. Kai's roar erupted like a thunderclap. Instead of leaping as he would when using the morning peacock, he unleashed his power in the simplest of manners. His body slightly sank before surging forward towards Fengye's position, both fists thrusting forward. Boom. This was not mere fist pressure nor flames. It was the air in front being compressed to its utmost limits in an instant, unleashed with ferocious force. A colossal white tiger, born of high-pressure air, roared forth with the intent to annihilate, instantly engulfing Fengye's form. Where it passed, the ground did not shatter. It vaporized, vanishing entirely. This created an unfathomably deep chasm. The air was violently displaced, forming a visible circular shockwave that radiated outward. Faced with the unavoidable day tiger, Fengye chose to charge headlong into it. He concentrated his chakra, maximized his armed color hardening, and infused his right fist with the essence of brute strength. driving it straight towards the roaring white tiger's head. No dodging, no tricks. This was the purest collision of power against power, will against will, youth against youth. Bang! An indescribable explosion echoed. In that moment of impact, time seemed to stand still. Immediately following, there was a cataclysmic release of energy. At the point of impact, a colossal white sphere of energy, exceeding 100 meters in diameter, instantaneously expanded, engulfing all sound and light. The blinding radiance rendered all spectators momentarily sightless. A violent shockwave, a tempest of energy, spiraled outward in all directions. Earth style, multiple earth wall. Water style, water barrier. Quickly, defend. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, responded with remarkable speed, slamming his hands to the ground as several formidable earth walls, adorned with immense carvings of the ape demon, rose abruptly. Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai, among other elite Jonin, exerted every ounce of their strength to conjure defensive jutsu. Yet, despite their efforts, the terrifying shockwave struck the multiple barriers with the force of a sledgehammer. Crack! Crack! The outermost earth wall was swiftly riddled with cracks, while the water barrier was utterly vaporized. The onlookers felt as if they were struck by a colossal wave, their vitality surging chaotically, with some even experiencing blood at the corners of their mouths as they were flung away. The entire forest surrounding the third training ground appeared as though ravaged by a hurricane, collapsing in swathes. Chapter 82. Level Seal Command. Upon completing the daytime tiger, Guy's blue steam became exceedingly unstable, boiling violently and dissipating. His body visibly trembled with intensity as the immense burden of the opened seventh gate and the cost of releasing the daytime tiger began to wreak havoc upon him. The flames of his youthful spirit flickered uncertainly. Had he succeeded? Guy struggled to lift his head, his bloodshot eyes piercing through the thin veil of blue steam. Fixating intently on the center of the explosion, where dust and debris swirled. As the dust began to settle, a figure emerged, enveloped in deep blue chakra, shimmering with an obsidian sheen. Like a god of war returning, he stood resolutely at the heart of the devastation, although somewhat disheveled. With injuries adorning his arms and blood staining his lips, his aura not only remained undiminished, but grew denser and more formidable. Coughing, Funya spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, shaking his somewhat numb right arm, his gaze toward Guy filled with admiration and a tinge of concern. Thankfully, the Sage Mode combined with the armament Haki had sufficed. Otherwise, the injuries would have been severe. It seemed that even grievous wounds could be healed by Sage Mode. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the 8 gates of Duinjia technique. Guy, enough. The third Hokage's voice resonated with undeniable authority. He appeared at the edge of the battlefield. Having arrived unobserved, he could not permit Konoha to lose even a single precious warrior, one who burned with such fervent youth. Guy's fiery spirit began to wane gradually. The blue steam enveloping him dissipated entirely, revealing a profoundly satisfied smile. Funya, you truly are the finest youthful rival. Before his words could fully escape his lips, darkness engulfed his vision, and his body uncontrollably collapsed forward, only to be caught securely by the third Hokage. The training ground fell into a profound silence. Only the wind whispered through the ruins, and the heavy breaths of the spectators could be heard. This cataclysmic clash of blue chakra and blue steam, where Funya withstood Guy's ultimate explosion, momentarily drew to a close. Funya's defenses and endurance had withstood Guy's peak outburst. However, Kai's unwavering spirit, which consumed all in the name of belief, garnered profound respect from everyone. Sarutobi Hiruzen surveyed the training ground, thoroughly ravaged by the recent exercises, and observed the astonishment still etched on the faces of the esteemed shinobi beside him. Taking a deep breath, his voice transformed into one of solemn authority that resonated throughout the arena. The events of today shall be classified as the highest secret of Konoha. This is a level of absolute confidentiality. His gaze swept over every Jonin and Umbu present. All details of the battle that transpired here today, including the abilities displayed by both parties, are strictly prohibited from disclosure. Any violators will be treated as traitors to the village. Yes, Hokage-sama. All the ninjas, including the 2 elder advisors, responded with grave expressions. They fully understood the significance of this battle and the potential repercussions. Confidentiality was imperative. Medical team, Hiruzen commanded. The elite medical unit, having been on standby for some time, approached under the leadership of their captain. Quickly, stabilized Ninkai's 8 gates backlash. His chakra pathways are severely damaged, and his muscles are extensively torn. The medical ninjas activated their healing techniques, casting a luminous aura over Might Guy. At that moment, advisors Nara Shikaku and Mito Kazumi, along with elite Jonin such as Asuma, Yuhi Karini, Nara Shikamaru, and Tsukikage Kaze, gathered at the edge of the pit. Their faces were universally marked with profound shock. They had indeed witnessed Kai directly endure the formidable daytime tiger. Karini's voice trembled slightly, barely perceptible. She gazed at the resilient figure of Keed, her eyes brimming with incredulity. As a conservative, she had always held reservations regarding the third Hokage's high regard for this non-clan-born youth. However, in this moment, all doubts were utterly shattered by the undeniable reality before her. This was no longer within the realm of genius. This was a monstrosity, a pillar strong enough to support the future of Konoha, more astonishing than even the legendary Minato Namikaze. Mito adjusted her glasses, filled with contemplation and appraisal, yet it ultimately culminated in a sigh of acceptance and acknowledgement. Strength, after all, remains the most compelling testament. Asuma, with a cigarette in his mouth, looked at Keed. You haven't embarrassed your older brother. He laughed heartily. Kurenai cast a helpless glance at Asuma, while Tsukikage Kaze covered his mouth and coughed a few times, his eyes reflecting awe and a sense of respect for the rising generation. Keed greeted each of those present with a nod. Third Hokage, esteemed elders, brother Asuma, and sister-in-law, and Uncle Kakashi, I appreciate your concern. Asuma approached and patted Keed on the back, his gaze filled with pride and amusement. You boy. You really know how to make your brother proud every single time. Ha. Keed stretched his body and grinned. Of course. The Konoha Dance Kings cannot afford to lose face. Hiruzen shot a disapproving look at the two boastful men, bemused by their audacity amidst such a gathering. Just as Keed was being supported to the edge of the pit by Asuma, a purple figure appeared at his side. Yuki Hana, who was maintaining order in the periphery. As a special Jonin and member of the Umbu, she was naturally among the spectators. She remained silent, casting a profound glance at Funya, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions, concern, shock, and a hint of pride. Soon, however, she reverted to the cold demeanor of the Umbu, silently stepping aside to fulfill her duty. Yet, Funya could sense the multitude of unspoken words contained within that gaze. It seemed she had assumed he was seeking Hinata earlier that morning. Funya-kun, a familiar voice, tinged with a cry, reached his ears. He looked up to see Hinata being restrained by Hyuga Hizashi, standing outside the safety line designated by the Umbu. Her small face was pale, her eyes rimmed with red, tears swirling in her gaze, filled with worry and sorrow. Hizashi's expression was grave, yet internally, his thoughts painted a different picture. He had never felt so invigorated. It was almost too much to bear. A warmth surged within Funya as he smiled gently in Hinata's direction, silently mouthing the words, I am fine. Sarutobi Asuma observed this scene, and a hint of warmth broke through his serious demeanor as he nodded at Hizashi. Only then did Hizashi release his hold on Hinata. Funya-kun. Unable to restrain herself any longer, Hinata called out, her voice laced with emotion, and rushed towards Funya, who was being supported by Asuma. Upon seeing her reckless dash towards him, a wave of warmth and a twinge of guilt surged within him. He swiftly pushed Asuma's hand away, opening his arms to embrace Hinata. Hinata collided into Funya's embrace, her hands wrapping tightly around his waist, her small face buried in his chest, which bore the scent of dust and blood, trembled violently as she stifled her sobs. Funya-kun, you scared me. So much blood, so many injuries. Funya could feel her fear and concern, and he gently held her close, one hand tenderly stroking her hair, his chin resting atop her head. It's all right, Hinata. I am fine. See, I am standing here in one piece. Just some superficial wounds. They will heal swiftly. He could feel her tears soaking his shirt. But that explosion was terrifying. Hinata's tear-streaked face was filled with lingering dread. Her trembling fingers cautiously brushed over the already healing, yet still gruesome bruises and cuts on Funya's arm, as if afraid to cause him pain. Funya wiped away the tears on Hinata's cheeks, gazing at her worried face, his heart melting into a puddle of tenderness. Hinata, how did you know? And how did you arrive so quickly? He asked, glancing towards Hizashi, who had followed closely behind, his expression inquiring. Hizashi stepped forward, observing the tightly embraced pair, and explained in a solemn tone. Funya, The Hokage sensed that your spar with Kakashi was of great significance and immediately ordered the training ground to be secured, notifying the elite shinobi in the village to come and observe, just in case. Hizashi's gaze shifted to Hinata, recalling that she had been near his study when the Umbu conveyed the message to him. His eyes returned to Funya, filled with a mixture of helplessness and paternal concern. The moment this child heard your name in connection with the spar, and with you not returning last night, she became frantic, insisting on coming along. I could not dissuade her, fearing she would let her imagination run wild, so I brought her with me. I never anticipated that you could reach such a remarkable level. Fengyi, you are truly exceptional. The last two words spoken by Hinata's father, Hinata Hayashi, carried an extraordinary gravity. This was not merely an acknowledgement of his future son-in-law, but a recognition of a formidable force capable of shaking the very foundations of the ninja world. Witnessing Fengyi withstand the formidable assault of the Day Tiger without faltering instilled a sense of relief. Hinata's insight surpassed that of her father by far. Chapter 83. Danzo. Upon hearing her father's explanation, Hinata's cheeks flushed a delicate hue, yet she clutched Fengyi's arm even tighter, as if fearing that a mere loosening of her grip would cause him to vanish. She tilted her head upwards to meet his gaze, softly imploring. I truly worry about you, Fengyi-kun. Please, do not exert yourself so recklessly next time, all right? Fengyi, gazing into Hinata's eyes filled with deep affection, lowered his head and bestowed a gentle kiss upon her forehead, murmuring, Yes, I promise I will take more care in the future. I am sorry for causing you concern. Ahem. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen discreetly cleared his throat, interrupting the tender exchange between the young couple, though most of the higher-ups and elites present feigned ignorance. In a gentle tone, he remarked, Very well, save the intimate moments for later. Take my guy back and attend to him with all your might. Fengyi, ensure you recuperate well. The third exam is imminent, and I need you in your finest form. Understood, third Hokage. Fengyi replied solemnly. Kakashi closed his book, observing Fengyi's retreating figure, then casting a glance at the carefully carried guy, murmuring to himself, Two monsters. Yet the future of Konoha seems far more intriguing with both of you around. With a slight shift, he too vanished from sight, watching Fengyi depart with Hinata's support. Accompanied by the medical team, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a deep sense of contentment. Gazing at the ruins ravaged by the two titans, a smile touched his lips. The future of Konoha appeared increasingly clear and imbued with hope. In the shadows afar, the figure of Yugogo flickered momentarily, casting a lingering glance at the two intertwined figures before ultimately merging into the darkness. Let him relish the tender warmth of the young lady for now. Meanwhile, in the depths of Konoha, an oppressive silence enveloped the darkened chamber. The air was thick with the scent of antiseptic and aged scrolls. In the innermost sanctum of the base, Shimura Danzo leaned heavily on his cane, his singular eye fixated on the scrolls of intelligence spread across the stone table. These scrolls had just been delivered at the utmost speed by his trusted subordinate, Nara Shikaku. The scrolls contained succinct, coded messages. Third training ground. Target, Fengyi. Incident, engaged in informal physical combat with Might Guy, Jonin. Process, exceptionally intense. The target allegedly exhibited unknown defensive capabilities. Outcome, the target withstood the assaults of the 6th gate, Morning Peacock, and the 7th gate, Day Tiger, sustaining injuries yet remaining steadfast. Guy succumbed to exhaustion and suffered severe backlash. Witnesses, 3rd Hokage, 2 advisors, Kakashi, Asuma, Yuhi Kurenai, Nara Shikamaru, and members of the direct Umbu squad, along with clan heads from various prominent families. Follow-up, the 3rd Hokage issued a sealing order. The target was escorted away by the medical team and Hinata Hyuga. Gaia's backlash was severe, necessitating readmission to the hospital. Assessment, the target's strength far exceeds expectations, seemingly possessing unknown high-level defensive techniques and an astonishing physique, with remarkable recovery abilities. Threat level, extremely dangerous. Bang! Danzo's single eye suddenly constricted, the grip on his cane turning pale from excessive force. The cane struck the hard ground with a heavy thud, reverberating ominously in the confined space. The Day Tiger stood firm against the onslaught. Danzo's voice was low and filled with chilling disbelief. The reckless Might Guy's ultimate technique was actually thwarted. He abruptly raised his head, his eye flickering with a terrifying glint in the dim light, fixated on the symbol of the leaf ninja hanging on the stone wall, as if he meant to scorch it with his gaze. Akasawakia. Danzo spat the name through clenched teeth, imbued with icy malice and profound apprehension. Had he been masquerading as a fool for 6 years at the Ninja Academy? His concealment was remarkably deep, forming alliances with the heirs of various prominent clans. Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki; Hinata, the heiress of the Hyuga clan; Shikamaru, the strategist of the Nara clan; Choji, of the Akimichi clan; Ino, from the Yamanaka clan; Kiba, of the Inazuka clan; and Shino, of the Aburame clan, all shared close ties with him. This was no mere coincidence. It was a meticulously crafted scheme. Utilizing the bonds of their shared experiences, he quietly ensnared the core powers of the future clans of Konoha around him. What was his intention? To undermine the Hokage? Or to seize power directly? That old fool Hiruzen clearly favored this boy, viewing him as the most vital successor since Minato Namikaze. After the recent incident at the training ground, his standing among the higher-ups would undoubtedly rise. This was undoubtedly paving the way for the boy, Danzo, who had devoted himself tirelessly for Konoha, sacrificing countless things, including this eye. Could he possibly watch a mysterious, cunning child ascend to that position? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A flicker of malevolent fury ignited in Danzo's single eye. Useless. That waste of a Sannin, Orochimaru. Purely useless. Why hadn't he eliminated him in the forest of death? Danzo's breath grew heavy. The words on the intelligence scroll indicating the mastery of unknown high-level defensive techniques and a terrifying physique, with formidable recovery abilities, burned in his mind like a searing brand. The unknown signified a loss of control. It meant that he could not fully grasp this threat. This sense of uncontrollability filled him with extreme unease and rage. Hiruzen, you have raised a monster. Danzo's voice dripped with icy derision and deeper calculations. Do you believe he is the future of Konoha? No. He is the greatest hidden peril for Konoha. A person possessing such power, yet hiding so deeply, with such intricate schemes, surely harbors a treacherous heart. Is the legendary sage body truly real? No, it cannot be identical, but this degree of recovery and strength. Danzo's mind raced frantically, attempting to decipher the source of Kia's power. Was that darkness which repelled the day tiger a form of bloodline limit, or a power from beyond the village? Regardless of its nature, it pointed to one undeniable truth. Kia had grown into a colossal entity capable of shaking the very foundations of Konoha, posing a lethal threat to Shimura Danzo. Moreover, this colossal figure enjoys the unwavering trust of the Hokage and maintains cordial relations with the heirs of various noble clans, establishing a remarkably formidable foundation. Such a presence can no longer be permitted to roam unchecked. In Danzo's singular eye, a frigid killing intent crystallizes like a tangible force. Instinctively, he touches the eye concealed beneath the bandages, a cruel smirk curling upon his lips. Do you aspire to occupy the position of Hokage? Do you wish to become the son of Konoha? First, you must consult with the ancient roots buried deep within the earth. Let us see if they consent. The shadows of Konoha shall consume all light that ought not to exist. Such an extraordinary individual cannot be allowed to thrive within the village. That useless Orochimaru must be dealt with by my own hands. Little does he know, a conspiracy against him is quietly taking shape. Chapter 84. Let nature take its course with Hinata's gentle support. Kagaya returned to the Hyuga estate, to the sanctuary that belonged solely to the two of them. The medical ninja confirmed that Kagaya's injuries were not severe. He simply required rest to restore his chakra and stamina before taking his leave, leaving behind the necessary medications. Only the two of them remained in the room. Hinata carefully assisted Kagaya in removing his tattered garments, tenderly wiping away the remnants of dirt and dried blood with a warm, damp cloth. She traced the bruises and minor lacerations that had begun to scab over, each touch imbued with profound tenderness. Kagaya reclined against the soft cushions, gazing at Hinata's focused and gentle profile, enveloped in her warmth. His heart brimmed with tranquility. Yet, in this tender moment, an unexpected image of a girl with purple hair surfaced in Hinata's mind. Was that the Umbu operative she had seen? The same girl with purple hair who had engaged Kagaya in conversation over drinks with Asuma-sensei? This thought rippled through Hinata's heart like a pebble cast into a serene lake, stirring a momentary complexity in her gaze. She recalled the Umbu's gaze directed at Kagaya. Despite the mask, the concealed concern and subtle fluctuations were palpable to Hinata, who could distinctly sense the bond transcending mere camaraderie. Moreover, it seemed Kagaya had responded to her in some way. There must be matters between them of which she remained unaware. Had Kagaya sought her out yesterday? A bittersweet pang surged within Hinata's heart. Although she had harbored suspicions, accepting the reality proved challenging. Was it a matter of confidentiality due to Umbu duties? Or something else entirely? Kagaya lived alongside her daily. Yet was he engaged in numerous undertakings unknown to her? As this delicate wave of emotions unfurled, Hinata's gaze fell upon Kagaya's somewhat pallid visage. He lay with eyes closed, his brow slightly furrowed from exhaustion. This man, powerful enough to withstand a tremendous explosion, now stood before her, having laid bare all defenses, revealing his vulnerability and dependence. Kagaya, Hinata's heart softened instantly. She recalled the evening they sat side by side on the porch, gazing at the beauty of the courtyard. He would patiently listen as she shared the trivialities of her day, chuckling as he ruffled her hair. His actions and companionship had filled every corner of her existence. His gaze, his tenderness, and his unwavering protection had never departed from her. This companionship, cultivated through daily interactions and the love woven into the fabric of their lives, was akin to the warm sunlight that instantly dispelled the lingering bitterness within Hinata's heart. The purple-haired kunoichi of the Umbu, perhaps a significant ally to Kagaya-kun, harbored secrets unknown to her. Yet, what did it matter? Kagaya-kun's world was vast. He would have comrades, companions, and experiences uniquely his own. In Hinata's universe, however, Kagaya-kun constituted her entirety, her staunchest support and warmest sanctuary. The essence of it all lay in the fact that he chose her, opted to share his life with her, revealing his most genuine, relaxed, and dependent self solely to her. That was sufficient. She did not wish to shatter this hard-won tranquility and trust with her own doubts and insecurities. She believed in Kagaya-kun's feelings for her and respected the matters he might choose to keep unspoken. If he wished to confide, he would surely do so. If not, there must be a reason behind his silence. Let things unfold naturally, Hinata reassured herself, feeling a sense of lightness envelop her. As long as Kagaya-kun remained safe and by her side, everything else paled in significance. Hinata's gaze transformed, becoming both gentle and resolute. Kagaya-kun, does it still hurt? Allow me to apply the ointment. You will soon feel better. Sensing Hinata's unreserved concern and trust, Kagaya slowly opened his eyes. He beheld the clear tenderness in Hinata's eyes, illuminated by a hint of relief as if a burden had been lifted. Ah, does this girl refrain from voicing her thoughts to spare me from discomfort? Yuin was indeed perceptive. This thought filled Kagaya's heart with guilt. He reached out, gently covering the hand of Hinata as she tended to his wound. With Hinata present, the pain subsided entirely. Kagaya's voice came out slightly hoarse. Thank you, Hinata. Feeling the warmth and strength emanating from his hand, Hinata rested her head softly against his shoulder, whispering, Kagaya-kun, please be more careful in the future, all right? I worry about you. I promise, Kagaya replied earnestly, nodding as he embraced Hinata a little tighter, resting his chin lightly atop her head. The armed color nearly faltered. That guy, Mike Guy, was fortunate it was the 60th year of Konoha and not his peak period. He feared that if Guy's fervor led him to unleash the 8th gate, a kick from Night Guy would surely obliterate him. Ah, Granny is waving from above. As evening descended, the clamor of the Hyuga family's training ground came to an end. Sister, brother-in-law, I'm back. Hanabi's voice rang out, bright and jubilant, filled with the excitement of returning from school. She spotted Kagaya and Hinata seated in the corridor and immediately fluttered over like a joyful little bird. Hanabi, slow down. Hinata chuckled, offering a gentle reminder. Hanabi halted just before Kagaya, tilting her face upward with sparkling eyes. Brother-in-law, I want to eat something delicious. I didn't expect to return home only to be dragged into training by father. Hinata affectionately took her sister's hand. Yes, my little foodie. In the bustling streets of Konoha, Kagaya gazed at the two girls beside him, one tall and the other small, both strikingly beautiful yet possessing distinctly different qualities. Experiencing this ordinary yet precious warmth, especially Hinata, who gently responded to Hanabi, occasionally glancing at Keed with eyes filled with assurance and happiness. Boss, 3 servings of dango, 1 with extra red bean paste. Keed called out loudly as he approached his favorite dango stall with familiarity. All right, young Keed, I see you've brought Miss Hinata and Miss Hanabi along today. The proprietor clearly recognized them, having memorized the charming duo and the lively little girl after several visits. Just like always, Keed replied with a smile. Soon, steaming, soft, and fragrant dango was handed to the 3 of them. Hanabi couldn't wait to take a bite. her eyes squinting in bliss as she exclaimed, delicious. As the trio savored their dango, they strolled leisurely along the bustling street. Hanabi was captivated by a stall selling handmade wind chimes, and Hinata accompanied her in selecting one. Keed stood to the side, his gaze resting on Hinata. Hinata, he called softly. Hinata turned her head, her clear eyes filled with inquiry. Keed reached out, gently brushing aside a stray lock of hair blown by the night breeze. His deep gaze expressing gratitude as he said, "Thank you." This simple expression of thanks encompassed his appreciation for her care, understanding, tolerance, and for providing him a sense of home. Hinata's cheeks flushed under the glow of the lights, and she comprehended the myriad of unspoken words in Keed's eyes. Her voice resonated with unwavering conviction. "Wherever you are, Keed-kun is my home." There was no need for further words. The warmth exchanged in that moment surpassed 1,000 spoken sentiments. Hanabi, holding a chosen shell wind chime, caught sight of the tender connection between her sister and brother-in-law and, with a childlike grin, exclaimed, "Sister and brother-in-law are whispering again. Look at my wind chime, isn't it beautiful? It matches the bracelet you gave me." She proudly waved her shell bracelet. "It's lovely. Hanabi has a great eye." Keed and Hinata replied in unison, exchanging smiles. Home is precisely such a place, filled with love, acceptance, warm food, and the joyful sounds of laughter, where one can feel secure simply by holding hands. This hard-earned tranquility and happiness is what he is willing to protect with all his might. "Let us go," Keed said, taking Hinata's hand and extending his other hand to Hanabi. "We're going home." "Yes, home," Hanabi exclaimed, one hand clutching the wind chime and the other grasping Keed's large hand as she bounced along. Hinata watched the two figures, one big and one small, with a smile of bliss and contentment blooming on her face. Indeed, home is where Keed-kun, Hanabi, and their shared life filled with love resides. Chapter 85. The opening ceremony, Hidden Leaf Village Chunin exam finals. The vast circular arena was filled to capacity, the air buzzing with excitement. Sunlight bathed the spacious central arena, and the atmosphere was charged with the fervent anticipation of countless spectators. At the main stand, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat solemnly in the center, with the Kazekage, actually Orochimaru in disguise, at his side. The elite Jonin from Sand and Konoha, along with the feudal lords and representatives of noble families, lined the sides, creating an atmosphere of solemnity. Kakashi Gai, though still somewhat weakened, yet spirited, Asuma, Kurenai, and other Jonin of Konoha, as well as Hinata Hyuga, Shikaka Nara, and other family representatives, were present. At long last, this day has arrived. Naruto exclaimed excitedly, his fists pumping in the air from a corner of the stands. "Humph. Don't be the underdog and lose in the first round," Sasuke remarked coolly, arms crossed. Sakura anxiously gripped the railing. "Naruto, Funya, everyone, give it your all." Shikamaru yawned. "What a bother, so many people." CHG munched on chips, while Ino watched worriedly as Funya prepared to face Gaara. Hinata sat quietly beside Hayashi, her gaze fixed on the imposing figure of Funya in the preparation area. Hanabi was seated on her other side, equally focused. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat. His steady voice, amplified by chakra, resonated clearly across the vast arena. "Ladies and gentlemen, today, we gather here to witness the blossoming of new leaves and the hope for the future of the ninja world." His gaze swept over the youthful faces in the preparation area. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Shikamaru, Shino, Temari, Kankuro, Funya, and Gaara. Every genin present had undergone rigorous trials to emerge as the cream of the crop. The perseverance, wisdom, courage, and camaraderie you exhibit embody the very essence of the ninja spirit. The forthcoming finals will be even more intense and brutal. Yet, remember, victory and defeat are not the sole objectives. It is through battles that one learns, through clashes that one grows, and through the commitment to protect one's comrades that one transcends oneself. This is the true meaning of the Chunin exam. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice brimmed with inspirational fervor, with a yearning for peace, a pursuit of the ninja way, and trust in your comrades. Fight with all your might. Showcase the prowess and spirit of Konoha, Sand, and our young generation of the ninja world. He slightly inclined his body, gesturing to the Kazekage beside him. "Kazekage-sama, please." Kazekage Raza, Orochimaru, nodded slightly, his voice deep and somewhat hoarse as he succinctly stated, "May fortune favor you all." His gaze seemed to fleetingly brush over Funya and Gaara before retracting swiftly. Sarutobi Hiruzen then turned to the center referee, Moonlight Kazekage, and intoned solemnly, "Therefore, I declare the third round of the Chunin selection exam. The final match now begins." "Yes, Hokage-sama," Moonlight Kazekage replied with solemnity. As the third Hokage's words echoed, the crowd erupted in a tsunami of cheers. The atmosphere ignited instantaneously. "The first duelists, Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Neji, please enter the arena." Moonlight Kazekage's voice penetrated the cheers. Ringing clear, Naruto took a deep breath, fire igniting in his eyes, as he strode confidently into the arena, Neji following closely behind. With a command from the referee, the fated clash commenced. Neji bore the curse mark of the caged bird on his forehead, his eyes filled with indignation against fate. He assumed the gentle fist stance, while Naruto displayed no sign of retreat. Instead, he was imbued with an unwavering determination to shatter all barriers. "Neji, I will undoubtedly defeat you. I shall prove that your words are erroneous. A person's fate is not predetermined." Words alone were futile, and Neji's voice was frigid. "Let me demonstrate to you the stark contrast between a true genius and an ordinary person." In an instant, the battle ignited. Neji unleashed his gentle fist technique, enveloping Naruto within the confines of the 8 trigrams. With precise strikes to vital points, he rendered Naruto breathless. The shadow clone technique, which Naruto took pride in, appeared feeble under Neji's Byakugan sight and gentle fist precision, as clones were swiftly obliterated. "Behold, this is fate. You cannot resist." Neji's icy words pierced through Naruto. Struck by Neji's 8 trigrams 64 palms, Naruto collapsed to the ground, his chakra pathways sealed, racked with pain. Neji stood a short distance away, his gaze rife with conviction regarding fate and disdain for Naruto's plight. This was the unalterable chasm that separated them. Those of the branch family were born with the curse mark of caged birds upon their foreheads. Their destinies were predetermined by the main family, shackles that could not be cast off. And you, a forsaken child without parents, viewed by the village as a harbinger of disaster. A failure who cannot even master the shadow clone technique. Your fate has been sealed since birth, destined for failure and solitude. You shall never become Hokage, just as I shall never escape this curse. This is the reality. This is fate. Neji's words struck deep into Naruto's heart, leaving Hinata in the stands pale and trembling. However, the fallen Naruto let out a laugh akin to that of a wounded beast. He struggled, summoning every ounce of strength to prop himself up with his arms. Slowly raising his head, his face was smeared with dirt, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet within his blue eyes burned a fierce flame. Predestined fate? Naruto's hoarse voice rang out, filled with a defiant roar. "Neji, stop your self-indulgent monologue. What branch family? What main family? What demon fox? What failure?" He abruptly lifted his head, fixing Neji with a piercing stare. "You claim to be cursed? Then tell me, who decreed that those of the branch family must always be inferior? Who decided that bearing this wretched curse mark precludes one from pursuing their dreams? It is you. You have shackled yourself. You have confined yourself within the cage known as fate." Naruto's voice grew louder, imbued with a power that penetrated the hearts of those who listened. "You say I am a disaster? A failure? Indeed, I am parentless. I am despised by many. I struggle to learn ninjutsu. But so what? I have Iruka-sensei who believes in me. I have Kakashi-sensei guiding me. I have that arrogant Sasuke as my rival. And I have friends like Kiba, Shikamaru, Choji, and Hinata. I have a dream to become Hokage. This dream was not bestowed upon me by some damned fate. It is a choice I made for myself. You say I shall never become Hokage? Nonsense." Naruto shouted, his body trembling with fervor. "I, Naruto Uzumaki, stand by my word. This is my ninja way. I shall use my fists to shatter the faces of all who look down upon me, to break every so-called fate. And you, Neji." Naruto extended his finger, pointing directly at Neji. "You possess greater talent than I do. You possess greater strength. Yet, like a coward, you cower behind the excuse of fate. You lack even the courage to resist. You are the true failure. Shut your mouth, you tail-end loser. What do you understand?" Neji was thoroughly enraged, a wild expression of uncontrollable fury appearing on his face for the first time. Naruto's words struck him like a heavy hammer, resonating deeply within his heart. "Do I not comprehend your suffering?" Naruto smiled, his expression tinged with bitterness yet unwavering resolve. "I understand better than anyone. The taste of isolation, of rejection, of being labeled a monster. It is precisely because of this that I know with utmost clarity. Fate is in our own hands. It is something we must strive for ourselves, not something to be bestowed by others, nor dictated by any ludicrous curse. Chapter 86. Double blow face me Niji. Naruto roared. A powerful and malevolent surge of ominous crimson chakra erupting violently from within him. I shall use my strength to shatter your laughable theory of fate. What is that chakra? Niji exclaimed, overwhelmed by the sinister sensation. Gasps echoed from the stands. The third Hokage's gaze turned grave. Kakashi straightened instantly, activating his Sharingan. Hinata's brow furrowed deeply. Her Byakugan clearly revealing the immense and ferocious chakra emanating from Naruto. The Nine Tails? Niji too sensed the formidable threat, his expression grave. The chakra of the Nine Tails endowed Naruto with terrifying power and speed. Like a furious beast, he charged towards Niji. The precision of the gentle fist technique was significantly diminished under the onslaught of Naruto's raging chakra. This is bad. Rotation. Niji exerted all his strength in defense. Yet before Naruto, empowered by the Nine Tails chakra, the disparity in technique was overshadowed by absolute strength and willpower. Naruto's fist struck fiercely against Niji's defense. Bang! Niji was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with shock and confusion. He had lost, not merely in strength, but in the will and the path of a ninja demonstrated by that so-called tail-end loser. Beside him, the announcer, Moonlight Wind, declared, "The victor is Naruto Uzumaki." After a brief moment of silence, the crowd erupted into unprecedented cheers. This celebration was not solely for victory, but for that battered boy who had audaciously shattered the notion of fate with his thunderous words. The ferocious chakra of the Nine Tails gradually receded from Naruto, each breath tugging at his wounds, sending waves of sharp pain coursing through him. Yet, he remained unfazed, smiling broadly, his grin brighter than the sun. His gaze swept towards his friends, Sasuke, Sakura, Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, finally resting on the figure of Hinata, who was fervently clapping for him. "Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant," Kageyami exclaimed, standing by the railing of the Konoha Chunin exam waiting area, clapping vigorously. His expression was one of unrestrained delight. He turned to his companions, equally awed by the battle, Sasuke, Sakura, Shikamaru, and others, saying, "A dual blow, both mental and physical. That combination utterly shattered Niji's theory of fate. Naruto, that rascal, his words are as sweet as honey, piercing right into the scars of the heart. Impressive. I give this performance a perfect score." Sakura couldn't help but chuckle at Finye's teasing remark, quickly covering her mouth, her eyes glistening with tears of amusement. Sasuke, arms crossed, displayed a complex expression on his face. He scoffed lightly. The tail end of the pack may have a sharp tongue, yet his tone lacked the usual disdain, hinting at a touch of acknowledgement. Naruto's final words and fierce determination had indeed stirred something within him. Shikamaru, scratching his ear, wore an exasperated expression. Honestly, that guy Naruto, fighting is one thing, but he has to throw in psychological warfare too. Niji might just question his existence now. Ino, with concern, looked at Funya. "Do you have confidence against Gaara?" Funya chuckled, patting Sasuke on the shoulder. "Oh, don't worry, Ino. Sasuke, did you see? This is the rise of the underdog. Your pressure is monumental." Sasuke huffed. "You should worry about yourself." Funya observed Sasuke's proud demeanor. "Worry about myself? I can take down kids with a single punch." Recalling his prowess in the preliminary rounds, Sasuke turned away, dismissing Funya. The voice of the announcer echoed, "The second match contenders, Ashikawa, Funya, and Gaara. Please enter the arena." "It's my turn," Funya murmured, preparing to step onto the stage. Just then, a crisp and enthusiastic voice rang out from the front row of the audience. "Brother-in-law, it's your turn. Go crush that gloomy guy with the gourd. You can do it." It was Hanabi. She leaned over the railing, her face flushed with excitement, vigorously waving her small fists. Her shell bracelet jingling cheerfully. Her shout of brother-in-law and crush instantly redirected the attention of many spectators back to Funya. "Brother-in-law? That young man in black is the son-in-law of the Hyuga clan? Ashikawa Funya. Wait, that name rings a bell. It's him. The Dance King of Konoha." "Yes, indeed. The Dance King. Who would have thought he appeared so composed in person? Completely different. The Dance King is about to take the stage. His opponent is that scary kid from Sunagakure with the gourd. Can he handle it? This doesn't feel right." The murmurs around him reached Fenya's ears. His heart remained untroubled, even slightly amused. The title of Dance King? Immune to it, utterly immune. The shock from the first match had yet to dissipate, and the anticipation for the second bout surged to a new peak. On one side stood Fenya, clad in simple black attire, with raven hair and eyes. His expression calm and inscrutable. Those in the know, the high-ranking officials and Jonin, regarded him with solemnity and expectation. Opposite him stood Gaara, burdened by a massive gourd, with deep-set eyes and an aura that radiated a chilling distance. Kankuro and Temari in the stands were on edge. With the announcer's signal, the battle ignited in an instant. Sand coffin. Gaara uttered not a single word, merely gesturing with his hand as torrents of sand surged violently towards Kagaya. The speed and breadth of the onslaught far surpassed that of the previous match against Rock Lee. Kagaya's gaze sharpened, and with a sudden burst of energy beneath his feet, he propelled himself forward. Bang! A shallow crater was left in his wake, his speed so incredible that it created a fleeting afterimage. The wave of sand crashed to the ground, producing a resounding thud that echoed ominously. It was swifter than anticipated. Kuchikuro's expression darkened, while Temari gripped the railing with tension. Sand shuriken. Gaara formed hand seals, unleashing a myriad of shurikens crafted from sand that rained down upon Kagaya with ferocity. Yet, Kagaya remained composed, activating his observation haki in silence. His body executed astonishingly subtle evasive maneuvers amidst the relentless barrage, untouched. This movement was indeed a dance. Remarkable. Not merely a dancer, but Kagaya possessed formidable skills. The discourse among the spectators began to shift. Sands of the flowing desert. Gaara's fury ignited, transforming the earth into quicksand that surged toward Kagaya. In response, Kagaya chuckled softly, a dark sheen enveloping his arms and legs. He advanced rather than retreating, charging against the tidal wave of sand. Boom, boom, boom. His armed fists, shrouded in haki, became indomitable hammers, shattering the oncoming sand wall with sheer force, scattering it. The black figure carved a path through the tumultuous yellow sands, showcasing the essence of violent beauty. Chapter 87, The Iron Fist of Love. My sand. Gaara's pupils trembled. Shield of the Guardian Crane. A massive sand shield, adorned with a raccoon cat pattern, swiftly coalesced. Kagaya approached, gazing at the cocooning Gaara with disdain, who granted him the title of the strongest defense. The haki, refined to its utmost, and the turbulent chakra coalesced in his right fist. A blue-black radiance intertwined upon his knuckles. With unity of waist and legs, he spun and struck. Boom! It was akin to a meteorite impacting. The shield of the Guardian Crane splintered with web-like cracks, rapidly spreading across its surface. Then, amidst the horrified gazes of the onlookers, it explosively shattered, transforming into a storm of yellow sand. Puff! Gaara, struck as though by a great force, spewed blood and was sent reeling. His eyes were filled with incredulity and an intense, bone-deep terror. The absolute defense shattered. Amidst the swirling dust, Kagaya stood proudly, casting a scornful glance at the distant Gaara. The posture of the crooked-mouthed Dragon King instilled awe throughout the arena. A profound silence enveloped the finals. The sharp screams of Hanabi pierced the stillness, brimming with pride. Sister S' husband is so handsome, so powerful. Beside her, Hinata remarked. The surrounding audience erupted into a frenzy. My goodness, he shattered that sand village monster's absolute defense with a single punch? This strength is terrifying. A dancer? No, this is a god of war indeed. Kagaya Ashikawa, the Leaf Village's dance king. No, the god of war of the Leaf. Kagaya remarked. Well, as long as you are happy, I hope you can still laugh after this. Little Raccoon Cat, before Naruto unleashes his verbal jutsu, let me educate you well with the Iron Fist of Love. The heart's desire is but a prelude to action. Amidst the swirling sands yet to settle, the figure of Fenya emerges like a deity of war from the tempest, exuding an unparalleled aura as he strides toward Gaara, who is desperately struggling to rise from his fall. The slight cracking sound of Gaara's twisting neck seems to signal his readiness for the ensuing confrontation. Coughing, he clutches his agonizing chest, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. His eyes now filled with genuine terror and a fury born of utter humiliation for the first time. His absolute defense shattered, crushed by a mere human's unadorned fists. This obliterates the distorted worldview he had long constructed, founded upon the principles of absolute defense and the power of Shikaku. He feels the very essence of his existence wavering. "You monster!" Gaara croaks, attempting to summon the sand for a counterattack. However, Fengye's speed is beyond imagination. "Monster? We are alike. The warm-up has concluded. Are you ready, Gaara?" Ha ha ha. The contemptuous curve of Fengye's lips widens as his figure blurs instantaneously. His fist, enveloped in a cloak of armed color, crashes unceremoniously into Gaara's hastily formed sand armor. The armor bursts apart. The fist continues its relentless trajectory, striking Gaara's abdomen with tremendous force. Ugh! Gaara's eyes bulge, his body curling like a shrimp as he hurtles through the air like a discarded sack. "This is not over yet. We are merely at the beginning, Gaara. Let me indulge." Fengye reappears in Gaara's path, his right leg sweeping horizontally like a battle axe. Gaara is struck fiercely at his side, the sound of fractured bones ringing clear. He screams, his body spinning in midair before crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. In the stands, the cheers for the fireworks grow louder. "Brother-in-law, hit him, flatten him," they shout, waving their fists in excitement. Hinata gazes dreamily at the commanding figure below, while Ino blushes crimson, tightly squeezing her legs together. The faces of Kankuro and Temari from Sunagakure turn as pale as parchment, for Gaara, a seemingly invincible entity in their minds, is now being so ruthlessly battered. How brutal. This is no match. It is a one-sided beating. The strength of the Konoha Dance King is simply inhuman. The audience watches in horror, murmuring amongst themselves. In the midst of the dust, the sand flows toward Gaara as if imbued with life, striving to mend his wounds and form a defense. Yet, his movements grow increasingly sluggish, the terror in his eyes nearly drowning out the flicker of rage. The power of Shikaku churns violently within him, teetering on the brink of chaos. "Little raccoon, this is where it ends." Fengye's figure looms above Gaara once more, his tone frigid. Fengye's fists become an array of shadowy silhouettes, unleashing a torrential storm of blows upon Gaara. Each punch pierces the air with a deafening shriek. The sand armor enveloping Gaara's body shatters layer upon layer. Sand scatters in all directions, utterly incapable of forming an effective defense. "No!" Gaara emits a shrill cry, so inhuman it sends chills down the spine. His body, under the onslaught of the ferocious punches, resembles a rag doll being mercilessly crushed, the sound of breaking bones incessantly ringing out. Blood gushed forth from his mouth and nose, even erupting from the ruptured skin. The sand he attempted to retaliate with disintegrated upon contact with Fengye's body, as if striking against steel. It was an absolute dominance of power, speed, and defense. Fengye maximized the terrifying endurance, recovery, and strength bestowed by the body, along with the enhancement of defense and offense from the armed color hockey. He resembled a human beast, performing a brutal demonstration before all, akin to a sandbag tutorial. On the other side, the young ninjas of Konoha exclaimed, "Fengye is even more monstrous than during the preliminaries. He is simply inhuman. How troublesome. We are entirely in a different dimension." Shino silently thought, "You have yet to witness his battle with Orochimaru, which was even more absurd." "No, stop!" Temari cried out in anguish from the stands. Kankuro trembled, his puppet crow falling to the ground. Maki's face turned ashen, hand poised on his kunai. Yet he dared not act rashly. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, furrowed his brow, recognizing Gaara's perilous state. Shikaku could erupt at any moment. Yet, the overwhelming power and control displayed by Fengye held him back from intervening. At last, after a relentless barrage akin to a pile driver, Gaara's spirit and body reached the brink of collapse. He emitted a shriek, utterly inhuman, filled with agony and extreme ferocity. An evil chakra, suffused with a sense of destruction, surged wildly from within him. This chakra, reeking of a nauseating scent and boundless malice, instantly engulfed the entire arena. Gaara's body began to undergo a horrifying transformation. His skin cracked, his body swelled, and a massive, grotesque dark red tail of chakra erupted violently from behind him. Shikaku. The power of the one tail began to forcibly break through its seal, taking over Gaara's body. Kakashi shouted urgently, "Not good. Shikaku is about to go berserk. Fengye, be careful." Both Guy and Asuma rose simultaneously. Maki turned to the main stand, Lord Kazekage. Just as everyone's attention was drawn to the terrifying tailed beast on the verge of breaking free in the center of the arena, a chilling, raspy voice, laced with mockery and madness, echoed throughout the final venue. "What a splendid performance. illusionary rebirth technique. With that eerie proclamation, countless pristine white feathers appeared as if conjured from thin air, descending like a snowstorm. Those who came into contact with them, whether audience or ninja, instantly fell into a daze, bewildered, and then crumpled to the ground, succumbing to a slumber induced by the illusion. In just a few breaths, the once boisterous circular arena fell into an eerie silence. Thousands of spectators, along with a portion of the weaker ninjas, collapsed en masse. Only the powerful Jonin, Kage-level ninjas, and a few with special resistances managed to remain barely awake. It was an illusion, a large-scale illusion. Kakashi swiftly raised his forehead protector as the three tomos spun wildly. Protect Lord Hokage. Asuma, Kurenai, and Shikamaru, along with other Jonin, erupted with chakra, their vigilance directed toward the source of the sound from the main stand. There, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, who had been standing beside the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, slowly removed his Kazekage hat, revealing a pale visage with serpent-like eyes. Adorned with an eerie purple eyeshadow, he extended his tongue, licking his lips, a visage of unabashed malice and madness upon his face. Orochimaru's voice, twisted with delight, echoed. It has been a long time, Teacher Sarutobi. This Chunin exam serves as your retirement funeral. How fitting. A tempest of fury and sorrow ignited in Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes. Orochimaru. Simultaneously, four figures materialized at the corners of the main stand. The sound for Zaku, Kin, Dosu, and Jirobo. They swiftly formed hand seals. Ninjutsu, for purple flames formation. A colossal purple box enveloped the entire main stand, sealing away the third Hokage and Orochimaru, isolating them from the outside world. In the center of the arena, Finesse ceased his assault on Gaara the moment the Genjutsu was unleashed and Orochimaru appeared. At last it begins. What a curious thrill this is, he mused, his gaze sweeping over the slumbering audience and the bewildered Konoha ninjas, caught in a whirlwind of chaos and terror from the abrupt upheaval. His intense and exhilarated gaze finally settled upon the main stand encased in the violet barrier. The Konoha collapse plan had officially commenced. Orochimaru's wrathful and sorrowful roar was confined within the four purple flames formation, sealing both him and the sound for. The skies over Konoha, once a symbol of peace, were suddenly shrouded in the ominous clouds of conspiracy and slaughter. In the arena's center, the tailed beast Shikaku, on the verge of rampage, emitted a deafening roar. As dark red chakra violently consumed Gaara's form, a tail composed of chakra whipped about frantically, each swing stirring up a storm of dust. The terrifying pressure of the tailed beast spread, causing the lower ninjas who had barely emerged from the Genjutsu to turn pale, struggling to breathe. What manner of monster is that? Naruto gazed at the swelling dark red figure, his own nine tails chakra seemingly stirred, restlessly pulsing within him. Sasuke's Sharingan was filled with gravity and a flicker of desire, yet overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of helplessness against this natural disaster. Chaos. Absolute chaos. The slumbering crowd in the audience resembled lambs awaiting slaughter. Following the initial shock, the ninjas plunged into a tumult of skirmishes. The ambush from Sunagakure and the Sound Ninja surged forth from every corner of the stand and the arena's periphery. Cries of battle, the clash of kunai, and the explosions of jutsu rapidly replaced the prior silence. Fight! Protect the villagers. Drive back the invaders. The Konoha ninjas, eyes aflame with fury, roared as they prepared to confront the threat. Kakashi's Sharingan swept across the battlefield, swiftly assessing the situation. Asuma, Kurenai, Shikamaru. Clear out the ambushers from the stand and protect the civilians. Guy, can you still move? Collaborate with the others to suppress Shikaku. Prevent its full rampage. Leave it to me. The flames of youth shall never extinguish. Although Kai's body had yet to fully recuperate, the fire of battle ignited in his eyes. The verdant chakra surged once more as he charged unhesitatingly toward the colossal entity taking shape before him. Following closely were elite shinobi such as Noara Kurenai, Hyuga Takuma, and Akatsuki. Kakashi cast a final glance at Kid, who was fixated on the four purple flames formation above. His expression bore no trace of fear or panic, only an overwhelming sense of suppressed excitement, teetering on the brink of fervor. What madness is this? At such a time, you are exhilarated? Ha 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 ha. Kid's laughter echoed, deep and growing louder, more unrestrained. He spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the chaos and thrill of the battlefield. At last, a thunderous roar erupted, drowning out the surrounding clamor of battle cries and the wails of tailed beasts. The aura surrounding Keed surged to life. A blazing golden sheen of sage chakra shimmered at the corners of his eyes, while torrents of natural energy surged wildly within him. Simultaneously, a deep azure chakra enveloped him like a roaring fire, swirling around his form. The terrifying vitality and strength bestowed by the sage's essence unleashed with reckless abandon. The element of fury ignited completely. Now this feels right. Now this has the power. Orochimaru has not disappointed. Keed's eyes sparkled with a bloodthirsty yearning. It was the deep-rooted desire of a traveler's soul for iconic moments, an insatiable thrill for exhilarating combat. Dear Uncle Snake, we did not finish our last encounter. This time, I shall reclaim both principle and interest. He abruptly turned, his gaze slicing through the shadowy figures of Sound Ninja rushing to assail him. The murderous intent reflected in his eyes sent a bone-chilling shiver through these desperate souls. You rabble, do not obstruct my path. The warm-up is over. No sooner had he spoken than Keed's figure vanished as if erased from existence. Bang, 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 bang. A series of muffled thuds erupted amidst the ranks of the Sound Ninja. His speed reached an unparalleled zenith. Pure, unadulterated violence. Each fist, elbow, knee, and leg, cloaked in armed haki, met flesh with a sound of shattering bones and a torrent of blood. The Sound Ninja scarcely had time to scream before they were struck down, as if crushed by a high-speed train, meeting their demise in an instant. What a monster! The surrounding ninja recoiled in horror, retreating in fear of his wrath turning against them. Keed moved through the throng like a tiger among sheep, his every flicker inciting a storm of bloodshed. He operated as a relentless and violent machine of slaughter, carving a bloody path through the chaotic battlefield. Where he tread, only a gruesome array of severed limbs remained. Kakashi-senpai. Keed's voice rang clear amidst the chaos, reaching Kakashi's ears. Protect Hinata and Hanabi. He has gone mad. Chapter 89. Has Gaara flown away? Kakashi observed Keed, embodying a feral beast as he rampaged through the ranks of Sound Ninja. Stiffly nodding, he responded, Take care. Orochimaru is inside. Ha, perfect. Before anything else, it would be prudent to dispose of Shikaku. With a maniacal laugh, Keed stomped the ground, shattering it beneath him as he charged directly at Gaara. Roar! The roar of Shoha resonated with an exhilarating sense of impending dominance over its corporeal form. Funya raised his right leg high, channeling the mystical chakra, armed with the color of haki, as the three forces of Sage Mode converged in an instant. Boom! Like the whip of a deity, his right leg, aglow with a trinity of black, blue, and gold luminescence, struck fiercely upon the not yet fully formed head of Shoha. Howl! The colossal body was forcefully hurled away by this irresistible might. Like a kicked ball, it shattered through the surrounding walls, soaring far beyond the confines of Konoha and crashing into the forest several kilometers away, triggering a tremor. A single kick sent the tailed beast flying. This astonishing spectacle rendered the chaotic battlefield momentarily still. The spectators, one by one, were methodically released from their illusions by the vigilant ninjas of Konoha. In a relatively intact corner of the stands, Hanabi's face flushed with excitement as she leapt up, shaking her tiny fists. The shells of her bracelet jingling in a pitch altered by her fervor. Brother-in-law. So impressive. Beat them. Send them flying. Her eyes were filled solely with boundless admiration for Finye's godlike demeanor, his radiance pure and fervent, nearly overflowing. Hinata clutched the railing tightly, equally astounded by Finye's earth-shattering battle and proud of his strength. However, when she inadvertently turned her head and saw the adoration in her sister Hanabi's eyes that seemed to etch Finye's image into her very soul, her heart jolted. Could her sister feel the same? This thought pierced Hinata's heart unexpectedly. She observed Hanabi's unabashed admiration and recalled the shell bracelet that hardly ever left her sister's wrist, along with her daily sweet and proud utterance of brother-in-law. Hinata's emotions became exceedingly complex. She understood Finye's excellence better than anyone. Ino and even that purple-haired Umbu sister directed their gazes towards Finye. And now, even her beloved sister seemed to be captivated. It was not jealousy, but rather an instinctive concern of an elder sister, worried about her sister potentially entangled in complex emotions, coupled with a subtle unease that more people were coveting Finye's brilliance. Finye-kun, Hinata murmured softly. Her gaze returned to the blood-soaked figure battling valiantly on the field, filled with deeper affection and a barely perceptible plea. She merely wished that, regardless of what the future held. Her place in Fenya's heart would forever remain irreplaceable. Meanwhile, the guardian of the two, Hayashi, stood dumbfounded, watching the frenzied Fenya. Naruto pointed in the direction where Shoha had vanished, babbling incoherently. Hey, Sasuke, Sakura, Shikamaru. Did you see that? Fenya just kicked that monster away like a ball. This is even more outrageous than my sexy jutsu. The others, equally bewildered, offered no response. Kakashi approached, commanding, stop dawdling. Evacuate the civilians and contain Gaara. In the midst of the four purple flames formation, the third Hokage caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of his eye, nearly dropping the monkey in his hand. He understood all too well the power of the tailed beast. This was beyond what could be described as monstrous strength. Just how much more was this child concealing? It was time to clear the area. As the Maple Knight descended, he flicked his legs and directed his gaze towards the elevated purple barrier. In an instant, he appeared directly before the four purple flames formation. Dispelling a few onlookers from the shadows, he felt the black ring on his right hand shimmer and the black blade. Autumn water was firmly grasped in his hand. The chakra cloaking his body surged towards the blade with a life of its own. Merging instantaneously with the overwhelming sage chakra, he infused into it. A tumultuous triad of black, blue, and gold radiance swirled, compressed, and coalesced upon the obsidian blade of autumn water. A terrifying intent to sever all and rend space itself surged upward. The surrounding air seemed to be cleaved by this force, emitting a piercing wail. He channeled all his strength, will, dominion, and sage energy into this one decisive strike. With unyielding ferocity, he cleaved downwards at the four purple flames formation. An indescribably fearsome blade light instantaneously illuminated the overcast sky of Konoha. Where the blade light passed, space appeared to fracture delicately. With a resounding tear, that seemingly indestructible four purple flames formation shattered like fragile glass before this cataclysmic strike. The four figures sustaining the barrier were violently repelled from each corner. Blood spewed from the mouths of the nearby sound ninjas, Kido Maru Moya and Jurbi, as their bodies twisted and crashed into the distant ruins of the spectator stands, their fates uncertain. Within the barrier, the fierce battle raged on between the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, their movements momentarily stilled. The razor-sharp intent to sever space seemed to induce a subtle disturbance in the very technique binding their souls. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Sarutobi Hiruzen struck fiercely against the arm of the first Hokage. The shockwave erupted, propelling Sarutobi Hiruzen backward, creating distance as he gasped for breath. Coughing, a trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth. The preceding battle had taken a tremendous toll on him. He gazed at the nearly boiling battle intent emanating from Fenya. The crimson golden eyeshadow? Sage techniques? Was it the natural affinity bestowed by his unique physique? This boy continually reshaped his understanding of ninjas. Fenya's chakra cloaked him like a blazing inferno, the crimson golden eyeshadow shimmering with an almost otherworldly brilliance beneath his flowing hair. The black blade autumn water pointed diagonally downward, with the three energies swirling around the blade like living entities, emitting a low, resonant hum. His gaze pierced through the swirling dust, firmly fixated on Orochimaru. A pure and intense excitement, almost burning with fervor, surged as he locked onto his prey. Orochimaru's signature raspy laughter shattered the silence. The purple eyeshadow appeared particularly bewitching amidst the swirling dust. Akakawa Fenya initially intended to deal with the old man first, but since the latter was so eager for death, he would let him witness what true power entailed. The terrifying legacy of the ninja world. Enjoy it well. This is the grandest funeral I have prepared for you and the old man. Fenya's voice brimmed with bloodlust and exhilaration. Huh? Excellent. What a pity that the first and second Hokage are not at their peak. Otherwise, I would invite all three of you to join forces. Chapter 90. The Brothers of the Thousand Hands. Ah, are you in such a hurry to meet your demise? Allow me to oblige. The eyes of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama were hollow, their murderous intent palpable, movements rigid yet exuding an aura of terror. In an instant, the figure of Fenya vanished from sight. A sheer burst of speed tore through the air, hurtling toward Senju Hashirama. Instinctively, Hashirama activated his reanimated form, delivering a ferocious punch. Unflinching, Fenya met the blow with a fist of his own. Boom! The clash of their immense forces sent shockwaves rippling outward. The ground beneath them fractured and crumbled, sinking into chaos. Crack, crack. Hashirama's right arm shattered from his fist to his shoulder. Fragments of his reanimated body mingled with clouds of dust. The tremendous impact propelled him crashing into the platform behind, sending debris flying in all directions. Almost simultaneously, as Hashirama was sent flying, the air beside Funya twisted ominously. Senju Tobarama appeared out of thin air. Flying Thunder God technique. His hand, imbued with sharp chakra, aimed a lethal strike toward Funya's neck. Without turning his head, Funya's left elbow swung backward. Bang! It landed precisely against Tobarama's wrist, instantly neutralizing the attack's momentum. Utilizing the force of the collision, Funya swiftly pivoted, gripping Tobarama's arm that was poised to block. With a powerful knee thrust, he struck upward. The impact landed squarely on Tobarama's abdomen, causing his reanimated form to cave in, morphing him into a blurred silver afterimage, sent hurtling backward, crashing through 3 layers of the platform structure, enveloped in dust. Would release. Birth of the trees. A deep voice resonated from the ruins. Hashirama's shattered arm rapidly restored itself amidst the swirling remnants of his reanimated form. He clapped his hands fiercely. The earth trembled violently. Countless colossal trees, as thick as serpents, burst forth from the ground, swiftly engulfing the entire area, wildly constricting toward the center where Funya stood. The entire arena was instantaneously transformed into a primordial forest. As the forest materialized, from the distance shrouded in dust, Senju Tobarama swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing water release. Water, severing wave. A high-pressure water line, imbued with terrifying cutting power, tore through the air with a deafening shriek. It precisely penetrated the gaps between the colossal trees, moving at blinding speed. Aimed directly at Funya's vital points. It sealed off all avenues of escape for him. Funya's eyes blazed with a golden radiance. His armored fist, cloaked in darkness, resembled a black meteor. Precise and ferocious, it struck at the most vulnerable point of the massive wooden vines. Inch by inch, they shattered. Wood splinters rained down like a deluge. Simultaneously, his body twisted in an incredible manner as he moved at high speed. At the critical moment, his right arm, covered in armor, shot forward to block. Sizzle. A piercing sound, sharp enough to make one's teeth ache, echoed. Tobarama's water-severing wave, capable of slicing through steel, struck fiercely against Funya's armored arm. Sparks flew, yet it could not penetrate even a fraction. What? Impossible. Orochimaru's pupils widened in shock. Who can tell me what in the world this is? Funya shook his right arm, cloaked in dark armor, as the sparks danced across his skin before extinguishing. The golden eyeshadow shimmered beneath the flowing black hair, casting an otherworldly glow, as a near-manic smile spread across the lips. Her gaze fixated on Orochimaru, whose face contorted in shock. "To esteemed Hokage, and dear Uncle Snake." The voice of Funya resonated, deep and oppressive. "The stage is far too small. Allow me to assist you in finding a more spacious arena." Before her words could fade, her figure abruptly blurred, a pure and explosive acceleration of her physical form. The ground beneath her crumbled into a vast chasm. Directly aimed at Senju Hashirama, the wood release, wood dragon technique. Hashirama clapped his hands, and a colossal, fearsome wood dragon erupted from the earth, coiling towards Funya. Yet, Funya's speed surpassed it. Almost instantaneously upon the dragon's formation, she dashed beneath Hashirama. A fist enveloped in black, blue, and gold energy rose from below, striking fiercely against Hashirama's crossed arms. Boom! A terrifying shockwave erupted in a circular explosion. Hashirama's arms shattered into a flurry of paper-like debris. His body was propelled skyward by the irresistible force, heading towards the outskirts of Konoha. Shallow River Funya. Orochimaru's expression was a tumult of rage and astonishment. Funya's observation haki locked onto Senju Tobarama's intent to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique for instantaneous movement. In the blink of an eye, Funya appeared as if a specter at Tobarama's side. The black blade, autumn water, remained sheathed, wielded like a baseball bat. "Get out of my way." Funya twisted her torso, channeling all her strength into her right arm. With the precision of a baseball strike, she delivered a crushing blow to Tobarama's ribs. Tobarama's body transformed into a streak of light, pursuing Hashirama's trajectory at a speed surpassing his brother's. Howling as it sliced through the skies above Konoha. In the distance, Hanabi's excited squeals reached a pitch of near breaking. Her cheeks flushed. "Sister." Look, it's a meteor. Hinata and Hayashi, under the awestruck gaze of countless ninjas, witnessed the two founders of Konoha, legends of the shinobi world, being forcibly expelled from the village by Funya in the most ferocious manner. A tremendous roar echoed from the depths of the forest, several kilometers from the village, accompanied by a towering cloud of dust, marking their landing site. Funya is terrifying. Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped in disbelief, though aware that the two were not at their peak. Witnessing the brothers treated in such a manner shook him to his core. A true monster. The Umbu murmured, their worldview utterly shattered. At the heart of the battlefield, amidst swirling dust, Orochimaru's countenance was dark as rain, his golden serpent eyes fixed intently on Funya, a blend of intense fury, disbelief, and a hint of trepidation he was reluctant to acknowledge. His trump card, two of the strongest forces in the shinobi world, had been so effortlessly dispatched. This shallow river Funya had transcended into a realm beyond humanity. He even questioned whether the one in Rain Village who proclaimed himself a god could match her. Hee. Shallow river Funya. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse and frigid, imbued with a dangerous aura. You have truly astonished me. It seems that without revealing something genuine, one cannot grasp the cost of desecrating legends. Orochimaru's hands began to weave seals with remarkable speed, emanating a chilling and malevolent chakra far greater than before. His body became adorned with bizarre, scale-like patterns, and a sinister grin twisted upon his lips as his long tongue caressed them. Allow me to demonstrate the essence of true despair. Summoning technique, 10,000 snakes. Do you believe your sealing is swifter than that of Uchiha Itachi? Huh. Before Orochimaru could complete his seals, Funya's voice exploded in his ears. In an instant, Funya appeared before Orochimaru, moving with such velocity that he left no afterimage behind. Without flourish, he struck down fiercely towards Orochimaru's face, which contorted in shock. You talk too much, Uncle Snake. Bang! A thunderous crash resounded. Orochimaru's body soared backward like a kite severed from its string, propelled at a speed surpassing that of the first and second Hokage. The air before him was compressed to its utmost, forming a visible barrier of white energy, spitting forth a torrent of blood, mingled with fragments of internal organs. Orochimaru found himself unable to employ the body replacement technique or any soft body modifications. His body crashed violently into the statue of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, a symbol of Konoha's supreme authority and history. The tremendous impact created a massive depression in the rock, with cracks spreading like a spider's web. The entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Even the wind seemed to cease its flow. Only Funya stood resolutely at the center, his chakra radiating like flames, flickering gracefully around him. His crimson golden eyes gleamed with an otherworldly allure, and his black blade, Choshui, pointed menacingly towards the ground. The fervor and ferocity in his gaze remained undiminished, intensified by the overwhelming nature of the battle. Suddenly, a crisp voice rang out. It was Hanabi. Wow. Brother-in-law. Chapter 91. Orochimaru's Revenge. Meanwhile, at the Konoha route base, an enemy assault. The route ninjas barked commands, swiftly forming a defensive formation. In response, the ground beneath them began to writhe silently. Cold, heavy gold sand surged forth from all directions. My body is immobilized. The root ninjas were instantly engulfed up to their chests in the sand gold. The terrifying weight and constricting force crushed their chests, and the sound of bones snapping filled the air. Struggles ceased abruptly. From the shadows of the passage, the reanimated fourth Kazekage, Raza, emerged. His skin was marred with cracks, and his eyes were hollow and devoid of light. He raised his hand, drawing forth the metallic elements from the ground, coalescing them into a floating cloud of gold sand that radiated an icy, opulent golden sheen. Stop him. Use sealing techniques. A masked captain-level ninja roared, forming hand seals. Magnetic release, sand gold ring. The fourth Kazekage's voice was devoid of emotion. Buzz. The suspended cloud of sand gold erupted instantly, transforming into countless sharp golden grains of sand. It blanketed every inch of the passage ahead. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The dense sound of penetration echoed like the whispers of death. The root ninja attempting to perform a seal suddenly froze, as countless minute holes emerged on his mask and garments, blood gushing forth. The wall behind him was also utterly pierced. The fourth Kazekage continued his stride, a massive door forged from sand and gold coalescing into a drill, spinning at high speed. The shrill sound of tearing metal and sparks flying filled the air as the door was completely breached. A torrent of sand and gold surged through, effortlessly blocking the flames and shockwaves of the explosive tags with its formidable barrier. An absolute defense, an unyielding suppression, an unstoppable advance. It relentlessly eroded towards the innermost depths of the base, leaving behind only flickering grains of sand and gold and a silence of death. In the core chamber, Danzo's face turned ashen, his solitary eye brimming with rage and disbelief. Only two loyal subordinates remained beside him, both wearing expressions of horror. One of the subordinates stammered, "Lord Danzo, we cannot hold them back. It is the fourth Kazekage's magnetic release. He is the reincarnation of the impure world. Orochimaru, what on earth does this madman intend to do?" Danzo ground his teeth in a low growl. It must be that scoundrel Orochimaru. After suffering defeat in the Battle of the Death Forest at the hands of Funya, he has returned to take revenge on me. Does he perceive me as a mere soft persimmon to be squeezed at will? Abruptly, he tore away the bandage from his right eye, revealing a crimson Sharingan, while his right hand swiftly formed seals. Boom! Before his words could dissipate, the heavy door erupted inward. Countless metal shards, accompanied by a dazzling torrent of sand and gold, shot into the chamber. Thud! Thud! In an instant, the two subordinates beside Danzo were pierced by the debris and sand, collapsing to the ground without uttering a sound. The magnetic release sand gold great spear. A colossal spear, forged from countless grains of sand and gold, suddenly materialized before Danzo. It completely locked onto him. Izanagi. Danzo's eyes widened in fury. The crimson Sharingan erupted with a mesmerizing light. The sand gold spear penetrated Danzo's body without hindrance, pinning him forcefully against the wall behind. The violent impact caused the entire chamber to tremble. However, the pierced Danzo twisted like an illusion and vanished. In the corner of the chamber, the air rippled as Danzo, pale and with his right eye completely blinded, staggered into view. Izanagi, at the cost of one Sharingan, forcibly rewrote the grim reality of death. Coughing, Danzo spat out a mouthful of blood, his single eye fixed on the figure at the doorway controlling the sand gold. Filled with resentment and unmistakable terror, the unsealed Sharingan on his arm was far too late to be utilized. A precious Mangeki had thus been rendered useless. His foundation, his years of scheming, were being ruthlessly crushed by this monster in the most cold and domineering manner. The fourth Kazekage's hollow gaze fell upon Danzo, slowly raising his hand once more. The suspended sand gold hovered like a blade of judgment, poised to strike again. Back on the main battlefield, got you, Uncle Snake. Funya's left hand gripped Orochimaru's throat tightly. Ugh! Unprepared for the ambush from the Hokage rock, Orochimaru's serpentine eyes widened in shock. It's too cramped here. I can't move freely. Let us play this time. Funya grasped Orochimaru's throat with a powerful arm, yanking him from the wall with an explosive force. Away with you. Funya spun around, lifting Orochimaru's body high and hurling it towards the direction of the Senju brothers with every ounce of his strength. Whoosh! The piercing sound of air being cut filled the air as Orochimaru transformed into a blurred meteor, vanishing from sight in an instant. Third Hokage, this is entrusted to you. Funya called out to Sarutobi Hiruzen without looking back, unleashing another surge of force beneath his feet. Boom! Funya's figure morphed into a cascade of black, blue, and gold, racing towards the forest beyond the village. At the outskirts of Konoha, deep within the dense woods, a rumble echoed as Orochimaru's body plummeted like a meteor, shattering countless towering trees before embedding himself into the wall of a small mountain, stirring up a cloud of dust. As fragments of stone tumbled down, Orochimaru extricated himself from the humanoid pit, his form smeared with dirt and green sap. Gasping for breath, his serpent-like eyes fixated on the direction from which Funya had pursued him. Ha ha! Orochimaru's laughter was laced with a twisted madness as he tore away the remnants of his tattered clothing, revealing a pale torso covered in black, cursed seals. Kawashiro Funya, you are truly remarkable. This power is deserving of my utmost hospitality. He formed an eerie hand sign, and the black seals on his body emanated an ominous purplish-black glow. A colossal, chilling chakra burst forth from within him, thickening the surrounding air and causing the debris on the ground to tremble. Allow me to demonstrate what true immortality is. Summoning technique, Eight-Headed Serpent. Boom. The earth quaked violently as dense white smoke engulfed Orochimaru's position. 8 massive, fearsome serpent heads slowly rose. their golden slit pupils flickering with a cold and violent light. An oppressive aura descended like a tangible force, enveloping the entire forest. Yet, as Fenye beheld the rising smoke and the monstrous silhouette within, he felt not a shred of fear, but rather an exhilarating thrill. Now this is more like it. Uncle Snake. Fenye's voice rang with excitement and wildness. I know I cannot kill you, but inflicting pain upon you brings me immense delight. Chapter 92. The Awakening of the Rebirth. The 8 fearsome serpent heads of the 8-headed serpent reared high, their golden slit pupils radiating a suffocating ferocity. The air was thick with a nauseating stench and the potent pressure of chakra, causing the trees to tremble in fear beneath this oppressive force. The simultaneous roar of the 8 serpent heads resonated like thunder, the sound waves crashing towards Fenye like a colossal hammer. Humph! Fenye scoffed, his chakra enveloping him like a boiling blue flame, steadfastly withstanding the terrifying sonic assault as the ground beneath him cracked. Almost simultaneously, 2 figures emerged from the ruins of the forest on either side of Fenye, radiating powerful chakra fluctuations. It was none other than Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, whom Fenye had sent flying. Their eyes were vacant, completely under the control of Orochimaru's will, fixated on Fenye. Senju Tobarama was the first to strike. Forming hand seals, water release, water dragon bite explosion. A colossal water dragon materialized instantaneously, surging towards Fenye. Senju Hashirama clasped his hands. Wood release, flower tree world descends. The ground trembled violently. Countless gigantic trees erupted from the earth, wildly growing, twisting, and entwining, adorned with enormous blossoms that exuded mesmerizing pollen. The pinkish pollen swiftly enveloped the area, obscuring vision and carrying a potent neurotoxic venom. The entire battlefield transformed into a lethal botanical labyrinth infused with toxic miasma. Ha ha ha, Fenye. Embrace despair. A distorted and frenzied voice emanated from the largest serpent head of the 8-headed serpent. The 8 snake heads gaped wide, purple-black chakra swirling chaotically within. It contained a terrifying breath imbued with sage chakra and deadly poison. The target was none other than the ensnared Fenye. A 3-pronged encirclement. A deadly trap. Water dragon strangulation. Toxic pollen fog permeated the air. 8 destructive breaths were about to descend. Fenye was instantly engulfed by unprecedented pressure. The supreme techniques of the reanimated Hokage combined with the cataclysmic assault of the 8-headed serpent possessed the power to raise a mountain to the ground. Ha! Finally, a battle worthy of my time. You haven't disappointed me, Snake Uncle. Fenye laughed maniacally, his eyes devoid of fear, instead igniting with fervent battle spirit. His figure vanished in place, transformed into a cascade of black, blue, and gold light. Harnessing the terrifying explosive power granted by his sage body, the enhancement of chakra armor, and the precognition of observation haki, he executed dazzling, extreme evasions amidst the entangling trees and water dragon. The water dragon grazed his form, crashing into the ground and leaving a deep crater. The robust vines were effortlessly cleaved by his armed-colored knife hand. Although the toxic pollen fog pervaded the area, the barrier formed by the chakra armor temporarily shielded him from the majority of the toxin's invasion. Above him, 8 strands of purple-black, destructive breath plummeted. With a low growl, Fenye enveloped his right fist in armed color, entwined with sage chakra, and boldly struck towards the thickest breath. Boom! A terrifying shockwave erupted in a spherical explosion, instantly reducing the surrounding colossal trees and debris to dust. The ground beneath Fenye collapsed, deflecting the breath off its trajectory, sending it soaring into the distance, erupting into a towering column of smoke. However, the remaining 7 breaths were perilously close. Fenye! A voice of urgency echoed from afar. It was Hinata. She, along with Hanabi, the 3rd Hokage, Hisashi, Kakashi, Might Guy, and numerous Konoha and Sunigakure ninjas who had concluded their battles, stood on the relatively safe, crumbling high ground at the edge of Konoha, anxiously gazing at this decisive battlefield. Under Commander Maki's leadership, they had unveiled Orochimaru's conspiracy and had surrendered to assist in clearing out the remnants of the Sound Ninjas. They had just witnessed Fenye's remarkable feat of deflecting a breath with a single punch. Yet the remaining 7 breaths were unavoidable. On the distant side, the battle between Naruto and Gaara was drawing to a close. Despite his body being marred with wounds, Naruto, with unwavering determination in his eyes, called out to Gaara, "Hey, Gaara, I understand. I comprehend your pain. Being alone is a torment, isn't it? To be regarded as a monster is agonizing. But do not let it consume you. Trust me and believe in yourself. We are not monsters. We are human beings capable of mutual understanding. However, at the center of despair, Fengye's wild grin burned even brighter. Orochimaru, your fireworks have gone astray. In the moment before the devastating breath engulfed him, Fengye's eyes underwent a sudden transformation. Deep within his pupils, a flash of starry blue erupted, rippling outward like waves. As shimmering particles danced rapidly across his irises, reminiscent of a starlit river ignited in an instant. This was the reincarnation eye, imbued with the essence of all existence, perceiving the very roots of all things. A vast aura, transcending the confines of mundane life, erupted from Fengye's being. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Fengye had not even entered the complete chakra mode. Merely by opening his divine eyes, the power to control space and repel had already manifested. Facing the 7 imminent breaths of destruction, Fengye calmly raised his right hand toward the oncoming force and gently waved it. A hum resonated as an invisible, terrifying repulsion erupted from Fengye's center. The absolute will to reject the alien. 7 deafening booms erupted almost simultaneously. Those 7 purple-black breaths, capable of obliterating small mountains, were swatted away as if by an enormous, invisible hand. They instantly altered their trajectory, hurtling away at a speed faster than their approach, veering in all directions, distancing themselves from Fengye and Konoha. A series of earth-shattering explosions echoed deep within the forest several kilometers away, reverberating between the mountains. 7 colossal purple-black mushroom clouds, mingled with dust, ascended skyward. The violent shock waves swept through the area, causing the ground to tremble violently, as if a series of earthquakes had transpired. The flames of the explosions illuminated the distant sky with an eerie glow. The entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence. What? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. On the head of the Orochimaru's twisted laughter froze on his face. His pride, the 8-headed breath fused with sage techniques, had been effortlessly swatted away like flies by a mere gesture from his opponent. This surpassed his comprehension of power. This was the very essence of divine strength. No, the so-called god from Amigate Cure, Pain, was undoubtedly a fraud. Damn brat, how does he possess such terrifying power? As the toxic pollen mist was swept away by the residual force of repulsion, it was instantly cleared. Chapter 93. The Golden Wheel Rebirth, Orochimaru. It is time to end this. Fengye's icy voice resonated. He brought his hands together before his chest, and a pitch-black sphere, embodying the powers of destruction and creation, swiftly coalesced into the Seeking Tao orb. Disperse. With a mere thought from Fengye, the Seeking Tao orb instantaneously disintegrated, transformed into dozens of slender, pitch-black rods, exuding an aura of foreboding and absolute oppression. The moment these rods materialized, they disregarded the constraints of physical distance, manifesting as streaks of black lightning that tore through space. Their target was none other than Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. Orochimaru, through the 8-headed serpent, sensed the terrifying power contained within those black rods. An alarm bells rang fiercely in his mind. Senju Tobarama attempted to evade using the flying thunder god technique. Yet those black rods appeared with uncanny precision at the very point of his teleportation. Puff, 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 puff. The piercing sounds erupted, so densely packed that they sent chills down one's spine. Dozens of those obsidian rods penetrated Senju Tobarama's reanimated form with ruthless accuracy, especially his head and jointed limbs, which were instantly transformed into a dark porcupine. His body was pinned to the ground, rendered utterly immobile. Senju Hashirama sought to defend with wood release, but the sturdy trees crumbled before them as if made of paper. The same cacophony of piercing sounds ensued. Hashirama's body was similarly impaled by dozens of black rods, nailed down. Notably, his arms and legs bore the brunt of the assault. The potent wood release chakra was firmly confined within him, unable to be summoned even a fraction. His hollow eyes turned towards Keed, a fleeting glimmer of astonishment, reminiscent of his true self, flickering within. In a mere breath, the two reanimated Hokage, who had just been wielding top-tier ninjutsu, found themselves entirely incapacitated. The scene mirrored the moment in the original work when Uchiha Madara effortlessly subdued Senju Tobarama with black rods, brimming with an overwhelming sense of control and domination. Hiss! Is that yin-yang release? How could this be possible? How could you wield such power? Orochimaru, within the gaping maw of the eight-headed serpent, inhaled sharply. He recognized the origins of those black rods, identical to those used by Pain. They were the absolute nemesis of the reanimation jutsu. Uncle Snake, do not fret. It's your turn now. Keed grinned widely, his voice infused with an unprecedented fervor. Come, experience this. I assure you, it will be unforgettable. Ha. Before his words faded, Keed slowly raised his right hand, palm facing forward. Buzz. An indescribable, horrific gravitational force erupted suddenly. The entire forest, and even the distant mountains and sky, seemed to be drawn into this moment. Visible light converged towards Keed's palm, like rivers returning to the sea, spiraling wildly. The light grew increasingly concentrated. The energy fluctuations it contained began to warp space itself, causing it to wail. This must be stopped. Orochimaru let out a frantic roar. The seven serpent heads, disregarding all else, opened their gaping maws, and the purplish-black breath of destruction gathered once more, aiming directly at Keed in the sky. Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. Keed's fervent voice reverberated throughout the realm. He swung fiercely at the terrified Orochimaru. Sizzle. A radiant and terrifying golden blade, beyond description, instantaneously extended from Keed's palm. The golden blade spanned the heavens and the earth. Its length surpassed the limits of vision in an instant, and its width was sufficient to envelop the colossal form of the eight-headed serpent. Where the golden blade traversed, the very fabric of space was silently cleaved asunder, leaving behind an irreparable void. The seven breaths of destruction, unleashed with all of Orochimaru's might, were instantaneously extinguished before this celestial golden blade. The colossal form of the eight-headed serpent appeared as nothing more than an ephemeral illusion in the presence of this radiant light. Without any hindrance, the blade swept past the serpent's neck, severing it effortlessly. The eight serpent heads and their massive body were instantaneously severed from the core, the incision as smooth as glass, with the lingering golden glow preventing any semblance of regeneration. Blood had no chance to spurt forth, as the blade's searing heat evaporated it in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The enormous severed heads and the headless body of the serpent fell to the ground like a toppled mountain, creating a thunderous rumble and sending clouds of dust soaring into the sky. Yet, this terrifying golden wheel showed no signs of ceasing. Behind the eight-headed serpent loomed the majestic mountain range, towering hundreds of meters high. Swoosh! The golden blade sliced through the first peak as if it were mere tofu, proceeding seamlessly to the second and then the third. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony erupted, akin to the cataclysm of heaven and earth. In the stunned, dazed, and terrified gaze of all, the severed mountain peaks were brutally erased from existence, their upper halves obliterated, leaving behind horrifying stumps that emitted curling smoke and golden embers. Dust billowed into the sky, obscuring a significant portion of it. The earth lamented, shaking violently, the tremors reaching the heart of Konoha. The entire battlefield descended into a profound silence. From a distant high ground, a resounding cry shattered the stillness. Ah, brother-in-law, so magnificent, invincible. The golden blade has cleaved the mountains. The silence was punctured by a scream filled with ecstatic fervor and adoration. Hanabi, flushed with excitement, bounced in place, her small hands waving fervently as if to shout out all her exhilaration. Did you see, sister? Brother-in-law has severed the mountains. He is truly my deity. Hinata, startled by her sister's exuberance, blushed and attempted to pull her back. Yet, gazing at the figure in the distance, resembling a divine being, she too was filled with awe and an indescribable tenderness. Gasp! The crowd of Konoha collectively inhaled sharply, jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Kakashi's Sharingan nearly bulged from its socket. Hey, this is no longer within the realm of mere ninjutsu. This is a calamity. Mikai clenched his fists, passion surging through him, his eyes ablaze with determination. Oh, is this the power of youth burning at its zenith? The azure beast of Konoha must strive even harder. Let my youth burn brightly. Beside him, Lee was so moved that tears streamed down his cheeks. Kai-sensei, is this the ultimate goal of our taijutsu? Not far off, perched atop a colossal tree on the battlefield, Sakura struggled to swallow. Addressing the equally dumbfounded Naruto, you should probably avoid provoking Fu from now on. Shikamaru rubbed his temples in exasperation. remarking that this situation had transcended mere trouble and had become a veritable walking forbidden technique launcher. Henceforth, any future plans must exclude him. He then cast a glance at Ino, who was grinning dreamily from a nearby tree, and thought that things seemed to have become even more complicated. Choji, Kiba, Shino, Sasuke, and the others were all left in a state of petrification. The sand-hidden village ninjas were particularly pale, their legs trembling in fear. Immensely relieved that they had surrendered early, Maki gazed at the severed mountain peak and murmured, with such an individual, one could quell an entire nation. Perhaps even the entire ninja world. On that day, all within the ninja realm witnessed a golden light streaking across the sky. Chapter 94. Hinata's Pride Amidst the Shock. The crowd's gazes were imbued with a complex array of emotions as they looked at Hinata Hisashi, who stood before Hanabi and Hinata, equally astonished, yet striving to maintain the dignity of the clan head. His eyes were filled with awe, envy, disbelief, and perhaps even a hint of sympathy. After all, what immense pressure must such a son-in-law endure? One Konoha Jonin could not help but whisper with a hint of envy, Hisashi, the clan leader, is truly fortunate. Fortunate doesn't quite capture it, another ninja added, struggling to find the right words. It was a consensus among many that the Hyuga clan was on the precipice of soaring to new heights. With such an invincible son-in-law, the status of the Hyuga clan would likely eclipse the former glory of the Uchiha. Hisashi felt the weight of numerous scrutinizing gazes and, despite his profound composure, could not suppress a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth. Yet, more than anything, he was overwhelmed with an indescribable surge of exhilaration and pride within his chest. He endeavored to maintain his calm, but his slightly trembling hands betrayed his inner turmoil. Funya, splendid, splendid. Sarutobi Hisashi's aged visage radiated relief and foresight. He gazed at that figure in the distance, steadfast as a divine pillar, and felt a swell of ambition within him. His eyes glinting with the cunning of an old fox. With such power, Konoha would have nothing to fear. This child, Funya, cares deeply for Konoha. With profound bonds, he is truly one of us. This strength will serve as the foundation for Konoha's unprecedented era of prosperity. He rapidly calculated in his mind, resolving to write to Tsunade immediately. No matter what, one of the legendary Sannin must bestow a mentorship title upon Jiraiya or Tsunade, with Funya as a golden emblem. Coupled with the esteemed name of one of the Sannin, the future position of Hokage would naturally fall into his hands, with no one daring to voice dissent. Konoha's future shone brilliantly. Hisashi's thoughts became increasingly viable, and his smile grew ever brighter. In the heart of the battlefield, amidst swirling dust and the haunting remnants of shattered mountains, Funya slowly lowered his arms, the cloak of chakra fluttering slightly. His Rinnegan scanned the remnants of the severed Yamata. Several mountains reduced to stubs, emitting wisps of smoke. A wild smile crept onto his lips as he called out towards the remnants of Yamata, Uncle Snake. Was this enough excitement for you? If not, I have more. His playful declaration, akin to a final death knell, resounded as it struck violently against a small fragment of the earth. Orochimaru, utterly suppressed, spoke with a voice tinged with tremors. Akasawa Furu. The madness that once twisted his voice had been replaced by an overwhelming fear in the face of absolute power. The shadow of death had never loomed so palpably over him. He would die. Truly, he would perish. Even with the forbidden technique of immortality and the ability to transfer his soul, Orochimaru now recognized with stark clarity that before those starry blue eyes, which seemed to penetrate the very essence of existence, his concept of immortality could indeed be utterly obliterated. There would be no refuge for his soul. He let out a low, incomprehensible chuckle, filled with resentment and bitterness, but above all, driven by the instinct to survive. I shall remember this gift, Akasawa Furu. We shall meet again. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than a relatively small, yet astonishingly swift white-scaled serpent shot out from the blood mist. It did not dare to glance back at Furu, fleeing in a state of sheer panic, plunging into the shadows of the dense forest below, disappearing in a flicker. Orochimaru's substitution technique. This infamous Sannin, a rogue ninja feared throughout the shinobi world, chose to flee once more in the face of Furu's overwhelming power. As Furu observed the direction in which Orochimaru had vanished, the wild smile on his lips gradually faded. He let out a long sigh, revealing a hint of weariness. Yet more so the exhilaration following a fierce battle. He had never felt so invigorated. He seemed to think I was unaware of his ability to resurrect through the cursed seal. Surely, he does not believe I would let him escape unscathed? Nonetheless, the shinobi world cannot afford to lose Orochimaru, much like the West cannot lose its light. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have attained the complete sage body. The Edo Tensei has been abolished, transforming into specks of light, as the soul returns to the Pure Land. Meanwhile, at the Konoha root base, an enraged Danzo, his face contorted and flushed with fury, fixed his gaze on the now empty space, where only traces of the soul's return remained. Damn it! My Sharingan! My Sharingan! His hoarse roar echoed through the underground chamber, brimming with frustration and rage. In this vast and secretive root base, only the solitary, forlorn Danzo remained, surrounded by the cold corpses strewn about. As Fyoru's figure descended upon the desolate high ground, he was met with countless gazes filled with awe, admiration, and disbelief. After a brief silence, Hanabi completely disregarded her sister's teachings of restraint and her father's authority. Her small face flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling like those of a koala. She leaped up, throwing herself at Fyoru. Brother-in-law, the light blade is so incredibly cool. Orochimaru has been driven away. Hanabi exclaimed in a flurry of words, her tiny arms clinging tightly around Fyoru's neck, her little head nuzzling against him. Hanabi, get down this instant. How unseemly. Hisashi's face flushed crimson as he hastily admonished her. Yet, there was no anger in his tone, only a hint of helplessness and perhaps a trace of pride. The gazes of the surrounding ninjas upon him made him feel as though he stood atop the pinnacle of life. Fengye was momentarily taken aback by Huohua's sudden action, and with a bemused smile, he reached out to support his sister-in-law, preventing her from tumbling down. All right, Huohua, come down now. There are so many people watching. He gently patted Huohua's back, his tone laced with affection. No, brother-in-law is the greatest. Huohua clung on even tighter, her little face radiating a stubbornness that declared she would not relent. Huohua. At this moment, Hinata, her cheeks flushed, hurried over, flustered and anxious as she attempted to pull her younger sister down. Come down. Fengye just finished fighting and is exhausted. Though she yearned to leap into Fengye's embrace herself, the gazes of those around her compelled her to suppress her impulses. Instead, she gazed at Fengye with her gentle, love-filled Byakugan. Upon meeting Hinata's eyes, Fengye's countenance instantly softened into a warm smile. He freed one hand to gently grasp Hinata's somewhat chilly hand. Hinata's cheeks flushed deeper, yet her eyes sparkled with sweetness. Chapter 95. Friends. Hey, Fengye, you rascal. This is utterly outrageous, Naruto exclaimed, dragging the somewhat weakened but conscious Gaara over. Dust from their battle still clung to his face. Yet his spirit was high as he pointed to the distant, flattened peak, shouting in excitement. What kind of technique is that? Teach me. I want to learn it too. Sakura lightly punched Naruto on the head. You fool, Naruto. How could such a technique be learned so easily? She turned her gaze to Fengye, her eyes brimming with awe and gratitude. Shikamaru sauntered over, his eyes reflecting astonishment. Hey, Fengye, could you possibly give us a heads up before you unleash such powerful techniques next time? My heart can't take it. You've been dropping these massive surprises every time. It's too much. Inuyama, Ino, Kiba, Shino, and others gathered around, expressing their concern and admiration in a cacophony of voices. Kakashi and Might Guy approached. Kakashi patted Fengye on the shoulder, his visible eye curving into a crescent. Well done, Fengye. We owe this victory to you. Might Guy, giving a thumbs up and flashing his brilliant white teeth, exclaimed, Oh, this is the pinnacle of youthful fervor. Fengye, I acknowledge you. You are a true warrior. Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by the Umbu, approached with a beaming smile of utmost satisfaction, observing the somewhat embarrassed Fengye surrounded by his contemporaries and the Hyuga sisters. He seemingly foresaw the brightest future for Konoha. Fengye, the third Hokage declared, his face radiating warmth. You have done exceptionally well. With your singular might, you turned the tide, repelled formidable foes, and safeguarded our village. This achievement will be etched in the hearts of me and all of Konoha. He surveyed the surviving, high-spirited ninjas of Konoha, his voice rising in fervor. The losses of Konoha have been minimized. This is thanks to everyone's valiant efforts, and especially to Fengye's heroic stand. He is the pride of Konoha. Oh. The ninjas of Konoha erupted into thunderous cheers, their gazes towards Fengye, filled with fervor and reverence. Asakawa Fengye, the hero of Konoha, the unrivaled dance king of Konoha. Amidst the raucous cheers, Sarutobi Hiruzen approached Kamiyo. lowering his voice with the cunning essence of an old fox. Rest well, my child. Allow me to handle the ensuing matters. Regarding your future arrangements, I have begun to formulate some ideas. Kamiyo met the gaze of the third Hokage, understanding the unspoken words, and glanced at the fireworks adorning him, as well as the gentle gaze of Hinata beside him. Surrounded by enthusiastic, adoring, and concerned peers and mentors, he exchanged a reassuring glance with Yuya, who stood beside the third. With a wry smile, he replied, "Yes, Lord Hokage." Hinata, perhaps sensing something amiss, tightened her grip on Kamiyo's hand. The losses sustained by Konoha had indeed been minimized, yet they were not eradicated. The surprise assault by the Sound and Sand Ninja had still claimed the lives of valiant shinobi. Hiruzen's voice resonated with a chilling authority, his gaze piercing as it fixed upon Maki. Sunagakure must pay for this unjust invasion, for the losses and sacrifices endured by Konoha. Maki trembled, hastily bowing, his tone imbued with an unprecedented humility and trepidation. "Lord Hokage, I sincerely apologize." The entirety of Sunagakure was deceived by Orochimaru, believing that the Kazekage was still alive. "We too are victims. However, Sunagakure does not shirk its responsibility. We shall comply with any reparations requested by Konoha, striving with all our might to amend our transgressions." The Sand Shinobi behind him also bowed, not daring to utter a sound. Having witnessed Kamiyo's power to cleave mountains, they harbored not even a flicker of rebellion. Hiruzen scoffed coldly, proclaiming, "The specific terms of compensation will be discussed in detail between the Council of Elders of Konoha and the delegation from Sunagakure. However, as a preliminary requirement, Sunagakure must bear the entire cost of reconstruction for Konoha, provide compensation for the families of the fallen shinobi, and furnish resources equivalent to triple the losses incurred during this conflict. Furthermore, Sunagakure must sign a perpetual peace treaty and surrender all information regarding Orochimaru's activities within your territory." Yes, Lord Hokage. Sunagakure raises no objections. We shall fully cooperate." Maki nodded fervently, his head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain, feeling a bittersweet relief. Although the conditions were stringent, they did not threaten the very foundation of Sunagakure, which was a great mercy from Konoha. Problems that could be resolved through financial means and resources were trivial in the face of absolute power. Naruto approached, supporting the still somewhat weakened Gaara. The ferocity and emptiness in Gaara's eyes had been replaced by profound fatigue and bewilderment. He cast a glance at Kamiyo and Naruto, his feelings swirling in complexity. "Hey, Gaara." Naruto beamed, slapping Gaara's shoulder with enthusiasm. "See, I told you. We are not monsters. We can understand each other. Let's not dwell on fighting anymore. Come visit Konoha and play with me. I'll treat you to Ichiraku ramen. It's absolutely delicious." As Gaara beheld Naruto's sincere smile and felt the warmth radiating from his hand, the ice that had encased his heart for over a decade seemed to crack open. In a hoarse whisper, he murmured, "Why did you save me?" "Huh." Naruto placed his hands on his hips, responding as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Do I even need to ask? Because we are friends. Although you once harbored intentions to bring about my demise, I understand that this was not the true essence of your being. It was that scoundrel, Shoha, and those loathsome individuals who transformed you into what you became. Much like the Nine Tails dwelling within me. Once someone comprehends and embraces you, everything shall change. Trust me." The words friend flowed from Gaara's lips, a term so foreign to him, as he gazed into Naruto's clear blue eyes. A sensation, both unfamiliar and bittersweet, surged within his heart. After a moment of silence, he finally offered the slightest nod. Indeed, Maki, witnessing this scene, was overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions. Though the journey had been harrowing, it appeared that the future of Sunagakure might indeed hold a glimmer of hope due to this calamity and the unforeseen variable that was Naruto. At the very least, this once unruly Jinchuriki seemed to have found a friend. The plaza in front of the Hokage building, along with every street leading to it, was already thronged with a multitude of people. The war had concluded. Men, women, and children, both ninja and civilians, eagerly awaited the moment. The thunderous roars of cheers, applause, and cries surged forth like a tsunami. Countless flowers and ribbons cascaded from the windows of the surrounding buildings. The populace waved their arms, their faces radiant with the joy of survival. Hiruzen Sarutobi ascended the observation platform of the Hokage building, flanked by Kakashi and the Umbu guards. He surveyed the sea of exuberant faces below. Clearing his throat, His voice resonated through the chakra, reaching far and wide. Fellow citizens of Konoha, the cheers of the crowd gradually subsided, as every soul held their breath, gazing up at their Hokage. Today, we have collectively endured an unexpected calamity. The treachery of the Sound and Sand ninjas and Orochimaru's conspiracy had once driven our homeland to the brink of annihilation. Hiruzen's voice carried both sorrow and strength. Yet, we have persevered. The ninjas of Konoha safeguarded this land with their blood, courage, and wisdom. Especially you, Akatsuki Kid. Hiruzen's finger pointed toward Kid, surrounded by the throng. With sheer determination, he vanquished formidable foes and turned the tide. He demonstrated through his actions that the spirit of Konoha is unbreakable. The flame of Konoha shall never be extinguished. His strength is a force of protection. His might is the very foundation of Konoha's resilience. I hereby proclaim, Akatsuki Kid is the rightful hero of Konoha. He is the pride of our village. His achievements shall be eternally inscribed in the annals of Konoha's history. The future of Konoha shall undoubtedly shine brighter. For we have a young generation like Kid, and all of you, who are united in your devotion to Konoha. Let us remember today as sacrifices and victories. Let us safeguard the hard-won peace. The will of fire endures eternally. The will of fire endures eternally. Long live Lord Kid. Long live Konoha. Long live the Dance King. The crowd's cheers reached a fever pitch, echoing into the heavens. The entire Konoha was immersed in a fervent sea of hope and zeal. The name of Akatsuki Kid, the Dance King of Konoha, was once more deeply engraved in the hearts of every citizen. Brother-in-law, look, everyone is cheering for you. Fireworks excitedly hung behind Kid, her small face flushed, pointing at the surrounding crowd, more thrilled than if she herself were being cheered. Hinata was also overwhelmed by this tidal wave of enthusiasm, tightly grasping Kid's hand and whispering, Kid-kun, everyone is so happy. Kid, feeling the fervor wash over him, couldn't help but feel a tingle at the back of his neck. He could only strive to maintain a calm expression, slightly nodding to the crowd. This small gesture elicited an even more frenzied scream from the audience. Chapter 96, Sasuke's Inner Thoughts. Nightfall, in the hot spring district of Konoha. After a day of raucous activity, the village gradually quieted down. In an elegantly appointed outdoor hot spring, rich with mineral waters, Naruto immersed himself in the water, with only his head above the surface. The weariness etched on his face seemingly melted away by the warmth. After an entire day of battling, his bones felt nearly disassembled. Indeed, soaking in the hot springs was the ultimate remedy. Idiot, don't pass out, Sasuke coolly remarked, leaning against the edge of the pool with his eyes closed. He was evidently dragged here by Naruto's relentless insistence. Though he feigned indifference, the tension in his muscles had noticeably relaxed in the soothing water. Hey Sasuke, what's with that attitude? If I hadn't forced you to come, you'd still be moldering in your room. Naruto splashed some water in dissatisfaction. Sasuke slightly turned his head to evade it, too lazy to respond. Could you two please settle down? Sakura called out in exasperation from the women's bath, where she sat with Ino, Hinata, and Hanabi in the adjacent pool. Kid also reclined at the edge of the pool, enveloped in the warm water. Dispelling the remnants of fatigue from battle, he exhaled deeply, feeling completely at ease. Observing Naruto and Sasuke still bickering, and across from him, Shikamaru, Chuji, and Kiba, who were enjoying the soothing waters while pouring water over themselves with small wooden tubs, he smiled at Shino, who appeared to be contemplating life in a corner. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted. This was the life he yearned for. Kid, you were simply astounding today, Shikamaru remarked, opening his eyes to the steam wafting from the ceiling, his tone infused with genuine admiration. The radiant blade of light and the leveled mountain. Thinking back, it feels like a dream. What a hassle, though, being teammates with a monster like you brings immense pressure. Hey, Shikamaru, are you complimenting me or criticizing me? Kid responded, both amused and exasperated. Of course I'm praising you. Kid, you are now invincible. Naruto interjected eagerly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Tell me, how did you master that light technique? I want to learn it. It's so cool. Naruto. Sakura's voice once again echoed from the adjacent pool. I've told you that technique isn't something that can be learned casually. Besides, you can't even perform basic ninjutsu properly. Upon recalling his lack of proficiency in ninjutsu, Naruto immediately deflated. However, Kid, Ino's lively voice chimed in from next door, you were truly magnificent today. like a divine being descended from the heavens. Hinata, don't you agree? Ah, yes, yes, Hinata responded with a complex expression, while Hanabi giggled beside her. He chuckled softly, saying, everyone worked hard today as well. Naruto, I heard you summoned a giant toad? A smoking toad, no less. Did it defeat Gaara? As soon as Naruto heard this, a smile uncontrollably spread across his face, and he proudly declared, of course, I, the great Naruto, have undergone incredibly arduous training. This is a piece of cake. Watch me soar. Sasuke, with his eyes closed, remained silent beside him. The insatiable thirst for power within him, particularly after witnessing Naruto's summoning technique today, plunged him into profound silence. Yet, the tightness of his lips and the furrow of his brows betrayed his inner turmoil. The flattery from Ino and Shikamaru, along with Naruto's boastful claims about summoning the great toad, pierced Sasuke's heart like needles. Summoning a giant toad? Defeating the one-tailed Jinchuriki? Yet, when faced with Gaara of the Sand, his prideful Chidori had barely breached the enemy's defenses. The sense of powerlessness and the despair of being crushed by absolute strength still lingered deep within him. Why? A voice screamed within him. Why could that underdog suddenly become so formidable? Why was he able to summon such powerful beasts? Why was he perpetually surpassing Sasuke, without explanation? Then, there was Kagaya. He was a monster. Sasuke found himself at a loss for words to describe the scene he witnessed during the day. The golden blade that severed mountains and the overwhelming power that subdued the Edo Tensei Hokage and the eight-headed serpent transcended his understanding of strength. Such power could only belong to a deity, and the one who possessed it was his contemporary comrade, a seemingly carefree and abstract individual devoid of any semblance of a strong presence. The disparity left Sasuke gasping in despair. The gap between him and Naruto widened, while the chasm between him and Kagaya became an insurmountable abyss. He exerted every ounce of effort, even seeking Kakashi's guidance, training in Chidori, believing he was finally on the brink of vengeance. Yet reality dealt him a heavy blow. His pace of becoming stronger was laughably slow in the presence of true monsters. An overwhelming surge of impatience, resentment, and jealousy took root within him. He craved power, a thirst so intense it bordered on madness. He would try any method that promised strength. But where was the path? Kakashi's teachings seemed to hit a ceiling. Could his Sharingan still evolve? How could he attain power as formidable as Kagaya's or that man's? Orochimaru? Yet, in the face of Kagaya, he felt as if the warmth of a hot spring had turned frigid and piercing. Sasuke abruptly opened his eyes, the depths of his dark gaze flickering with the crimson of his Sharingan, uncontrolled and brimming with suppressed madness and obsession. He glanced at Naruto, who was still grinning foolishly, then shifted his gaze to Kagaya, who appeared to be in complete control, fists clenched tightly, nails nearly embedding into his palms. This could not continue. He had to discover a method to grow stronger at a faster rate, no matter the cost. Hey Sasuke, why aren't you speaking? Are you stunned by my magnificent presence, the great Naruto? Haha. Naruto remained blissfully unaware of the tempest brewing within Sasuke, continuing his boastful antics. Sasuke cast a cold glance at him, squeezing out a single word through clenched teeth, fool. He then closed his eyes again. At that moment, a boisterous voice rang out. Hey, you guys, stop chatting. Mike Guy, wrapped in a towel, entered alongside Kakashi. With exuberance, Guy leapt into the pool with a splash, dousing Shikamaru and Choji beside him. Youth should be fully enjoyed after a victory. Come on, let's have a spirited contest in the hot springs. How about a breath-holding competition? Please spare me. Go challenge Kakashi instead. Funya sighed, exasperated by the relentless youthful competitions. Kakashi leisurely found a corner to sit, glanced at Sasuke, and shook his head. He then pulled out his beloved Ica Paradise, languidly remarking, feel free, I'm just replenishing my energy. The sounds of relaxed conversations and playful antics among the young men and women echoed through the hot springs. This moment of tranquility, filled with warmth among comrades, felt especially precious. Funya leaned against the wall of the pool, observing Naruto's playful antics and Sasuke's brooding demeanor, while faint laughter from the girls nearby filled the air, allowing him to savor this rare peace. He closed his eyes, relishing the warmth of the scene. Sasuke, it might be best to keep the matter of the Land of Waves under wraps. Doesn't Naruto realize something's off with you? The soothing heat of the springs eased everyone's tense nerves. The streets of Konoha returned to their serene state. Funya and Hinata and Hanabi walked along the path back to the Hyuga estate. Hanabi's cheeks were flushed from the hot springs, her spirits high as she chattered about amusing incidents, especially the embarrassing moments of Guy trying to compete with Finye in breath-holding. However, as they walked, her excitement waned. After such a day filled with shocks and tension, her small body finally succumbed to sleepiness, her eyelids growing heavy and her steps slowing. Rubbing her eyes, Hanabi murmured, "Big brother, I can't walk anymore." Just as Hinata was about to crouch down to carry her, Finye was already a step ahead. He knelt, presenting his broad back to Hanabi. "Come on, little hero. I'll carry you home." Hanabi immediately responded with a cheerful skillfully climbing onto Finye's back like a little kitten. Her small arms wrapped around his neck. Her face contentedly nestled against his warm nape as she mumbled, "Big brother is the best." Within moments, her steady breathing filled the air. Hinata watched this tender scene, her eyes brimming with warmth. She stepped forward to adjust Hanabi's slightly askew collar. Upon returning to the Hyuga estate, the guard ninja at the entrance, seeing Finye carrying the sleeping Hanabi, respectfully bowed, his gaze filled with admiration and a hint of envy. After all, he was the invincible being who had just saved Konoha, and undoubtedly their future son-in-law. They passed through the courtyard and entered the main hall, where Hayashi Hyuga sat in the main seat, sipping tea, clearly awaiting their return. Upon seeing Finye carrying the sleeping Hanabi with Hinata gently following beside, a rare smile softened his serious expression. "Father, we're back," Hinata greeted softly. Naihazuki nodded, his gaze resting upon Finye, brimming with unreserved admiration and pride. "Finye, you have worked hard." Finye carefully entrusted the fireworks to a waiting maiden nearby for her to rest, then nodded slightly in response. "Uncle Naihazuki, it is my duty." "Duty?" Naihazuki set down his teacup, rising to stand before Finye, firmly patting his shoulder with greater force than usual, infused with the excitement of a proud father-in-law witnessing his son-in-law's growth. He stood tall and straight, as if rejuvenated by a decade, his face radiating an unprecedented brilliance. The glances from the other clan heads and the higher-ups of Konoha today were filled with an awe they had never shown before. All of this was brought forth by the young man before him. "What you have achieved surpasses mere duty. You have protected Hinata, Hanabi, the entire Hyuga clan, and indeed, Konoha itself. This remarkable feat, this strength." Naihazuki's voice quivered with a barely perceptible excitement. "The Hyuga clan takes great pride in you. Now, do take a well-deserved rest." He gazed into Finye's tranquil yet profoundly powerful eyes, and then glanced at his daughter Hinata, whose gentle demeanor belied her steadfastness. Feeling an immense satisfaction in his heart, Finye smiled at his future father-in-law, brimming with joy. "Very well, Uncle Naihazuki." Hinata softly added, "Father, please rest early as well." Naihazuki nodded in satisfaction, watching the two depart hand in hand, his smile impossible to suppress. He strolled a few steps in the hall, feeling as though the air today was particularly fresh, and the future of the Hyuga clan had never appeared so clear and splendid. Finye and Hinata returned to their cozy abode. Chapter 97. The meeting the following day, in the Hokage building, a high-level conference room. Sarutobi Hizashi sat in the principal seat, flanked by the elder advisors Mito Menon and T-Rune Koharu. The atmosphere was somewhat tense. The joy of yesterday's victory seemed to have been dampened by subsequent trivialities and losses. The door to the conference room creaked open. Shimura Danzo entered, leaning on his cane. He was still clad in traditional attire, bandaged and appearing no different than usual. Yet, as he approached, those present, having worked together for decades, immediately sensed something amiss. Danzo's complexion was paler than usual, betraying an unmistakable fatigue and frailty. His gait was unnaturally stiff, as if his body bore an immense burden. Most notably, the once ominous aura that usually surrounded him now seemed somewhat dissipated and languid. Mito Menon adjusted his glasses, his brow furrowing slightly. "Danzo, you look unwell. Did you not rest well last night?" T-Rune Koharu narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Danzo, particularly the bandaged area over his right eye, seemingly attempting to discern something. She spoke slowly. "Hizashi has been busy handling the aftermath late into the night, and us old bones have been worrying alongside him. Yet you, Danzo, appear to be faring worse than us." Sarutobi Hizashi remained silent, leisurely lifting his pipe and taking a slow drag. Amidst the swirling smoke, his deep-set eyes regarded Danzo, lingering momentarily on Danzo's somewhat rigid right arm and pale face. As a long-standing rival and old friend, he knew Danzo all too well. This appearance was certainly not merely a result of insufficient rest. Coupled with the reports from the Umbu last night regarding unusual tremors emanating from somewhere underground at the village's edge, alongside the unusually low-profile state of the root base. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already formed a conjecture in his mind, a slight smirk of coldness gracing his lips. Orochimaru had indeed left some surprises. Curiously, this surprise inadvertently aided him significantly, delivering a heavy blow to this old acquaintance who perpetually engaged in clandestine schemes. Faced with the scrutinizing gazes of the two advisors and Hiruzen's penetrating eyes, Danzo seethed with indignation, feeling utterly humiliated. Yet, he was compelled to maintain a facade of calmness. With a disdainful snort, his voice raspier than usual, he remarked, "I appreciate the concern of both advisors. It is merely a matter of dealing with some accumulated experimental waste. The commotion was a bit excessive, but it is of no consequence." He forcibly diverted the conversation, shifting focus to the previous day's skirmish. As for the young man, Akiko Akid, his power has surely exceeded our control, hasn't it? Hiruzen, how do you intend to handle this unstable element? He attempted to reclaim the initiative, redirecting the spotlight toward Keed. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, responding slowly, "Handle? Danzo, mind your choice of words. Keed is a hero of Konoha, a benefactor who saved the village. His strength is Konoha's greatest fortune and safeguard." His tone bore an unwavering conviction. Observing Danzo's face grow increasingly grim, he inwardly scoffed, continuing, "As for instability? Humph. With me watching over and the bonds of Konoha intact, Keed stands as the village's most formidable shield and sword. Some individuals should hastily relinquish their unrealistic aspirations of becoming Hokage." Hiruzen's words struck at Danzo's most vulnerable spot. A flicker of malice crossed Danzo's single eye. Yet he found himself unable to retort. The losses from yesterday had been catastrophic. All the elites, including those from Root, had perished. More critically, his Manjiki Sharingan had been rendered useless. His trump card was swiftly being depleted. Interrupting the two, Tsunade Koharu interjected, "Hiruzen, the invasion by Orochimaru and Tsunagakure has resulted not only in severe casualties, but also extensive damage to the village's defense infrastructure. The reconstruction efforts are an overwhelming task. The immediate priority is to stabilize the situation and restore order and defenses within the village." Mito Kamen adjusted his glasses, his gaze pointedly sweeping across Hiruzen's somewhat pallid face. "You are advanced in years, and given the recent immense strain, we are all quite concerned about your health." Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, taking another drag from his pipe. He felt a profound sense of powerlessness, not solely from his physical condition, but more so from within. The discord between old master and disciple, along with the lives sacrificed, felt like heavy shackles binding his soul. He coughed softly, his voice carrying a hint of raspiness. "You are correct. I am indeed aging. These past few days, I have felt somewhat overwhelmed. Konoha needs fresh blood, younger and more vigorous leaders to guide it forward." Hiruzen set down his pipe, his gaze turning resolute. "Regarding the selection of the next Hokage, I propose Jiraiya take on the role." "Jiraiya?" As the evening approached, the ever-roaming Chushin Xiaochun furrowed her brow. With his unpredictable lifestyle and carefree disposition, she questioned whether he was truly the right candidate for such a significant responsibility. Could he bear the weight of this duty? In contrast, although Fengye had made remarkable contributions in the recent battle, even defeating Orochimaru and repelling the reanimated first and second Hokage, his youth and lack of experience were undeniable drawbacks. Her incredulous tone reflected the lingering impression of the fierce battle that still haunted her mind. Mito Minyan echoed her sentiments, his voice laced with astonishment. Indeed, the power displayed by Asakawa Fengye was extraordinary. He faced the formidable Might Guy's seventh gate technique. The Day Tiger, without faltering, and single-handedly confronted and vanquished Orochimaru along with his summoned reanimated warriors. Such prowess was worthy of historical acknowledgement. Yet, precisely for this reason, we require a mature and composed Hokage capable of navigating the complexities of our situation. He still needs time and experience. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke solemnly. There is no doubt regarding Jiraiya's strength, prestige, and love for the village. He is undoubtedly one of the most suitable candidates. As for Fengye, his destiny will unfold in due course. Just then, the window burst open with a loud crash, and a lithe figure with flowing white hair leaped inside, a roguish smile adorning his face. "Ah, old man, gossiping behind someone's back is hardly a good habit. Nevertheless, I must admit, I'm rather pleased to hear such compliments about me. The newcomer was none other than Jiraiya. Jiraiya? The occupants of the office were taken aback. Danzo's form momentarily froze. Jiraiya brushed off the dust from his attire and stepped closer to Hiruzen, his expression becoming slightly more serious. Old man, I believe I've grasped your sentiments. However, I must decline the position of Hokage. Why? Hiruzen looked at him. You must understand what the village needs right now. I certainly do, Jiraiya replied, raising his hands in surrender. But I am even more aware of my own nature. Let me engage in combat, gather intelligence, or write a few books. That is manageable. But to be confined in an office day in and day out, sifting through mountains of paperwork and engaging in disputes with feudal lords and advisors? Spare me. That would be more excruciating than death. Furthermore, his tone grew somber. I bear an undeniable responsibility for Orochimaru's current state. Perhaps I am not fit for this role. Finally, Danzo spoke, his voice low and imposing. Then, who do you deem suitable? Shall we allow Konoha to flounder without leadership? Or rely on that young man of uncertain origins and uncontrollable power? His implication was clear. Funya. Jiraiya stroked his chin, seemingly having anticipated this question. I do have a candidate in mind. Her abilities, prestige, and lineage are all commendable. Though she may possess some minor flaws, she is undoubtedly better suited for this role than I, Tsunade. Jiraiya asserted confidently. The granddaughter of the first Hokage and one of the legendary Sannin, an unparalleled medical ninja. With her as the fifth Hokage, she would be the optimal choice in terms of strength, renown, and the ability to unite the villagers. She would undoubtedly lead Konoha out of its plight. Tsunade, Chushin Xiaochun, and Mito Man Yin exchanged glances, weighing the pros and cons. Tsunade's capabilities were unquestionable, yet her fear of blood and prolonged absence from the village posed significant challenges. Tuanzong let out a cold snort, attempting to amplify his tone, yet failing to conceal his lack of breath. Tsunade has long succumbed to the vice of gambling, accumulating insurmountable debts, and it is rumored that she suffers from severe hemophobia. How can a ninja who cannot withstand the sight of blood shoulder the grave responsibility of Hokage? Her condition is even more concerning than that of the immeasurable power of Funya. Hemophobia can be treated, and the village can resolve the debt issue, Jiraiya retorted, emphasizing that what truly matters is her heart and ability to protect Konoha. I have faith in her. He shifted his tone, revealing a smile. I intend to take Naruto along on this journey. He is the most unpredictable ninja, and perhaps he can work some miracles in persuading Tsunade. Hisashi pondered for a moment and finally nodded. Very well, since you are so insistent and have recommended Tsunade. The task of locating and persuading her to return to the village as the fifth Hokage shall be entrusted to you, Jiraiya. Take Naruto, and you may depart the day after tomorrow. Jiraiya patted his chest. No problem, leave it to me. With a graceful wave of his hand, he leaped out of the window, arriving suddenly and departing just as swiftly. The office returned to a state of quietude, while Tuanzang's expression darkened further. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his pipe against the table, fixing his gaze on Tuanzang with a calm, yet unyielding tone. There is no need for further discussion regarding Funya. He is the hero of Konoha, the one who saved the village. His strength is Konoha's greatest fortune and safeguard. Our current focus should be on swiftly bringing Tsunade back to stabilize the village and effectively managing the negotiations with Sunagakure. A flicker of resentment and malice flashed in Tuanzang's lone eye, yet he sensed the resoluteness in Hiruzen's words. He snorted coldly, falling silent. Tsubaki and Mito's eyes met, and they slowly nodded in agreement with the third's arrangement. The balance of power in Konoha quietly tilted decisively with the emergence of a young boy and the covert setbacks of an elder. Chapter 98. Pain. Meanwhile, within the tower of Amigakure, in a frigid hall, ethereal figures materialized one after another upon the colossal fingers of the Outer Path statue. The eerie power of the Rinnegan and various formidable chakra fluctuations intertwined in the enclosed space, creating an oppressive atmosphere. The images of the holographic technique flickered slightly, indicating the assembly of Akatsuki members. Thus, the deep, magnetic voice of Pain echoed. Orochimaru, that self-satisfied traitor, has meticulously orchestrated the collapse of Konoha, only to see his plans fail. His tone bore no emotional fluctuations, as if he were merely recounting an inconsequential matter. Yet the content of his words caused subtle ripples among the other ethereal figures. Ho ho ho! The peculiar voice of Black Zetsu chimed in. The white Zetsu on the opposite side of Black Zetsu exclaimed with exaggerated tone, not merely a failure, It was utterly crushed. I heard that his proud Edo Tensei and that what was it, the eight-headed serpent technique, were utterly trounced, as if he were a child being beaten. Ultimately, he fled like a lost dog. Black Zetsu, don't you find this amusing? Black Zetsu remained silent, offering no response. A somber voice emerged from Kakuzu. That scoundrel Orochimaru, though a loathsome traitor, possesses a certain level of prowess. To have him cornered to this extent. It seems the third Hokage of Konoha still wields his sword with skill. I presume his bounty has risen again. No, Kakuzu-senpai, White Zetsu interjected eagerly. The intelligence is not quite as you believe. The one who defeated Orochimaru is not the aging third Hokage, but rather a seemingly teenage boy with black hair. His name appears to be Asakawa Furu. Asakawa Furu. Kisame's hoarse voice carried a hint of intrigue. I have not heard that name before. To have driven a character like Orochimaru to flee sounds like a delectable quarry, doesn't it, Itachi? Have you heard of him? He glanced at the silent figure beside him, who bore the marks of sorrow. Itachi Uchiha's visage remained unchanged, his gaze unwavering, as he monotonously uttered two words, no. However, within him, ripples of curiosity stirred. When did such a figure emerge in Konoha? A youth capable of directly vanquishing Orochimaru? This notion nearly dismantled his understanding of Konoha's current power structure. As fragmented intelligence coalesced, Conan's cool voice resonated. The boy named Asakawa Furu possesses an unknown mode akin to a chakra cloak, with strength, speed, and defense that far exceed common comprehension. Most critically, he seemingly wields a long-range attack capable of effortlessly severing mountains. Orochimaru's eight-headed serpent technique was obliterated by a single strike, the golden light witnessed yesterday. Golden light? Severing mountains? Deidara's voice escalated an octave, infused with an artist's dissatisfaction and skepticism. That crude, aesthetically devoid attack? How could it possibly rival my explosive art? Silence, Deidara. Sasori's low, raspy voice emerged from the red-haired figure, tinged with impatience but predominantly solemnity. Achieving such a feat in one blow transcends the realm of ordinary bloodline limits. Pain's Devapath slowly began to speak, redirecting everyone's focus. Regardless of who he is or the nature of his power, standing before a god is inherently foolish. He has disrupted our strategy to weaken Konoha by utilizing Orochimaru, showcasing a threat substantial enough to alter our plans. His Rinnegan scanned each member present, ultimately resting on Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki. Itachi, Kisame, your original mission was to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. This is now a matter of altered priority. Before capturing the Nine-Tails, we must ascertain the details surrounding Asakawa Furu, evaluate his strength, the type of abilities he possesses, and his potential threat to our organization. If conditions permit, test him. If necessary, elimination is an option. Itachi's image remained calm, merely nodding slightly. Understood. Finally, a task of intrigue. Kisame let out an excited chuckle, his shark-like teeth bared. A brat capable of toppling Orochimaru and cleaving mountains. May his blood provide me a hearty feast, Itachi. Do not underestimate him, Kisame. The voice of Itachi remained calm, and his ability to defeat Orochimaru in a direct confrontation was no mere stroke of luck. Konoha had recently endured a fierce battle, and vigilance was undoubtedly at its peak. Kisame, gripping his sword Samahata, spoke with a relaxed tone tinged with a bloodthirsty anticipation. Let us pay a proper visit to this newly minted hero of Konoha. Mr. Itachi, I have long awaited to see your homeland. As their figures slowly dissipated like an illusion, silence reclaimed the tower. Yet within Uchiha Itachi's heart, a question lingered. Sasuke, how fare you? Is this kid your friend or foe to you? The following day, on the 8th of August in the 60th year of Konoha, at the memorial stone, a fine drizzle fell from the heavens. Surrounding the stone stood numerous Konoha ninjas clad in black mourning attire, alongside villagers and families of the fallen. The atmosphere was solemn, steeped in sorrow. Sarutobi Hiruzen, donned in ceremonial robes, stood at the forefront with a grave expression. Behind him were Kakashi, Might Guy, Yugao, Asuma, and other Jonin, their faces reflecting profound grief. Yugao's gaze swept over the newly inscribed names on the memorial, her sorrow still palpable. Among the ranks of lower ninjas stood Kid-Yuru, observing the unfamiliar names etched into the stone. Although his heart remained largely untroubled, the weighty and solemn atmosphere, coupled with the genuine sadness of those around him, compelled him to temper his usual fervor and silently pay his respects to the deceased. Hanabi clutched her sister Hinata's arm tightly, her once lively demeanor now subdued, tears welling in her large eyes, appearing exceedingly demure. Meanwhile, Hinata anxiously regarded Yoru's serene profile, gently grasping his hand. He reciprocated the gesture, reassuring her of his well-being. Sarutobi Hiruzen's aged yet powerful voice rang out amidst the rain. Today, we gather here with immense sorrow to bid farewell to our heroes. He recited the names of the fallen one by one, recounting their valor in the defense of their comrades and village. With each name, muffled sobs arose from the crowd. They embodied the will of fire. Where the leaves dance, the fire shall never extinguish. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and nurture the new buds of life. Their sacrifices shall not be forgotten. Their spirits will eternally inspire the next generation of Konoha to safeguard this hard-won peace. Let us pay tribute to our heroes. As the funeral concluded, the crowd gradually dispersed. Yoru, Hinata's gentle voice pulled him from his reverie. Shall we return? She looked at him with concern in her eyes. Are you all right? Yoru offered a faint smile, ruffling Hinata's hair. Yes, I am well. Let us go home. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen approached, accompanied by Kakashi. Yoru noticed a hint of fatigue on Hiruzen's face, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. The delegation from Sunagakure has arrived, and the terms of compensation have been largely settled. Furthermore, he revealed with a meaningful smile, I have identified the ideal candidate concerning your mentor. Tsunade's whereabouts have been confirmed, and we shall soon send someone to summon her back. Feng Yi raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, known for her unparalleled strength. Oh, so the third Hokage has found me a mentor? Or perhaps it is merely a title. Why? He has long since assured himself of my social connections, has he not? I hope this does not lead to my becoming Hokage. If I were to assume that role, wouldn't Konoha descend into chaos? Reading books, visiting the red light district, gambling, anything that brings quick profit. I recall that the Raikage's brashness is accompanied by a secretary. Chapter 99. Uchiha Itachi. After the Great War, Konoha gradually restored its former order. However, the number of patrolling ninjas on the streets was noticeably increased. In a secluded dessert shop, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki sat in a corner, with dango and tea laid before them. Itachi's movements were graceful and slow, as if he were genuinely savoring the sweets. Kisame, on the other hand, appeared somewhat bored, his massive shark-like body wrapped in bandages, attracting curious yet fearful glances from passers-by. How does the dessert in Konoha compare to the one we passed earlier? Kisame inquired, flashing a toothy grin reminiscent of a shark's. Itachi did not respond. He merely set down his skewer, his gaze sharpening. Hatake Kakashi. At that moment, Kakashi too sensed the unmistakable chakra fluctuations emanating from the two individuals, which were anything but ordinary. Alarm bells rang in his mind as his body instinctively shifted into a state of vigilance. Discovered. The copy ninja of Konoha possesses quite an acute sense, he mused. Kisame also noticed Kakashi, licking his lips in excitement. Just then, a voice filled with urgency and frustration rang out. Kakashi, how long do you intend to delay teaching me the new techniques? Uchiha Sasuke rushed over, panting, his face reflecting an intense desire to grow stronger and an impatience that was palpable. Kakashi interrupted Sasuke directly. Sasuke, go find Naruto first. His voice bore a rare urgency and severity, causing the previously disgruntled Sasuke to falter. Kakashi, what is going on? Sasuke asked, puzzled. He had not immediately sensed the unusual chakra in the shop, only noticing Kakashi's decidedly uncharacteristic reaction. There's no time for explanations. Go find Naruto immediately. That's an order. The obscure and formidable chakra, particularly one that carried a familiar yet dangerously cold sensation, heightened the alarm within him. Though Sasuke was deeply confused, the order from his superior and the palpable killing intent emanating from Kakashi compelled him to comply. Gritting his teeth, he turned and dashed away. Once he confirmed Sasuke's figure had vanished at the end of the street, Kakashi let out a slight sigh of relief. Almost simultaneously, two other figures appeared beside him. Kakashi, what is happening? Asuma inquired in a low voice, his hand resting on the hilt of his chakra blade, having also sensed the unsettling pressure. Whose chakra is so concealed, yet so terrifying? Kurenai's expression was grave as her hands quietly prepared to form seals. At that moment, two figures appeared on the street, one of whom gently removed his conical hat, revealing a handsome face marked by distinctive wrinkles and a pair of deep-set eyes that calmly regarded the group. It had been a long time, Kakashi-senpai, Asumi-san, and Kurenai-san. His voice was devoid of emotion, yet it struck Kakashi like a thunderclap. The instant he beheld those eyes, Kakashi's pupils constricted, and his lingering doubts were utterly dispelled. He nearly roared the name, Itachi Uchiha. Almost simultaneously, the other figure lifted his hat, exposing blue skin and shark-like teeth, brandishing a large sword wrapped in bandages while excitedly licking his lips. Hey, it seems we've been recognized. Itachi, your reputation back home is quite substantial. Itachi Uchiha's gaze swept over the three vigilant Konoha Jonin, his tone remaining unperturbed. If you wish to avoid involving this street, perhaps we should relocate. Kakashi completely lowered his forehead protector, revealing his full Sharingan, as his eyes clashed with Itachi's in the air. Just as I wish. This is not a place for you. The battle was on the verge of erupting. On the other side, in a restaurant's private room, Jiraiya observed Naruto devouring his food across the table and, taking a sip of his drink, casually inquired, "By the way, Naruto, are you familiar with that kid, Kidyoru? You are contemporaries, right?" With a loud gulp, Naruto swallowed a mouthful of meat, his eyes instantly lighting up as he began to gesticulate excitedly. "Familiar? Extremely familiar. You haven't seen it, perverted sage. That guy Kidyoru is simply a monster." Orochimaru was utterly powerless against him. And he even crushed the first Hokage and the second Hokage. What was that term again? Yes, it was overwhelming. Absolutely stunning. Naruto's vocabulary may have been limited, but his enthusiasm was palpable. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, a flicker of seriousness crossing his gaze. This achievement is indeed quite astonishing. Oh, so impressive? Do you often work together? Of course. Naruto slammed his hands on the table, nearly leaping with excitement. We are the strongest duo in Konoha. Not only with me, but he is also incredibly close with Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, Shino, and the others. That guy Shikamaru always says that when the two of us team up, it's never a good thing, haha. Whenever we spar, he loves to target the eyes, and he always ends up with a bruised face. Jiraiya, team up? It seems reminiscent of my time. It certainly sounds quite troublesome. Naruto spoke with fervor. Every year he celebrates my birthday, and his gifts are always bizarre. Like a red cloak or a quirky green hat. He often rambles about how I have the potential to soar to great heights, saying things like, "Naruto, your words can cause explosions," and referring to me as the future 7th Hokage, along with a slew of incomprehensible yet seemingly powerful phrases. Jiraiya, the youth of today certainly have their peculiar expressions. Yet, he grasped the crucial information, formidable strength, a deep bond with contemporaries, and an inexplicable support for Naruto. Alongside the title of 7th Hokage, the old man had specifically mentioned wanting Tsunade to take him on as a disciple. Jiraiya seemed to grasp the significance of this maneuver. This was not merely about granting him a title. This is undoubtedly paving the way for the future, crafting a central figure whose strength, reputation, and lineage are beyond reproach. If this power can be firmly tied to the chariot of Konoha, Jiraiya couldn't help but muse, "Naruto, my foolish apprentice, you constantly declare your ambition to become Hokage. However, it's quite possible that your dear friend may ascend to that position before you do. After all, he appears to be just a tad more reliable than you. Even if that merely reflects a shift from negative to neutral." Jiraiya suppressed a chuckle, patting Naruto on the head. "I can't shake the feeling that he might be more suited for the role of Hokage than you, Naruto." Hokage is meant to be me," Naruto retorted, hands on his hips, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. "But if it's that guy, Kagaya, perhaps it wouldn't be such a bad idea. Once I become Hokage, I will appoint him as my Hokage guard. With him around, no one would dare to cause trouble. Plus, life would certainly never be dull." Observing Naruto's carefree demeanor, Jiraiya sighed, finding it somewhat amusing as well. Let us hope it doesn't turn out that you end up being his guard instead. Nevertheless, from Naruto's words, it was evident that he held genuine affection for Konoha and his comrades. This formidable power and profound bonds, if guided in the right direction, would undoubtedly serve as the pillar for Konoha's future. As for the position of Hokage, it would come in due time. He downed his drink and rose to his feet. "All right, Naruto, let us return and pack our belongings." Kirby Sage, where are we actually going?" "We're off to find a legendary old lady known for her dreadful luck and explosive temper, the fabled fat sheep. Along the way, I'll also guide your training." Jiraiya pondered on how to ensure that the old lady understood that Konoha had produced an extraordinary little monster, a youth capable of besting even her most beloved granduncles. This grand gesture would surely astonish her and pique her interest and sense of responsibility. It would also be an opportune moment to see if she would accept this disciple. Chapter 100. Testing the Waters. Konoha's commercial street, in stark contrast to the tense atmosphere of the dessert shop alley, was bustling with life, brimming with the vigor of those who had survived calamity. Most of the shops along the street had already been repaired and were open for business, with the sounds of vendors calling out and haggling filling the air. Kagaya was leisurely strolling through the streets alongside Hinata. He had already collected several bags, mostly containing medicinal herbs commonly used by the Hyuga clan, along with a few novel toys and snacks for Hanabi. Hinata, linking her arm with Kagaya's, wore a blissful smile, occasionally whispering to him about various shops they passed. Being able to walk around like an ordinary couple with Kagaya filled her with an extraordinary sweetness. Kagaya-kun, look at that dango shop. The new three-colored dumplings seem to be quite popular. Should we? Before Hinata could finish her sentence, she noticed Kagaya's brow furrow slightly, and his steps faltered. What's wrong, Kagaya-kun? Hinata inquired with concern, sensing the muscles in his arm tense momentarily. Kagaya's perception far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. He was acutely sensitive to the fluctuations of chakra. There was a significant clash of chakra, chaotic and intense. Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai's energies were present, along with another unfamiliar yet potent presence, radiating malice. Could it be Itachi Uchiha? Another person of integrity is the honest man, Kisame. At that moment, the observation color detected an unusually chilling and powerful wave of mental energy, rippling outward. This mental invasion sharpened Funya's gaze in an instant. Is it an attack on the soul? Kakashi has fallen victim. Hiss, Itachi has unleashed another Tsukuyomi on Kakashi. Hinata's face blanched. What, Kakashi-sensei? Hinata, immediately find the nearest patrol team and report the situation. Funya swiftly handed the bag in his possession to Hinata. I will go take a look. Funya-kun, be careful. Aware of the urgency, Hinata did not hesitate and, as she accepted the bag, she worriedly cautioned him. Funya nodded, and the next moment, his figure blurred and vanished into the bustling crowd. Almost simultaneously with Funya's awareness of the anomaly, Might Guy, who was practicing inverted running around the village, the 97th lap, abruptly halted his movements. His beast-like intuition and familiarity with his dear friend Kakashi's chakra alerted him to the abnormal clash and Kakashi's rapidly diminishing chakra from afar. Kakashi. Guy's expression changed drastically, and he could no longer focus on his training. Youth does not permit a friend to suffer. Kakashi, wait for me, Guy roared, charging madly toward the source of the chakra disturbance. As he passed, the gust of wind he created rustled the clothes of bystanders. Above the lake's surface, Kakashi knelt partially on the water, his Sharingan losing focus, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, and a suppressed groan escaping his throat. The mental storm of Tsukuyomi continued to ravage his mind, the eternally elongated, tormenting images threatening to completely shatter his consciousness. Kakashi. Asuma gritted his teeth, swinging his blade to block, the serrated edge of Samahata scraping against the sword, sparks flying onto the water's surface. Kisame's chakra, heavier than the lake itself, suffocated him, rendering him incapable of rushing to aid Kakashi. Haha, this Sharingan looks quite splendid. Kisame grinned, Samahata quivering excitedly in his hand, fending off Asuma and striking down upon the defenseless Kakashi with a whistling force. This Sharingan will be mine. Just at this critical moment, Konoha's gale. A roar akin to a beast's growl erupted from the left. A green figure surged forward with incredible speed. Might Guy delivered a powerful spinning kick aimed at Kisame's side. Kisame, entirely focused on Kakashi, did not anticipate an attack from the side. In a hurried reaction, he barely managed to rotate Samahata for a feeble block. Bang! Kisame was knocked back by the tremendous force, hurriedly retreating to create distance, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. What immense strength! Might Guy landed on the water's surface. Do not touch Kakashi. The bonds of youth will not allow your recklessness. Almost simultaneously, a soft splash echoed from the right side of the water's surface. Funya emerged from the rippling water, standing precisely between Itachi and Kakashi. Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan instantly locked onto Funya. This is the target Funya Akatsuki requested to ascertain first. The youth, contemporaneous with Sasuke, exhibited an astonishingly steady chakra fluctuation, seemingly unperturbed by the recent high-speed movement, devoid of any conspicuous bloodline traits. Subconsciously, he released a subtle pressure of Genjutsu as an initial probe. Feng Yi merely flicked his hand, not forming seals, but rather as if brushing away an insignificant speck. Itachi felt the Jinjutsu waves he unleashed collide with an invisible barrier, dissipating in an instant. Fengyi grinned. Uchiha Itachi, is this probing technique not a tad glitch? A shiver ran through Itachi's mind. He discreetly adjusted his chakra flow, preparing to unleash a more intricate Jinjutsu to gather further data. At that moment, Fengyi moved, appearing before Uchiha Itachi in a flash, delivering a flurry of punches, elbow strikes, and knee strikes in a seamless display of taijutsu, characterized by incredible speed and formidable strength. Utilizing the insight from his Manjiki Sharingan, Itachi continuously retreated, deftly avoiding the attacks while rapidly recording the data. The speed and power of the taijutsu surpassed the elite Jonin standards, aligning with the intelligence reports regarding his defeat by Orochimaru. He appeared to possess an extraordinary innate talent for close combat, or a unique physique akin to that of the Raikage lineage, yet without any signs of lightning-release chakra. Despite facing the dynamic vision and predictive capabilities of the Sharingan, his evasion and attack rhythm remained largely unaffected, suggesting he may possess an auxiliary insight ability, not ocular-based. He had yet to employ his signature chakra cloak or long-range slashing technique. Was he conserving his strength, or was it unnecessary? Kai was already engaged in a fierce battle with Kisame, the sounds of clashing fists and crashing waves echoing continuously. Kisame wielded his Samahata with powerful swings, while Kai countered with superior speed and vigorous taijutsu, the green steam of the 8 gates erupting consistently. Kisame was momentarily detained, unable to secure a swift victory. Data collection needed to accelerate. As Itachi deftly dodged a side kick from Fengyi, his hands rapidly formed seals. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. Several fireballs were skillfully launched toward Fengyi, obstructing his path and compelling him to defend or evade, in order to observe his response to ninjutsu. However, Fengyi's reaction once again defied Itachi's expectations. His body swayed in an unusual rhythm, allowing all fireballs to narrowly miss and fall into the water, generating a substantial plume of steam. This evasion was not reliant on speed. It seemed as if he had anticipated the trajectory of every attack. Was it a neural reflex? An unknown ability? Itachi's Sharingan recorded frantically, yet with each piece of data gathered, more questions arose. The ability system of this Akatsuki Fengyi was starkly different from all known bloodline limits or secret techniques he was familiar with. Chapter 101. Tedious remarks. Is the data collection nearing completion, Itachi? Fengyi flicked his wrist with a chuckle. Well then, it's my turn to take a more proactive approach. No sooner had the words left his lips than Fengyi's speed surged to an entirely new level. Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan widened in alarm, issuing frantic warnings. He perceived the movement, yet his body struggled to keep pace. Fengyi closed in an instant, delivering a simple yet direct knife hand strike aimed at Itachi's neck. The speed was unparalleled, the power restrained yet emanating a profound sense of threat. Clang! Itachi desperately blocked with a kunai, the jarring sound of impact resounding sharply. The clash between the hand blade and the kunai unexpectedly ignited sparks. Itachi felt an unimaginable force surging through him, causing his palm to split open and bleed, while his entire arm grew numb and weak, forcing his body to slide uncontrollably backward, leaving a long trace upon the water's surface. This power, how could it refine the flesh to such an extent? And yet, it was not even at full strength. Itachi's pupils constricted, his heart filled with astonishment. Just a single exchange of physical techniques had inflicted upon him immense pressure. If Sasuke were to forge deep bonds with Naruto and the others, might he become an asset to Sasuke? Or could it be that his very existence would distort Sasuke's fate? It was imperative to ascertain the truth. Itachi's Sharingan fixated on Fengyi, his immense ocular power coalescing, causing the air to shimmer slightly. He was calculating, preparing to employ a higher tier of power, not for the purpose of inflicting harm, but rather to create an exceptionally intricate Jinjutsu to probe into memories and connections. At that moment, Fengyi suddenly spoke, his tone casual. By the way, Uchiha Sasuke, he is your brother, isn't he? This statement struck at the core. However, Itachi's response was devoid of any reaction, his pupils unyielding, chakra fluctuating as if he had merely heard an inconsequential remark. The mention of Sasuke was clearly an attempt to disturb or test him. There was no need for a response, yet it could serve as a potential entry point for the Jinjutsu. Fengyi continued, his gaze seemingly penetrating the very soul. What an extraordinary brother you are. Yet, Is the path you have chosen for him truly illuminated? What you perceive as protection may well transform him into the most perfect prey for certain dark entities. Each word was an attempt to pry open the cracks. But Itachi merely regarded Funya with his cold Sharingan, his voice devoid of emotion, boring discourse. He appeared to have heard nothing more than a trivial comment about the weather. Yet within his heart, a decision had been made. Verbal probing was futile. He must employ his ocular power. He needed to witness an authentic glimpse, rather than the facade presented by the other. This required an extraordinary mastery of Jinjutsu and meticulous execution, all within an exceedingly brief time frame, while enduring the potential backlash on his psyche. However, for the sake of evaluating the variables of Sasuke's future, it was worth the risk. Just as Itachi's ocular power was about to subtly invade Funya's subconscious, Kisame shouted amidst Guy's assault, "Itachi-san, the flies from Konoha are increasing in number. We must leave." Kisame's call shattered the stalemate. Itachi cast a cold glance at Funya, seemingly imprinting every piece of information about him into his mind. Then, without warning, his body transformed into countless crows, scattering into the air with a rustling sound. The crow clone technique. His true form appeared beside Kisame. "Let us depart, Kisame." His voice was devoid of inflection. Kisame swung his Samahata to push Guy back a step. "TCH, truly troublesome. Don't even think about escaping. Youth does not permit half measures." Guy shouted, eager to pursue. "Teacher Guy, focus on Kakashi first." Funya's voice interjected, halting Guy's advance. Observing Itachi's impassive demeanor, he couldn't help but admire the finesse of his disguise. Guy immediately rushed towards Kakashi. Itachi and Kisame swiftly vanished. Funya gazed into the direction of their departure. His eyes profound. That fleeting moment, was it an attempt to employ advanced illusion techniques against me? Not for an assault, but rather for reconnaissance? It seems that the topic of bonds has indeed stirred your concern, Itachi. Well, let them seek out Naruto. Sasuke's tender spirit is about to endure yet another blow. Jiraiya. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your speed has reached its zenith. Funya glanced at his hands, his lips twitching slightly. A Sharingan would suffice. If I cannot engage Sasuke without revealing my powers, then to think you wouldn't unleash your Sharingan against Uchiha Itachi. I'm eager to obtain a Rinnegan. With my left hand, I summon the heavenly star, and with my right, the wheel of rebirth. Who dares to claim invincibility? Madara? I'll send him reeling. With a resigned sigh, Funya cast aside his minor vexation. The battle concluded, and the remaining trifles could be entrusted to the arriving Umbu and medical team. Funya addressed those around him. Kakashi needs to recuperate. Teacher Guy, old man, Teacher Kurenai, I leave this to you. Oh, rest assured, young Funya. The continuation of youth is in our hands. Guy exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, his teeth gleaming. Though concerned for Kakashi, his spirit remained undaunted. Asuma and Kurenai nodded in agreement. Funya smiled, and in a flash, departed from the ravaged street. At the Hyuga residence, Funya pushed open the gate, and the familiar faint fragrance of blossoms wafted towards him. He saw Hinata emerging from the kitchen, carrying a platter of freshly washed fruit. She had changed out of her casual attire, now donning a comfortable white home outfit, her silky long hair cascading casually over her shoulders. "Funya-kun, you're back." Upon seeing him, Hinata's face blossomed with a reassuring smile as she hurried toward him. "How is everything? How's Kakashi-sensei?" He's fine now. The intruders have been repelled. Kakashi-sensei suffered a bit of mental strain and needs rest, but he is not in any danger," Funya explained gently, naturally taking the fruit platter from her hands and popping a grape into his mouth. "The Umbu and medical team have already gone." "That's wonderful." Hinata sighed with relief, lightly patting her chest. Funya chuckled, ruffling her hair. "More importantly, what are we having for dinner? It's been ages since I had your miso-braised mackerel." Feeling the warmth of Funya's hand and his affectionate gesture, Hinata's eyes sparkled with tender joy. "Yes, I've already prepared it, along with the sushi you like, Funya-kun. It will be ready soon." "That's splendid," Funya replied, planting a soft kiss on her smooth forehead. Hinata murmured, "Foam, Funya-kun, really?" Yet, the blissful smile at the corners of her lips was impossible to suppress. "I'll go change my clothes, and then come help you," Funya said with a smile as he made his way toward the bedroom. No, just rest a bit now that you're back." Hinata quickly waved her hands, and then lightly dashed back into the kitchen, her cheerful demeanor evident in her retreating figure. Watching her, the irritation caused by the system's inadequacies and the troubles of the Uchiha clan dissipated instantly. This was the everyday life he wished to protect. The troubles of the Uchiha clan? I merely desire the power to upgrade my Sharingan. Chapter 102. Travel plans. The aftermath of the Leaf Village's collapse plan has gradually subsided. Yet the village's vigilance remains unwavering. An atmosphere of external relaxation coupled with internal tension pervades the air. For the ordinary villagers, life is slowly returning to normal. However, for the ninjas, particularly those of the Jonin rank, it is well understood that the latent threats have not been entirely eradicated. Nevertheless, this situation seems to bear little consequence for Akashira Kiya. After effortlessly repelling the probing attacks from Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki, he has become a near-legendary figure within the village, particularly among the mid to upper echelon of ninjas. Tales of his collaboration with Might Guy to avert a crisis have become widely circulated. This, combined with his previous triumph over Orochimaru, the vanquishing of the eight-headed serpent technique, and his formidable exchanges with the first and second Hokage during their reincarnation, has crafted an image of him that borders on invincibility. The son-in-law of the Hyuga clan is truly astonishing in strength. It is said that on that fateful day, neither the techniques of the first nor the second Hokage could contend with him. Indeed, it was he who personally drove Orochimaru away. Previously, he was jestingly referred to as the Dancing King of the Leaf, but now, one must address him with the honorific title of Lord. Very well, the Dancing King of the Leaf, my lord. Such discussions frequently circulate in places like the Mission Gathering Hall and training grounds. As Kiya walks along the streets, he often senses the gazes of awe, curiosity, and gratitude directed toward him from all directions. He remains relatively indifferent to this attention, merely noting that the demeanor of the branch family members of the Hyuga clan toward Hinata has seemingly grown more respectful of late. The misunderstanding with Niji has also been clarified by Hinata Hizashi, and everything appears to be progressing positively. On this day, with the weather splendid, Kiya felt somewhat stifled from remaining in the heavily guarded village. Thus he conceived the idea of taking Hinata out for a stroll. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was listening to a report from the Umbu, with tendrils of smoke wafting from his pipe. Upon noticing Kiya knocking at the door, a gentle smile graced his face. "Ah, Kiya, come in." The third Hokage waved his hand, signaling the Umbu to withdraw. "What brings you to seek me? Are you encountering challenges in your training, or do you wish to learn a new jutsu?" "Honorable third Hokage," Kiya replied with a slight bow, smiling. "Though my strength is considerable, I hold great respect for you, the guardian of the leaf throughout your life. The village remains under strict watch, yet it appears no significant issues are at hand. I wish to take Hinata outside the village for a brief respite, to clear our minds." The third Hokage pondered for a moment, taking a puff from his pipe. "A change of scenery, you say?" "Indeed. The atmosphere in the village has been somewhat tense of late. It would be beneficial for you and Hinata to relax for a while." He regarded Kiya with eyes filled with trust and admiration. "With your prowess, ensuring Hinata's safety will be more than sufficient. I grant you permission. However, do maintain communication. Exercise caution and return promptly." Kiya nodded appreciatively. "Thank you. We will be vigilant." After departing from the Hokage's office, Kiya returned home, where Hinata Hizashi was instructing Hanabi in the art of gentle fist training in the courtyard. Upon seeing Kiya arrive, Hanabi promptly ceased her practice and excitedly exclaimed, "Brother-in-law." Feng Yi subtly gestured to Huahua, saying, "Uncle Rizu, Huahua." He then addressed Rizu directly. "Is there something you need?" Rizu signaled for Huahua to practice on her own before turning his attention back to Feng Yi. The more he observed this prospective son-in-law, the more he found himself impressed. Feng Yi possessed remarkable strength yet remained humble and composed. His genuine affection for Hinata instilled a sense of reassurance regarding the future of the Hyuga clan, with both him and Hinata at its helm. Indeed, Feng Yi stated plainly, "I wish to take Hinata away from the village for a brief period to travel and unwind. I have already secured the agreement of the Hokage and have come to inform you." Upon hearing this, Rizu displayed no signs of displeasure. Instead, he nodded in understanding. Yes, Hinata has indeed been working hard lately. A change of scenery would do her good. He paused momentarily, adding, "With you by her side, I feel completely at ease. Go ahead, there's no need to rush back. The Hyuga clan will look after things here." His tone was imbued with absolute trust in Feng Yi's capabilities. After all, they were speaking of a man who could confront shadow-level foes and withstand the likes of the reanimated Hokage. Feng Yi smiled gently. "Thank you, Uncle Rizu." Inside the room, Hinata was tending to several pots of flowers. Upon hearing Feng Ye's footsteps, she looked up, her face brightening with a soft smile. Feng Yikuan, you're back. Did father and the Hokage give you any trouble? Of course not, Feng Yi replied as he approached her, naturally taking the watering can from her hands and setting it down before grasping her hand. They have both given their approval. Let us pack. We shall set out tomorrow. Really? Hinata's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although being with Feng Yi brought her joy regardless of the location, the thought of traveling together and exploring the world beyond the village thrilled her immensely. Absolutely, Feng Yi affirmed, his heart soaring at her happiness. Where would you like to go? The hot springs? The seaside? The land of snow? Or perhaps to visit the renowned short book street in the land of fire? Anywhere is fine as long as I'm with you, Feng Yikuan, Hinata instinctively replied. Feng Yi chuckled softly, pulling her into his embrace. Leave the planning to me. I promise you an unforgettable journey. That evening, Feng Yi and Hinata sat on the tatami mat in their room, organizing their simple luggage for the next day's adventure. Feng Yikuan, would this white casual outfit be suitable? I heard the mornings in the mountains can be a bit chilly, Hinata asked softly, holding up a simple yet elegant white kimono. It looks wonderful and is perfect for you, Feng Yi replied with a smile, having prepared a set of black casual clothes for ease of movement. Just pack a jacket. We can always buy something if we need it. At that moment, the door to their room was suddenly flung open, and a small head peeked in, glaring at them. It was Huahua. Sister, brother-in-law, Huahua exclaimed, her voice tinged with clear discontent. Are you two planning to sneak out and have fun without me? Why not take me along? Startled, Hinata quickly donned an apologetic smile. Huahua, you found out. We aren't sneaking away. We're just going on a short trip. A few days is unacceptable, Huahua exclaimed, marching into the room with her hands on her hips. Father told me everything. You're off to enjoy your own little world while leaving me behind. It's not fair. Brother-in-law, you promised to teach me martial arts. Feng Ye glanced at his sister-in-law's pouting face, unable to suppress a chuckle, and affectionately ruffled her hair. How could I forget the esteemed Lady Hanabi? This time, your brother-in-law and sister will scout the route first, and next time, I shall certainly take you to even more exciting places. How does that sound? Besides, you still have your father and Niji for martial arts training. So do not slack off in the coming days. Next time, Hanabi huffed, still pouting, yet her tone had softened considerably. But you must promise. You have to take me along and bring me gifts. Absolutely, Feng Ye assured her. Pinky swear. Hanabi extended her pinky. All right, pinky swear. Feng Ye laughed as they completed this childish yet earnest promise. After calming Hanabi and sending her back to her room, Feng Ye shared a smile with Hinata, both feeling relieved. Hanabi is becoming increasingly attached to you, Feng Ye-kun. If you tell her you'll be away for a few days, she might cause a ruckus again. Feng Ye pulled Hinata closer. Moreover, such an adorable sister-in-law deserves all the affection. Hinata leaned against him, savoring the serene happiness. Well, as long as my sister is happy, that is all that matters. Chapter 103. The hot spring. The following day, as dawn broke, Hinata donned a pristine white outfit, exuding an ethereal charm. She stood before the mirror, adorning her neck with a delicate silver chain, featuring a lifelike lily of the valley pendant. This was the first birthday gift Feng Ye had given her on her 6th birthday, a treasure she cherished dearly. Feng Ye also dressed in a sharp black casual ensemble, accentuating his tall stature. Upon noticing the necklace around Hinata's neck, his gaze softened, and he smiled gently. Shall we go, my beautiful lady? Yes, Hinata replied, caressing the cool lily of the valley petals, her face radiating joy. The two departed the Hugo residence quietly, making their way through the gates of Konoha without disturbing many. Once outside the guarded village, the air felt liberating and fresh. Feng Ye took Hinata's hand, leading her toward the expansive forests and mountains in the northeastern part of the village. Their first destination was a secluded hot spring retreat within the land of fire. This place was not a renowned tourist attraction. Rather, it was a hidden gem Feng Ye had learned about, featuring only a few traditional inns nestled in a serene environment. Along the way, Feng Ye accompanied Hinata as they admired the picturesque scenery. The blooming wildflowers, the babbling brooks, and the playful creatures in the woods elicited delightful smiles from Hinata. By evening, they arrived at the hot spring inn. The innkeeper was a kind, elderly woman who, upon seeing the pair's remarkable demeanor, warmly arranged a room with an outdoor hot spring for them. The warmth of the hot spring alleviated some of their travel fatigue. Hinata soaked in the soothing water, her skin blushing from the heat, her damp hair framing her face. As she gazed up at the stars gradually illuminating the night sky, She felt a profound sense of relaxation. A glance at Fengye revealed him casually resting his arm on the edge of the pool, his eyes fixed on Hinata, radiating warmth that surpassed even the hot spring. Hinata felt his intense gaze upon her, instinctively shrinking back into the water. What was she hiding from? Fengye chuckled softly. Inching closer, the ripples of the water gently lapping between them. Hinata lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously stirring the surface of the water. I'm not hiding. Fengye reached out, his fingertips brushing against a damp strand of hair on her cheek, deliberately tender, as he grazed her earlobe. Hinata, akin to a contented cat being petted, let out a soft sigh, tilting her head slightly, surrendering herself more comfortably into the palm of his hand. She even raised a hand to rest upon his arm, which was draped over the edge of the pool, feeling the latent strength beneath it. The water seemed to have cooled a tad. She murmured lazily. Fengye met her clear, wide eyes with a smile, drawing closer still, their bodies nearly touching in the water, warmth exchanging between them. Indeed, it felt even warmer than before. His suggestive tone caused a gentle smile to curve Hinata's lips. It's you who south too close, Fengye-kun, she playfully chided. Don't like it? Fengye raised an eyebrow, his arm naturally encircling her waist beneath the water, pulling her towards him. The surface of the water rippled, waves spreading outwards. Hinata leaned into his embrace, her cheek resting against his warm chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. I like it, she replied honestly, her voice muffled against him, imbued with a sense of satisfaction. I've always liked it. Fengye lowered his head, his nose brushing against her forehead. Hinata lifted her face, her eyes reflecting his profound features. His kiss landed softly, and Hinata closed her eyes, savoring the gentle warmth, responding earnestly, with an irresistible tenderness. He delved deeper into the sweetness. The water rippled gently with their subtle movements, surrounding them like a silent accompaniment. His palm left a burning trail along her smooth back. Hinata's breath quickened, her arms tightening around his neck, pulling herself closer to him. The heat blurred their vision, yet heightened their other senses. She could feel the rapid heartbeat beneath his chest, resonating with her own longing. The interactions beneath the water grew bolder, the realms of exploration becoming unfamiliar yet thrilling. Each touch sparked electric sensations, the warm currents adding a haze of temptation. Fengye-kun, she whispered his name, her voice laced with a hint of pleading and soft breaths. She hurriedly halted Fengye's playful hand beneath the water. Fengye's mischievous hand stilled, yet remained, still radiating warmth. His eyes appeared particularly deep in the misty water, reflecting her flushed face. He took a deep breath to steady himself, smiling helplessly. What's wrong? She buried her flushed cheeks into the crook of his neck, whispering softly, shall we return to the room? This almost inviting suggestion ignited a fervor within Fengye. All right, he replied, his voice brimming with barely contained desire. Fengye was the first to step out of the hot spring. He picked up a large, soft towel nearby and carefully wrapped Hinata within it, gently drying her long hair and the droplets of water on her skin, as if she were a precious treasure. Hinata obediently stood still, allowing him to attend to her. Her fair cheeks flushed, even more so than before. She lifted her gaze, observing his focused expression and the graceful lines of his muscular form, her heart racing anew. Once she was dry, Fengye snugly enveloped her in the towel before effortlessly lifting her into his arms. Hinata let out a soft gasp, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. He cradled her as he walked into the serene room prepared for them. The tatama floor was adorned with soft bedding, and Fengye carefully placed her down, his body following to envelop her in his shadow. With the separation and distractions of the hot spring gone, every sensation became direct and vivid. He, filled with unmistakable desire, began his exploration anew, the towel having unknowingly fallen away. The cool air contrasted sharply with the heat of his fingertips, causing her to shiver. The exploration was slow and meandering, each inch of uncharted territory filled with awe and deeper curiosity. Where his fingers roamed felt like a wildfire igniting, heat seeping into her skin, leaving behind an invisible mark. She arched slightly, instinctively tilting her head back, a sigh escaping her throat, her breath rhythmically disordered. She strived to respond to him, her fingers threading through his thick black hair before sliding down to his broad back. The tacit understanding cultivated over months of cohabitation was on full display. As she recognized how he relished her touch, gradually, the encounter became intoxicating, stirring deeper emotions within her. Fengye-kun, she called out to him again, her voice laden with indescribable feelings. It was no longer a plea to halt, but rather an invitation that yearned for more. Hinata's fragmented, dreamy voice jolted Feng Yi from his fervor, reminding him just in time that it may not be entirely appropriate for him to indulge her body in such a manner. Each night, he noticed her flushed face, as if she were in discomfort. Not good at all. Hinata, you should rest now. Amipa. Chapter 104. The waterfall having departed from the secluded hot spring village, Feng Yi and Hinata had not set a definitive destination. They resembled carefree travelers, following their whims and the scattered descriptions from passers-by. While resting at a tea house at a crossroads, Feng Yi overheard a merchant at the next table casually chatting about a little-known wind-whispering waterfall deep within the northern forest. The scenery was not the most magnificent, but it was said that the sound of the waterfall could cleanse the spirit. An old woodcutter nearby mumbled about a rare moonlight orchid blooming in the western valley during this season, emitting a soft blue glow, akin to fallen stars. Wind-whispering waterfall. Moonlight orchid, Hinata softly repeated, her eyes shimmering with longing. She was not in pursuit of renowned landmarks, but was instead drawn to natural wonders that required a touch of exploration and fortune to discover. Feng Yi, observing the glimmer in her eyes, smiled and requested a rudimentary hand-drawn map from the owner. The map was crude, yet it roughly indicated the mountains, rivers, and main paths. Let us embark on a journey of chance and seek the Valley of Moonlight Orchids, shall we? Feng Yi traced the map with his fingers, mapping out a rough route. If we cannot find it, we shall head to the Whispering Waterfall instead. Hinata nodded, filled with anticipation for Feng Yi's decision. Following the map and the general direction, they ventured into the deep valley to the west. As evening descended, they had yet to uncover the fabled Valley of Moonlight Orchids, but unexpectedly stumbled upon an expansive meadow adorned with countless delicate white flowers. The golden rays of the setting sun bathed the meadow, creating the illusion of a soft golden carpet spread beneath their feet. In the distance, the mountains loomed, tinged with the hues of twilight. Let us rest here, Feng Yi suggested. Glancing at the sky, he decided to camp outdoors, confident in his strength, feeling invincible without the Otsutsuki. Skillfully, he gathered dry twigs to kindle a small fire and retrieved simple cooking utensils and ingredients from his ring to prepare dinner, while Hinata assisted him nearby. As night fell, the sky sparkled with stars. The shadow clone technique was already set on the periphery, ensuring their intimate time remained undisturbed. They sat side by side on the laid blanket, sharing a single thin coverlet, gazing up at the vast expanse of the starry river. How beautiful, Hinata whispered, unconsciously leaning closer to Feng Yi. Far removed from the clamor of the village and the burdens of family, in this uninhabited wilderness, only the heavens, the stars, and each other surrounded them. This sensation intoxicated her. Indeed, Feng Yi replied softly, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Yet amid this tranquility and beauty, Hinata's heart momentarily wandered. She recalled Ino's occasional glances at Feng Yi, laden with unmasked affection, and the gaze of that dark-clad woman who looked upon him. She understood how exceptional Feng Yi was, and that it was only natural for him to attract the attention of others. Feng Yi had left twice before, returning late at night. An instinct within her pointed towards that woman with purple hair from the Umbu. Nevertheless, Hinata raised her gaze to admire the gentle contours of Feng Yi's profile. His kindness and patience, coupled with the time he devoted to her, felt almost boundless. No, Hinata, you must not dwell on such thoughts. Yet, Feng Yi's past absences and the presence of that woman stirred a sixth sense within her, whispering that he had surely sought that Umbu woman. A sharp pang of jealousy pricked her heart, leaving a bitter ache. I have told you, I am not a child. I know what I am doing. Did Feng Yi always regard her as a fragile flower in need of protection? Or did he, with that knowing gaze, deem her less understanding than others? Feng Yi was taken aback. That's enough, Hinata. Let us discuss this later. Do not force yourself. I have already expressed my willingness. Feng Yi, time for sleep. Oh, does that make me understanding? The following morning, they packed their belongings and set forth once more. Initially, Feng Yi believed that Hinata's assertiveness the previous night was merely a fleeting moment in their journey. Unaware of the gravity of the underlying issues, Feng Yi and Hinata proceeded northeast, in search of the waterfall known as Whispering Waterfall. There it is, the Whispering Waterfall, Feng Yi exclaimed, smiling at Hinata. The beauty of the scenery left Hinata in awe as she gazed at the breathtaking view before her. They settled on a flat rock beside the waterfall, listening to the harmonious sounds of nature, sharing rice balls and fresh water, and relishing the tranquility. Occasionally, Hinata would point out a fish swimming in the pond for Keed to see, her voice filled with simple joy. The afternoon sun filtered through the rising mist, casting a warm glow. After satiating their hunger and quenching their thirst, Keed surveyed the open space before them. Hinata, it has been a while since we last practiced together. This location is quite suitable. Shall we stretch our limbs a bit? He stood up, extending a hand toward Hinata with a smile. Her eyes sparkled at the suggestion, but she soon became a bit shy. Here? Isn't it not at all. Let us just familiarize ourselves with the techniques. We won't need chakra. Merely pure physical skills. Keed rolled his wrists and added, let me see if you have become rusty. All right. Hinata stood up, her expression serious. As the heiress of the Hyuga clan, she was always immensely dedicated to her training. Thus, against the backdrop of the waterfall, the two engaged in a silent contest of martial arts on the open ground by the pond, their figures intertwined with swift strikes and graceful movements. He deliberately restrained most of his strength and speed, focusing instead on guiding and offering openings. Hinata, fully concentrated, executed her techniques with precision, her pale hands striking and probing, her movements as light as a butterfly. Each of her attacks was effortlessly countered by Keed, yet his eyes sparkled with admiration. Here, you can accelerate your waist and core movements a bit more. Yes, just like that. Pay attention to my shifts and balance. Keed occasionally offered his insights, to which Hinata nodded attentively, adjusting immediately. Sweat glistened on her forehead and soaked her white clothing, clinging to her form and outlining her slender yet powerful curves. She panted lightly, her cheeks flushed with a healthy glow, exuding a captivating charm. Watching her, Keed couldn't help but recall how focused she had been the previous night, albeit on an entirely different battlefield. This fleeting thought made his throat dry, causing his defensive move to falter momentarily. Hinata noticed this brief lapse and landed a gentle punch against his chest. I'm so sorry, Keed-kun. She quickly apologized, fearing she had hit him too hard. It's nothing, Keed replied, pulling himself back to the present with a smile. You've improved, you managed to catch my flaw. They continued their practice for about half an hour, stopping only as the sun began to set in the west. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the telescope technique. Chapter 105. The contrast of the heiress Hinata was drenched in sweat, yet felt invigorated and refreshed. As she wiped the sweat from her brow, her gaze inadvertently met Keed's, which held a knowing smile, seemingly able to see through everything. Suddenly, the passionate and embarrassing memories from the previous night surged into her mind. In an instant, her face turned a brilliant shade of crimson, more vivid than the evening glow. She hurriedly lowered her head, wishing for nothing more than to disappear into the ground. Keed, sensing her fluster, decided not to tease her further. Let us go. Having sweat so much, we should wash in that nearby stream, and then we can set up the tent. In the serene tranquility of the evening, amidst the gentle babbling of a crystalline stream, Funya skillfully assisted Hinata in unfastening her garments. His deft movements indicated that this was not their first encounter of such intimacy. Standing waist-deep in the clear waters, Hinata tilted her head slightly back, relishing the tender ministrations of Funya. Turn around, he murmured softly. As the cool water cascaded over her smooth back, droplets glided along her graceful curves, sparkling under the sun's golden rays. His hands roamed over her form, serving both the purpose of cleansing and caressing. Once she was washed, Funya carefully dried her body with a soft towel. Later that evening, they erected a tent in a clearing a short distance from the waterfall. Funya gathered dry twigs to ignite a campfire, and after a simple dinner, the night descended, cloaking them in its embrace while the fire crackled merrily. The thunderous roar of the waterfall echoed from afar, contrasting with the serene stillness of their little sanctuary. Hinata curled her legs beneath her on the padded mat, wrapped in a blanket, her gaze lost in the flickering flames. Funya added another log to the fire before settling beside her, pulling her close to his side, resting her head on his shoulder. Are you tired? He softly inquired, brushing his chin against the crown of her hair. Hinata shook her head gently, replying, No, I simply adore this feeling. What feeling? He asked, intrigued. So tranquil. Just the two of us, listening to the sounds of the water and the fire, as if the entire world has condensed to this tent and this fire. She gazed up at his profile, wishing this moment could stretch on forever, devoid of any thoughts. Funya tightened his embrace, pausing for a moment before responding with a hint of nostalgia and promise in his voice. It will be so. The future is still long ahead of us. A subtle smile graced Hinata's lips, though a shadow flickered in her eyes. She nestled closer to him, as if seeking to absorb more warmth. After a while, lost in her thoughts, she posed a question. Funya-kun, do you ever feel bored? Funya was momentarily taken aback, looking down at her. Bored? Bored of what? Bored of always being with me, she replied, her voice tinged with trepidation. Seeing the same person every day, doing nearly the same things. Funya chuckled softly, lifting her chin with his fingers, compelling her to meet his earnest gaze. Silly girl, how could I ever grow weary? Each day spent with you feels like a divine blessing. How could I tire of gazing at you? Hinata stared into his profound eyes, the sincerity within them gradually dispelling the shadows in her heart. Yet, unable to resist, she voiced a long-buried question. Then why do you sometimes leave? The air seemed to freeze, punctuated only by the crackling fire and the distant roar of the waterfall. Funya's gaze flickered momentarily, but he did not respond immediately. Not waiting for his reply, Hinata continued, almost as if in a soliloquy. Funya-kun, I actually know. Do you remember? We have been together for 6 years. And during your training, you would never leave me for an entire day. Her voice was soft, yet it struck a chord deep within Funya, who lowered his gaze to her. His expression revealed no emotions, only a gentle calmness enveloped in warmth. Hinata finally spoke up. She did not look at him, instead gazing at the campfire as if reminiscing about an ordinary event. It seemed that there had been 2 instances recently. The first was when you mentioned undertaking special training, venturing far away and not returning at night. She paused momentarily, as if carefully choosing her words, striving to ensure her tone conveyed mere concern rather than inquiry. The second instance was when the Hokage unexpectedly summoned you for duty to handle paperwork, resulting in another night spent away. I understand that there are times you must leave for obligations that demand your attention. I also perceive the way that Umbu's sister and Ino regard you. It has always been distinct. She neither questioned nor complained, but calmly articulated the truths she had sensed. For the past 6 years, you have been by my side almost incessantly, as if I were living in the most exquisite dream. Thus, during those 2 instances when you were suddenly absent, I truly. She inhaled deeply, seemingly suppressing something. I was genuinely frightened. It was only then that she slightly turned her head, lifting her face to look at him, her pale eyes reflecting a hint of concealed fragility and pleading. I know I shouldn't think this way, nor should I constrain you. You have your own responsibilities and missions. However, Kazuya-kun, my assertiveness last night was born from inner turmoil. The thought of troublesome matters and the possibility of losing you made me yearn to draw closer to you, to confirm your presence at my side, to affirm that you are still mine. Her voice finally quivered with emotion as she implored, please don't leave me. Hinata's tearful plea penetrated Kazuya's heart like a sharp needle. He was engulfed in overwhelming shock and an onrush of guilt. Just as Kazuya was struggling to articulate his difficult confession, Hinata suddenly moved. She did not question him nor offer him a chance to speak. A resolute gleam flashed in her pure white eyes. She abruptly reached out, not to push him away, but to grasp the fabric of his shirt at his chest, pulling down with force. Simultaneously, she tilted her face up to him with an intensity that was almost fierce, filled with long-suppressed grievance, anxiety, and an overwhelming desire to affirm her claim. She opened her mouth and bit into his neck. What is she doing? Hinata's teeth left distinct marks on his neck's artery. He could distinctly feel that she was not merely biting, but also trying to draw his blood, leaving indelible imprints upon him. The metallic scent of blood permeated the air, mingling with her heated breath, creating a bizarre and exhilarating atmosphere. Yet, this was far from the end. Just as Kazuya was startled by the sharp pain at his neck, Hinata's hand suddenly plunged downward, deftly reaching beneath his clothing to seize him forcefully. What the hell? Today was even more intense than last night. Perhaps I should just let her vent her frustrations. After all, I had betrayed her trust, and with the Hokage nearly invincible, isn't it normal to have multiple women? That sudden outburst of emotion eventually began to subside. Hinata released her grip from his neck, loosening the strength that had nearly suffocated him. A distinct bite mark on Funya's neck oozed with blood, while the pain in his lower body lingered, a dull throb. The madness in Hinata's eyes receded, replaced by shock and panic upon realizing the gravity of her actions. She gazed at the bite mark on his neck, noting the furrowed brow that indicated his discomfort. The remnant sensation of her fierce grasp lingered in her palm. I'm so sorry, she exclaimed, retracting her hand abruptly, her voice trembling uncontrollably as tears cascaded from her eyes, more fervently than before. Funya, I don't know what came over me. The guilt and regret washed over her in a tidal wave. She could hardly fathom that she had acted so frantically and harmfully. The sight of the marks on his skin pierced her heart like a knife. Funya exhaled slowly, attempting to quell the sudden surge of pain and shock. He remained silent, regarding her with an expression that was a tapestry of surprise and understanding. He reached up to touch the wound on his neck, observing the crimson hue before turning his gaze back to the bewildered Hinata. After a tense silence of several seconds, he finally spoke. His voice laced with a hint of guilt. Is that enough? The 3 words were light yet struck Hinata's heart like a hammer. She shook her head vigorously, tears splattering. Not enough. No, I didn't mean to. I was just so scared. What? Not enough? Good heavens. Will she one day stab me with a kunai? A wave of concern washed over him. Perhaps a firmer approach was necessary, for merely enduring was not a solution. Chapter 106. Never again. In a flurry of panic, she reached out to touch his wound, only to retract in fear, helplessly weeping. Observing her distress, Funya was filled with profound compassion. He understood her anxiety deeply, to the point where he felt that her actions were indeed insufficient. He extended his arms, gently pulling her into an embrace. All right, he murmured softly, his hands soothingly patting her back. I understand. I know you didn't mean it. It's my fault for making you feel uneasy, causing you to act this way. His kindness and tenderness only deepened Hinata's guilt, as she wept uncontrollably in his arms. I'm so sorry for hurting you and for behaving so poorly. Hush, Funya whispered, lowering his head to brush against her hair. It doesn't hurt anymore. Truly. At least this proves that my lady cares for me more than I imagined, doesn't it? He interpreted her harmful actions in a twisted yet affectionate manner. Hinata lifted her gaze, her eyes glassy with tears, unable to believe his words. Funya gently wiped away her tears, his expression earnest. But promise me, if you ever feel afraid or uneasy again, just tell me directly. Please don't harm yourself or me like this again, all right? It pains me. Hinata nodded vigorously, her voice trembling as she said, I won't do it again. I'm sorry, Kagaya-kun. Kagaya pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead, enveloping her in a warm embrace. It's all in the past. I promise, I will never give you a reason to feel this way again. The two remained in each other's arms, the only sounds being the rhythm of their heartbeats and the fervent turmoil brewing within Hinata's heart. The following morning, Kagaya awoke first, a sharp pain at his neck serving as a reminder of the previous night's events. He looked down at the sleeping Hinata, a stark contrast to the anxious girl from the night before, who had clawed and bitten in distress. This juxtaposition stirred an inexplicable flutter in Kagaya's heart. As he shifted slightly, Hinata let out a soft whimper, slowly opening her pure white eyes. The momentary confusion dissipated as her gaze fell upon the purple bite marks on Kagaya's skin, instantly recalling the memories of the night prior. Her cheeks flushed crimson, extending to the roots of her ears. Observing her bashful demeanor, Kagaya gently pulled her back into his embrace. It's all right. I told you, it's all behind us. And besides, you seem quite lively, my lady. This remark only deepened Hinata's embarrassment. Please don't tease me. I will never act like that again, I promise. All right. No teasing, Kagaya replied softly, patting her back with tenderness. Come on, the weather is splendid today. Didn't we agree to explore new places? Let us forget the unpleasantness. Today's itinerary is all yours. Leaving the waterfall area, the two swiftly traversed the land of fire using their ninja speed, soon arriving at the bustling marketplace near Shurut Street. The market was alive with the sounds of chatter, an amalgamation of scents and colors enveloping the air. Hinata stayed close to Kagaya, her fingers intertwined with his, as if fearing to be swept away by the throng of people. Kagaya-kun, she said softly, look over there. They are selling handmade rice cakes. They look so soft and chewy. Would you like some? Kagaya glanced down at her, smiling as he inquired. Would you like to try them? Hinata gently shook her head, her gaze drifting to the stall before returning to Kagaya's face, her expression a mix of wistfulness. No, I just think it would be fun to make rice cakes together with you, as if it were just the two of us. Her voice trailed off, the last sentiment almost a whisper, revealing her longing for a shared moment. Kagaya felt a stir in his heart and tightened his grip on her hand. We can try it at home someday. Yes, Hinata replied, yet her attention was soon captured by a nearby stall selling accessories. The vendor, a bright-eyed young woman, enthusiastically promoted her wares to passing customers. Hey there, why not buy a beautiful hairpin for your lovely girlfriend? Look at this white jade one. It would suit her perfectly. Kagaya agreed that the white jade pin would indeed complement Hinata's grace. Just as he was about to ask her opinion, he noticed her grip on his hand tightening. She did not look at the hairpin but instead lowered her gaze, her voice still gentle yet tinged with an unnameable tension. "No, thank you. I'm not really accustomed to using hairpins. I tend to lose them easily." She lifted her gaze and offered a polite yet distant smile to the female vendor before gently tugging on Keed's arm. "Keed-kun, shall we explore further ahead? I believe I can smell the delightful aroma of the three-colored dumplings." A few steps away from the stall, Hinata seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. Though her grip on Keed's hand remained firm, the hairpin from earlier was indeed quite exquisite. Keed ventured cautiously. Hinata paused for a moment, her voice barely above a whisper. "Yes, it is beautiful. But," she hesitated, as if searching for the right words, "I dislike the way she looked at you." Summoning her courage, she turned her gaze towards Keed, her eyes reflecting a gentle apology yet strikingly candid. "I do not appreciate when others gaze at you, even if they are merely selling something, as it stirs a sense of unease within me. Am I being too possessive?" She spoke her discomfort with unguarded honesty, tinged with a hint of self-reproach. Keed halted in his tracks, astonished by her words. "Is there something amiss?" He pondered, feeling a pang of anxiety within. "My Hinata need not apologize for such feelings. Your eyes should only gaze upon me, as mine shall only behold you." Hinata's fleeting unease seemed to dissipate slightly with this assurance. She smiled contentedly, nodding vigorously yes. As the cacophony of the crowd faded, the two settled at a relatively quiet little restaurant on the edge of the market. He'd ordered some of Hinata's favorite dishes, yet his mind lingered on the earlier incident. He discreetly observed the young woman across from him. Hinata nibbled delicately on the three-colored dumplings, her demeanor graceful, a satisfied smile gracing her lips, pure and lovely. As if the earlier disturbance had vanished into thin air. "Am I overthinking this?" He'd mused, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. She simply cares for me. A touch of jealousy and unease is quite normal. It is best not to mention Yuin again. He instinctively brushed his fingers through his hair, which gleamed with a lustrous black sheen under the sunlight, his black attire accentuating his tall figure, catching the attention of several female ninjas at the neighboring table. At that moment, the proprietress approached with a pot of soup, a young kunoichi who appeared bright and affable. She adeptly arranged the tableware, her gaze lingering on Keed's face for a moment before she cheerfully inquired, "You two seem unfamiliar. Are you here on holiday? Young man, your attire is quite spirited. Are you a ninja from Konoha?" Her gaze was open, filled with genuine admiration, devoid of ulterior motives. However, just as Keed prepared to respond politely, Hinata set down her dumpling with a delicate motion, so subtle that it made no sound. Yet, Keed's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. He noticed Hinata lifting her eyes, her white orbs directed at the enthusiastic kunoichi, her expression composed and tranquil, even curving into the faintest hint of a polite smile. A chill ran down Keed's spine. It seemed as if Hinata had undergone a transformation. Chapter 107, Deception. "Indeed, we hail from Konoha." Hinata gently took the lead in the conversation, responding to the question on Keed's behalf. She even offered a smile to the kunoichi. "Thank you for the compliment. Keed-kun has always been quite attentive to his appearance." Her tone was impeccable, natural, and poised. However, in the next moment, Funya felt a gentle brush against his calf beneath the table. It was the tip of Hinata's toe, a presence that could not be overlooked, even through the thin fabric. The foot gradually ascended, moving with a hint of teasing intent. It traveled along his leg, finally resting on the inner side of his knee, applying just the right amount of pressure. Funya's body froze instantly, his chopsticks suspended in midair. What the heck? He looked at Hinata in disbelief. She was nonchalantly pouring tea for the female shinobi, her demeanor utterly natural. "You've been busy for so long. Why not enjoy a cup of tea?" The female shinobi, taken aback, graciously accepted the tea and discreetly left. On the table, the scene resembled that of a refined lady, while beneath it, Hinata's toes exerted a subtle pressure, gently kneading the soft area of his inner knee. At the same time, she turned her head to look at Funya, her Byakugan reflecting his astonished expression, a gentle smile adorning her lips that sent a chill down his spine. "Funya-kun," she spoke sweetly, a hint of concern in her voice. "Why aren't you eating? Is the food not to your liking?" Her foot suggestively moved once more. Funya snapped back to reality, almost instinctively shoveling a few mouthfuls of rice, chewing and swallowing with great difficulty before managing to respond. "It's quite delicious." This was definitely not normal. This was beyond mere jealousy. It was a silent threat and a declaration of possession. With the gentlest of expressions, she executed the boldest of actions, sending shivers down Fenya's spine. Seemingly satisfied with his reaction, Hinata finally withdrew her foot, reverting to the image of a demure lady at the dining table. She even thoughtfully picked up some vegetables for him, saying, "Eat more, Fenya-kun. We still have to visit the Rainbow Gorge this afternoon." Fenya gazed at the food in his bowl, then at Hinata's innocent and pure face across the table, feeling his heart race uncontrollably. This was truly a transformation, heaven help him. His mind was a chaotic whirl, confronted by the subtle yet obsessive possessiveness and the quietly altered demeanor of the Hinata before him. It was both unfamiliar and strangely alluring. Allure? Absolutely impossible. Fenya found the meal tasteless, his nerves heightened. He was acutely aware that this journey might prove to be far more thrilling than he had anticipated. By evening, at the lakeside of the Rainbow Gorge, the sunset bathed the colorful pool in even warmer hues, creating a breathtaking scene. Yet, Fenya found himself unable to appreciate its beauty. The threatening touch beneath the table earlier lingered like a thorn, elevating his sense of dissonance and vigilance to its peak. Beside him, however, Hinata appeared entirely enraptured by the scenery. She intertwined her arm with his, leaning against him, occasionally whispering her admiration, as any infatuated girl would. Had he been overthinking? Was the pressure too great? Fenya attempted to convince himself, but a voice in his subconscious screamed otherwise. No, this was absolutely not right. The Hinata, who would become flustered at a mere glance from others, could not possibly assert her claim in such a manner. It feels akin to a perverse possessiveness. Does it not? Fenya-kun, Hinata suddenly interjected, interrupting his reverie as she pointed towards a section of the lake where dazzling rainbow hues refracted. How beautiful it is. If only we could remain in this moment forever, just the two of us, devoid of others, devoid of tasks, and those ever-watchful eyes. The final sentiment caused Fenya's heart to constrict sharply. Instinctively, he inquired, which eyes? The moment he uttered the words, regret washed over him. Hinata's body seemed to stiffen for an instant before relaxing, as she tilted her face up to him, revealing a peculiar smile. The eyes of everyone, of course. So many people gaze at someone as exceptional as you, Fenya-kun. She adeptly concealed her past, yet the fleeting stiffness did not escape Fenya's observant gaze. You mean? The Konoha collapse plan? Or perhaps those from the marketplace during the day? A weight settled in Fenya's heart. The unease and apprehension within her instead bred a more obsessive sentiment. As night fell within the tent, the atmosphere became stifling, suffocating even. Hinata sat quietly on the edge of the bedding, head bowed, her long hair obscuring her expression. Fenya was busy inspecting the tent's securing ropes, his back turned to her. Yet he could distinctly feel a gaze, tangible in its intensity, firmly fixed upon him. Wasn't it agreed that they would never come to this again? When did Hinata learn the art of deception? Fenya's throat went dry. He understood that the tranquility of the day had merely been a fade. Taking a deep breath, he turned to her, striving to maintain a casual tone. It's getting late. Hinata, you should rest. His words faltered. Hinata lifted her head. Her Byakugan was activated, her pure white eyes devoid of emotion. The veins around her eye sockets bulged, adding an eerie and oppressive quality to her otherwise serene visage. She simply gazed at him. Fenya-kun, her voice was terrifyingly calm, reminiscent of a dispassionate statement. Today, you looked at that kunoichi 3 times. The first was out of courtesy, the second because she complimented you, and the third was when she turned to leave, and you glanced at her retreating form. A chill ran down Fenya's spine. What a disaster. He wished to clarify that it was merely an unconscious movement of his gaze. However, Hinata did not afford him the opportunity. Her figure silently advanced. Her cold, Byakugan-activated face suddenly inches from his own, their noses nearly touching. I do not like it, she articulated those 4 words, her icy breath wafting onto Fenya's face. In the next instant, she struck. With precision, she seized the collar of his black uniform. The sound of fabric tearing echoed sharply. It exposed a significant portion of his muscular chest and the still prominent bite mark on his neck. Good heavens! Fenya was stunned, barely registering a response. Hinata's fingers gripped his bare shoulder tightly, her nails nearly piercing into his flesh. Then, she lowered her head once more, opening her mouth, not for a kiss, but to viciously and accurately bite down on the old wound again. Hiss! Fenya inhaled sharply. This was even more brutal than the previous night. Not even a sage's body could withstand such ferocity. My little ancestor. The flesh was torn anew. and warm blood gushed forth in an instant. She not only bit, but also sucked, as if aiming to devour his very essence. The pungent scent of blood surged wildly through the air. Madness. Utter madness. Fenya's mind nearly crashed, leaving only visceral pain and profound shock. Hinata raised her head, her lips and chin stained with crimson, her Byakugan eyes appearing even more eerie and frenzied against the bloodied backdrop. She gazed at the continuously bleeding wound, an unhealthy satisfaction and obsession swelling in her eyes. Not enough, still not deep enough, she murmured to herself, yearning for a deeper mark, one that would forever carry my scent, so that everyone would know you belong to me. As she spoke, she lowered her head once more, intent on biting. Chapter 108. Absurd Justifications. This is too twisted. Fenya's body went rigid, his mind blank, only able to register the sharp pain and the peculiar thrill at his neck. After what felt like an eternity, she seemed momentarily satisfied, lifting her head with bloodied lips curving into a chilling smile. She observed Fenya's pale face, marred by pain and shock, as her gaze softened from madness to a fervent obsession. Fenyakuin's blood is warm, she whispered, then committed an act that sent Fenya's spirit reeling. She pressed her blood-stained lips against his, compelling him to taste her blood, sharing this pain and possession. Her fingers traced over his chest, leaving faint red marks in their wake. Fenya passively endured this bloody kiss, his very soul trembling. This was no longer mere obsession. It was a blend of vampirism and madness. Why did you insist on following Shiyin to her home back then? As the kiss ended, Hinata panted slightly, her white eyes locking onto him with a fervor that bordered on mania. Just when Fenya thought the onslaught had concluded, Hinata's hands loosened his collar, descending downward. She sought out a kunai, seemingly innocently acquired earlier at the market, but in reality, it had been a premeditated choice, now concealed at her waist. Fenya's pupils constricted in alarm. When did she? What was she planning? Hinata's movements were deliberate, imbued with a chilling sense of ritual. She grasped the kunai, the cold, sharpened tip pressing against the still bleeding wound at Fenya's neck. The edge easily pierced the flesh, delivering a sharper pain than any bite. Fenya's body tensed instantly, frozen in place, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Fenyakuin, Hinata spoke, her voice devoid of warmth. Is the blood tasty? Her white eyes remained fixed, swirling with profound darkness and obsession. Can you listen to me now? The kunai's tip pressed in slightly, blood oozing forth along the blade. Fenya's throat went dry, swallowing was a struggle, and breathing became laborious. Hinata set the kunai aside. Dare you use your armed color? No. If you do, I fear you will drive me even more insane. Shoo. Hinata placed another finger gently against his lips. Now, it's my turn to speak. She tilted her head slightly. The tip of the kunai firmly pressed against his vital point. The marketplace during the day is quite lively, isn't it? She asked softly, as if reminiscing about something beautiful, yet her tone sent chills down one's spine. The woman selling hairpins smiled so sweetly, didn't she? That kunoichi, possessing such a fine figure, correct? With each question, the frostiness in her eyes deepened. However, Feng Yijun, her voice abruptly turned frigid. I see more clearly than anyone else. Her empty hand suddenly grasped Feng Ye's hand. Pressing it against her chest, it hurts. Like being pierced by a needle. Like it's about to split apart. Her emotions surged. The veins around her white eyes seemed to pulse. I know Feng Yijun is remarkable. So alluring. Like a flame in the dark night. It attracts all sorts of chaotic women. But her voice sharply escalated, infused with a hysterical edge. I will not allow it. Absolutely not. The blade of the kunai pressed tightly against his skin, the chilling sensation of death unmistakably clear, especially as her gaze turned incredibly sharp, piercing into Feng Yi, reminiscent of those previous occasions. Leaving me at night, to seek that woman from the umbu. She had directly laid it bare, no longer veiled unease, but a blatant accusation. On duty? Handling documents? Hinata scoffed, her laughter filled with icy derision and anguish. Feng Yijun, do you think the faint scent of other women and chakra lingering on you, which you and Yato have concealed so well, is hidden? The last sentence she nearly shouted, her white eyes brimming with the pain of betrayal and a maddening intent to kill. I have endured for so long, truly long. Her voice trembled, laced with a sob yet fierce. I tell myself I cannot be like this. I cannot become a monster that Feng Yijun despises. As for those trivial matters at the marketplace, for now, I can disregard them. However, Feng Yijun, my patience and tolerance are finite. If you dare to leave me at night under such ridiculous pretenses to seek other women again, if you allow those nauseating scents to cling to you." She paused, the obsession in her white eyes nearly materializing. "I cannot guarantee that I will not use this kunai to commit acts we both would regret. I will use this kunai." She paused, the tip of the kunai gliding slowly along his carotid artery, bringing a chill. "Cut here. Let Feng Yijun's warm blood thoroughly stain me. That way, we shall never be apart." The kunai gradually withdrew, yet the icy aura of murder lingered around Feng Ye's neck. Hinata gazed at his startled face, the madness in her eyes slowly replaced by a twisted affection. She extended her hand, gently caressing his cheek, her fingertips icy cold. "Be good, Feng, she murmured, as if soothing a frightened pet or perhaps speaking to herself. "As long as you forever gaze only upon me, belonging solely to me, we shall always be well." She sheathed her kunai, as if nothing had transpired, and nestled back into his embrace. Even contentedly nuzzling against his blood-stained chest, she closed her eyes, as though on the verge of drifting into a tranquil slumber. Only the wound at her neck and the dread in his heart burned fiercely within him. He lay rigid, cradling Hinata, who appeared to have succumbed to sleep, her breath steady and even. It was as if the girl who had wielded the kunai, issuing death threats, was merely a figment of his imagination. Was she truly asleep? Really asleep? Or was it an illusion? This thought coiled around him. He had no doubt that even the slightest movement could disturb her. Damn, those reasons may indeed seem absurd, but I cannot just confess to you that I sought another woman. My gentle Hinata, this world is but a fade. I shall create a tender Hinata. Abito, step aside. Let me handle this. Chapter 109. Am I understanding? The first pale rays of morning light filtered through the tent, rousing the lightly sleeping Feng. He felt both mentally and physically exhausted and tense. Yet, more palpable than fatigue was the soft body nestled in his arms. Hinata curled against him, her face pressed to his chest, her breathing long and even. Her arms encircled his waist, her legs draped over him. Her profile was pure and unblemished, the corners of her mouth curving into a satisfied smile. This scene was as beautiful as the arrival of an angel. However, Feng stiffly lowered his gaze to her, his eyes drifting to the kunai resting nearby, its metallic gleam still glaring in the morning light. What would happen when she awoke? Would she remember last night's events? Or would she act as if nothing had transpired? Would she deny it was him? I shall no longer feel remorse. I am worthless, unable even to rid myself of a woman. Does she not crave excitement? I should take her. Hinata let out a soft, lazy hum, slowly opening her eyes. Instinctively, she nestled closer into Feng's warm embrace, releasing a contented sigh, as if this were the most comforting haven in the world. Then, as if fully awake, she lifted her head, meeting Feng's gaze. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, imbued with the softness of someone just roused from slumber. As if she had only just realized their current situation, her cheeks blooming with a faint blush. "Good morning, Feng," she said, her voice sweet and naturally tender, her arms tightening around his waist, showing no intention of loosening her hold or rising to cover herself. Feng found himself at a loss for words. He stared intently into her eyes, searching for even a trace of last night's madness, obsession, and cold malice. But there was none. In those white irises, there existed only the same unwavering love and dependence. It was as if the girl who had pressed a kunai to his throat, drawing his blood, was merely a figment of his imagination. Feng? Hinata, sensing his silence, propped herself up, regarding him with concern. "Did you not sleep well?" Her complexion appeared somewhat pallid as her gaze fell upon the wound on his neck, instantly reflecting a profound sense of compassion and guilt. "Ah, does it still hurt here? I am so sorry. It seems I lost control again last night." Her eyes were filled with regret and sorrow, as if burdened by an unforgivable transgression. This flawless contrast left Feng Yi in a dizzying state, overwhelmed by a deep sense of helplessness. He was about to respond when Hinata lowered her head, as if to atone for her actions, gently kissing the wound with tenderness and remorse. In that moment, she reignited the smoldering ember of desire that he had suppressed throughout the night. His body shuddered, his throat tightening involuntarily. Sensing the shift in his demeanor, Hinata raised her gaze. Instead of retreating, she boldly nestled closer, feeling his awakening will. "Feng Yikun," she called softly, her voice laced with an enchanting allure. "Would you like it this morning?" As she spoke, one of her hands began to glide downwards, delicately brushing over his abdomen, taking hold of him. Feng Yi inhaled sharply. No way, young lady, not again. I'm on the verge of madness. Hinata observed the conflict and desire swirling in his eyes. A playful yet innocent smile gracing her lips. She leaned in, shedding the brutality of the previous night for a more tender and patient seduction. Simultaneously, her hand began to move with practiced skill. The last vestiges of Feng Yi's rationality shattered. He flipped her over, pinning her beneath him. Reclaiming dominance with a sense of vengeance, she traced her fingers across his chest. Feng Yi-kun, she began, her voice sweet and syrupy. You're so warm. You've sweated so much. Her fingertips traveled downward, ultimately pausing at a dangerously taut precipice. Feng Yi gasped, his abdominal muscles tightening as he seized her wandering wrist. His voice hoarse, Hinata, don't what? Hinata tilted her head, her gaze innocent and pure, feigning ignorance of his meaning. Yet her suspended fingers wavered mischievously. Does Feng Yi-kun not like it when I touch you? As she spoke, her other hand rose, tracing the shape of his lips, her eyes entranced. I enjoy touching you. Feng Yi-kun, she murmured, as if sharing sweet nothings. I love feeling your warmth, your heartbeat, the way you become different because of me. Her gaze fell upon the still prominent scar on his neck, a shadow of depth flickering in her pale eyes. Then, she lifted her gaze once more. Meeting his eyes filled with desire and struggle, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Am I more understanding than that sister from the Umbu? She asked softly, her tone as innocent as a child's. In an instant, Feng Yi's fervor was doused by a wave of dread. She was at it again. Observing the sudden change in his expression and the unmistakable fear in his eyes, Hinata appeared more satisfied than ever. Instead of retreating, she pressed on, propping herself up and teasingly brushing against his chest. Her lips brushed against his ear as she whispered, will she do the same? Will she bring you comfort each morning? Will she, like me, allow only you to touch her? With each question, her fingertips dangerously grazed the taut edge of his resolve. The sensations she evoked sent shivers coursing through Feng Yi, nearly driving him to madness. It was an exquisite torment, her dulcet tones conveying the most heart-wrenching words, accompanied by tantalizing gestures. Answer me, Feng Yi-kun, Hinata persisted, her laughter light. Am I not the most understanding one? Chapter 110. To remain sane and not become a demon. Feng Yi closed his eyes, despair gripping him as he inhaled deeply. He understood that he must respond. Must satisfy her twisted need for validation and possession. With great difficulty, he uttered, yes, only you. Upon receiving the desired answer, a brilliant light ignited in Hinata's eyes, revealing an almost pathological satisfaction. How wonderful, she sighed, cradling the searing, near-explosive desire within her palms. If this continues, I shall truly be driven mad by her. A profound sense of helplessness and impending collapse enveloped him. Yet, the strings of reason ultimately snapped. It was not rage, but rather a suppressed eruption, trembling beneath the surface. Hinata. Feng Yi's voice was hoarse, laden with anguish and a cold disappointment that Hinata had never before encountered. He seized her errant wrist with such force that it caused her brow to furrow slightly, a flicker of shock passing through her eyes. He had never treated her with such intensity. You. Feng Yi gazed at her, his eyes swirling with intense, agonizing struggle. What must I do to suffice? Before Hinata could respond, he leveraged his overwhelming strength to pin her beneath him. The action bore a hint of brutality, yet he instinctively tempered the grip on her wrist, fearful of truly hurting her. Feng Yi-kun? Hinata finally sensed something amiss. You hurt me. She attempted to infuse a playful tone, but this time, it fell flat. Feng Yi fixed his gaze upon her. Hurt. Do you know what pain truly is? He released her wrist, but just as she believed he intended to let her go, his hand descended sharply, slap. A sharp, resounding sound echoed as his palm struck her fair skin, leaving a vivid red imprint. Hinata was utterly stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief, momentarily forgetting the pain. She could scarcely fathom that Feng Yi had struck her, the very person who had never uttered a harsh word to her. This was no playful jest. It was a stark reality. You hit me? Hinata's voice trembled, laden with shock, as if her faith had crumbled. Why wouldn't I dare? Feng Yi's voice brimmed with suppressed anguish and fury as he raised his hand once more. Slap. This is for your ignorance. Slap. This is for your fanciful thoughts. Slap. This is for the torment you inflict upon me daily. Every word he uttered was accompanied by a sharp slap. The force was controlled, ensuring she would not sustain serious injury, yet it was sufficient to evoke a stinging pain. Initially, Hinata was taken aback and found it hard to believe. But as the blows continued, pain and a sense of injustice overwhelmed her. Tears streamed down her face as she ceased to struggle, simply collapsing in sorrow, sobbing softly, her body trembling slightly. Fengye, witnessing her tears, felt as though his heart was being tightly grasped. His hand, raised mid-air, could descend no longer. The fury and sense of collapse faded, leaving only an overwhelming sense of heartache and regret. Ultimately, he had resorted to violence against her. Drawing a deep breath, he forcibly suppressed the tumultuous emotions within him. Now you understand pain? Did you ever consider my feelings while tormenting me? As he spoke, a blend of punitive intent and complex emotions surged within him, and he reached out, forcefully grasping one side of her softness, the pressure significant and laden with warning. Hinata winced at the pain, gazing at him through tear-filled eyes, utterly aggrieved. What are you doing to me? Fengye interrupted, his other hand equally infused with a mixture of frustration and disappointment, kneading her. Did you not enjoy my touch? Did you not relish this? Huh? Is this how you seek confirmation? Is this enough confirmation? His actions were harsh, verging on severe reprimand, yet the underlying sorrow in his gaze was undeniable. It was an exceedingly contradictory release, anger directed at her biased actions, coupled with the anguish of having to resort to such measures to shatter this vicious cycle. Hinata was rendered bewildered by his unprecedented roughness and stern questioning. Combined with the pain at her back and the turmoil in her heart, her sobs intensified. Yet she refrained from retorting, her body trembling slightly. Fengye observed her tear-streaked eyes and reddened nose, ultimately releasing his grip in a moment of weakness. He rested his forehead against her back, his voice thick with exhaustion and gravelly. Hinata, we cannot continue like this. I love you, but you are driving me to madness. Please, I beg you, refrain from such behavior. Stop tormenting me daily. I truly cannot endure it any longer. A hint of sorrow laced his voice. Hinata's cries gradually subsided. It seemed she finally grasped the profound, nearly desperate pain hidden within Fengye. After a long silence, she managed to whisper, I'm sorry. I won't torment you like that anymore, nor will I press you so relentlessly. Her promise caused Fengye's taut nerves to relax slightly. He sighed, hoping this promise would indeed hold weight. He enveloped her trembling form in his embrace, choosing silence as he gently patted her back repeatedly. Akin to soothing a child who had erred, the tent fell into a hushed stillness, with only Hinata's occasional sobs breaking the quiet. Whether the deeply rooted affliction could truly be eradicated remained uncertain. Chapter 111. Suppression. Fengye leaned against the tent wall, while Hinata lay sideways across his legs, her attire having been redressed. However, the hem of her kimono had been lifted slightly, revealing her swollen backside. Fengye's palm moved gently, repeatedly kneading the wounded area. His expression was complex, brows furrowed, with deep-seated pain, regret, and fatigue hidden in his eyes. Each touch elicited a slight tremor from her, causing his heart to clench in response. Does it still hurt? He inquired softly, his voice somewhat hoarse. Hinata shook her head, her tone tinged with grievance. Much better. Silence enveloped them once more. After a while, Hinata spoke softly, her voice as delicate as a feather yet bearing the weight of 1,000 pounds. Did you find me very annoying just now, Fengye-kun? His hand paused momentarily. Fengye closed his eyes and took a deep breath. I do not dislike you. I am afraid. Afraid of me? Hinata turned her head, her eyes devoid of the previous madness and obsession, now filled with fragility and confusion. Why? I fear you transforming into someone I do not recognize. Fengye replied in a low tone, his fingers unconsciously tracing gentle circles on her swollen skin. I fear the coldness and malice in your eyes, the canaille, and that you might harm yourself as well as me to prove something. Hinata, that version of you feels foreign and terrifying. Hinata's body stiffened momentarily before she buried her face once more, eventually whispering, I'm sorry. I don't know what is wrong with me. Sometimes. Here she gently tapped her chest with her finger, as if something were blocking her, a mix of discomfort and heaviness overwhelming her. Only by looking at Fengye-kun and feeling that he belongs entirely to me does it ease a little, but sometimes, the closer I get, the more I fear losing him, the more I feel compelled to act. Her confession carried a sense of helplessness and confusion, as if she herself could not fully comprehend or control the surging dark emotions within. Fengye sighed, It's over, I'm done for. Pray that I don't lose any more parts of myself. He gently pulled her into an embrace, allowing her to rest against his chest while his fingers combed through her slightly disheveled hair. I know you're unsettled, he lamented. It's my fault for not providing you with enough security. Hinata gazed into his profound eyes, nodding hesitantly before shaking her head. She grasped Finya's hand and pressed it against her heart. Just the thought of Finya-kun possibly leaving to find another woman makes my heart feel like it's about to shatter. I can't control it. Don't harm yourself anymore, and don't hurt me, all right? Let us be good, Finya urged, observing the bloodshot and wearied look in her eyes, which pierced her heart like a dagger. She leaned in, kissing the corner of his lips, her gesture imbued with guilt and attachment. She replied softly, her gaze slightly downcast. I'll do my best. Yet, Finya did not miss the intense possessiveness flickering momentarily in her eyes, along with an almost pathological reminiscence of the punishment that had just transpired. It seemed that Finya genuinely cared. Although his anger had been fearsome, was it only through such displays that he would reveal expressions that belonged solely to her? He disapproved of such behavior. If he were to leave again, if there were to be another, would only more intense methods compel him to focus solely on her, as he had just done? These distorted thoughts quietly entwined and flourished within her heart. She was aware that such musings were unwarranted, yet her mind uncontrollably slipped into the abyss of darkness. It was as if she murmured to herself, as long as Finya-kun gazes only upon me, as long as you do not forsake me, I shall be well behaved. Her voice was as gentle as flowing water, even tinged with a hint of pleading. Finya noted that their journey continued. Hinata's demeanor was nothing short of impeccable, gentle, considerate, understanding, and even more clingy than before. That suffocating possessiveness seemed to have dissipated like mist following that lesson. She would laugh heartily at the sight of beautiful landscapes, and at night, she would snuggle obediently in his embrace, breathing steadily. Everything appeared to be progressing toward a favorable outcome. However, Finya's heart felt ensnared by invisible strands. Never truly at peace. The unsettling turmoil within him could not be forgotten. The icy murder intent and obsessive madness reflected in her white eyes. The agonizing sting of the kunai pressed against his carotid, and the acrid scent of blood. He could not erase the image of her fragile tears, accompanied by a fleeting, morbid thrill at the thought of punishment. Was she truly better? Or was this merely another, more perilous fate? This thought haunted him like a nightmare, day and night. He became exceedingly sensitive, scrutinizing every subtle expression of Hinata, every seemingly innocuous word, in search of clues. When she cheerfully fed him, he instinctively questioned whether the food concealed something sinister. Even at night, he dared not descend into a deep slumber, fearing that upon awakening, he would again behold those unblinking white eyes and the cold kunai. This constant vigilance and suppression drained his spirit more than facing Uchiha Madara ever could. The dark circles under his eyes became increasingly pronounced, and even in moments of laughter, a trace of indelible fatigue and tension lingered beneath the surface. Finya-kun, look at that cloud. Doesn't it resemble a little rabbit? Hinata pointed toward the horizon, her smile pure, leaning against his shoulder. Yes, it does, Finya replied, instinctively wrapping his arm around her, savoring this long-awaited warmth, yet unable to immerse himself fully. How much of her current gentleness was genuine? How much was mere performance? What would happen if he were to push her away now? He dared not contemplate this question. At times, Hinata's gaze upon him was filled with reliance and affection. But occasionally, in moments she believed he was not observing, a complex expression would surface, one mingled with satisfaction, curiosity, and a profound gaze, as if she were appraising all existence. That gaze sent shivers down his spine. He understood her unease and obsession had seemingly found a more concealed and tormenting means of expression. No matter how beautiful the scenery of their journey, it could not dispel the gloom that lingered in his heart. He longed for a return to Konoha, yet feared that upon resuming their daily lives, all that had been suppressed would erupt with greater ferocity. Chapter 112. Betrayed Trust in the Land of Fire. The capital bustled with activity. The broad streets were alive with traffic, flanked by shops peddling exquisite goods from across the ninja world. Nobles, merchants, ninjas, and commoners traversed the thoroughfares. Hinata clasped Finya's arm, her pale eyes seemingly curiously surveying the opulent shop windows, yet subtly filtering each gaze laden with admiration directed at him. In the capital, Finya's tall stature, strikingly handsome features, and the unintentional aura of strength he exuded attracted even more attention. This heightened Hinata's inner tension, yet her smile remained increasingly gentle and poised as she softly remarked, Finya-kun, the capital is so lively, it is even more bustling than Konoha. Yes, after all, it is the metropolis, Finya nodded. striving to disregard the lingering stares and the almost bone-crushing grip Hinata had on his arm. He longed to swiftly purchase a gift and escape this discomforting spotlight. By the way, Finya suddenly recalled with a tentative tone, Ino's birthday is approaching, I senti it? Since we're here, we might as well pick out a gift for Hanabi and Ino. It seemed a mere casual mention. However, the moment Ino's name left his lips, Hinata's grip on his arm stiffened abruptly, her strength nearly capable of crushing an ordinary person's bones. Finya turned to glance at her. Hinata's smile appeared unchanged, still gentle and sweet. She lifted her gaze, her clear white eyes seemingly devoid of any disturbance, as if the earlier moment was merely a figment of Finya's imagination. Oh, indeed, she replied cheerfully. Ino's birthday is indeed fast approaching. Finya-kun is so thoughtful. Her tone sounded genuinely complimentary, yet upon closer inspection, it seemed layered with something else. Then let us choose carefully. Hinata took the initiative to lead him toward a seemingly upscale boutique, asserting, Ino has discerning taste, ordinary items would not suffice. She acted as the most considerate of friends, diligently assisting her rival in selecting a gift. Inside the store, a dazzling array of items awaited, from exquisite perfumes to elegant jewelry. What about this latest fragrance? The scent is quite unique, Hinata suggested, holding up a delicate glass bottle and smiling sweetly at Finya, as if sincerely believing it to be suitable. Or perhaps this necklace. Its bold design would complement Ino's vivacious personality, she added, pointing to a necklace adorned with sparkling diamonds, its design rather ostentatious. Finya observed Hinata's expression and then the strong scent of the perfume she held, followed by the extravagant necklace she endorsed. While Ino indeed possessed a vibrant and fashionable spirit, her taste was not aligned with such garish styles. Hinata's suggestions, though appearing considerate, seemed to attempt to craft a superficial image of Ino. These choices did not resonate with Ino's usual preferences. Finya endeavored to maintain a calm tone, addressing the matter objectively. Hinata's smile grew even sweeter. Is that so? I think it would suit her perfectly. Or do you mean she tilted her head slightly, gazing at Finya with a tone that was innocently laced with an unspoken jab? Do you think I do not know Ino well enough, Finya-kun? Finya pondered. This trip away from Konoha was unexpected. Leaving behind the constraints of her surroundings, she completely released the grievances hidden deep within her heart. It could no longer continue like this. Remaining in this bustling and stimulating environment would only exacerbate her state. Finya took a deep breath, refraining from directly addressing her question about whether he truly understood Ino. He reached out and took the bottle of perfume from her hand, placing it back on the counter with an unwavering resolve. Turning to the somewhat bewildered shop assistant, he pointed to a silver bracelet adorned with delicate green gemstones, its design simple yet elegant, embodying a graceful and lively style. Please wrap this up for me, in two. Hinata observed his actions, her smile fading as elusive emotions flickered across her white eyes, yet she remained silent. After paying, Finya took the beautifully wrapped bracelet, then turned to Hinata, earnestly grasping her shoulders and locking eyes with her. Hinata, his voice was low and serious, tinged with a hint of weariness. Let us leave this place. Hinata paused, momentarily taken aback. Leave? But we haven't even explored the capital. Finya interrupted her with a firm tone. I suddenly find this revelry rather meaningless. I wish to take you to a quieter place, just the two of us, to truly enjoy the scenery. Just as we originally planned. He could no longer allow her to remain in an environment rife with comparison, jealousy, and false pretenses. Hinata gazed at him in silence for a few seconds, seemingly trying to discern his true intentions from his eyes. Eventually, her gaze softened, replaced by a complex blend of grievance, dependence, and a hint of relief. Perhaps she had come to realize her own loss of control. Perhaps she was weary of the pretense, or perhaps she simply could not refuse his proposition of solitude. She gently nodded, relinking her arm with his. This time her grip considerably relaxed, even trembling slightly. All right, I will listen to you, Finya-kun. Finya embraced Hinata, swiftly departing from the bustling streets. The clamor of the capital faded into the distance, the air gradually becoming fresher, and the surroundings quieted down. The path leading to the mountain top was scarcely trodden. After a prolonged silence, Hinata softly spoke. Finya-kun, do you find me troublesome? Am I unreasonable? She lowered her head, her hair cascading to obscure her profile. Finya did not reply immediately. Instead, he tightened his grip on her hand. He understood that he must not provoke her sensitive nerves again at this moment. No, I simply feel that you are holding yourself too tightly. He gently lifted her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. The complex emotions swirling in her white eyes reflected grievance, apprehension, and a darkness that seemed on the verge of breaking free. I know what you are thinking, Fenya sighed, caressing her cheek with deep remorse and fatigue. You are wondering if I am thinking of someone else, if I am comparing, if I believe they are better. Hinata's eyelashes trembled violently. She neither affirmed nor denied it. Instead, her white eyes fixed intently on him, as if seeking the most authentic answer from his gaze. Fenya did not shy away from her gaze, continuing to speak, each word resonating deeply within their hearts. I admit, I have wronged you. I have betrayed your trust. The guilt torments me each day. In Konoha, you endured, wrapping yourself in your gentle magnanimity. I am fully aware of that. But now that we are alone, you need not endure any longer. All the suppressed grievances, fears, and resentments have surged forth towards me, have they not? Chapter 113. The capricious Hinata pressed her lips together, tears pooling in her pale eyes. He knew she was on the brink of madness from the weight of suspicion and imagination. Yet, Hinata, Fenya's tone suddenly grew more intense. I brought you out to foster better understanding between us, not to have you torment us in this manner. He gently pressed his forehead against hers, their breaths mingling. Just now, in the shop, when you suggested those items completely unsuitable for Ino, it pained me deeply. Not because of your opinion of Ino, but because I have transformed you into someone who feels the need to be cunning, attempting to belittle others to find a sense of security. This is not who you are. Hinata's breath quickened, tears finally streaming silently down her cheeks. Look at me, Fenya commanded, his voice firm. Here, in this moment, there is no Konoha, no Hyuga clan, no Ino, and no Ombu. Only you and me. Your anxieties, your anger. All your negative emotions can only be received by me, and only I can soothe them. Do not waste them on trivial imaginings and comparisons. Do you understand? His words were both a stern admonition and the most heartfelt confession, shattering the facade Hinata had desperately maintained. She began to sob violently. A girl who had endured too much injustice and love, bewildered and anxious. I'm sorry, Fenya-kun, I can't control myself. Her words tumbled out, tears soaking his shirt. I'm so afraid you think they are better, afraid you will ultimately leave me, becoming someone unrecognizable. She had constantly reassured herself not to care, yet, fool, Fenya sighed, enveloping her in his embrace, rubbing his chin against the crown of her head. You need not be like anyone else. You must simply be yourself. Your insecurities stem from me, and thus, I must bear the consequences. If words and promises cannot bring you peace, I do not hesitate to convey more directly that you are the best in my heart, irreplaceable. Please, do not leave me, Fenya-kun. Hinata trembled slightly in his arms, nodding. Her voice muffled, thick with dependence. In whatever way, let me know you are by my side. Fenya closed his eyes, holding her slender yet fervent form tighter. After a moment, he released her, gripping her fingers firmly. Let us go, he said, his voice softening as he pointed towards the winding mountain path. The view from the summit is said to overlook the entire capital. Hinata softly replied, following closely at his side. The earlier emotions receded like the tide, leaving her with slightly reddened eyes and a hint of tranquility. Yet, this was not a true alleviation. It merely delved deeper into the obscured recesses of her heart, patiently awaiting the next unpredictable opportunity. The two of them resembled the most ordinary travelers, ascending step by step along a narrow path. The forest was tranquil, filled only with the melodies of birds and the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. Whenever fatigue struck, they would speak. Heed turned her head to observe her, noting the slight quickening of her breath. I am not tired, Hinata replied, shaking her head, her gaze fixed on their intertwined hands. Walking slowly like this with you, Kid-kun, brings me a profound sense of tranquility. She added, it feels as though the entire world has been reduced to this path, and the two of us, nothing else to ponder. Her words carried a hint of deliberate evasion, yet they also revealed her genuine yearning. He tightened his grip on her hand, saying, that is good. If you wish, we can visit more secluded places in the future. Really? Hinata looked up, a flicker of light crossing her white eyes, only to dim again swiftly. But Kid-kun is very busy with many responsibilities, and everyone in Konoha is waiting for you. Moreover, you have become the village's hero after defeating that fearsome Orochimaru, even overcoming the reanimated forms of the first and second Hokage. The admiration and dependence reflected in the gazes of those around him intensified his brilliance, rendering her feel even smaller and pushing him further away. This only served to exacerbate the hidden possessiveness within her heart. Heroes are merely human. They too require rest. Heed's voice remained steady as he sought to divert the conversation from her sensitive areas. And those powers exist to protect those who matter, not to be idolized. You, Hinata Hyuga, are the one I choose to share my life with. The reality was that she was the one he held close, the one occupying his heart. And the guilt he felt was because of her. This moment is what truly matters. I cannot erase certain events of the past, but I can choose how to treat you in the present and future. Hinata's heart skipped a beat, a faint warmth attempting to break through the icy barriers that confined her. His words swept over her like a tempest, dispelling her anxiety while bringing forth a strange, painful sense of certainty. Hinata gazed at him, captivated by the unmasked complexity within his eyes: love, desire, guilt, determination, and the weariness and struggle that arose from her. The turmoil and obsession within her were inexplicably forced back into the deepest confines of her soul. What she needed was this absolute sense of presence, even if it was painful, far more tangible than the ephemeral promises and beautiful hypotheticals. She inhaled the crisp mountain air deeply, her tear-streaked face breaking into an exquisitely fragile, yet fiercely determined smile. Yes, she nodded gently, burying her face once more against his chest. As for those occasional nights of absence, she chose to bury them deep once again. At least in this moment, with just the two of them, she could pretend they did not exist. Shall we continue walking? She lifted her head from Keed's embrace, her gaze regaining a semblance of calm. Even as she took the initiative to grasp his hand, I wish to see the view from the mountaintop. All right. Maple Knight observed the rapid transformation of her emotions. How exhausting. Back then, Shien was never this weary. From now on, I shall ensure Hinata remains in bed for 3 days. I must adopt a firmer stance. If this continues, I shall surely lose my mind. At worst, I could let her endure a few stabs. Hinata was burdened with thoughts, her breath inevitably more hurried than usual. Maple Knight held her hand firmly, guiding her upward. He spoke little. The earlier outpouring of intense emotion and subsequent comfort seemed to have drained much of his energy, leaving him cloaked in a weariness tinged with firmness. Finally, after traversing the last few stone steps, they were met with a breathtaking vista. Chapter 114. Standing above the clouds, the wind howled fiercely, revealing an endless expanse of mountains in the distance. The silhouette of the capital of the Land of Fire lay before them, a magnificent sight that expanded the heart. Wow! Hinata exclaimed, unable to restrain herself as she spread her arms wide against the wind, momentarily forgetting all her worries. It's so beautiful. Maple Knight-kun. It feels as if we are standing at the pinnacle of the world. Maple Knight stood half a step behind her, admiring her flushed cheeks and sparkling eyes. Be careful. The wind is quite strong. With you here, I have nothing to fear. Thank you for bringing me here. I'm glad you like it. Isn't it far more interesting than those shops in the capital? Yes, but climbing the mountain is exhausting. My legs are still sore. Her tone carried a hint of complaint, and she even pouted slightly. Maple Knight chuckled softly, observing her youthful demeanor. Women truly are a peculiar species. He stepped closer, wrapping his arms around her from behind, resting his chin atop her head. Tired? Then I shall show you a different perspective, one that is swifter. Maple Knight-kun? Hinata was momentarily taken aback, still processing his words when she felt his arms tighten around her waist. In the next instant, a gentle halo of chakra emanated from Maple Knight's body, enveloping both of them. Their bodies became weightless, and they began to rise slowly from the ground. Hinata let out a short gasp, instinctively clutching Maple Knight's arm that encircled her. The solid earth beneath them vanished, replaced by an expansive view from above. As the sea of clouds appeared tantalizingly close, and the wind gusted more fiercely against her ears. Do not fear, Maple Knight's steady voice resonated in her ear. Look at me. Following his instruction, Hinata turned her head slightly, her gaze meeting his starry blue reincarnation eyes. Profound like the night sky, yet shimmering with the brilliance of stars, mysterious and powerful. This was a force she had never fully comprehended, a part of the unfathomable strength belonging to the man beside her. Maple Knight-kun, your eyes, she murmured, momentarily forgetting her fear, captivated by the exquisite gaze. Indeed, that golden blade of light from before was bestowed by these eyes, Maple Knight replied nonchalantly, as though it were an inconsequential matter. He held Hinata close, gliding slowly through the air as if they were strolling upon clouds. Isn't it even more beautiful from this vantage point? Hinata's heartbeat steadied after the initial shock. A tremendous sense of novelty and awe enveloped her. She gazed down at the mountains beneath her, now diminished to mere models, while the distant, winding river shimmered like a silver ribbon under the sun. This perspective was exclusive to the strong, and she found herself tenderly cradled within the embrace of such strength. How magnificent, almost dreamlike, she murmured softly, her eyes reflecting the grandeur of the world. As past worries seemed to be washed away by the vastness of the scene before her, she relaxed her body, leaning more tightly against the solid chest behind her, savoring the unwavering sense of security it provided. "Do you like it?" Funya asked, lifting her higher, accelerating as they soared above the clouds. "I love it." Hinata nodded vigorously, her voice rising above the excitement and the wind. She had never witnessed such breathtaking scenery. "Funya is amazing." The novelty of flight and the perspective of gazing down upon the world allowed her to momentarily cast aside the trivial, tormenting doubts. In that moment, her being was enveloped by a profound appreciation for the strength of the person beside her and the fulfillment of being uniquely cherished by him. "I can take you anywhere you wish," Funya promised. "Only you, Hinata." This declaration acted as a key, unlocking the final barrier within her heart. Amidst the howling winds high above, in a boundless expanse that belonged solely to them, the tension she had held so tightly began to ease. The feelings of grievance and fear, akin to a dam finally bursting, surged forth alongside trust and reliance. Tears streamed down her face, but they were no longer silent, stifled sobs. Instead, they carried a sense of release. She turned to him, burying her face in the crook of his neck, choking back her words. "I'm sorry, Funya. I didn't mean to become so suspicious and unlovable." "I understand," Funya replied gently, caressing her back. "It is my fault for causing your unease." What a remarkable feat it was to have calmed her. They were no longer merely floating, but surged upward with sudden acceleration. "Funya," Hinata couldn't help but exclaim, instinctively clutching his collar. The mountaintop below rapidly shrank, becoming a mirror in her view. Surrounding them was no longer the thin mist of clouds, but a true, thick, and boundless sea of clouds. Funya's voice, filled with mirth, whispered in her ear, "Hold on tight." Hinata immediately wrapped her arms around his waist with all her strength, burying her face against his chest, listening to the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. The initial panic was swiftly replaced by a rush of exhilarating excitement. They broke through the cloud sea. Before them lay an expanse of clarity. Above was an unblemished azure sky, the sun's rays pouring down unimpeded, dazzling to the point of being blinding. Below, an endless, snow-white blanket of clouds unfurled in undulating waves. "Oh my!" Hinata lifted her head from Funya's embrace, her eyes wide with astonishment. In that moment, every emotion within her was utterly swept away by the vastness of the scene. Funya's mind stirred as he manipulated gravity and repulsion with his unique abilities. No longer merely ascending in a straight line, he glided with her above the sea of clouds, twirling gracefully. With a gentle force, he propelled her upwards, and amidst her petite exclamation, he tenderly drew her back into his embrace, eliciting a series of playful giggles laced with mock reproach, yet overflowing with joy. "So high, so amazing. Funya, look over there. Doesn't it resemble a giant mountain of cotton candy?" Hinata exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a particularly large and fluffy cumulus cloud in the distance, her face radiating a brilliant smile. Her voice rang out, clear and melodious against the vast expanse of the sky, imbued with youthful exuberance. "Indeed," Funya replied, gazing down at her sparkling white eyes, feeling the weariness born from her earlier unease dissipate in the warmth of her smile. They soared towards the cotton candy mountain, and the closer they drew, the more the marvels of nature revealed themselves. "Can we touch the clouds?" Hinata queried with curiosity, her hand reaching out in eager anticipation. Funya gently lowered their altitude, allowing her hand to penetrate the seemingly tangible layer of clouds. "Ah, it's cool and misty," Hinata exclaimed, delighting in the sensation of moisture gliding across her fingertips, watching in delight as the white vapor slipped through her fingers like a fleeting dream. She resembled a child who had just received a wondrous new toy, completely captivated by the miracle before her. Funya allowed her to explore freely, his gaze never straying far from her. Witnessing her joy and carefree spirit made all his efforts feel worthwhile. After a considerable while, Hinata appeared to tire of her play and seemed to have had her fill of the spectacle. She retracted her hand and nestled back into Funya's embrace, slightly breathless. Her cheeks flushed, yet her smile remained uncontainable. "Are you happy?" Fengye inquired softly. "Yes." Hinata nodded vigorously, her eyes curving into charming crescents. "I'm incredibly happy. It feels as though all my worries have been swept away by the wind. Thank you, Fengye-kun, for bringing me here. This is truly magnificent." She wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing her cheek against his, her voice soft and full of dependence. "This is one of my most cherished memories." The sunlight at this altitude was warm yet gentle, infused with the unique purity of the clouds. Holding his beloved girl close and observing her eyes sparkle with newfound clarity and joy, Fengye felt his heart swell with openness. The doubts and insecurities that had plagued them both appeared trivial in the face of such sublime purity. He allowed them to hover in silence for a while longer, letting her etch this breathtaking view into her memory. "It's almost time to descend," Fengye gently announced. Although Hinata felt reluctant, she obediently nodded. "All right." The starry blue light in her eyes shimmered once more as they began their slow descent, gracefully piercing through the cloud layers towards the diminutive mountain below. The descent felt markedly slower than their ascent, as if intentionally prolonging this moment of serene solitude. In that instant, she was Hinata Hyuga, cherished and adored, enveloped in safety and happiness. As their feet touched the rocky summit once more, the setting sun had already painted the horizon in warm hues of orange and red. The sea of clouds glimmered with a golden edge, enhancing the gentle twilight. Chapter 115. Exquisite charm. The night sky began to be adorned with diamonds, twinkling stars emerging like scattered jewels. The mountain breeze grew increasingly cool, tousling the strands of their hair. The day was drawing to a close. "Let us spend the night here," suggested Fengye as he glanced at the sky. The starlit heavens atop the mountain would be breathtaking, and they could witness the sunrise in the morning. Hinata gazed upward at the emerging Milky Way, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Camping out with him in the wild seemed to possess a romantic allure that hotels could never offer. "Yes," she nodded, a flicker of excitement illuminating her expression. Fengye smiled, raising his right hand, the ring glimmering faintly. In an instant, a tent appeared on the adjacent ground, accompanied by 2 comfortable folding chairs, a small table, and even a set of insulated food containers. Hinata watched this convenient scene unfold, stifling a soft laugh. "Fengye-kun, having space-time tools is truly convenient." "Haha, your man is quite resourceful. Let us have a light meal first," Fengye replied, guiding her to sit down as he opened the food container filled with delicacies purchased before their journey at the capital. Under the clear starlight, they shared a simple yet delightful dinner. Once they finished, with a flick of his wrist, the ring shimmered again, producing a blanket that he gently draped over Hinata's shoulders. The mountain breeze was chilly, and she snuggled into the warmth of the blanket. Turning her head, she observed Fengye skillfully securing the tent. His focused profile appeared exceptionally handsome against the deepening twilight. With everything arranged, Fengye settled into the folding chair beside her, naturally pulling her and the blanket into his embrace. Hinata leaned against his shoulder, and together they gazed at the vast, starry sky. The campfire cast a soft glow, illuminating a small area around them, creating a cozy sanctuary that belonged solely to the two of them. "How beautiful," Hinata murmured softly, her eyes reflecting the multitude of stars, as if she could reach out and pluck them from the sky. "Do you like it?" "I do," she replied, snuggling closer into his embrace. Seeking a warmer and more comfortable position, watching the stars with Fengye-kun was even more enjoyable. There was no clamor of Konoha, no scrutinizing gazes from her family, no one to compare herself against. Only the sound of the wind, the vast sky, and each other. This sensation brought her peace. Fengye's arms encircled her, his fingers lightly patting her arm in a gentle, unspoken companionship and affection. He began to recount tales and curiosities about the stars, some well known in this world, while others were uniquely his own, knowledge that intrigued Hinata, even if she did not fully comprehend it. She listened intently, occasionally expressing soft gasps of wonder or curiosity. The starlight cascaded over them as they nestled close, engaging in hushed conversations that transcended heavy emotional entanglements. Instead, they discussed the stars, distant realms, and whimsical fantasies, light-hearted topics that filled the air. At times, Hinata would point out a shooting star, her voice barely above a whisper, and Fengye would chuckle, tightening his grip on her hand. The atmosphere was warm, imbued with a subtle hint of intimacy. They reveled in the tranquility and beauty of their secluded moment. Beneath the blanket, their bodies pressed together, sharing warmth. A profound sense of enduring happiness overflowed within Hinata's heart. She quietly turned her head, yearning to glimpse Feng Ye's face illuminated by starlight, only to collide with his gaze, which had long been fixed upon her. Those eyes, at this moment, brimmed with the radiance of the stars, deep and intoxicating. They exchanged glances, and the words of guilt and apology had long since been cast aside, replaced by a more direct and intense emotion that enveloped them. Feng Ye slowly lowered his head. Hinata's heart raced as she slightly tilted her face upward, closed her eyes, and gently pursed her lips, as if offering a silent invitation. His kiss descended tenderly, carrying the coolness of the starry night and the warmth of their familiarity. Entwined and cherished, the faint glow of the camp lantern and the resplendent galaxy bore witness to this affection atop the mountain peak. Inside the tent, once they entered, it felt as if they were completely isolated from the chilly starry sky and the howling mountain winds outside. It was warm within. Hinata knelt on the soft air mattress, neatly folding the blanket she had draped over herself, her eyes still sparkling with the sweetness from their earlier stargazing. Feng Yi sat across from her, watching the smile lingering at the corners of her mouth. A glimmer of light flashed from the ring, and a small pot of warm sake, along with 2 delicate ceramic cups, appeared between them. "Shall we drink a little to warm ourselves?" he proposed, pouring 2 shallow cups. The blush that had just faded from Hinata's cheeks returned, and she did not want to dampen Feng Ye's spirits in this enchanting moment. She accepted the cup, cradling the warm vessel in her hands, taking a small sip. Feng Ye did not drink immediately. He simply gazed at her cheeks, faintly flushed from the aroma of the sake and her sparkling eyes. "Do you remember the Andromeda Nebula I pointed out earlier?" "I think I do," Hinata replied, a bit shyly, pursing her lips in a smile. "But I might forget tomorrow. There are so many stars, and their names are quite complex." "No worries." Feng Ye leaned closer, playfully tapping her nose with his finger. "Next time we look at the stars, I will tell you again. We can go to different places and see the night sky from various perspectives." His proximity brought a soothing aura, mingling the faint scent of alcohol with the crispness of the mountains. Hinata's heart skipped a beat as she gazed into his smiling eyes, instinctively nodding in agreement. "All right." The atmosphere in the tent subtly shifted to one of intimacy. Slightly tipsy, in this private space, with the man she deeply loved, who reciprocated her feelings. Hinata felt her cheeks growing warmer, unsure if it was due to the sake or his gaze upon her. She lowered her head, pretending to focus on the clear liquid swaying in her cup. "Feng Yi, yes, we will visit many places in the future, won't we?" She lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with longing and a hint of uncertainty. "Of course." Feng Ye's response was unwavering as he reached out, taking her hand that rested on her lap. "The land of wind, the land of snow, the land of lightning, and even farther places. As long as you are willing, I will take you." His promises were always so direct and powerful, effortlessly soothing the subtle ripples within her heart. "I am willing." Hinata clasped his fingers with determination, her voice soft yet resolute. "As long as it is with you, Feng Yi, I am content to go anywhere." She looked at him, her efforts to convey her feelings evident. The softest corner of Feng Ye's heart was stirred, for it was the gentle Hinata who captivated him the most. He took the unsteady wine glass from her hand, placing it alongside his own to the side. Then, he reached out, cradling her face in his hands. "Hinata," he murmured her name, his thumb gently caressing her lower lip. Hinata's body softened slightly, her Byakugan eyes glistening with a watery sheen as she answered with an innocent smile. "Are you happy today?" "Very happy," she replied, her voice transforming into a gentle stream akin to autumn waters. "Above the clouds and beneath the starry sky, I am truly content." "I am happy too. Especially at this moment," he said, lowering his head slowly. With the warmth of the tent and the gentle intoxication of the sake, his lips tenderly yet irresistibly descended upon hers. Hinata obediently parted her lips, welcoming the deeper kiss. His breath enveloped her, carrying an intoxicating fragrance. Hinata, shy and yearning, responded with a soft touch, her arms unconsciously wrapping around his neck, leaning into him. After a long while, Feng Ye withdrew slightly. "Is the wine sweet?" Hinata's gaze was hazy, her mind blank from lack of oxygen. She instinctively licked her lips, which still bore his flavor, and softly murmured, "Sweet." This unconscious gesture ignited a flame in Feng Ye's eyes. He kissed her again, more passionately than before, infused with a hint of restrained desire. Hinata melted under his kiss, helplessly clinging to him, emitting soft, bashful sounds. Their entwined forms cast shadows upon the tent, a tapestry of longing. As the kiss came to an end, Hinata nearly collapsed in Finye's embrace, gasping for breath. Her Byakugan eyes glistening, and her lips slightly swollen, appearing both pitiful and irresistibly alluring. Finye held her close, gently stroking her back to soothe her, a low chuckle escaping his lips. It seems I'll have to let you drink a little more often. Hinata buried her flushed face in the crook of his neck, lightly punching his shoulder. Finye-kun, you're being a bully. How is this bullying? Finye raised an eyebrow, leaning closer to her reddened ear, lowering his voice. This is affection. Hinata trembled slightly at his words, tightening her embrace as she softly muttered, nonsense. Finye adored this side of her, choosing to forego teasing and simply holding her, relishing this tender moment. As the night deepened, the effects of the sake and fatigue washed over them. Hinata nestled against him, her eyelids beginning to droop. Yet she resisted the urge to succumb to sleep. Sleep, he urged. Hinata mumbled, finding the most comfortable position in his arms. Good night, Finye-kun. Good night, Hinata. Finye placed a gentle kiss atop her head, extinguishing the small light above them. In the darkness, only the warmth of his embrace and the comforting scent remained. A smile graced Hinata's lips as she soon drifted into slumber. Finye listened to her even breaths, feeling the softness and dependence of the girl in his arms. Chapter 116. The journey comes to an end. Time passed, though how long he could not tell. Finye's biological clock awakened him before his consciousness did. He slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Hinata in his embrace. She slept soundly, her cheeks flushed, and her lips curved with a gentle smile. As if all grievances and unease had been completely dispelled, he cautiously withdrew his arm, moving gently so as not to disturb her. Then, he silently sat up, lifting a corner of the tent's entrance. The crisp air rushed in, imbued with the unique chill of dawn. In the distance, a pale gray light was gradually expanding, seeping through with delicate hints of orange and yellow, akin to the subtle transitions rendered by an artist's brush in ink wash. The moment was near. Turning around, Finye gazed at Hinata, who was still lost in slumber. He leaned down, his fingertips brushing against her cheek. Hinata, wake up, she murmured sleepily in response. The sun is about to rise, Finye whispered softly in her ear, his warm breath causing her to instinctively shrink her neck. Hinata, drowsily opening her eyes, still hazy from sleep, asked, is it sunrise? Yes, come see. Finye adjusted her sleeping bag, then laid back down, enveloping her in his embrace, facing the open entrance. As her consciousness gradually awakened, she leaned against Finye's warm and sturdy chest, gazing outside the tent. At that moment, the orange-yellow hue in the sky became increasingly pronounced, resembling a radiant golden edge. How beautiful, she murmured, the remnants of sleep completely dissipated by the sight before her. They fell into a comfortable silence, simply nestled together, awaiting the moment's arrival. Time passed, each second bringing richer colors to the horizon, transitioning from orange-yellow to crimson gold, the clouds bathed in resplendent hues. Suddenly, an extraordinarily brilliant light burst forth from below the horizon, instantly illuminating the rolling sea of clouds. Ah! Hinata couldn't help but exclaim. Moments later, a small arc of the sun, like a blazing and brilliant ruby, slowly leapt above the horizon. 1,000 beams of golden light cascaded across the land, enveloping the undulating mountains and boundless sea of clouds in a magnificent golden sheen, filling the atmosphere with an indescribable sense of awe. Hinata stared, her eyes wide, not daring to blink lest she miss any subtle change. She could even feel the gentle warmth of the sunlight dispelling the morning chill. Finye looked at the girl in his arms, her profile bathed in golden light, her expression of concentration and wonder more captivating than any sunrise. Unable to resist, he tightened his embrace, holding her closer. As the entire sun fully emerged from the horizon, radiating an unapproachable brilliance, Hinata finally let out a long breath, as if she had been holding her breath all along. How spectacular! She turned her head, her eyes sparkling with excitement and emotion as she looked at Finye. If you hadn't woken me, I would have nearly missed it. Her smile was radiant under the morning sun, filled with pure joy and contentment. The last remnants of gloom in her heart seemed to evaporate completely in the sunlight. Yes, Finye replied with a smile, gently ruffling her hair, I promise to show you. As Hinata beheld the magnificent and glorious world before her, her heart swelled with profound warmth and happiness. In the face of such natural wonders and the embrace of the man behind her, her feelings of unease and trepidation seemed utterly insignificant. It felt as though she was imbued with strength. She whispered, addressing both Fengye and herself, as a new day dawned. Indeed, a new day, Fengye concurred, his tone tinged with a hint of ease. The air was suffused with the freshness of the morning and the essence of sunlight. Suddenly, Hinata turned, wrapping her arms around Fengye's neck, and swiftly placed a gentle yet earnest kiss upon his lips. "Good morning, Fengye-kun," she said, her cheeks flushed, yet her smile was radiant. Fengye, momentarily stunned, soon allowed a deeper smile to blossom in his eyes as he responded with a tender kiss to her forehead. "Good morning, Hinata." In that moment, everything felt bright and warm. The sunrise atop the mountain was a magnificent sight to behold. In the days that followed, Fengye guided Hinata to several renowned sites within the Land of Fire, be it picturesque lakesides or ancient relics steeped in legend. Hand in hand, they strolled, savoring local delicacies while whispering sweet nothings beneath the setting sun. Hinata's smile blossomed, revealing a softness and reliance that delighted Fengye, who endeavored to fulfill her every little wish, relishing this rare sweetness. Yet, every journey must come to an end. One day, a communication hawk from Konoha found them, delivering a message from the third Hokage. The writing was succinct, inquiring about their well-being and urging them to prioritize their safety, concluding almost casually with, "Village matters have largely been settled. Tsunade has been located and is on her way back. We hope for your prompt return." Fengye gazed at the words on the scroll, lingering on the mention of Tsunade and the urgency to return. He understood that their leisurely holiday was drawing to a close. The vast machinery of Konoha, having endured the trauma of Orochimaru's assault, was swiftly resuming its functions. As a newly minted hero endowed with unknown powers, he could not be permitted to linger outside for long. "Is the third urging us to return?" Hinata inquired softly, her voice tinged with reluctance. She cherished this journey that belonged solely to the two of them. "Yes," Fengye replied as he tucked away the scroll, nodding. "There are matters in the village that require attention. We have been away for quite some time." He refrained from elaborating on Tsunade and the arrangements. Gently wrapping his arm around her shoulder, "Let us head back. We shall find another opportunity to venture out again." Hinata nodded obediently, suppressing her final pang of nostalgia. "It is indeed time to return." Fengye regarded the gentle and understanding Hinata. One couldn't help but wonder how Naruto managed to persuade Tsunade. Without Orochimaru's influence, it should have been more challenging to convince her. Could it be that Naruto's charm was truly irresistible? Or perhaps Tsunade had mistaken him for someone else in her inebriation? Or had Tsunade developed an interest in me, given her violent encounters with my grandfather and uncle? Kishimoto's narrative flaw of establishing the third as the strongest Hokage persisted. Hinata, noticing Fengye lost in thought, gently interrupted, "Shall we set off now?" "Let us wait until tomorrow morning," Fengye replied, securing the scroll. "Let me cherish your final moments of tenderness a little longer." The journey back was tranquil. As they drew closer to Konoha, Hinata seemed to speak less and less. She continued to respond gently to every word Fengye spoke. Yet a fleeting moment of distraction would occasionally flicker in her eyes. "Hinata, you are truly special to me, one of a kind. When we reach adulthood, let us marry." Chapter 117. The hint at last. The gates of Konoha appeared in their line of sight. The gatekeepers, Outcloud and Ziddy, greeted them warmly. "Fengye, Hinata, welcome back." "Yes, we have returned," Fengye replied with a smile. Hinata also offered a slight bow in return, her manners impeccable, though the hand she had linked with Fengye's tightened slightly. As they entered the village, the familiar hustle and bustle enveloped them. The streets had regained their former vitality. Not far along, a bright, surprised voice emerged from the flower shop ahead. "Fengye, you're back." Before the words had fully escaped her lips, a figure approached briskly, carrying the fragrance of flowers. It was Ino, her face radiating with a brilliant smile, her joy almost spilling over. "I heard you went on a trip. How was it?" "You didn't even let us know beforehand. I only found out later." Ino spoke rapidly, her tone infused with eager concern and a hint of reproach. Fengye's heart sank momentarily, realizing the implications of Hinata's earlier outburst were not unfounded. Hinata's words held truth. "Ino, from the mountains, when did this happen? Was it during the Chunin exam's written test? Or the barbecue incident? Or perhaps even earlier?" The constant bickering between them seemed implausible. Had the immersion in the original narrative led him to subconsciously believe she had always harbored feelings for Sasuke? A weight settled in Fengye's chest. He promptly turned to Hinata. offering her a reassuring glance and gently patting the back of her hand. Then, he faced Ino, his expression flawless. Indeed, we just returned. At an angle where Hinata could not perceive, Funya exchanged a glance with Ino, laden with unspoken complexities. It conveyed gratitude for her concern, an apology, and a subtle hint of needing to explain further. This exchange was fleeting, almost illusory. Ino picked up on this nuance. Her smile faltered for a moment before brightening once more, taking on a teasing tone. Really now? You could have at least informed us before your trip. It made everyone quite worried about you. But judging by your appearances, it seems you had a delightful time. Though her words seemed directed at both of them, her gaze lingered primarily on Funya. Well then, I won't hold you up any longer. You must have much to attend to after your return, Ino said understandingly. Waving her hand dismissively, her gaze swept over Funya's face, inscrutable, before she retreated into the flower shop with a smile. Ino's presence instinctively drew Hinata closer to Funya. She lowered her head gently, saying nothing. The earlier outburst during their journey had been a release of her pent-up emotions. Hinata, he paused, gently placing his hands on her shoulders, his tone soothing. We are home. He spoke little, yet the mere utterance of the word home brought her comfort. Upon returning to their shared abode, the esteemed Hyuga residence, Hinata lifted her gaze to meet Keed's eyes and nodded softly. Was her faint reply. Keed smiled gently, wrapping his arm around Hinata as they continued their stroll toward the Hyuga manor. Upon reaching the iconic grand door, a servant from the Branch family immediately bowed in greeting. Young lady, Lord Keed, welcome back. Is Uncle Hayashi at home? Keed inquired casually. The clan head is in the tea room, came the response. All right, understood. Keed nodded, then turned to Hinata, saying, I will first greet Uncle Hayashi and then report to the third Hokage. You should head to your room to rest if you're tired, all right? Hinata responded with a gentle Keed affectionately ruffled her hair before making his way to the tea room. Upon entering, he found Hyuga Hayashi kneeling on the tatami, savoring his tea, his expression as stern and composed as ever. Ah, Uncle Hayashi, we have returned, Keed greeted, taking a seat across from him. Hayashi lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Keed for a moment as if to ascertain his well-being before slowly replying. It is good that you are back. Where is Hinata? She has gone to rest. It has been a bit tiring for her, Keed replied, sipping his tea. I need to report to the Hokage building shortly. I expect the third Hokage will bring up Tsunade. Hayashi nodded, acknowledging, indeed, since that day, the third has set this matter in motion. Now that Jiraiya and Naruto have successfully located Lady Tsunade, she will soon arrive in Konoha to assume the role of fifth Hokage. Keed chuckled lightly. The third mentioned to me that he has found a formidable yet troublesome new teacher for me. His tone carried a hint of jest, clearly aware of the deeper implications behind the third's arrangement. Hayashi, observing Keed's composed demeanor, felt a sense of reassurance. He spoke earnestly. Becoming the direct disciple of one of the legendary Sannin is not only a testament to the third's high expectations, but also a well-paved path for you. This identity is crucial for your future, serving as one of the most legitimate foundations for succeeding as the sixth Hokage. He paused briefly before adding, the Hyuga clan will fully support you. In facing Lady Tsunade, you must seize this opportunity. With your strength and achievements, you are more than capable of shouldering this legacy. Keed sobered slightly, nodding earnestly. Rest assured, Uncle Hayashi. I understand the third's intentions, and I will handle matters with Tsunade appropriately. As long as you are measured in your approach, that is sufficient. Off you go, Hayashi said, lifting his teacup, signaling the conclusion of their conversation. Visibly satisfied with Keed's demeanor. Rising, Keed offered a nod to Hayashi before exiting the tea room. With clarity in his mind regarding the impending meeting and the certain future ahead, he set off toward the Hokage building after leaving the Hyuga estate. As he journeyed along the path, the villagers greeted him with looks of respect and warmth, to which he casually nodded in acknowledgement. Navigating his way to the door of the Hokage's office with familiar ease, he bypassed the need to knock and simply pushed the door open. Third Hokage, I have returned. The office was shrouded in a haze of smoke, where the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was engrossed in reviewing documents. Upon hearing the commotion, he lifted his gaze and, upon recognizing Funya, a gentle smile graced his face as he tapped his pipe lightly. Ah, it's Funya. It's good to have you back. How was your time away? How is Hinata faring? It was enjoyable and quite relaxing. Hinata, however, was a bit weary and has gone home to rest. Thank you for your concern. Oh, Taking some time to unwind is indeed beneficial. The third Hokage nodded, his gaze warm as he regarded him. Now, regarding the matter mentioned in the letter, Tsunade is returning to assume her role as your successor, and I understand she will also take on the mantle of my teacher. The third Hokage chuckled softly. What are your thoughts on this formidable yet troublesome teacher? Funya shrugged nonchalantly, feigning indifference. What can I possibly think? The legendary medical ninja, unmatched in strength, and the future Hokage. This teacher sounds reliable, as long as she doesn't find me too bothersome. Very well, we shall discuss the particulars upon Tsunade's return. For now, you should head home and rest well. Understood. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Go on, go on. The third Hokage said with a smile, shaking his head as he resumed his work, having grown accustomed to Funya's casual demeanor. As Funya exited the Hokage building, the carefree expression on his face faded. Standing on the street, his gaze instinctively drifted towards the flower shop nestled in the mountains. After a moment's hesitation, he altered his course and slipped into a nearby alley. Arriving at Ino's home, he craned his neck to gaze at the familiar window on the second floor. The evening breeze gently stirred the beige curtains, as if silently awaiting something. Well, it's something I must confront, he murmured to himself. With a light leap, he silently landed on the windowsill, making not a sound. Peering through the gap in the curtains, he caught sight of Ino, who was not resting at all. Seated at her desk with her back to the window, she seemed engrossed in something in her hands. Her shoulders slightly shaking as if she were stifling laughter. Was it a silly grin? Funya's curiosity piqued, his focus sharpened. He noticed that Ino was holding a photograph, a snapshot of his and Asuma's infamous past. Ino was thoroughly absorbed in this photo, a source of embarrassment in his life. Her lips curving upward in an uncontrollable smile. She let out a soft laugh, one filled with nostalgia, teasing, and an indescribable sweetness. She even reached out with her fingertip, delicately brushing across the face of the younger him, who was grinning foolishly in the picture. In that moment, Funya's heart felt as though it had been gently nudged by something. Watching Ino's delighted expression as she gazed at that photograph of their past misadventures, he recalled the last time he had climbed through her window, seeking justice for the photo, which had led to a fierce argument between them. And now what was this? A lovesick girl? He raised his hand and lightly tapped 3 times on the window. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of knocking resonated distinctly in the stillness of the night. Engrossed in her reveries, Konoha was startled by the sudden noise, nearly jolting as she flipped the photograph in her hand face down onto the table. Whirling around, her face still adorned with a lingering smile. A hint of panic crept in. Who? She instinctively exclaimed, yet when her gaze met the pair of eyes that appeared somewhat profound in the darkness outside, she was momentarily stunned. Funya? She gasped, her expression transforming dramatically from shock to astonishment, then to a tinge of embarrassment and fluster, as if her private thoughts had been inadvertently exposed. When did you arrive? Her voice involuntarily rose, betraying the turmoil within. Funya pushed open the window and nimbly leaped into the room. His eyes fell upon the photograph she had hastily flipped down, then onto her flushed cheeks. And his smile deepened. Oh, he teased, his tone playful. It seems someone can't quite forget my dashing portrait. Konoha's face flushed crimson, her hands flailing as she attempted to conceal the photograph, stammering, Why, you're talking nonsense. I just happened to come across it. Yes, just happened to find it. Who would be foolish enough to smile at such an embarrassing past? Oh, just happened to find it? Funya stepped closer, deliberately elongating his tone, his eyes brimming with mischief. You examined it so closely that your fingers are nearly leaving fingerprints? You. Be quiet. Konoha, mortified, wished for nothing more than to vanish into the ground. She raised her fist in a futile attempt to strike him, only for Funya to deftly sidestep her. Observing her flustered and ruffled demeanor, Funya seized the opportunity to change the subject, grinning. All right, I won't tease you any longer. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I know a quaint place that serves exquisite sashimi and sake, quite serene. My treat, as a token of gratitude for your fondness for my past. Konoha paused, taken aback by his sudden invitation, her blush still unfading, her heart racing. She shot him a glare, attempting to maintain some semblance of authority, yet ultimately lowered her gaze. Her voice softening. Humph, since you've earnestly invited me, I suppose I could reluctantly accept. In a secluded private room of a quaint eatery on the back street of Konoha, an array of delicate side dishes and a bottle of sake adorned the table. The atmosphere was far more relaxed than Konoha had anticipated. Funya poured her a glass of sake. Speaking of which, Konoha took a sip of the drink, trying to reclaim some initiative, casting a sidelong glance at Funya. You, with Hinata and that woman with purple hair, now you dare to come and invite me for drinks? Quite audacious, aren't you? Funya raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips, not shying away from her words, but instead lifting his glass in a gesture toward her. His gaze held a nonchalance and a hint of irreverence that Konoha found difficult to decipher. Indeed, it was as if he were stating a mundane fact. See, I'm not exactly the devoted gentleman you might think. Is it truly worth your while to smile secretly at that silly photograph? Konoha was momentarily at a loss for words, stifled by Funya's blunt remark, the blush on her cheeks now creeping to her ears. She abruptly downed a glass of sake, feeling a slight calm wash over her. You certainly acknowledge it with candor. She set down her cup, her voice trembling slightly, yet imbued with a fierce courage born from despair. So what is it? Are you boasting? Lady Hinata and that enigmatic purple-haired Kunoichi have now come to share this with me. Kagaya, what exactly are you trying to achieve? Her gaze was piercing, infused with the inherent tenacity and forthrightness characteristic of the eldest daughter of the Yamashiro family, unwavering as she fixed her eyes upon him. Having had her innermost thoughts laid bare, she felt an unexpected liberation from fear. Chapter 119. Companions Become Sisters? Kagaya regarded the girl before him, who bore a hint of provocation. The teasing expression on his face softened as he poured himself another glass, his tone shifting to one of earnestness. It is not boasting. I have merely come to a realization. He swirled the drink in his glass, his eyes fixated on the crystalline liquid. To be honest, before I returned and saw you, I might not have been fully aware. He lifted his gaze to Ino. It was Hinata's words that had awakened me. She mentioned that your eyes held a different gaze when you look at me. Ino's heart raced, her fingers tightening around the glass. She had not anticipated that the first to discern this would be the shy and introverted Hinata. Thus, Kagaya continued, his tone laced with a complex sincerity. I have come to realize that every time we quarrel, those actions that seemed directed at me might have held deeper meanings. And I, the fool, had never considered that angle. I had always assumed your personality was simply that way. Flashes of memories with Ino danced through Kagaya's mind. Moments he believed to be mere jesting, playful banter, or ordinary squabbles had long since sown seeds of a different nature. He had simply never followed that thread to its conclusion. He had always thought of Ino as she was, fiery, boisterous, someone with whom he could tease and even upend, yet undeniably reliable in critical moments. He relished their carefree interactions, yet had never scrutinized the feelings that might be bubbling beneath the surface of her vivacity. Hinata's revelation during their journey had been like a crack. Now, that crack was rapidly widening, exposing the reality he had entirely overlooked. Kagaya's gaze bore into Ino's. He began to speak of the Chunin exams and those photographs, but he did not need to finish. His eyes conveyed everything. He had truly grasped the coherent, pointed significance behind those actions. Ino's face flushed a deep crimson, her panic intensifying. He recalled everything. She lowered her head, her golden locks cascading down to shield her expression, revealing only her trembling lips. This time, it was not silence, but acquiescence. Kagaya observed her reaction, realizing that what he had deemed normal banter had long since crossed the line. Ino suddenly lifted her head, her eyes glistening, tears stubbornly refusing to fall. The facade of perpetual cheerfulness had been stripped away, revealing years of accumulated emotions, bittersweet and fervent. Her voice, tinged with the tremor of impending tears, held a resolute defiance. Kagaya, you are truly an utter fool, a colossal fool. Once upon a time, long ago, it was evident. Each year, you would gather everyone together to celebrate their birthdays. You were well aware of it. You knew the moment you stormed into my room and confronted me. Later, when you realized I was taking pictures, you chose to ignore it. Even during exams, you teased me. And now, you come questioning me. Her voice was laden with pent-up grievances and fervor, as if she was about to unleash all the hidden sentiments accumulated over the years. Because I adore you. You fool. Funya, I have cherished these feelings for a long time. You, who only gazes at Hinata, pretending not to see the affections of others, you scoundrel. In that moment, her voice cracked with suppressed tears and all her grievances, as if she had expended all her courage. After her outburst, she appeared utterly drained, her shoulders slumped, and the sound of her muffled sobs reverberated in the quiet room. Funya stood frozen in place. It was merely a simple statement I made. The wine glass in his hand had unknowingly been set down. Yes, he was aware of her clandestine photography, knew she attempted to assist him in cheating, and perhaps subconsciously sensed a hint of something different. Yet he had easily cloaked it with the guise of camaraderie and brotherhood. He reveled in her attention and special treatment, but had never contemplated the responsibility that accompanied it, nor had he pondered the profound implications behind it. He felt the overwhelming tide of emotions radiating from Ino, a torrent of feelings suppressed for years, laden with endless grievances and despair. It was over. That singular thought consumed Fenya's mind. This was not a matter that could be brushed aside with a mere apology. What he faced was a weighty and sincere affection, one he had unwittingly taken advantage of for far too long, yet had utterly betrayed. Surprisingly, guilt and panic did not linger in his heart. Guilt? Perhaps a touch. But more so, a sense of irritation at being thrust into the spotlight, compelled to make a choice. He held promises and feelings for Hinata, yet before this fervent, audacious, even desperate emotion from Ino, he found himself unable to simply dismiss it. He inwardly cursed himself. A companion to Hinata has transformed into a sister? Ino's character might indeed influence Hinata? He gazed at Ino's trembling shoulders, her tear-streaked eyes, and the indomitable spirit unique to the eldest daughter of the mountain family. Even amidst her breakdown, suddenly, he chuckled, the laughter seeming somewhat incongruous, yet it effectively stilled Ino's cries. She lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes searching his, bewildered by his sudden mirth. Was he mocking her? Fenya's gaze had shifted. The complexity faded, replaced by a hint of intrigue, alongside a primal instinct delighted by such intense emotions. Yes, I have known for quite some time. I sensed you felt differently about me. He spoke so candidly that Ino momentarily forgot her tears, simply staring at him in astonishment. So what now? Fenya leaned slightly forward, resting his elbows on the table, his gaze compelling. Ino, you are fully aware. He deliberately slowed his pace, enunciating each word with remarkable clarity. I have Hinata, and there are others. He was compelling her to confront reality, to recognize the futility of her struggle, or perhaps he merely wished to hear her articulate that answer. In a moment of breathlessness, Ino's complexion paled further at his brutally candid words. Yet, to Fenya's astonishment, that pallor was fleeting, soon replaced by an even more resolute glimmer in her eyes. She abruptly wiped the tears from her face with the back of her hand, straightened her posture, and met Fenya's gaze with unwavering determination. So what? I know you have Hinata. I know there might be others. I've known from the very beginning. Chapter 120. The courage to love and hate. She mirrored his posture, leaning forward to bridge the gap between them, their breaths intermingling. But I just like you. That has nothing to do with what I know. Her gaze boldly locked onto Fenya's, brimming with unmasked desire and possessiveness. Fenya, are you telling me all this to make me give up? Without waiting for his response, she forced a tear-streaked yet radiant smile, akin to a flower blooming in despair. That is impossible. Ino of the mountain never easily relinquishes what she desires. You may choose Hinata or anyone else. That is your liberty. Her voice lowered, yet rang clearer. But my feelings for you are mine. I want to treat you well. I want to be close to you. I want you to see me in your eyes. That is also my freedom. Her confession was audacious, direct, even somewhat unreasonable. She was indifferent to whether he had others. She disregarded the multitude of obstacles ahead. She was determined to lay her heart bare before him, compelling him to see, to confront, to respond. Fenya stood completely stunned. Such a bold and straightforward declaration. Ino truly embodied the essence of loving fiercely and hating passionately. The unrestrained desire and resolve ignited the air like a flame. Yet, at that moment, the most visceral impact emanated from Ino herself. Her reckless courage reminiscent of a moth drawn to a flame. Gazing into the depths of her eyes, aflame with love and determination, he remained silent for several long seconds, simply observing her with profound intensity. Finally, he leaned in closer, the distance between them so slight that their noses nearly brushed, allowing him to see the undried tears resting on her lashes. Then he spoke, his voice laced with a dangerous allure. Is that so? Even if you gain nothing, even if you might get hurt, you still don't care? It was a test, a provocation inviting her to plunge into a deeper vortex. Ino's heart raced wildly, discerning a hint of acquiescence in his low voice, a whisper of possibility. A wave of ecstatic tension gripped her. She nodded vigorously, her gaze unwavering, even tinged with defiance. I don't care, as long as you don't push me away. The last few words, however, betrayed a flicker of humble longing. Fengyi gazed at her, and finally, a slow smile graced his lips. This smile was devoid of the previous complexity and playfulness, replaced instead by a clear, possessive expression that a man directs towards a woman. Jingyi, does she truly not push you away? Feng Ye's voice deepened as he leaned in closer. Their lips were almost touching, their warm breaths intertwining, mingling with the rich aroma of sake and the slight brininess of her tears. Jingyi, you walked into this yourself. Jing Ye's heart raced. His approach did not instill fear, but rather a thrilling expectation. The depths of his eyes resembled a vortex, capable of drawing one in. She intended to say something to bolster her stance, even if just for show. Yet, Feng Yi did not grant her that opportunity. He raised his hand, gripping the nape of her neck, thwarting any intention she might have had to retreat. Then, he leaned in, capturing her slightly parted lips, startled by his sudden advance. Jing Ye's eyes widened, her mind blank. The cross-legged position added a peculiar sense of confinement and intimacy to the kiss. She could feel the coolness of his lips, laced with the taste of sake, juxtaposed with their warmth, a conflicting sensation that could easily lead one to surrender. This was not the gentle, tender kiss she had envisioned. Instead, it bore the weight of Feng Ye's complex emotions at that moment, a sense of relief from unspoken feelings, the vanity of a man enamored, and a reckless disregard for restraint. There was even a hint of punitive desire for her earlier bold declaration, as if he sought to obliterate the barrier labeled companionship that lay between them. Initially stiff, Jingyi soon found herself overwhelmed by years of pent-up emotions, washing away all shyness and panic. She closed her eyes and, though inexperienced, bravely began to reciprocate, her hands clutching tightly at his shirt. Time became indiscernible. Only when both were breathless did Feng Yi slightly withdraw, his gaze shadowed, swirling with emotions Jing Yi could not comprehend. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes hazy. Her golden hair tousled from their earlier movements. She gasped for air as if she had just been pulled from the depths of water. Fool, Feng Yi remarked with a teasing smile as he observed her flustered state. You are the fool, Jing Yi snapped back, her voice lacking in strength, resembling more of a sulk. She did not release her grip on his shirt. Instead, she tightened it further. What is this? A response. What do you think? Feng Ye's fingers gently caressed her delicate skin, sending shivers down her spine. And Hinata? Jingyi could not help but ask, despite her earlier bravado. Hearing his words and feeling his kiss summoned an undercurrent of unease. Was there someone else? Feng Ye's gaze flickered momentarily, and rather than answering directly, he countered, Are you afraid? Who is it that claimed not to care? Who is afraid? Jing Ye's competitive spirit ignited, tilting her face to glare at him. But her flushed cheeks and flickering eyes betrayed her insecurity. I was just, once more, her words were silenced. Feng Yi seemed to convey through this action that some questions held no answers at this moment. Or rather, the answer lies nestled within the breaths exchanged between them. In no time, Inoue succumbed to this sensation, casting aside her earlier discontent to the far reaches of the sky. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. Feng Yi gazed into her shimmering blue eyes, gently caressing the corner of her lips with his thumb. Inoue, he uttered her name, his voice regaining a measure of calmness. This path may prove far more arduous than you anticipate. Inoue endeavored to steady her racing heart and weakened body. She looked at Feng Yi, her initial enchantment gradually replaced by a familiar tenacity and resolve. Humph, do not underestimate me, she retorted, a hint of pride creeping into her tone. The path I, Inoue, have chosen in the mountains, I shall traverse even on my knees. As for you, Feng Yi, do not think of abandoning me halfway, or else. She feigned a fierce expression. I shall replicate all your dark history photographs 1,000 times and scatter them from the Hokage rock. Upon hearing this, Feng Yi couldn't help but chuckle. This was the Inoue he knew. Very well, I look forward to it. He straightened up, poured a glass of wine for both himself and her, then slid her glass across the table. So, you will handle things with Hinata, yes? Aren't you sisters? Inoue's cheeks flushed as she accepted the wine glass, clinking it vigorously against his, producing a crisp sound. Humph, only a scoundrel like you would suggest I deal with your legitimate girlfriend. She tipped her head back and downed the sake in one go, setting down her glass. They exchanged a glance, a silent understanding, and a new connection quietly forming between them. Chapter 121. Nonsense. The lingering effect of the sake began to rise. The air within the private room grew increasingly intimate, tinged with a soft haze of drunkenness. Inoue's tolerance for alcohol was evidently inferior to Feng Yi's. Her gaze had begun to blur, Yet she insisted on clinking glasses with him, mumbling celebratory words about how the fool had finally woken up. Fengye himself had consumed a fair amount, but he still retained a thread of lucidity. He watched Inoue sway unsteadily before him, her cheeks flushed, and smiled with a hint of helplessness. All right, no more drinking. He reached for the sake jug that Inoue was still attempting to grasp. If you drink any more, you truly want to be able to return. Who says I can't go back? Inoue protested, trying to reclaim the jug, but her body felt weak and she nearly toppled over. Fengye swiftly caught her shoulder. All right, you can go back. He played along with her words, his tone unconsciously indulgent. I've had too much to drink and need you to carry me home. Is that acceptable? Inoue squinted, pondering whether this reasoning held any merit, then broke into a silly grin. Well, that is more like it. Fengye bent down, wrapping her arm around his shoulder and lifting her onto his back. Inoue let out a soft hum, seemingly finding comfort in this position, adjusting herself to lie against his broad back. Am I heavy? She mumbled. Not at all. Fengye replied softly, securing her as he settled the bill. They stepped out of the restaurant. The journey was quiet, filled only with the sound of their footsteps and Inoue's occasional murmurs. Fengye? You really are a fool. Noted. Do not bully Hinata. Inoue closed her eyes, as if murmuring in a dream. She is quite well, though her tendency to overthink can be rather excessive. Her voice has grown increasingly faint, yet I find myself in decent spirits. As Fengye listened to her fragmented, disjointed words, a medley of emotions stirred within him. Upon arriving at the flower shop nestled in the mountains, he knocked on the door. It was opened by Hai, who, upon seeing his daughter tipsily supported by Fengye, momentarily froze before quickly regaining his composure. My apologies, Uncle Hai. We had a few drinks together this evening, and Jingye has perhaps overindulged, Fengye explained politely, handing Jingye over to her father. I am sorry for the trouble. Hai accepted his daughter, his gaze lingering briefly on both Fengye and Jingye, but he refrained from asking further questions. Thank you for bringing her back, Fengye. You're welcome, Fengye nodded in farewell. Departing from the flower shop, he made his way back to the Hokage estate. The night breeze was cool, dispersing some of the lingering effects of alcohol, yet the weight in his heart remained unchanged. Upon returning home, he found Hinata still awake in their bedroom. She lay on her side, facing away from the door, but Fengye sensed she had not fallen asleep. Rather, she was quietly waiting. He removed his alcohol-scented outer garment and gently laid down on the other side of the bed. The mattress sank slightly, causing Hinata's body to tense momentarily. Fengye merely lay flat, gazing at the ceiling, fatigue washing over him like a tide. The aftereffects of the alcohol lingered, yet his mind was unusually alert, perhaps compelled by an invisible pressure to remain so. After a while, he turned to her, extending his hand to gently rest on her waist. Drawing her closer, Hinata obediently shifted to face him, burying her face in his chest. Her movements were light, marked by habitual reliance, yet her body remained somewhat stiff. Silence enveloped them, punctuated only by the sound of their breaths and heartbeats. The residual scent of alcohol mingled with a faint whiff of floral fragrance, lingering at Hinata's nose. She surmised where he might have been and with whom. A wave of bittersweet emotion surged within her, but she refrained from voicing her thoughts, instead sinking deeper into his embrace, as though such a gesture could shield her from the unsettling speculations. Sensing the tranquility of the person in his arms, Fengye tightened his embrace, resting his chin atop her head and releasing a weary sigh. Sleep, he murmured, his voice heavy with exhaustion, as if all his energy had been depleted. Hinata did not respond, merely nodding gently in his arms. Just as Fengye believed she had finally relaxed and was succumbing to sleep and the effects of alcohol, a sudden sharp pain pricked at his neck. Hinata seemed momentarily taken aback, and the pressure of her teeth immediately eased, transforming into an apologetic, gentle lick, as if to soothe the tiny marks left in that fleeting moment. Fengye let out a soft sound in a daze, instinctively pulling her closer, mumbling indistinctly, "Don't be silly." Hinata's cheeks flushed instantly, her heart racing. She too was bewildered by her sudden action. Perhaps it was the uncontrollable flash of a recent memory in her mind. Fengye guiding her with his extraordinary and powerful abilities, breaking through the clouds and soaring through the skies. Beneath her feet lay an endless sea of rolling clouds, and in that moment, it seemed as if the entire world consisted solely of the two of them. The sheer exhilaration, the overwhelming sense of freedom, and the almost dizzying romance were indelibly etched into her heart. In stark contrast was the reality of him returning. bearing the scent of another, lying silently and wearily beside her. She lifted her gaze, peering into the dim light at the serene visage of Fengya, mere inches away. Her eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions, guilt, unease, a deeply hidden affection, and a lingering uncertainty that she could not fully dispel. Ultimately, she gently reclined once more against his chest, attuned to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, and closed her eyes. This time, she genuinely wished not to become the version of herself that Fengya despised. As dawn broke, Fengya awoke, rubbing his slightly swollen temples. A faint prickling sensation at the side of his neck reminded him of the small accident with Hinata the previous night. He turned to see Hinata feigning sleep beside him, choosing not to expose her pretense. After freshening up, he returned to the bedside to find Hinata sitting upright, softly greeting him. "Good morning, Fengya-kun." "Morning," he replied. "Henji-kun, were you with Ino last night?" Her directness momentarily startled him. He gazed into her eyes, which seemed to already harbor the answer. Abandoning any evasions, he nodded, "Yes." Hinata regarded him silently, her expression devoid of shock, as if she were merely confirming a truth she had long suspected. After what felt like an eternity, she offered a soft, almost wistful laugh. "Is that so?" she murmured, her voice as delicate as a sigh. "I understand." She did not inquire further, nor did she express anger or despair. Instead, she simply nodded slowly and silently. Yes, what difference did it make if there was another Ino out there? Now that there was one more, what did it truly matter? He was here, beside her, yet a part of him now belonged to someone else. And she seemed to have lost even the strength and right to possess him completely. Her acceptance was not forgiveness, nor was it leniency. It was a resignation to the reality that she could not alter. She finally responded softly, her tone betraying no emotion. Fengya sighed as he observed her demeanor. Perhaps it was best to allow her some peace during this time. Ino would be relying on him now. Chapter 122. Tsunade on the training grounds of the Hyuga clan. Hanabi was diligently practicing her gentle punches, her small face taut with concentration. Catching sight of her sister and Fengya entering, she immediately abandoned her stance and bounded towards them like a lively little rabbit. "Sister, brother-in-law." Her voice rang clear as she performed a proper greeting. Her wide eyes fixed on Fengya, admiration spilling forth unabashedly. However, alongside her admiration came an unmistakable complaint. She placed her hands on her hips, feigning displeasure as she pouted. "Humph. Sister, brother-in-law's words don't count. He promised to be gone for just a few days, yet he has taken so long to return. Did he forget all about me?" Hinata couldn't help but stifle a laugh at her sister's lively antics. Fengya chuckled as well, reaching out to touzle Hanabi's hair. "How could I ever forget my most formidable Hanabi? Look, I have brought you a gift as an apology." As she spoke, she produced a beautifully wrapped box and handed it to Hanabi. "I specially selected this for you. See if you like it." Instantly, Hanabi's attention was diverted, and the small complaints on her face were replaced by sheer delight. Eagerly, she accepted the box and opened it. Wow, how exquisite! Upon seeing the delicate, shimmering silver bracelet, particularly the translucent light green gem adorning it, her eyes sparkled with joy. She picked up the bracelet, unable to take her eyes off it, beaming with happiness. "I absolutely adore it." She immediately fastened the bracelet around her wrist, lifting it to catch the sunlight, utterly enchanted. Observing her sister's radiant smile, devoid of any shadows, a subtle emotion within Hinata began to unfurl. At the village gates of Konoha, Jiraiya returned, accompanied by an exhilarated Naruto and a contemplative Tsunade. The news of the fifth Hokage's appointment had already spread, the villagers' cheers mingling with a sense of relieved anticipation. Jiraiya had thoroughly briefed Tsunade on the recent events in the village, especially the cataclysmic battle that had ensued. "So, here's the situation," Jiraiya said, raising his hands in disbelief. "A kid named Akasawa Fengya utterly defeated Orochimaru's reanimated forms, including your great-grandfather and great-uncle. Then, with a golden blade of light unlike anything I've seen, he vanquished the eight-headed serpent and its mountain range." Even though Tsunade had already received this information from Jiraiya, witnessing the battlefield, partially restored but still bearing horrific scars, made her frown deeply. The lingering energy in the air sent shivers down her spine, even as a powerhouse of her caliber. "Humph, sounds like a troublemaker even worse than Naruto." Tsunade crossed her arms, her tone fiery. "That old man is getting increasingly reckless. Such uncontrollable power within the village." Jiraiya had spoken the truth. Fengya is incredibly formidable, Naruto interjected excitedly, his eyes alight. He acted to protect the village. He is a hero. Granny Tsunade, you can't hold his strength against him. Besides, he is a good person, just like I will one day earn everyone's recognition and become Hokage. I believe in Finya. Naruto's impassioned defense, a blend of fact, personal sentiment, and lofty dreams, though simple in logic, possessed a profound resonance, especially with its unreserved trust and acceptance. Tsunade regarded Naruto's fervent, earnest plea for his comrade, and then glanced at the distant, battered mountain range. She clicked her tongue in irritation, yet the sternness in her gaze softened slightly. She recalled Dan and Shinsuke. Power itself is neither inherently good nor evil. Perhaps it was time to meet this young man in person. In the Hokage's office, the conversation between the third Hokage and Tsunade took on a more direct tone. Jiraiya has likely briefed you on the situation, the third Hokage said, taking a puff from his pipe. That child's power system is quite unique, far exceeding conventional understanding. Yet his heart is not malevolent, and he has bonds within Konoha. He needs someone to guide him, and you are the most suitable candidate. Tsunade huffed in acknowledgement, tacitly agreeing. Though her temper is fiery, she possesses a keen sense of the larger picture. She is acutely aware of the significance of being capable of decisively vanquishing the likes of the impure world reincarnation of the first and second Hokage, as well as slaying the formidable Yamada no Orochi for the present-day Konoha. Although Naruto's words may appear naive, they underscore an important truth. One should not dismiss someone simply due to their overwhelming power. Understood, old man. Tsunade rose from her seat, flexing her wrist, a glimmer of intrigue gracing her features. Let me personally assess the capabilities of this remarkable young man who has impressed both you and Jiraiya. In the third training ground of Konoha, the sun blazed brightly. Kagaya idly kicked at pebbles beneath his feet, awaiting the arrival of the legendary fifth Hokage. This so-called trial was a nuisance, as he was compelled to earn the title of Tsunade's disciple. As footsteps approached, Kagaya lifted his gaze to see Tsunade striding towards him, arms crossed, her formidable figure radiating an undeniable presence. Beside her, Shizun cradled a pink pig, her expression fraught with concern. You are the one called Asakawa Kagaya? Tsunade inquired directly, her piercing gaze sweeping over him, lingering on his upright posture and the ancient black blade at his waist. You seem rather sturdy. Jiraiya and the old man have sung your praises to the heavens, claiming that even my grandfather and great-grandfather's impure bodies were no match for you? Kagaya chuckled lightly, adopting a relaxed tone. Well, those two old gentlemen had only just risen. Perhaps they had yet to limber up. I merely assisted them in warming up a bit and gave Uncle Snake a send-off. His casual dismissal of the matter was akin to discussing a trivial meal from the previous evening. This nonchalant attitude caused Tsunade's brow to furrow in irritation. Smooth talker, let us see if you truly possess the extraordinary abilities they claim you have. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, the ground beneath her feet cracked slightly as she launched herself forward with astonishing speed. Her straightforward punch, imbued with the terrifying strength to shatter boulders, bore down upon him, causing the air to thrum with tension. Bring it on, Kagaya thought, standing his ground without flinching, even taking a moment to mentally note such vigor and indeed a remarkable physique. At the instant her fist was about to make contact, he casually lifted his right hand, fingers splayed, and precisely met her powerful blow. A resounding thud echoed through the air. As their fists collided, waves of distortion rippled visibly, a shockwave bursting forth in a circular arc, stirring up clouds of dust. Shizun involuntarily gasped, instinctively stepping back. In the center of the battlefield, the ground beneath Kagaya sank, creating a shallow crater, yet he remained as steadfast as a mountain. He had effortlessly caught Tsunade's explosive punch with a single hand. What? Tsunade's eyes widened in astonishment, as if she had struck the very core of the hardest mountain. The recoil from the impact sent a wave of numbness through her wrist, while her opponent had merely used one hand to absorb the force with nonchalance, barely registering any chakra fluctuations. Was this purely a display of physical strength? Chapter 123. Is this the day we've been waiting for? You possess considerable strength, Lady Tsunade. With a smile, Finya casually remarked, exerting a slight pressure with his palm. Tsunade immediately felt an irresistible force emanating from his hand, compelling her to retract her fist and retreat. She stumbled back 3 steps before finally stabilizing herself, her face etched with disbelief. What on earth is this brute strength? She stared intently at Finya's arms, which appeared elegantly toned, yet certainly not exaggerated. This was far beyond the physical prowess of an ordinary ninja. Perhaps he simply consumes an ample amount of food? Fengya, with a serious demeanor, nonsensically suggested, "Shall we continue, Lady Tsunade? It seems you haven't sufficiently warmed up." This remark only added fuel to the fire. Tsunade's temples throbbed with fury. "You arrogant brat." She swiftly formed hand seals, proclaiming, "Ninjutsu, creation rebirth, the 100 healings technique." The dark curse marks spread instantaneously, and a tremendous surge of chakra erupted, elevating her aura once more. This time, she held nothing back. "Focus!" Tsunade shouted fiercely, her figure vanishing again, her speed surpassing the previous instance by more than double. In an instant, she appeared at Fengya's side, delivering a vicious knife-hand strike capable of cleaving through boulders towards his neck. Again, Fengya refrained from employing any flashy techniques, simply raising his arm, cloaked in a faint chakra, to block. In truth, the inherent strength of a sage body was already formidable enough. Boom! An even more terrifying sound of collision erupted. The ground beneath Fengya shattered explosively, debris flying, yet his blocking arm remained utterly unmoved. Instead, Tsunade exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible?" Her astonishment was immeasurable. Activated with the 100 healings technique, her strength had geometrically increased, yet she still could not budge him. What was this boy's body made of? Fengya pressed down and pushed his blocking arm forward. A tremendous force surged forth, and Tsunade felt an irresistible thrust propel her backward uncontrollably, sliding several meters and carving 2 deep trenches in the earth. Just as she regained her footing, Fengya's figure closed in like a specter, delivering a calm punch to her chest. It appeared unhurried, yet bore a suffocating pressure. Tsunade could only cross her arms in defense. Bang! She felt an indescribable vast power course through her, and even with the 100 healings technique and chakra defense, her arms went numb in an instant, her blood surging. She was sent flying off the ground by this sheer force. Struggling to adjust her posture midair, she landed awkwardly, staggering several steps before finally halting, her breath becoming somewhat labored. The way she looked at Fengya had entirely changed, her gaze reflecting that of one confronting an inhuman monstrosity. What on earth? She was momentarily at a loss for words. Strength, speed, and defense, all were utterly crushed. This was a chasm that skill and experience could not bridge. Fengya stood still, as if he had merely swatted away a fly. Tsunade fixed her piercing gaze upon him, her chest heaving violently. Ultimately, she dispelled the 100 healings technique. The fiery rage on her face replaced by an exceedingly complex expression, shock, disbelief, and a hint of uncontainable excitement. A monster. She ultimately squeezed out those 2 words through her teeth, but her tone was no longer merely one of anger. "Your strength seems to be born for battle. I shall take it as a compliment." Fengya smiled lightly. Tsunade stepped before him, regarding him with the scrutinizing gaze one might reserve for a precious gem, as if seeking to uncover the secrets of his formidable power. "Enough, the trial is over." She exhaled deeply, her tone resolute. "From this day forth, you shall be my disciple, Tsunade." Fengya nodded in acquiescence. "Understood, master." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the art of immortal techniques." Tsunade observed his somewhat perfunctory demeanor and could not help but let out a dismissive huff, though the corners of her mouth slightly lifted. "What a treasure I have found." Although it is merely a title of master and disciple, such trivialities matter little. Gazing at the young man before her, whose strength was extraordinary, she found her admiration for him growing. After all, strength is the unchanging law of the ninja world, especially this overwhelming level of power. Suddenly, a rumor she had heard during her journey came to mind, and a spark of interest flickered across her fiery visage. She nudged Fengya with her elbow. "Hey kid, I've heard that you have a nickname in Konoha, something like the King of Dance, and you're also referred to as the God of Wine." Fengya was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected question. "It's all just a bit of fun and games. It shouldn't be taken seriously." "Haha. I've been waiting for this day. Enough with the small talk." Tsunade waved her hand grandly, as if she had found a kindred spirit, her eyes shining bright. "Let us see what you're made of. Come, let us go drink. I want to see just how much weight your title of God of Wine carries." Without waiting for Fengya's agreement, she clasped his shoulder, noticing that this fellow was rather tall for 12, and hurriedly led him out of the training grounds. "Tsunade-sama, wait. You still need to go to the Hokage office for the handover." Shizune, standing nearby, was nearly jumping in anxiety, attempting to remind her of the pressing matters at hand. Let the old man wait a little longer. Nothing is more important than drinking. Tsunade called back without turning her head, her voice booming. Shizun, go tell the old man that I've taken on a fine disciple and am off to celebrate. Shizun watched the two retreating figures, feeling at a loss, and could only sigh in resignation. In Konoha South bustling commercial street, in a rather old-fashioned izakaya, the owner, upon seeing the soon-to-be fifth Hokage Tsunade enter with the king of dance, immediately understood and led them to a secluded private room. Soon, several pots of sake and some side dishes were served. Come, let us drink to salute. Tsunade generously filled her cup to the brim, tilted her head back, and downed it in one go, exhaling a long breath of alcohol. Funya chuckled, not wishing to be coy, and similarly drained his cup. The sake was crisp and quite pleasant. Good. Refreshing. Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, refilling their cups. How much better than those who are all timid and reserved. I heard you once made a Suma pass out from drinking, and even danced at the barbecue place? Funya rubbed his nose. Ahem, it was just a moment of drunken folly. Hardly worth mentioning. What is there to be embarrassed about? If you're happy, drink to your heart's content. Tsunade clearly appreciated this sentiment. After all, what is life if not to seek joy and excitement? Come, let us continue. With several pots of sake consumed, the atmosphere became thoroughly lively. Tsunade had completely let herself go, exuberantly boasting about her illustrious past achievements, her tales of gambling losses and brawls equally divided. As she became animated, she would pound on Funya's back, the sound echoing through the air. Funya, accompanying her in her revelry, interjected with playful banter, puncturing her grandiose claims with a jest or two, eliciting hearty laughter from Tsunade and a self-imposed penance of 3 drinks. In Chapter 124, Drinking Companions, as the merriment escalated, Tsunade suddenly draped her arm around Funya's neck, leaning heavily against him, the scent of alcohol mingling with a subtle fragrance. She bore no semblance of the formidable Hokage or a legendary warrior, but rather embodied the spirit of a boisterous drinking companion. Let me tell you, kid, she slurred, her tongue slightly clumsy, yet her thoughts surprisingly lucid. From now on, you stick with me in Konoha. If anyone rubs you the wrong way, just let me know. I'll take care of it. And when it comes to drinking, you better include me. I guarantee we'll be unmatched in Konoha. Funya, somewhat winded by her embrace, managed to stammer, Yes, Sensei is magnificent. Sensei has a great capacity. He gazed at this future 5th Hokage, who had completely forsaken her dignity, calling him her comrade, while declaring plans for fights and drinks. It seemed he had unwittingly invited trouble upon himself. The room was thick with the aroma of alcohol, laughter ringing out continuously. Tsunade was entirely absorbed in her camaraderie with her newly appointed disciple and drinking companion, casting aside all thoughts of Hokage duties and village affairs. The atmosphere was charged with the spirit of revelry, as empty bottles leaned precariously in a corner. Tsunade had long succumbed to inebriation, sprawled across the table, mumbling incoherently about continuing to drink and indulging whims. Her impending role as Hokage was nowhere to be seen in her demeanor. Funya rubbed his throbbing temples, casting a glance at the unconscious Tsunade, and sighed in resignation. He stood up, approached her, and placed a hand on her shoulder. Hey, Tsunade-sensei, wake up. It's time to go back. He called out a couple of times, only to be met with a vague mumble in response. Is this what it means to skip out on the bill? He pondered, shaking his head. Leaning down, he wrapped one of her arms around his neck, while securing her waist with his other hand, attempting to lift her. In that moment, his arms could not help but register the astonishing softness and remarkable elasticity of her form. Funya's lips twitched slightly as he internally remarked, This sensation is utterly absurd. One could easily mistake her for someone in her 20s, completely oblivious to her true age. Steeling himself, he managed to hoist Tsunade up. She hung limply against him, her head resting on his shoulder, her warm, heavily perfumed breath washing over his neck, a certain weight pressing firmly against his arm and side. Unbelievable, Funya muttered under his breath as he began to navigate their way outside. It would be a challenge for anyone else to carry someone so intoxicated and voluptuous. After settling the bill, Funya stood with Tsunade in the cool night air outside the izakaya. The breeze seemed to rouse her slightly, though she remained in a daze. Let us keep drinking, she mumbled, nuzzling her head against him. Funya paid no heed to her inebriated ramblings. Instead, he gently closed his eyes, focusing his mind. The aura of Kinbunshiku, centered around him, quietly expanded, attuning itself to the essence of Konoha village. Soon, he detected a presence hastily approaching. Imbued with a sense of urgency, it was Shizune, cradling the plump piglet in her arms. Just in time, Funya exhaled in relief. Having her carry Tsunade in such a state would be too conspicuous. He lingered momentarily, and indeed, before long, Shizune arrived. Breathless and distressed upon seeing Tsunade draped over Funya's shoulder, her expression a mix of helplessness and concern. "Funya, I truly appreciate your help. Lady Tsunade." "She again." Shizune hurried forward to assist. "It's nothing. The teacher's tolerance for alcohol is rather impressive," Funya replied diplomatically, helping stabilize Tsunade alongside Shizune. "Honestly, she is about to assume the role of Hokage, yet she indulges like this," Shizune murmured, struggling under Tsunade's weight, while the piglet, Tun, squeaked around their feet. "I shall leave her in your capable hands," Funya said, releasing his hold and observing as Shizune painstakingly supported Tsunade. "Yes, thank you very much, Funya-kun. You should return and rest." Shizune expressed her gratitude promptly. Funya nodded, watching as Shizune, wobbling with effort, slowly guided the murmuring Tsunade away, fading from sight at the end of the street. It was time to return home, but as this thought emerged, he considered letting her ponder alone. Alcohol often amplified such feelings of exhaustion. His feet instinctively altered course, leading him toward a familiar direction within the village. After his travels and the ensuing chaos of returning, he had yet to seek her out. Perhaps it was best to let things unfold naturally. Before long, he stood before an unassuming door. Without hesitation, he gently rapped on it. Silence enveloped the room for a moment, followed by the faintest sound of footsteps. The door opened slightly, revealing a pair of cool, piercing eyes amidst the darkness. Upon recognizing her visitor, those eyes transformed, revealing a complex and concealed emotion. "Funya?" Xian's voice was low and slightly hoarse. "What brings you here?" She detected the scent of alcohol lingering on him. "I just finished drinking with my new mentor." Funya leaned against the doorframe, gazing at her. The moonlight accentuated her delicate facial features, her simple dark attire emanating a hint of post-bath freshness. "I realized I hadn't seen you since returning, so I came by." His tone carried the casualness of intoxication, his gaze unwavering upon her visage. Xian furrowed her brow slightly, stepping aside to allow him entry. "Come in. You've had too much to drink." Funya stepped into the room. It was as he remembered, simple, stark, almost devoid of unnecessary items, filled only with a faint, crisp fragrance. Much like her essence. The door closed softly behind him. As Xian turned to speak, Funya suddenly reached out, pulling her into his embrace with an undeniable force and the warmth of intoxication. For a moment, Xian's body stiffened, the instinctive resistance of an Umbu operative beginning to awaken. Yet, as she felt the warmth of his embrace and the almost imperceptible sigh escape his lips, she quietly melted away. Her body gradually softened, her hands gently encircling his waist as she buried her face against his shoulder, imbued with the scent of alcohol and the night dew. "Are you tired?" she inquired softly. Feng Yi replied succinctly, offering no further explanation. He found no need to elaborate on Hinata or the intricate emotional entanglements before her. A certain understanding flowed silently between them. Lowering his head, Feng Yi sought her lips. Shiyuan slightly tilted her face upward, closing her eyes, responding to the kiss laden with the taste of wine and complex emotions. In this moment, such direct and clandestine contact requiring little contemplation was precisely what Feng Yi needed to temporarily escape the exhausting intricacies of his relationships. He lifted Shiyuan, striding towards the inner chamber. That night, Konoha was remarkably tranquil. Chapter 125. The Hokage's Guardian. The following day, Konoha village held the inauguration ceremony for its fifth Hokage. Tsunade, clad in ceremonial robes, stood on the terrace of the Hokage building, addressing the gathering of villagers and ninjas below. She delivered a brief yet powerful speech, promising to lead Konoha towards a new future. Her bold and commanding presence inspired many, particularly when some villagers learned she was the granddaughter of the first Hokage, which instilled immense trust and anticipation in them. Naruto, watching from the crowd, was filled with excitement, cheering loudly. Feng Yi stood among the throng, observing the woman who had been utterly inebriated the night before, now radiating brilliance and authority, and couldn't he help but chuckle. After the ceremony, the vast machinery of Konoha began to operate with renewed vigor under its new leadership. Feng Yi was summoned to the Hokage's office. Inside, Tsunade had swiftly entered work mode. With mountains of documents cluttering the desk, while Shizun busily organized and delivered files. "You're here," Tsunade remarked without lifting her head, gesturing towards a document on the table. "Take a look." Feng Yi picked up the file, which contained a promotion order. The content was straightforward. Shallow River Feng Yi was promoted to a Jonin and appointed as one of the direct guardians of the 5th Hokage, effective immediately. Jonin and Hokage's guardian? Feng Yi raised an eyebrow. His promotion to Jonin was anticipated. Given his strength and contributions, it was merely a matter of time. But the position of Hokage's guardian, how did that come about? Not willing. Tsunade finally raised her head, casting him a sidelong glance, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Do you find being my guardian too dull? Or are you concerned it might interfere with your evening escapades of drinking and dancing?" "Not at all," Feng Yi replied, setting the document down with a smile, though he was somewhat surprised. Internally, he mused, "Are you sure you're not just heading out for drinks to simplify matters?" Tsunade let out a huff, exasperated. "The Hokage is the village's symbol and its ultimate goal, even if I personally don't require it. We cannot forego the pomp and circumstances. It's a matter of principle." Pausing, her tone turned more serious. "Moreover, I am well aware of your capabilities. With you by my side, I can handle these damn documents with a bit more peace of mind, at least not fearing someone might dismantle my office." She gestured towards the towering stack of documents, her face a picture of irritation. In silence, Jingyin could not help but stifle a laugh. Feng Yi understood the situation. Rather than serving as a mere guard, it seemed more akin to appointing a formidable gatekeeper and bodyguard, allowing her to focus on her administrative duties while keeping a close eye on this unpredictable element. Having grasped the essence, he nodded in acknowledgement, affirming his commitment. "That's more like it," Feng Yi replied. Tsunade, satisfied, nodded and immersed herself once more in the mountain of paperwork. The lights in the Hokage's office shone brightly into the late hours. As the newly appointed bodyguard of the Hokage, Feng Yi's responsibilities were not particularly taxing. Most of the time, he merely needed to remain in the outer office or nearby, occasionally assisting with the delivery of urgent documents or providing early warnings against unwelcome visitors, such as certain casino employees attempting to sneak in for debt collection. The true burden fell on Tsunade and Jingyin, faced with an avalanche of paperwork, departmental reports, and the scrutiny of reconstruction budgets. Tsunade's frustrated roars and Jingyin's resigned reassurances became the ambient sounds of the office. Finally, when the clock signaled a somewhat acceptable time to conclude the day, Tsunade tossed her pen aside, leaned back forcefully in her chair, and massaged her throbbing temples. "Enough. This is where we call it a day?" She exhaled deeply, her face reflecting a profound disdain for the bureaucratic grind. Jingyin, feeling as though a great weight had been lifted, promptly began to organize the scattered documents. Tsunade rose, stretching her stiff shoulders, and her gaze fell upon the seemingly meditative Feng Yi. "We're off, kid," she called out, her face once again alight with the excitement of finding a drinking companion. After a long day, it was time to unwind. To the usual place. Feng Yi opened his eyes, unsurprised by this turn of events. He stood up and smiled. "The cost of your relaxation is not insignificant. Less chatter. Work is work, and life is life." Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, completely ignoring Jingyin's half-hearted reminder about tomorrow's early meeting, as she energetically draped her arm around Feng Yi's shoulders and strode out. Thus, the scene from the previous night replayed itself. The familiar izakaya, the well-known private room, and the mountains of sake bottles awaited them. Tsunade shed the burdens of her Hokage duties, transforming back into the boisterous and somewhat brash heroine, slamming her palms on the table, downing drinks, and regaling tales of dubious relevance. She lamented the agony of paperwork while simultaneously expressing awe and envy at Feng Yi's prowess. Feng Yi, too, reveled in the camaraderie, indulging in the drinks with abandon. Drinks flowed freely, and dishes were savored, though hardly touched. Ultimately, Tsunade predictably succumbed first, collapsing at the edge of the table, unconscious. Though Feng Yi felt a bit tipsy, he retained his clarity. Skillfully settling the bill, he once again activated his observation haki. Indeed, it was yet another day of witnessing those who sought to mooch off his expenses. Following the most straightforward path dictated by alcohol and instinct, he knocked on the door with practiced ease, maintaining a familiar rhythm. The door swung open, revealing the lovely and somewhat surprised face of Yuexian. Upon sensing the stronger scent of alcohol emanating from him compared to the previous night, A flicker of understanding and complex emotions crossed her features. "Is it you again, Lady Tsunade?" she inquired softly, stepping aside to allow him entry. Funya stepped into the room, shutting the door behind him, thereby severing the chill of the outside world. The interior remained stark and cold, only graced by her faint fragrance. He spoke little, and there was no need for explanations. He simply extended his arms, drawing her into an embrace, inhaling her essence. Xiang's body softened, her arms instinctively encircling him, sensing the scent of alcohol and an ineffable weariness emanating from him. "Are you very tired?" she asked in a hushed tone, her fingers unconsciously entwining in the strands of hair at the nape of his neck. After a brief silence, she continued, "Will you stay tonight?" Her voice was tender, laced with a barely perceptible hope. Funya lifted his gaze, meeting her own, which was close and filled with concern and warmth. He lowered his head, capturing her lips in a kiss. This night, he sought a refuge from the complexities of life, a sanctuary devoid of thought. Their bodies pressed against one another, their breaths intertwining, enveloping the atmosphere in an intimate allure. Funya began to explore, and Xiang sensed the change within him, a surge of anticipation rising within her. She understood that their connection might not align with societal norms, yet she found herself unable to restrain her emotions. In this moment, she yearned to be enveloped in this intimacy and passion. Funya's kisses descended gradually, tenderly brushing against her neck and collarbone. Xiang's breath quickened, her hands instinctively climbing to his neck. Funya's palm glided along the curve of her waist, as if tracing a secret rhythm, ultimately resting in the subtle dip at her back. His thumb gently caressed the valley of her spine, causing her body to shudder slightly. The fabric of her clothing loosened in their entanglement, revealing the gentle undulations just below her collarbone, akin to two hazy hills on a snowy plain, glistening softly in the flickering light. Funya's lips slipped from her ear, trailing down the side of her neck, his warm breath caressing her sensitive skin. His fingertips grazed the undulating edges, reminiscent of a breeze skimming over mountain contours, yet never delving into the depths, leaving behind an expanse of unending imagination. A veil of mist clouded Xiang's eyes as she softly murmured his name, her voice trembling. Funya then reached for the ties at her waist, the sound of fabric brushing against itself echoing sharply in the stillness. Chapter 126. Fanning the flames the following day. Funya had just concluded his morning duty as the Hokage's guard, which primarily entailed standing against the wall in the office, occasionally listening to Tsunade's grievances about paperwork and the soothing silence. Just as he was preparing to wander off for a bite to eat, a figure obstructed his path. With short black hair and clad in a dark blue-collared short-sleeve shirt embroidered with the Fan Clan insignia on the back, the expression on his face remained characteristically aloof, tinged with a hint of discomfort. It was Uchiha Sasuke. Funya raised an eyebrow in surprise. Sasuke was known for his solitary nature, fixated solely on strength and vengeance, seldom seeking out conversation unless it involved the unexpectedly close bond with Naruto. "Sasuke, is there something you need?" Funya halted his steps, casually inquiring. Sasuke pursed his lips, seemingly hesitant to speak, yet the burning desire within his dark eyes to grow stronger ultimately triumphed over his pride. He raised his head and met Funya's gaze, his tone imbued with his characteristic coldness and directness. "Asakawa Funya, I need to become stronger. Guide me in my training." Funya was momentarily taken aback, then found it somewhat amusing. Why was this guy seeking him out instead of pestering Kakashi about learning the lightning release technique? Oh, perhaps it was due to witnessing his overwhelming defeat of Orochimaru and the Edo Tensei Hokage? A smile crept onto his face. This scenario was rather entertaining. If Sasuke wasn't he going to become a rogue ninja, how would Naruto's relentless pursuit of him unfold? Would it transform into the daily pursuit of husbands in Konoha? The thought of Naruto bouncing around Sasuke, while the latter wore a disdainful expression, yet was compelled to remain in the village, nearly made Funya laugh aloud. Speaking of which, it seemed Naruto was about to embark on a training journey with Jiraiya. He forcibly suppressed the smile tugging at his lips and feigned seriousness, stroking his chin. "Guide you? Why seek me? Kakashi would likely be more than willing to teach you." Sasuke's brow furrowed, seemingly displeased by the counter-question, yet he replied stiffly, "Kakashi has his methods, but they are insufficient. You are stronger, your power is different." He clearly referred to that day when Funya exhibited an overwhelming display of strength, entirely unlike conventional ninjutsu. "Oh, you find something unique in me?" Funya inquired with keen interest, deliberately teasing him. Sasuke felt a flicker of irritation at the question, but insisted. That absolute power and speed. That kind of attack. I need the strength to utterly defeat that man, not a step-by-step training regimen. It appeared that the pressure from Itachi Uchiha had indeed left him somewhat desperate, willing to try even unconventional methods. Funya observed the fervent and urgent determination reflected in Sasuke's eyes and found the situation increasingly intriguing. Guiding the stubborn Uchiha in training? That seemed like it could be quite entertaining. I can guide you, Funya readily agreed, noticing the spark of hope in Sasuke's eyes, then leisurely added, however, my training methods may be rather unconventional, and I am quite busy, so it will depend on my mood. Sasuke immediately responded, any method is acceptable. The timing is up to you. Clearly, he was willing to temporarily set aside his Uchiha pride for the sake of power. Very well, Funya said, patting him on the shoulder. I happen to be hungry as well. Let us go eat something first. He led the serious-looking Sasuke, whose expression suggested he was heading to a death sentence rather than a meal, toward the Ichiraku ramen shop. As they walked, Funya suddenly recalled something, and a mischievous smile played on his lips. It would be rather dull for just the two of us to dine together. Let us invite that guy Naruto too. It's been a while since I had the chance to give him a good thrashing, and it's high time we gathered. Sasuke's expression darkened in an instant. His lips moved as if to refuse, but ultimately, he swallowed his words, merely giving a cold huff in tacit agreement. Upon arriving near Ichiraku Ramen, there was no need to search. That boisterous voice of the blonde could be heard from a distance. Naruto was animatedly boasting to the handmade noodle shop owner about Jiraiya's promise to take him on a training journey, his words punctuated by exuberant gestures. Hey, Naruto, Funya called out, catching his attention. Upon turning around, Naruto's eyes sparkled with recognition. Funya, huh, Sasuke, what are you doing here? He was taken aback to see Sasuke standing behind Funya, as the latter seldom ventured into such raucous environments. Perfect timing. Let's grab a bite, Funya said, pulling the visibly displeased Sasuke into the shop, where they sat beside Naruto. Boss, the usual, but make it extra. You got it. The owner replied cheerfully. Curiosity piqued. Naruto leaned closer to Funya and whispered, Funya, how did that guy Sasuke end up joining you for ramen? Isn't he always eating tomatoes alone? Funya cast a sidelong glance at Sasuke, who radiated a palpable aura of disdain for proximity. Raising his voice slightly, he teased, oh this? Perhaps a certain Uchiha genius suddenly realized that the former underachiever has been making rapid progress and is worried about being left behind. So he came to me for advice on how to grow stronger? Huh. Naruto sputtered, spraying the water he had just sipped, coughing violently as he pointed incredulously at Sasuke. Then back at Funya. Is that true? Sasuke, you're seeking Funya's guidance because of me? Sasuke's expression darkened, veins bulging on his forehead. His fists clenched tightly as he nearly ground out the words, Funya Akashira? What nonsense are you spouting? Is it not? Funya feigned innocence, raising his hands. Why else would you be so eager to find me? Surely, you haven't suddenly discovered my allure? You. Sasuke was on the verge of activating his Sharingan. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Naruto was bouncing with excitement, hands on his hips, loudly proclaiming to Sasuke, see, Sasuke, I told you I would surpass you. Even you admit I'm impressive now. Ha ha ha. Funya, teach me too. I'll definitely learn faster than this arrogant guy. Witnessing Naruto's obliviousness, Sasuke's complexion shifted from dark to green, then to red, as he nearly wished to unleash a Chidori to send both this fool and the troublemaker beside him skyward. Shut up, underachiever. Who admitted anything? Sasuke finally erupted in a low growl. Humph. You're just jealous that I'll be training with the pervy sage. Naruto retorted defiantly. That third-rate sage isn't worth bragging about. What did you say? The pervy sage is far from third-rate. He is even more formidable than Kakashi-sensei. Ridiculous. Do you want to fight, Sasuke? I'm not afraid of you. As the two appeared ready to ignite a brawl within the ramen shop, the handmade noodle owner's smile became somewhat strained. Quickly, Funya intervened, placing a hand on each of their heads to guide them back into their seats. All right, enough. If you want to fight, take it outside. Don't disrupt the owner's business. The noodles are here, let us eat. Steaming bowls of ramen arrived just in time to momentarily silence their bickering, though the fierce exchange of glances continued unabated. As Feng Yi observed the quarrelsome duo, a sense of amusement welled up within him. He leisurely savored his noodles, occasionally stoking the flames of their rivalry. Naruto, it seems your progress has put quite the pressure on Sasuke. How about you practice with Naruto for a while, Sasuke? You might just discover some surprises. He then turned to Naruto. By the way, when do you plan to embark on your training journey with Jiraiya? He added with a teasing tone. Look at Naruto. He has someone specifically to guide him in his training. Don't you think it's a bit late for you to be scrambling for knowledge, Sasuke? The scene unfolded with a flurry of animated banter over their bowls of ramen, Naruto's boisterous chatter clashing with Sasuke's stoic demeanor, while Yi joyfully fanned the flames of their rivalry. As they departed, Naruto strutted away, chest puffed out, as if he had triumphed over Sasuke 100 times. In stark contrast, Sasuke wore an expression that suggested he was ready to unleash a fireball at anyone who dared cross his path. Yi patted Sasuke on the shoulder with a cheerful smile. All right, don't be upset. Tomorrow morning at the 3rd training ground, remember to be on time. I want to see just how much of a genius the Uchiha truly is and whether you can withstand my special guidance. Sasuke inhaled deeply, forcing down his frustration, and with a heavy grunt, he turned to leave, his posture radiating a silent vow of strength. Watching Sasuke's retreating figure, Yi stroked his chin, his smile widening. What delightful entertainment it was. Chapter 127. The disparity days seemed to loop in an extraordinary cycle. Yi continued to fulfill his somewhat leisurely duties as a Hokage guard during the day. In reality, most of his time was spent listening to Tsunade's rants about paperwork and Shizun's futile attempts at calming her down. When the workday concluded, the familiar routine ensued. Tsunade would indulge in copious amounts of alcohol until she was utterly incapacitated, while a hastily arriving Shizun would handle the transition, leaving Yi alone in the night breeze. It appeared that Yuzuki Yueying had grown accustomed to his late-night visits, greeting him at the door and providing a silent sanctuary where words were unnecessary. And only the warmth of their shared presence was sought. As for the small abode next to the Hyuga estate, he had not set foot in it again. Hinata had not sought him out either. It seemed they had reached an unspoken understanding. Perhaps the need for reflection extended beyond Hinata alone. The following day, in the Hokage's office, Tsunade rubbed her temples, plagued by a hangover, as she irritably sifted through documents. Yi leaned against the doorframe, casually interjecting, "Teacher, may I take the afternoon off?" Without lifting her gaze, Tsunade replied gruffly, "What now? Meeting up with some girl? Or are you planning to sneak away for more drinks?" "Neither." Yi chuckled. "This is about something serious. It concerns that Uchiha boy, Sasuke." "Oh, the orphan of the Uchiha clan? What is going on?" Tsunade inquired. Her interest piqued as she lifted her head. "He came to see me yesterday, wanting me to guide his training," Yi explained, noting their shared graduation and decent rapport. "So I agreed. We're meeting at the 3rd training ground." Tsunade raised her eyebrows, setting down her pen, reclining in her chair as she regarded Yi with intrigue. "Oh, he sought you out for training? That lad has good judgment, recognizing who the true master is. But are you up to the task? I hope you won't ruin the last hope of the Uchiha clan." "Look at you," Finye remarked, a wounded expression adorning his face. "As your devoted disciple, isn't this an effortless task? It's merely a slightly unconventional training method." He gestured with a hint of exaggeration. Tsunade observed his demeanor and scoffed, "Enough of that. I'm well aware of your tendencies. Exercise caution. After all, he is a member of the Uchiha clan, and we wouldn't want any significant troubles to arise. Rest assured, I will maintain my discretion," Finye promised. "It's merely a way to stretch and, in turn, aid my classmates in their progress." "All right, granted," Tsunade waved dismissively, returning to her documents, signaling her desire for solitude in her work. "Off you go, but remember to return on time. Tomorrow morning, for your duty." "Thank you, sensei." With his objective achieved, Finye turned and sauntered away from the Hokage building. At the 3rd training ground, Uchiha Sasuke awaited, his expression characteristically stern. Yet his flickering black eyes betrayed a hint of anticipation and anxiety. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Finye ambled over, a languid smile on his face that clashed with the serious atmosphere of the training ground. "Have you been waiting long?" he inquired casually. Sasuke shook his head slightly, his gaze sharp as he responded, "No. Can we begin?" He appeared somewhat impatient. "What's the rush?" Finye chuckled, stepping into the center of the training area and surveying the surroundings. "This place is quite nice, spacious enough for some physical activity. Now, Sasuke, tell me, why do you wish to grow stronger?" Sasuke's pupils constricted sharply, his hands clenching tightly as he spoke in a low, venomous tone. "To kill that man. I need power." "Oh, Itachi," Finye nodded, his voice as nonchalant as if discussing the weather. "A very clear objective. However, power driven by hatred often leads one astray and does not endure." Sasuke furrowed his brow. What do you understand? As long as I can obtain power, I will use any means necessary. Hold on, Funya interrupted, waving his hand. I did not come to hear your declaration of vengeance. If you wish to grow stronger, I will assist you, but your motivations are of no concern to me. However, my training methods will not resemble those you have experienced at the Ninja Academy or under Kakashi. He paused, maintaining his smile, yet his gaze deepened with intensity. It may prove quite arduous, perhaps even perilous. Should you wish to reconsider, now is the time. Without a trace of hesitation, Sasuke declared, no matter how difficult or dangerous, I can endure it. Excellent, Funya nodded. Then let us begin with the first lesson, to confront reality and to gauge what you claim to possess in terms of capacity. He stood casually, not adopting any combat stance. Come now, unleash your strongest technique upon me, fueled by your determination to end my life. Engaging in a direct confrontation with the Uchiha is indeed a thrilling endeavor. Sasuke's eyes sharpened, devoid of any hesitation. He understood that mere probing would be futile. Be careful, he shouted. Chidori. A piercing cry of a bird resonated throughout the training ground, as dazzling lightning coalesced in his palm, emanating a perilous aura. This was the most formidable technique he had mastered thus far, a signature move of Kakashi, and the very hope that fueled his quest for vengeance. He infused all his chakra into a singular thrust, aimed directly at Funya. This strike was swift, precise, and fierce, far exceeding his usual capabilities. The surrounding Jonin and Chunin, who had merely passed by, found themselves holding their breath, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. Who would dare to challenge the war god? Asakura Funya? Such gallantry from the youth. Nevertheless, Funya merely raised an eyebrow, a smirk hidden within. Let me ponder, how did Itachi counter this move again? Under the unyielding gaze of Sasuke's Sharingan, amidst the scrutiny of all the onlookers, Funya refrained from forming any seals and casually lifted his right hand. His palm deftly clasped Sasuke's wrist, effortlessly pulling it back, while simultaneously executing a swift kick with his right leg. The motion was fluid and effortless. Bang! Sasuke had no time to react. His body lost all balance and was sent hurtling backward in a most undignified manner. Lying on the ground, he gazed up at the sky, his pupils constricting in shock. The scene before him violently overlapped with a fragment of a nightmarish memory in his mind. An insurmountable chasm, the sensation of being utterly powerless, to the point where even struggling felt absurd. This technique bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the man who had instilled terror and confusion within him, shattering Sasuke's thoughts. Why did Funya employ a counter so strikingly similar to Itachi's? Funya approached him, casting a shadow over his form. Do you perceive it? This is the gap that lies between us, as well as the broader divide between you and that man. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired one-handed seal formation. Chapter 128. The Unprincipled Jonin. Sasuke gritted his teeth, but could utter no words. Hatred fuels your drive, yet it does not bestow upon you the wisdom and strength to match it. Funya's voice was calm, yet laden with immense pressure. Your eyes are filled with hatred, yet they cannot see beyond it. Your chakra is rife with hostility, yet lacks precise control. He crouched down, meeting Sasuke's defiant gaze. If you wish to keep pace with me, or even aspire to challenge Itachi, then cast aside your Uchiha pride and your superficial hatred. Begin from the very basics. Learn to harness your power. Learn to see the truth with your eyes, rather than allowing emotions to cloud your vision. Funya extended his hand. Now tell me, do you wish to continue? The forthcoming training will be tenfold, 100-fold more agonizing. Sasuke looked at Funya's outstretched hand, then at his own trembling hand. Ultimately, the intense humiliation and yearning for power overwhelmed all else. He seized Funya's hand with fervor, using it to rise, his gaze igniting with a flame even more fervent and resolute than before. I shall persevere. No matter the suffering, I will endure. Until I surpass you. Until I surpass him. Funya regarded the tenacious Sasuke before him, stifling a laugh. He must not realize that such determination holds little value for an Uchiha. Ambitious are we? Very well, then, first, run 100 laps upside down around the training ground, without utilizing chakra. Fail to complete it, and you shall be tasked with another 100. What? Sasuke was taken aback. What sort of training was this? How? Were those earlier proclamations mere fabrications? Funya raised an eyebrow, tauntingly. What now? Does the dignity of the Uchiha clan not permit you to perform a handstand? Or is it that you cannot even meet such a fundamental requirement? I shall do it. Sasuke gritted his teeth. Though he did not comprehend the intent behind the request, he complied and awkwardly began to move in an inverted position. Funya observed Sasuke's clumsy efforts to advance while upside down, suppressing a smirk as he stroked his chin. Foundational physical fitness, chakra control, and the honing of willpower, truly a multifaceted approach. I am indeed a genius coach. He applauded himself inwardly, yet lamented that the Uchiha clan was renowned for their ocular prowess, rendering such training methods ineffective. Annihilation of the clan. Perhaps a Sharingan could be utilized? Why not try engaging a master of Genjutsu to create a scenario where Naruto perishes before his very eyes? Allow him to experience the profound sensation of a dear friend being sacrificed, the boundless power at his disposal? How intriguing. Yuhi Kurenai does not seem particularly adept at such deep psychological torment. Perhaps I could enlist Itachi for a cameo? No. That would be too reckless and could easily spiral out of control. From a distance atop a tree, Kakashi had appeared unbeknownst to anyone. Observing the inverted Sasuke and the leisurely overseer, Funya, his single eye brimmed with sympathy and a hint of schadenfreude. How peculiar are Funya's wicked interests. Sasuke, may fortune favor you. A mischievous smile crept across Funya's face as he suddenly vanished from sight, only to reappear on a branch of the large tree beside Kakashi. Oh, Kakashi, indulging in literature, I see. Such refined taste, Funya remarked, his voice lowered to ensure Sasuke remained oblivious. Kakashi, having sensed the approach long before, momentarily stiffened. He resignedly closed his book, revealing his vacant stare as he regarded the extraordinarily powerful, yet delightfully mischievous figure beside him. Kakashi gestured with his chin toward the inverted figure below. Funya, 100 laps in a handstand? This training method is truly original. He watched as Sasuke's face flushed, veins bulging on his arms, yet he stubbornly persisted. The flicker of schadenfreude in Kakashi's eye gradually transformed into deeper sympathy. What else could one expect? Funya assertively retorted. Laying a solid foundation is paramount. Observe him. His chakra flows erratically, his stance is unstable, and his mentality is impatient, with lofty aspirations yet lacking skill. Handstands require no chakra, making them the ideal exercise for refining these qualities. This is my exclusive secret. Kakashi shot him a sidelong glance. Are you certain it's not merely because this is more amusing? Understanding without revealing. That is what good friends do, Kakashi-senpai. Funya's grin widened. Moreover, is the outcome not commendable? Just look at his indomitable spirit. It is etched across his face. Both men leaned forward, watching as Sasuke nearly toppled once more due to the fatigue in his arms, only to valiantly support himself and continue inching forward. Alas, Kakashi sighed, uncertain whether he lamented Sasuke's predicament or Funya's peculiar interests. He is still but a child, burdened with too much weight. Is this truly just handstand running? Certainly not. Funya chuckled, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Physical endurance is merely an appetizer. The subsequent focus will be on refining his mental resilience. Mental resilience? Kakashi harbored a foreboding sense of unease. For instance, enlisting a master of illusions to craft a bespoke array of experiences for his dear friend. A luxurious mental package featuring revenge gone awry and the ancestral mockery of the Uchiha clan, set to loop incessantly. Funya, stroking his chin, spoke animatedly about it. Kakashi could already envision the expression on Sasuke's face at that moment. He silently mourned for Sasuke for 3 seconds, then discreetly adjusted his posture for greater comfort. It seemed rather intriguing, indeed. The heart of a certain and scrupulous Jonin underwent a subtle transformation. Do you require assistance? Kakashi inquired, shaking the copy of Paradise of Affection in his hand. Although I am not a professional illusionist, I can certainly create some basic striking scenarios. Funya cast a surprised glance at Kakashi and then revealed an expression of appreciation, recognizing him as a fellow connoisseur of amusement. Well done, Kakashi. I hadn't anticipated that you were also a hidden aficionado of merriment. However, there's no need for that just yet. Let him first build up his foundational physical strength. Otherwise, I fear his mind may not shatter before his body does. They exchanged a knowing smile, the atmosphere filled with warmth and camaraderie for their junior. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded at the third training ground of Konoha. The last scion of the Uchiha clan was upside down, pouring sweat, while his guiding Jonin and Funya sat side by side in a tree, enjoying the spectacle and cheerfully discussing more effective, albeit torturous, training strategies for him. Unbeknownst to Sasuke, who stubbornly persevered in his inversion. He was consumed by a singular thought: to grow stronger. One day, he would make those two watching from the tree pay dearly. After concluding his session, Sasuke returned to Kakashi. Later, at the Hokage building, Funya was whisked away by Tsunade for drinks, leading to the cool, serene abode of Shien in the early dawn hours. Chapter 129. The Gathering of the Nine Young Talents on September 23rd, with the autumn air crisp and invigorating. The backyard of the flower shop in the mountains buzzed with even more activity than in previous years. Flowers adorned the space, ribbons embellished the surroundings, and a long table overflowed with an abundance of food and beverages. The air was infused with a delightful blend of sweets, snacks, and floral fragrances. It was Ino's birthday, a day that also marked the annual gathering of their close-knit circle. Since the age of 7, the celebrations for Ino, Naruto, and Hinata had never ceased. The participants were consistently their closest peers: Ino, Naruto, Hinata, Funya, Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, and Shino. This year, however, felt particularly different. Ino, adorned in a lovely dress, navigated through her friends, her face radiant with a brilliant smile. Naruto had already arrived and was engaged in a contest with Choji to see who could devour a platter of grilled meat faster, while Kiba cheered them on, with Akamaru barking beside him. Shino sat quietly in a corner, adjusting his glasses and observing everything. Shikamaru, sporting a look of mild exasperation, yet feeling obliged to attend, leaned against the shade of a tree, yawning. Hinata had also arrived early, smiling as she assisted Ino in setting the table, though her gaze would occasionally drift toward the entrance, tinged with anticipation and anxiety. "Ino, happy birthday." Funya's voice resonated from the doorway as he entered, carrying a gift for Ino and a cheerful smile on his face. "Funya, you finally made it." In an instant, a radiant smile blossomed on Ino's face as she accepted the gift. "Let me see what Funya has brought," she exclaimed. "How beautiful." She opened the box and revealed a stylish silver bracelet, adorned with pale green gemstones that sparkled under the sunlight, perfectly complementing her attire for the day. "It's lovely." "Thank you, Funya." Ino immediately adorned her wrist with the bracelet, glancing left and right, her affection evident. Funya's gaze naturally fell upon Hinata, who, upon seeing him, widened her eyes slightly. Seemingly resolved, she suddenly stood up, briskly approached Funya, and gently yet firmly extended her arms to embrace him. Her cheeks flushed. She looked up at him and softly said, "Funya-kun, you've come." Funya was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, smiling as he affectionately ruffled her hair, replying, "Yes, I'm here." Indeed, Ino's boldness and love was effective, though it was unclear how she managed it. Just as everyone was laughing and the atmosphere grew lively, Naruto suddenly leaped into the center of the yard, loudly declaring, "Hey, everyone, quiet down for a moment. Today, I've invited 2 more people." Curiosity piqued. The crowd turned to him. Naruto scratched his head and grinned, calling out towards the flower shop, "Hey, Sasuke, Sakura, stop hiding and come on in." To the astonishment of all, 2 figures appeared at the backyard entrance: Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura. Sasuke maintained his usual aloof demeanor, holding a gift box, his eyes scanning the lively crowd, seemingly out of place. Sakura followed closely behind, clutching a well-wrapped present. "Sasuke, Sakura," Kiba exclaimed in surprise. CHG forgot to chew the food in his mouth, while Shino's glasses glinted with the light. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow, and both Ino and Hinata displayed expressions of astonishment. Naruto stood proudly with his hands on his hips. "What do you think? Surprised, right? I told you. We're all contemporaries, so we should celebrate together." Sasuke finally agreed. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Sasuke appeared even more uncomfortable. He handed the gift to Ino, the nearest person to him, gruffly wishing her happy birthday. Then he retreated to a quiet corner, leaning against the wall, closing his eyes to shut out the world. Sakura stepped forward, presenting her carefully prepared gift to Ino. "Ino, happy birthday." "Welcome, Sakura." "Sasuke." Ino quickly regained her hostess demeanor, joyfully accepting the gift and pulling Sakura into the group. "Wonderful. Now our contemporaries are all gathered." Sakura's arrival sparked more conversation among the girls, with Ino, Hinata, and Sakura quickly engrossed in discussion. Meanwhile, the atmosphere among the boys was subtly strained. Naruto attempted to draw Sasuke into the conversation, but to little effect. Kiba still felt a bit intimidated by Sasuke. CHG was preoccupied with food, and Shino remained silent. Shikamaru and Funya, however, leisurely observed the rare gathering, finding it quite amusing. Curiosity piqued, Akamaru approached Sasuke's feet and sniffed, only to be met with a cold glance that prompted him to whimper and scurry back to Kiba's side. Despite Sasuke's almost complete disengagement, serving merely as a frigid backdrop, Sakura frequently found herself distracted by his presence. It must be acknowledged that their inclusion rendered this birthday gathering remarkably unique. The 9 of them, reunited once more after the written examination of the Konoha Chunin exams and their subsequent visit to the hot springs, exuded an inexplicable sense of nostalgia and liveliness. This vibrant atmosphere quickly escalated into delightful chaos, particularly with the exuberant antics of Konoha's dynamic duo, Naruto and Kagaya. After boasting about his magnificent plans to train with Jiraiya, Naruto, hands on his hips, declared with pride, "When I return, I will be incredibly powerful. Just wait and see Sasuke." In the corner, Sasuke couldn't even muster the effort to lift his eyelids. Kagaya, stroking his chin with a knowing expression, nodded in agreement. Indeed, training under the lecherous sage will undoubtedly impart many formidable skills, such as mastering the shadow clone technique for peeping into women's baths while enhancing escape efficiency. Kiba, who had been sipping a drink, erupted in laughter, spraying his beverage all over CHG. CHG, bewildered, wiped his face and continued to munch on chips. Shino's bugs seemed to stir slightly. Shikamaru covered his face, exclaiming, "Ah, troublesome individuals have gathered." Naruto, instantly flustered, retorted, his face reddening, "That's not true. The perverted sage wouldn't teach such things. We are going for rigorous training." "Training?" With an innocent expression, Kagaya replied, "Oh, is that so? Perhaps I misremembered. I recall he once developed a harem technique. Have you learned that? Care to demonstrate its effectiveness?" Kagaya. Naruto, infuriated, shouted as he lunged to cover Kagaya's mouth. Kagaya effortlessly dodged, continuing to tease him, "Don't be shy. We're all men here. Let us exchange insights. Perhaps I can help you improve it," transforming it into a reverse harem technique that guarantees exceptional results, even capable of taking down Kakashi. "Ah, stop talking." Naruto chased Kagaya around the yard, creating a scene of delightful disarray. Ino watched the commotion, laughing uncontrollably, while Hinata could not help but stifle her giggles. Sakura found it both amusing and exasperating. Shikamaru sighed and remarked to CHG, "So, why do we keep bringing these two troublemakers together?" CHG, with his mouth full, replied, Much, who knows, much. Chapter 130. Transformation. When Ino saw Kagaya evade Naruto's advance and head towards her and Hinata, a glimmer of mischief and warmth danced in her eyes. As Kagaya drew near, Ino not only remained in place, but took a step forward. Simultaneously, Kagaya, with a joyful smile, naturally extended his arms, one wrapping around Ino's shoulder while the other embraced the quietly seated Hinata. "Ah, this is the safer side," Kagaya exclaimed, pulling both young women close, forming an intriguing yet harmonious trio. Ino beamed with a radiant smile and even playfully stuck her tongue out at Kagaya. In that fleeting moment when Hinata was embraced, her body stiffened momentarily, a blush blooming upon her cheeks as she instinctively lowered her gaze. Yet, feeling the warmth of Funye's arm and the undeniable strength that enveloped her, she ultimately relaxed, tilting her head to rest against his embrace, revealing a shy yet unresisting smile. This gesture left Naruto, who had hurried over, momentarily stunned. "Huh? What?" Kiba blinked in surprise, murmuring, "Wow, Funye is impressive." Choji munched away, while Shino adjusted his sunglasses in silence, exchanging a knowing glance with Shikamaru. They had long sensed Ino's unusual affection and attention towards Funye. Shikamaru observed both Ino and Hinata in Funye's embrace, particularly Hinata's response which, though shy, bore no hint of rejection. He couldn't help but ponder the complexities of their emotional entanglements, realizing that Ino was likely aware of her feelings, and Hinata had probably been reassured by her. Wisely, he decided to refrain from delving deeper into this murky situation. Sakura, meanwhile, watched with wide eyes, inexplicably envious of the natural intimacy that enveloped them. As Funye bantered with Naruto, the atmosphere was imbued with a sense of camaraderie, as if their interaction was the most ordinary of exchanges. The gathering flowed within this harmonious chaos, with Funye and Naruto continuing their antics, Ino displaying poise, and Hinata gracefully complying. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the typically reticent Sasuke unexpectedly approached, directly addressing Funye. "Hey, can we train now?" He had been waiting for this moment, his impatience palpable. Fengye, taken aback, thought, who is this person? What a downer. Such low emotional intelligence. Can't he see I'm surrounded? After glancing at the sky, he remarked, wow, Sasuke wants to train? With me? I want to see this. Naruto sprang up first, eager to join. Sounds fun. Count me in. Kiba was equally intrigued, and Akamaru barked in agreement. Choji continued to munch, while Shino silently acknowledged his presence. Shikamaru sighed seriously, yet, despite the hassle, he kept pace. Sakura exclaimed, Sasuke-kun is training? I want to go too. Ino's eyes lit up, wait. We should all go. She grasped Hinata's hand, urging, Hinata, let's go see. It's rare to watch Fengye guide someone in training. Hinata glanced at the enthusiastic group and then at Fengye, nodding gently, okay. Thus, what was supposed to be a birthday gathering instantly transformed into a collective observation of Fengye training Sasuke. The group made their way to the third training ground. Fengye's prowess was already renowned in Konoha, a blend of acknowledged strength and enigma. The tales of that battle had been embellished into something almost mythical. Now, with the chance to witness it firsthand, even peers from the same generation were filled with anticipation. Standing in the center, Sasuke's gaze was sharp, his Sharingan activated and ready. Meanwhile, Fengye appeared nonchalant, yawning as he said, hurry up, Sasuke, I'm waiting to get back to my nap. Was this a reaction to being stimulated? The double tomo? Fear not, child. In a couple of days, I shall organize my people to apply some pressure on you, Snae. Do not underestimate others. Sasuke uttered with a low growl. Channeling his insights on the condensation of lightning chakra into his next strike, unleashing Chidori once more. However, this time, the sound seemed to echo with greater intensity, and the lightning appeared more refined. It surged towards Fengye with ferocity. In the face of Sasuke's Chidori, now infused with greater determination and obsession, Fengye's reaction remained nonchalant. His right hand, cloaked in a profound armor of haki, met the assault with unwavering precision. With a sharp hiss, the lightning was seized firmly by his obsidian palm, unable to advance further. All the force and destructiveness evaporated into nothingness, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. Sasuke gritted his teeth, his Sharingan spinning wildly as he endeavored to discern the flow of power, searching for a semblance of weakness, yet all he encountered was an impenetrable wall of absolute defense. Enough, Sasuke, Fengye remarked casually, fingers closing together. With a crunch, Chidori was crushed, the arcs of electricity dissipating into the air. Sasuke stumbled back, his arm numb and breath quickening, his Sharingan betraying a blend of frustration and an undeniable sense of defeat. Why? He roared, unable to comprehend the situation. Because the essence remains unchanged. Fengye flicked his hand, dispersing his haki. Your chakra, your will, are merely quantitative. There is no qualitative transformation. Anger and impatience cannot sharpen your lightning. He stepped closer to Sasuke, observing the subtle tremor in his hand, a result of chakra depletion and emotional agitation. Sasuke, the pinnacle of lightning release lies in the fusion of morphological and property transformations. At present, you are merely crudely converting chakra into electricity and releasing it. Morphological transformation? Sasuke raised his gaze, his focus sharpening. This was a realm that Kakashi had never delved into deeply. Indeed, Fengye affirmed with a nod. Let your Chidori cease to be scattered and cacophonous like the cries of birds, but instead condense into a singular point, extremely compressed, exquisitely sharp, and even alter its form to flow with your will. For instance, Fengye extended his index finger, a strand of highly condensed, ominously charged black lightning danced momentarily at his fingertip before vanishing. This is the direction that lightning releases morphological transformation should take. The rest, you must ponder for yourself. He concluded his explanation. The concept of morphological transformation had been a reward from the previous Umbu assessment. A subtle nudge for the genius to discover on his own, an approach far more efficient and entertaining for him in the long run. Sasuke gazed at the silent yet more terrifying strand of lightning that Fengye had just conjured, his pupils dilating as he fell into contemplation. It seemed he was grasping a fleeting insight, yet it remained shrouded in a veil of fog. Morphological transformation. Fengye paid no further mind to the pondering Sasuke and turned towards the others, particularly in the direction of Hinata. He sought to take her hand, saying, "Let us be off, Hinata, it is getting late." Before he could finish, Ino interrupted with a cheerful smile, linking her arm with Hinata's and cutting off Fengye's words. Alas, Maple Knight, Ino chuckled mischievously, resembling a cunning little fox as she winked at him. Hinata is now my person. We've already agreed, and she's living with me now. In your house, no less. So, feel free to roam outside at your leisure. Upon hearing this, not only was Maple Knight taken aback, but even Sakura, Kiba, and the others displayed expressions of astonishment. Naruto gaped, glancing between Hinata and Ino, utterly bewildered by the situation. Maple Knight was indeed shocked, internally exclaiming, "What? Ino's efficiency is remarkable. Just a few days, and she has already brought someone home? Are the women of the Yamanaka family always this bold?" He turned to Hinata, who, with flushed cheeks and head bowed, did not refute Ino's words, instead softly adding, "Ino mentioned that there are many things girls can discuss to support each other." In that moment, Maple Knight comprehended. Ino was deftly soothing Hinata while cleverly marking her territory and subtly pushing him away. This maneuver could only be described as a textbook example of a best friend's interception. He touched his nose, observing Ino's triumphant grin and Hinata's bashful, yet agreeable demeanor. Instead of feeling displeased, he found himself even more amused. Well, this alleviates my worries about their interactions. Ino truly possesses remarkable skills. They have truly become sisters now. How delightful. Maple Knight reveled inwardly, though he feigned a heartbroken expression. Alas, you've forgotten your old love for a new one, Ino. You've truly disappointed me. Very well, may you two enjoy your sisterly bond. I shall not intrude. With a faint sigh, he shook his head and turned to wander off in search of Yuzuki and Yuin for comfort. Or perhaps he should consult Tsunade first. Sasuke, still pondering shape transformation, showed no interest in the emotional drama unfolding nearby. Naruto remained in a state of confusion, while Kiba and Shino whispered among themselves. Shikamaru, wearing sunglasses that reflected the light, displayed a look of resigned acceptance as if to say, "As expected, women are troublesome. I'm glad to keep my distance." Sakura watched Ino and Hinata clasping hands. Her expression complex, lost in thought. The gathering eventually dispersed in a peculiar atmosphere. Sasuke departed alone, still engrossed in his contemplations. Naruto shouted after Maple Knight, asking where he would spend the night. "Maple Knight, why not come to my house?" Meanwhile, Ino joyfully led Hinata into their new cohabitation. Maple Knight hummed a tune, seemingly leisurely strolling through the streets of Konoha. However, his direction was not toward Yuzuki and Yuin's abode, nor was it to find Tsunade at the Hokage office. Instead, he veered toward the familiar path leading to the Hatake residence, where he found Kakashi under the moonlight, engrossed in reading Intimate Paradise. "Ah, Kakashi, still diligently studying at this late hour?" Maple Knight approached with a smile. Kakashi, without lifting his eyelids, lazily responded, Well, are you not celebrating your little girlfriend's birthday? What brings you to my humble abode?" "TSK, your information network is quite impressive," Maple Knight replied as he settled beside him. "I came to discuss matters concerning Sasuke." Is it about to begin?" Kakashi finally closed the book and turned his solitary eye towards Konoha. After a brief deliberation, the two made their way to the Hokage's office. Despite the late hour, Tsunade was typically immersed in paperwork. Inside the Hokage office, Tsunade furrowed her brow at a pile of documents, with Shizune standing quietly beside her. As Funya and Kakashi knocked and entered, Tsunade looked up, somewhat surprised. "You two at this hour? This can't be good. Is it about your training with Sasuke?" As expected of the fifth Hokage, her insight was keen. Funya approached with a smile, confirming, "Indeed, it is regarding Sasuke. We intend to arrange a special stress training for him." Kakashi succinctly added, "The aim is to stimulate the evolution of his Sharingan, requiring the use of the village's Jinjutsu resources, hence our report." Tsunade crossed her arms and leaned back in her chair, intrigued. "Oh, special training? Do elaborate on what makes it so unique." She emphasized the word special, her eyes glinting with curiosity. Funya restrained his smile and spoke earnestly. "Sasuke's Sharingan has been stagnant at the second tomo for quite some time. The conventional sources of hatred and pain seem insufficient to provide the necessary stimulation. We plan to design a Jinjutsu based on what he currently values most, defeating Itachi and surpassing Naruto." Funya suppressed the upward curve of his lips. The plan involves a top-tier Jinjutsu master creating an extraordinarily realistic illusion on his way back to his residence. The content will depict him witnessing Naruto die before him, either in an attempt to protect him or due to his own helplessness, inflicted by Itachi, who will mock him relentlessly, negating all his efforts and the worth of his existence. Shizune gasped at the implications. Tsunade's furrowed brow deepened. This is not training. It's psychological torture. The risk is high. What if Sasuke suffers a mental breakdown? Kakashi interjected. Thus, we require a master of Jinjutsu to exercise precise control over the intensity, ensuring it is both brutally realistic yet capable of being safely dispelled at a critical moment, with timely emotional support available. Funya and I will monitor closely nearby, ready to intervene at the first sign of distress. Funya nodded. Indeed, Sensei. This is the most expedient way to unlock his potential. His inner strength is far more resilient than we imagine, particularly when it comes to his thirst for power. Furthermore, it serves as the ultimate test of his willpower. Tsunade drummed her fingertips on the desk, contemplating for a moment. She understood the brutal nature of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan evolution and recognized Sasuke's obsession with power had reached an extreme. I agree in principle, Tsunade ultimately decided. But safety must be guaranteed. As for the choice of Jinjutsu master, Funya stroked his chin, smiling. Why not go all out? Red is adept at combat Jinjutsu like the magical tree-binding kill, but this intricate work of delving into the subconscious to evoke fear may not be her forte. Perhaps we could involve the Kurama clan. What do you think, Sensei? Kakashi's single eye widened slightly. Isn't this making quite a commotion? It seems Funya is taking this rather seriously. Feng Yi boldly declared. What is wrong with utilizing special resources for the healthy growth of the last Uchiha in Konoha? Kakashi, observing Feng Ye's earnest expression, could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. May Sasuke fend for himself, he thought. Chapter 132. The luxurious Jinjutsu package. Upon hearing this, Tsunade was rendered speechless, her hand instinctively moving to her forehead. She had anticipated this. How could her disciple possibly seek out a few ordinary illusionists? Instead, he had summoned interrogation experts from the torture department and nearly reclusive bloodline clans. This assembly was not for psychological counseling. It was clearly intended for mental devastation. Isn't this commotion a bit too excessive? Tsunade could not restrain her sarcasm. Mobilizing the torture department to provide special training for the lower ninjas? And now I must negotiate with those antiquated members of the Kurama clan? Feng Yi straightened his posture, his expression radiating righteousness. Teacher, how can this be considered a disturbance? It is all for the future elite combat capabilities of Konoha. Uchiha Sasuke is a significant strategic asset. Investing some special resources for focused training is entirely in the village's interest. Just think, what if he awakens the Manjiki Sharingan because of this? We would reap enormous benefits. Although he understood that immediate success was unlikely, Kakashi turned his head away, unable to bear the sight of Feng Ye's bureaucratic demeanor. Tsunade, glancing at Feng Yi and then at Kakashi, who had clearly been dragged into this scheme, ultimately waved her hand in resignation, as if dismissing a troublesome matter. All right. Spare me the flattery. We will proceed, as you suggest. I shall coordinate the selection. However, she slammed her hand on the table, causing the documents to tremble, and glared fiercely at the two. The plan must be executed flawlessly. Furthermore, it must take place tomorrow, right as he returns from the training ground in the afternoon. Report the results to me immediately upon completion. If anything goes awry, I will hold both of you accountable. Especially you, Feng Yi. Understood. I assure you. The task will be accomplished. Feng Yi promptly responded, his objective achieved. Sighing, Tsunade watched the departing figures of the two, particularly Feng Yi, whose steps seemed to bounce with exuberance. She could not help but rub her throbbing forehead. I hope that the Uchiha brat can truly withstand this. This is not training. It is sheer torment. She was well aware of the brutal nature of the evolution of the Uchiha Sharingan, and she understood all too well Sasuke's almost pathological thirst for power. Perhaps such an extreme approach would be most suitable for him. The following day, as night deepened, Sasuke walked alone along the quiet path leading to the old Uchiha residence. The echoes of Feng Yi's insights on transformation and mastery of power lingered in his mind. Just as he momentarily relaxed, immersed in thought, the surrounding air seemed to chill abruptly, and the sounds of insects and birds vanished in an instant. An invisible, spine-chilling pressure began to close in from all directions. Sasuke instantly became alert, his Sharingan activated automatically, the two tomos spinning rapidly as he scanned his surroundings with vigilance. The street remained the same, yet it felt entirely different. It was too quiet, eerily so. Suddenly, the space ahead warped, and a figure, etched in his memory, slowly materialized. Clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds, it was none other than Uchiha Itachi. Foolish little brother. A frigid voice resonated. devoid of any emotion. It appears you have befriended the mundane. In an instant, Sasuke's chakra erupted, overwhelming his thoughts with a tide of hatred. Itachi, he bellowed, his Chidori crackling with fury as he prepared to surge forward. Yet, Itachi merely cast a fleeting glance his way, his eyes filled with disdain. In the next moment, another figure materialized beside Itachi, Naruto Uzumaki. He seemed to be grasped by an invisible force, his throat constricted as he struggled, pain and confusion etched upon his face. Sasuke, run. Naruto managed to rasp. TSK, Itachi replied coldly, as if evaluating refuse. Is this the object of your trivial affections? So feeble, so bothersome. Let him go, Itachi. Your target is me. Sasuke roared, desperately propelling himself forward with Chidori. However, Itachi's speed was unfathomable, as if he merely lifted a hand with casual indifference. A sickening sound echoed as a blade pierced flesh. Sasuke's movements froze, his pupils dilating in horror. He beheld Itachi's hand, or rather, a spectral kunai, precisely impaling Naruto's heart. Naruto's struggles ceased in an instant, the light in his eyes swiftly fading. He gazed incredulously at the wound upon his chest, then toward Sasuke, his lips trembling as if to utter something, but ultimately, he could only expel a mouthful of blood before his head drooped limply. No, no. Sasuke let out a heart-wrenching roar, feeling as though his own heart had been rent asunder in that moment. Trivial emotions, Itachi remarked, discarding Naruto's lifeless body like refuse. His icy gaze now fixated on the trembling Sasuke. Distracted by such detritus, you are weak, utterly vulnerable. You cannot even master the most fundamental transformations. The Uchiha name is a disgrace in your hands. Shut up, shut up. Sasuke frantically attacked, Chidori flashing in all directions. Yet each strike passed through Itachi's form as if he were merely air. Anger? Pain. Itachi's figure flickered like a specter, his voice echoing within the depths of Sasuke's mind. But this is all in vain. Your so-called revenge is, in my eyes, a pitiful farce. You will never reach me, nor grasp the true essence of power. What is your purpose, Sasuke? You cannot even protect the only one you might call a friend. What remains for you? Foolish brother. Your hatred is laughably shallow. Your capacity is limited to this. The Uchiha name is sullied by your existence. Revenge? You lack even the right to stand before me. All your efforts are futile. You are destined to fail, to lose everything. Hate, resent, and then live on in your ugliness. Each icy, bone-chilling word pierced through to Sasuke, mingling with Naruto's gradually cooling corpse. Like the sharpest of blades, they carved into Sasuke's heart and soul. A maelstrom of intense anger, sorrow, and despair surged within him. The agony of his own impotence ignited a tempest of extreme emotions, erupting like a volcano, threatening to obliterate his sanity. Ah! He clutched his head, releasing a painful wail, his eyes besieged by a torment that felt like they were being ripped apart. The two tomo of his Sharingan spun with unprecedented speed, their shapes beginning to blur and elongate. In the distance, on the rooftops, Konoha's elite, Kakashi, Furu, and the master of Jinjutsu, an expert from the torture department, along with a skilled illusionist from the Akimichi clan, lay in wait, their chakra seamlessly blending into the surroundings. Chapter 133. A greater power. The emotional turmoil reached its zenith. A ninja from the Akimichi clan whispered, his hands maintaining intricate hand seals, meticulously controlling every nuance of the illusion. Meanwhile, the expert from the torture department amplified the essence of despair and suffering. Suddenly, Sasuke's Sharingan whirled to its utmost limit before abruptly freezing, morphing into three pitch-black, profound, and eerie tomo. They revolved slowly around his pupils, emanating a chilling aura of ocular power. The three tomo Sharingan activated. Kakashi murmured, a hint of relief lacing his tone. Release. The ninja from the Akimichi clan and the expert from the torture department simultaneously completed their seals, dispelling the illusion. The nightmarish realm that enveloped Sasuke vanished without a trace. The street returned to silence. There was no Itachi, no corpse of Naruto. Only the whispering of leaves in the evening breeze. Sasuke was drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath, one knee on the ground. One hand propped up his trembling body. The excruciatingly vivid anguish and despair still etched in his mind, and retina made his heart throb with pain. He raised his trembling hand, gazing at his pale fingertips, then cautiously touched his stinging eyes as if verifying something. The power surging within him was clearer and more potent than ever before. An icy clarity, as if he could see through many veils, accompanied by an unending chill of strength. He lifted his gaze. The frigid light of his three-tomo Sharingan glimmered under the moonlight as he looked at Furu and Kakashi, who had suddenly appeared beside him. "How do you feel, Sasuke?" Furu inquired, his voice calm and devoid of excessive emotion. What a pity, after all, Genjutsu is merely an illusion. Sasuke's breathing gradually steadied, his trembling body slowly ceasing its quaking. He rose to his feet, his legs still somewhat unsteady, but his back remained straight. He gazed into Furu's eyes with his three-tomo Sharingan, his voice hoarse yet imbued with a quiet resolve. "I have seen it. I understand." He clenched his fist tightly. "Continue training. No matter what. I require more power, stronger than ever." This time, his objective seemed clearer and colder. Furu and Kakashi exchanged glances, their plan having succeeded. Yet, they distinctly sensed that certain fragments of Sasuke's inner self had been shattered along with the illusion, only to be reshaped in a more extreme and hardened manner. "Excellent." Furu nodded, seemingly oblivious to Sasuke's pale complexion and the lingering dread in his eyes. "Remember that feeling. It will make you stronger." Sasuke did not exhibit his usual dissatisfaction or retort. Instead, he cast a fleeting glance at Kid before turning away, his steps somewhat unsteady as he made his way towards the Uchiha clan's territory, his silhouette elongated in the moonlight, still solitary, radiating an aura that seemed to ward off any intruders. On the rooftop, ninjas from the Kurama clan and experts from the torture and interrogation department appeared, nodding in acknowledgement to Kid and Kakashi before silently departing. Kakashi watched Sasuke's retreating figure and sighed, remarking, "Well, it seems he has distanced himself further from that world," referring to Naruto's bright and bond-filled existence. Kid shrugged, seemingly unconcerned by the unfolding drama. Everyone has their own path to tread. At least now he possesses a clearer objective and greater strength to pursue it. Let us proceed. We must report our findings to Lady Hokage and hope she refrains from slamming her desk again. Within the Hokage's office, Tsunade listened intently to their report, her fingers massaging her temples. "So, we succeeded, yet not entirely? The Manjiki Sharingan has awakened, but he has grown colder? One could interpret it that way," Kakashi summarized. "Well, as long as it has awakened, that is sufficient. As for the temperament of those from the Uchiha clan, there have seldom been any who are truly normal." Tsunade waved her hand, accepting the outcome. "You two, next time you embark on such plans, ensure you provide me with a detailed risk assessment in advance. Now be gone." After shooing them out of her office, Tsunade gazed out at the night view of Konoha, murmuring to herself, "Uchiha Sasuke s Manjiki, may this power ultimately be used to protect Konoha, rather than..." She did not finish her thought, a flicker of concern passing through her eyes. Extreme suffering gives birth to power, yet it often accompanies profound peril. Life in Konoha seemed to enter a new equilibrium after Naruto departed with Jiraiya and Sasuke awakened the Manjiki. In the Hokage's office, he became a regular presence in Tsunade's domain. His abilities and intellect made him an invaluable asset, or rather, a resource Tsunade could unhesitatingly enlist. Kid, reassess this report on the chakra supplies for the border patrol. Kid, review this proposal from Sunagakure regarding the joint preliminary exams for Chunin and provide your insights. Kid, there are questions regarding this task settlement list. Clarify them with the task department. Tsunade's voice frequently resonated throughout the office, punctuated by the thud of documents landing on her desk. Kid, with a face reflecting resignation, buried himself among the mountain of paperwork, lamenting, "Tsunade-sensei, I am a combatant, not a clerk. Less chatter. The capable must bear more responsibilities. Get to work." Tsunade, usually fueled by a cup of sake and a fist of intimidation, though her strength was not a match for him, Kid resignedly tackled the tedious tasks. In the meantime, Shizen, cradling a piglet, observed the daily interactions between the master and disciple with a wry smile. Nevertheless, she had to concede that Kid's efficiency was remarkable. Many intricate issues were swiftly unraveled in his capable hands, significantly alleviating Tsunade's burdens. Meanwhile, Kakashi's Team 7 continued their training. With the awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan, Sasuke's perception, copying ability, and chakra control had all ascended to a new echelon. He trained with an intensity that bordered on self-abuse. Kakashi focused on guiding him through the transformation of lightning chakra. Demonstrating, Kakashi unleashed a sharp screech from the Chidori in his hand, stating, "What you need is the utmost in concentration and control, allowing it to be not merely a piercing weapon but a form that adapts to your will." Sasuke, with unwavering focus, rotated his three tomo, meticulously analyzing and mimicking Kakashi's chakra flow. The Chidori in his hand flickered erratically with arcs of electricity, occasionally solidifying into a sharp form. Failure, adjustment, failure once more, and further adjustment drenched his clothes in sweat, yet his eyes were solely fixated on the pursuit of strength, seemingly oblivious to fatigue. As for what their pink-haired teammate was doing at the edge of the training ground, after leaving the village, Naruto had no time or inclination to pay attention, his focus entirely on Kid and Kakashi. Chapter 134, Danzo's invitation that night at Kid's residence. Ino and Hinata had indeed moved into his home. This decision had sparked quite a stir back at the Yamanaka household. Yamanaka Hayashi and his wife were already aware of their daughter's feelings. The photographs of Kid in her bedroom, her diary filled with emotions, and the way her eyes sparkled whenever she mentioned him were all glaring evidence. Thus, when Ino blushed and expressed her desire to move in with Hinata, Yamanaka Hayashi merely exchanged a knowing glance with his daughter before sighing. Go on. A girl cannot be kept at home forever. However, do exercise some discretion, understand? He added in a neutral tone. That boy seems to be spending every day in the Hokage's office, and he is often called out by the 5th Hokage for drinks at night, so he probably won't have much time at home. If you go, you'll likely just be spending time alone with Hinata. The implication was clear. He understood the boy's busy schedule and cautioned against expecting his constant company. Ino's mother, being more practical, laughed while handing Ino a large bag of homemade snacks and dishes, playfully poking her daughter's forehead. Make sure to share some with Kid. He lives alone and probably just makes do. Take good care of yourself and also look after Hinata. Lowering her voice slightly, with a knowing tone tinged with a hint of exasperation, she advised, You dear, you're so straightforward and your temper flares quickly. Since you've moved in, do try to avoid bickering with Kid. Boys, especially those like him who are strong-willed and capable, require a bit more thoughtfulness and gentleness. Do you understand? No more shouting. Ino's cheeks flushed crimson as her parents' words struck home, particularly when her father pointed out her feelings, and hearing her mother mention arguments made her defensively retort. Who wants to argue with him? We're getting along just fine. Besides, I'm just going to keep Hinata company. Despite her bravado, she felt a tinge of disappointment. Her father seemed to know that Kid was out drinking with the Hokage at night, and indeed, it was challenging to catch a glimpse of him. Humph, let him seek that woman out. She'll deal with him later. With her parents' provisions in hand, and her heart brimming with anticipation for their cohabitation, along with a touch of bashfulness from being called out, Ino eagerly moved in with Hinata at Kid's home. Thus, as anticipated by the sage within the mountains, although the abode of Kid had gained 2 lovely female tenants, becoming warm, tidy, and brimming with vitality, he himself remained blissfully unaware of it. This leads us to the events that transpired on Ino's birthday. Memories drift back to the present, at the dining table, where Ino, puffing her cheeks in indignation, complained to Hinata, that guy drinks every night without fail, only knowing how to indulge, especially with the 5th Hokage. When asked to return, he simply does not. That scoundrel. Hinata, ever gentle, offered a soft smile. Kid-kun must have something of great importance to attend to. Come, Ino, let us eat. Despite harboring a slight resentment, Ino would still manage to keep the house in meticulous order, training alongside Hinata, engaging in conversation, and sharing her innermost thoughts. They awaited the infrequent return of their elusive landlord, hoping he would find a perfect, comfortable home and the carefully prepared dishes, which she would never admit were made especially for him. Meanwhile, at the base of the Leaf Village, Shimura Danzo sat in a dimly lit room, his remaining eye glinting with a sinister gleam in the darkness. His fingers tapped restlessly on the table, producing an irksome sound. That blonde girl exhibited none of the poise and authority befitting a Hokage, frolicking with her disciples, engaging in raucous laughter and drinking daily. What a disgrace. And that boy by her side, Asakura Kid. A flicker of wariness and deeper disdain passed through Danzo's solitary eye. The plan to bring Konoha to its knees had been his, yet he had not anticipated that madman Orochimaru would resurrect the 4th Kazekage via the impure world reincarnation, nearly decimating his elite forces. Even more infuriating was the complete disruption of his Manjiki Sharingan through the use of his Anaji. Ultimately, all these unforeseen variables were inextricably linked to the sudden emergence of Asakura Kid. Were it not for his unfathomable prowess in vanquishing Orochimaru, the golden blade that cleaved through mountains still haunted Danzo, especially with Kiid's close proximity to the fifth Hokage, acting as her personal guard and confidant. Observing Tsunade's influence solidifying due to this formidable disciple, witnessing Konoha gradually recovering from its wounds, and potentially becoming stronger than ever. The bitterness and obsession within Danzo grew ever more frantic. The position of Hokage rightfully belonged to him, Shimura Danzo, for the sake of the roots of Konoha. To uphold the true will of fire, all unstable elements must be eradicated, and he must seize control of everything. This Asakura Kiid represented the greatest variable, but also the most significant opportunity. A flicker of resolve crossed Danzo's eyes. It was time to engage with this young man. Perhaps he could glimpse a future broader than that of the fifth Hokage, who only knew brute force. As night fell, after entrusting the inebriated Tsunade to Shizune, Kiid strolled along the secluded path back to the Uyas, relishing the coolness of the evening breeze. Just as he turned into a darker, more deserted alley, two root ninjas wearing animal masks appeared before him and behind him, blocking his path. The aura they exuded was markedly different from that of the Umbu. Asakura Kiid, intoned the ninja in front, his voice devoid of inflection. Lord Danzo requests your presence. Fengya halted his steps, his face devoid of any surprise. He had long sensed the presence of those rats lurking in the shadows. Danzo? He feigned confusion, raising an eyebrow. Who is that? I don't recognize the name. Is there such a figure in Konoha? What do they do? Sell dumplings? Or perhaps sweep the streets? I've been quite busy lately, with no time for group purchases or major cleanups. The two root ninjas momentarily faltered, having never encountered anyone bold enough to disparage Lord Danzo in such a manner. Ashikawa Fengya. The voice of the ninja ahead brimmed with anger. Mind your words. Lord Danzo is an elder of Konoha and the leader of the root. Root? Oh. Fengya elongated his tone, as if struck by sudden realization, that infamous department that operates in the shadows, engaging in unsavory dealings? No wonder I hadn't heard of it. It's meant to remain hidden from the light. He stroked his chin, feigning interest. So, your boss is seeking me for some clandestine business? Or perhaps to assassinate some unfortunate soul? Just so you know, I want to accept a low reward. Finances have been tight lately. The root ninjas were nearly provoked into action, but recalling Lord Danzo's orders to invite him, they restrained themselves. Lord Danzo merely wishes to discuss the future of Konoha with you. Please come with us. The tone now held an unmistakable threat. The future of Konoha? Fengya chuckled as if he had heard something amusing. The future of Konoha is in the hands of the Hokage. What concern is it of yours, you subterranean rodents? Never mind. Seeing your earnest invitation, he suddenly shifted his tone, smiling as he said, I've just had a hearty meal tonight. I'll accompany you for a stroll. Lead the way. This unexpected cooperation momentarily stunned the two root ninjas. They quickly regained their composure, escorting Fengya, one in front and the other behind, towards the more obscure and shadowy corners of the village. After a considerable distance, they finally entered an exceedingly concealed underground base. The air was cold and damp, the atmosphere oppressive. In a spacious, dimly lit hall, Shimura Danzo leaned on his cane, facing away from the entrance, embodying the guise of an inscrutable tyrant. Upon hearing footsteps, he slowly turned, his remaining eye piercingly scanning Fengya. Ashikawa Fengya, his voice low and gravelly, imbued with the weight of someone long entrenched in power. You have finally arrived. Chapter 135. Instantaneous defeat of Danzo. Fengya casually surveyed his surroundings, clicking his tongue twice. This DCOR is quite unique, ominous, quite befitting your character. Though it is a bit damp, prolonged exposure could lead to rheumatism. The corners of Danzo's brows twitched. This young man was more slippery and troublesome than he had anticipated. Suppressing his displeasure, he spoke in a deep, solemn tone. My time is precious, so I shall not dilly-dally with you. I have been observing you for quite some time, Ashikawa Fengya. You possess extraordinary power yet are willing to be manipulated by that brutish woman, Tsunade. It is truly a waste. Oh, then, according to your esteemed self, what would not be considered a waste? Fengya inquired with genuine curiosity, as if earnestly seeking guidance. What Konoha requires is not brute force, but the root that lies hidden in the shadows. Danzo's tone grew fervent. The essence of true strength lies in control, in the ruthless elimination of all threats. Your strength should be utilized for the foundation, for the genuine future of Konoha, rather than indulging in the childish game of Hokage with that woman. It sounds impressive, does it not? Fengya nodded, then swiftly shifted the conversation. But why should I heed your words? Is it merely because you have sequestered yourself in this rat's hole, self-proclaiming as an elder? Or perhaps due to those borrowed and nearly expired Sharingan on your arm? Danzo's lone eye contracted sharply. A tumult of shock surged within him. How could he possibly know about the Sharingan? This matter is undoubtedly a top secret. Arrogant youth. Danzo was thoroughly incensed, a murderous intent enveloping the air. It seems that without demonstrating the might of Root, you will never comprehend who the true sovereign of Konoha is. He abruptly waved his hand. In an instant, dozens of Root ninjas emerged from the surrounding shadows like phantoms, encircling Fengya, the chilling aura of death almost palpable. Fengya mused. Is he intoxicated? Or has Danzo partaken of false wine? How dare he lay a hand upon him? Did he summon his kaleidoscope to cast a divine illusion upon himself? Self-hypnotizing into believing he is formidable? TSK, resorting to violence when words fail. The old man truly has a volatile temper. Danzo sneered, still defiant even at death's door. Seize him. The elite members of Root simultaneously launched their assault. Kunai, shurikens, ninjutsu. However, Fengya merely stretched languidly. The next moment, his figure vanished. His speed was so extraordinary that it left only a faint afterimage in his wake. Bang, bang, bang. Those Root ninjas that had charged forward were sent hurtling backward at an even greater speed, as if struck by an irresistible force. Shrieking as they collided with walls and pillars, instantaneously rendered incapable of combat, some even losing consciousness. The once bloodthirsty hall was now littered with groans and unconscious Root ninjas. Only Fengya remained standing in the center, alongside the utterly petrified Danzo. Fengya brushed off non-existent dust from his hands, tilting his head to regard Danzo with a radiant smile. Is that all? It seems your Root is rather fragile. Perhaps the fertilizer has not been adequately applied? Danzo's lone eye brimmed with astonishment. He had forgotten this youth's prowess. What to do now? What manner of monster are you? Danzo instinctively took a step back. As Fengya's eyes transformed into a starry blue, he remarked with indifference, it would be best not to flaunt such prowess and embarrass oneself. A flicker of light danced in his azure gaze. Danzo sensed the approach of death, his voice trembling with terror. Wait. You cannot kill me. I am an elder of Konoha. I have served Konoha with merit. I crack. The crisp sound of bones fracturing interrupted his words. Fengya's hand struck lightly against Danzo's neck. Only the cervical vertebra was severed, leaving the flesh unscathed. Danzo's voice ceased abruptly, the terror, resentment, and wildness in his singular eye frozen in time. His body softened, collapsing to the ground like a heap of mud, devoid of breath. Shimura Danzo, the shadow of Konoha, could not fathom that he would meet his demise in such a humiliating manner at the hands of a youth he had sought to recruit, without even stirring a ripple. Fengya cast not even a glance at the lifeless body strewn upon the ground, treating it as casually as one might swat a fly. He surveyed the chamber, thick with the stench of conspiracy and bloodshed, and wrinkled his nose in disdain. What a blight on the environment. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the 3-tomo Sharingan. In that moment, Fengya felt a surge of contempt for Danzo's ancestors. Damn, had I known it would come to this, I would have let him perish much sooner. A useless wretch, Izanagi brought him no salvation, and here he lay, lifeless. I had hoped for a few more kills, yet here I am, in this cursed place at such an hour. With a snap of his fingers, an invisible force radiated outward from him. In an instant, it seemed as if every structural support within the Root base was severed by a razor-sharp power. The entire facility began to collapse, rocks and soil cascading down, entombing the darkness, ambition, and corpses within. Fengya's figure had long vanished from the scene, reappearing on the distant ground. Behind him a gaping pit that transformed into a wasteland of ruins. He dusted off his attire, as if he had merely completed a routine cleanup. Task accomplished. The following day, within the Hokage's office, an oppressive atmosphere loomed over the mountains of paperwork. Tsunade was irritably massaging her temples, while Shizen cautiously presented another document. Bang! The office door was flung open without ceremony. Fengya strolled in, yawning, his expression one of unrefined weariness, and unceremoniously collapsed onto the guest sofa. You little rascal. Don't you know to knock when you enter? Tsunade scolded without raising her gaze, recognizing his footsteps instantly. Oh, come on. Sensei, something big has happened. Who has time for such formalities? Fengya waved a dismissive hand, his tone exaggerated. What could possibly be so significant? Did you demolish another training ground? Or was it last night's drinking spree that you neglected to pay for? Tsunade set down her pen with irritation, shooting him a glare. Shizun, too, looked on with curiosity. Fengyi straightened himself, adopting a more serious demeanor, though the glint of mischief in his eyes remained unmasked. Sensei, you might not believe this, but I nearly didn't make it back last night. Tsunade furrowed her brow. What transpired? Were you attacked? Who dares lay a hand on you in Konoha? Her tone carried an unintentional hint of concern and skepticism, given the boy's formidable prowess. Indeed. Fengyi slapped his thigh, launching into his tale. After I escorted you home, I was strolling back when, midway, I was cornered by two ominous figures wearing masks. The root? Tsunade's expression darkened. That old coot Danzo has finally lost his patience? Yes, sensei, that's them. Fengyi replied, his face a mask of dread. They claimed their leader, by the name of Shimura Danzo, wished to invite me for tea. I thought to myself, who is this Danzo? Inviting me for tea at such an hour? What madness is this? I had never heard of such a character. Yet, seeing their fervent enthusiasm, I begrudgingly decided to indulge their invitation. Tsunade and Shizun exchanged glances, frowning at his theatrical storytelling. Who would have known? Good heavens. The place was constructed like a mouse hole, dark and damp. Fengyi continued to vividly describe it, revealing an elderly man with half of his face bandaged, leaning on a cane, pretending to be a reclusive sage. What did he say? Tsunade's voice was low. Fengyi imitated Danzo's grim and raspy tone, saying, Qianchuan Fengyi, you possess great strength, but following Tsunade, that brute with a large chest and an empty mind, who spends his days drinking and cavorting with women, is a sheer waste. The future of Konoha should be in my hands. Bang! Tsunade slammed her fist on the desk, causing the solid wood to splinter. Veins bulged on her forehead, her chest heaving with fury. That old cur Danzo. How dare he say such things? Indeed. Fengyi added fuel to the fire. He also claimed you are unworthy of being Hokage, that the Hokage's role has become child's play. He urged me to abandon the darkness and follow him, promising a bright future. He even declared himself the true root and future of Konoha. How outrageous. Tsunade was so enraged that she almost overturned the table. And then what? And then? Fengyi shrugged, wearing an expression of feigned innocence mixed with arrogance. How could I endure such an affront to my beloved, illustrious Hokage teacher? I was incensed. How dare he? At the very least, I had to. Tsunade narrowed her eyes, the unspoken words clear in her gaze. So you took matters into your own hands? Of course not. Fengyi feigned a look of a law-abiding citizen. I resolutely refused him and sternly condemned his divisive actions against the village. I hoped he would see the error of his ways. Tsunade and Shizun exchanged skeptical glances, clearly unconvinced. What happened next? Tsunade pressed. What happened? Fengyi sighed, his expression one of helplessness. The old man was humiliated and enraged. He called dozens of subordinates to surround me. Teacher, isn't this blatant bullying? I couldn't just stand there and take it, could I? So you? Tsunade had already guessed the outcome. So I merely stretched my muscles a bit, Fengyi said nonchalantly. Who would have thought they were so easy to defeat? A mere touch, and they all fell down. That old man Danzo was even more absurd, seeing his age. I didn't want to exert much force, just attempted to reason with him. Yet, perhaps he was too agitated and lost his balance. His neck seemed to snap with a crack. He mimicked the gesture of a broken neck, wearing an expression of innocent surprise. The office fell into a profound silence. Tsunade regarded Fengyi with an exceedingly complex gaze, a mix of anger towards Danzo, shock at the unfolding events, understanding of the outcome, and perhaps a hint of amusement. This boy had killed the elder of Konoha, the leader of the Roots, and could explain it away as a mere accident due to losing his balance. Shizun had already covered her mouth in fear. And the body? Tsunade took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain composure. Oh, that, Fengyi scratched his nose. I noticed their filthy, dilapidated mouse hole was detrimental to the village's appearance. So I took the liberty of helping them with a little demolition. It's likely been filled in by now, preventing any future breeding of mosquitoes. Tsunade, Shizun, what a seamless demolition. They have completely uprooted the base. Tsunade pressed her forehead, feeling the throbbing pain of a hangover intensify. Danzo is dead, and the base has been leveled. This is undoubtedly a monumental event that will send ripples through Konoha and the entire ninja world. The handling of this situation will be exceedingly complicated. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, she felt a twinge of relief in her heart. That old man, who had consistently plotted against her from the shadows, was finally gone. Moreover, While his methods may have been rather crude, the intentions behind them seemed to be aimed at protecting her. Tsunade lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with mixed emotions as she looked at Kagaya. You. Never mind. She ultimately waved her hand, as if shedding a heavy burden, accepting this absurd reality. This matter is settled. Elder Danzo has perished in the line of duty, and the base collapsed due to years of neglect. I will manage the subsequent affairs. She swiftly made a decisive statement to characterize the event. Wise as ever, teacher. Kagaya immediately offered flattery. Less of your idle chatter. Tsunade shot him a glare, though her tone had softened. Well then, if there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. I need to catch up on some sleep after last night's discussions. Get out of here. Tsunade waved him off, watching as he sauntered out of the office, before exhaling a long sigh. To the still shocked Shizune, she instructed, immediately summon the captains of the Jonin class and several advisors for an emergency meeting regarding the unfortunate incident involving Elder Shimura Danzo. Shizune quickly nodded and hurried off to make arrangements. Tsunade remained alone in her office, gazing out at the bright sunlight, her emotions a tumultuous blend. The imminent threat posed by Danzo had been eliminated in such a dramatic, almost absurd manner, and it was her seemingly carefree yet profoundly capable disciple who had accomplished this. Large-breasted yet dim-witted, always drinking and fooling around, she softly repeated Danzo's judgment, reworked by Kagaya, unable to suppress a laugh as she shook her head. That kid in the conference room of the Hokage building, the atmosphere was tense. The fifth Hokage, Tsunade, sat at the head of the table, her expression grave. Beside her was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Flanking them were two senior advisors of Konoha, Kohara Udatane and Mitokado Hamura. Their faces were etched with doubt and concern. Also present was Nara Shikaku, the leader of the Jonin class, his brow furrowed in worry. Here is the situation. Tsunade succinctly recounted the details reported by Kagaya, of course omitting certain overly vivid descriptors. However, the core content remained unchanged. Danzo had attempted to seduce Kagaya to his side, insulted the Hokage with vehement words, and took the first strike, ultimately meeting an accidental demise during the conflict, leading to the collapse of the base. Absurd. Kohara Udatane was the first to rise in indignation. She could not believe that Danzo could be so foolish as to openly assault the Hokage's direct guard within the village, and then had the audacity to break his own neck. This was sheer lunacy. Mitokado Hamura adjusted his glasses and spoke gravely. Tsunade, this matter is of great significance. It is difficult to convince others based solely on Kagaya's account. After all, Danzo was an elder of the village, the leader of the root. His death must be thoroughly investigated. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently smoked his pipe, the swirling smoke obscuring his expression. He comprehended Danzo's obsession with the Hokage position and his dark methods, as well as the inscrutable strength and capricious nature of Kid. The collision of these two forces would not surprise him. However, they required evidence. I concur with the opinions of the two advisors. Tsunade unexpectedly did not refute this, but instead nodded, affirming that the matter must be thoroughly investigated. I have dispatched personnel to seal off the scene. Hayashi, she glanced at the waiting Marino Ibiki and Yamanaka Inoichi. Please. Your interrogation unit and technical reconnaissance team must act immediately, exerting every effort to search for Danzo's remains and attempt to extract any residual memories or chakra traces to unveil the truth. Yes, Hokage-sama. Ibiki responded in a deep voice, swiftly departing with the members of the interrogation unit, exuding an aura of cold intensity. Inoichi followed with a serious expression, for his mind-reading and body flicker techniques possessed unique advantages in memory exploration. The meeting was momentarily suspended, and everyone awaited in silence. Time passed slowly, the atmosphere in the conference room growing increasingly oppressive. After a prolonged silence, the door to the meeting room creaked open. Chapter 137. The conclusion. Ibiki and Inoichi returned. Their expressions remarkably complex, particularly Inoichi's, who appeared as if he had witnessed something profoundly shocking, his gaze slightly vacant. Indeed, Kid could not be assessed through conventional logic. How did it fare? Tsunade inquired immediately, with the third Hokage and the two advisors also fixated on them. Ibiki took a deep breath, his voice dry as he reported. Hokage-sama, Lord Third, esteemed advisors, the root base has collapsed. Its internal structure is entirely ruined, nearly filled in. We mobilized a significant number of personnel and managed to locate Elder Shimura Danzo's remains at the deepest point. Cause of death? Tsunade's voice was anxious. The cervical vertebrae were fractured, a fatal blow. Beyond that, there were no other obvious external injuries, Ibiki replied. What about the memories? Mito gaped and was more concerned about this. Inoichi stepped forward, his voice trembling with disbelief. We attempted to utilize a secret technique on the remains and captured some extremely fragmented memories, on the verge of dissipating. What did you see? The third finally spoke, his tone grave. Inoichi's expression turned exceedingly peculiar, as if he wished to laugh, but dared not. Akin to having ingested something distasteful, the fragments were chaotic, yet several images and emotions were exceedingly clear. He paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts. In the memories, Elder Danzo was indeed very agitated while speaking to Asakura Kid. The content roughly aligned with what Hokage-sama described, particularly regarding the fifth Hokage's mere brute force. Danzo genuinely harbored such thoughts. At this point, he cast an awkward glance at Tsunade, refraining from fully articulating that term. The evaluation was steeped in negativity and disdain. The expressions of Tsunade and Mito gaped and instantly darkened. In the mountains, Yamashita Kaichi continued. The memory revealed that Elder Danzo had indeed been the first to raise his hand, commanding dozens of root ninjas to launch an attack. Subsequently, Kaichi's expression grew increasingly peculiar. The memory became swift and blurred, conveying an incomprehensible speed and power, as all the attackers were instantaneously sent flying. The final image depicted Kid, who seemed to casually raise a hand, and then there was nothing more. The conference room fell into a profound silence once again. The fragments of memory that Kaichi had captured, though incomplete, perfectly corroborated Kid's account. It was even more exaggerated than Kid's own claim of twisting his neck. It was merely a casual gesture that led to the demise of Shimura Danzo. Tsunade felt a wave of relief wash over her, while simultaneously cursing Kid for being so heavy-handed. Yet, she maintained the dignity of the Hokage. The situation had become abundantly clear. Shimura Danzo had attempted to incite rebellion against the Hokage's guards, seeking to fracture the village, and had initiated the assault. Ultimately, he met his end amid the ensuing conflict. The root base, due to years of neglect, collapsed under the tumult of battle. She turned to her advisors and the third Hokage. Do any of you have further objections regarding this matter? Nara Shikamaru and Mito Gate-in exchanged glances before reluctantly shaking their heads. The evidence was irrefutable. What more was there to say? Should they pursue accountability for a deceased conspirator against a victim of unfathomable strength, who was also a disciple of the Hokage? No objections, they murmured. In that case, Tsunade rose, delivering her decree with finality. Henceforth, the Root organization is officially disbanded. All personnel currently outside will undergo scrutiny and reorganization by the Umbu. The cause of Shimura Danzo's death will be publicly stated as a resurgence of old wounds, occurring during an unexpected collapse while handling affairs at the root base, resulting in his sacrifice in the line of duty. This matter is concluded. A chorus of affirmations echoed in response. Kaichi, discreetly concealing the incident involving the Sharingan, recognized that all present were high-ranking officials, fully aware of the implications. As the meeting adjourned, the attendees departed with varied emotions. Tsunade stood by the window, gazing at the now tranquil Konoha. The threat posed by Danzo had been entirely neutralized. Although the process had been absurd, the outcome seemed favorable. She rubbed her temples and smiled wryly. That insufferable brat must treat her to drinks as a proper show of gratitude. That evening, at the izakaya, "Hey, you little rascal. This time, you really outdid yourself." Tsunade was evidently a bit intoxicated, boldly draping an arm around Kid's neck, nearly leaning her entire weight against him. Fengyi felt his arms suddenly enveloped in an astonishing softness and fullness, the tactile sensation unmistakably vivid even through the fabric, exhibiting remarkable elasticity. He chuckled lightly, allowing her to cling to him. When offered something inexpensive, one would be a fool not to accept. Assisting the teacher in alleviating her burdens is a duty expected of a disciple, is it not? While he spoke sweet words, his heart was consumed by the overwhelming sensation of her voluptuousness. "Don't try that with me," Tsunade exclaimed, striking his back with vigor. "Don't think I don't realize that you're merely avoiding trouble, taking care of that old coot in passing. Well done. I've never liked him. Come, drink. This round is on me." Fengyi accompanied her in consuming several more cups, observing her dazed expression with a warmth in his heart. The next day, in the bed of the Yuin household, Fengyi found the throbbing headache from the previous night's revelry almost negligible. He still appeared punctually at the Hokage building, fulfilling his ostensibly nominal duty as a bodyguard. The repercussions of Danzo and the Root's disappearance were deliberately suppressed by the higher-ups, failing to stir any unrest among the ordinary villagers. Only a select few, privy to the knowledge, could sense the shifting dynamics beneath the village's surface. Since awakening the three-tomo Sharingan under the stimulus of Genjutsu, Sasuke had grown increasingly taciturn and frigid, his yearning for power manifesting as an almost tangible flame in his eyes. After Naruto left the village to train with Jiraiya, Sasuke's focus became entirely fixated on Feng Yi and Kakashi. He devoted all his time to frenzied training, striving to catch up to that seemingly insurmountable figure, scarcely engaging with outsiders. Chapter 138. The four travelers that afternoon. Feng Yi leaned against the corridor wall, dozing, when a hesitant pink figure approached him. Feng Yi. Haruno Sakura murmured, her hands nervously twisting in front of her. Feng Yi opened his eyes, yawning. Oh, it's you, Sakura. What brings you here? I would like to ask you to guide me in my training. Sakura mustered her courage and declared, her eyes brimming with determination and earnestness. I no longer wish to hold everyone back. I want to grow stronger, like you and Kakashi-sensei. Please, teach me. Feng Yi gazed at the resolute girl before him, momentarily taken aback, then felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation. Here we go again, he thought, rubbing his forehead. What has this butterfly effect turned into? Am I running a daycare? First Sasuke, and now Sakura? Who's next? I really don't want to run a nursery. He assessed Sakura, noting her solid theoretical knowledge and chakra control. Well, Feng Yi stroked his chin, donning an expression of helplessness. Sakura, it's not that I don't wish to teach you. You see, I'm already quite busy. Protecting the Hokage and occasionally giving that Uchiha brat a piece of my mind leaves me little time to spare. Upon witnessing Sakura's instant despondence, her eyes nearly brimming with tears, Feng Yi shifted his stance. However, he pointed towards the firmly closed door of the Hokage's office. I believe there is someone more suited to guide you. Who? Sakura asked, looking up in confusion. The fifth Hokage, Tsunade. Feng Yi spoke with an air of righteous conviction. As he spoke, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This would certainly provide Tsunade with something to occupy her, sparing him from her incessant requests for companionship over drinks while lamenting the burdens of paperwork. Sakura's eyes instantly sparkled with enthusiasm. Indeed, the fifth Hokage, Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, the most formidable medical ninja. The prospect of learning from her reignited hope within Sakura, her face flushed with excitement. Could it truly be possible? Would Lady Tsunade be willing to teach me? To this, Feng Yi shrugged, uncertain. It ultimately depended on whether you could impress her. However, he lowered his voice, offering a suggestion to Sakura. It seems she is currently in need of an assistant to help manage paperwork and conduct research on medical ninjutsu. Your theoretical knowledge is quite strong, isn't it? You might as well take the initiative. Sakura, like a drowning person grasping a life raft, nodded vigorously. I understand. Thank you. Feng Yi, I will go and give it a try. With newfound courage, she knocked on the door of the Hokage's office. Feng Yi watched as Sakura entered, perfectly shifting the responsibility. No, successfully recommending an exceptional talent for the future of Konoha. He yawned, leaning back against the wall, contemplating whether to return home or seek out Yuin for a sparring match in taijutsu. As for whether Tsunade would take Sakura under her wing, that was no longer his concern. Days later, the afternoon sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon the neatly arranged tatami mats. Tsunade sat cross-legged in the center, her demeanor softened, exuding the focused intensity of a mentor. Haruno Sakura knelt opposite her, her small face taut with concentration, intent on absorbing every word. The air was imbued with a faint herbal fragrance, the aroma of the spices Tsunade brought to assist in sensing chakra. The essence of medical ninjutsu lay in the mastery of chakra control. Tsunade's voice, though not loud, resonated with clarity and strength. Precision in treating wounds was paramount, but one must also perceive the most subtle flows of chakra within the body. The foundation of her immense strength stemmed from this mastery. She extended her finger, a gentle green chakra swirling at its tip, demonstrating how to condense, compress, and meticulously control its output. Do you understand? It is not about releasing it violently, but rather about directing it with the finesse of controlling water, allowing it to burst forth at the precise moment and location you designate. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Sakura nodded earnestly, her eyes wide with determination as she endeavored to mimic the fluctuations of chakra at Tsunade's fingertip, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Her talent for chakra control was already commendable, and the tranquil environment further aided her focus. Meanwhile, in another corner, Feng Yi leaned against the wall. Seated on a soft cushion, his head nodding slowly as his eyes drifted shut, breathing steadily. He had fallen asleep. The sunlight kissed one side of his face, rendering him exceptionally serene, almost innocuous. It appeared he was entirely oblivious to the significant lesson unfolding in the room. As if Tsunade's intricate explanations of chakra control were the most soothing lullaby. Sakura occasionally cast a dejected glance at the peacefully slumbering Kagaya, feeling a twinge of unfairness. Kagaya was so remarkably skilled. Could it be that he had also learned through such trials? It appeared effortless for him, so why did it feel so arduous for her? Tsunade naturally noticed her disciple's unkempt state of repose and felt a slight twitch at the corner of her eye. However, upon observing Sakura's increased dedication, she ultimately swallowed her reprimands. Perhaps it was for the best, out of sight, out of mind. With a huff in her heart, she refocused her attention on teaching, believing that having this foolish companion nearby might spur Sakura to strive even harder. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded in the bedroom, a stern master diligently instructing a hard-working young lady, while a recognized powerhouse slumbered unceremoniously beside them. Time quietly passed. At last, Sakura's fingertips successfully coalesced a small, yet distinctly defined, orb of chakra. Although she was still far from achieving extraordinary strength, it was a significant advancement. Elated, she lifted her head, ready to report to Tsunade, only to see her mentor gesture for silence, casting a glance towards the still-sleeping Kagaya. Immediately, Sakura covered her mouth, nodded, and a knowing smile blossomed on her face. As night deepened, in a lively izakaya, the atmosphere within the private room was so exuberant that it seemed poised to lift the roof. Tsunade and Kagaya, this master-disciple duo, were engaged in a fierce contest of drinking, devoid of any hierarchical distinctions. "Drink up, you scoundrel. I swear, if I don't have you flat on the floor by the end of this, I'll write my name backwards," Tsunade declared, her face flushed. One hand braced against the table while the other hoisted a massive goblet. "Teacher, don't be so overconfident," Kagaya retorted, his expression cheerful, yet his gaze slightly inebriated. Clearly more sober than Tsunade, he shook his cup provocatively. "Your drinking prowess is only good enough to bully Shizune. Enough chatter. Bottoms up." Tsunade tilted her head back for another hearty gulp. Shizune, cradling a plush toy, sat beside Sakura, utterly becoming an observer. Shizune wore an expression of helplessness mixed with concern, while Sakura stared in astonishment at this utterly unexpected daily life of the Hokage and her disciple, her worldview experiencing a slight shock. Ultimately, the contest concluded with Tsunade succumbing first, crashing onto the table with a clatter, still mumbling about continuing to drink. Shizune hurried over to check on her. Phew, she finally went down. A little novice, both inept and fond of drink. Kagaya sighed in relief, rubbing his temples, although not completely inebriated. The quantity he had consumed was undeniably affecting him, his gaze becoming somewhat unfocused. "Kagaya, are you all right?" Sakura inquired with concern. "All is well, just a trifle tipsy." Kagaya waved his hand dismissively, attempting to rise but swaying slightly. Observing the intoxicated Tsunade and the evidently tipsy Kagaya, Shizune sighed. "Sakura, please help Kagaya back. I will see Lady Tsunade home." Chapter 139. Sakura's fragile resolve, huh? "Oh, of course." Sakura nodded eagerly, stepping forward to support Kagaya's arm. Thus, the two of them helped their respective inebriated companions, departing from the scene. As the cool breeze swept through, the intoxication of Feng Yi seemed to deepen, his steps growing ever more unsteady, relying heavily on Sakura for support. She strained under the weight and warmth of his masculine form, her heartbeat quickening involuntarily. On one hand, she felt fatigued. On the other, there was an undeniable shyness from being in such close proximity to a male. "Sasuke-kun, trust me, I am yours." As they walked, Feng Yi appeared to drift in and out of consciousness, his head resting against Sakura's shoulder, mumbling incoherently in his stupor. Stop it. Hinata, why are you shy? It's all good." His fragmented words clearly invoked the names of two girls. Listening to his drunken ramblings, a deeper blush crept across Sakura's cheeks, her heart a tumult of emotions. The intricate and unique relationship between Ino and Hinata weighed on her mind. Yet, hearing Feng Yi's inebriated murmurs was strangely fascinating. She shook her head, attempting to dispel these distracting thoughts, and focused on steadying the heavy, drunken figure beside her. As they continued, Funya seemed to regain lucidity for a fleeting moment, his bleary eyes striving to focus on the person supporting him. He uttered, confusion evident in his voice. Sakura? Why are you here? He shook his heavy head, seemingly lost in thought, and unconsciously mumbled, Where's that brat Sasuke? Didn't you go find him? This careless, drunken inquiry pierced through Sakura's facade of calm like a cold needle, laying bare the turmoil within her. Sasuke, the figure she had tirelessly pursued. The boy whose icy gaze and dismissive demeanor had thwarted her countless attempts to draw closer. Go away. Don't bother me. You're a nuisance. Those indifferent words. The black eyes filled with disdain and distance, materialized vividly before her, each detail carrying a bone-chilling weight. He had never once regarded her with anything but indifference, let alone permitted her to draw near or lean on him. Now, the Funya she supported, lost in a haze of intoxication, was murmuring fondly about Ino and Hinata, their names spoken with a sense of intimacy. Ino and Hinata could reside in his home, share in his life, and even partake in his affections so openly. An indescribable sense of grievance and bitterness surged forth, shattering Sakura's psychological defenses. Why was it that her desires were so simple, yet so elusive? Why did she invest so much, yet receive not even a glance in return? Yet others could effortlessly possess everything she yearned for. Tears, betraying her resolve, blurred her vision, and her eyes quickly reddened. She bit down on her lip, striving to suppress her sobs, but her trembling shoulders revealed her emotional turmoil. Funya seemed to lapse back into slumber, his head once more resting on her shoulder, unconsciously nuzzling against her as he mumbled again, Ino, don't pinch Hinata, be good. In that moment, his affectionate murmurs felt to Sakura like a silent mockery of her solitude and failures. She quickly lowered her head, blinking fervently in an attempt to stave off her tears. Her voice, tinged with a slight sob, softly answered Funya's earlier question. Even though she understood he might not hear her, Sasuke-kun, are you drunk? Funya had never been there for her when she needed him. He never had. She ceased speaking, laboriously supporting Funya as they made their way step by step toward his home, each stride feeling exceptionally burdensome. After much effort, she managed to assist Funya to the entrance of his residence. Just as Sakura raised her hand to knock, the door swung open from within. Standing there in their pajamas were Ino and Hinata, clearly having prepared for rest. They paused, taken aback at the sight of the two outside. Sakura? Funya? Ino was the first to break the silence, her brow furrowing at Funya's inebriated state, though she seemed unfazed. Ah, Ino, Hinata, Sakura awkwardly explained. Funya and Lady Tsunade were drinking, and he got carried away. Shizen took Tsunade home, so I brought him back. Honestly, drinking so much again, Ino complained. Yet she stepped forward to assist Sakura in supporting Funya, her movements practiced, clearly having envisioned this scenario many times. Hinata quickly joined in, her face etched with concern as she softly asked, Funya-kun, are you all right? He's fine. He just fell asleep, Sakura replied, shaking her head. The three of them then helped Funya into the house. During the process, he seemed to detect a familiar scent and unconsciously leaned against Ino and Hinata, mumbling, I'm home, before drifting into a deep slumber. Once they settled Funya onto the bed in the bedroom, Sakura observed as Ino went to fetch water while Hinata retrieved a towel, both tending to Funya with unspoken understanding. Suddenly, she felt somewhat superfluous. I'll take my leave now since he is home. Sakura hastily excused herself. Thank you for your help, Sakura, Ino said with a smile. Thank you, Sakura, Hinata added softly. It's nothing. Just doing what any friend would. Sakura waved her hand dismissively, hastening away from the house, which felt overly warm and complicated for her. As she walked home, Sakura glanced back at the residence aglow with warm light. It seemed that Ino and Hinata were truly living together. Moreover, it appeared they were getting along quite harmoniously. But what about Funya? Where did he run off to every night? Hadn't Ino mentioned something about him wandering freely outside? Such complexity. Sakura shook her head, feeling that the intricacies of these relationships were beyond her comprehension. Never mind. It was more important to focus on becoming stronger. She clenched her fist, motivating herself as she pushed the events of the evening from her mind and hurried homeward. Meanwhile, inside Funya's house, after ensuring he was asleep, Ino and Hinata exchanged glances filled with resignation and a calmness that had long been prepared in their hearts. Hinata remarked to herself, that scoundrel wouldn't even know he had a home if Sakura hadn't brought him back. Always cavorting with the Hokage and that woman from the Umbu. They both nodded in silent agreement, knowing he needed to learn a lesson. Eventually, they each retired for the night. The night was tranquil, as if nothing had transpired. Only the cold, silvery moonlight bore witness to the fact that Feng Yi should have been in the company of another woman at this very moment. Chapter 140. Serenity time flowed inexorably. The cherry blossoms of Konoha bloomed and withered, only to bloom once again. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had elapsed. Under the governance of the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, Konoha village flourished with newfound vitality. Though Tsunade occasionally slipped away to indulge in sake and lamented the mountains of paperwork, the capable Shizune and the gradually maturing Sakura ensured the village operated with remarkable efficiency. In these 2 years, many transformations took place. Naruto's training under Jiraiya was still ongoing, but reports occasionally trickled in, suggesting he had made rapid progress and undergone a profound metamorphosis. Sasuke, subjected to Feng Ye's inhumane and sporadically intense training, experienced a meteoric rise in strength. His obsession with power deepened, and his demeanor grew increasingly frigid. Aside from his desire to grow stronger and exact revenge on Itachi, he seemed incapable of acknowledging anything else. His training with Kakashi continued unabated, and his mastery of the Sharingan became ever more refined. Yet the distance to his desired goals appeared still daunting. Sakura remained stagnant in her relationship with Sasuke, which had grown even more distant. Conversely, she had wholeheartedly devoted herself to the study of medical ninjutsu and her immense physical strength. She had become Tsunade's most effective assistant and disciple, not only excelling in the medical field but also showcasing her astonishing strength, which drew the attention of numerous Jonin. She poured all her energy into her training and work, seemingly attempting to fill every moment with busyness, burying her youthful sentiments deep within. She had become stronger and more independent than ever, yet occasionally, when she escorted the drunken Feng Yi home at night and crossed paths with Ino and Hinata, a flicker of complex emotions would flash in her eyes. Ino and Hinata resided in Feng Ye's estate, and their relationship appeared to have found a delicate balance and unspoken understanding. Ino, with her extroverted nature, managed the flower shop while gradually taking on some family responsibilities, seemingly gaining her father's tacit approval of her choices. Hinata, on the other hand, grew more reserved and gentle, maintaining a well-ordered household, with the Hyuga clan seemingly offering silent acceptance of her situation. Both women had come to know of Shiyuen's existence and were aware of Feng Ye's frequent absences at night, yet they chose to accept this unspoken truth. Feng Ye's residence had unexpectedly become a stable refuge for them both. As for our protagonist, Feng Yi remained Tsunade's bodyguard. Though his commitment to this role resembled a sporadic endeavor, he often spent his time idly or en route to leisure. At his level of strength, the significance of training seemed to have diminished. He approached the world with a blend of observer and participant, immersing himself in the rhythms of daily life. His relationship with Tsunade was one of both mentor and friend, with banter and shared drinks a common occurrence. At times, he would offer incisive suggestions that transcended the era, eliciting both affection and exasperation from Tsunade. He would occasionally return home to savor moments of warmth, only to vanish once more into Shiyuen's abode. In her haven, he found silent companionship and solace whenever he was in need. The days seemed to flow by in a tranquil, yet slightly chaotic manner, until that fateful day in the secluded tatami room of the izakaya. 2 pairs of shoes were neatly placed at the entrance. Inside the room, a low table was adorned with several small dishes and a bottle of sake, the air filled with the enticing aromas of food and liquor. Sitting cross-legged, Feng Yi appeared relaxed, his black eyes appearing deep and inscrutable under the soft glow of the lights. Having restrained all extraordinary powers, he resembled an exceptionally handsome ordinary ninja, though his perfect features and extraordinary aura remained unmistakable. Casually lifting the sake jug, he poured a drink for the already tipsy Tsunade seated across from him. 2 years had been sufficient for the youth to shed his boyishness entirely. His figure had grown taller and more graceful. Beneath the loose ninja attire lay muscles that harbored terrifying strength, a perfect physique of a sage. His skin radiated a healthy, almost jade-like sheen. His features had matured significantly. With arched brows, a high nose bridge, and distinctly defined lips, they combined to form a face of striking beauty that bordered on flamboyant. With a long-standing possession and adaptation to such power, he naturally exuded an otherworldly aura, as if he could regard the myriad of worldly affairs with indifference. Yet, due to his frequent dalliance with the mundane, This transcendence was intertwined with a hint of languor and irreverence, creating a deadly allure. Even Tsunade, accustomed to encountering formidable individuals, found her senses momentarily captivated by the completely unveiled handsome visage and unique temperament before her, softened by the haze of inebriation. She could not help but concede that the lad was, indeed, excessively handsome. Tsunade, likewise barefoot, sat cross-legged opposite him. She had shed her Hokage cloak, donning only a dark inner garment, with strands of golden hair loosely cascading beside her flushed cheeks. Stripped of some of her usual authority, she radiated a softness and languor that was distinctly feminine. Supporting one leg, she casually draped her arm over her knee, accepting the wine cup Feng Yi offered. "What brings you here today to share a drink with me? Not off to your gentle haven? You even went so far as to ensure that Shizune and Sakura would not disturb us? What mischief are you plotting, you little rascal?" Tsunade raised her cup, casting a sidelong glance at him, her tone laced with playful teasing and an unacknowledged undercurrent of emotion. Feng Yi chuckled softly, his voice more resonant and magnetic than it had been 2 years prior. He did not respond immediately, instead tilting his head back to drain the contents of his cup. Though the gentle haven was delightful, it sometimes paled in comparison to the amusement of bantering over drinks with the 5th Hokage. Feng Yi swirled his empty cup, a lazy smile gracing his lips, his gaze settling on Tsunade's enchanting visage, made even more alluring by the effects of intoxication. Tsunade huffed, suppressing a flicker of unusual sentiment. "Spare me the theatrics. Speak plainly. Have you stirred up trouble again?" Feng Yi set down his cup, his smile fading, his eyes gazing out at the night view of Konoha, the myriad of lights flickering in his profound gaze. "There's no trouble. It's just," he paused, "I find things somewhat dull." Tsunade raised an eyebrow. "The village is peaceful and prosperous. You've done well, sensei." Feng Yi spoke slowly. "Ino and Hinata are well. And so is Shoyin. Having reached this stage in my training, the mere accumulation of chakra or the honing of skills has lost its significance." His tone carried a weariness that Tsunade found difficult to fully comprehend. It was a sense of detachment that arose from standing upon a lofty perch for too long, with the novelty gradually fading into indifference. The intricate web of power dynamics, grievances, and entanglements in this world seemed to be losing its initial allure for him, as if it were merely an overextended script. "Is that so?" Tsunade seemed to sense something, straightening her posture, the effects of her inebriation receding slightly. Chapter 141. Teacher. "You are drunk." Feng Yi's dark eyes focused intently on Tsunade. The illumination of the room cast a clear light on his sharply defined profile, exuding an almost oppressive charm at such close proximity. "Thus, I intend to temporarily leave Konoha and take a stroll." Tsunade tightened her grip on the wine glass. The alcohol dulled her thoughts, yet the implication of his words penetrated her mind with clarity. She gazed at Feng Yi, observing the familiar yet distinctly distant calmness in his eyes, which inexplicably tightened her chest. "Leave? Where to?" she inquired, striving to maintain her composure, though a trace of urgency slipped through. "I do not know," Feng Yi replied, shaking his head slightly, his gaze lingering for a moment on Tsunade's lips, glistening from the drink, before gradually returning to meet her eyes. "Just wandering about. Perhaps I shall visit the deserts of the land of wind to witness the sunset, or venture to the land of water to listen to the tides. There are still some places that have yet to bore me." His choice of words was casual, yet it conveyed an underlying weariness toward everything before him, including Konoha, including her, and perhaps even those tender memories. Suddenly, Tsunade felt an inexplicable heaviness in her chest, uncertain whether it stemmed from her disciple's abrupt farewell or from the detached indifference conveyed in his words. She took a hearty swig of her drink, the spicy liquid coursing down her throat, igniting a warmth within her. "Humph, how casually you speak. As a bodyguard to the Hokage, do you think you can just leave at will? Is it not my duty to protect you?" Feng Yi suddenly chuckled lightly, leaning forward, his elbows resting on the table, closing the distance between them. The clean yet subtly intoxicating scent that emanated from him enveloped the air around Tsunade. "But look around. Who in the village could harm you now? My role as a guard is nothing more than a formality." His proximity instinctively made Tsunade hold her breath. It was too close, close enough for her to count the delicate lashes of his lowered eyes, to discern the nearly invisible pores on his skin, and to feel the warmth of his breath caressing her cheek. The intoxication seemed to deepen, her head spinning slightly, and her heart began to race uncontrollably. Enough with the vanity. Tsunade struggled to regain her composure, attempting to lean back and create distance, only to find the wall behind her, leaving her nowhere to retreat. She could only tilt her head slightly, avoiding his direct gaze. Even if nothing is amiss, remaining in the village is still your responsibility. Responsibility, is it? Feng Yi repeated softly, a hint of amusement lacing his tone. Observing the blush on Tsunade's ears and the elegant lines of her neck, the teacher remarked, "You are intoxicated." "I am not," Tsunade retorted, though her voice softened under his gaze and proximity. She felt her cheeks burn intensely, uncertain whether it was the wine or something else entirely. Feng Yi watched her struggle to maintain composure, a flicker of amusement crossing his eyes, accompanied by a deeper, more complex sentiment. He did not advance nor withdraw, maintaining a tantalizing distance as he softly spoke. "Once I have savored the scenery outside to my satisfaction, perhaps I shall return. Or perhaps when Konoha offers something anew to pique my interest." His words seemed to serve as both an explanation and a vague promise, imbued with an indescribable allure. Tsunade's heart raced even faster. She turned back to face Feng Yi's dark eyes, which reflected her slightly inebriated visage, deep enough to draw her in. The alcohol clouded her reason, and a long-suppressed emotion seemed to stir to life. She parted her lips, intending to speak, but ultimately, it transformed into a light huff tinged with the scent of alcohol. "Do as you please. Who cares when you return?" Yet, despite her words, her gaze flickered uncertainly, devoid of her usual decisiveness. Feng Yi regarded her silently for several seconds before slowly straightening his posture, the exhilarating tension dissipating. He once again lifted the wine jug, refilling their empty glasses. "Then let us share a few more drinks, teacher." He raised his glass, his expression returning to its previous languid demeanor, as if the earlier intimacy had merely been an illusion. Tsunade gazed at the shimmering liquid in her glass, paused in contemplation, and then raised her own cup. The glasses clinked softly once more, the sound resonating clearly in the quiet room. This time, they both downed their drinks in one go, plunging deeper into inebriation. Afterward, she could scarcely recall how much they had consumed. She only remembered the conversation drifting aimlessly, discussing amusing village anecdotes, her own complaints about tedious paperwork, and the elders' incessant chatter. The alcohol thoroughly blurred the boundaries, and the mentor-student relationship seemed to dissolve into ambiguity. Eventually, when she attempted to stand, her body wavered uncontrollably. A hand swiftly reached out, steadying her arm. The touch was distinctly clear through the thin fabric of her clothing. "Be careful." Feng Yi's voice resonated near her ear, deep and reassuring. Tsunade leaned against him, her vision hazy as she looked up at him. The man's tall figure nearly enveloped her, his handsome face adorned with a faint, helpless smile. "Come, teacher," Feng Yi said, his tone leaving no room for dissent. "I shall escort you home." Tsunade did not refuse. Perhaps she had lost her strength, or perhaps she simply did not wish to decline. She allowed him to support her as they unsteadily made their way to the entrance. Feng Yi watched her clumsily take a seat, her golden hair cascading down, cheeks flushed, and her gaze dreamy. His eyes shifted slightly, but he remained silent, deftly putting on his own shoes first. Then, naturally, he picked up Tsunade's exquisite black high heels and knelt before her. This posture brought him almost eye to eye with her as she sat, narrowing the distance between them. "Teacher, your foot," Tsunade murmured, slightly dazed, lifting one bare, delicate foot in obedience. Her foot possessed exquisite contours, with slender ankles and a smooth, pale instep. In the dim light of the entrance, it shimmered with a subtle, gentle luster. Her toes, rounded like jade, bore a faint blush from the slight pressure, and her nails were neatly trimmed and clean. Feng Yi's gaze darkened. He extended his hand, gently cradling her heel with one hand while holding her high heel with the other. Upon making contact with her heel and that remarkably soft skin, both seemed to pause momentarily. Tsunade felt as though a faint electric current coursed through the skin he touched, momentarily clearing her mind and inexplicably quickening her heartbeat. Instinctively, she wanted to retract her foot, yet he held it tenderly yet firmly. "Don't move," he instructed softly, carefully guiding her toes into the opening of the high heel. The smoothness of her instep and the sensitivity of her arch were palpable. The sensation was as gentle as a feather, yet imbued with a searing warmth that distinctly conveyed itself to Tsunade. Her toes curled unconsciously, this involuntary gesture appearing particularly fragile and alluring. A soft, tremulous sound escaped Tsunade's lips, her cheeks flushed crimson, and it felt as if all her senses converged upon the foot cradled in his hand. The sensation was peculiar, overwhelming. Yet the intoxication and an inexplicable yearning rendered her powerless to withdraw. Once she was properly shod, he held her foot for a moment longer, his thumb lingering on that delicate skin before he slowly released it. The other foot followed. His gaze lifted to meet her eyes, glistening with confusion and embarrassment. Tsunade held her breath, gradually raising the other foot and extending it toward him. Each contact, each glide of his fingertips, seemed to challenge the boundaries of her rationality. Her calves trembled slightly. Chapter 142, The Master-Disciple Relationship. Night on the streets of Konoha. The cool night breeze dissipated some of the intoxication. Yet the warmth from their physical contact grew more pronounced. Feng Ye's arm supported her, the occasional brush of their bodies, the fresh scent emanating from him, and the striking contours of his profile against the night cast Tsunade into a state of unease. She leaned most of her weight against him, feeling the restrained yet immense strength beneath his clothing. Her head felt heavy, and her steps were unsteady, forcing her to passively follow his lead. In the night, Tsunade gazed at his profile, momentarily lost in thought. The journey seemed both fleeting and interminable. When Feng Ye finally halted, she realized they had returned to her home. "We have arrived," his deep voice announced. Tsunade mumbled a vague reply, attempting to straighten herself, yet her body remained weak. Feng Ye did not release her. Instead, he steadied her further, his free hand skillfully opening the gate and the door, guiding her inside. Tsunade muttered instinctively, reaching for her pocket, only to be restrained by him. "We are already inside." Feng Ye's voice was close, whispering in her ear. He supported her, allowing her to lean against the wall of the entryway to steady herself momentarily. "Can you stand on your own for a while?" Tsunade struggled to focus her gaze, meeting his dark eyes, which reflected her current disheveled, yet endearingly tipsy state. She nodded, then quickly shook her head, her body involuntarily swaying towards him once more. Feng Ye sighed, wrapping his arm around her shoulders to support her again. "Let me help you take off your shoes," he said, bending down and gently grasping her slender ankle. He deftly untied the straps of her high heels. Tsunade shivered. After removing her shoes, he straightened up, once again steadying her. "Can you walk to the bedroom?" Tsunade could barely speak, merely leaning against him as he half-supported, half-carried her towards the bedroom. Her heartbeat thundered, resonating clearly in the room. As the bedroom door swung open, Feng Ye guided her to the edge of the bed. Tsunade nearly collapsed into the soft bedding, sinking into its comforting embrace. Drowsiness and fatigue surged over her once more. Her eyelids heavy, threatening to close immediately, yet a lingering awareness instilled an inexplicable tension and anticipation regarding her predicament. She sensed Feng Ye crouching before her, adjusting her position for greater comfort. Then he reached out, touching her outer garment. Tsunade's body stiffened instantly, her eyes widening slightly as she observed his long, knuckled fingers. "No," she protested weakly, her voice hoarse. Feng Ye did not pause at her faint objection. Instead, that word seemed to stir a deeper darkness within his gaze. He leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against her heated earlobe. "What do you mean by no, my teacher?" His voice was low, imbued with a near-seductive magnetism. "It's uncomfortable to sleep in your outerwear." Yet, his movements did not cease. He carefully slid the garment from her shoulders, inevitably grazing the fabric of her inner clothing and the skin of her neck and shoulders. Each delicate touch ignited sparks, sending shivers coursing through her. Tsunade shut her eyes tightly, her eyelashes trembling violently, her cheeks flushed in astonishing crimson, and her breath quickened. She could feel his gaze lingering upon her, a warmth that made her feel utterly exposed. Ultimately, it seemed he abandoned the intent to continue undressing her. Stripped of the formidable exterior of the Hokage, the inebriated Tsunade revealed a rare, almost fragile allure. Her golden tresses lay messily across the pillow, accentuating the enticing redness of her cheeks, embodying the unique charm of a mature woman. Her breath, quickened by anxiety and intoxication, caused her chest to rise and fall gently, revealing breathtaking curves. The air was thick with the faint scent of alcohol clinging to her, a sweet aroma, along with an indescribable allure that belonged solely to mature women. Time appeared to stand still at that moment. Feng Ye's dark eyes deepened, swirling with complex emotions, admiration, desire, and a deeper attraction long suppressed by their teacher-student relationship, now magnified by the intoxication and the charged atmosphere. He slowly leaned down. The breaths of the two intertwined once more fervent and inseparable than during their time in the izakaya. Tsunade seemed to sense something amiss. Her body tensed, and a vague whimper escaped her throat, akin to a final, powerless warning. However, the anticipated further actions did not materialize. Instead, a gentle kiss graced her smooth forehead, a touch warm and soft, imbued with an indescribable complexity of emotions. Tsunade shuddered violently, her eyes snapping open in disbelief as she gazed at her disciple, who was now close enough to touch. Fengye met her gaze, his usual languor replaced by a profound intensity, almost drowning her in his emotions. His fingers caressed her feverish cheeks, emanating an unexpected possessiveness that contrasted sharply with his usual demeanor. "Teacher," he murmured, his voice hoarse, "do you know how long I have endured this?" This utterance acted as a key, shattering the last wobbly defense within Tsunade's heart. Alcohol dulled her rationality, and the unmasked desire and deep affection in her disciple's eyes rendered her defenses utterly vulnerable. She looked at him, her gaze a tumult of confusion, her breath quickening. "Fengye, I am your teacher." Tsunade's admonition served as a fuse. Fengye hesitated no longer. He leaned down and captured her slightly parted lips, surprised by the kiss. Tsunade gasped, all her unspoken words and protests silenced by this sudden and deep kiss. It was not tender. Rather, it bore the weight of long-suppressed brutality and aggression. The taste of alcohol mingled and spread between their mouths, becoming increasingly intoxicating. His arms encircled her waist, pulling her deeper into his embrace, their bodies pressed tightly together, each feeling the other's searing warmth and rapid heartbeat. Initially stiff, Tsunade's fingers instinctively clenched the sheets beneath her. Yet soon, under the onslaught of his forceful yet skillful advances, combined with the effects of alcohol and repressed emotions, her resistance melted away like spring snow. The grip on the sheets loosened, hesitantly transitioning to a tentative exploration of his broad back. This was a mistake, she knew. He was her disciple. She was the fifth Hokage. This relationship loomed like an insurmountable chasm. Chapter 143, The Art of Change. His breath, his embrace, the unfamiliar yet intense pleasure he brought forth, coupled with an inner stir of emotions she was reluctant to acknowledge, left her powerless to contemplate the moral complexities. As the night deepened, the temperature in the room rose steadily. Their garments lay in disarray on the floor, having been discarded at some point. The moonlight dimly illuminated the entwined figures on the bed, the sounds of their breaths and suppressed murmurs resonating beautifully in the night. Fengye's hands roamed over her astonishingly soft waist and voluptuous curves, each touch eliciting uncontrollable shivers from her. He was acutely aware of every subtle reaction she exhibited, guiding and amplifying them with precision. Tsunade felt akin to a small boat lost in a tempest, helplessly buffeted by relentless, unfamiliar waves. Her unaccustomed body was astonishingly sensitive, awakening swiftly under his guidance, igniting a flame within her that felt utterly foreign. A tumult of emotions, shame, pleasure, the thrill of transgression, and deeply buried desires, intertwined, pushing her to the brink of collapse. She closed her eyes, surrendering to his dominion, her nails involuntarily sinking into the firmness of his back. The night stretched long, outside. The village of Konoha had succumbed to slumber, oblivious to the events unfolding within this estate, where the Hokage and her most formidable protector had irrevocably crossed a threshold. Ensnared in the tide of intoxication. As the waves gradually subsided, only the two of them remained, their breaths still unsteady. The intoxication was somewhat dispelled by their fervent exertions, yet a deeper intoxication enveloped them both. Kageyama propped himself up, his black hair slightly damp with sweat, a few strands cascading over his forehead, rendering him less ethereal than usual and imbued with a primal languor. His profound gaze settled upon Tsunade, whose golden hair clung to her porcelain skin and flushed cheeks, her eyes shimmering with a watery allure. A look of post-ardor days mingled with a hint of confusion graced her features, her full lips slightly swollen, utterly enticing. He reached out, gently tucking the damp strands of hair behind her ear, his gesture imbued with the tenderness of afterglow. Tsunade's eyes flickered, instinctively turning away to evade his gaze, her cheeks growing increasingly crimson. Rationality was gradually returning, accompanied by overwhelming embarrassment and helplessness. She had, astonishingly, succumbed to her own disciple. Kageyama observed her avoidance, leaning closer still, planting a delicate kiss upon her smooth shoulder. His husky voice then resonated in her ear. "Konoha seems to hold a newfound intrigue for me. Would you not agree, my dear teacher?" Tsunade's body stiffened, her heart racing uncontrollably once again. She tilted her head, his deep, languorous, and teasing words brushing against her ear like a feather. The phrase "my dear teacher" ignited her sensitive heart, akin to a spark setting ablaze her recently quelled blood. Embarrassment, turmoil, a touch of ire at being seen through, and that infuriating sense of unfulfillment surged once more, like a tide rising within her. She abruptly turned her head back, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears, now aflame with an indomitable spirit. Fixing her gaze upon that striking visage mere inches away, sweat-soaked black hair framed his face, his deep-set black eyes reflecting her current disarray and flushed countenance. Yet, a smirk danced at the corners of his mouth, igniting her heartbeat with its audacity. This face, so breathtakingly beautiful, had ensnared the hearts of countless women in Konoha. How had she lost control of herself? "You insufferable brat." Tsunade's voice was tinged with its characteristic rasp and urgency. She thrust her hand forward, not to push him away, but rather to grasp his neck, pulling him toward herself once more. Her demeanor was one of a mischievous imp, relishing in her unexpected advantage. With a sudden movement, fueled by her distinctive strength and reckless impulse, she caught Feng Yi off guard. He was drawn down, once more pressed beneath her, his brow arched in genuine surprise, which swiftly morphed into an amused smirk. Yielding to her force, he offered no resistance, merely intrigued to see her intentions unfold. Kushina's cheeks flushed crimson, as if blood might spill forth, her gaze radiating a resolute determination laced with an alluring charm. She tilted her head back and, with a blend of awkwardness yet unwavering conviction, pressed her lips against his once more. This was no longer the passive acquiescence of earlier passion. It bore the marks of retribution and a compelling assertiveness, as though she sought to reclaim a fragment of the relinquished initiative, concealing the tumult of desire and confusion within. Feng Yi was momentarily taken aback, yet a smile blossomed in his eyes. He welcomed this counterattack, even relaxing into it, allowing her to awkwardly yet fervently guide the kiss. His dark eyes sparkled with admiration and an ineffable thrill. After an eternity, Kushina finally released him, her breath unsteady and her chest heaving, exuding an air of feigned bravado after her audacious act. "What are you staring at?" he chuckled, rising leisurely to sit at the edge of the bed under her perplexed and discontented gaze. He reached into his right-hand ring, retrieving a pack of cigarettes and a lighter with an effortless grace, embodying the languor and ease that followed their encounter. With a soft click, the flame ignited. Lighting the cigarette he held, he exhaled a plume of grayish smoke, which curled around him, rendering his handsome profile somewhat ethereal as he glanced sidelong at Kushina, who lay on the bed, momentarily dazed. The moonlight accentuated his muscular frame and the elegant lines of his fingers, which held the cigarette. The atmosphere shifted subtly. Observing his relaxed smoking posture, Kushina felt as if she were awaiting a performance, her recently summoned courage nearly slipping away. Yet, the glimmer of mischief and anticipation in his eyes reignited her competitive spirit. The residual effects of alcohol and passion surged within her, biting her lower lip. A daring allure flickered in her gaze. "You little rascal, stop pretending." With renewed determination, she propped herself up, the soft blanket slipping from her, revealing enticing curves that set the pulse racing. In the hazy moonlight and swirling smoke, she resembled a siren beneath the moon. Inching closer to him with a hint of provocation, Feng Yi remained silent, taking another drag of his cigarette, the corners of his mouth lifting as he watched her, as if admiring a magnificent painting, eagerly awaiting her next move. This time, he assumed the role of the spectator, keen to witness how she would spark a new flame of conflict. Chapter 144, Your Majesty, have mercy. Review Master. It cannot be revised any further. Kushina's bold advance was imbued with a sense of reckless resolve, as she drew him towards her once again. The kiss this time was no longer a tentative exploration or a feigned counterattack. It bore an undeniable aggression. It embodied the fiery strength and dominance of Tsunade, who gazed down upon the ninja world with authority. Even in this moment, she resolutely refused to remain in a position of subjugation. Feng Yi was taken aback by her sudden fervor, yet he swiftly embraced her challenge. His counterattack was executed with astonishing speed. He released the few puffs of smoke he had taken, allowing it to carve a faint glow in the darkness before silently settling onto the floor. Reason had long been cast aside. Alongside this, there was an indomitable stubbornness that refused to concede to anyone, even to this enigmatic little fellow with unfathomable strength. The atmosphere, thick with tension, had already been permeated by an unknown emotion, bearing witness to their previous clash. The new round of confrontation was evidently more intense. Fengye moved with poise. Each advance tightened her resolve. The power of the sage not only bestowed strength, but also heightened the perception and control of breath. He could sense her emotional fluctuations, every change in her breathing, using it as guidance to draw her deeper into the fray. Tsunade felt as though she had been thrust into turbulent waves. Each time she believed she could steady herself, she was once again overwhelmed by a more potent force. The unfamiliar sensation coursed through her limbs like an electric current, causing her to emit soft gasps. She attempted to resist, to reclaim dominance, yet her body seemed to defy her will, moving only in rhythm with his. "You insufferable little brat," she stammered, her voice hoarse and unrecognizable, her eyes shimmering with emotion as she glared at him, lacking any intimidation and instead revealing a complex array of feelings. Fengye chuckled softly, his breath slightly uneven, yet he maintained control of the tempo. He leaned in, whispering provocatively in her ear, "Is this the extent to which the teacher concedes? Why not call me teacher so I can hear it?" This statement ignited the last flicker of her competitive spirit. "Do you look down on others that much?" she nearly shouted. With remarkable explosive force, she successfully turned the tables on Fengye, gaining the upper hand. Her golden hair cascaded like a waterfall, clinging to the side of her neck. The moonlight illuminated her appearance without reservation. Her cheeks flushed, her gaze dreamy yet sparkling with defiance, exuding the unique charm of a mature woman. She looked down at him, her breath quickening, her chest heaving, creating a breathtaking tableau. Fengye gazed at Tsunade with mild surprise, which swiftly transformed into profound admiration. He offered no resistance. Instead, he rested his hands behind his head, completely relaxing his body, presenting himself as one at her mercy, while the smile at the corner of his mouth deepened. "Oh." He arched an eyebrow, his gaze suggestively roving over her. What does the teacher wish to do? This was nothing short of a blatant provocation. Tsunade bit her lower lip, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes, yet more prominently was a resolute determination. She leaned down, placing her hands on either side of him, her golden strands cascading down, brushing against his cheek and chest. "Shut your mouth." She lowered her voice, allowing her actions to speak volumes. In that moment, she relinquished all rational thought, relying solely on instinct and an indomitable spirit to guide her. Though her movements were somewhat awkward, they exuded an almost untainted sincerity. Fengye said nothing, merely observing her in silence. He reveled in her determination to assert herself, yet was acutely aware that her resolve would likely not endure for long. It seemed that she required further guidance. He spoke softly, sensing that the atmosphere had grown considerably tenser than before. Tsunade's futile resistance and bluster were effortlessly dismantled. She appeared completely ensnared by his rhythm, her sensory world wholly consumed by his presence. The distinctions of identity and age blurred into obscurity. She found herself incapable of thought, her fingers instinctively clenching. The night stretched on, while outside, the hidden leaf village lay in serene tranquility. Yet within, the contest between the two continued unabated. The fifth Hokage, Senju Tsunade, unveiled her passionate side before her most formidable disciple. Time and again, she attempted anew, until at last, every last ounce of strength had been expended. She could only surrender to the embrace of fatigue and a peculiar sense of satisfaction as they dragged her into darkness. As dawn broke, her consciousness surfaced slowly from the depths of slumber, akin to a sunken vessel rising from the ocean's abyss. The first sensation was one of heaviness. Her body felt as though it had endured a grueling training session, every muscle languid and unresponsive. Tsunade struggled to open her eyes, the dull ache of a hangover and an unfamiliar exhaustion assailing her, prompting a furrow of concern across her brow. A faint, peculiar aroma lingered in the air. Fragments of last night's chaotic memories collided within her mind. Farewells at the izakaya, conversations on the way back, the dim light of the bedroom, and the fierce gazes exchanged between them. The taut atmosphere and the final loss of control coursed through her. Heat crept up her cheeks, spreading to the roots of her ears, as her heart quickened its rhythm involuntarily. She abruptly attempted to sit up, only to be thwarted by her aching body, which caused her to inhale sharply before collapsing back onto the pillow. "Awakened, have we?" came a voice tinged with lazy amusement from beside her. Tsunade stiffly turned her head to see Fengye reclining, propped up on one arm, gazing at her. He was already awake, perhaps having hardly slept at all. His dark eyes sparkled with unabashed admiration and a hint of playful mockery. The morning light sculpted his handsome profile, the sage mode enhancing his vitality. A stark contrast to her weariness. What is this? He quirked a smile. Is the fifth Hokage planning to indulge in a lie-in? Tsunade shot him a glare, though it lacked any real menace. Less chatter, she attempted to infuse her voice with calmness. Taking a deep breath, she tried to rise. Achieving it halfway, at least she was upright now. The silk slipped from her shoulders, and she instinctively pulled it higher. I suggest, Finya's voice chimed with amusement from behind, that you first take a hot shower. It will be far more refreshing. Tsunade did not turn around, merely responding with a vague acknowledgement. She stood up, her legs still somewhat shaky, yet at least she could walk. She made her way directly to the bathroom, closing the door gently and leaning against the doorframe. The reflection in the mirror revealed a disheveled, golden-haired figure, her cheeks still flushed with lingering color, her eyes a blend of fatigue and an indescribable radiance. She turned on the faucet, splashing cold water on her face, striving to bring clarity to her chaotic thoughts. Outside the door, Finya's voice called out, "Do you need assistance, teacher?" "No," she replied immediately, her tone sharper than she intended. Laughter ensued from outside. She hastily completed her morning routine. The warm water indeed alleviated some of the tension in her muscles. Chapter 145. Immense wealth you. What's the matter with me? The teacher was quite enthusiastic last night. Shut up, Tsunade retorted, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her temper flaring instantly. Unfortunately, her weakened state rendered her admonition devoid of any menace, instead carrying a husky allure. Last night, I drank too much. I don't remember anything. A classic case of ostrich mentality, attempting to deny everything. Oh, shall I help the teacher recall the events? She raised her hand to push him away, but he deftly grasped her wrist. It appears the teacher has made a good recovery, he chuckled softly, while his other hand wandered, caressing her sore waist with gentle pressure. You still have the strength to glare. His palm bore an uncanny magic, perfectly easing the muscle soreness, while simultaneously igniting an unsettling tickle and flutter within her. Remove your hands, you little brat. Tsunade scolded with false bravado, attempting to twist away from his touch, yet only plunging deeper into the softness of the bed and the enveloping scent of him. The body's memory proved far more honest than the mind. Certain sensitive points, thoroughly awakened the previous night, seemed to stir once more, sending shameful signals. Finya found her flushed cheeks and her forced fierceness amusing. He leaned down and swiftly stole a kiss from her lips, speaking before she could react in anger. Since the teacher has forgotten, as your disciple, it is my duty to help you reinforce your memories, lest you find yourself intoxicated again next time. All protests and curses were silenced. The morning review lesson, in stark contrast to the tempest of the previous night, carried an air of languor and intimacy, yet remained formidable. Initially, Tsunade struggled, pushing against his chest with her hands. But her feeble efforts were akin to an ant trying to shake a tree. Soon, her body betrayed her resolve, the resistance transforming into feeble scratches. Ultimately, she surrendered, allowing him to guide her once more, succumbing to the waves of sensation. When everything finally settled, Tsunade felt utterly drained, not wanting to move a single finger. She lay languidly on the bed, breathless, her body adorned with glistening beads of sweat, lacking even the strength to glare at him. In contrast, Finya appeared invigorated as he rose from the bed, unabashedly displaying himself. He picked up the scattered garments from the floor and leisurely began to dress. He turned away, resuming his somewhat languid demeanor, as if the assertive individual from moments ago was a mere figment of imagination. I truly ought to take my leave. Tsunade buried her face into the pillow, muttering irritably, "Get lost." He'd laughed softly, approached the bedside, and leaned down to place a gentle kiss upon the small expanse of her smooth nape. "I shall return, sensei," he said, his tone imbued with a hint of seriousness. "We shall spar then." Tsunade stiffened, offering no reply, only burying her face deeper into the pillow. He'd ceased to tease her, straightened up, and made his way toward the door. Just as his hand brushed against the doorknob, a thought seemed to strike him. He halted, not turning back, casually adding, "By the way, regarding the field training, if Ino or Hinata take on a mission, could you or Shizen-senpai kindly inform them for me? No need for a formal farewell." His tone was nonchalant, as if merely communicating an inconsequential task. After speaking, he appeared to recall something, raising his hand casually, causing the ancient ring on his finger to emit a faint glimmer. In the next moment, several heavy boxes of varying sizes, along with a meticulously sealed metallic trunk, thudded onto the bedroom floor, producing a dull sound that stirred up a fine layer of dust. Among these boxes, the largest metallic trunk was particularly eye-catching. He deftly lifted the lids of several boxes, revealing a mountain of neatly stacked coins, an array of dazzling gemstones, pearls, and various pieces of jewelry. They sparkled resplendently in the morning light, each item evidently of considerable worth. This wealth was a mere accumulation from previous missions. It occupies space here, so you may decide how to handle it, Sensei. Whether to support the village, replenish your own coffers, or settle gambling debts, the choice is yours. He paused for a moment, adding with a teasing tone, just do as you please. Tsunade, who had been listening, could no longer suppress her curiosity upon hearing the heavy thuds. When she beheld the blinding golden light and the mound of coins, all her shyness and physical fatigue vanished in an instant. Her eyes widened in astonishment, mouth slightly agape, rendered speechless by the shock. As the Hokage, she was acutely aware of the village's financial state. Although it had improved significantly over the past few years, the demand for funds was ever present. Personally, she had long been in a state of debt. This immense fortune was a colossal impact, both for her and the village. Where did you? She instinctively wanted to inquire, her voice wavering with astonishment. Oh, most of it is from a mission in the Land of Waves a few years back. Acquired from a rather unfortunate merchant named Kato. I simply forgot to manage it. It's the bodyguard mission documented in my file. The rest? Just a few trinkets collected here and there while passing through certain places, he'd replied nonchalantly. Rest assured, the provenance is unproblematic. He turned back, gazing at Tsunade, who, momentarily stunned, had forgotten to conceal her form, propped up on the bed, revealing a generous expanse of her fair skin and alluring curves. A glimmer of amusement flickered in his dark eyes. As for my reason for leaving the village, he tilted his head slightly, his tone turning somewhat serious. I mentioned that I had voluntarily taken the initiative to venture out for an extended period to gather intelligence on the ninja world, with an uncertain date of return. This explanation should suffice to appease the Elder Council and others. Having said that, he did not linger, casually waving his hand at Tsunade, who remained in a state of shock. He departed, his figure vanishing swiftly beyond the door, leaving only the sound of the bedroom door closing behind him. Inside the room, Tsunade was left alone, staring blankly at the dazzling pile of wealth and the emptiness surrounding her. The discomfort in her body and the vivid, fervent memories of the previous night resurfaced. Intertwined with this staggering reality of riches, her emotions became exceedingly complex. That insufferable brat always had a knack for unsettling her in the most unexpected ways. She gazed at the brilliant gold, then glanced at the ambiguous marks adorning her body. In a sudden fit of fury, she seized a pillow and hurled it towards the door, letting out a low, furious growl laced with a touch of indescribable emotion. Hokage, you absolute scoundrel. Her voice echoed in the room, filled with money, yet there was no response. Only the scattered wealth stood as evidence of someone's visit, along with the considerable mess he had left behind, enough to give her a headache and linger in her thoughts for an extended period. Was this a payment for services rendered? Chapter 146. Anomalous Tsunade sat alone in the bedroom, which was overflowing with gold and silver, struggling for what felt like an eternity to extricate herself from the whirlpool of shock and mixed emotions. Her body remained achingly weak, and an uncomfortable sensation in a certain delicate area served as a reminder of her previous escapades. The sight of the boxes before her felt akin to an absurd and surreal dream. Taking a few deep breaths, she endeavored to adopt the gravitas befitting the fifth Hokage, attempting to disregard her body's peculiarities and the rapid beating of her heart. She strained to rise from the bed, but her legs felt like jelly, nearly causing her to collapse once more. Fortunately, she managed to grasp the edge of the bed just in time. That damned brat, she muttered under her breath, her cheeks involuntarily flushing. Gathering herself with great effort, she donned her Hokage robe, meticulously concealing the evidence of her recent exploits and even adjusting her collar to a higher position. Looking into the mirror at the reflection of herself, with a hint of blush and an unusual allure lingering at the corners of her eyes, she firmly slapped her face, trying to appear more serious. As for the astonishing wealth, she chose not to disturb it for the moment, merely covering the boxes with cloth for modesty. The handling of such funds warranted careful consideration, and at present, her mind was too preoccupied for thoughtful deliberation. Maintaining a facade of composure, her trembling legs betrayed her. Thankfully, the corridor of the Hokage building was nearly empty that early morning. She gritted her teeth, striving to walk steadily to the Hokage's office door. Upon pushing it open, she found Shizune and Sakura already there, sorting through documents. "Lady Tsunade," Shizune exclaimed upon seeing her, but soon a note of confusion crossed her face. "Are you all right? Your complexion seems a bit flushed. Is it because of last night's indulgence?" Sakura also looked up, concern etched on her face. "Master, do you need to rest a little longer? We can handle the documents for now." Tsunade felt a fleeting sense of unease, but quickly composed herself. Striding to her desk and sitting down, her movements deliberately restrained. "It's nothing, just a little alcohol. Let us commence today's briefing." Her resonant voice sought to mask the slight awkwardness. Shizune and Sakura exchanged glances, both sensing something peculiar about the Hokage today, yet they dismissed it and began their reports. After addressing several urgent matters, Tsunade casually remarked, her gaze fixed on the documents in her hands as if merely bringing up a trivial point. "By the way, I sent that kid, Furu, on a long-term reconnaissance mission. His return date is uncertain. He left in a hurry and didn't have time to bid farewell to everyone." Furu is going far away," Sakura exclaimed, her head snapping up in surprise. Shizune, however, seemed to have anticipated this. "Really? Where has he run off to this time? Do we need to file a task level for him?" "No need for special filing." Tsunade waved her hand dismissively without lifting her gaze, her ears growing slightly warm. "Consider it classified intelligence gathering. Yes, that's it. If Ino or Hinata inquire, just inform them." When she mentioned the name of the Umbu member, Yuin, her tone faltered momentarily, becoming distinctly awkward. "Understood," Shizune replied, though she found it odd that such a significant task was assigned so casually. Nevertheless, she refrained from questioning it further. After all, Furu's strength was enigmatic, and his unpredictable nature seemed to elicit Tsunade's particular leniency. Sakura, on the other hand, pondered over the exchange, vaguely sensing an oddity in her master's tone when Furu was mentioned, though she could not pinpoint what was amiss. Once the matter was settled, Tsunade appeared to exhale in relief and forcibly redirected her focus to the mountain of paperwork, as if doing so would banish the image of a certain scoundrel and the dazzling gold from her mind. Meanwhile, at the gates of Konohagakure, Furu lazily presented his village exit permit, with the reason simply stated as long-term reconnaissance. The gatekeeping Chunin did not inquire further and respectfully allowed him to pass. As he exited the village gates and felt the barrier's presence recede behind him, Furu stretched languidly, a spark of curiosity for new adventures replacing his earlier lethargy. "Now, where shall I venture for some amusement?" he mused, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he vanished in an instant. His speed so swift it was as if he had never been there. He had no specific destination in mind, choosing instead to wander freely in a direction of his whim. Furu's figure darted swiftly through the dense forests of the Land of Fire, embodying a sense of casualness. He occasionally paused to admire the scenery, letting himself unwind. At times, he would accelerate suddenly, leaving vast stretches of land behind. Days passed, and the surrounding environment grew increasingly somber, the trees taking on bizarre shapes. A subtle sense of oppression and the scent of serpents began to permeate the air. Otoagakure. Furu halted atop a gnarled tree, gazing toward the village nestled within a peculiar barrier in the distance, his eyes glinting with intrigue. It had been a while since he last saw Uncle Snake. He recalled the so-called Konoha collapse plan from a few years prior. The corners of Funya's mouth curled into a slight, mocking arc. He pondered the state of Orochimaru's psychological scars, questioning whether the snake uncle had developed any mental shadows regarding Konoha and himself. With malicious intrigue, he melded into the shadows, effortlessly penetrating the barrier of Otogakure without triggering any alarms. As if strolling through his own backyard, he traversed the streets of the hidden village, unnoticed by the surrounding sound ninjas, who seemed oblivious to his presence, even when they brushed past him, as if he were merely a wisp of air. Drawing upon the cold, sinister chakra resonating with intense spiritual fluctuations, Funya swiftly pinpointed a deeply concealed entrance to an underground base. He stepped inside, where the intricate pathways, traps, and barriers presented no challenge to him. His observation abilities allowed him to foresee every danger, and the sage-enhanced vigor granted him immunity to most environmental influences. Ultimately, he halted before a colossal stone door, behind which emanated faint sounds of various experimental instruments and a peculiar scent mingling with herbs. Without the slightest inclination to knock, he extended his hand, his palm enveloped in armed color, and gently pressed against the stone door. With a low, resonant hum, the immensely heavy door crumbled to dust as if crushed by an invisible force. The scene within unfolded before his eyes, a laboratory brimming with an array of experimental apparatus, cultivation tanks, and scrolls. A figure clad in loose-fitting robes with pallid skin stood with their back to the entrance, intently examining some peculiar tissue suspended in a tank. Startled by the noise behind him, Orochimaru spun around, his golden snake-like pupils contracting, his face betraying shock and disbelief. Even the experimental notes he held slipped from his grasp to the floor. "Ah, Snake Uncle, it has been quite some time," Fenrir remarked, brushing off non-existent dust from his hands as he leaned against the doorframe, mockingly surveying the visibly shaken Orochimaru. "It seems you have been leading quite an unusual life these past few years." Orochimaru's heart raced, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He fixated on Fenrir, instinctively entering a state of alert, his voice dry with astonishment. "Fenrir-kun? How are you here?" Chapter 147. What are you laughing at? Before him stood a man who evoked a rare, genuine fear within him. The nightmarish battle from years prior still loomed large in his psyche, a haunting reminder of his greatest vulnerabilities. He had believed he would never again face this monster alone. Had he inadvertently provoked him recently? Should he flee? Nothing of consequence, Fenrir replied as he ventured further inside, curiously inspecting the bizarre items around him, casually picking up a jar containing a Sharingan. Perhaps this was provided by Danzo or obtained from elsewhere. "I thought I might find some amusement and drop by to catch up with an old friend. What is the matter? Am I not welcome? Welcome? What nonsense. I wish you would just vanish." Orochimaru's inner thoughts screamed in turmoil. Yet his face struggled to muster a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful. "Ah, Fenrir-kun, your presence truly illuminates my humble abode. Pray tell, what brings you here today?" He was so tense that even his usual hoarse tone seemed to falter, every cell in his body clamoring in alarm. Fenrir casually tossed the cultivation jar containing the Sharingan back to its original place. The jar traced a parabolic arc in the air, causing Orochimaru's eyelids to twitch in surprise. "Not that I'm here to offer guidance," Fenrir remarked with a nonchalant tone as he dusted off his hands. "I merely came to see if your humble abode has been blown to bits by your own doing." He paused, his gaze shifting towards Orochimaru. Although he wore a smile, it exerted an intangible pressure on the latter. "I've heard you have quite an interest in Uchiha Sasuke." Orochimaru's serpentine pupils narrowed, and he swallowed hard. Managing a dry chuckle, Fenrir-kun is jesting. Sasuke-kun is exceptionally talented, a rare gem. I merely appreciate his potential. He dared not confess his lingering obsession with that perfect vessel, especially in the presence of this terrifying man. Appreciating talent, Fenrir elongated his tone, approaching a glass jar filled with an indiscernible creature, examining the distorted forms within with keen interest. Sasuke has been rather obstinate lately, fixating solely on revenge and training to the point of recklessness. Frankly, it's exhausting to watch. He turned his head to glance at the anxious and guarded Orochimaru, a hint of amusement curling at the corners of his mouth. "You possess an array of peculiar artifacts here and numerous methods of torment. Perhaps you could spare some time to enlighten him, expose him to the diversity of the ninja world, and divert his attention from his brother's affairs. Who knows? It might help broaden his horizons and steer him back on track." The rain had ceased, and the skies were clear. Erjuzi felt revitalized. He must not relent in his relentless training. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp Fenrir's insinuation. Was this an implicit approval, even encouragement, for him to interact with Sasuke? But what did guidance and being on the right track entail? Observing Orochimaru's bewildered expression, Fenrir found it somewhat amusing and added, "Of course, how you choose to guide him is entirely your affair. I will not intervene. Just ensure that you do not ruin him or lead him too far astray from the growth path he is meant to follow. After all, the matters of the Uchiha must ultimately be resolved by him." This statement was shrouded in ambiguity, yet Orochimaru seemed to grasp a fragment of it. The other party permitted him to guide Sasuke, even allowing for a degree of trials. However, he could not excessively interfere with the ultimate outcome, particularly not seize his body as he had initially intended. What does this imply? A task assigned to him, or perhaps a different form of warning? Orochimaru's mind raced with calculations, yet he dared not show a hint of discontent on his face, forcing a stiff smile. "Hee hee, I believe I understand Fingyakun's intent. Sasuke-kun indeed requires more experience. That's good to hear. Fingya nodded, as if merely conveying a trivial matter. He glanced around the eerie and bizarre laboratory, shrugging his shoulders. Well, the reminiscing is over. This place remains as chilly as ever. It's uncomfortable to linger too long. I shall take my leave. No need to see me off. With that, he vanished into the shadows, leaving Orochimaru standing rigidly in place, paralyzed for a long moment, his back drenched in cold sweat. His golden serpent-like eyes glimmered intensely, analyzing every word of Feng Ye's previous statement. Guidance on the proper path to growth, he murmured, a twisted yet exhilarated smile gradually forming at the corners of his lips. How intriguing, truly fascinating. Uchiha Sasuke, it appears our fates are not yet intertwined. Orochimaru, enraptured in his distorted excitement, had yet to retract his smile when he abruptly heard that disquieting, languid voice behind him. Oh? Uncle Snake, what are you laughing about all by yourself? Have you thought of something amusing? Do share so I can enjoy it too. Orochimaru's whole body stiffened instantly, as rigid as stone, the smile on his face freezing into a visage more ghastly than sorrow. Like a rusted machine, he slowly turned around, only to find Feng Yi had returned, regarding him with an expression of keen interest. Cold sweat drenched his back. When did he come back? This uncanny ability to appear and disappear was utterly disconcerting. This little brat is truly insufferable. Such a wretched personality. Indeed, Feng Yi-kun, you are quite elusive. Orochimaru nearly denied instinctively, his voice dry. I merely lost my composure for a moment, having stumbled upon a new direction in my experiments, and inadvertently entertained you, Feng Yi-kun. Oh, an experiment? Feng Yi elongated his tone, sauntering closer. I thought Uncle Snake was simply delighted by my earlier advice to Sasuke. Orochimaru's heart raced violently, and he forced himself to remain composed. It is my honor to alleviate your concerns, Feng Yi-kun. Is that so? Feng Yi halted before Orochimaru, his gaze imbued with a condescending scrutiny. However, merely advising the younger generation seems rather trivial, does it not? He shifted his tone, his black eyes sparkling with an insight that made Orochimaru feel utterly exposed. Uncle Snake, after so many years of delving into forbidden arts, pursuing immortality, and probing the mysteries of life, how much do you truly understand about the power you seek? Feng Ye's voice held a beguiling power. Do you believe chakra is merely a gift passed down from the Sage of Six Paths? Do you think the history of ninjas is solely about the petty feuds of clans and village conflicts that you are familiar with? Orochimaru's serpent-like pupils constricted, a tempest of emotions surging within him. He vaguely sensed that what the other party was about to reveal might far exceed his imagination. His understanding of ancient history primarily stemmed from the stone tablets of the Nanga Shrine and some fragmented records from the Dragon Cave, consistently revolving around the legend of the Sage of Six Paths, Chapter 148. Collapsed into sleep, Orochimaru leaned forward, his vertical pupils igniting with a focused, nearly insatiable gleam. Fear still lingered, yet an overwhelming thirst for unknown truths seized him. Please enlighten me, Feng Yi-kun. Orochimaru's deep voice resonated, filled with the fervor and reverence of a researcher confronting an ultimate enigma. It was an obsessive thirst for knowledge that wholly eclipsed his previous panic. Feng Yi admired Orochimaru in this moment. This was the cold, mad, yet undeniably captivating scientist he remembered. The Sage of Six Paths? Indeed, he is remarkable. Yet everything about him is inherited from his mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki. Feng Ye's tone was unremarkable, yet it fell like a heavy bombshell. A visitor from beyond the distant starry skies. The chakra fruit she brought forth is, in truth, the genuine origin of the chakra system in this world. He deliberately paused, observing the way Orochimaru's pupils dilated with shock and excitement. It resembled a cosmic energy that could be cultivated and harvested. We are all merely passive users of this bestowed, or rather, abandoned power. As for the Uchiha and Senju, Indra and Azura, Feng Ye's gaze revealed a frosty derision. They are but a lamentable continuation of the internal strife of this foreign bloodline, a ceaseless cycle of drama, predetermined on a grander scale. And you, dear Snake, who strive to glimpse the essence of life, have yet to truly draw back the curtain of the stage. Do you not find this exploration itself to be all the more intriguing and exhilarating? This series of shocking secrets surged into Orochimaru's soul like a lethal poison. His body trembled slightly with excitement, not fear, but a near-ecstatic thrill in the face of profound truth. An unnatural flush crept onto his pallid visage. the visitor from the heavens. The chakra fruit, the cycles of cultivation and harvest, he murmured, each word igniting a sensation of shattering comprehension and reconstructing reality. His previous worldview was utterly overturned, replaced by a grander, darker, and more captivating unknown realm. What, indeed? Orochimaru lifted his gaze, his serpentine eyes locking onto Fengye, a mix of intense yearning, inquiry, and a maddening desire to dissect and study the other. Fengye offered a slight smile, imbued with an air of transcendent mystery. He extended a finger, gently tapping his temple. I am a sharer, dear snake. As for the source of my information, would you care to accompany me on a journey? With a chuckle at the insatiable thirst for knowledge reflected in Orochimaru's eyes, he patted the latter's shoulder. To verify the truth, one must certainly visit the source. Having spoken, he turned and strode toward the laboratory exit, beckoning Orochimaru to follow. Without a hint of hesitation, Orochimaru immediately trailed behind, his excitement and curiosity eclipsing all other emotions. The two traversed the intricate underground passages of the Sound Village. Eventually, they arrived at a secluded valley. Before them lay a lake, its waters shimmering with an otherworldly glow. This is the place, Fengye declared, halting. The shortcut to the source. Orochimaru keenly sensed the powerful fluctuations of space-time chakra, a structure unlike any known ninjutsu system. The technology of the Otsutsuki, or rather, divine art. Fengye briefly explained, stepping onto the surface of the lake. His feet did not sink into the water. Instead, it was as if he walked upon a blue luminous mirror, creating ripples that spread outward. Stay close to me, dear snake. This path is far from smooth. Orochimaru followed closely behind. As his foot touched the surface of the liquid chakra lake, an intense suction force suddenly surged from beneath him, causing the world to whirl around him. In the next instant, they found themselves within a vibrant tunnel, their bodies propelled forward by an invisible force. Incredible, Orochimaru marveled. But his expression shifted slightly. The passage began to tremble, and the ever-changing patterns around them conjured a low, ominous whisper that resonated deep within his mind. Oh, it has begun. Fengye seemed to anticipate this, glancing around. The tunnel's self-defense mechanism, or rather, a test of the intruder's psyche, would delve into the innermost recesses of one's being. Uncle Snake, your resistance to illusions will need to hold strong. Orochimaru scoffed, attempting to concentrate. Yet, his serpent eyes began to lose focus, and he fell into a deep slumber. Impressive, Uncle Snake, Fengye remarked. Cold rain fell upon the scorched earth. In his youth, clad in a black mourning robe, he stood before two small gravestones. Rainwater streamed down his cheeks, indistinguishable from tears. A profound, icy sense of helplessness gripped his tender heart. Parents! The scene shattered abruptly. A battlefield engulfed in smoke, dismembered limbs scattered about. In his youthful days, dressed in a Konoha vest, he watched helplessly as a companion was obliterated by a sudden explosion, warm blood splattering across his face. The stench of death was suffocating. The cruelty of war lay bare before him. Why is life so fragile? Fear and disgust lingered. Then, a radiant smile cut through the darkness. Brother Orochimaru. Ju. The boy energetically waved his arms, his eyes filled with dreams of the future and trust in him. When I become Hokage, I will end this damned war. Then came the incessant rain. The face, stained with blood, could no longer smile or open its eyes. The dream entrusted to him ultimately remained unprotected. The sensation of life slipping through his fingers was an irretrievable, frigid touch. Life is indeed so fleeting and fragile. In the moment of Ju's death, that overwhelming despair and fury at his own impotence resurfaced like a curse. Ugh! Orochimaru let out a suppressed groan, his body trembling violently. Those primal wounds, buried deep within, believed to have transformed into cold research motivation, were now brutally torn open, vividly replaying before him. His resistance to illusions was never exceptional, and under the impact of confronting the very roots of his soul, his mental defenses crumbled rapidly. Cold sweat beaded on his pale face, his slit pupils constricting and dilating. Engulfed in a tumult of spiritual turmoil, nearly drowning in the torrent of painful memories. Just as his consciousness was about to be drawn into a deeper abyss of darkness, a warm hand gently pressed against his forehead. TSK, it seems I overestimated you, Uncle Snake. Fengye's calm voice pierced through the fog like a ray of light, severing the cacophony of illusions with clarity. Chapter 149. Chief Technical Advisor. A serene and balanced chakra flowed from Feng Yi's palm into Orochimaru's mind, not forcefully dispelling the illusions, but serving as a steadfast anchor, stabilizing Orochimaru's nearly shattered consciousness. The painful memories rippled like stones cast into water, gradually calming, fading, and ultimately vanishing. Orochimaru gasped for breath, reminiscent of a drowning man finally surfacing, his back drenched in cold sweat. He cast a complex glance at Feng Yi. A rare trace of lingering fear mingled with deeper curiosity reflected in his eyes. That was merely a trick of the passage, Feng Yi remarked, withdrawing his hand with a calm tone. It magnified the obsessions and traumas within your subconscious. It seems the root of your pursuit of immortality is even more intriguing than I had imagined. Orochimaru quickly regained his composure. Though the turmoil within his gaze had not entirely subsided, he licked his lips, his voice slightly hoarse. Peering into the hearts of others is not the act of a gentleman, Feng Yi. I have no interest in your suffering. Feng Yi turned, gazing towards the increasingly radiant light at the end of the passage. I merely wish to remind you, dear snake, that the truths we are about to encounter far surpass the trivial joys and sorrows of individual existence. Do not let the ghosts of the past hinder your steps. The true enlightenment lies ahead. Orochimaru followed his gaze, witnessing the vast, majestic panorama unfolding at the passage's end. Blue skies, a suspended artificial sun, flowing strange rivers, and in the distance, a colossal, silent, seemingly timeless cluster of desolate palaces. They had arrived. Within the moon, the sealed domain of Tsutsuki Kagaya. Orochimaru held his breath. All emotions, including the previous turmoil, instantly replaced by the overwhelming shock and fervent thirst for knowledge brought forth by this unimaginable spectacle. His slit pupils fixated on this wondrous realm, murmuring in excitement, his voice trembling. This is the domain of the gods. Feng Yi replied, the domain of the gods? Dear Snake, have you watched too many science fiction films? He interrupted Orochimaru's reverie without hesitation. This is at best an advanced ecosystem, or perhaps a super luxurious solitary confinement constructed for their mother by the Six Paths brothers. He stepped out of the passage and onto the artificial soil within the moon's interior. The texture of the ground was peculiar, and the air was imbued with an ancient and pure energy. Further away, the majestic, crumbling palace complex stood eerily silent under the glow of the artificial sun. Orochimaru followed closely behind, crouching to grasp a handful of soil, keenly sensing its essence, then gazing towards the river and the distant palaces, the light of analysis flickering in his eyes. An astonishingly self-sustaining energy system, a simulated natural light source, and that architectural complex. This is beyond human capability. His voice brimmed with the awe of a researcher. Humanity certainly cannot achieve this. It is the power of the Tsutsuki, Feng Yi explained, his gaze directed towards the deepest part of the palace complex. Let us proceed and introduce you to our landlady. Although it is highly likely that she is currently indulging in a slumber, the two of them walked in tandem toward the majestic palace complex. As they drew nearer, the grandeur of the architecture became increasingly palpable. Towering stone columns lay shattered, their exquisite carvings eroded by the passage of time, all bearing testament to the once resplendent civilization that thrived here. Yet now, it stands abandoned. Along the way, they encountered no guards nor triggered any traps. It seemed that the descendants of the so-called guardians had yet to notice the presence of these uninvited guests. Feng Yi remarked casually, clearly indifferent to the so-called lunar sentinels. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was entirely absorbed in his observations, his interest piqued by every detail of this place, particularly the remnants of runes and technological traces that were utterly foreign to his knowledge. At last, they traversed the grand entrance of the palace and entered the main hall. The interior was exceedingly vast and dimly illuminated, with only the central area seemingly emanating a faint energy fluctuation. Feng Yi, with a clear objective in mind, made his way directly toward the source of this energy. As they approached, even the seasoned Orochimaru found himself astonished by the sight before them. At the very heart of the palace stood not a throne or altar, but an enormous entity, its form oddly reminiscent of a fusion between a tree and an energy being. It appeared to have lost all vitality, its massive trunk and roots delving into an unknown abyss below, a testament to the formidable power it once possessed. It resembled a specimen drained of its essence. Eternally fixed in this place, beneath the colossal tree, a vague human silhouette was discernible, obscured and entwined by countless gray substances, as if it had merged with the entity, ensnared in an eternal slumber. A faint yet profoundly pure and terrifying chakra fluctuation emanated subtly from this human form. Could this be the fabled goddess of the moon? Orochimaru's voice trembled with incredulity. The progenitor of chakra exists in such a form? To be precise, it was her sealed essence. Fengyi approached the immense tree, gazing upward at the encased figure, a complex glimmer flickering in his eyes. Orochimaru inhaled greedily. The impact of this perspective was beyond the capacity of any language to describe. The legendary myth had now crystallized into a chilling reality. He forced himself to suppress the tumult within, rasping, "What is your true purpose in bringing me here to unveil these earth-shattering secrets? I refuse to believe you are merely sharing knowledge or showcasing power." Fengyi met his gaze, chuckling softly. "Purpose? Quite simple, really." He spread his hands. "Being the Hokage seems rather troublesome, especially the position of the fifth, buried under a mountain of paperwork with no time to indulge in drink. However," he shifted his tone, "should misfortune befall me one day, or if Tsunade chooses to resign, I must prepare a few capable individuals for the role of the sixth Hokage, don't you think?" His gaze fell upon Orochimaru, imbued with an unmistakable sense of appropriateness. "Look at you, Uncle Snake. Although your mind may be somewhat troubled, your penchant for reckless human experimentation and your peculiar disposition mark you as a rogue ninja," Fengyi remarked candidly, eliciting a slight twitch from the corner of Orochimaru's eye. "Yet, one must concede that you are a brilliant scientist, adept at research, and your prowess is passable at best. Thus," Fengyi concluded, "I shall grant you a glimpse of the world's truths to instill a broader perspective. So you will no longer confine your endeavors to the trifling matters of Konoha. When I ascend to the position of Hokage, you shall reform, return to Konoha, and assume a title such as Chief Technical Advisor. You can then contentedly pursue your research within the village, contributing to the prosperity and strength of Konoha. How does that arrangement sound?" Orochimaru was rendered utterly speechless, his serpent-like pupils fixed upon Fengyi, as though he had just heard the most ludicrous jest in the entire ninja world. Illusion? Chapter 150, Forced Unsealing. For him, one of the legendary Sannin, the Cold Lord, a rogue ninja of Konoha, the founder of the Sound Village, and a developer of forbidden techniques, to return to Konoha? To work under a creature who might become the sixth Hokage and knows the truths of the world? To conduct research? The very notion was absurd, mad, and incomprehensible. Yet, gazing upon the boundless starry sky above and the mythic land beneath his feet, he recalled the unfathomable power of this individual and their ability to effortlessly bring him to this place. This outrageous arrangement, articulated by the other, seemed to carry an unsettling potential. A complex blend of absurdity, humiliation, and an eerie thrill at being forcibly drawn into some grand design while touching upon ultimate truths surged wildly within Orochimaru's heart. Fengyi observed the myriad expressions that danced across Orochimaru's face with great amusement. The principle is straightforward. It suffices for you to have some foreknowledge. Now, let us proceed. The Ten-Tails God tree form, or rather, the shell that remains after the vast majority of its chakra has been siphoned away. Its consciousness core, along with most of its power, is sealed away by the Sage of Six Paths within that distant location. Fengyi gestured upward, indicating the immense core of the moon above. Deep within the core of this sphere beneath our feet lies what resembles an empty shell, a mere coordinate, the last connection point between her and this world. Orochimaru took a few steps closer, acutely aware of the chakra emanating from the humanoid silhouette, albeit faint, its essence far surpassing any power he had ever comprehended. It was a cold, pure force, seemingly derived from the very source of existence. At that moment, an unforeseen change occurred. Perhaps it was their arrival. Particularly the unique aura emanating from Fengyi, sage body, reincarnation eye, that stirred this dormant shell, which had lain silent for millennia. The humanoid outline suddenly opened an eye without warning. It was a pure white eye, devoid of a pupil, featuring only faint, barely perceptible ripples. It gazed quietly at the two figures below, devoid of any emotion. Unperturbed by the unfolding events, it seemed merely an instinctive reaction. Yet, in the fleeting moment that the singular eye opened, an indescribable, colossal pressure descended, potent enough to shatter the very fabric of one's spirit. It was not a tangible assault, but rather an overwhelming sense of existential dominance. Ugh! Orochimaru let out a muffled groan, his countenance instantly paling to a ghostly white, his body trembling uncontrollably, almost collapsing to the ground. His soul screamed in frantic warning, disclosing the unspeakable terror of the being before him. Even Fengya furrowed his brow slightly, the chakra of sage arts coursing through him becoming more animated, effectively shielding him from that intangible oppression. The white eye quietly observed them for a moment, as if confirming something. Ultimately, its gaze lingered more upon Fengya. Then, abruptly, as it had opened, the eye closed silently once more. The dreadful pressure receded like a tide, as if it had never existed. The palace returned to its eerie silence. Orochimaru gasped for breath, drenched in cold sweat, gazing at the now silent shell with trepidation and an intensified madness swirling in his eyes. Merely a shell, a flicker of instinctive reaction, wielded such power. What must she have been at her zenith? Yet, Fengya appeared unfazed, stroking his chin contemplatively as he murmured, "Tsk. Sleeping so deeply, just opening one eye to take a glance, and then back to slumber. It seems rousing her for a chat will require some effort." Orochimaru remarked. "It seems gentle knocking is futile," he whispered to himself, his aura suddenly shifting. Boom. A magnificent surge of azure chakra erupted from within him, solidifying like a brilliant cloak of liquid energy. An overwhelming vitality and power materialized. Simultaneously, a golden hue appeared around his eyes, natural energy converging wildly, activating sage mode. This instantly resonated his perception and strength with the thin natural energy of the lunar realm. The rebirth eye amidst the vast starry sea blazed to life, its cold blue brilliance piercing the void, illuminating the energy flow and structural weaknesses of the god tree's shell and Kagaya's shell. The highest level of observation Haki enveloped the area silently, foreseeing all potential changes within the next few seconds. Every fluctuation of energy and tremor of space vividly materialized in his mind. The armed Haki instantaneously enveloped his entire being, rendering him in a shadowy black gold sheen. The earlier pressure of existential dominance that had caused him to frown could no longer perturb him in the slightest. Clang. A clear sound of a blade echoed as he grasped the black sword, Chioshui, the obsidian blade, entwined with the ultimate inner fortitude of armed Haki, hardened and deepened in shadow. Yet, a disquieting gleam of sharpness danced along the edge. The will of a swordsman fused seamlessly with the domineering armed Haki upon this blade. Fengya. Orochimaru was compelled to retreat repeatedly, aghast, as he beheld Fengya, who seemed to have transformed into a human calamity. Is he truly about to take action this time? Here, halt. You will ruin this place. You might even awaken her true form. What he desires is her awakening. Uncle Snake, step back. Fengya did not turn his head, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Next comes the time for unwrapping gifts. No sooner had he spoken than he moved. With the utmost simplicity, he grasped the ebony hilt of the Chioshui knife with both hands, assuming the most fundamental stance for a downward strike. Yet, in the very moment he struck this pose, the energy within the entire lunar interior seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, converging wildly towards the blade in his hand. The essence of celestial arts. The power of the reincarnation eye, the body of the sage, and the armed color of Haki, every force melded perfectly, compressed into that single strike. The Chioshui blade emitted a resonant hum, burdened by the weight of power, while the surrounding space began to twist and collapse violently. It appeared incapable of bearing the impending force of this strike. One sword style, Fengya's gaze sharpened, locking onto the hollow of the divine tree and the sealing node leading to the core of the moon below. In the next instant, his arms swung down fiercely. No earth-shattering explosion ensued. Rather, a strike so exquisitely restrained and slender that it seemed to consume all the light of the world. At the moment of the strike, time itself froze. Where it passed, space opened a smooth, unfathomable black rift. The divine tree's indestructible shell, the entwined gray matter, and the powerful sealing barrier formed by the 6 paths heavenly stars were effortlessly cleaved in two before this amalgamation of supreme powers. A sound akin to fabric being torn echoed forth. The strongest seal, established by the 6 paths sage brothers and enduring for millennia, was forcibly breached, creating a gaping chasm. Chapter 151. Kagaya no longer was it merely the power penetrating from afar. The complete torrent of power belonging to the Otsutsuki Kagaya's true form surged forth like a breached dam, pouring from the opening with wild abandon. Cold vast, and exuding supreme majesty and wrathful intent, it descended in full force. The moon began to tremble violently. At the breach of the seal, amidst the swirling dust. A hazy figure emerged, a white silhouette with long, blue-white hair, slowly rising, radiating a terrifying aura. The true form of Otsutsuki Kagaya manifested within this realm. Feng Yi stood with his blade, a triumphant and battle-ready smile illuminating his face. Now this is how it should be. Otsutsuki Kagaya is finally to be seen in her true form. As the aftershocks of the strike lingered, the forcibly opened breach of the seal first unleashed a torrent of pale bone spines, mingled with ashen remains, instantly filling the field of vision, carrying the essence to obliterate all in their path. They shot towards Feng Yi in an overwhelming swarm. Simultaneously, the spatial rules within the entire lunar interior were forcibly distorted and shifted. The searing realm of lava, the frigid expanse of ice, and the supergravity space all sought to drag Feng Yi into disparate environments to suppress and dismantle him. Countless dark Dao Jade fragments converged from all directions, bombarding him. And at the eye of this storm of destruction, the white silhouette finally came into full clarity. Pale skin, long blue-white hair swaying in an unseen breeze, cascading down to her ankles. Her stunning visage bore no expression, save for a pair of pure white eyes, presently filled with an icy fury and a hint of bewilderment from being forcibly awakened. Upon her forehead, the Rinnegan pulsated violently, emanating a power that seemed to command all. Kagaya Otsutsuki, the progenitor of chakra, has arrived. In the face of this cataclysmic onslaught, Feng Yi laughed heartily, advancing rather than retreating. Come forth. His azure chakra enveloped him, igniting like a divine flame. The golden shadow beneath his eyes discerned every trajectory and node of the incoming attacks. The black blade, Chioshui, imbued with the ultimate armament color, rendered it invincible. Swish, swish, swish. His figure moved like a specter, effortlessly gliding through the gaps between the bone-laden onslaught. The observation haki allowed him to foresee the future, enabling him to evade those lethal bone spurs. Alternatively, Chioshui transformed into a streak of black lightning, precisely shattering the bone spikes, while the absolute defense of the armament color ensured that the power of annihilation could not touch him in the slightest. Too slow, too scattered. You possess strength, yet lack the wisdom to wield it. Do you rely solely on instinct, Kagaya? As Feng Yi dodged the attacks, his voice pierced through the cacophony of energy. Reaching Kagaya's ears, a flicker of uncertainty crossed her pure white gaze, mingled with a deeper wrath stirred by provocation. More truth-seeking balls and bone attacks surged forth, the space shifting with increasing frequency. Feng Yi suddenly slashed forward, his strike tearing through the fabric of space, dispersing the approaching truth-seeking balls effortlessly. Utilizing the repulsive force of the Rinnegan, he propelled himself forward, breaking through the interference of spatial transitions to close in on Kagaya. Look around you. Behold this moon. Do you think this is a manifestation of your power? No. This is the prison that confines you. It is the eternal jail crafted by your two beloved sons. Feng Yi's voice resonated with a penetrating force, accompanied by the jarring sounds of Chioshui clashing with bone strikes. Kagaya hesitated, a deeper confusion surfacing in her eyes. Instinctively, she surveyed her crumbling surroundings, the gaping seal still oozing forth her power. Who are you? A voice, ethereal and cold yet trembling subtly, finally escaped Kagaya's lips. Me? Feng Yi smiled, effortlessly sweeping aside the torrent of bone attacks with a casual slice. I am the one who has come to rescue you from this wretched place. Rescue me? The bewilderment in Kagaya's eyes intensified, as her attacks seemed to wane slightly. She had been sealed for far too long, her consciousness just awakening, confused and dazed. Otherwise, Feng Yi evaded a barrage of truth-seeking balls, his Rinnegan perceiving the weak points in Kagaya's energy flow. Did you think I came to serve you afternoon tea? Look at this seal. Look at this moon. Without me, you would remain in this lightless abyss until the end of the universe. He accelerated suddenly, appearing at Kagaya's side in an instant. Chioshui glimmered with a devastating edge as it descended. 80 gods airstrike. Kagaya instinctively retaliated. Massive chakra coalesced into countless colossal fists, crashing down upon Feng Yi. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The clash of blades and the ferocity of fists reverberated with an explosive intensity, unleashing shockwaves that mercilessly obliterated all in their vicinity. The interior of the moon echoed with the groans of an overwhelmed space. Feng Yi was propelled backward by the explosion, yet managed to stabilize himself mid-air, his breath slightly ragged. He flicked his wrist, his face alight with the fervor of battle. Indeed, this is becoming intriguing. Yet, it is still insufficient. He continued to shout, attempting to provoke his adversary with words. Are you not curious? Why are you sealed? Why does your son conspire against you? Why do you consume the fruit of the divine tree? Each question served as a key, endeavoring to pry open Kagaya's millennia-old seal and buried memories. Kagaya clutched her head, emitting a pained whimper, her attacks growing more frenzied. The struggle within her gaze became increasingly evident. Fractured images began to flicker in her mind, the terror of the people, the tears of the feathered garments and the feathered village, and the 6 paths of the heavenly star that sealed her away. They betrayed her. She hissed intermittently, her voice laden with anguish and resentment. Betrayal? Perhaps. Feng Yi, while fending off her chaotic onslaught, responded with calmness. But have you ever considered whether your consumption of the fruit and your solitary suppression of turmoil truly brings peace? Or does it instill greater fear? Look at your current state. Sealed for 1,000 years, and upon awakening, you know only destruction. Is this what you desire? Feng Yi's words pierced Kagaya's tumultuous heart like a sharp blade. Her movement slowed, and in her eyes, anger and confusion intertwined with a flicker of pain and bewilderment. I simply do not wish to. Her words were fragmented and broken. Not wish to lose again. Not wish to be harmed again. Feng Yi took up her words, his tone softening. He ceased his assault, standing still, his reincarnation eyes calmly observing Kagaya, who seemed ensnared in her own turmoil. Yet, possession attained through consumption and violence ultimately leads to a more profound loss. He extended his hand, pointing to the breach in the seal from which energy continued to surge. And now, I have shattered this prison. I am not your enemy, Kagaya. I am the one who will liberate you from this endless confinement. I am here to offer you a second choice. The terrifying energy surrounding Kagaya gradually subsided. She floated in midair, her long white hair cascading down, obscuring part of her face. She lifted her gaze to Feng Yi, her eyes no longer solely filled with pure rage and coldness, but rather a complex, bewildered confusion. A choice? She murmured, like a lost child. Indeed. Feng Yi sheathed his blade, the azure chakra cloak and golden eyeshadow gradually retracting. However, he remained on high alert. Come with me. Leave this place of sorrow. Forget the past and its troubles. I will provide you with a new sanctuary. Feng Yi regarded her, a slight smile gracing his lips, his tone imbued with undeniable confidence and assertiveness. As for me, I shall be your redeemer and your new haven. Chapter 152. Chakra link in the distance. Orochimaru concealed himself behind the remnants of crumbled walls. He was already profoundly astonished by this battle, which exceeded all imagination. He watched as Feng Yi not only dared to confront the progenitor of chakra, but also attempted to persuade her with words. It struck him as utterly absurd, yet strangely fitting for that madman-esque style. Redemption? A homecoming? Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely, a cold, rational gleam flickering in his golden-slit eyes. Such naive thoughts. If Otsutsuki Kagaya could be swayed so easily by words, she would not have been sealed away in the first place. Indeed, the confusion in Kagaya's eyes lingered only for a fleeting moment. The pride that stemmed from her very bloodline, the 1,000 years of resentment from betrayal by her kin, and her instinctive possessiveness over chakra swiftly eclipsed that moment of vulnerability and bewilderment. Arrogant insects. Her voice turned icy and hollow once more, imbued with a chilling rage that sent shivers down the spine. Release me. Those who covet my power must pay the price. A more terrifying chakra began to coalesce, and the Rinne Sharingan on her forehead erupted with blinding light. The descent of the heavenly sovereign was imminent, hastening the collapse of the entire lunar space. It seemed that words were futile, one must resort to sheer force. Feng Yi sighed, as if anticipating this outcome, his gaze sharpening in an instant. Just as Kagaya's power was about to erupt once more, whoosh, his figure vanished. Moving with an unparalleled speed, he transformed into a streak of azure light, instantly tearing asunder the distance between them. Kagaya had no time to react. In the next moment, Feng Yi stood before her, his fist enveloped in armed haki, gleaming with a black-gold hue. Without a hint of mercy, like a meteor, he struck Kagaya's exquisitely cold visage with a resounding blow. Bang! A thunderous roar erupted. A terrifying shockwave radiated outward in a circular explosion. Kagaya's defenses of the truth-seeking balls and her immense chakra were forcibly shattered by that single punch. She flew backward like a kite with its string cut, her face momentarily etched with shock and disbelief. She could not fathom how a mere mortal's fist could penetrate her defenses and harm her very essence. But it was not over. Fenya's voice trailed closely behind. Faster than before, he surged ahead, instantly catching up to the flying Kagaya. This time, he did not strike again, but rather, he thrust both hands forward. One hand pressed firmly on her shoulder, while the other domineeringly secured the back of her head. Just as Kagaya began to respond, ready to counterattack, Fenya's forehead, cool to the touch, pressed against hers. Look closely, foolish woman. Do you believe your enemy is me? The observation haki transformed from mere foresight into the most direct bridge of consciousness, forcefully linking their minds. Simultaneously, the vast and pure chakra within Fenya, a fusion of sage arts and the power of the rebirth eye, surged through this mental connection towards Kagaya, not as an attack, but as a transmission of information. Buzz. Kagaya's body stiffened abruptly, her gaze going blank, as if caught in an immense impact. Countless images, fragments of information and emotion surged uncontrollably into her recently awakened, yet still chaotic consciousness. This was deliberately conveyed by Fenya. Shadows of more formidable members of the Tsutsuki clan appeared, coldly surveying various planets as if they were mere nurseries and hunting grounds. Among them, indistinct figures resembling the likes of Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and Urashiki flickered into view. Alongside their palpable hostility towards this planet, the divine fruit of the sacred tree, and towards her, the traitor. This constituted the true threat, an imminent peril from beyond the stars, directed at her in this world. The impact of these images caused Kagaya's consciousness to tremble violently, her very essence quaking with instinctual dread. However, due to the brutality of this mental link and the inherent complexity of Fenya's own awareness, fragments of personal memories he did not intend to share inadvertently flowed through the connection. Fleeting glimpses flashed before her, Ino's gentle profile while arranging flowers, Hinata's flushed cheeks as she shyly offered a lunchbox, and the silhouette of Yuin accompanying her under the moonlight. There were even images of Tsunade in a languid, seductive state after a night of drinking, and a startling glimpse of the morning awakening, interwoven with embarrassment and fury. These images bore warmth, vibrancy, and even a hint of ambiguity, exuding the essence of life. Deeper within were intimate fragments, limited to mere outlines and sensations, that brushed past her like an electric shock. They did not manifest clearly, yet were potent enough to evoke a sense of intimacy and possessiveness from the consciousness on the other end of the link. Kagaya let out an ambiguous, chaotic whimper. These disparate, human memories, warm yet embarrassing, clashed violently with the Tsutsuki threat she had just received and her own millennia of hatred, nearly causing her mind to crash. She could distinctly sense the natural possessiveness, protection, and gentle warmth emanating from the consciousness of the man before her during the transmission of these images, even though she was not the object of that sentiment. This complex and contradictory feeling was something she had never experienced before. Seizing the moment of Kagaya's disarray and weakened defenses, Fenya's formidable will imprinted the final message through the link. What seals you is the past. What threatens you lies beyond the heavens. And I am the one who can provide you refuge and lead you to confront the future. Submit, or be rendered unconscious before submitting. With that, the mental connection severed. Fenya released his grip, drifting back a distance and quietly hovering, calmly observing Kagaya, who was now grappling with confusion and turmoil. From afar, Orochimaru witnessed the brief contact of their foreheads, only to see Kagaya collapse into pain and chaos as if struck. He couldn't help but feel astonished at Fenya's seemingly endless array of bizarre tactics. Kagaya floated in the air, trembling, her eyes swirling with a tempest of emotions: anger, bewilderment, fear, confusion, and a forcibly imposed, foreign sense of chaos regarding belonging. The long-established patterns of her thoughts clashed violently with the overwhelming, chaotic information she had just received. Ultimately, she slowly lifted her head, her gaze towards Fenya imbued with a complex array of emotions, void of her initial murderous intent, yet still icy. A sense of vigilance, confusion, and an indescribable wavering permeated the atmosphere. Chapter 153, Deception and Coercion. Fenya hovered in midair, his chakra cloak fluttering, reflecting the serenity of his visage. He observed the struggling figure of Kagaya Otsutsuki before him. Mere forceful suppression and memory shocks were insufficient. A final blow was necessary to dismantle her deeply rooted obsessions. Are you still contemplating your infinite Tsukuyomi? dreaming of transforming everyone into white Zetsu to assemble an army? Fenya's voice dripped with sarcasm. Kagaya shot her gaze upward, her eyes flashing with anger at the truth struck too close to home. That was her last plan before her sealing, the only method she believed could counter future threats. Foolishness, Fenya remarked bluntly, gesturing towards the disintegrating surroundings. Look at the outcome of your millennium of slumber. White Zetsu. Those inferior, mindless puppets are only fit for cannon fodder. What value do they hold? Do you truly expect them to stand against the members of the Otsutsuki clan? It is nothing short of a farce. Your so-called army would scarcely be regarded as toys in their eyes. Kagaya's lips moved, yearning to retort, yet found her opponent's words pierced her subconscious fears like daggers. Those white Zetsu were indeed mere expendables. Do you believe that sheer numbers can overwhelm quality? Fenya stepped closer, his Rinnegan radiating brilliance. You are acutely aware of the power hierarchy within the Otsutsuki clan. The strength of an individual far surpasses that of a mere swarm of ants. He paused, his tone deepening with a sense of certainty about the future. And who told you that the future must be one of despair? A flicker of turmoil crossed Kagaya's gaze once more. You may believe. Fenya's fingertip rested against his temple, his azure Rinnegan seemingly reflecting an endless cosmos. The ability of my eyes allows me to glimpse fragments of the future. I have seen, he began, as if unraveling an impending prophecy. In the near future, other Otsutsuki will arrive, drawn by coordinates. The likes of Peach, Gold, and Pullo will take a keen interest in this planet, in you, the traitor, and in the chakra you guard, or rather possess. Each name sent a shiver through Kagaya's body, igniting a primal wariness and hostility rooted deep within her lineage. Fenya's words resonated with her innermost fears. But I have also glimpsed. Fenya shifted his tone, imbued with unwavering confidence. Another possibility. One that does not necessitate the sacrifice of everyone. One that does not demand solitude, yet can confront them and even turn the tide. Harnessing the power of this world. Guiding it, evolving it, rather than annihilating it. His gaze bore into Kagaya's. The potential of humanity in this realm far exceeds your imagination. The reincarnations of Indra and Ashura, the bloodlines of Uchiha and Senju, and even those derived from your chakra, such as Uzumaki and Hyuga, under the right guidance and pressure, can unleash a brilliance that would astonish even you. Rather than hoarding chakra like a miser, you merely turn it into a horde of lifeless shells. As Feng Yi spread his arms towards Kagaya, he seduced her with words. Now, tell me, Kagaya, after discerning who the true enemy is and witnessing an alternate possibility, will you still cling to your absurd and pitiable plan of the infinite Tsukuyomi, which only breeds more tragedy? What are your thoughts? Kagaya fell into a profound silence. She hovered there, her white hair flowing. A millennium of obsession was ruthlessly shattered, the true threat laid bare, and an apparently absurd yet alluring path unfolded before her. All of this plunged her recently revived, chaotic consciousness into an unprecedented struggle. Anger, pride, fear, confusion, and a faint glimmer of hope for an alternate possibility intertwined within her. In the distance, Orochimaru fixated on the two confronting each other, his slit pupils narrowing with excitement and shock. He could not hear the entirety of their conversation, yet he could see Kagaya's evident wavering, even her descent into confusion. She was genuinely attempting to persuade a deity. Orochimaru's tongue quivered as it slid over his lips. He felt his worldview being repeatedly refreshed and shattered. The notion of subjugating the progenitor of chakra through brute force had become a mere fantasy. At this moment, that young boy seemed to be using words and will to persuade her. This madness, this audacity, this confidence that appeared to treat the entire world as a chessboard. Orochimaru suddenly sensed that all the taboos and powers he had once pursued seemed trivial in the presence of this boy. Perhaps returning to Konoha, working under a madman who knew everything and dared to plot against the calamity of the gods, would indeed become the most exhilarating and intellectually stimulating endeavor of his life. His gaze lingered on Feng Ye's silhouette, filled with an indescribable complexity of emotions, reverence, fear, and a fervent recognition and anticipation. After an indeterminate period, the struggle and confusion in Kagaya's eyes gradually subsided. She fell into a deep, bewildered stupor. Raising her head, she looked once more at Feng Yi. This time, her gaze was imbued with an enigmatic perplexity, as if she were awakening from an interminable nightmare, unable to distinguish between dream and reality. In her mind, the forcibly inserted images continued to churn, the predatory eyes of her kin, The unknown, yet no longer solitary path described by Feng Yi, and the warm, fragmented memories that inadvertently flowed from this man. Ino's smile, Hinata's shyness, Yueying's tranquility, Tsunade's post-drink allure. Those vague yet fervent sensations representing intimacy and possession felt too foreign, too strange to her. These emotions starkly contrasted with her millennia of solitude, fear, and the instinct to consume all. She could not comprehend why this mortal, possessing enough strength to harm or even threaten her, harbored such tender, entangled, and warm feelings deep within. Yet, these vulnerabilities did not render him weak. Instead, did it render him more intricate, more elusive, and even more formidable? Had she mistakenly attributed part of Fengye's power to such complex mortal entanglements? She tilted her head, her ethereal voice imbued with pure bewilderment. This foolishness formed a strange contrast with her terrifying strength. Fengye. He had not anticipated that upon regaining her senses, Kagaya's foremost concern would be this detail. This fixation was indeed very Kagaya-like. A cool Navi beauty, if memory serves. The original book of creation recorded that Kagaya was born of the blessings of the populace alongside those two brothers. Chapter 154, like a rookie. Those details mattered little. Fengye maintained his composure as he endeavored to steer the conversation back on track. What truly mattered were the looming threats of the future and your decisions. He had no interest in discussing his emotional life with her. Kagaya fell silent for a moment before finally speaking, her voice airy and imbued with contemplation. The visions of the future, those of her kin, her tone carried an apprehension that stemmed from the depths of her lineage. How can you prove your words are not mere fabrications? She did not fully believe him. Millennia of experience had instilled in her a profound skepticism, especially towards such alarming revelations. In response to her doubts, Fengye calmly pointed to his own eyes. These reincarnation eyes can perceive far more than you can imagine. Trust or distrust, the choice lies with you, he stated emphatically. When the true harbinger arrives, both you and this world you have drained will become their prey. What you have gained from a millennium of sealing is but a more thorough end. Kagaya's deepest fear lay in loss and retribution. Infinite Tsukuyami is a guardian. She attempted to argue, but her tone had lost its initial conviction, transforming into a stubborn inertia that had persisted for millennia. A misguided protection is far more terrifying than direct annihilation. Fengye interrupted her, his voice resonant. What it safeguards is not this world, but merely your solitary fear. Your guardianship has long been distorted, yielding only the bitter fruits of hatred. This proclamation plunged her once more into silence. The images of the conflicts that had arisen due to her, spanning 1,000 years, seemed to resonate with Fengye's words. In the distance, Orochimaru held his breath, intently observing all that transpired. After a considerable time, Kagaya finally calmed herself. What is it that you seek? She inquired, posing the most pivotal question. To release her, to reveal the truth, to confront her kin. This man must have ulterior motives. Fengye met her gaze with unwavering composure, stating, my desires are simple. A future that is more intriguing, one that does not repeat the tragedies of the past. Your power is an indispensable component in facing future threats. However, what I require is not merely a weapon that knows only fear and consumption, but a conscious, formidable ally. He extended his hand, not as an invitation, but rather as a declaration, collaborate with me. Abandon infinite Tsukuyami. Together, face the true enemies. This is your best, and indeed your only wise choice at present. Kagaya hovered, as if transformed into a statue. The passage of time around her became indistinct. Ultimately, she nodded ever so slowly. I, for the moment, shall trust your words. Her voice lost some hostility, now imbued with a weighty and cautious acquiescence. Infinite Tsukuyami can be postponed. However, should I discover the slightest deceit on your part, you shall face consequences beyond your reckoning. This is a temporary alliance forged upon formidable threats and shared interests, laden with trials. Yet for Kagaya, this was sufficient. A smile graced Kagaya's lips. Very well. Welcome aboard, Kagaya. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the power of Tsutsuki. At last, I have succeeded in my persuasion. The real challenge now lies in your ability to endure it. My goodness, the power of Tsutsuki? I shan't sprout horns atop my head, shall I? A tempest poised to engulf the entire ninja realm. At this moment, within the ruins of the moon, the initial trajectory quietly shifts. The future, consequently, brims with unpredictable variables. The atmosphere of the moon has noticeably relaxed. Kagaya surveyed her surroundings, stroking her chin. Ah, that was a rather harsh strike. Her gaze returned to Kagaya, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Kagaya furrowed her brow under his unabashed scrutiny, feeling a twinge of discomfort and strangeness. Your hair, Kagaya suddenly remarked, pointing at her cascading locks that flowed down to her ankles like a waterfall. Do you not find it somewhat cumbersome? It's manageable in battle, but do you not fear tripping over it while walking? Kagaya, confounded, she seemed unable to grasp the significance of this inquiry. Hair, cumbersome? Having existed for such an eternity, she had never contemplated this matter. Power is everything. Appearance holds no value. This is my form, she responded coldly. Forms can change. Kagaya countered dismissively, as if persuading a child. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, understand? You are to return to the ninja world with me. With such conspicuous hair, are you afraid of not being noticed enough? Or do you wish to perform an act of tripping over your own hair? Kagaya fell silent. Though she did not wholly comprehend the phrase when in Rome, she understood the essence of Kagaya's words, to conceal one's identity and minimize unnecessary troubles. This aligned with her temporary plan to remain hidden and observe the situation. Furthermore, the notion of tripping over her hair stirred a subconscious feeling of shame within her. Though she would never admit it, she gazed at Kagaya's sleek black hair, recalling the varying lengths of hair from women in his memories. It seemed none were as exaggerated as hers. Noticing her slight thaw, Kagaya stoked the flames further, his gaze landing on her simple, ancient white robe. And this attire? Its style is rather antiquated. Moreover, it seems to have been soiled during our earlier skirmish. Would you not consider changing? His tone suggested camaraderie. Kagaya glanced at her robe. She paid it no mind. Style? That was hardly a topic for discussion. Yet the suggestion of changing attire appeared consistent with the logic of adapting one's form to suit the environment. Her eyes shimmered with a captivating luminescence. Moments later, the white robe enveloping her began to undulate as if animated, the dust dissipating to reveal a pristine garment. Simultaneously, her hair began to shorten at a visibly rapid pace, ultimately resting at her waist. It no longer appeared so ostentatious, retaining its original style while becoming more immaculate, accentuating her slender form imbued with an underlying terror of power. Having completed this transformation, she gazed at Fengya, her expression seemingly inquiring. Does this align with your customs? Fengya regarded the subtly altered Kagaya, her aura still exuding an icy ethereality. The ethereal quality, once aloof and otherworldly, was now tempered with a newfound accessibility. He nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this is much more pleasing to the eye. Let us stroll through your somewhat weathered prison. He led the way towards the shimmering river. Kagaya silently floated a few steps behind him, surveying the surrounding ruins with a gaze filled with complexity. Chapter 155. The cycle of the riding wheel. The confines of her imprisonment, in a sense, were a peculiar space forged from the combined powers of her two sons, mingled with fragments of her own stripped strength. For millennia, she had appeared to slumber. Yet perhaps everything from the outside world was reflected in some indistinct manner deep within her consciousness. The two walked in tandem through this enchanting realm. Breaking the silence, Fengya spoke as if in casual conversation. Before your sealing, aside from fighting and planting trees, what did you do in your leisure time? Do you have any hobbies? Kagaya, hobbies? Such terminology felt exceedingly foreign to her. Her existence prior to consuming the fruit had been one of sacrifice and struggle, followed by dominion, suppression, and ultimately, confinement. Guarding chakra, she offered a dry, instinctual response. How monotonous your life must have been, Fengya remarked candidly. Perhaps, once we return, I could introduce you to some enjoyable experiences, gambling, drinking, soaking in hot springs. Surely, there is something that would suit you. Fighting is out of the question. Kagaya, unable to comprehend, nonetheless sensed a vague emotional resonance from Fengya's fragmented consciousness, one that embodied relaxation and joy. This left her further puzzled. How could someone as formidable as him indulge in such trivial pursuits? In the distance, Orochimaru was meticulously gathering fragments imbued with strange energies and samples of the luminous river's water, his vertical pupils brimming with the fervor of discovery. Yet, a portion of his attention remained fixated on the two wandering figures, capable of upending the world. Especially when he witnessed Kagaya genuinely heeding Fengya's advice. His heart experienced an immense jolt. Orochimaru felt that his list of research subjects could grow considerably thicker. The notion of attempting to draw a deity into the realm of mortals was both a mad and alluring idea. As he observed Fengya's retreating silhouette, his admiration deepened. and he increasingly believed that returning to Konoha might indeed be the wisest decision of his serpentine life. At the very least, there he could closely observe this unprecedented experiment in divine interaction. The future of the ninja world has grown increasingly intriguing. Funya leisurely strolls with Kagaya across the moon's surface, subtly influencing the progenitor of chakra through his words and actions. Deep within him, the newfound power he has acquired begins to stir restlessly. This force erupts suddenly, igniting like a spark when Funya's mind relaxes even slightly. He halts abruptly, his body trembling uncontrollably, emitting a muted groan. Excruciating pain surges from the depths of his very bones, sweeping over him entirely. Kagaya, trailing behind him, instantly senses the anomaly, instinctively retreating a half step, her chakra remaining dormant and concealed. She perceives that the energy within Funya is undergoing an intensely violent transformation, bordering on chaos. Boom. Funya's originally azure chakra cloak erupts uncontrollably, radiating brilliance that envelopes him entirely. Yet, this light is highly unstable, flickering violently, its hue shifting towards a more profound, pale shade, reminiscent of Kagaya's chakra. He kneels on one knee, veins bulging on his arms. His sage body is being enhanced and transformed at an unprecedented speed. Each cell is torn apart and reassembled, devouring the terrifying energy that has erupted. The reincarnation eye activates uncontrollably, its azure brilliance shining with unprecedented intensity. The power of his gaze spills outward, stirring the very fabric of space on the moon. But this is not the end. Most alarmingly, the center of Funya's forehead becomes scorching red, as if something is about to burst forth. A tearing pain emanates from that point. What is that? In the distance, Orochimaru, who is collecting samples, observes the unusual energy convergence on Funya's forehead. Kagaya's eyes widen in sudden realization. She senses an aura of shared origin. Is this a precursor to awakening the eye of the moon? Yet, it seems somewhat different. Gasping heavily, Funya struggles to rein in the surging power within him. His observation haki flows into action, attempting to foresee and guide the energy's direction. His sage consciousness endeavors to communicate with natural energy, striving to balance this sudden influx of foreign power. However, this essence of Otsutsuki is exceedingly domineering. It appears intent on forcibly reshaping his body to a form more suitable for its containment. At last, the skin at his brow cannot withstand the strain. Splitting open with a fine crack, a new, vertical eye's outline begins to materialize there. A wave of oppressive energy suddenly radiates from Funya's core. The vertical eye at his forehead snaps open. With a crimson base, 9 tomo encircle a profound pupil, emanating an eerie glow, the legendary 9 tomo Rinnegan. This fabled eye is now a miraculous fusion, catalyzed by the pure essence of Otsutsuki, intertwined with Funya's own sage body, reincarnation eye, 3 tomo Sharingan, and his uniquely potent soul essence. The agonizing pain subsides, replaced by an unprecedented sense of control, as if he can perceive and command the very fabric of existence itself. Funya rose to his feet, the tempestuous pale chakra surrounding him gradually subsiding and becoming more profound. The cerulean Rinnegan in his eyes regained tranquility, harmonizing with the Rinne Sharingan upon his forehead, bestowing upon him an aura that was both sacred and enigmatic. A subtle thought flickered in his mind, causing the vertical eye on his forehead to close, leaving behind a delicate, faint red vertical mark. Kagaya's stunning visage was marked by clear astonishment and disbelief. Her gaze fixated on the spot on Funya's forehead that had closed yet still emanated residual power. That manifestation of strength, akin to her own, seemed to diverge onto an entirely different path. She understood better than anyone the immense and pure essence required to condense such an eye. It was not something achievable through mere consumption or plunder. It appeared that the digestion had been rather intense. Funya rubbed his brow, his tone lighthearted, as if the pain that had nearly torn him apart was but a figment of his imagination. He felt quite well. Turning his gaze towards Kagaya, he noticed the rare emotional fluctuations in her eyes and smiled. Surprised? Kagaya remained silent for several seconds before speaking with complexity. How could one who is neither my descendant nor has consumed the fruit condense this divine eye? Funya completed her question. The forms of power are not singular. Essence is the key. Your power, combined with my own accumulation, along with a touch of unique insight, can lead to wondrous transformations. He refrained from elaborating on the existence of the system. Kagaya seemed to grasp some of it. Yet she undeniably sensed a quality within Fengya that was on par with her own, perhaps even possessing a certain potential beyond it. This incited an unrecognized curiosity within her. In the distance, Orochimaru was nearly trembling with excitement, his tongue unconsciously licking his lips. The Nine-Tailed Sharingan. A miracle. This is a complete subversion of the theories surrounding bloodline limits. Fengya, how many more surprises do you intend to unveil? He yearned to rush forward and study it immediately. But reason and reverence for Fengya constrained his steps. All he could do was fervently record observational data. Everything here bore the essence of the progenitor of chakra, rendering it invaluable research material. Chapter 156. In ordinary life, Fengya closed his eyes, focusing intently as the surging primordial power of the Tsutsuki within him, like a tamed primordial beast, sank into his limbs and bones. No longer did it reveal any external anomalies. His skin remained as smooth as ever. The occasional pale hue characteristic of the Tsutsuki fully retracted, restoring its original appearance. At this moment, he appeared no different from before. Save for the occasional glimmers of light flickering within his eyes, hinting at the formidable power he now harbored, far exceeding that of the past. Almost there, Fengya stretched his body, feeling an unprecedented sense of well-being. He glanced at Kagaya, who stood beside him, as still as snow. It is time to return. Kagaya remained silent, her eyes subtly shifting to indicate her understanding. Fengya raised his hand, and as his thoughts turned, the space around him warped, opening a portal back to the ninja world. His mastery over space had ascended to a new realm. In the ninja world, in a certain location of the Wind Country, the space rippled as if disturbed water. The silhouettes of Fengya and Huey quietly emerged. Simultaneously, a smaller ripple in space stirred nearby, from which Orochimaru leaped forth. Cradled in his hands were several sealed containers, filled with peculiar fragments, samples of water, and soil exuding a faint luminescence, all collected from the moon. Fengya, Lord Huey, Orochimaru exclaimed eagerly, the fervor in his eyes still not fully diminished. The harvest exceeds expectations. I must return to the village of Sound to commence my research on these materials. Go ahead. Fengya nodded. Should you make any intriguing discoveries, do not hesitate to contact me. Certainly. Orochimaru, suppressing his excitement, swiftly performed the body flicker technique and departed, eager to immerse himself in research that could potentially revolutionize the understanding of the ninja world. Only Fengya and Huey remained in place. The dry wind stirred the sand, rustling Huey's sleeves and long hair. She stood silently, attuned to this familiar yet foreign world. The natural energy in the air and the distant, sporadic life forces felt markedly different from a millennium ago. Well then, the tour officially begins, Fengya declared. Oh, remember to conceal those horns on your head. He clapped his hands to draw Huey's attention. Short Street, the renowned den of vice in the ninja world. Inside the casino, the cacophony of voices resonated, accompanied by the crisp sound of chips clashing. The excited cries of gamblers intertwined with their lamentations of despair. Fengya exchanged a bag of chips and handed it to Huey, succinctly explaining the rules. Huey stood expressionless before a high-low betting table, observing the dealers shake the dice cup. To her, the cup appeared almost transparent, the numbers clearly visible. Mimicking the others, she placed a chip on the high bet. The dice rolled 4, 5, 6, 15 points high. She then pushed all her winnings onto the low bet. The dice revealed 1, 2, 3, 6 points low. Repeatedly, she effortlessly amassed a substantial amount of chips. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the surrounding gamblers, who believed they had encountered a gambling deity and began to place their bets alongside her. The casino manager broke into a cold sweat. However, Huey's exquisite visage bore no trace of joy. She merely turned her head toward Fengya, her gaze conveying a clear inquiry. Is this amusement? So simple and devoid of challenge. Fengya chuckled, a bit taken aback. For you, this indeed feels like cheating. The thrill lies in uncertainty. When you can simply perceive the outcome, it naturally loses its charm. Come, let me introduce you to something different. The next destination was a hot spring inn, an independent outdoor hot spring, shrouded in steam. As Huey shed her ancient attire and immersed herself in the warm waters, a ripple of emotion finally graced her eternally cool countenance. Warmth, physically enveloping warmth. It was a sensation starkly distinct from the flow of chakra, more primal, more immediate. She closed her eyes, and the solitude and chill of millennia seemed to gently dissipate within the steam. She remained silent, quietly savoring this unprecedented experience of relaxation. Fengye leaned against the pool's edge, his gaze resting upon Huey across from him. The water rippled gently, with soft mist obscuring the contours, adding an ethereal beauty to the scene. Her long hair floated upon the water's surface, a few strands clinging delicately to her smooth, fair shoulders and collarbone, evoking a sense of untainted purity. She tilted her head slightly back, eyes closed, intently savoring the warmth of this pristine moment. Kagaya, momentarily shedding her terrifying identity and power, appeared breathtakingly beautiful. There was a unique quality about her, untouched by the dust of the world and transcending the bounds of time and space. This was a pure appreciation of beauty, devoid of excessive desire. After all, the one beside her was a formidable ancestor capable of obliterating the moon with a single blow. Sensing his gaze, Kagaya slowly opened her eyes, looking at him with curiosity. "It's nothing," Fengye replied with a smile, averting his gaze to the stars twinkling in the night sky. He simply felt that indulging in such moments was indeed quite comforting. Kagaya paused in silence, mimicking his actions as she gazed upward at the celestial expanse. The stars there, shrouded by mist and atmosphere, appeared distant and hazy, strikingly different from the cold ones she had observed in outer space. A peculiar sensation blossomed within her heart. Was it tranquility? After their soak in the hot spring, the night descended, and the vibrant lights illuminated the surroundings. Fengye escorted Kagaya to a bustling night market. Unlike the clamor of the casino, this place was imbued with the warmth of life. The streets were adorned with an array of lanterns, and the cheerful chatter of people mingled harmoniously. Kagaya quietly followed Fengye, her curiosity piqued by everything around her. The dazzling array of goods, vividly colored candies, and steaming street food presented scenes she had never encountered in her millennia of existence. Her gaze lingered for a moment at a candy vendor, captivated by the crystalline, intricately shaped sugar figures. "Would you like to try?" Fengye offered her a small candy shaped like a rabbit. Kagaya hesitated briefly before accepting it, cautiously mimicking a nearby child as she extended her tongue to taste it. The sweetness unfurled, a simple yet direct stimulation of flavor melting in her mouth. She paused, then tasted it again. Though her expression remained stoic, her eyes seemed to momentarily sparkle. Fengye found her tentative exploration amusing yet oddly dissonant. Following this, he introduced her to takoyaki, dango, and other delicacies. Kagaya exhibited a careful curiosity toward each dish, quietly finishing them without refusing the next offering from Fengye. As they passed a clothing store, Fengye gently guided her inside. Moments later, when Kagaya emerged, she was clad in modern attire befitting the ninja world. A pair of tailored white trousers, a similarly understated yet stylish white top, topped with a long coat. While she still favored white, her overall style had seamlessly integrated with this world, possessing less of a celestial aura and more of a cold, exquisite beauty belonging to humanity. Strolling through the brightly lit night market, she garnered nearly universal admiration. Alongside her was Fengye, equally distinguished in temperament and strikingly handsome. The two appeared as if they had stepped out of a painting, captivating countless astonished and envious gazes. Chapter 157. Candid words. Kagaya remained oblivious to those stares. Perhaps she had long grown accustomed to being observed, or perhaps she simply did not care for the attention of mere mortals. She walked quietly beside Fengye, savoring the vibrant atmosphere around her and relishing the three-colored dumplings in her hand. Fengye observed Kagaya, who neither showed curiosity nor disdain towards the surrounding clamor. Her attire, a modern aesthetic he had chosen, enhancing her allure. Inviting her into this ordinary yet bustling life felt more delightful than he had anticipated. "What do you think of this tranquil, commonplace existence?" Fengye inquired softly. Kagaya gazed into the throngs of people and the warm glow of lights in the distance, pausing for a moment in silence before gently nodding. "Acceptable." These simple words, though brief, perhaps held great significance for her. In the night market, Fengye and Kagaya strolled side by side, one leisurely and carefree, the other cool and composed, creating a unique tableau. In that moment, there were no schemes, no battles, no ancient grievances, only the fleeting, hard-won tranquility and beauty of now. As night descended, the atmosphere gradually quieted, with only a few taverns still aglow. In the hot spring inn spacious room, which was furnished in accordance with custom with only one set of bedding, Fengye approached the wardrobe and retrieved a spare set of blankets, laying them out at a distance. "Well, we've wandered enough for today. Let's rest early," he yawned. Feeling a wave of weariness, Kagaya did not immediately retire. She quietly knelt on her bedding, her eyes slightly misty, as if still processing the overwhelming influx of unfamiliar experiences from the day. The bustling market, the warmth of food, the strange games of chance, and the man beside her, whose actions she could not comprehend through her millennia of understanding. Her gaze inevitably drifted towards Feng Yi, and unbidden, fragments of memories belonging to him, glimpsed through their mental link on the moon, resurfaced in her mind. Particularly vivid were the nuanced emotions and the indescribable intimacy and possessiveness portrayed, the languorous, alluring gaze of a golden-haired woman after inebriation, the serene silhouette of a violet-haired woman under moonlight, filled with trust, and other indistinct yet similarly intimate female figures. These images intertwined with the ordinary life Feng Yi had introduced her to today, leaving her in a state of bewilderment that was both foreign and perplexing. She struggled to comprehend this complex emotional tapestry. In her lengthy yet simplistic worldview, strength, consumption, protection, in her own way, betrayal, and sealing formed the core of her understanding. The dynamics of romantic relationships between men and women were a realm entirely blank to her. The warmth, excitement, and possessiveness conveyed through those fragmented memories were more challenging for her to grasp than confronting the Otsutsuki clan itself. She gazed at Feng Yi's handsome yet languid profile, her eyes brimming with the purest curiosity. At last, she could no longer contain herself. Her ethereal voice resonated within the room, infused with untainted bewilderment. Is your engagement in copulatory behavior with those females intended to produce superior offspring, thereby augmenting the strength of your lineage? This was the only logical explanation she could conjure, akin to her own consumption of the divine tree's fruit for the purpose of acquiring power to confront future threats. Feng Yi. He was momentarily taken aback by the bluntness and absurdity of her question, rendered speechless. Observing Kagaya's earnest and inquisitive expression, he couldn't help but rub his forehead. What on earth is this? Who told you it was for the sake of offspring? He retorted with a mix of amusement and exasperation. That is called mutual affection, a natural progression, not copulation as you so clumsily term it. Kagaya tilted her head, increasingly perplexed. Not for the sake of progeny? Then why engage in such an inefficient act of intimacy that could divert one's focus and energy? Does it yield an increase in strength? To her, any action that did not directly enhance power was open to scrutiny. Feng Yi sat up, contemplating that explaining human emotions to her might be more challenging than battling the Sage of Six Paths. Oh no, right now, I should just eliminate that old man. He pondered for a moment, striving to articulate his thoughts in a manner she could comprehend. If I must say, it indeed does not directly augment chakra. However, he pointed to his heart. Here, one feels, well, content, joyous. It is a form of spiritual delight and solace. Much like the comfort derived from soaking in a hot spring or the happiness from indulging in sweets, yet it embodies a deeper, more intricate sense of comfort and joy. Kagaya fell into contemplation, seemingly striving to grasp this notion of spiritual delight and the more complex joy. She recalled the warmth, security, and profound sense of possession experienced in those fragmented memories, which indeed felt different from the sensation of having chakra all to herself. Thus, she lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Feng Yi, and posed an even more astonishing question. Is your intention in providing me with these experiences and a place of refuge ultimately to engage in this mutual affection, as you described? To attain the spiritual joy you speak of? Her tone was calm and unruffled, as if she were discussing an academic subject, devoid of the usual embarrassment or irritation a woman might exhibit when broaching such matters. Feng Yi regarded Kagaya's expression, which seemed to convey, if you say yes, I must assess the additional terms of this transaction. Incredible. Is it possible to articulate such thoughts so openly? Truly, you are remarkable. He touched his nose, a playful smile appearing on his face. Neither confirming nor denying, he instead countered, what about it? If I were to say yes, the great progenitor of chakra, do you intend to offer yourself as payment for this sanctuary and the future remuneration against your kin? This was a clear mockery, a test to observe the reaction of this ancestral figure. Kagaya fell silent, seemingly engaged in serious contemplation, weighing the values of power, safety, resistance against her family, and the unfamiliar pleasure of spirit. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke in a calm tone. If this is indeed a necessary and effective condition for securing your full assistance, and if such an action truly produces equivalent joy rather than adverse effects, I shall accept this term. Fengye gazed at Kagaya's solemn expression and could no longer contain his laughter. Ha ha ha, Kagaya, you are truly amusing. He laughed heartily for quite some time before ceasing, looking at Kagaya, who appeared perplexed, and waved his hand. All right, enough of that, let us sleep. Forcing such matters is futile. We shall revisit this once you truly grasp what mutual affection and genuine happiness entail. With that, he offered no further explanation and closed his eyes. Kagaya knelt there, observing Fengye as he drifted into slumber. Her mind was awash with unanswered questions. Terms such as mutual affection, happiness, and spiritual pleasure lingered in her thoughts as she began to delve into the understanding of human emotions. The journey of this progenitor of chakra seemed to have only just begun. Chapter 158. Human Emotions. The soft morning light spilled across the tatami mat. Fengye awoke to find Kagaya still maintaining the kneeling position from the previous night, her gaze fixed on the rising sun, seemingly lost in thought for the entirety of the night. Hearing movement, she turned her head, her eyes clear yet bewildered. The quandaries of emotions remained unresolved. Do not dwell on what confounds you, Fengye advised as he stretched languidly. Some things cannot be grasped merely through thought. They must be seen with the eyes and felt with the heart. Thus began a unique journey of emotional observation within the ninja world. Fengye did not lead Kagaya directly back to Konoha. Instead, they wandered through the towns and villages of the Land of Fire and its neighboring countries. They passed markets where vendors quarreled over a mere copper coin, only to burst into laughter upon making a sale, anger and joy. They sat in a tea house corner, listening to an elder at the next table lament the loneliness and worry of children who had left home years ago, sorrow. They mingled in vibrant festivals, watching young couples hold hands beneath fireworks, their faces radiant with shyness and happiness, joy. They quietly traversed the ruins at the battlefield's edge, witnessing villagers embrace in grief for their lost kin, yet resolutely striving to rebuild their homes amidst the wreckage, sorrow, and resilience. Fengye spoke little, allowing Kagaya to observe and listen in silence. Kagaya recorded her observations, grasping the reverence that power instills and the competition that survival demands. Yet, the intricate, complex, and contradictory tapestry of emotions bewildered her. Why did these seemingly insignificant lives, beset by profound suffering, also erupt with such intense joy and hope? This, indeed, was the essence of emotion. Beneath the starlit sky of a certain festival, Fengye gazed at the dazzling fireworks and the joyous crowd, turning to the quietly observing Huey beside her. It is not merely a black and white force. It is intricate, chaotic, at times inflicting pain, yet at other moments bestowing strength. But it serves as a testament to life. Huey regarded the faces illuminated by the fireworks, her understanding teetering on the edge of comprehension. In addition to mere observation, Fengye occasionally engaged in practical instruction. Staring at the scenery becomes mundane. Let us stretch our limbs, she suggested. Huey typically did not refuse. Combat and strength were her most familiar domains. However, the outcome was always predictable. Huey's martial prowess was effortlessly thwarted by Fengye's hardened armament, the rebounding force leaving her arms tingling. She swiftly distanced herself and unleashed her deadly technique, Kongsha Giku, but Fengye's observation was already silently activated, her figure weaving through the air like a specter. The autumn water blade had yet to be drawn. Simply utilizing the sheath, Huey could strike with precision. She initiated rabbit hair needle, attempting to restrict movement. Yet Fengye's reincarnation, I discerned every flaw, manipulating gravity to deflect the sharp strands from their target. She sought to employ Yomi no Hirazaka for a spatial ambush, but Fengye's spatial perception was far more acute, often anticipating her arrival and awaiting her with a teasing smile. Each sparring session concluded with Huey being thoroughly subdued. Fengye did not even need to resort to her most formidable techniques, her martial skills, basic swordplay, and that reincarnation I were sufficient to leave Huey at a loss. Your strength is impressive, yet you rely too heavily on instinct and your bloodline, Fengye critiqued after one bout, effortlessly flicking away a strand of Huey's white hair that sought to ensnare her. You lack finesse, timing, and a deeper understanding of your own power. You possess a treasure trove, yet remain unaware of its worth. Huey stood still, breathing slightly heavier, her gaze fixed on Fengye, devoid of anger, but filled with an indomitable spirit and profound curiosity. She could not fathom how someone could so easily surpass her in the application of power. How do you achieve this? She finally inquired, unable to restrain herself. Fengye chuckled, unabashedly responding, because my strength is not innate. It is cultivated through relentless practice and understanding. I comprehend the source and essence of every ounce of power. You, on the other hand, are akin to one who has inherited a mountain of gold, yet only knows how to wield it as a weapon. System, perhaps you should reflect on your own words? Congratulations, host. You have acquired a heap of useless rubbish. Fenya, revenge, absolutely revenge. Huey fell into contemplation. Days passed, marked by observation, experience, and sparring. Huey spoke little, but Fenya sensed that the ethereal aloofness surrounding her was gradually diminishing. She began to find herself momentarily entranced by sweets, exhaling softly in comfort while soaking in hot springs, and lingering her gaze on playful children for just a moment longer. She even started to mimic simple behaviors, such as wiping her mouth with a napkin after eating, though a mere thought could render food remnants non-existent. The changes were subtle, yet undeniably unfolding, until one day, in a quaint little town, they witnessed a minor conflict. A ruffian was bullying a blind flower girl, toppling her basket of blooms. The onlookers, though filled with indignation, dared not voice their anger. Just as Fenya was about to resolve this trifling disturbance, he was taken aback to notice a flicker of disturbance in Kagaya's eyes, neither anger nor outrage, but rather an instinctive discomfort at the sight of the vulnerable being oppressed. The next moment, before Fenya could intervene, and without any discernible action from Kagaya, the brazen ruffian suddenly found himself lifted off the ground, as if grasped by an invisible hand, only to be violently hurled against a wall several meters away, rendering him unconscious. The entire episode transpired in silence, marked only by the fleeting glimmer in Kagaya's gaze. The bystanders were left in a state of bewilderment, unsure of what had transpired. The flower girl, confused, lifted her gaze. Yet Kagaya had already reverted to her usual demeanor, as if nothing had occurred. She merely turned her head to look at Fenya, seemingly uncertain whether her actions had been justified. Fenya, initially taken aback, soon found himself unable to contain his laughter. Approaching the frightened girl, he purchased all the intact flowers and then handed her the most exquisite bloom of the bunch, saying, "Here, for you." Kagaya gazed at the vibrant flower before shifting her attention to Fenya's eyes, which sparkled with mirth. After a moment's hesitation, she extended her hand and accepted the flower. Lowering her gaze to the petals, her clear eyes reflected the vivid hues. A barely perceptible smile flickered at the corners of her lips, only to vanish swiftly. Fenya noticed this and realized that the heart, long encased in ice for a millennium, had begun to thaw, even if just a little. The journey of teaching a goddess to comprehend the joys and sorrows of humanity would be a long and arduous one. Yet, it held a certain charm, did it not? Chapter 159. A brief confrontation at the border of the land of fire and the land of rivers. There lay a small town. This place was a melting pot of various elements, frequented by traveling merchants, rogue ninjas, and wandering samurai. Consequently, the local taverns also functioned as underground bounty exchange hubs. Fenya and Kagaya had just concluded their visit to a nearby scenic spot, with Fenya providing explanations while Kagaya observed quietly, preparing to find a place to rest. As they traversed the bustling main street of the town, they unexpectedly encountered two individuals. One of them, with short orange hair, bore an expressionless countenance. A black receiver embedded in his face, and was attired in a black trench coat adorned with red clouds, emanating a cold and oppressive aura. He was none other than Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Beside him stood a woman with long, bluish-purple hair, her demeanor icy and her gaze indifferent. Clad in the same red cloud-black robe, she was Conan, codenamed White Tiger. In her hands, she clutched a recently exchanged, bulging pouch of money, evidently having just completed a bounty transaction. The four found themselves in an unexpected encounter on the narrow street, their footsteps halting simultaneously. The air seemed to thicken in that moment, as an invisible, suffocating aura expanded outward around the four of them. The Devapath Pain's pair of Rinnegan eyes coldly swept over Fenya and Huey. In his perception, these two individuals were extraordinarily unusual. The man with black hair and black eyes, appearing languid and casual, concealed within him a terrifying energy that sent shivers down one's spine. Meanwhile, the woman with white hair and white eyes, exuding an ethereal beauty, emanated a vast sensation as if she were one with nature. The quality and quantity of her chakra far exceeded any existence he had ever encountered. A palpable danger. Xiaonan's pupils also contracted slightly. She too sensed the extraordinary aura emanating from the two, particularly from the woman, who instinctively instilled a sense of pressure derived from the very essence of life. Although the man appeared nonchalant, he conveyed an inscrutable depth, surpassing even the Deva path beside her. Who are they? Such a combination had never been heard of in the shinobi world. Feng Ye's gaze fell upon the Deva path and Xiaonan, a slight smirk gracing his lips, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Oh, have I stumbled upon colleagues? The ultimate goal of the Ten Tails Infinite Tsukuyami plan indeed aligns with my expectations. Huey merely cast a fleeting glance at the Deva path and Xiaonan, pausing for a mere moment on the Rinnegan, before disinterestedly averting her gaze. In her eyes, these mortals, while stronger than the others on the street, possessed only trivial and intriguing elements within them. The Rinnegan and paper jutsu were feeble, failing to stir her emotions. Her attention was instead drawn to a string of glistening candied hawthorns at a nearby stall. A silent exchange of glances ensued. The four were like four parallel lines, diverging once more after this brief intersection. The Deva path and Xiaonan maintained a heightened vigilance, just as they brushed past one another. Feng Ye's gaze flickered over the coin pouch in Xiaonan's hand. With a hint of irreverent mockery, he carelessly directed a loud, slightly flippant whistle towards her. Ah, business is booming. Beautiful. This whistle and casual jest instantly shattered the heavy atmosphere. Given the current scene, it was laden with unspoken provocation. He not only perceived that they had just completed a bounty exchange, but also pointed it out with an almost dismissive attitude. Xiaonan's cold countenance was suddenly cloaked in frost as her fingers tightened around the coin pouch. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed. Never had anyone dared to treat her, and the embodiment of divinity, with such frivolity. Standing beside her, the Deva path Pain declared, impudent. His voice was icy and indifferent, imbued with undeniable authority and a hint of indignation at the sacrilege. He did not turn back. Instead, the oppressive and terrifying divine pressure surrounding him bore down upon Feng Ye like a tangible force. The air emitted a strained hum under the unbearable weight. The pedestrians on the street felt as if an invisible power had seized their throats, experiencing a rush of dread and suffocation. This was the wrath of a deity, a punishment for mortals daring to provoke divine majesty. Under such terrifying pressure, ordinary ninjas would likely have crumbled mentally, begging for mercy. However, Feng Ye seemed utterly oblivious, his lips curling into a playful smile that remained unchanged. Like a gentle breeze brushing over the mountain ridge, it stirred not a single ripple. With keen interest, he raised an eyebrow at the silhouette of Tendo Pain, revealing an even more radiant and mischievous grin, as if to say, "Is that what makes you angry? Surely not." Meanwhile, Kagaya, engrossed in her fascination with candied hawthorn, displayed no interest in the unfolding conflict and headed straight towards a nearby stall to purchase the treat. Pain fixed his gaze on Feng Ye's indifferent retreating figure, a tempest of light flickering in the depths of his pupils. The pressure emanating from him was a manifestation of his power, yet his counterpart remained entirely unfazed. Truly extraordinary. There was no need for concern. After a prolonged moment, Tendo Pain finally diverted his gaze. The clamor of mere ants could not sway the resolve of a deity. Plans took precedence. He moved forward, as if the preceding events were nothing more than inconsequential noise along the way. Conan cast a glance in Feng Ye's direction, mentally noting the frivolity and inscrutability of the two, before hastily following Tendo. It was only after they had distanced themselves significantly, confirming the lack of intent from the two to pursue, that Conan breathed a small sigh of relief and quietly remarked, "Nagato, those two are unusual." Tendo Pain's voice remained cold and unyielding. "Gather intelligence on them, but refrain from contact. Do not disrupt the plan." Understood. Conan glanced back at the white and black figures gradually merging into the crowd, yet a lingering sense of unease persisted within her. Those two, particularly the woman in white, exuded an unsettling aura. On the other side, Feng Ye handed the candied hawthorn to Kagaya. Those two were rather intriguing, weren't they? He casually inquired. Kagaya accepted the treat, savoring its sweetness, and with narrowed eyes, replied blandly, "A puppet with the Rinnegan and a female capable of materializing energy. Acceptable." She succinctly pinpointed the essence of Tendo and Conan's abilities. Feng Ye chuckled. "If you were aware that they are diligently executing a grand scheme to resurrect you, what would your feelings be?" "Ha! How amusing. Speaking of which, having been away for so long, the Shippuden saga is about to commence. Let us proceed. I believe there is a delightful dango shop ahead." This minor interlude left little ripple in the hearts of the two. The Akatsuki's plans continued to unfold quietly in the shadows. Chapter 160. A taste for the macabre. Feng Yi and Kagaya continued their aimless journey through the ninja world, traversing various nations and observing the myriad facets of human existence. Feng Yi reveled in the joy of nurturing, patiently explaining the myriad human emotions and societal norms that Kagaya struggled to comprehend. Meanwhile, Kagaya, the progenitor of chakra, resembled a slowly illuminated blank canvas. Though she remained silent and aloof, her gaze began to occasionally reflect the blue of the sky, the red of flowers, and the vibrant hues of human life. She started to grasp the simple interactions of assistance and gratitude. On one occasion, when she witnessed an elderly couple supporting each other as they walked along a field path beneath the setting sun, her gaze lingered for an extended time. Feng Yi continued to engage in sparring with her, guiding her on how to manipulate her powers with greater finesse. Kagaya's aptitude for learning was astonishing. She often grasped concepts with remarkable speed and progressed rapidly, yet she remained unable to surpass Feng Yi. Her combat style had shed some of its brute force, gaining instead a touch of finesse and agility. The nature of their relationship, within this peculiar dynamic of companionship, grew subtly intricate. They were not mere allies, rather, they existed in a state of mutual adaptation and exploration. Meanwhile, Konoha was undergoing transformations of its own. After a prolonged period of training, Naruto finally returned to the village alongside Jiraiya. His homecoming stirred quite a commotion, not only due to the evident maturation of his demeanor, but also because of his astonishingly improved strength. The Rasengan had become increasingly refined, and his chakra reserves had surged dramatically. The golden-haired youth wore a smile as radiant as sunshine, yet his eyes now bore a newfound resoluteness and composure. He joyfully reunited with long-missed companions like Sasuke, Iruka, Kakashi, and Sakura, eagerly proclaiming his desire to treat everyone to Ichiraku ramen, reminiscent of his playful, carefree self. However, all could sense that he had undergone a profound transformation. His daily duels with Sasuke had become a spectacle at the Konoha training grounds. Together, they thrived in their rivalry, contributing to the vibrant emergence of the new generation in Konoha. Yet, peril still loomed. Urgent pleas for assistance arrived from the hidden sand village in the Land of Wind. Their fifth Kazekage, Gaara, had been abducted by members of the nefarious organization Akatsuki, Deidara, and Sasori. The news sent shockwaves through Konoha, particularly affecting Naruto, who shared a similar past and a deep bond with Gaara. Overcome with emotion, he fervently insisted on immediate rescue efforts. Tsunade swiftly made a decision, dispatching an emergency rescue team led by Kakashi. The team comprised Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, and coincidentally present villagers, Guy, Niji, Lee, and Tenten. This assembly represented the strongest forces of Konoha's new generation. The rescue team set off at once. Meanwhile, Tsunade stood at the window of the Hokage's office, her brow furrowed in concern. The increasingly audacious actions of Akatsuki, targeting the tailed beasts, filled her with apprehension. Unconsciously, she touched the special notes containing substantial funds, left behind by Feng Yi, hidden in her drawer. That scoundrel had vanished once again at a critical moment. She muttered a quiet complaint, yet a flicker of unacknowledged reliance flashed in her gaze. If he were here, perhaps this level of crisis would hardly be a concern. Although Feng Yi was journeying afar, he maintained a connection with Konoha. Through special means, he had gleaned the village's current affairs. Upon learning of Gaara's abduction and that Konoha had dispatched a rescue team led by Kakashi and Naruto, he found himself resting by a picturesque waterfall in a valley with Kagaya. Oh, has Akatsuki begun its operations? Their target is Shikaku, Feng Yi remarked calmly, sipping his sake. Kagaya sat quietly beside him, her gaze directed towards the Land of Wind, where she could faintly sense the intense fluctuations of chakra and the distinctive aura of the tailed beast, Shikaku. She softly uttered the name of that organization, known for its pursuit of tailed beasts. A congregation of dream-laden terrorists, indeed. Feng Yi chuckled lightly, setting down his goblet. What do you say? Interested in witnessing the commotion? It would also present you with a chance to observe the battles among the extraordinary ninjas of this era, as well as the true essence of bonds and guardianship. He directed his gaze toward Kagaya, extending an invitation. This was undoubtedly an opportunity for Kagaya to gain a more tangible understanding of the current ninja world and human emotions. After a brief silence, Kagaya met Feng Yi's gaze and nodded. Feng Yi seemed to recall something exceedingly amusing. He leaned in closer to Kagaya an unmistakable smirk playing on his lips, and lowered his voice conspiratorially. By the way, dear goddess Kagaya, before you were sealed away by those two well-meaning sons of yours, did you, in a moment of desperation, perhaps discreetly release a bit of something? A dark, viscous substance? Kagaya was stirred by Fengye's words, triggering a distant and secret memory. After a moment, she replied slowly, her tone uncertain, fragments of will. To endure. Precisely. Fragments of will. Fengye exclaimed, slapping his thigh and grinning mischievously. That entity later named itself Kurizetsu, and it has been quite industrious. For over a millennium, it has diligently stirred up storms, all in an effort to fulfill your wish to rescue you from the moon. He exaggeratedly mimicked what Kurizetsu might sound like. Rise, my beloved, nay, my esteemed mother. Bring forth the infinite Tsukuyami. Create a world where a mother exists. Oh, truly heart-wrenching for those who hear it and tear-inducing for those who listen. It could be dubbed the ninja world's most devoted filial son, or rather, the devoted Kuro. Kagaya listened in silence, her expression inscrutable. Yet, within the depths of her eyes, an indescribable emotion flickered, perhaps resignation? Or perhaps a touch of exasperation at the contingency she had left behind in her moment of desperation. After reveling in his laughter, Fengye continued, thus, those self-important members of the Akatsuki, waving the banner of the Moon Eye Plan, dreaming of achieving so-called eternal peace through the infinite Tsukuyami, are merely puppets in Kurizetsu's grand design to resurrect you. A meticulously orchestrated assembly line spanning over a millennium. They remain blissfully unaware, merely tools for his use. Haha. Contemplating figures like Uchiha Madara, Obito, and Nagato, who believed they wielded control, Fengye found it all particularly amusing. Kagaya paused, offering a succinct assessment, inefficient. Indeed, Fengye concurred. After a millennium of turmoil, they nearly lost everything. Their efficiency is, without a doubt, lacking. He then halted his laughter, a mischievous glint illuminating his eyes. So, let us refrain from seeking them out for now. Let them continue their clandestine endeavors. He envisioned a scene, a sly smile curving his lips, when the pivotal moment arrives. And Kurizetsu, after enduring countless trials, believes it is on the verge of success. Eagerly anticipating the arrival of its magnificent mother, we shall make our entrance. You will emerge, unscathed and even clad in new attire, alongside me, to make a dazzling appearance. At that moment, the expression on its dark visage would undoubtedly be nothing short of spectacular. Maple Knight chuckled, his shoulders shaking with mirth. I can hardly wait to witness its reaction upon discovering that after toiling for over a millennium, its mother had already been whisked away by someone else and had run off with another. Just the thought of Black Absolute's bewilderment, shock, and existential doubt fills Maple Knight with delight, making this journey feel utterly worthwhile. Oh, dear child, do be sure to work diligently for me in the future. Chapter 161. Returning to Konoha, Hokage listened to Maple Knight's wickedly amusing scheme. Although she could not fully grasp this peculiar sense of humor, she sensed his intense anticipation and mischievous spirit. In response to Maple Knight's proposal, she simply replied with a hint of indifference, as you wish. For her, whether or not she encountered Black Absolute was of little consequence. Since Maple Knight found it amusing, she would acquiesce. Excellent. It is settled then, Maple Knight declared, his spirits soaring as he rose and clapped his hands together. Let us first visit the Land of Wind to witness the commotion surrounding the rescue of Shikaku. We shall save the amusement regarding Black Absolute for later, to relish it in its entirety. As the spatial passage opened, Maple Knight took Hokage's hand, stepping into the unknown. In a distant subterranean realm, a pool of viscous, inky liquid quivered inexplicably. Black Absolute. This is strange. I suddenly feel an inexplicable chill and an ominous premonition of being outmaneuvered. It must be a mere illusion. Mother, wait for me. In the desolate depths of the Land of Wind, outside the lair of Akatsuki members Deidara and Sasori, battle had erupted. Kakashi led the Leaf Village rescue team in a fierce confrontation against the duo from Akatsuki. Naruto roared, unleashing the fruits of his recent training. The massive Rasengan detonated with astounding force. Sasuke's Chidori pierced the air, his Sharingan spinning rapidly. Sakura's formidable punches shattered rocks. Niji's Byakugan surveyed the battlefield, and Lee's Taijutsu struck with the swiftness of lightning. The conflict was both brutal and exhilarating. Ultimately, Sasori fell to the combined efforts of Chiyo and Sakura. In a final desperate act, Deidara attempted to self-destruct, taking Kakashi and Naruto with him, only to be thwarted by Kakashi's Manjiki Sharingan, which forcibly redirected the explosion's core, leaving him severely wounded. However, they were ultimately too late. When Naruto and his allies rushed into the depths of the cave, they were met with the chilling sight of Gaara's lifeless body sprawled on the ground, the Shikaku within him completely extracted. Naruto knelt beside Gaara, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face, overwhelmed by anger, sorrow, and a sense of helplessness. The fate he shared with Gaara, a profound understanding and bond that had only recently formed, now morphed into a sharp agony. Chiyo gazed at the sorrowful youth before her and then at Sakura, who had exhausted her chakra to save her. She made a decisive choice. Through the technique of life transfer, she poured all her life energy into Gaara's body. A miracle of life unfolded. Gaara's heart began to beat anew, his once cold body gradually warming, and he slowly opened his eyes. "Why am I?" he weakly inquired. "Gaara." Naruto beheld the resurrection of his friend, and the overwhelming joy dispelled his sorrow. Tears once again streamed down his face. But this time they were tears of elation. He clutched Gaara's hand tightly, choking on his words as he recounted the despair he had just experienced and the joy that now filled his heart. Sasuke stood nearby, his expression cold and detached. The reinforcements from Sunagakure arrived, and upon witnessing the revived Kazekage, tears flowed freely from their eyes. Under the setting sun, the survivors were bathed in a golden glow, embodying a profound mixture of sadness, joy, sacrifice, protection, and the bonds of companionship, complex and intense emotions interwoven and elevated in that moment. On a distant sand dune, Kagaya and Kagaya stood, observing everything that transpired below. "Did you see that?" Kagaya softly broke the silence. To save an important companion, they fought with their lives at stake. To bring him back, they are willing to sacrifice their very existence. This is the essence of human emotion, the so-called bonds. Kagaya's pure white eyes reflected the setting sun and the scene of the young ones embracing and weeping below. She perceived Naruto's fervent emotions, tangible and palpable, as well as the resoluteness and tranquility in Chiyo's sacrifice. These sentiments, once incomprehensible weaknesses and meaningless noise to her, now resonated within her, as if a colossal stone had been cast into her frozen heart. She struggled to articulate the sensation, yet the brilliance emanating from those seemingly insignificant humans moved her more profoundly than any jutsu ever could. After a lengthy silence, she finally spoke. "I cannot comprehend it, but it is not repugnant." Kagaya smiled gently. "There is no need for immediate understanding. Just remember this feeling. Now, let us depart. The spectacle has concluded, and it's time to return." The spatial portal opened. In Konoha, within the Hokage's office, Tsunade was buried in a mountain of paperwork, grappling with pleas for aid from Sunagakure, threats from the Akatsuki, and the village's defense. A plethora of pressing matters weighed heavily on her mind. Suddenly, the office door swung open without warning. Tsunade's irritation ignited instantly, and she looked up furiously. "Which fool barges in without knocking?" Her words faltered as she spotted Kagaya entering leisurely, accompanied by a stunningly beautiful white-haired woman. "Ah, sensei. Long time no see. Is the Hokage's work still this overwhelming?" Kagaya greeted with a smile, making himself comfortable on the sofa and pouring himself a cup of tea. Kagaya stood quietly behind him, her gaze sweeping across the office before settling on Tsunade. There was no fluctuation in her emotions. Yet Tsunade felt an inexplicable pressure emanating from her, as if it were a force derived from the very essence of life itself. "Kagaya, you actually decided to return," Tsunade exclaimed, her initial surprise swiftly morphing into greater fury. "Where have you been? And who is she?" She sensed that this white-haired woman was no ordinary person. There was a depth to her presence that was even more unsettling than that of the tailed beasts. "Please, do not be so irate. It can lead to premature wrinkles," Kagaya remarked, taking a sip of tea and gesturing towards the enigmatic figure of Kagaya behind him. "Allow me to introduce you to Kagaya Tsutsuki, who, in terms of lineage, is perhaps the primordial progenitor of chakra for all in the ninja world. She is none other than the fabled goddess of the moon." Tsunade, having just taken a sip of water, inadvertently spewed it forth. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Kagaya, then at the serene white-haired woman. "The progenitor of chakra? Kagaya Tsutsuki, the goddess of the moon? Is she not a legendary figure from the era of the Sage of Six Paths? Are you jesting?" Tsunade's voice quivered slightly. "I am not jesting," Kagaya replied, setting down her teacup with a more serious demeanor. "The specifics are rather intricate, but to summarize, I have liberated her from her seal. Now, she stands as our ally, or perhaps as a child of the world who requires re-education. He briefly elucidated Kagaya's situation, omitting details such as the essence of the Tsutsuki and merely stating that a unique method of unsealing had been employed, culminating in a certain agreement. Tsunade, astounded, found her mind overwhelmed by the magnitude of the information. The legendary goddess of the moon, the progenitor of chakra, was now standing before her, and Kagaya was treating her as if she were a child. Thus, Kagaya concluded, she has nowhere to go for the time being and is virtually ignorant of the modern ninja world. I cannot entrust her to just anyone. So you are the most suitable choice. Let her stay with you for a while, and you can teach her the basics. Stay with me. Tsunade pointed at herself, utterly bewildered. To have her care for the legendary progenitor of chakra? To teach her common knowledge? The image was too surreal for her to fathom. Chapter 162. Misunderstanding. What other option is there? Kagaya shrugged. In the entirety of Konoha, you, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, are, well, her descendant. Barely qualified to care for her, I suppose? Do not worry. She is quite docile, and with me around, she will not cause any trouble. Throughout this exchange, Kagaya remained silent, standing quietly as if she were not the subject of their discussion. Tsunade observed Kagaya's nonchalant expression and then glanced at Kagaya's ethereal beauty and vacant demeanor, ultimately resigning herself with a weary sigh. Damn it, every time you return, you throw me a monumental hassle. Nevertheless, she comprehended Kagaya's intent. Placing Kagaya under her watchful eye as Hokage was indeed the most prudent choice. Furthermore, if Kagaya genuinely wished to reacquaint herself with the world, it could potentially benefit Konoha and the entire ninja realm. Very well, Tsunade sighed, reluctantly accepting this ludicrous arrangement. I will make the necessary arrangements. She turned to Kagaya, striving to maintain a calm tone. Lady Kagaya, welcome to Konoha. In the time to come, I hope to guide you well. Kagaya's gaze finally focused on Tsunade, and after a brief moment, she nodded slightly, her otherworldly voice uttering a single word, yes. Thus, the legendary progenitor of chakra, Kagaya Tsutsuki, temporarily settled in the residence of Hokage Tsunade, embarking on a new life destined to be anything but tranquil as she endeavored to learn the norms of the ninja world as an ordinary person. As Fengye revealed a triumphant smile, he gestured toward the twilight sky outside. It seems your workday is coming to a close. Once you finish, shall we share a drink? Consider it a warm welcome for her, and a means to soothe your nerves. Tsunade, gazing at Fengye with an expression of incredulity, then glanced at the indifferent progenitor of chakra. She felt overwhelmed, rubbing her temples and weakly waving her hand. All right, once I deal with these rascals. You always bring me trouble upon your return. In the evening, the familiar izakaya of Konoha welcomed them. Within a private room, the three sat cross-legged opposite one another. The table was adorned with several dishes and a few bottles of sake. Tsunade seemed intent on dulling her astonishment with alcohol, consuming one cup after another with great haste. Fengye, smiling, joined her in the indulgence, regaling her with embellished tales of his travels. Kagaya sat quietly beside them, observing the ritual, occasionally sampling her drink in imitation of their behavior. The sharp taste coursed down her throat, bringing a gentle warmth, an unprecedented experience for her. She ate sparingly, spending most of her time watching the two gradually loosening up. Being Hokage is utterly exhausting. After several bottles, Tsunade, her eyes slightly glazed, began to pound the table in complaint, shedding the dignity of her title and reverting to her boisterous, gambling, and heavy drinking persona. If you know you're tired, recruit a few lackeys to help share the burden. Fengye, still smiling, responded in kind. Kagaya's gaze flitted between the inebriated pair, particularly drawn to Tsunade's unrefined demeanor. The alcohol seemed to blur her own perceptions. Tsunade's flushed cheeks and disheveled golden hair stirred something deep within Kagaya's consciousness. It evoked fragments of memories from when Fengye had endeavored to persuade her, their foreheads touching, chakra intertwining, transmitting shards of memory. At that moment, her focus had been on grasping this era and Fengye's intentions, neglecting the fleeting glimpses of his personal, intense yet meaningless emotions and corporeal memories. Now, under the gentle stimulation of alcohol, those overlooked fragments began to resurface, faint shadows and silhouettes. The same woman, Tsunade. The emotions captured in those memories were not those of the present relaxation and complaint, but rather a more fervent, intense release, tinged with abandon. There were hurried breaths, suppressed murmurs, and the warm sensation of entwined bodies. A form of passionate exchange starkly different from combat and chakra, purely rooted in the corporeal realm. Another figure emerged. The cool violet-haired kunoichi, Yuzuki Yusumi, softly leaning against Funya's shoulder. These fragments flickered by, like a hazy emotional atmosphere and blurred imagery. Kagaya found herself unable to comprehend the societal implications and emotional connections behind these actions. The vivid, potent warmth and desires encapsulated within those memories stood in stark contrast to the profound loneliness and emptiness she had endured for millennia. She glanced once more at Tsunade, then turned to the side, where Keed stood with a hint of a smile. Connection? She murmured softly, using words she could comprehend. This manner of sharing memories through the most direct contact, even enabling her to sense certain intense personal experiences of the other, appeared to her as a peculiar yet profound bond. It felt far more tangible than the so-called blood ties or bonds. It was this deep connection, along with the extraordinary powers and thought processes exhibited by Keed, far beyond her understanding, that ultimately led her to choose to trust him and follow him. She ceased to observe the two and instead gazed out at the moon. The moon in the ninja world seemed to radiate warmth, in contrast to the confinement of the lunar interior. After a while, Tsunade could no longer hold her liquor, mumbling some incoherent words as her body swayed, about to topple over. Although Keed had consumed a fair amount as well, he remained relatively sober and reached out to steady her. "Boss, it's time to settle the bill." He tossed a stack of cash onto the counter, then half-supported, half-carried the unconscious Tsunade, addressing Kagaya. "We're leaving, taking this drunkard home." Kagaya rose silently and followed behind. The tranquil streets of Konoha at night. Keed supported Tsunade while Kagaya quietly walked beside them, and the three of them returned to Tsunade's residence. Keed skillfully opened the door, guided Tsunade into the bedroom, and laid her on the bed, tucking her in. After completing this task, he felt a wave of intoxication wash over him, stifling a yawn. He glanced at Kagaya, who stood quietly in the living room, and gestured towards the guest room. "You can stay in there tonight. Everything is clean. Feel free to make yourself at home." Chapter 163. The stranger Kagaya stood at the threshold of the guest room, watching as Keed turned towards Tsunade's bedroom. Her eyes revealed no emotion, yet the chakra in the air, rippling with the intensity of human feelings, sent subtle ripples across her heart, which had languished in solitude for millennia. She did not immediately comprehend the significance of that fervent energy, imbued with desire and possessiveness. Yet, its heat contrasted starkly with her own coldness, brimming with a vigorous, even somewhat aggressive vitality. Keed entered Tsunade's bedroom. The bedside lamp outlined the contours of the figure on the bed, where the mingling scents of alcohol and Tsunade's delicate sweetness wafted through the air. Tsunade's sleep was restless. Perhaps the alcohol had rendered her overheated, as the covers had been kicked aside, revealing her long legs and the alluring silhouette accentuated by her position. Golden strands of hair lay chaotically against her flushed cheeks and neck, leaving behind the unguarded allure and languor of a mature woman. Keed settled himself at the edge of the bed, his gaze lingering ardently upon this captivating scene. The alcohol heightened his senses and ignited long-suppressed desires. It had indeed been a considerable time since he departed from Konoha. In this moment, under the influence of intoxication and light, she radiated an irresistible allure. He reached out, brushing aside the stray strands of hair from her forehead. Katsuyu unconsciously let out a soft murmur, turning her face slightly, as if seeking a more comfortable position. Her crimson lips parted slightly, exuding the rich fragrance of sake with each breath. This overwhelmed the remnants of restraint within Funya. He leaned down, capturing those soft, damp lips. Soon, the accumulated longing and desire surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. Katsuyu, disturbed from her slumber, emitted a vague protest. Yet her body softened under the familiar scent. Half awake, she responded to his kiss, her arms instinctively wrapping around his neck. The process is omitted. After a considerable time, the intoxicating aroma had dissipated. Funya leaned against the headboard, with Katsuyu nestled in his embrace, her golden hair splayed across the pillow. She lazily closed her eyes, her fingers unconsciously tracing circles on his chest. Meanwhile, on the other side, Katsuyu's voice carried a husky tone post-event. She had sustained an injury during her previous mission, and her mood seemed less than favorable. Funya gently brushed her shoulder. They would check on her in the morning. It was certainly too late to visit now. Katsuyu let out a soft hum, opening her eyes to glance at him. Hinata and Ino should be returning from their missions soon, right? You greedy fellow. Will you even remember who I am by then? Funya chuckled softly, his fingertips entwined in her hair. They are they, and you are you. No one can replace the person in my arms at this moment. Such sweet talk. Katsuyu admonished him with a glare, yet she nestled closer into his embrace. Having been away for so long, the first thing I had to do upon returning was to see you. Funya placed a kiss on her forehead, though someone pretended to be asleep at first and refused to acknowledge me. Katsuyu's cheeks flushed as she recalled her earlier feigned drunkenness, and she lightly struck him. Who told you to choose such moments? Then you need not worry, Funya chuckled softly, turning her over to admire her curvaceous silhouette. The Hokage knows best. Shameless. Katsuyu buried her burning face into the pillow, her fingers tangling the sheets into a mess. In the guest room, for someone of Kagaya's nature, the physical barriers of walls held little significance. She did not deliberately listen, but those sounds, like invisible ripples, penetrated the obstacles and reached her unusually keen perception. More intense was the fluctuation of chakra in the air. Two familiar and powerful chakras swirled like boiling water, intertwining and colliding. She stood quietly in the center of the guest room, not lying down. She did not fully comprehend this behavior, but everything she sensed at this moment, the intense, vibrant emotional torrent, accompanied by intimate entanglement, formed an energy field she had never experienced or even imagined. It stirred ripples in her heart, which had long been in a state of icy solitude, akin to a frozen lake. She felt a strange restlessness. Don't make a fuss. There are other guests next door. Katsuyu mumbled, burying her hot face into the pillow. Funya paused, his gaze drifting towards the wall, as if recalling Kagaya's presence. He chuckled softly, whispering in Katsuyu's ear, if she doesn't wish to listen, she has her ways to block it out. Moreover, she was utterly perplexed by his words. Before he could finish, Tsunade had already, in a flurry of embarrassment and annoyance, nudged him gently with her elbow and pulled the blanket around herself. In any case, it was rather humiliating to take things too far. Sensing Tsunade's resolute discomfort, Funya ceased his insistence, merely smiling as he lay back down, drawing her back into his embrace. All right, I shall heed the words of the Hokage. He was acutely aware of Tsunade's sensitivity. The events of the night could indeed render her uneasy when facing Kagaya the following day. Within the guest room, the swirling, interwoven heat of chakra began to subside. Kagaya remained motionless, the unfamiliar sensations gradually dissipating. She lifted her gaze, as if capable of penetrating the walls, sensing the steadying breaths and chakra emanating from the other side. An indescribable, subtle feeling settled quietly in her heart. Chapter 164. Morning. It was not desire. The complex longings that belong to humanity felt too distant and foreign to her. Rather, it was a fundamental confusion and curiosity. Why did this seemingly meaningless physical entanglement evoke such intense and pure waves of energy? Why did these two formidable beings indulge in what appeared to be an exhausting, even somewhat fragile, behavior? The fragmented memories that Funya had conveyed to her, those blurred shadows and perceptions, now appeared clearer. She seemed to grasp, if only slightly, the warmth of that fervor and longing. This sensation was distinct from the power she felt when consuming the fruit of the divine tree, different from the experience of ruling the world, and in stark contrast to the icy despair of being sealed away. It was a vitality that belonged to life, robust, and even somewhat boisterous. She could feel the almost overflowing warmth of life from the next room. The air was suffused with a faint, almost intangible essence of human emotion, which even her non-human senses could detect as something unusual. She remained silent, like a snow sculpture beneath the moonlight. Yet, deep within her hollow eyes that had gazed for a millennium, a sliver of warm light from the neighboring room reflected back, along with the formless, yet palpably existing ripples of energy in the air. The night held an air of unfamiliar noise and novel perceptions for the progenitor of chakra, who was accustomed to eternal silence. These noises quietly painted the first, indefinable strokes of color upon her blank emotional canvas. The following morning dawned bright and sunny. Funya emerged from Tsunade's bedroom, feeling invigorated. She remained in slumber, a blush of fatigue mingling on her cheeks. After a brief wash-up, he departed from the residence. Familiar with the route, he made his way to a relatively quiet neighborhood in the village, halting before a small, exquisite house. This was the residence of Yuzuki Yuin. He gently knocked on the door, and soon it was opened. Yuin stood at the threshold, seemingly just awake, clad in loose loungewear, her long purple hair cascading casually. Lacking the usual sharpness of her demeanor, she exuded a softer warmth. Upon seeing Fengya, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, quickly replaced by an unmistakable hint of weariness. Fengya, what brings you here? Her voice carried a languidness that suggested she had only recently awakened as she turned to let him enter the room. I heard you were injured, so I came to see you. Fengyi stepped inside with a natural ease, gently closing the door behind him. His gaze filled with concern as it settled upon her. How are you? Where are you hurt? Is it serious? The room was adorned with a simplicity that exuded warmth, reflecting a woman's unique delicacy. A faint scent of herbs lingered in the air. It's just a minor injury, nothing to worry about. I'm almost healed, Xian replied, shaking her head slightly as she moved towards the kitchen to pour him some water. In her movements, it was evident that her left arm appeared somewhat unnatural. Fengyi approached her from behind, wrapping his arms around her waist gently, resting his chin in the crook of her neck. Inhaling the subtle fragrance of her hair as he murmured, "Don't try to deceive me. Your complexion is so pale, and your breath is shallow. Just a minor injury?" His closeness caused Xian's body to stiffen momentarily before she softened, leaning into his embrace with a soft sigh. I encountered a little mishap during the mission. I overexerted my chakra and got a scratch on my arm, but I've already taken care of it. It's just that I didn't complete the task, which weighs on my mind. Fengyi turned her to face him, scrutinizing her face with care. His fingers grazed her slightly pallid cheek and the bandaged marks on her arm, his brow furrowing in concern. As long as you're all right. You can always reclaim a failed mission next time. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. His fingertips were warm, imbued with a soothing strength. Xian raised her gaze to meet his, revealing a hint of vulnerability and dependence. Yes, I understand. I'm just a bit tired. If you're tired, then you must rest properly. Fengyi lowered his head, pressing a gentle kiss upon her forehead. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Let me prepare it. You just sit and relax. Without waiting for her objections, he deftly tied on an apron, opened the refrigerator to assess the ingredients, and began to busily prepare the meal. Leaning against the kitchen doorway, Xian watched as his tall figure moved gracefully at the stove, chopping vegetables, whisking eggs, and simmering congee with fluidity, as though he had done it countless times before. A warm current surged within her, dispelling the shadows of fatigue and gloom that had lingered for days. Soon, a simple breakfast was served on a small table, steaming white congee, perfectly fried eggs, and several plates of refreshing side dishes. The two sat across from each other, quietly enjoying their meal. Sunlight streamed through the window, enveloping the room in a warm golden hue. There were few words exchanged, yet a serene and comforting ambience flowed between them. How does it taste? Fengyi inquired. Delicious, Xian nodded, her pale face finally showing a hint of color. Better than what I make myself. Fengyi chuckled softly, reaching across the table to grasp her hand, which lay resting there. Then eat more, get better quickly. All right. Xian reciprocated his grip, feeling the reassuring warmth of his touch. As she gazed at this man before her, her heart brimmed with a sense of security. The storm outside seemed to be momentarily kept at bay beneath the small shelter of their abode. The breakfast concluded in a tranquil and cozy atmosphere. For Fengyi, this experience stood in stark contrast to the passionate intensity of the previous night with Tsunade, yet it was equally significant. Indeed, all moments were important. After breakfast, Fengyi instructed Xian to sit on the bed. Don't move, I'll help expedite your recovery. A warm, gentle white light emanated from his palm, infused with the power of the sun, enveloping Xian's injured arm and her vital energy center. A surge of warmth instantly flooded her limbs, and Xian felt as though her depleted chakra, akin to a parched stream, was being revitalized, filling her with renewed vigor. The faint scar on her arm faded at a visible pace until it vanished completely. Her pallid complexion soon regained its rosy hue, and the weariness that had lingered for days dissipated. How do you feel? Fengyi retracted his hand. Xian moved her arm, astonished and warmed by the sensation. I'm completely healed, even better than before. Thank you, Fengyi. Silly girl, after such a long time apart, why the formalities? Fengyi chuckled, pulling her up. Come on. Now that you're healed, let us not stay cooped up at home. Let's get some fresh air. The two walked side by side out of Konoha village, arriving at the familiar training grounds not far from the village. Care for a warm-up? Fengyi raised an eyebrow with a smile. A flicker of excitement crossed Xian's eyes as she nodded. She drew her short blade and, in a flash, lunged at Fengyi like a violet apparition. Fengye responded with taijutsu and simple ninjutsu. In the clearing of the forest, they exchanged blows, their figures intertwining. The glint of the blade flashed, and the sound of fists and feet echoed. It resembled a harmonious dance, a test of her restored state, and a playful reunion. Xian's movements became increasingly fluid, her swordplay a blend of sharpness and grace. Beads of sweat formed on her brow, and a joyful smile graced her lips. Fengye, meanwhile, remained effortlessly composed, admiring her revitalized spirit. Moments later, Xian, slightly breathless, sheathed her blade, her spirit vibrant. It's been ages since I felt this exhilarated. Fengye handed her a water bottle, gently wiping the sweat from her brow. It seems you are truly back to your former self. Chapter 165. A unique identity. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they sat side by side on a large rock by the forest's edge, gazing at the distant outline of Konoha village, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. Be careful on your next mission, Fengye said softly. Xian leaned against his shoulder, responding gently. There were few words exchanged, yet their hearts resonated in unison. The brief walk and sparring had dispelled the shadows, deepening the warmth of their bond in this simplicity. Ding! Congratulations, host, your swordsmanship has reached mastery. As the sun sank beneath the horizon, the lights of Konoha began to twinkle. The night market gradually came to life, vibrant with colors. Lanterns illuminated the surroundings, mingling the aromas of food with the shouts of vendors and the laughter of children. By the way, it seems we never truly explored the night market together, Fengye remarked, observing the bustling crowd, turning to Xian with a smile. Tonight is perfect, let me show you around. Xian paused, a glimmer of excitement lighting her eyes, and then nodded gently, a subtle yet genuine smile gracing her lips. All right. She understood the uniqueness of her identity, to walk openly by his side amidst the crowd, akin to an ordinary couple, was a rare and luxurious experience. Fengye took her hand, merging into the lively throng. His hand was warm and strong, gradually soothing the slight unease in Xian's heart. They stopped at a stall selling dango. Fengye purchased 2 skewers and held one up to Xian's lips. Xian cast a shy glance around her, yet she gingerly bit into his hand, savoring the sweet and sticky flavor that melted in her mouth, accompanied by a delightful sweetness. Is it delicious? They continued to wander through the stalls selling various trinkets. Fengye picked up a purple wind chime, gently swaying it near Xiang's ear, producing a crisp sound. This color suits you perfectly. The purple maiden possesses an enchanting charm. He purchased it and placed it in her hand, holding the cool wind chime. Xiang felt as if her heart was gently struck by its resonance. As they passed a shooting game booth, Fengye effortlessly picked up a toy shuriken, hitting the target with remarkable precision and easily winning the grand prize, a plush toy that appeared somewhat clumsy. When he handed the toy to Xiang, the booth owner's pained expression made Fengye burst into laughter. Xiang also stifled a giggle, clutching the toy tightly to her chest. They indulged in various snacks like ordinary couples, watching street performances and listening to the melodies of wandering artists. Though Xiang spoke little, her gaze consistently followed Fengye, her eyes shimmering with the warm lights of the night market, reflecting his figure. At a relatively quiet bridge, they leaned against the railing, gazing at the twinkling lights mirrored in the water. Today was delightful, Xiang softly remarked, the evening breeze caressing her purple hair. Let us come here often when we have time. Fengye wrapped his arm around her shoulders, his tone gentle. Xiang rested her head lightly on his shoulder, relishing this rare moment that belonged solely to them. She understood that with dawn, she would once again retreat into the shadows. As the vibrancy of the night market faded, within Xiang's home, in the bedroom, Fengye closed the door behind him, sealing off the outside world. A familiar and private space, belonging only to them, quietly formed. Xiang's heart quickened. The air, infused with her usual incense, now seemed to blend with a comforting scent that was uniquely his. They were no longer the naive youths of yesteryear. The physical closeness and intimacy had become an unspoken part of their relationship. Yet, each time such nights arrived, ripples of emotion stirred within Xiang. It was a complex mixture of longing, dependence, and a hint of indescribable shyness. She recognized her place and was aware of his more sunlit connections with Hinata and Ino. However, in this small sanctuary, she could temporarily set aside the vigilance and restraint of her role as a shadowy ninja. In this moment, she could simply be Xiang, embracing the warmth of being wholly cherished and cared for. Fengye approached her without excessive words. his hand brushing past the purple strands that fell along her cheek with a gentle motion. His gaze, under the moonlight, appeared particularly profound, imbued with an unspoken warmth. Xiang tilted her head, meeting his eyes, her own shimmering with a soft luminescence. She reached out, wrapping her arms around his waist, pressing her cheek against his solid chest, listening to the steady and powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. It was a silent invitation, a complete trust, devoid of urgent demands, only the tender warmth of their embrace. They collapsed onto the soft bedding, their bodies entwined, sharing the warmth of one another. Gentle kisses graced her forehead, eyelids, and lips, imbued with tenderness and reassurance. Xian closed her eyes, savoring the strength of his embrace, gradually melting away in the embrace of that enduring warmth. She inhaled his comforting scent greedily, burying her head in the crook of his neck. Tomorrow, as the sun rises, she may once again find herself shrouded in shadows. Yet, at this moment, she is needed and cherished. Sleep, Fengye's deep voice resonated softly in her ear, infused with a soothing magic. Xian murmured softly in response, finding the most comfortable position in his arms. Weariness, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of security, soon enveloped her, and she slipped into a tranquil slumber. Beneath the moonlight, the two lay entwined, their breaths gradually synchronizing. In this tender night, simple yet profound, it was enough to soothe two souls yearning for one another.